Chapter 1. Female teammates are inferior to little bitches. Congratulations, host, you have found 5 candidates. Please select your first teammate. Note: in the world of road survival, teammates are of utmost importance. Choose wisely. Under the scorching sun, Chun-Yi rode his little electric scooter along an endless stretch of asphalt road. In a world where everyone traverses dimensions, survival on the highway is paramount. Each individual randomly acquires a vehicle, gathers resources, and strives to advance. Unfortunately, Chun-Yi was rather unlucky, having received only a small electric scooter. Initially, he believed he was doomed to failure from the outset. However, unexpectedly, he awakened a system. The system was quite simple. It offered a 100-fold return. As long as he had female teammates, any resources consumed would be returned 100 times over. In pursuit of female companions, Chun-Yi had been broadcasting recruitment messages in chat groups. All expenses covered: food, accommodation, gasoline, and batteries. This was aptly summarized as the 4-pack service. The conditions were exceedingly generous, which is why so many candidates were drawn to him. Let's see the first one. Chun-Yi felt a flicker of anticipation. Qin Shiyu, age 21, quality 5. Description: an extreme feminist, not a virgin, enjoys boxing online while simultaneously dating multiple boyfriends in reality, discarding them after they are drained. Ding. Does not meet the system's minimum standards. Damn. Chun-Yi cursed under his breath. The name sounded appealing, yet the reality was disappointing. Next. Shun Yu, age 18, quality 3. Description: a high school student, appears to be a cute girl, but is actually a stark contrast. She possesses multiple accounts on the internet, profiting immensely through selling photographs. Ding. Does not meet the system's minimum standards. Next. Chun-Yi was at a loss for words. Was there not a single decent girl among them? Qin Fei, age 25, quality 1. Description: a professional nurse who moonlights as a streetwalker, simply enjoys battling with different men. Ding. Does not meet the system's minimum standards. Absurd. Chun-Yi was thoroughly speechless. What has happened to the current generation of women? Are there so few normal ones? He had almost given up on the remaining 2 candidates. Lu Huan, age 26, morality 0, virtue 0. Description: Rune Cardior, a high-end player in the international version, a bioorganic entity, a malicious spreader. Ding. Does not meet the system's minimum standards. Damn it. Chun-Yi cursed again, unwilling to even glance at the last female candidate. It was likely she was not a good choice either. Finding a normal girl was proving exceedingly difficult. Little Huang, age 0, morality 8, virtue 9. Description: a paragon of purity, a little bitch who has never engaged in indiscriminate activities with stray dogs. Ding. Meets the system's minimum standards. What the hell? It really is a little bitch? Chun-Yi was taken aback. Devoid of any intent to insult, it was indeed a little bitch. This meant that teammates could not only be human, but could also include dogs or various other animals. It is only reasonable to consider that dogs are indeed man's best friend, and certain police dogs serve as valiant companions in the battle for humanity. The notion of having such a partner is entirely understandable. Could it be that a little female dog, being a female herself, could also yield a 100-fold return on resources consumed? Chun-Yi was eager to test this theory. However, who was responsible for this little female dog's application? He pondered. Was it her own initiative, or was it her owner's design? After all, no matter how clever a little dog may be, it cannot possibly read. Never mind. I shall accept little Huang as my comrade. With a mere thought, a small yellow dog materialized upon the footrest of his Ima electric scooter. This little yellow dog was utterly adorable, panting its tongue out, a quintessential specimen of the Chinese rural dog breed. What a charming little creature. Chun-Yi affectionately stroked the dog's fluffy head. Little Huang obediently licked the palm of his hand. Congratulations, host. You have found your first teammate. A reward of vehicle upgrade has been granted. Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. The 2-wheeled electric scooter has transformed into a 3-wheeled electric vehicle. As a flash of white light enveloped them, the Ima electric scooter underwent its transformation. The 3-wheeled electric vehicle alleviated Chun-Yi's pressing need, as he had previously been uncertain where to place little Huang on the 2-wheeled scooter, lacking a special dog cage. Now, with the addition of a sidecar, placing Little Huang within it was nothing short of perfect. Little Huang, enjoy this ham sausage. Chunyi offered the precious treat to the dog. Little Huang, clearly hungry, devoured it voraciously. In no time, it was all gone. Ding! Little Huang consumed one ham sausage, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 ham sausages, now safely stored in the system's repository. How delightful! Chunyi laughed heartily, astonished by the outcome. It seemed that even a female dog could trigger such a return. How splendid! In comparison to women, a female dog is far more reliable. At the very least, she is neither a manipulative temptress nor a mere benefactor. Moreover, a female dog is unequivocally loyal, devoid of any possibility of betrayal. Of course, Chunyi would not allow the female members of his team the opportunity to betray him. For those female candidates who meet the system's criteria, once they join his ranks, he would be able to assess their loyalty. Should their loyalty fall short, he would decisively eliminate them, preventing potential future threats. Indeed, the time for mercy has passed. We no longer reside in a civilized society, but rather in a perilous world governed by the survival of the fittest, fraught with danger. One misstep could lead to the loss of life. Thus, decisiveness and ruthlessness are the most fundamental virtues. To show kindness to others is to be cruel to oneself. Seeking female team members, with provisions and accommodation included, as well as fuel and charging. Attention! Any female animal is welcome to apply. If a female dog can yield a 100-fold return, surely female monkeys and cats can too, even female elephants and tigers. However, Chunyi did not wish to turn his team into a menagerie. It was simply that finding a normal woman was exceedingly difficult. As the saying goes, after encountering too many people, one prefers the company of dogs. Upon posting in the group, Chunyi's message immediately ignited a tempest of reactions. His female friends began to launch a fervent counterattack against him. How utterly foolish our family is. This man is truly ridiculous. How could he categorize us alongside female animals? What about women's safety? I simply wish to ask, is your mother a female animal? Chunyi chose not to argue with them, merely observing the little fairies hopping about, which provided a unique form of amusement. Sisters, do not be deceived by this foolish man. Look at his vehicle, then examine his travel distance. My goodness, how absurd. It's merely an electric tricycle. An electric tricycle without even a canopy. That's not even the main point. The real issue is that he hasn't completed the first 10 kilometers. Sisters, if he hasn't accomplished the first 10 kilometers, what does that signify? Clearly, he is worthless. Such a useless individual. And he dares to recruit teammates? Let's not be fooled. If he hasn't completed the first 10 kilometers, he likely hasn't even encountered a wooden treasure chest. How pitiable. No wonder he is so foolish. 10 kilometers yield wooden treasure chests. 100 kilometers yield iron treasure chests. And 500 kilometers offer bronze treasure chests. As long as the distance traveled is sufficient, one can reap substantial rewards. This is one of the fundamental rules of road survival. In the group chat, not only can members view each other's vehicles, but they can also see the distances traveled. Everything is transparent. Chunyi refrained from explaining, instead sharing a video of him feeding a sausage to a dog. Once the video was posted in the group, chaos ensued. Chapter 2. The Sausage Battery Exchange. Are you out of your mind? Feeding sausages to dogs? Do you have any idea how scarce resources are these days? Are you completely insane? Surviving on the road and raising dogs? A single sausage could prolong your life by a day. Do you realize? Such wastefulness is utterly outrageous. This fool is merely posturing, risking his life for the sake of pretense. These may well be his last few sausages. Indeed, how could a destitute individual, one who hasn't even completed the first 10 kilometers, possess such ample supplies? He is willing to risk it all just to show off. What a fool. In the face of ridicule from the crowd, Chunyi offered no explanation. He simply recorded a brief video showcasing his abundant sausages and uploaded it to the group chat. The group fell into an immediate silence, completely taken aback. It was universally acknowledged that the video could not be fabricated. Thus, the sausages displayed within were undoubtedly real. Chunyi possessed enough sausages to sustain him for quite some time. Moreover, sausages serve as a form of currency, easily exchanged for various essential supplies. For instance, gasoline, batteries, or even components for vehicle modifications. These are crucial resources. Without gasoline and batteries, vehicles cannot function. Hey there, can I join your team? Just 3 sausages a day would suffice. Please, I only need 2 sausages. 1 sausage is all I require, truly. Just 1 a day. How shameless can you be? I wouldn't ask for a single sausage. I just want to be on your team, no matter what. The once scornful ladies who had insulted Chun-Yi suddenly changed their tune, eager to curry favor with him, hoping to become his teammates. Chun-Yi glanced at their profiles and nearly retched. They were an assortment of peculiar individuals, one even a thrice-married mother of 2. Chun-Yi had no interest in such worn-out company, especially those with a history of tragedy in their lives. You're even less worthy than a stray dog. Chun-Yi retorted before exiting the group chat. His current objective was straightforward, to complete the first 10 kilometers and obtain a wooden treasure chest. Should he be fortunate enough to uncover something valuable, it would be quite a boon. Although the first treasure chest is wooden and of the lowest tier, it carries unique rewards due to its status as the inaugural chest. It might yield exceptional supplies or even grant a special ability. Indeed, in this world of road survival, such powers exist. Some individuals have acquired physiques akin to athletic champions, making a walking vehicle rival the speed of a compact car. Others possess the ability to sense the presence of various resources, giving them a competitive edge. However, Chun-Yi had yet to awaken any abilities. He remained uncertain whether it was due to the timing or simply fate's decree. Beep, beep, beep. As Chun-Yi was on the move, private messages began flooding in. Following his display of an extensive sausage stockpile, many reached out to him, sending various photographs. With a flirtatious demeanor and dressed in scant attire, or even lacking clothing altogether, Chun-Yi merely cast a fleeting glance without engaging. However, this particular private message was different, containing a proposal for a trade. The exchange was straightforward, 10 sausages for a battery. The price could be deemed reasonable, especially since the battery was a much-needed resource for Chun-Yi. Nevertheless, his electric tricycle was fully charged at present, having automatically replenished itself after the initial upgrade. With the current battery, he could easily traverse the first 10 kilometers and unlock the first wooden treasure chest. Perhaps within that chest, a battery awaited him, rendering any trade unnecessary. Thus, his urgency for a battery was not particularly pressing. He proposed 5 sausages for a fully charged battery. The other party countered with 9 sausages for 1 battery, accompanied by an endearing emoticon. Chun-Yi replied with 6 sausages, asserting that he could survive without a battery, but the other party would surely starve without sausages. The weight of necessity was clear. They had to consider their priorities. After a prolonged silence, the other party inquired how he knew of their dire hunger, punctuating their message with an irritated emoticon. Unfazed, Chun-Yi maintained his firm stance, suggesting that if they chose not to trade, it was of no consequence. Eventually, the other party conceded, acknowledging their desperation. The transaction was swiftly completed, resulting in Chun-Yi acquiring a fully loaded battery at the expense of 6 sausages. On a sun-scorched highway, a motorcycle beauty removed her helmet, allowing her long, dark hair to cascade like a silk waterfall over her shoulders. Her cheeks, slightly pale, bore a hint of tremor as she clutched the 6 sausages, devouring them ravenously, entirely disregarding her alluring image. As Chun-Yi had surmised, she had reached her limit. Although her motorcycle still had fuel for a considerable distance, the pangs of hunger were unbearable, leading her to suffer from severe hypoglycemia. Continuing to ride under such conditions posed a grave risk of an accident, making it an unwise endeavor. After finishing the sausages, the woman exhaled deeply. Having been accustomed to a life of luxury and exquisite delicacies, she had never before found sausages so delectable. Initially, she felt somewhat cheated, believing that a high-capacity battery was worth far more than just 6 sausages. Yet, having consumed them, she suddenly realized their immense value and delightful taste. Should she consider forming a partnership with him? The thought crossed her mind earnestly. By teaming up, she could at least secure a steady supply of sausages. Furthermore, having a partner would yield additional rewards from the system, such as the wooden treasure chest located 10 kilometers away. If they were not allies, each would only receive 1 chest upon arrival. However, if they teamed up and reached the 10-kilometer mark together, they would each receive 3 wooden treasure chests, 1 for each, plus an extra. The system evidently encouraged collaboration among players. Forget it, I shall take matters into my own hands, ensuring my own comfort and sustenance. With a twist of the throttle, she surged forward with fervor. Having satisfied her hunger, a sense of pride accompanied her newfound vigor. In the face of starvation or a life-threatening crisis, she might have considered allying with her adversary, but at this moment, such a notion was entirely unnecessary. Her self-esteem and arrogance forbade her from relying on a man. Moreover, the most significant reason was her utter lack of experience with males. She had never coexisted with one, let alone become a life-dependent companion. Indeed, she had yet to encounter any man at all. Aside from her family, she had been shielded from the presence of boys throughout her life. Her family's protective measures were exceedingly stringent. From kindergarten through university, she had attended esteemed all-girls institutions abroad. Chapter 3. Rewards, Bountiful Rewards. Congratulations to the host for completing the first 10 kilometers, earning 3 wooden treasure chests. A cold, mechanical voice resounded. Xinyi was utterly astonished. Could it truly be that the benefits of having allies included 3 wooden treasure chests? Open the first treasure chest, Xinyi eagerly exclaimed. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 packages of Master Kong instant noodles. While 10 packages of instant noodles were quite a standard reward, they represented essential supplies in the survival world. 1 package could sustain a person for an entire day. Open the second treasure chest. Xinyu stowed away the instant noodles and continued to unveil the mystery box. Congratulations to the host for opening the wooden treasure chest and gaining a vehicle upgrade. The long-awaited surprise had finally arrived. Xinyu was momentarily taken aback, finding it somewhat surreal. He had not anticipated receiving a vehicle upgrade. Previously, he had upgraded from a 2-wheeled electric bike to a 3-wheeled electric trike. That last upgrade had doubled his range, not to mention the enhancements in comfort and driving experience. Transitioning from a 100-kilometer range to 200 kilometers had greatly benefited him. Upgrade. Without hesitation, Chun Yi seized the opportunity for the vehicle upgrade. A beam of white light enveloped him. His vehicle began to undergo remarkable transformations. Congratulations to the host for completing the vehicle upgrade. The 3-wheeled electric trike has been upgraded to a 4-wheeled electric sedan. The range has increased by 150%. The driving speed has doubled. The vehicle's armor has been enhanced by 50%. The lifespan of the vehicle has been extended by 30%. An array of improvements flooded Xinyu with exhilaration, causing his fingers to tremble with delight. Indeed, upgrades were always the most gratifying experience. Open the vehicle panel. Vehicle type, 4-wheeled electric sedan. Vehicle name, unnamed. Vehicle color, yellow. Maximum driving range, 500 kilometers. Maximum speed, 120. Armor value, 50. Note: if the armor value falls below 25, it will affect driving speed. If it drops below 10, the vehicle will be inoperable. Vehicle lifespan, 10 years. All aspects of the vehicle's data were clearly and unequivocally stated. The only aspect that left Chunyi with a sense of nostalgia was the lifespan, an astonishing 10 years. In other words, if unforeseen circumstances and attacks are avoided, his yellow electric sedan could operate for a decade. This implies enduring a world of survival on the road for 10 years, or perhaps not merely a decade, but an endless journey with no visible conclusion. It could stretch to 20, 30, or even 100 years, an unceasing expedition. Let us name it. Bestow a title upon his vehicle. Setting aside his musings, Chun Ye's eyes brimmed with hope as he eagerly contemplated the name for his conveyance. After considerable deliberation, he ultimately settled on a name that exuded both grandeur and charm, Bumblebee, a name both kitsch and commanding. Although his little yellow electric car pales in comparison to the formidable Bumblebee from Transformers, it remains Chun Ye's cherished possession. Furthermore, he firmly believes that, given time, his Bumblebee could potentially surpass the Transformer counterpart. With relentless modifications and upgrades, there are no limits. He opened the 3rd wooden treasure chest, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Despite being the most basic of chests, the novice rewards could yield something remarkable. The recent vehicle upgrade served as testament to this. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a wooden treasure chest and received an unnamed fruit. Unnamed fruit. Xinyi was somewhat taken aback. What could that be? He had never heard of it before. A red fruit, roughly the size of a grapefruit, landed in his palm, resembling a miniature watermelon. Its fiery hue was as striking as a blazing flame, captivatingly radiant. The patterns adorning its surface resembled ripples of fire, exuding an air of mystery. Xinyu even felt an unbearable heat emanating from it. Indeed, it was scorching. It seemed not to be a mere fruit, but rather a fiery orb. What is this? A flame fruit? Could consuming it grant him mastery over fire? Xinyu found it rather absurd. There was no accompanying description. He hesitated to consume it. What if it posed a danger? In a survival world, Even a common cold could prove fatal. Little Yellow, you try it. He tossed the unnamed fruit before his companion. Little Yellow sniffed and voraciously devoured it. The fruit was juicy and emitted a subtle fragrance, making it appealing enough to stir Chun Ye's own appetite. Ding! Teammate Little Yellow consumed an unnamed fruit, receiving a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host. 100 unnamed fruits have been deposited into the system's repository. Even the system could not discern the fruit's properties? Chun Yi frowned, having expected the system to provide clarity. Yet, it remained simply unnamed. Little Yellow, how do you feel? Chun Yi inquired with curiosity. Little Yellow, having finished the unnamed fruit, exhibited no peculiar reactions. Instead, it let out a contented burp, wearing an expression of satisfaction. What woof? Little Yellow barked twice, licking Chun Ye's palm, clearly indicating a desire for more. Such a glutton. Chun Yi refrained from offering any further. No need to rush. Let the bullets fly a little longer. What if the unnamed fruit has yet to take effect? If it yields positive results, then there is nothing to worry about. But what if it turns out poorly? One must not consume too much, or it could cost Little Huang's life. Little Huang is his teammate, one of his most vital companions. Even if he later finds a female teammate, this little canine companion is not something he could easily relinquish. Congratulations to all the brave souls on the global highway survival journey. You have survived the first day. Ahead lies a grueling 7-day challenge of extreme cold. The rules are straightforward: survive. Remember, you may move slowly or even pause, but retreat is absolutely forbidden. Advance, move forward. For only by forging ahead is there a path to survival. A series of cold, mechanical sounds echoed, reminiscent of ice skates slicing through the frozen surface, harsh and jarring. Extreme cold traversal? Chun Yi frowned. He is, after all, an electric vehicle. It is known that battery performance significantly diminishes under such frigid conditions. Coupled with the poor insulation of a compact car, the upcoming 7 days present a considerable challenge for him. Should he barter his sausages for some warming supplies? Chun Yi pondered. With its fur, Little Huang is undoubtedly more resilient to the cold. Woof, woof. Little Huang, displaying remarkable awareness, suddenly let out a loud bark. Before Chun Yi could comprehend what was happening, it unleashed a burst of flames. Boom! An explosion of fire erupted, akin to a flamethrower, projecting a long stream of fire. Fortunately, Little Huang extended its head out the window to emit the flames, sparing the car from catching fire. Had it been inside, the vehicle would have been consumed entirely. Damn it, Chun Yi cursed. How can this little dog breathe fire? A fire-breathing dog? A battlehound among canines? Chapter 4. The Unnamed Fruit. Chapter 4. Who? Little Huang continued to spew fire several times, resembling a fire breather at a temple fair. The intensity of the flames was so high that Chun Yi could feel the heat. Goodness, it won't keep this up indefinitely, will it? Such a fierce blaze, if sustained, would surely turn it into roasted dog. Ultimately, Little Huang, being a living creature, could not withstand such relentless exposure to the flames. Fortunately, Little Huang soon regained composure and ceased its fiery display, tilting its head in confusion, not understanding how it had produced fire. Could this be due to the unnamed fruit? Chun Yi speculated that it was less about the unnamed fruit and more about a fruit of extraordinary powers. The fiery patterns on the fruit suggested a connection to flame-related abilities. Having a dog that can breathe fire is not without its advantages. Chun Yi stroked his chin. Contemplating the possibilities, it could serve as a killer move. The dog brand flamethrower. If Chun Yi wielded a flamethrower, enemies would be on high alert. However, cradling a small dog would undoubtedly lower their guard, perhaps even inciting mockery. When the foes are laughing heartily and feeling relaxed, a sudden burst of flames would surely turn the tide, reducing them to ashes. In this apocalyptic era of highway survival, danger lurks at every corner, and the atmosphere is palpably terrifying. Though Chun Yi had yet to encounter any formidable foes or life-threatening crises, he was acutely aware that such encounters were inevitable. A tension resided within him, a taut string primed for battle at any given moment. This extreme mindset could amplify the darker aspects of human nature infinitely. As the saying goes, while my neighbor stockpiles grain, I stockpile arms. My neighbor is my granary. To avoid becoming a mere resource for others, one must relinquish illusions and remain ever vigilant for conflict. Since the canine had consumed without issue and could even breathe fire, Chun Yi found himself intrigued by the prospect. Who could possibly resist the allure of flame? A young man would be remiss to turn away from such an extraordinary ability. The impending frigid apocalypse loomed, and if he were to awaken a fiery power, Would it not significantly reduce the risk of perishing from the cold? In an icy end of the world, possessing the ability to wield fire would be nothing short of a blessing. At the very least, he would not be tormented by the biting chill if he grew cold. He could simply exhale a plume of flame. Should he crave roasted meat, he could conjure fire at will. In such a frozen wasteland, the prospect of enjoying a warm meal at any moment was invaluable, something only those who have endured the harsh northern winters could truly appreciate. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun-Yi produced a nameless fruit resembling a small watermelon. The fruit was a vibrant crimson, adorned with a textured flame-like pattern. Initially concerned about potential side effects, his apprehension evaporated the instant he took a hearty bite. The nameless fruit was astonishingly sweet, perhaps the most delectable he had ever tasted. Juicy and fragrant, it was a delight to the senses, sweet enough to touch the soul. In mere moments, the sizable fruit was consumed entirely, leaving Chun-Yi momentarily astonished at its swift disappearance. With a satisfying burp, he patted his belly, reveling in the contentment it brought. Could it be that he could now breathe fire? Filled with anticipation, he exhaled deeply, yet no flames emerged. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, he sensed no change within his body, nor any extraordinary feelings at all. Why was he unable to unleash fire? This realization left him disheartened. The thought of breathing fire was exhilarating. As a child, he had always been fascinated by flames, despite the warnings of adults about the dangers of fire. The ability to conjure flames at will would be nothing short of exhilarating. Just imagine playing with fire in the midst of a snowstorm, creating a spectacle of ice and flame. The thought alone was thrilling. Yet, the harsh reality was that Chun-Yi could not breathe fire. In fact, his body showed no signs of transformation or awakened powers. Perhaps he had not consumed enough fruit? Without a moment's hesitation, he sank his teeth into another fiery nameless fruit. Even setting aside the prospect of powers, the fruit's exquisite sweetness compelled him to indulge once more. However, after consuming yet another, he still experienced no change. With no other options, Chun-Yi continued to eat, one after another, until he lost track of how many he had devoured. Had he not reached the point of fullness, his belly round and taut, he would have carried on. Enough for today, Chun-Yi sighed, taking a deep breath. Even the most delectable delights could become tiresome with excess. He could sense that if he took another bite, he might very well regurgitate everything. Why couldn't he breathe fire? Chun-Yi was filled with frustration. After consuming so many flame-unknown fruits, he still couldn't unleash flames. Even if he couldn't fulfill his childhood dream of breathing fire, he ought to awaken some extraordinary ability related to flames. Yet, there was nothing. Surely, there must be some latent power. Chun-Yi reassured himself. What was that saying? Let the bullets fly for a while. Don't rush. Perhaps the flame-unknown fruits needed a bit of time to manifest their effects. Forward. Chun-Yi accelerated his four-wheeled electric vehicle. His battery range was originally 500 kilometers. After acquiring a high-density battery, he could extend his range another 500 kilometers. That meant a total of 1,000 kilometers. The next location of the tin treasure chest was 100 kilometers away, no matter how extreme the circumstances. With a range of 1,000 kilometers, he could undoubtedly reach the 100-kilometer mark. At the first 100 kilometers, he would also obtain 3 tin treasure chests, containing vital supplies. Although there would be a severe cold challenge, Chun-Yi was confident he could endure the next 7 days. The extreme cold challenge commenced. A fierce wind. A blizzard. Suddenly, a warning sounded. Without any forewarning, the sky erupted with howling winds and swirling snowflakes. The clouds thickened, shrouding everything in darkness. Within just half an hour, the heavy snow completely blanketed the road. The world was a vast expanse of white. The violent winds whipped up flurries of snow, severely obstructing visibility. This was absurd. As Chun-Yi drove, he felt the relentless winds battering the electric vehicle. At times, he had the disconcerting sensation of being overturned. Were it not for the weight of the spare battery, he might have truly been flipped. He needed to slow down. Chun-Yi reduced his speed. With darkness enveloping the road and visibility hindered, any attempt to accelerate recklessly would surely lead to an accident. In addition to cautious visual driving, he had to rely on the vehicle's navigation system. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly veer into a ditch. The onboard navigation could delineate the contours of the road quite clearly. Fortunately, he had completed the upgrade of his vehicle. Had it been a Yedea electric bike, there would have been no navigation system at all. Even a small 3-wheeled electric scooter would lack such technology, leaving only the 4-wheeled sedan equipped with it, which now saved Chun-Yi's life. He was indeed lucky to have completed the vehicle upgrade. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to the cold. Though the warm air circulated within the sedan, Chinyi still felt a bone-chilling cold. Even the furry dog curled up tightly, bracing against the frigid air. "Come here, pup." Chinyi scooped the fluffy ball of fur into his arms. Having fur was certainly a blessing, warm and cozy. At that moment, the act of huddling together for warmth became vividly tangible. "What the hell, my range just halved." Chinyi gazed at the battery display, unable to contain his expletives. Originally capable of 500 kilometers, the harsh cold had reduced it to a mere 250 kilometers. Indeed, the severe cold was a formidable mountain that electric vehicles could not surmount. Manufacturers boast of their products' ability to withstand extreme cold, yet now it appears to be mere bluster. It is essential to recognize that the snowfall has just begun, with temperatures merely dipping below zero. The true test of frigid conditions has only just commenced. One must acknowledge that it is not the cold of the snow that is formidable, but rather the chill that follows its melting. Once the snowfall ceases and the thaw begins, temperatures will undoubtedly plummet. At that juncture, even preserving a range of 250 kilometers may prove challenging. How to acquire additional batteries? Chinyi, stroking the furry little yellow creature, fell into deep contemplation. The shortcomings of having Xiao Huang as a teammate became evident in that moment. If one had a human companion possessing their own means of transportation, whether it be batteries or fuel, the returns would be exponentially greater. Take batteries, for instance. Gifting a 250-kilometer battery to a human ally would yield a staggering 25,000 kilometers in battery range. If only it were that simple. It seems crucial to continue the search for female teammates. Indeed, companions are of utmost importance. In this moment, Chinyi gained profound insight. Setting aside the critical issues of batteries and fuel, even the mundane offerings of iced cola, spicy hot pot, and snail noodles would afford no reciprocal benefit to Xiao Wang. Unfortunately, the creature neither consumes iced cola nor indulges in spicy hot pot, and treats snail noodles with utmost disdain. Although dogs are known to eat excrement, when it comes to the foul odor of snail noodles, they would rather abstain entirely. In such an extreme survival scenario on the road, if Chinyi were to present a bowl of snail noodles to a human teammate, they would undoubtedly express immense gratitude, perhaps even kneeling in appreciation. Yet, for Xiao Huang, such gestures are utterly meaningless. Patience is key. Chinyi is not anxious, as he will eventually find a female teammate. Despite the prevalence of ethereal beings in society, there remain plenty of ordinary women as well. Suddenly, the curled-up Xiao Huang barked, prompting Chinyi to become alert, his gaze fixed ahead. Was this a warning from his canine companion? Dogs possess an acute sense of hearing that allows them to perceive many things ahead of time. Is someone approaching? Chinyi, despite the blinding snowstorm, managed to discern a figure. A person was leaning against a massive motorcycle, stranded in the tempest. Operating a small vehicle in such inclement weather could be lethal. How much more perilous for one on a motorcycle? Though the individual appeared well equipped, adorned with a professional helmet and motorcycle gear, surviving for an extended period in such conditions would be exceedingly difficult. While they may endure for now, the relentless passage of time would inevitably lead to a loss of body heat, transforming them into a mere statue amidst the storm. Should he collide with them? A glint of cold determination flickered in Chunye's eyes. If he were to accelerate suddenly and strike without warning, the individual would stand little chance of survival. He could claim their supplies and the motorcycle for himself. Though such an act would be decidedly unscrupulous in a world of apocalyptic survival, who still concerns themselves with honor. Then, a chilling notification from the system pierced the air, detected a potential female teammate meeting system criteria. A female teammate? Chinye's gaze fixed upon the distant silhouette. Could it be her? Although dressed in a motorcycle outfit, it was evident that she was a woman, possessing an exceptionally slender figure adorned with various endearing insignias. Even her helmet bore two delightful cat ears. The distinctiveness of the cat-eared helmet was undeniable. A burly man would certainly never don such a cap. Just the thought of it was somewhat embarrassing. It would be impossible to wear in public. Is there detailed information? Chinyi inquired. The system's cold voice reverberated once more, and a blue panel materialized before Chinye's eyes. Name, Zhuolanlan vehicle, Bombardier motorcycle mileage, 200 kilometers ability, none virtue, 8 profile, a wealthy heiress. Currently enrolled in a prestigious private school abroad, having grown up overseas and graduated from an Ivy League institution. Despite her remarkable lineage, she remains quite naive, harboring a heart reminiscent of a pink-clad young girl. Her friends affectionately refer to her as a silly goose. She has never dated and remains a maiden. She enjoys writing and is a well-known figure in several popular anime, boasting a considerable fan base. However, she is exceedingly low-key and, aside from her work, never interacts with fans. Photo, it's her. Chunyi instantly recognized her. Wasn't she the woman he had traded with just moments ago? It was peculiar, truly peculiar. Why? Despite having traveled 200 kilometers, had she appeared at this location? After all, Chunyi had yet to cover even 100 kilometers. She should have been far ahead of him, at the very least appearing only after he completed his own 100 kilometers. So why did they encounter each other now? Could it be that this woman had retreated? That was an impossibility. Retreating meant death. One could slow down or pause, but never retreat. Filled with confusion, Chunyi slowly approached her. Once they were side by side, he rolled down his window and offered a friendly smile. Do you need assistance, miss? Zhuolanlan did not remove her helmet, but merely shook her head. Although her expression was concealed, Chunyi could distinctly sense her tension and vigilance. Don't be alarmed. Chunyi reassured her with a smile. I am not a bad person. Upon hearing this, Zhuolanlan instinctively took a step back, her caution heightened. I'm not a bad person was, after all, a notorious phrase among the nefarious. Rest assured, I will not harm you. Given that she was a suitable ally, Chunyi had long extinguished any murderous intent. If you are willing, I can provide food, lodging, gasoline, batteries, and safety, all in exchange for becoming my teammate. Chunyi made a direct offer. In such dire circumstances, she ought to have had no reason to refuse. A prompt acceptance was expected. Yet, her wariness only intensified as she scrutinized Chunyi from head to toe. There are free sausages to eat. Chunyi waved a sausage enticingly, which was indeed a significant temptation. The allure of the sausage was undeniable. Zhuolanlan's bright, sparkling eyes fixated on it. She even removed her helmet, gazing intently, unwilling to miss any detail of the delectable treat. It must be said that Zhuolanlan's large, captivating eyes are exceptionally beautiful, adorned with a subtle touch of eyeshadow. They exude a playful charm intertwined with a hint of allure. Just the sight of those enchanting eyes could leave even the most seasoned of admirers spellbound. Apologies, but I am not interested. Zhuolanlan gritted her teeth and resolutely declined with remarkable fortitude. In the midst of hunger and cold, she exhibited the audacity to refuse a delectable sausage, earning Chunyi's admiration, who couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Truly impressive. A mere thumbs up was insufficient to convey his respect, so he extended both thumbs in acknowledgement. Should you change your mind? Feel free to reach out to me at any time. With that, Chunyi pressed the accelerator, swiftly departing and leaving her in his wake. Although he was fervently eager for a female teammate, it did not imply he would compromise his principles to win her over. To put it bluntly, the so-called female teammate was merely a slave to him. As the master, how could he possibly ingratiate himself with a female subordinate? Departing immediately was a way to assert his authority. Her refusal was evidently due to her not having reached a state of utter desperation. She had only just encountered trouble, hence her remaining defiance. As time passed, and she found herself in dire straits, cold and hungry, she would eventually be on her knees, pleading with Chunyi to become her ally. Chapter 6, An Ex-Girlfriend? Chunyi drove steadily, cautiously navigating through the biting wind and snow. On one hand, he was monitoring the trading information in the group. He had muted all members, allowing only the trading messages to appear. A box of matches could be exchanged for 30 sausages or instant noodles. A military coat could fetch 40 sausages. A rechargeable hand warmer was worth 50 sausages. An electric blanket could be traded for 100 sausages. Various winter supplies were surging in price. The upcoming 7 days of extreme cold traversing would render these supplies of utmost strategic importance. The soaring prices were, therefore, entirely predictable. However, Chunyi found them somewhat outrageous. The prices were exorbitant. These individuals were clearly taking advantage of the situation. He couldn't help but voice his discontent. The cold was intense, and he felt his body temperature plummeting, prompting him to seek some winter supplies, such as an electric blanket or a hand warmer. Yet, this group of people was unreasonably inflating prices, each one more brazen than the last. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that survival was paramount. Although Chunyi felt disgusted, he still reached out to a player who possessed an electric blanket. This vehicle-mounted electric blanket could be connected directly to the car, providing warmth to the driver while on the move, and could also be used as a cover during rest, sufficiently shielding against the current chill. Could the vehicle-mounted electric blanket be offered at a lower price? Chunyi inquired. No way. The other party was exceedingly assertive. 200 sausages, not a single one less. Brother, isn't that excessive? Shinji could not restrain his sarcasm. You clearly stated 100 sausages just a moment ago. Are you really raising the price mid-negotiation? Such a lack of integrity. It's utterly absurd. What a nuisance. The other party retorted harshly. Others are paying 200 sausages, and you want 2,000. Do you understand? 2,000 sausages, not a single one less. If you can't afford sausages, then don't bother buying. Get as far away as you can. This is utterly audacious, absolutely outrageous. Fine, I shall not make a purchase. Chunyi let out a cold snort, choosing to disregard him further. Engaging in conversation with such a person is an exercise in futility. Zhang Xiaoquan. Chun Ye's gaze fixated on the name, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. Everyone is using their real names, and the avatars are all personal photographs. If fate permits an encounter with this individual, I shall certainly treat him to a hot dog. Does he not relish hot dogs? Is he not in need of 2,000 of them? Let him indulge in 2,000. Let him savor the experience. Ding. Congratulations to the host for awakening the flame ability, Heart of Blaze. Suddenly, a chilling system voice echoed in Chun Ye's ear. Heart of Blaze? Chun Yi felt a surge of intense warmth radiate from his heart. This warmth was exceedingly pleasant, enveloping his entire being in a comforting embrace. Previously, the frigid temperature around him had left his hands and feet icy and uncomfortable, yet now all that chill had vanished, replaced by a delightful warmth. What woof! Little Huang also sensed the warmth, incessantly burrowing into Chun Ye's embrace. What purpose does the Heart of Blaze serve? Chun Yi gently caressed Little Huang. Surely, the Heart of Blaze cannot merely be a human-shaped hand warmer. The Heart of Blaze, the sovereign of flame abilities. Awakening it requires consuming multiple flame ability fruits. With only a minuscule chance of success. Host's Heart of Blaze is at level 1. It can withstand extreme cold, and you shall no longer be troubled by severe chill. The system's icy voice provided an explanation. Shinyu solemnly inquired, is it incapable of breathing fire? The Heart of Blaze, the sovereign of flame abilities, cannot breathe fire? Is this reasonable? Is this appropriate? The system offered no response, leaving Chun Yi profoundly disappointed. With no alternative, he turned to Little Huang and commanded loudly, breathe fire. Little Huang obediently complied, extending his little head out of the car window, and unleashed a powerful jet of flame. The heat of the fire was intense, instantly melting the snowflakes in midair, transforming them into raindrops. How exhilarating! Chun Yi nodded in satisfaction. Breathing fire is indeed entertaining. It is exhilarating, regardless of the circumstances. The harsh cold is no longer a concern for Chan Yi. With the Heart of Blaze, he can never again succumb to the cold, even without the heating system. Resting in the frigid night amidst a raging snowstorm poses no risk of freezing to death. Now, only the issue of the car's mileage remains. The extreme cold persists. At 10 degrees below zero, the battery has already been reduced by half. What will happen at 20 degrees below, 30 degrees below, or even the extreme temperatures of 60 or 70 degrees below? At that point, the battery's endurance will undoubtedly become a significant issue. With teammates, one could certainly utilize their 100-fold return to address the battery endurance problem. However, he is alone now and must devise alternative solutions to the immediate challenges. A charger is evidently the best option. Chun Yi contemplated. Solar panels or a diesel generator are both excellent options. Solar panels are more cost-effective, whereas diesel generators offer greater stability. As long as he can exchange enough hot dogs for diesel, continuous power generation will provide ongoing charging for the battery, achieving limitless endurance. Certainly, the ideal scenario involves having a gasoline vehicle, transforming one's electric car into a range-extended version, equipped with both a battery and a fuel tank. However, such a modification is undoubtedly a significant upgrade to the vehicle, not easily accomplished. Chun Yi scoured trading groups, eager to discover if there was anything he might require. Given the multitude of participants, a diverse array of items was available. After all, everyone has the opportunity to acquire treasure chests, the contents of which are varied and numerous. Solar charging panels. Chun Yi quickly stumbled upon something of value. The solar panels could be affixed to the roof of the vehicle, connecting seamlessly. In ample sunlight, they could replenish a range of 30 kilometers in merely 1 hour. In less favorable conditions, they could still enhance the range by at least 10 kilometers. The solar panels came with a comprehensive description. Chun Yi found it quite satisfactory, as it could temporarily alleviate his range anxiety. Without further ado, he reached out to the seller, hoping to finalize a transaction. Chunyi, is that really you? The seller responded unexpectedly. I didn't expect to encounter an acquaintance. Who are you? Chunyi gazed at the seller's name and profile picture, momentarily taken aback, before realizing it was none other than Li Dan, a former classmate. Renowned as one of the 4 beauties of the class. Most significantly, Chunyi had once pursued her. To be precise, he was akin to a fish in her pond at that time. This Li Dan, in essence, was a gold digger, ensnaring many men, even causing older gentlemen to squander their fortunes for her. Fortunately, Chunyi had been astute enough to recognize her ulterior motives early on, thereby cutting his losses. How should one put it? He narrowly avoided becoming an infatuated admirer of a gold digger. This incident remains one of the most humiliating moments of Chunyi's life. Chapter 7. The Siblings' Vehicle Upgrade Plan. Sis, is that him? In the midst of a snowstorm, a pickup truck struggled onward. Li Dan sat in the passenger seat, engrossed in her phone, shivering uncontrollably. Her brother leaned over the steering wheel, straining to discern the direction. The blizzard rendered visibility exceedingly poor. The siblings were teammates, having formed a duo from the outset, and they had even acquired a fully fueled pickup truck, marking a commendable beginning. They had even reaped substantial rewards when opening a treasure chest after driving 10 kilometers. Initially, they were likely to weather the harsh conditions successfully, but due to her brother's numerous misguided actions, they found themselves in dire straits, facing a scarcity of supplies. It's him. Focus on driving, stop rambling, and watch your sister's skills, Li Dan replied impatiently, not sparing her brother a glance. Sis, our supplies are extremely limited. We scarcely have any gasoline or food left. Li Yong cautioned. The solar charging panels must be sold at a high price to reach the next treasure chest. Since they were driving a gasoline vehicle, it lacked an electric motor, rendering the solar panels virtually useless to them. Moreover, the solar panels held little value in the marketplace, as gasoline vehicles vastly outnumbered electric ones. In such a brutal post-apocalyptic world, the reliability of gasoline vehicles far surpassed that of electric ones. Whenever an opportunity arose, everyone would prioritize upgrading to gasoline vehicles. The scarcity of electric vehicles naturally leads to the conclusion that the prices of solar charging panels cannot be exorbitantly high. Moreover, amidst the current blizzard, the sun rarely graces the sky, rendering solar charging panels utterly useless. It goes without saying, such a statement is redundant. A flicker of disdain crossed Li Dan's eyes. While others may falter, this sycophant would undoubtedly fetch a high price. She possessed a modicum of confidence, after all. She had engaged with enough men to adeptly navigate the psyche of younger males. Yes, indeed, a high price must be attained. Li Yong gripped the steering wheel tightly, anxiety coursing through him. They had encountered numerous buyers, each offering increasingly paltry bids, each more unscrupulous than the last. Even if they managed to sell at the highest price, it would scarcely alleviate their plight. The only hope lay in finding a gullible fool, and Chunyi was evidently the most fitting candidate. Chunyi, how could you have forgotten me? Li Dan feigned deep emotion. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. What is the price for the car-mounted solar charging panel? Chunyi replied coldly, ignoring her words entirely. It's merely a car-mounted solar charging panel. It holds no value. Set your price. Li Dan continued her act of heartfelt sentiment. In such a harsh apocalypse, our reunion is truly fateful. Perhaps it is destiny. A single hot dog? Chunyi's focus remained fixed on the transaction. Should he agree, the deal could be concluded immediately, since the other party suggested setting the price. He had no intention of being courteous. After all, he was reluctant to part with even a single hot dog, for the joy of free acquisition was undeniable. Damn it! Damn it! After feigning sentiment for so long, Li Dan was incensed, cursing him as a despicable scoundrel. How could he toy with her? What nonsense was this? Initially, she intended to feign affection to entice Chunyi, for a sophisticated hunter often assumes the guise of prey. Yet, to her dismay, Chunyi remained unresponsive. After all that time, he was only offering a single hot dog? Absurd. Chunyi, are you truly so heartless? Li Dan inhaled deeply, persisting in her fishing endeavor. Do you not care to inquire about my current situation? Is it not arduous? Your situation is of no concern to me, Chunyi retorted bluntly. Are you all right? Has your brain frozen? He offered no grace, not a shred of courtesy. Such a straightforward and brusque demeanor was unexpected, and she lamented his apparent indifference. Having thought of him so often, since that is the case, let us conduct a proper transaction, Li Dan declared, receiving no response as Chunyi contemplated an appropriate price. A single hot dog was clearly a jest. One could hardly blame him, given that it was she who had initiated the jest. Sister, how is it going? Has the fool taken the bait? Li Yong inquired anxiously. His stomach growled with hunger, desperately needing a hot dog or two to tide him over. Do not fret. You know your sister's methods well, Li Dan replied with a dismissive air. He still pretends to be reserved, but soon enough, I shall have him kneeling like a dog. That's excellent, Li Yong responded cheerfully. At that point, we will drain him dry and seize his vehicle, aside from various essential supplies. Vehicles are undoubtedly the most critical and valuable assets for any survivor. Impatience does not yield results. Why the haste? Li Dan chuckled, encouraging a leisurely pace. For his resources were indeed abundant. Is that so? Li Yong inquired with excitement. Have you discerned the details? See for yourself. Li Dan played a video showcasing Chen Ye's vast stockpile of ham sausages. This video had gone viral across numerous chat groups, and Li Dan had certainly taken notice. In such dire times, the presence of such plentiful resources naturally attracted significant attention, rendering it impossible to remain unnoticed. Wow, 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 Li Yong exclaimed, his enthusiasm reaching a fever pitch. He abruptly slammed on the brakes, pulling the pickup truck to the side, trembling with excitement. So many resources, so many ham sausages. Where on earth did this foolish lad acquire them? It seems too good to be true. As he gazed at the plethora of sausages, Li Yong couldn't help but swallow hard. The hunger was overwhelming. The allure of the ham sausages was irresistible. Just luck, I suppose, Li Dan remarked nonchalantly. The video can't be faked. Those sausages are undoubtedly real. Such a bounty is remarkable. Li Yong began to envision the future, exclaiming, if we can secure all of this, it will not only solve our hunger issues, but also allow us to upgrade our vehicle. Our pickup truck's space and insulation are inadequate. Upgrading to a superior cab would not only provide warmth, but also create an additional sleeping space, making rest much more enjoyable. Given the limited space, we can only curl up in the back seat during breaks, which is quite uncomfortable. Long hours of driving are already tiring, and inadequate rest only compounds the exhaustion. Foolish brother, if we have ample resources, we must prioritize upgrading the fuel tank and power, as well as the crucial snow tires, Li Dan retorted. Have you not noticed that the blizzard is intensifying? Insufficient power could leave us stranded in a snowdrift indefinitely. This is a matter of life and death, and it certainly takes precedence over comfort. Indeed, Li Yong nodded vigorously, we must upgrade the snow tires and add weight. The winds are fierce, and the risk of overturning the vehicle is significant. Even though we drive a pickup truck, its weight is no safeguard against worsening weather conditions. As the primary driver, Li Yong was acutely aware of this reality, which also explained his reluctance to accelerate. One misstep could lead to disaster. Sister, allow me to impart a trick that will surely compel him to willingly offer up his ham sausages, falling at your feet, Li Yong chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Chapter 8. Discussing matters of the heart is financially draining. You intend to teach me? Is that wise? Li Dan replied with a hint of disdain, for she was a seasoned veteran in the art of manipulating men. It's quite simple, Li Yong continued. Just send him some alluring photos. A glimpse of delicate feet or enticing stockings will easily sway him. After all, he is just a lowly fellow, unaccustomed to the finer things in life. Fool, Li Dan chastised, he is no longer the same person. He was once a nobody, but now he is far from it. In this world of survival, possessing such a wealth of ham sausages certainly elevates him from the ranks of the ordinary. He is truly a man of great means and status. As for sending alluring photographs, do you truly believe that no one else does? His various private messages must certainly be overflowing. If I were to behave like those superficial individuals, not only would I fail to captivate him, but I would also evoke his distaste. This is something Li Dan is acutely aware of. She is indeed a green tea type, but she considers herself a sophisticated variant, possessing a high level of skill, and would never resort to sending cheap and vulgar photos like those worthless ones found online. Li Yong nodded and inquired, Sister, what do you plan to do? Naturally, I will pursue emotional connections, Li Dan replied confidently. After all, engaging in matters of the heart is the most costly endeavor. Only through emotional engagement can one truly capture Chen Ye's heart. It is only through such connections that one can compel the other party to willingly offer all their resources. Chen Ye, how have you fared these past 2 years? Li Dan carefully chose her words, beginning to feign deep emotion. 20 sausages. Chen Ye had already grasped the market dynamics. This price was not the highest, but it was close enough. I wouldn't sell for 30. Li Dan continued. However, for you, I will sell for 15. That is unnecessary, Chenyi replied. Between us, there is no affection, only a fair transaction. But I insist, Li Dan stated earnestly. I will hold firm on selling for 15. Oh. Chenyi neither rejected nor accepted her offer. Aren't you going to ask me why? Li Dan frowned, feeling quite displeased. Despite her heartfelt declarations, Chenyi remained so indifferent. It was simply infuriating. Normally, with just a flick of her finger, men would be utterly captivated. I'm not interested, Chenyi stated bluntly. Forget it, I do not want it, it's nauseating. With that, he promptly blocked her. Staring at the glaring red exclamation mark on the screen, Li Dan stood frozen, believing she was trapped in a dream. What just happened? He blocked me? Surely, even without her beauty. He should not have resorted to blocking her solely based on price. Had her attempt at emotional connection failed? Did the attempt to engage fail? Li Yong cautiously inquired, noticing her visibly altered demeanor, undoubtedly indicating bad news. Get lost. Li Dan cursed vehemently, nearly hurling her phone in frustration. Upon hearing this, Li Yong recoiled, focusing intently on driving, too intimidated to utter another word. Chenyi had blocked her for 2 reasons. He wanted to avoid further tedious conversations with Li Dan, which he found utterly distasteful, and he had discovered something far superior to solar charging panels. While solar panels could solve the mileage issue, they came with numerous restrictions and paled in comparison to diesel generators. Indeed, Chenyi had discovered someone selling diesel generators at a reasonable price of merely 50 sausages. For others, 50 sausages might be quite valuable, but for Chenyi, it was almost akin to a gift. The seller was a woman named Shinzi. Her profile picture intriguingly depicted her in nun's attire, kneeling before a Buddha, reciting scriptures, exuding a profound sense of Zen. Are you a disciple of Buddhism? Chenyi curiously asked. In such a harsh apocalyptic world, one wondered if her faith had wavered. Yes, Shinzi replied. I am a lay practitioner, devoted to my beliefs. She did not conceal her faith. Is there any diesel apart from the diesel generator? Chenyi inquired. If there is no diesel, we cannot proceed. And I must continue searching for someone to purchase it. There is still half a tank of diesel in the generator, Shinzi replied. If the price is right, I can sell you another tank. All right, Chenyi responded. How about 55 sausages in exchange? Trading a diesel generator along with a tank of diesel for 55 sausages seems like a fair deal. Let me think about it. Shinzi hesitated. Chenyi's offer was already the highest. Darling, what do you think? She glanced at the passenger seat. There sat a man wrapped in a blanket, his complexion pale, occasionally erupting into violent coughs, finding it difficult even to speak. Fortunately, the vehicle was fuel-powered, providing sufficient warmth to prevent the ailing man from succumbing to the cold. With food, you won't starve and can also trade for some medicine. Shinzi forced a smile. This might make you feel a bit better. You need not worry about me. The man coughed a few times. I am already a ghost. No medicine will help. I won't allow you to say that. Shinzi's beautiful eyes shimmered with tears. You will be fine. You must be. Stop being foolish. The man weakly smiled. There is no chance left. He had always been frail, destined for an early demise in a civilized society, let alone in a world where food is scarce. I won't accept it. You cannot die. You promised to take care of me for a lifetime. Shinzi exclaimed. After just 3 years, do you wish to abandon me? I will not permit it. Absolutely not. Z, I owe you so much in this life. The man wearily closed his eyes, tears welling up. Witnessing this, Shinzi felt despair wash over her. She leaned heavily against the driver's seat, biting her lip, striving to suppress her sobs. Buddha, why is the world so full of suffering? She murmured, her once unwavering faith slowly crumbling. In the end, she struck a deal with Chenyi, 55 sausages. Shinzi's vehicle was merely a small family car, running on gasoline. Diesel and the diesel generator were superfluous for them. The car's configuration was already adequate. Trading the diesel generator for food was evidently a wise choice. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired a diesel generator. Do you wish to proceed with the modification? A cold mechanical voice echoed. Once a vehicle upgrade component is obtained, this command is automatically triggered. Modification? Shinya's eyes lit up. Are there any costs or consumptions involved? None, the mechanical voice replied coldly. Free modifications are a gift bestowed upon every survivor. As long as you possess the capability to acquire vehicle upgrade components, you can obtain modifications at no charge. Very well. Shinyi smiled. Let us proceed with the modification. Ding. Upgrading and modification in progress. Ding. Congratulations, your vehicle modification was successful. Ding. Congratulations. With the acquisition of a diesel generator, the range of your electric vehicle will significantly increase. Ding. Once the battery level drops below 20%, the diesel generator will automatically initiate the charging process. Listening to a series of prompt sounds, Chunyi exclaimed with joy, "Wonderful. This could indeed resolve the issue of the electric vehicle's range completely." Ding. Congratulations, you have discovered a suitable female teammate. Would you like to view her detailed profile? Chapter 9. Call me husband and let me hear it. Good news followed one after another. Unexpectedly, he found another compatible female teammate. Eagerly, Chunyi glanced at the details. Name, Shinzi. Appearance, 9 points. Figure, 9 points. Character, 10 points. Profession, doctor. Introduction, a compassionate healer, a considerate wife. A devout Buddhist. Married for 3 years, yet still a virgin, as her husband suffers from severe illness, and they have been unable to consummate their marriage. 3 years of marriage have seen her suppress her physiological needs to care for her husband, and coupled with the pressure of work, she turned to religion for solace. Indeed, her qualifications are impressive in every aspect. Chunyi stroked his chin, admiring Shinzi's exquisite face. Her beautiful eyes, adorned with a faint tear mole, exuded a profound melancholy. No wonder her husband was unwell. She certainly possessed a face that could bring misfortune to men. A woman so beautiful inevitably brings misfortune to her partner. Shinzi, would you be interested in becoming my teammate? Chunyi wasted no time and contacted her immediately. Although she was married, finding a good teammate was challenging. Especially in such an apocalyptic world, women like her were truly rare. Regardless of the system, even without it, Chunyi would willingly join forces with such a stunning individual. Even if she had a husband, nothing could deter his yearning for beauty. Chunyi's resolve was unwavering. As for the supposed misfortune, nonsense. He was still young and resilient. I'm sorry, I already have a teammate, Shinzi replied firmly. Her teammate, of course, was her husband. Your husband? Chunyi retorted, in such a harsh environment. Can his body endure? The introduction had already stated that Shinzi's husband was in very poor health, incapable of even basic human functions. In such extreme cold, he likely wouldn't survive. How do you know? Shinzi asked, astonished. Her husband's condition was a closely guarded secret, one that pertained to life and safety. If anyone were to discover that her man had no combat ability and was a mere invalid, it would surely invite unwelcome intentions toward her. Never mind how I know. Chunyi continued. In any case, teaming up with me means access to more resources, allowing your husband to live a bit longer. Upon hearing this, Shinzi fell silent. Although she had just obtained some supplies and temporarily escaped her predicament, she understood that as time passed, she would inevitably find herself in dire need of medical resources. Finding a strong teammate was truly a wise choice. If I become your teammate, my husband would be included too, right? Shinzi inquired cautiously. Her husband was her most important person, and she could not abandon him. No, Chunyi replied candidly. I only accept female teammates. There is no need for deception. A straightforward and candid approach would alleviate many unnecessary troubles. By becoming my ally, you would still retain the ability to operate your own vehicle, and I would not concern myself with who is inside it. He added that, in essence, once she became a teammate, Shinzi would possess considerable freedom, which could be viewed as a significant concession. No, Shinzi resolutely declined. If you wish to recruit me, you must also recruit my husband. We are a package deal and cannot be separated. Do not be naive, Chunyi replied, exasperated. As the saying goes, couples are like birds of a feather when disaster strikes. They fly away separately. In such dire circumstances, discussing marital bonds appears rather childish. I will not relent on this matter, Shinzi firmly stated. Very well. Chunyi did not press further. Since she had declined, she would have to fend for herself. Although he found her quite agreeable, there was no need to pursue her further. When she inevitably found herself in a true predicament, she would come to understand the reality of the situation. Teaching someone is one thing, but life experiences impart lessons far more effectively. How do you know about our situation? Shinzi suddenly inquired. And how did you acquire such an abundance of resources? She had indeed seen Shunyi's videos and knew he possessed a considerable stockpile of sausages. If he could provide her with any hints, perhaps she could secure a substantial amount of supplies, thereby resolving her predicament entirely. Isn't that a bit excessive? Chunyi thought it impossible to divulge the truth. It was his core secret. Such a direct inquiry from Shinzi was far too audacious. I realize it is excessive and inappropriate, but I have no choice, Shinzi responded. I need supplies, plenty of them, to survive. It is not only my life at stake, but also my husband's. This heavy burden weighs upon me, compelling me to seek solutions. What does that have to do with me? Chinyi replied coldly. She struggles, but who does not? Besides, it is of no concern to me. I can offer a trade, Shinzi asserted, her gaze unwavering. If you are willing to provide me with useful information, I am prepared to pay the corresponding price. Is that so? Chinyi asked, intrigued. What resources do you have? I have no interest in sausages. Shinzi looked around, realizing she had nothing of value to offer. She was already in a desperate situation. Without Chunya's sausages, both she and her husband could have perished from hunger. It seems you have no resources after all, Chunyi remarked with a smile. So what are you saying? Do you expect something for nothing? Naturally, such a notion was impossible. He could only take from others, never be taken from. This was one of the fundamental principles of those who seek to gain without giving. If you can assist me this once, I will be eternally grateful, Shinzi implored, biting her lip and offering only a hollow promise to serve him in her next life. That is rather uninteresting. Shinyi chuckled. However, I am a compassionate person. Seeing you in such difficulty, I will extend a helping hand. If you call me husband, I shall reveal a crucial piece of information that will significantly enhance your and your husband's chances of survival in this apocalyptic world. As long as one diligently practices, one can undoubtedly live longer. This is not a deception on Chunye's part. You are shameless. Shinzi's delicate face flushed crimson, her slender fingers frantically typing on the phone screen as she furiously chastised Chunyi. If you don't want to, then forget it. Chunyi had never been one to force matters. After all, exchanging a term of endearment for a crucial piece of life-saving information was undeniably a worthwhile trade. Dignity? Shame? These notions hold no value in the face of survival. Upon hearing this, Shinzi fell into silence once again. Indeed, in the realm of existence, what do trivial accolades or disgrace matter? What significance do personal gains or losses hold? For her husband, for the sake of survival, calling out to him should hardly be deemed a significant affair. She opened her mouth, hesitating for quite some time, yet could not muster even a whisper. Shame. It was utterly humiliating. The intense feeling of disgrace made her body tremble slightly, her charming face aflame. Chapter 10. The Solar Charging Panel. She was a person of dignity. Always had been, from childhood to adulthood. She was a polished physician, a gentle and virtuous wife, and a devout follower of asceticism. For her, maintaining her reputation was of utmost importance. Moreover, this constituted a betrayal of her husband, a betrayal of her marriage. Such a reality was utterly unacceptable to her. Her loyalty to marriage was an instinct flowing through her very veins. The mere thought of infidelity, even in passing, made her feel sullied, spiritually unfaithful, and disloyal to her husband. How could she now address another as husband, especially in front of her own spouse? Although her husband lay asleep due to illness and the biting cold, it still filled her with overwhelming shame, rendering her speechless. If you don't want to, then forget it. Shinyi lost his patience and decided to ignore her. Wait. Shinzi's fingers trembled as she sent a message. Despite her reluctance, it was evident she was willing to make sacrifices for her husband. This was unquestionable. Husband. After what felt like an eternity, Shinzi managed to type those two words. They brought her an immense sense of humiliation, akin to being stripped bare and subjected to harsh ridicule. Yet, all she received in return was a solitary question mark. Shinyi had not imparted any vital information, but had merely sent a question mark. What do you mean? Shinzi asked angrily. What do you mean? Shinyi retorted. I have already called out. What more do you want? Shinzi exclaimed in frustration. Are you toying with me? You are merely typing. Shinyi insisted. I want to hear your voice. Their communication could involve not only text, but also voice messages and even video. You are shameless. Shinzi shouted in anger. You scoundrel. You could refuse. Shinyi remained indifferent. I won't force you. You. Shinzi was at a loss for words. She was unwilling to leave empty-handed. However, looking at her sleeping husband, she opened her mouth but truly could not produce a sound. It was too shameful, too embarrassing. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, she finally whispered to her phone, Husband. As soon as the voice message was sent, she regretted it and pinched herself, leaving her fair thigh bruised. Why was she so foolish? How could she call someone else's husband in front of her own, no matter how crucial the information might be? Such behavior was utterly disgraceful. How delightful, Shinyi remarked with a smile. Since you are earnest, I shall share with you a vital piece of information and a principle that could save your life in the apocalypse. What principle? What information? Shinzi inquired eagerly. Do not trust anyone easily, Chinyi replied with a grin. Otherwise, both you and your husband may meet a grim fate. Upon hearing this, Shinzi was left in a daze, unable to utter a word. Had she been played for a fool? Was this all a ruse by Chanyi? The so-called vital information was merely a warning against trusting others? After shamefully calling out husband, all she received in return was this. She felt utterly manipulated. You scoundrel! Shinzi exclaimed in anger. You are truly despicable. Do not be so harsh, Chinyi chuckled. Perhaps deep within you lies a wild and even wretched woman? You. Shinzi trembled at his words, which pierced her like a needle. To be honest, beyond the humiliation, her lonely heart stirred with tumultuous emotions, excitement, and exhilaration that were hard to articulate. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to contact me. Call me husband a few more times, and I might just assist you, Chinyi concluded, cutting off all contact thereafter. Shinzi was infuriated, contemplating blocking Chinyi, but ultimately hesitated. She herself was unsure of what she was anticipating. Cough. Suddenly, a violent cough interrupted her thoughts. Z, what are you doing up so late? Why aren't you resting? Her husband asked softly. I'm studying, Shinzi replied, feeling guilty and unable to meet her husband's gaze. Boss, let us make a deal. After teasing another wife, Chunyi was ready to retire for the night, but a request for a transaction popped up. Solar charging panels. The price, 30 sausages. Without hesitation, the other party initiated the trade request. Chunyi glanced at it and quickly deduced the identity. Li Yong? You must be Li Dan's brother, correct? The names of both parties were clearly stated. What Li Dan? I don't know her, Li Yong feigned ignorance, unwilling to admit the connection. Having already blacklisted Li Dan, he did not wish to face the same fate. No matter, I no longer want the solar panels, Chinyi stated bluntly. Why not? Is it the price? Li Yong quickly replied. The price was negotiable. Initially, he intended to haggle with Chunyi for a lucrative deal, but now, the opportunity was slipping away. I have already modified a diesel generator, Chinyi revealed candidly. Do you think I still need solar panels? He then presented the trade records, which were clear and irrefutable. Damn, Li Yong cursed. You actually bought a diesel generator? With a generator in hand, it was indeed unnecessary to acquire solar panels. Sister, what should we do? Li Yong helplessly remarked. Are we unable to sell our solar panels? I shall converse with him. Li Dan, brimming with confidence, retorted. I assure you we will sell them at a premium. He is but my devoted admirer. No, Li Yong firmly declined. I fear you may falter again. The last negotiation fell through, and I doubt a second attempt will yield a favorable outcome. What do you fear? Li Dan scoffed. This fellow is merely employing a strategy of feigned disinterest. Deep down, he is undoubtedly infatuated with me, merely putting on an act. Perhaps, Li Yong thought. Not wishing to engage in an argument with his overly self-assured sister, especially regarding men. Boss, please propose a price, Li Yong, with no other choice, pressed on. Due to inclement weather, the solar charging panels were utterly unsellable. There had been several initial offers, but now, all communication had ceased, save for Chinyi. 15 sausages? Chinyi boldly suggested a surprisingly low price. For him, the solar panels were not entirely without merit. Regardless of the time, electricity remains a vital energy reserve. With power, one can keep warm, cook food, and more. Its significance is immense. Most importantly, Chinyi speculated that after the extreme cold, there might be a sweltering heat wave. At that point, the sun's rays could generate substantial energy to power the vehicle's air conditioning. That is far too little, Li Yong countered, insisting on a minimum of 29 sausages. His psychological threshold was 30. 14. Chinyi was assertive, seizing the opportunity. 28. Li Yong gritted his teeth. Each sausage he conceded felt like a personal loss. 13. Chinyi continued to press for a lower price. 27. 12. 26. 11. 25. 10. Deal. Ultimately, Li Yong succumbed, choosing to finalize the transaction. 10 sausages were exchanged. There was no alternative. Their supplies were perilously low, and without further provisions, starvation loomed. Chapter 11. Random treasure chest? Ding. The modification of the solar charging panel was successful. Ding. Congratulations, your vehicle has acquired solar charging functionality, further ensuring battery endurance. The cold, mechanical voice of the system brought immense satisfaction to Chenyi. His vehicle had achieved yet another upgrade. Indeed, Upgrades were the most exhilarating aspect. Though sunlight was currently absent, rendering the solar panels mere decor, the day would come when the sun would shine again. Then, he could recharge while driving, significantly alleviating range anxiety. Suddenly, a roar of a motorcycle drowned out the howling winds. Outside the window, a bombardier motorcycle raced alongside. The cat ears on the rider's helmet stood erect in the frigid breeze, evoking an image of resilience amidst the snow. The rider was none other than Zwalanlan. She had previously been trapped in a snowdrift, and to his astonishment, she had escaped. Not only had she freed herself, but she had also rapidly caught up with Chunyi. With remarkable skill, Zwalanlan navigated the tempest, even leisurely removing her helmet amidst the chaos. Her gaze provocatively fixed on Chunyi. The meaning is quite evident. Are you not going to rescue me? Yet, I have managed to extricate myself. How intriguing. How did you manage to do that? Chunyi inquired, lowering the glass with great curiosity. To be honest, it was within my expectations that Zwalanlan would escape. But the speed of her escape is rather exaggerated. It was solely due to my own cleverness. Zwalanlan replied, increasingly proud. You are indeed fortunate. Shinyu could not help but exclaim. Escaping from such severe weather conditions undoubtedly required a significant degree of luck. I have always been quite lucky, Zwalanlan said with a smile. You should just hope for the best. Are you implying that I am destined for misfortune? Shinyu chuckled. His vehicle had just undergone 2 equipment upgrades and was in excellent condition. Thanks to the Heart of Flame, the brutal cold posed no threat to him. Shinyi could hardly fathom what could possibly bring him misfortune. The wind and snow were intensifying, and the road was becoming increasingly treacherous. Your electric vehicle lacks sufficient power and will soon break down. Zwalanlan analyzed seriously. Even if you have a spare battery and enough range, if it lacks power, once stuck in a snowdrift, you can only sit helplessly and freeze to death. This was not mere nonsense. It was based on a certain truth. With the heavy snow and fierce winds, it was indeed plausible that his relatively low-clearance electric car could become trapped, not to mention the thick accumulation of snow. Even the gusts that occasionally swept by posed a threat to Chunyi. Unfortunately, his electric vehicle was too lightweight. If it weren't for the added weight of the spare battery, a sudden gust could very well overturn the vehicle. However, you need not worry. You can follow me closely. If you become trapped, I can pull you out. Zwalanlan smiled mischievously. Of course, it won't be free. It will cost you 10 sausages. I must say, Chinya's sausages are quite delectable. Though she was not hungry at the moment, the thought of them made her mouth water. You boast quite a bit. Do you really have that much power? Shinyu scoffed skeptically. My dear friend, this is a bombardier. It has immense power. Zwalanlan immediately became displeased. She could tolerate doubts about her beauty, but not about the power of her motorcycle. Moreover, my dear friend has just upgraded to a super turbocharger. Take a good look and see for yourself. Upon closer inspection, she indeed had a large inscription on her engine compartment. It truly was a turbocharger, providing remarkable power. No wonder you managed to escape. Chinyi suddenly understood. So, she had completed a vehicle upgrade? It made perfect sense. Once trapped in the snowstorm, the driver would surely seek every means to escape. As long as there were sufficient resources and supplies, one could purchase a turbocharged engine in the community chat group. After purchasing, one could directly upgrade, significantly enhancing power and facilitating escape. If Chunyi found himself trapped now, he too would exchange sausages for a gasoline engine to provide the immense power needed to extricate his vehicle. How much did you pay for it? Was it particularly expensive? Chunyi inquired with curiosity. I shall inevitably purchase a gasoline engine or a turbocharger in due course. Thus, I am inquiring about prices now to be adequately prepared. It is not a purchase yet. Zwalanlan chuckled. Do you know what a random treasure chest is? A random treasure chest, as the name suggests, appears unexpectedly. It can manifest at any time and in any place, entirely at random. Your luck is indeed remarkable. Your vehicle is trapped, yet a treasure chest has appeared before you. And not just any treasure, but the most crucial turbocharged engine. This is beyond mere fortune. You are indeed a paragon of luck. What do you think? Shall we collaborate? Zwalanlan continued to press. I foresee you will inevitably find yourself ensnared. No need for that. Chunyi shook his head in refusal. Even if I become trapped, I can extricate myself. Surely, you do not believe you possess the potential for such extraordinary luck as I. Zwalanlan rolled her eyes. Do you think you are as fortunate as I? I have been a fortunate soul since childhood. Even when she was but a puddle, she far surpassed her peers. Do be cautious. A turbocharger is not a panacea. Chunyi smiled. I advise you to join me as a teammate. It would ensure a longer and more secure existence. Absolutely not. I cherish my freedom and independence. Zhualanlan again declined. Although Qinyi offered enticing terms, she understood a simple truth. One who accepts favors becomes indebted. I shall take my leave now. You can languish behind, watching my exhaust fumes in envy. With that, she twisted the throttle and surged forward. It must be said, Zhualanlan's driving skills were exceptional. She could maneuver at such high speeds even in such treacherous conditions. Had it been another female driver, she would surely have flipped the vehicle into a ditch. Lucky sister? Qinyi could not help but bestow a nickname upon Zhualanlan. Yet, would her fortune last forever? Surely, no one remains perpetually lucky. Before long, Lucky Sister vanished from Qinyi's sight. There was no recourse. The speed of her two-wheeled motorcycle was far too swift. His electric compact car could not hope to catch up. Of course, Qinyi had no desire to race her. Safety was his utmost priority. Moreover, Qinyi continued to observe the transaction information within the group. Gasoline engines and turbochargers were his primary focus. His electric car would eventually be modified into a range-extended electric vehicle, capable of operating on both fuel and battery power. This would significantly reduce the cost per kilometer while enhancing reliability. While he could tolerate the absence of a turbocharger, lacking a gasoline engine was utterly unacceptable. Qinyi needed to expedite the completion of relevant upgrades. Otherwise, he would truly feel insecure. At this early stage, such critical upgrade components were scarce. Even if Qinyi offered a premium price, there remained no stock available. After refreshing the listings for an extended period, he finally located a seller. The seller's price was exorbitantly high, displaying a complete lack of intent to sell. Nevertheless, Qinyi attempted to engage in dialogue. The response was laced with profanity. Is that you rascal? Do you possess the requisite resources to purchase my gasoline engine? Qinyi furrowed his brow in displeasure as he spotted a familiar name, Zhang Xiaoquan. Chapter 12. Shall I temporarily evade his brilliance? It's this guy? During their last interaction, he had been foul-mouthed, and this time was no different. This fellow certainly has a sharp tongue. Qinyi couldn't recall provoking him. Yet here he was, spouting insults right off the bat. Silenced, Zhang Xiaoquan continued his tirade. Why so quiet? If you lack the strength, don't come here to babble. Did you eat excrement in the restroom without brushing your teeth? Qinyi was no ninja turtle. He certainly wouldn't indulge him, with a mouth like that. Does your mother know? You little brat. Challenging you, Qinyi. Zhang Xiaoquan, like a cat with its tail stepped on, erupted into a flurry of curses. If you have the guts, let us have a speed race. Any survivor can challenge another to a race. The victor takes all. Once he grasped this, Qinyi instantly understood. This fellow was not only foul-mouthed towards him, but directed his vitriol at everyone he interacted with. He deliberately incited hatred, provoking others to lose their composure. Then, he would seize the opportunity to initiate a race, claiming all their resources. This fellow possessed a vast cache of supplies. Not only did he have a fuel engine, but also a turbocharged engine, along with an array of supplies and vehicle upgrade components. It was a veritable cornucopia, akin to a supermarket. Merely relying on treasure chests could never yield such an abundance. He must have plundered it from other survivors. A race? I accept. Fully aware it was a trap, Qinyi did not retreat. It goes without saying that Zhang Xiaoquan owned a race-grade vehicle. Yet, even so, Qinyi remained undeterred. The opponent possessed a wealth of resources. Should he triumph, the rewards would be substantial. Very well, I shall initiate it immediately. Zhang Xiaoquan was overjoyed. His provocation tactics had once again succeeded, ensnaring a significant catch. He had thrived by inciting others through his foul tongue, reaping considerable gains. His first wooden treasure chest had yielded a race-grade engine modification, thus granting him a distinct advantage in the race. Coupled with his previous experience as a professional driver, albeit a second-rate one, he held a crushing advantage over ordinary competitors. Having consistently triumphed, he had amassed a considerable stockpile of resources. Upon first encountering Qinyi had become his target, which explained his poor attitude towards him. After all, Qinyi had a notorious reputation, boasting a terrifying stockpile of sausages. In the world of highway survival, food was undeniably a hard currency. He initially believed it would take Qinyi a long time to fall into his trap, yet to his astonishment, it succeeded so swiftly. I have initiated it. Why haven't you accepted? Zhang Xiaoquan couldn't help but curse. Are you playing with me, you fool? Don't rush. Qinyi was not hasty in accepting the challenge. I will accept at the appropriate time. As for when that time would be, it was naturally up to Qinyi to decide. for he would always hold the reins of initiative. He would not be foolish enough to race with his current electric vehicle in a fit of anger. It is imperative to complete the necessary upgrades, and one must possess an unwavering confidence in victory before taking any action. The one who should be anxious now is Zhang Xiaoquan, not oneself. What does an opportune moment signify? You coward, you are simply afraid. You lack the courage to accept my challenge like a true man. Zhang Xiaoquan, in a fit of anger, felt his flickering hopes extinguished once more. He initially believed Chunyi to be an unsuspecting lamb, but it has become evident that the situation is far more complex than anticipated. There is no need for incessant whining, like a petulant child. Chunyi retorted sharply. I shall accept when the time is right. There is no need for you to instruct me on how to conduct my affairs. Understand this, fool. Is it merely foul language? Is it just empty bravado? Is it simply insults? I can do that too, and I am no less adept than you, Zhang Xiaoquan. Very well, I shall await your response. Zhang Xiaoquan seethed, his teeth grinding in frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless. I will eventually leave you in tatters. Be cautious, for you may find yourself stripped bare. Chenyi concluded with a final remark, disregarding the rabid dog's barking. Zhang Xiaoquan is indeed a treacherous serpent, but this time he has provoked the wrong individual. While navigating carefully, Chenyi noticed a vague figure ahead. As the distance diminished, he realized it was Zuolanlan. Her pink cat ears remarkably conspicuous amidst the swirling snow. Zuolanlan came to a halt, her bombardier motorcycle still roaring with life, its engine emitting a thunderous growl akin to that of a ferocious beast. A silver-white van blocked their path. Two burly men stood there, one wielding a machete and the other an axe, their eyes gleaming with greed and malice. Was this a case of highway robbery? The unexpected encounter quickly settled in Chunye's mind. In the harsh realities of life, one could indeed face such threats. How much more so in a brutal world of survival? Here, there are no laws, only the most basic tenet of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Hey, little lady, join forces with us. The machete-wielding man chuckled ominously. I promise you wealth and glory. Stay with us, tiger and leopard, and you shall live in luxury. The axe-wielding man leered with a vile grin. I assure you, you will be overflowing with satisfaction. As he spoke, he greedily eyed Zuolanlan's voluptuous figure, drooling with desire. Zuolanlan's exquisite beauty and stunning physique undeniably incited criminal intentions. Initially, they showed little interest in the bombardier motorcycle, but upon seeing Zuolanlan, they abruptly changed their minds. In a post-apocalyptic world fraught with peril, a beautiful woman is undoubtedly one of the most coveted resources. Get out of my way. Zuolanlan shouted defiantly. Beware, I might just run you over. Run us over? Tiger and leopard erupted into laughter, as if they had heard the most amusing joke in the world. Little girl, do you see what kind of vehicle this is? It's a Wuling Hongguang, powerful and resilient. It thrives in adversity. Do you comprehend the value of a domestically produced vehicle? It can be passed down through 3 generations, even when the owner is gone. The vehicle remains. With our quality, why don't you try crashing into it? Upon hearing these words, Zuolanlan's expression changed dramatically. She was, of course, familiar with the reputation of the domestic divine vehicle. Moreover, it was evident that the opponent's contraption had undergone extensive modifications, particularly in terms of armor, which was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, they would not dare to brazenly obstruct the path of others in such a manner. The young girl must have begun to feel fear, as brother who approached with a large cleaver in hand, stating, serve us well, and we shall not treat you poorly. Zuolanlan's face paled, instinctively retreating. Although the bombardier motorcycle had a reverse gear, it was clear that there was no escaping the pursuit of the 2 men. The harsh wind and snow made it difficult to start the vehicle. Zuolanlan was filled with regret, realizing that she should have dashed out at the first opportunity. Truly a foolish blunder. Chenyi, somewhat exasperated, remarked, why did you stop? Speed is life. If you had maintained a swift pace, you could have easily broken through their blockade, avoiding the current predicament. Zuolanlan, in a state of urgency, urged, hurry, accelerate, and rush past. They are robbers. Can't you see the weapons in their hands? We must avoid confrontation. Avoid confrontation? Chenyi chuckled, dismissing their threats as insignificant. Chapter 13. Dare to move. And I shall incinerate you instantly. Ah, here comes another plump lamb. Brother Leopard laughed heartily, swinging his axe with ferocity. Hand over your car keys, and submit to us as slaves, or else my axe is not to be trifled with. Relinquishing the car keys would mean forfeiting ownership of the vehicle. In a world where survival on the road was paramount, losing one's vehicle meant either death or becoming a slave to others. Both fates were scarcely distinguishable. One faced immediate demise, while the other endured a slow, agonizing decline. I advise you both to lower your weapons and surrender the keys, Chinyi said with a smile as he stepped out of the car, cradling the formidable Xiao Huang in his arms. Should they choose to resist, they would bear the consequences. What gives you the audacity to be so arrogant? Brother Hu retorted, perplexed. You are in a mere electric sedan, while we have the Wuling divine vehicle, fully equipped. There are two of us and one of you. We wield axes and cleavers, while you only have a dog. What else do you possess? A beak tougher than a duck's? He could not comprehend why Chinyi remained so composed, seemingly unperturbed by their threats. Why are you so fierce? Zhuolanlan echoed his confusion, urging, hurry and drive away. They are merely insignificant pests, hardly worthy of my retreat. Chinyi resolutely grasped Xiao Huang by its fore and hind legs, brandishing it as if it were a machine gun. Enough with the chatter. Surrender your weapons. Upon witnessing this absurd display, Brother Leopard and Brother Hu did not feel fear. Instead, they erupted into laughter, one clutching his belly and the other nearly shedding tears. Have you gone mad? Zhuolanlan could not help but scoff. A dog cannot be wielded as a machine gun. If only we had a real machine gun, the problem could be resolved. But alas, we do not. Although dogs are not machine guns, Chinyi chuckled, they are more than sufficient to deal with these two beasts. How to handle it? Left Lanlan retorted, using its still undeveloped milk teeth. The little yellow one is still in its juvenile phase, with its milk teeth yet to be replaced. Then you need not concern yourself with it. Naturally, Chinyi had no intention of elaborating, merely stating, just watch closely. Brother, we need not resort to violence. Leopard Brother, evidently more astute, grinned. The three of us can certainly collaborate. Collaborate? Chinyi raised an eyebrow, smiling. And how exactly shall we collaborate? Naturally, we shall fully enjoy this woman. Leopard Brother chuckled. I have no qualms. You can go first. That is quite all right. Oh. Chinyi laughed. You are rather accommodating. A stranger, yet willing to allow him the first turn. Heh. Leopard Brother responded. It's about mutual benefit. Leopard Brother. We hold the absolute advantage. Why should we allow him the first turn? Tiger Lord wore a displeased expression. He had no inclination to wash dishes. He wanted to be first. Such a beautiful woman. Being first would be the most delightful. Given her age, she was undeniably a novice. Tiger Lord. Women are a trivial matter. Leopard Brother lowered his voice, stating, the significant task entrusted to us by Kuan Brother is of utmost importance. What do you say? Tiger Lord, still displeased, replied, I certainly understand that Kuan Brother's matter is paramount, yet it does not preclude us from savoring beauty. What if this fellow possesses some hidden prowess? Leopard Brother expressed concern. This lad seems to have something up his sleeve. We ought to prioritize the significant over the trivial, lest we suffer great losses for small gains. What could he possibly have? Tiger Lord scoffed. He is merely a dog, with a brain that has been frozen solid. Caution is essential. We must remain vigilant. Leopard Brother advised. We lack medicine, and even a minor injury could prove fatal. Upon hearing this, Tiger Lord fell silent. After all, Chinyi was an adult male. Should he fight back desperately, the outcome was unpredictable. In this apocalypse, even the slightest wound could be deadly in the absence of medical care. Brother, what do you think? Leopard Brother grinned. There is no need for conflict. Let us maintain harmony and prosper together. That is not entirely out of the question. Chinyi replied, I have never been one for fighting. That is splendid. Haha, that is splendid indeed. Leopard Brother laughed heartily, clearly pleased. Beast. Left Lanlan scolded. Are you a beast? What prompts such words, young lady? Chinyi countered. I risked my life to save you. Does that not make me human? Am I truly a beast? You. Left Lanlan was at a loss for words. We have no ties. You are not my ally. What obligation do I have to save you? Chinyi continued to question. Would it not be more rational to share your vehicle and supplies with these two gentlemen, thereby maximizing your interests? There is truly no obligation. Chinyi bore no responsibility to rescue her, nor any duty to risk himself against two robbers. Quite right, quite right. Leopard Brother applauded, laughing. One must look after oneself, or face dire consequences. Henceforth, we shall be friends. I am part of Kuan Brother's convoy. Our captain is Kuan Brother, who possesses abundant resources. From now on, we are all friends. What? Kuan Brother? Chinyi's interest was piqued immediately. Zhang Xiaokuan? Indeed. Have you heard of the renowned Kuan Go? Leopard Brother chuckled. What a coincidence. Of course I have, Chunyi remarked with a smile that was both amused and enigmatic. With so many resources, who wouldn't know of Koengu? Indeed, Koengu possesses an abundance of supplies. Leopard Brother continued with a grin. From now on, we shall be friends, and I can offer you these resources at a discounted rate. That would be splendid, Chunyi replied, his smile widening. It's precisely what I seek. My brother, he confided. To be honest, we are here to gather supplies as well. Leopard Brother added. Once we are done having our fun with this woman, we can embark on a resource hunt together. The map provided by Koengu is infallible. It promises great rewards. How delightful, Chunyi exclaimed. Not only will we enjoy the company of beautiful women, but we shall also acquire resources. What a treat. Let us not linger on trivialities. Let us commence. Leopard Brother quipped. Shall I take the lead? By all means, Chunyi stepped forward and suddenly commanded, Xiao Huang, unleash your flames. In an instant, Xiao Huang opened wide its jaws, releasing a torrent of fire. Before Tiger Yi could react, he was engulfed in flames, burning fiercely like a torch. Ah! Tiger Yi screamed in agony, rolling in the snow. Why are you burning me? Why? His mind raced in confusion. He had said nothing to provoke such an attack. And how could a mere dog breathe fire? Was this even conceivable? The flames spewed forth from Xiao Huang were terrifying, and soon, Tiger Yi was reduced to charred remains. Grotesquely twisted, the air was thick with the nauseating scent of scorched flesh, an odor that even the howling winds could not dissipate. Is this even right? Leopard Brother was horrified. Can a dog truly breathe fire? Is this even possible? With that, he turned to flee. Do not move, Chunyi intoned coldly. Dare to take a single step, and I shall incinerate you without hesitation. Chapter 14. The treasure map. Motionless, paralyzed with fear, Leopard Brother fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. Father, I truly shall not move. Who does not fear death? The sight of his companion's charred fate filled him with dread. Why this sudden change in strategy? Chunyi inquired with curiosity. Are you plotting against me while I indulge in the pleasures of beauty, or is there another motive? I dare not, Leopard Brother hastily explained. I genuinely wish to collaborate with you, not oppose you. That is indeed perplexing, Chunyi mused. You initially called me a fat sheep, yet now your tone has shifted? My perceptions are beyond the ordinary, Leopard Brother clarified. I sensed an extraordinarily ominous aura from you. Hence my reluctance to take risks. Oh, Chunyi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is this some form of extraordinary ability? I cannot say, Leopard Brother replied. It is merely a feeling I possess, and it has always proven accurate, particularly concerning danger. In truth, his instincts were correct. Chunyi was indeed a perilous individual. The charred and contorted body of his companion was testament to that. And the map? Chunyi inquired coolly. Present it. Certainly, Leopard Brother, trembling in fear, retrieved the map from his bosom. It was made of yellowed leather, its edges frayed, as if it had withstood the ravages of time. Go fetch the map, Chunyi commanded coldly to Lan Lan. I shall not go, she replied defiantly. Lan Lan refused, instinctively repulsed by the proximity of Leopard Brother. Silence, Chunyi commanded coldly. Go now. Why so fierce? Lan Lan pouted, clearly reluctant, yet she cautiously approached and retrieved the map. Here, she handed it to Chunyi with a lack of enthusiasm. Chunyi glanced at it and tucked it away. The treasure's location was nearby, the journey not too far. Father, I've given you the map. Can you let me go now? Leopard Brother quickly interjected. We are all friends. I am one of Koenji's people. Indeed, Chunyi replied with a smile. You may leave. You are letting me go? Leopard Brother exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe his ears. Yes, you are free to go, Chunyi continued with a smile. And you may also take the Wuling Divine Vehicle. What? Leopard Brother's eyes widened. You cannot be serious. Of course I am not jesting, Chunyi continued. Just return and convey my regards to Koengu. Do not let him harbor any resentment towards me. Do you truly know Koengu? Are you good friends? Leopard Brother asked, elated. He had initially thought his fate was sealed, yet now he saw a glimmer of hope. Yes, good friends. Chunyi waved his hand. Now hurry, before I change my mind. All right. Leopard Brother exclaimed joyfully, turning to leave. However, as soon as he turned, a tongue of fire shot forth. Boom. In an instant, a fiery explosion erupted. Leopard Brother screamed in agony, rolling on the ground, and soon, he was reduced to charred remains. In the snow, his blackened hand, resembling a burnt chicken claw, clutched the car key tightly. It was his last hope for survival. Chunyi, expressionless, crushed the bones of his hand and picked up the car key. The Wuling divine vehicle should possess more power than his electric sedan, right? Why do you not keep your word? Zwalanon, trembling in fear, suddenly screamed, her voice loud enough to drown out the howling wind and snow. You promised to spare him. Why then take a life? He posed no threat to us anymore. Why must you still kill? Why? Why the sudden cruelty? Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi abruptly turned, revealing his teeth in a smile. Because it is too cold, and I wish to warm myself. What did you say? Zwalanon stood frozen, her face pale, unsure of Chun-Yi's meaning. What did you say? Chun-Yi leaned closer, nearly knocking her over. If I do not kill him, he will plot against me. Take a closer look among the charred bones for any daggers. Indeed, among the burned remains of Leopard Brother lay a sharp dagger. Had Chun-Yi refrained from acting, there was a possibility of retaliation. Moreover, he would never allow the enemy to return alive to report back. Zwalanon stood there, speechless. This is a world where humans devour one another. Do you believe we are still in a civilized society? Chun-Yi coldly stated. Only by recognizing the harsh reality can you survive longer. With that, he wasted no more words, opened the door of the Wuling vehicle, and began to scavenge for supplies. There were quite a few provisions: 100 liters of gasoline, 30 sausages, 10 boxes of instant noodles, 2 cases of bottled water, and even a water heater. This was a decent haul. With the water heater, he could finally enjoy a hot meal of instant noodles. Truth be told, he had longed for such a taste. Although he had an abundance of sausages, they had always been served cold. He is not a foreigner. He is accustomed to enjoying his meals while they are still warm. The thought of perpetually consuming cold food is simply intolerable. May I become your teammate? Zwalanon hesitated for a considerable time before mustering the courage to speak. Teammate? Chun-Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue, wondering why she suddenly wished to take on such a role. After all, even in dire circumstances, she had previously been reluctant to ally with him. Yet now, she was taking the initiative. I am hardly an ideal companion. My words are not to be trusted. And I can kill without a moment's hesitation. Chun-Yi inquired with curiosity. You wish to live longer, do you? Zwalanon feigned bravery as she replied. You are a clever individual. Are you afraid I might kill you? Chun-Yi suddenly chuckled ominously. Would it be better to indulge before the kill? Or to kill before indulging? Neither seems appropriate, does it? Zwalanon was taken aback and retreated repeatedly. Overwhelmed by fear, she slipped and fell unceremoniously to the ground. I offered you a chance, Chun-Yi said coldly from above, but you failed to appreciate it. A rejection. Indeed, it is a rejection. Although Chun-Yi was in dire need of a female teammate, it did not mean she was obligated to accept her. Can you grant me another opportunity? Zwalanon implored. Unwilling to give up easily, I can demonstrate that I would make a commendable teammate. Weren't you the one who cherished freedom and lived life unrestrained? Chun-Yi laughed. Why the sudden desire for a teammate? I have already stated that I wish to live longer. After this harrowing brush with death, Zwalanon had relinquished her fantasies. She now comprehended the harshness of her reality. Continuing her reckless ways would undoubtedly lead to catastrophic consequences. While some may wish to escape life, no one is truly unafraid of death. Chun-Yi found this reasoning quite sound. How will you prove that you are a worthy teammate? Zwalanon pondered for a long while before a whimsical idea struck her. What if you were trapped in a snowdrift, and I used my motorcycle to pull you out? Huh? Chun-Yi was left speechless. She was truly a simpleton. Such a bizarre notion could only come from her. Then what do you propose? Zwalanon asked, appearing quite aggrieved. With the map, Chun-Yi replied, we shall venture into the wilderness to search for treasure. Excellent, Zwalanon exclaimed, eagerly snatching the map, oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead. Observing her retreating figure, Chun-Yi's pupils constricted slightly, yet she chose not to stop her. Chapter 15, The Crossbow. Ding. Congratulations on discovering an abandoned vehicle. Ding. You may choose from 3 options. Ding. Disassemble the vehicle completely into parts for sale at the trading market. Ding. Store the vehicle within the system space for future retrieval. Ding. Merge the vehicle, significantly enhancing its strength and functionality. Listening to the cold mechanical prompts, Chun-Yi furrowed her brow, contemplating her decision. Each option bore its advantages and disadvantages. Ultimately, she resolved to merge the vehicle. This choice was evidently the most beneficial. Upon merging, the vehicle would be equipped with a fuel engine, transforming Chun-Yi's transport into a range-extended electric vehicle, thus incorporating 2 systems. It would not only be able to run on gasoline, but also be charged, greatly enhancing reliability. Moreover, due to the formidable strength of the Wuling divine vehicle, it undoubtedly enhances the armor of the small electric car, significantly improving safety. At the very least, it will not be easily overturned by the wind. With the increase in power, even if it becomes ensnared in a snowdrift, it can swiftly extricate itself. After all, strength begets strength when faced with adversity. Ding. Fusion in progress. Ding. Congratulations. Fusion successful. In a flash of brilliance, both vehicles vanished from sight. When the light dissipated, a Wuling van appeared before Chunyi. To Chunyi's delight, the van retained its yellow hue, which was quite pleasing. After all, it resembled a bumblebee. He accessed the vehicle panel. Vehicle type, four-wheeled electric range extended van. Vehicle name, Bumblebee. Vehicle color, yellow. Maximum driving range, 1,000 kilometers. Note, increased by 100%. Maximum speed, 150 kilometers h. Note, increased by 20%. Armor value, 100. Note, increased by 100%. Note, if armor value falls below 25. Driving speed will be affected. If below 10, the vehicle cannot operate. Vehicle lifespan, 20 years. Note, increased by 100%. Dimensions, length 4,655 millimeters, width 1,735 millimeters, height 1,790 millimeters, wheelbase 2,800 millimeters. Chunyi was astonished by the considerable enhancements resulting from a single fusion. He had not anticipated such substantial growth in all aspects, which seemed somewhat exaggerated. He opened the door and took his seat in the driver's position. The visibility and space of the van far exceeded that of the previous compact car. The low chassis and limited sightlines of the sedan had significantly hindered driving in snowy conditions. However, such concerns were now entirely alleviated. Indeed, it was a domestically produced marvel. Chunyi started the vehicle and could not resist revving the engine as he surged forward. The roar of the fuel engine was exhilarating, wild, and invigorating. While electric cars may be more economical, they could never match the raw ferocity of a fuel engine that ignites one's passion. Has the silly goose found the treasure chest? Chunyi halted the vehicle. Although he was indifferent to the well-being of the silly goose, the iron treasure chest could not be overlooked. Should an unforeseen event occur and the chest vanished, it would be too late for regrets. Come on, dog. Chunyi took the dog along, following the tracks of Zhuolanlan into the wilderness. The footprints in the snow were quite distinct, and by merely following them, he was bound to catch up. Soon, he spotted Zhuolanlan's figure. The young girl was diligently searching for the treasure chest, stepping carefully as per the map. Eureka! She suddenly exclaimed, having finally located the chest. A black iron chest stood out starkly against the snowy landscape. Clearly, Zhuolanlan was intoxicated by her victory, completely oblivious to the lurking danger. Aside from the treasure chest, a fierce beast lay in the snow. Even from a distance, Chunyi could see it, yet Zhuolanlan remained entirely unaware. It was a snow wolf, its pure white fur blending seamlessly with the surroundings, making it difficult to discern. However, its blood-red eyes were strikingly conspicuous. Through her keen gaze, Chunyi precisely pinpointed his location. Fortune favors the bold. Chunyi shook her head, feeling powerless. It was too far. She could not possibly reach him in time. Even if she shouted, he would be unable to hear her. Now, it was solely dependent on her. Zhuolanlan, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, lifted the iron chest with joy. She turned around, completely exposing her back to the snow wolf. The snow wolf shook off the snow clinging to its fur and slowly rose, preparing to launch an attack. Its powerful limbs were more than capable of launching itself at Zhuolanlan, bringing her down with a single bite to her neck. The snow wolf's immense size and strength far surpassed that of any human, even the strongest male. How could Zhuolanlan possibly stand a chance? The outcome was inevitable should it pounce. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the air. Before the snow wolf could attack, a white bear charged out from the woods. With a thunderous crash, the bear collided with the snow wolf, sending it flying. The snow wolf howled in agony, blood spilling from its wounds, clearly suffering multiple broken bones. The bear continued its assault, granting no respite to its foe. Surprisingly, the snow wolf did not flee, engaging in a fierce struggle with the bear. Soon, the snow-covered ground was stained crimson, a sight both magnificent and terrifying. Yet, Zhuolanlan remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding around her. The brutal reality of life and death was masked by the howling wind and snow. With a carefree demeanor, she dashed to Chunyi's side, beaming. I've retrieved the iron chest. Am I worthy to be your teammate now? As she spoke, she raised the iron chest high above her head, her face radiating pride. The heavens seemed to favor the naive. Chunyi sighed. Your luck is truly remarkable. To emerge unscathed from such dire circumstances is rather absurd. Of course, I have always been fortunate, Zwalanlan replied, well aware of her good fortune. She had lived a life of safety and ease. Let us open the chest and see what's inside. Chunyi smiled, encouraging her. You do it, Zwalanlan insisted. I am your teammate. You are my captain. You should open it. Chunyi was resolute. Given her luck, it was only fitting that she should be the one to open it. Very well. Zwalanlan struggled to open the iron chest. Initially, she fumbled, even attempting to bite it open, looking adorably foolish. Eventually, with Chunyi's guidance, she managed to unlock it properly. A flash of light enveloped them, and the iron chest vanished, revealing its contents. A powerful crossbow emerged, accompanied by 20 bolts. A lightweight crossbow, Zwalanlan exclaimed with excitement. It has an effective range of 300 meters. With enough materials, it can be upgraded to a heavy crossbow. Indeed, Chunyi nodded, recognizing the good fortune of acquiring a weapon. Captain, this is for you. Zwalanlan offered the crossbow with both hands. Thank you. Chunyi accepted it without hesitation. It was only fair, as it was his map and the spoils belonged to him. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring a crossbow. The system's voice chimed in. Chunyi toyed with the weapon, finding it quite impressive. With such an armament, he could not only instill fear, but also utilize it in combat. After all, he couldn't rely on his fiery breath every time. That was his trump card. Meant for rare occasions. Now, can I officially become your teammate? Asked Zwalanlan with great anticipation. Well, I suppose so, replied Chunyi. Chapter 16, Gold Coins and the System Warehouse. Ding. Do you accept Zwalanlan as your teammate? Teammates are exceedingly important companions. Please choose wisely. The cold system prompt chimed in. Without a moment's hesitation, Chunyi responded affirmatively. Ding. Congratulations on finding your first teammate. Ding. She is not only a teammate, but also a subordinate. Ding. Subordinates can never harm you. Ding. Subordinate loyalty is currently too low, posing a risk of betrayal. Please be aware. Ding. With loyalty at 100, absolute loyalty is triggered, ensuring she will obey your commands. Upon hearing the notifications, Chunyi stroked his chin, intrigued. The fact that his teammate could not harm him was rather considerate. He opened the teammate panel and commanded, Teammate, Zwalanlan. Appearance, 9 points. Figure, 10 points. Vehicle, Bombardier motorcycle. Abilities, none. Supplies, 3 bottles of mineral water and a sausage. Loyalty, 80. Note, loyalty below 30 carries a risk of betrayal. While it was reassuring that she couldn't directly harm him, the prospect of betrayal still posed a significant concern. After all, she could potentially steal his supplies or even abscond with his vehicle. Here, silly goose, take this crossbow for self-defense, Chunyi generously offered. What? Zwalanlan's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Captain? You are too kind. Ding. Gifted teammate a crossbow, receiving 100-fold return. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 100 crossbows. Ding. 10 crossbows can be upgraded to a crossbow. Do you wish to upgrade? Upgrade. Chunyi declared without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a crossbow. Weapon. Crossbow. Range. 600. The standard crossbow has a range of only 300. The crossbow doubles that range, significantly enhancing its power. Captain, thank you so much. Zwalanlan expressed sincerely. Now I won't fear the villains anymore. She still felt a lingering dread from previous events. Had she possessed a weapon then, she would not have been so helpless. Don't thank me just yet, Chunyi cautioned. I'm giving you this crossbow for hunting. Hunting can be perilous, a game of life and death. Hunting? Zwalanlan gazed at the crossbow in confusion. What are we hunting for? In this snowy expanse, where are the prey? This girl was rather slow on the uptake. She had yet to notice the snow wolves and polar bears. If not for her good fortune, she would have likely met her end more than once. Look back, Chunyi instructed, pointing at her. Turning around, Zwalanlan finally spotted the snow wolves and polar bears. The battle between the two beasts had concluded. Due to their size difference, the snow wolves ultimately could not contend with the polar bears. After all, in the hierarchy of predators, wolves ranked lower than pigs, bears, and tigers. Captain, are you really sending me to hunt alone? Zwalanlan shook her head vigorously, as if trying to dispel the thought. No. Rest assured. Chunyi replied, I will accompany you. That sounds far too perilous, Zwalanlan expressed her concerns. Why not let Xiaohuang go? Isn't it capable of breathing fire? If Xiaohuang takes the lead, we would be assured of safety. Xiao Huang was a fierce little female dog, adept at incinerating threats with ease, effortlessly dispatching polar bears and snow wolves alike. That's not an option. Chunyi shook his head in refusal. I still need the meat. Carnivorous sustenance is an invaluable resource. If Xiao Huang intervenes, everything would be reduced to charred remains, devoid of any nutritional value. While wolf meat may not be significant, losing a bare paw to the flames would be a true tragedy. Captain, perhaps we should reconsider? Zhuolanlan's fear was evident. She found solace in the thought of enjoying some ham sausage. Do not be afraid. Just follow my lead, Chunyi urged, taking the forefront. Captain, as you lead the charge, you should wield the crossbow. Zhuolanlan wisely offered her weapon. Not necessary, Chunyi replied. You should handle the crossbow. What will you use then? Surely, I cannot go empty-handed? Zhuolanlan questioned, puzzled. I can manage with anything, Chunyi declared, producing a massive crossbow and striding forward confidently. Wow! Zhuolanlan couldn't help but exclaim, it's enormous. Her own crossbow was already substantial, and wielding it was somewhat taxing. Yet Chinya's crossbow was twice its size and still had room to spare. The snow wolf lay on the brink of death, one leg brutally torn away, blood flowing profusely. As Chunyi approached, the wolf emitted a rasping growl, baring its teeth menacingly. What are you barking at? Chunyi retorted, pulling the trigger. The tremendous recoil jolted his arm slightly. Bang! The sound resonated as the alloy arrowhead penetrated the wolf's eye, piercing through its skull. The creature convulsed a few times before falling silent. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the snow wolf. Ding! 1 gold coin acquired. Ding! 150 pounds of snow wolf meat available for collection. Would you like to collect it? The cold notification chimed in once more. Collect. Although wolf meat was not particularly palatable, it would be unwise to let it go to waste. Ding! Collection successful. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 150 pounds of snow wolf meat, which is both consumable and sellable. Ding! The snow wolf meat has been stored in the system warehouse, which is a primary system repository measuring 10 meters by 10 meters, with a total capacity of 1,000 cubic meters. Ding! The primary system warehouse requires an upgrade to its cold storage functionality to preserve meat for extended periods. Ding! The system warehouse can undergo various upgrades. Please explore at your discretion. A series of notifications surprised Chunyi. He had not anticipated such a fortunate acquisition from the system warehouse. He had intended to express gratitude for the thoughtful features, only to realize that even the most basic cold storage function was absent. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. The system warehouse was a standard provision for every survivor, unlikely to be lavish, and it made sense for survivors to enhance it themselves. Gold coins. Chunyi picked up the coin from the ground, its weight reassuring, undeniably genuine, and pure gold. Ding! Congratulations, you have earned 1 gold coin, which has been credited to your balance. The coin vanished in a puff of blue smoke. Balance? Chunyi pondered, somewhat speechless. What use is a gold coin balance? In these apocalyptic times, who would accept gold coins? However, Chunyi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Since he had obtained a gold coin, it must surely serve some purpose. He considered whether to acquire more gold coins within the group, as others might also be hunting and likely to yield a fair amount of coins. Boss, Zhuolanlan approached, clapping her hands. Impressive. Keep your voice down, Chunyi cautioned, placing a finger to his lips and gesturing towards a short distance away. There. A white bear was leisurely gnawing on the thigh of a snow wolf, utterly oblivious to Chunyi and his companion. Witnessing this scene, Zhuolanlan trembled, nearly dropping her crossbow. Had Chunyi not steadied her back, she would have certainly fallen to the ground. Do not be afraid. Chunyi reassured her with a gentle pat on her hand, offering a smile. All right, Zhuolanlan nodded, inexplicably feeling a sense of security. I will be the main attacker. Chunyi whispered, you take the role of support. Understood, Zhuolanlan replied with a firm nod as she crouched down, raising her crossbow to aim at the white bear. Chapter 17. Next hunt. I will bring you along. Chunyi, gripping his crossbow tightly, sought the perfect angle. The white bear had its back turned to him. Attacking was out of the question. The bear's back was as tough as iron, often rubbing against trees, providing formidable defense. Even if a powerful arrow could penetrate, it would not be fatal and might instead provoke the beast, worsening their predicament. Suddenly, a soft whimper escaped Xiao Huang, its little paw resting on Chunyi's hand. What do you mean? Chunyi furrowed his brow, asking, do you wish to strike? Xiao Huang gazed at the white bear, its eyes brimming with determination. Its fiery breath could surely incinerate the bear. No, Chinyu shook his head. I still want to consume the bear's paw. If all that splendid meat turns to ash, it would be a tremendous waste. That meat could fetch a handsome price in the marketplace. Xiao Huang lowered its head, visibly disheartened. Do not be sad, Chinyi smiled. Your time to shine will come. He then affectionately patted Xiao Huang's head, which instantly brightened, licking Chun Ye's hand in delight. Gripping his crossbow, Chun Yi whistled softly, attempting to draw the white bear's attention. However, the bear completely ignored him, whether due to the fierce winds or simply dismissing him as a threat. Clumsy goose. You attack first, Chun Yi commanded. Right away, Zhuolanlan responded promptly. I will ensure success. With that, she pulled the trigger. Whoosh. The crossbow released its bolt, aimed directly at the white bear. Yet, her aim was evidently lacking. She missed the target and instead struck the bloodied wolf leg. Huh. The white bear twisted its massive form, casting a sidelong glance at them. My apologies, Zhuolanlan stammered, quickly reloading. I'll get it next time. She readied her aim again, preparing to fire. Roar. The white bear bellowed, discarding the wolf leg and charging straight towards Zhuolanlan. Zhuolanlan was clearly petrified, trembling as she released another arrow, which, predictably, went awry. This woman was truly a fool, witnessing the colossal white bear charging towards her like a tank. She did not flee, but instead continued to knock her bow, preparing for another shot. Even if she managed to hit her target, the power of the crossbow would not guarantee an immediate fatality. Run. Chinyi pulled the trigger and fired with great force. His aim was commendable, piercing through the white bear's massive foreleg. A streak of crimson splattered against the pristine snow, a stark contrast that showcased the formidable power of the crossbow. Roaring in agony, the white bear lost all semblance of reason, abandoning Zhuolanlan and charging directly at Chinyi. Phew. Zhuolanlan, who had been crouching in place, exhaled a long breath of relief, grateful that her captain had taken the brunt of the threat for her. In truth, she yearned to flee, but her legs felt utterly weak. Damn it. Chinyi turned and fled, seizing the opportunity to fire another arrow. This shot was both precise and vicious, striking the bear's eye and penetrating deep into its brain. Splendid. Zhuolanlan clapped her hands enthusiastically, praising her captain's remarkable skill. Chunyi adjusted his hair, exuding an air of confidence that was both fierce and precise. Roar. The white bear let out another furious roar. Astonishingly, this arrow did not fell it. Not only did it remain standing, but it surged towards Chunyi with even greater speed. What the hell? Chunyi cursed under his breath, realizing he had only 3 seconds of glory before the bear was hot on his heels. However, how could 2 legs outrun 4? In the blink of an eye, the beast was upon him. A massive paw loomed, poised to strike Chunye's head. A single blow could be fatal, potentially causing a hemorrhage. Absurd, Chunyi exclaimed. This is utterly ridiculous. How can it still possess such combat prowess after being struck in the eye? In the midst of this life and death moment, Xiao Huang suddenly leapt into action, unleashing a torrent of flames directed at the white bear's head. The bear had yet to react when its entire cranium ignited. Within mere moments, it was reduced to ashes. With a resounding crash, the bear's immense body fell heavily, sending a plume of white snow into the air. Due to the proximity, the bear's paw narrowly grazed the back of Chun Ye's head, leaving deep gashes in his scalp. Woof! Xiao Huang stood triumphantly atop the bear's carcass, barking at Qin Yi as if to boast of its victory. You are incredible! Qin Yi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up and feeling that one thumb was insufficient. He extended 2 more. Xiao Huang, you are magnificent. Zhuolanlan lifted Xiao Huang and planted a fervent kiss on it. Then, with utmost seriousness, asked, Captain, would you like a kiss too? No thanks, Qin Yi replied, struggling to rise. I'll take you along on the next hunt. Huh, Zhuolanlan said, taken aback. You want to bring me even though I'm so useless? Your luck just happened to be better, Qin Yi retorted, ignoring her further as he began to collect the bear meat. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired 500 pounds of white bear meat. Ding. 500 pounds of white bear meat have been stored in the system warehouse. Ding. Due to the lack of refrigeration in the system warehouse, it can only be stored for approximately 1 week. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 5 gold coins. They have been added to your balance. It seems that time is of the essence for sales. While the frigid conditions allow for long-term preservation, the limited weight capacity and space of my small van pose a challenge. If I were to load the entire 500 pounds of polar bear meat, it would fit, given that the van can carry between 500 to 1,000 kilograms without issue. However, transporting an additional 200 to 300 kilograms would significantly increase fuel consumption, rendering it impractical. Overall, expediting sales remains the most prudent choice. I shall offer 400 pounds of polar bear meat and 100 pounds of snow wolf meat. Chinyi will post in the trading group. I am not interested in food or supplies. I seek only vehicle upgrade components, gold coins, and system warehouse upgrade parts, 10 pounds of meat for 1 gold coin. I am not lacking in food or various supplies. I can easily acquire them from the foolish goose. The only things I truly lack are vehicle upgrade components and gold coins. Goodness, Master Yi is impressive. So much meat. Truly formidable, single-handedly slaying polar bears. Master, I have gold coins. I open many boxes, but am unsure of their utility. Is anyone collecting gold coins? Is Master Yi alright? Gold coins are utterly useless. Exactly. What purpose do gold coins serve now? Do you not understand? Even in this apocalypse, gold is still valuable. Master Yi has achieved freedom in food and supplies, and now seeks gold coins merely to satisfy a collector's whim. Such a disparity. While we are still struggling for survival and basic sustenance, Master Yi has begun to indulge in emotional fulfillment. The chat group erupted once again. Given the futility of gold coins, many began trading with Chinyi. After all, without gold coins, one can still survive, but without meat, one faces starvation. Ding. Congratulations on a successful transaction. You have successfully sold polar bear meat. You have received gold coins. Ding. Congratulations on a successful transaction. You have successfully sold polar bear meat. You have received gold coins. Ding. Congratulations on a successful transaction. You have successfully sold polar bear meat. You have received gold coins. Chapter 18. Surviving the Apocalypse. Are you eating bear paws? Ding. Congratulations. You have earned 30 gold coins. Now deposit it into your balance. The transaction speed was remarkable. All 300 pounds of meat were sold out in mere minutes. The remaining meat would undoubtedly sell quickly as well. Ding. Suddenly, a trade request arrived. Name: Chulingsi. Trade offer: 1 pressure cooker and 1 canister of liquefied gas stove in exchange for 100 pounds of polar bear meat. Young man, you are someone who pursues quality. You surely need a pressure cooker and liquefied gas stove. Hiki. How intriguing. Chinyi indeed requires them. Yet, how did this young girl come to know? I am indeed a connoisseur of quality. Chinyi responded. However, I do not require a pressure cooker. Young man, cooking bear paws must utilize a pressure cooker. Chulingsi quickly replied. Otherwise, it won't taste good. Bear paws are notoriously difficult to prepare. Possessing a pressure cooker would make the task significantly easier. How do you know I wish to eat bear paws? Chinyi teased. I have discarded the bear paws. Is that so? Chulingsi replied. I noticed you hadn't sold any bear paws and assumed you were saving them for yourself. It seems I was mistaken. You are quite astute. Such meticulous detail she is able to capture, and from it, she can derive benefits. Indeed, she is quite an astute young lady, far surpassing Chun Yi's somewhat dim-witted companions. Her cleverness, albeit minor, is hardly noteworthy. Chulingsi decisively stated, perhaps we shall collaborate again when the opportunity arises, but for now, let us proceed with this partnership. Chinyi did not haggle but readily concurred. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a high-pressure cooker, a canister of liquefied gas, and a complete set of cooking utensils, all brand new. Chinyi inspected the items and confirmed the gas canister was full. Quite satisfactory. He mused, let us depart. We must return to the vehicle. They could not linger in the wilderness for long, as it was perilously unsafe. Safety could only be found beside their conveyance. Upon returning to the roadway, Chinyi commenced cooking, utilizing bottled water for its cleanliness and hygiene. Observing this, Zwalanon widened her eyes. Captain, isn't this rather extravagant? If you have extra water, do share a few bottles with me. Her own supply of bottled water had long since dwindled, and she had mentally prepared herself to resort to drinking melted snow. I shall give you a case, Chinyi generously replied, retrieving it from the trunk. Thank you, Captain. Zwalanon exclaimed joyfully as she secured a case of bottled water to her back seat. Chinyi furrowed his brow slightly, noticing her failure to return the favor. Drink one first, she said, pulling down a bottle and guzzling it down eagerly. After the myriad of frights they had endured, her thirst was unquenchable. Gulp. The entire bottle was swiftly consumed. So refreshing, Zwalanon remarked, thoroughly satisfied. What was once mere ordinary bottled water had transformed into a delightful sweetness due to its scarcity. Ding. Female teammate consumed 1 bottle of water, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 bottles of water. Ding. 100 bottles of water have been stored in the system's warehouse. Now, that is more like it. Shinyu nodded in approval. Captain, you are truly a good person. Zhuolanlan said with a smile. Since you are so generous, might you spare some gasoline as well? Given that her vehicle was equipped with a turbocharged engine, its fuel consumption was notably high, and her tank had long been nearly empty. Your vehicle is a Bombardier Spider-Man, correct? Does it hold 30 liters? Chunyi inquired. Indeed. You are quite knowledgeable. Zhuolanlan replied with a grin. Could you fill it up for me? I have a 50-liter fuel canister in the trunk. You may take it all. Chunyi waved his hand dismissively. Thank you, Captain. Zhuolanlan beamed, thoroughly impressed. As she spoke, she attempted to give Chunyi a playful bite, only to be met with his refusal. A young lady must maintain her modesty, he remarked. Captain, you don't prefer men, do you? Zhuolanlan asked with curiosity. While I have not changed my mind, I suggest you make haste, Chunyi replied coldly. Zhuolanlan stuck out her tongue and hurried off to retrieve the fuel canisters, seemingly anxious that Chunyi might reconsider. Ding. Female teammate consumed 25 liters of gasoline, triggering a 100-fold return, receiving 2,500 liters of gasoline, which has been stored in the system's warehouse. It appears that as long as it is poured into the tank, it counts as consumption. Chunyi nodded in satisfaction, having initially believed that consumption only occurred after use. This was a delightful surprise, alleviating the hassle of constant returns. If the motorcycle consumed fuel continuously while replenishing, it would indeed become quite bothersome. You are now the navigator of the team. Maintain a distance of 3 kilometers behind me. Chunyi commanded. If any unusual circumstances arise, notify me in advance. Understood, Zhuolanlan saluted, vowing to accomplish the task. If it gets too cold, you may sit in the passenger seat, Chunyi said. Your motorcycle can simply be towed. A single rope will suffice to pull the motorcycle along. Given the inclement weather, he was concerned that Zhuolanlan might succumb to the cold. It's fine, Zhuolanlan shook her head. My motorcycle suit is self-heating and linked to the motorcycle's battery. Theoretically, as long as the motorcycle has fuel, the self-heating suit can operate continuously. Is that so? Chunyi expressed surprise. No wonder you are so resistant to the cold. A self-heating motorcycle suit is indeed a remarkable invention, akin to donning an electric blanket. Although it cannot compare to the warmth of the car's heater, it would prevent one from freezing to death. However, if the snowstorm worsens, I will return to the vehicle, Zhuolanlan remarked. Moreover, I am planning to upgrade the canopy. With the weather growing increasingly frigid, relying solely on the self-heating suit will not suffice. An upgrade is indeed warranted, Chunyi agreed. I can assist you by providing the upgrade components. He was curious to see if supplying the upgrade parts would trigger a 100-fold return. If it does, that would be splendid. Thank you, Captain, Zhuolanlan exclaimed happily. A kiss is a must. Without heeding Chunyi's protests, she planted a firm kiss on him. Where has your modesty gone? Chunyi asked. What has become of your noble demeanor? Have you truly bent the knee for mere trifles? Is a wealthy girl also so materialistic? I cannot help it. The captain is too handsome, Zhuolanlan laughed. I simply cannot maintain my composure. All right, Chunyi said. The bear paw is ready. You eat. The bear paw is for me? Zhuolanlan was already famished. She could taste sweetness even in mineral water, let alone the delicacy of a bear paw. Yes, Chunyi replied, lifting the lid of the pressure cooker. Eat. You must finish it. An intense aroma wafted through the air. The preparation of the bear paw was quite intricate, and after much effort and the use of the pressure cooker, Chunyi had finally eliminated the gaminess, allowing its fragrant essence to emerge. It smells divine. Zhuolanlan waved her hand to fan the aroma, her mouth watering. Go ahead and eat. Chunyi settled into the vehicle and yawned. That seems inappropriate, Zhuolanlan said, feeling somewhat shy. Let us all eat together. When I say eat, just eat. No need for further chatter, Chunyi replied, somewhat displeased. All right, I will eat. Zhuolanlan dared not defy him, adding, eating bear paw in a post-apocalyptic survival scenario is truly extravagant. Let us not even mention the apocalypse in civilized society. Indulging in such a delicacy as bear paw would be considered a luxury reserved for 5 years or more. Chapter 19. 10,000 bear paws. Delicious, delicious. Despite the bear paw's substantial size, once cooked, there was not much meat to be had, as bones constituted a large portion. Before long, Zhuolanlan had devoured an entire bear paw. She wiped her greasy lips, radiating bliss. In the face of a raging storm and a fight for survival, being able to savor such exquisite delicacies is indeed a rare treat. Woof. Little Huang gazed at Zhuolanlan with longing, yearning for a taste of the bear paw. Who wouldn't he wish to partake in such a delectable feast? I'm sorry, little Huang. I've finished it all. Zhuolanlan picked up a bone and said, You eat the bone. Woof. Xiao Huang, without even glancing at the bone, ignored Zhuolanlan. A dog that refuses to eat a bone? Zhuolanlan questioned, Is this appropriate? After all, Xiao Huang is a great hero and deserves meat, not just bones, Chen Yu reminded. The captain is right, Zhuolanlan nodded. If it weren't for Xiao Huang, your head would have been smashed to bits. Chen Yi shot her a glance and retrieved a greasy bear paw from the pressure cooker, handing it to Xiao Huang. Woof. Xiao Huang was ecstatic, wagging his tail furiously. The bear paw was devoured in no time. Ding. Teammates Zhuolanlan consumed a bear paw, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations! You have obtained 100 bear paws. Now stored in the system warehouse. Ding. Teammate Xiao Huang consumed a bear paw, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations! You have obtained 100 bear paws. Now stored in the system warehouse. Excellent. Chen Yi nodded, quite pleased. With 200 bear paws in the warehouse, he felt at ease. These are culinary treasures. As the saying goes, mountain delicacies and seafood are rare delicacies. Keep eating. Chen Yi fetched another bear paw and handed it to Zhuolanlan. Huh? Zhuolanlan exclaimed in astonishment. Captain, aren't you eating? Yes. Chen Yi replied. There's still one in the pressure cooker. Thank you, Captain. Zhuolanlan took the bear paw but hesitated, wondering if it would make her gain weight. Though delicious, bear paws are quite greasy. Eating too many could certainly lead to weight gain. In this cold weather, fat is essential for survival. Between being thin and dead, which would you choose? Chen Yu asked. Thin. Zhuolanlan declared with determination, resolute against gaining weight. Then don't eat it. Give it to Xiao Huang. Chen Yi said. Can't you see Xiao Huang eagerly staring? Xiao Huang was fixated on the bear paw, his expression one of longing, tongue out, tail wagging, drooling, a perfect portrayal of desire. Forget it, I'll eat it, Zhuolanlan decided, unable to part with such a delicacy. Ding. Teammate Zhuolanlan consumed a bear paw, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 bear paws, now stored in the system warehouse. It's my turn to try. Chen Yi opted for the original flavored bear paw. Though the 100-fold bear paws posed no problem, he still craved the taste of his own cooking. The greasy bear paw, once bitten into, released a burst of flavor. Juicy and succulent. The meat melted in the mouth, even more delectable than the finest braised pork. It was all tender fat, yet not greasy at all. Woof. Xiao Huang barked unhappily, still wanting to eat. Don't be impatient, Chen Yi chuckled. Wait until I finish, then you can have some. Woof. Xiao Huang continued to bark, clearly dissatisfied. There were only 4 bear paws in total, and Xiao Huang could count. Zhuolanlan laughed heartily. Who says there are only 4? In a matter of moments, Chen Yi finished the bear paw and promptly tossed another one to Xiao Huang. Wait, that's not right. Zhuolanlan's eyes widened in disbelief. A single white bear should only have 4 bear paws, right? It's impossible for there to be a 5th bear paw. Who said that? Chen Yi took out another bear paw and tossed it to Xiao Huang. Possibly 5, or even 6. 6? Zhuolanlan asked in confusion. Do white bears have 6 claws? She struggled to recall that white bears only have 4 claws. If there were 6, she would surely remember such a prominent feature. 6? Perhaps 7? Chen Yi produced yet another bear paw and threw it to Xiao Huang. Even 8? Xiao Huang felt as if it were a festive occasion. Receiving bear paw after bear paw, reveling in the abundance. So many bear paws? Zhuolanlan remarked. Boss, you wouldn't happen to have some sort of food-related superpower, would you? Who knows? Chen Yi threw another bear paw to Xiao Huang, allowing him to indulge. He had amassed 1,000 bear paws, far more than he could consume. With every paw Xiao Huang devoured, it increased his reserve by 100. Now, he was more concerned about having an excess. The system's storage could scarcely accommodate so many. Moreover, the storage lacked air conditioning, making it quite susceptible to spoilage. Eat, Xiao Huang. Keep eating. The bear paws were plentiful, and as long as Xiao Huang was willing and able to eat, the supply would continue unabated. Captain, don't feed him too much. Be careful he doesn't overindulge. Zhuolanlan cautioned. After all, she couldn't bear to eat anymore, and just the sight of the bear paws made her feel queasy. Don't worry. Xiao Huang isn't foolish, Chen Yi chuckled. He'll stop when he's full. Indeed. Watching Xiao Huang devour the food voraciously, Zhuolanlan furrowed her brow slightly. What an astonishing appetite for such a small dog. By the time Xiao Huang finished the 10th bear paw, he let out a satisfied burp and finally paused. Chen Ye's supply of bear paws was now fixed at 10,000. 10,000 bear paws occupied an area of 30 cubic meters. It was hard to fathom that in a world where food was scarce, Chun-Yi possessed such an immense reserve. Captain, have you noticed that Xiao Huang has grown quite a bit? Zhuolanlan suddenly remarked. Grown? Chun-Yi scrutinized Xiao Huang. Indeed, he seemed somewhat larger, though not markedly so. Perhaps it was just an illusion? I think he has grown significantly, Zhuolanlan enthused. Xiao Huang is truly remarkable, able to eat and breathe fire. She was utterly enamored with Xiao Huang, even considering him a sister. After all, this little female dog had saved her life. Selling 4 bear paws, 10 gold coins each, or exchanging for vehicle upgrade parts. Various industrial products are also welcome. No gasoline or food, thank you. By the way, a cold storage upgrade card for the system's warehouse can be exchanged for 2 bear paws. Chun-Yi promptly listed 4 bear paws for sale, though he had 10,000. He could not afford to list them all at once. If he did, the value would surely plummet. No one was foolish. Incredible. Captain Chun-Yi is truly amazing. Boss, aren't you going to eat the bear paws yourself? Are you listing them all for sale? Can anyone really afford them? I doubt anyone besides Captain Chun-Yi, who appreciates quality, would indulge in bear paws. Although the purpose of the gold coins remained unclear, using them to purchase bear paws seemed excessively extravagant. In truth, even in a civilized society, a staggering 99% of individuals have never savored the delicacy of bear paws. What are bear paws, after all? I shall claim them all for myself, a mere 40 gold coins, a trifling sum. Suddenly, a trade request arrives, requesting all 4 bear paws. Upon seeing the name of the trader, Chun-Yi couldn't help but smile. It was him. Chapter 20. Zhang Xiaoquan is dumbfounded. Indeed, it was Zhang Xiaoquan, Chun-Yi's rival. The other party clearly recognized that the seller was Chun-Yi, yet still offered 40 gold coins for the transaction. What is the holdup? Zhang Xiaoquan exclaimed angrily. Hurry up and finalize the trade. Is my brother in such a rush? Chun-Yi was in no haste to complete the transaction. In our group of 5,000. Only I can afford bear paws. Zhang Xiaoquan boasted arrogantly. If you don't sell to me, who will you sell to? This wasn't mere boasting. His influence was undeniably substantial. With ample funds to procure bear paws, it was highly unlikely that others possessed such a wealth of gold coins. It is worth noting that despite possessing a formidable bow and a fiery little dog to assist him, Chun-Yi had yet to accumulate even 10 coins. This reveals the rarity of gold coins. They are exceedingly difficult to amass. Since Zhang Xiaoquan desired bear paws, what else was there to discuss? Chun-Yi promptly confirmed the transaction, and the 40 coins were credited to his account. You are truly a fool, exchanging bear paws for gold coins. Your wits must be frozen. No sooner had the transaction concluded than the other party initiated a taunting spree, displaying a lack of integrity. Still harboring dreams of returning to civilization, hoping to amass wealth with these coins? What a delusion. Utterly foolish. Given the current circumstances, this trade was indeed rather unwise. After all, a single bear paw could extend an adult's life by a day or 2, while gold coins hold no value whatsoever at present. Can 4 glistening bear paws not silence your tongue? Chun-Yi had no desire to engage in a quarrel. Hurry up and enjoy your meal. Fool. When do you plan to accept my racing challenge? Zhang Xiaoquan resurrected old grievances. If you continue to delay, I shall make a grand announcement in the group. In truth, he had been maligning Chun-Yi within the group, claiming Chun-Yi dared not confront him directly, nor participate in his racing challenge. Whenever the group erupted in excitement over Chun-Yi's prowess, he would interject with his snide remarks. Not only did he personally mock him, but his minions in the racing team echoed his sentiments. They employed every possible tactic to defame Chun-Yi, using foul language and despicable terms. No need to rush. I shall hoard a bit more of your supplies. Chun-Yi replied with a smile. At that point, I will be able to claim victory more resoundingly. You certainly have a way with words. Zhang Xiaoquan taunted while savoring the bear paws. I must say, your culinary skills are commendable. The flavor of the bear paws is indeed delightful. Once you've lost everything, you can join my team as a chef. I shall express my gratitude in advance, Mr. Zhang. Chun-Yi remained unfazed by such lowly jibes. You are truly unfortunate. Having slain a white bear with such difficulty, you cannot partake in the bear paws yourself. Zhang Xiaoquan continued his mockery. It's only natural. How could you possibly deserve such a delicacy? Chun-Yi, disinterested in rebuttals, merely observed as the group prepared to list 4 more bear paws for sale. Originally, his 4 bear paws were not intended for the accumulation of gold coins, but rather for the system warehouse upgrade card. Once the cold storage function was enhanced, the preservation of food would no longer pose an issue. However, Zhang Xiaoquan, in his impetuousness, swooped in and acquired them all. It would be foolish not to seize the opportunity when wealth is at hand, and Chen Yu certainly could not refuse. Did you see that? Indeed, Brother Kuan possesses remarkable strength. Who could argue otherwise? The 4 bear paws were purchased outright. Following Brother Kuan, it was evidently a wise choice. Not only were provisions abundant, but there were also exquisite delicacies like bear paws. Chen Ye's acquisition of 4 bear paws was mere fortune, while Brother Kuan's purchase exemplified true prowess. That is the disparity. Zhang Xiaoquan's subordinates began to stir in the group chat, launching various slanders. It must be said that their efforts were quite effective. Those who had initially supported and admired Chen Yi were left speechless. Zhang Xiaoquan's ability to afford bear paws indeed showcased his formidable strength. Oh my! Everyone look! The esteemed Yi has once again listed 4 bear paws. Why are there still 4 bear paws? Does one bear possess 8 claws? Do not speak nonsense. Clearly, the esteemed Yi must have hunted 2 white bears. My heavens! To hunt a single white bear may be luck, but to capture 2 is undeniably a testament to skill. This is pure, overwhelming strength. The chat room erupted once more. The prowess of 8 bear paws was self-evident. Zhang Xiaoquan's subordinates fell silent, unable to formulate a rebuttal, merely watching as the admiration for Chun Yi flourished. There was simply no way for them to counter. While Zhang Xiaoquan once savored the flavor of bear paws, they now seemed utterly bland. The richly flavored delicacies, once a delight, now tasted like mere wax. Enraged, he hurled the half-eaten bear paw to the ground. Damn it! Purchase them for me. Bring these 4 bear paws back to me. If he could reclaim those 4 bear paws, it would demonstrate his strength. Yet, his subordinates wore expressions of despair, remaining mute. The gold coins had been depleted. 40 gold coins had been painstakingly accumulated by many in their convoy. Although gold coins may seem less useful now, they are scarce and difficult to obtain. Were it not for their numbers, amassing 40 would have been nearly impossible. Damn it! I will eventually bring Chen Yu to ruin. Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth in frustration. He had originally intended to use this opportunity to humiliate Chen Yi severely, only to be met with a resounding slap to the face. After being so humiliated, he found himself utterly defenseless. Boss, why is Chen Yu prioritizing the redemption of 4 bear paws for the system's cold storage upgrade card? One subordinate inquired, puzzled. What is his intention? Each individual possesses a system warehouse. In addition to the tangible storage space for vehicles, there is also a designated space for system inventory. However, given the current scarcity of resources, upgrading the system warehouse seems unnecessary. Are you foolish? He is, of course, aiming to enhance the system warehouse. Zhang Xiaoquan retorted sharply, striking his subordinate. But why would he seek to upgrade the system warehouse? Is it because his resources are abundant? The subordinate, nursing his face, spoke with a sense of grievance. This remark instantly reminded Zhang Xiaoquan. Are you suggesting that Chun Ye's food supplies have reached a point of becoming spoiled? Zhang Xiaoquan exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Is that why we need the cold storage upgrade card? Indeed. His subordinate quickly nodded, adding, I suspect he has awakened some food-related supernatural ability. Supernatural abilities are not unfamiliar to us. Zhang Xiaoquan's arrogance stems from his own awakening, and among their convoy, there are a few others who have also awakened such powers. Damn it. So we have been outsmarted by him. Zhang Xiaoquan cursed vehemently. Not only does he have 8 bear paws, but he could potentially possess 80 or even 800. Nevertheless, it matters little. After all, gold coins are of no significant value. His subordinate quickly flattered, ultimately, it is your superior skills that shine. Naturally, Zhang Xiaoquan chuckled with satisfaction. What is so remarkable about supernatural abilities? He possesses one as well, and his is far superior to Chun Ye's food-related powers. In this apocalyptic world, while food is important, it is not the most crucial factor. The most vital elements are weapons, treasures, and the hearts of men. Just as Chun Yi hung out 4 bear paws, trading notifications began to arrive. It was Chu Lingxi. Chapter 21. I want to sleep with the captain. Do you possess a cold storage upgrade card for the system warehouse? Chun Yi asked in surprise. This girl has everything. It seems a bit exaggerated. Whatever I need, she appears to have. Indeed. Chu Lingxi replied promptly. I need to exchange for 4 bear paws. Chun Yi offered to trade 2 bear paws. This girl is quite greedy, asking for double. Can you even consume 4 bear paws? Chun Yi inquired with a smile, not disputing her request. If I cannot eat them, I can store them in the vehicle. The temperature is low enough now that nothing will spoil. Lingxi sent a cute emoji. Why do you wish to trade for my bear paws? Is it merely for the sake of indulgence? Xinyu pointedly asked. Or is it perhaps because the cold storage upgrade card is utterly useless? To be fair, such an upgrade in the IC trials holds no value whatsoever. There are currently 5,000 people in the group, and aside from Chenyi, no one has any need for it. In fact, even including the 3,000 who perished previously, there is still no demand. Indeed, in just a few days, 3,000 people have met their demise. Such is the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Dear sir, let us not dwell on it. Just assume I am simply craving. Lingxi chuckled, offering no further explanation. My bear paws are in high demand, while your cold storage upgrade card has only me as a customer. Xinyu continued. Who do you think holds the power in this exchange? Very well. Lingxi relented helplessly. 3 bear paws should suffice, right? We are not collaborating for the first time, and I am sure we will work together again. Grant me 1 additional bear paw, and you shall not regret it. With the conversation reaching this point, Chenyi naturally did not refuse any longer. Should you acquire anything valuable, be sure to contact me first, if I am in need. My offer will certainly be the highest. It seems you have indeed awakened a supernatural ability related to food. Lingxi suddenly remarked, how delightful. What about you? What ability have you awakened? Chenyi inquired with curiosity. That's a secret. A secret? Lingxi exclaimed. I am going to indulge in the delectable bear paw. With that, she logged off. Chenyi gazed silently at her avatar. The young girl sported twin tails, her hair dyed a deep blue, reminiscent of Hatsune Miku. To be candid, he even doubted the authenticity of the photograph. Of course, the image could not deceive. It was indeed genuine. This girl resembled a heroine who had stepped straight out of an anime. Ding. Congratulations, you have received a cold storage upgrade card for the system warehouse. Ding. Would you like to use it? The system's frigid voice echoed. Yes. Xinyu promptly replied. With the cold storage, preserving food would no longer pose a problem. He had an abundance of food and had to consider preservation. Ding. Congratulations, your system warehouse has been successfully upgraded. Ding. Congratulations. Half of your warehouse area has been transformed into a cold storage zone. Ding. Would you like to place all your food into the cold storage area? The system's voice resounded once more. Yes, Chenyi commanded. Ding. Congratulations. All your food has been placed into the cold storage area and can now be preserved long-term. Ding. From now on, all food you acquire will automatically be stored in the cold storage area. The system was quite considerate. Henceforth, he need not worry about food preservation. For Chenyi, the stored food was more than sufficient for sustenance. However, he still aspired to diversify his food options. Firstly, to enhance his quality of life. Secondly, to facilitate tangible trade for various other resources. Just imagine, amidst a wintry landscape, savoring hot pot while singing. What bliss! Unfortunately, Xiaohuang could not drive. Chenyi patted the dog's head and remarked, if only you could drive, it would alleviate so many of my concerns. Driving, after all, could be quite taxing, especially in such harsh conditions. A couple of hours might yield some enjoyment, but after 5 or 6 hours, the pleasure dissipated entirely. As for driving for over 10 hours, it became sheer drudgery. Of course, he could have Zuolanlan take the wheel, but that would mean losing a navigator, rendering it difficult to anticipate various dangers and road conditions. Captain, it's dark. Why not wash your feet with warm water? Zuolanlan approached with a basin of hot water. Beaming cheerfully, what are you doing? Chenyi instinctively stepped back. Her excessive attentiveness surely concealed some ulterior motive. This is snow water I just boiled with liquefied gas. Come. Soak your feet. Zuolanlan crouched down, preparing to remove his shoes. Speak your mind. Chenyi sat down, allowing her to take off his shoes. What do you seek from me? Why, Captain, as your teammate, it is only natural for me to serve you. Zuolanlan replied with a sweet smile. Just say it. If you don't speak, I may just go to sleep, Chenyi interjected. First, wash your feet. Zuolanlan continued to play coy, insisting that after the foot soak, she would reveal everything. Wash. Chenyi refrained from further discussion, relishing the warmth of the water. It must be said that living on the edge of life and death, with constant tension, was indeed exhausting. A soak in warm water provided a refreshing respite. He felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, compelling him to drift off to sleep. How does it feel? Zuolanlan inquired. Comfortable. Chenyi nodded, indeed feeling quite comfortable. There was even greater comfort to be had. Zuolanlan, with her delicate jade-like hands, held a towel and began to wipe Chenyi's feet. Once done, she commenced a massage. The strokes were continuous and immensely pleasant, delivering a sensation akin to floating on air. Wait a moment. Chinyi felt her scalp tingle with relaxation. How could a refined young lady like her indulge in foot massages? The contrast was striking. How could a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university, a true embodiment of wealth and beauty, possibly engage in such practices? Moreover, her technique was remarkably professional, verging on that of a master technician. It is essential to recognize that the art of foot therapy is indeed a profound discipline. Chinyi, having encountered numerous skilled practitioners, could be considered a connoisseur of this craft. Yet, even so, she found herself astonished by Zuolanlan's prowess. I am quite the professional, Zuolanlan remarked with a smile. Seriously? Chinyi replied, taken aback. Could it be that you were once a technician? Indeed. Zuolanlan responded candidly. I was a technician for a time. What? Chinyi was even more perplexed. Given her privileged background, it seemed unlikely that she would take on such work. Born with a silver spoon, she could lead a life of luxury without ever needing to labor, let alone work in a foot massage parlor. I worked as a technician to help my classmates film a documentary. Zuolanlan explained. We spent a year in the foot massage parlor as part of the project. Oh. Chinyi sighed with relief, now finding it reasonable. So what do you wish to do now? As long as it's not excessive, I shall comply. I wish to sleep, Zuolanlan said earnestly. I want to sleep alongside the captain. Chapter 22. Xiao Huang is incredible. What did you say? Chinyi chastised. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. Huh. Zuolanlan stood frozen, utterly bewildered. I thought our relationship was purely platonic. I never expected. Chinyi interjected. You mean to say you find me desirable? Cough cough. Zuolanlan cleared her throat. It's a misunderstanding, Captain. You've misunderstood. I merely wish to sleep in the van. It is dark now, and we definitely need to rest. Her motorcycle offered no shelter. Amidst the wind and snow, rest was impossible. Earlier, when the storm was mild, she managed to rest somewhat. But as the wind and snow intensified and the temperature dropped, it became unbearable. Clarify your intentions, Chinyi insisted. Sleeping is certainly permissible. Come inside. The back seats had been removed, providing ample space, akin to a double bed. Thank you, Captain. You are too kind, Zuolanlan exclaimed joyfully as she lay down. Equipped with a pillow and sleeping bag. Once settled, it was quite comfortable. Captain, you should join me. Chinyi, lacking a sleeping bag, merely laid down some cardboard. It was indeed less comfortable. Without comparison, there would be no harm, but with Zuolanlan nestled in her soft sleeping bag while Chinyi lay on cardboard, the disparity was quite uncomfortable. It seemed necessary to upgrade the interior space of the vehicle in the near future. The physical challenges have now been resolved, and it is imperative to address the need for rest. However, the available resources remain insufficient. Although I possess ample food, acquiring additional supplies is not guaranteed. Xiao Huang, keep watch tonight, Chinyi commanded. If anything occurs, awaken me. The windows and car doors were securely locked, ensuring a reasonable level of safety. The powerful heater rendered the interior of the vehicle quite comfortable. Woof! Xiao Huang barked in response. All right, time to sleep. Chinyi switched off the interior lights, plunging the vehicle into darkness. Outside, the relentless wind howled, battering against the windows like a heavy hammer. At times, sudden gusts would rock the car, threatening to overturn it. For reasons unknown, Zuolanlan fidgeted with her petite feet, her expression tense. She had not fallen asleep, her eyes wide open. After a considerable wait, she mustered the courage to gently nudge Chinyi's leg with her delicate foot. Initially, Chinyi did not respond, but after several attempts, he finally acknowledged her. What is it? Chinyi furrowed his brow. Why aren't you sleeping? What mischief are you up to? Captain, could you grant me a moment? Zuolanlan implored. I need a bit of psychological preparation. For what? Chinyi asked, puzzled. I require some time to fully give myself to you, she replied, tears welling in her eyes. Silently hoping for his understanding. Though she often appeared carefree and foolish, she possessed a keen awareness of the harsh realities and rules of the apocalypse. As a graduate of a prestigious university, she was certainly no fool when it came to basic game theory. In such a brutal world, Chinyi could not afford to provide her with resources, food, or security without expecting something in return. She understood that her most valuable assets were her beauty and alluring figure. I am not in a hurry, Chinyi responded, though he acknowledged the inevitability of the situation. As the saying goes, once basic needs are met, desires arise. When one is well-fed and satisfied, natural urges inevitably follow. Just wait until my ovulation period, Zuolanlan bit her lip. then I will be most eager for a man. Desires are not exclusive to men. Women too experience such needs, influenced by hormones each month. Any healthy human being cannot escape this reality. Very well, Chinyi replied, somewhat fatigued. Let us sleep. With that, he succumbed to slumber. To him, this matter held little significance. However, Zualanon remained deeply concerned, unable to sleep as she gazed at Chinye's profile in the darkness. It must be said, the captain was rather handsome. Her cheeks flushed, and a warm sensation coursed through her body, bringing her a sense of comfort. In the dead of night, Xiao Huang suddenly began to bark frantically. Woof, woof, woof. The piercing sound jolted Chinyi awake. What is it, Xiao Huang? He peered out the window, and amidst the swirling snow, he spotted a pair of glimmering green eyes. It was a snow wolf. No, it was a pack of snow wolves. A multitude of snow wolves encircled the van. How could there be so many? Zualanlan stirred awake, her complexion pale as she surveyed the scene outside. A wave of apprehension washed over her. Had she not allied with Chunyi and entered the van, what would have become of her? Surely, she would have been torn apart by the feral pack. They must be here for revenge. Chunyi meticulously observed the unfolding situation. Having previously slain one of the snow wolves, it was inevitable that the pack would seek retribution, as wolves are inherently social creatures. Xiao Huang, can you handle them? Chunyi inquired. Woof. Xiao Huang stood tall, exuding confidence with a single bark. Very well, I shall open the window, and you will charge out and incinerate them all. Chunyi commanded. He opened the window swiftly, needing to close it just as quickly. Otherwise, the cunning snow wolves might very well leap inside the vehicle. The van's windows were manually operated, a mechanical design rather than electric. Had they been electric, it would have provided greater convenience. In perilous situations at night, Xiao Huang could have autonomously opened the window and dispatched any threats, significantly enhancing Chinye's quality of sleep. Xiao Huang, are you ready? Woof. Xiao Huang's eyes sparkled like stars in the night. Charge. Chunyi abruptly opened the window, and Xiao Huang shot out like a streak of yellow lightning. He promptly closed the window and leaned against the glass, watching the spectacle outside. Xiao Huang displayed remarkable valor. As he emerged, fiery trails burst forth, illuminating the darkness like torches. Each fiery discharge claimed the life of a snow wolf. Initially, the wolves, under the leadership of their alpha, retaliated against Xiao Huang. However, it soon became evident that they were no match for him. The alpha howled at the moon, leading a retreat of several wolves. In the snow lay the lifeless bodies of over 20 snow wolves. Xiao Huang's command over the flames had evidently grown stronger. Each wolf was merely charred at the head, their bodies remaining intact. Moreover, Xiao Huang even extracted and consumed the hearts of the snow wolves, as if their hearts were a potent source of nourishment for him. Woof, woof, woof. Xiao Huang leaped atop the van, barking triumphantly at the moon, as if declaring his victory or perhaps taunting the alpha wolf. After dawn broke and it was confirmed that no danger lingered, Chunyi and Zualanlan disembarked. Upon witnessing the scene before them, Chunyi gasped, Xiao Huang, you are incredible. Chapter 23, Freedom of Huazi. On the ground lay not only the corpses of snow wolves, but also a small pile of gold coins. Each snow wolf had yielded a single gold coin, totaling 23 coins from the 23 slain wolves. Xiao Huang had thoughtfully gathered the coins together. Xiao Huang, you are truly remarkable, Chunyi remarked as he collected the coins, the radiant gold quickly vanishing into his balance. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired gold coins. Gold balance, 84. Captain, could it be that I was hallucinating due to lack of sleep last night? Zualanlan asked. Why does Xiao Huang appear so much larger? Indeed. Chunyi then noticed the change. Xiao Huang had indeed grown considerably, now measuring at least 1 meter in length. Previously, it was merely a diminutive puppy, but now it exudes an air of majesty. Little Huang, what have you been feasting upon? Chunyi observed the bloodstains on its muzzle, glancing at the hollowed heart of the snow wolf, and the implications were unmistakable. Henceforth, you can no longer be called Little Huang. You shall be known as Big Huang. Haha, woof. Big Huang responded with a proud demeanor. Is it acceptable for you to grow at such a rapid pace? Zualanlan inquired with concern. What could possibly be wrong? Chunyi retorted, exasperated. This dog can breathe fire. What is there that it cannot endure? Previously, after consuming bear paws, Big Huang had already grown in size, though it had gone unnoticed. Now, after devouring an excess of wolf hearts, the significant increase in size became apparent. We must gather the meat of the snow wolves. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. We cannot discard this snow wolf meat. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired 3,000 pounds of snow wolf meat. All of it is listed in the trading hall, priced at 10 pounds of meat for 1 gold coin. Shinyi commanded. Various automotive upgrade components can also be exchanged, as well as any other items, even toilet paper. Captain, do you think selling such a large quantity of snow wolf meat might lead to inflation? Zhuolanlan suggested. It would be better to list only 100 pounds at a time, with so much meat at such a low price. It's practically a welfare scheme. In truth, it is welfare. Shinyi chuckled. Is it not a good thing for more people in our group to survive? A good thing? Captain, you seem overly naive. Zhuolanlan remarked. In the apocalypse, it is always the benevolent who are the first to be slain. And the benevolent are kind to others while being harsh on themselves. Silly goose, you do not comprehend. Shinyi smiled, uninterested in elaborating. He was certainly not a saint. The reason he wished for more people to survive was merely to maximize his own benefits. After all, his food and supplies were inexhaustible. Yet various treasure chests and rare items were not so abundant. The more individuals there were in the group, the more they would become his source of rare items. An endless supply. With each additional person, the chances of acquiring something rare increased. If anyone had rare items for sale, he would undoubtedly offer the highest price. Another 1,000 pounds of meat? Boss Yi is impressive. Boss Yi is incredible. He has slain so many snow wolves. Truly, Boss Yi is a great benefactor. Willing to exchange anything for meat. I just traded a pack of cigarettes for a pound of meat. I exchanged a pack of sanitary napkins for a pound of meat. I had almost despaired when I offered the napkins, thinking I would starve, but unexpectedly, Boss Yi showed great mercy. The group was filled with gratitude. The 3,000 pounds of meat quickly sold out, with 500 pounds exchanged for 50 gold coins. The members had too few gold coins. For those with coins had likely also hunted animals and were not in need of meat. Thus, gold coins were scarce. The remaining 2,500 pounds were traded for various supplies, daily necessities including a pack of sanitary napkins, 10 rolls of toilet paper, a pack of cigarettes, a case of Matai liquor, hot pot base, a mattress, towels, bathtubs, and more. Automotive components included water tanks, headlights, and electric vehicle glass. Weapons consisted of knives, guns, and nunchaku. Strange items, contraceptive pills, condoms, Fiji cup, inflatable doll, celebrity edition. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired a plethora of supplies, all securely stored in your system's warehouse. Retrieve the mattress. Shinyi remarked, I slept on cardboard last night. It was quite unbearable. Soon, a thick, plush mattress appeared before him, fitting perfectly in the backseat of the car. How delightful. Shinyi leaped onto the mattress, lying back in sheer comfort. Upgrade the electric vehicle's windows, Shinyi commanded. Remember, upgrade only half. This meant that one half of the windows would be automatic, while the other half remained manual. Captain, why is that? Left Lanlan inquired, perplexed. Figure it out yourself, Chunyi retorted lazily. In truth, it was a precautionary measure. Electric windows are prone to malfunction, especially in such harsh conditions. Thus, retaining some manual windows was prudent. The electric windows were primarily for De Huang, who would be on duty at night and could roll down the window if an unusual situation arose. De Huang, come here, Chunyi chuckled. Let me teach you how to operate the window. Having consumed the flame fruit, De Huang had become significantly smarter, far surpassing its peers. A brief lesson, and it would grasp the concept of operating the window. De Huang was no ordinary dog. It was the Einstein of canines, the cleverest in the dog world. Here you go, Chunyi said, handing a sanitary pad to Left Lanlan. Huh. Left Lanlan's cheeks flushed red, momentarily taken aback. You're feeling cold, are you not? Is it that time of the month? Chunyi observed keenly, having sensed it the previous night. Thank you, Captain, Left Lanlan said, embarrassed, as she took the pad. I'll change in the car. With that, she entered the vehicle and locked the doors. Chunyi had no inclination to pry. Instead, he played with De Huang. Ding. Team member Left Lanlan consumed a sanitary pad, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 sanitary pads, which have been stored in the system's warehouse. How delightful. Chunyi chuckled. Sanitary pads are indeed a valuable commodity. They may be of little use to men, but for women, they are absolutely essential. They are indispensable, a necessity. Ah, what comfort. Chunyi mused, lighting a cigarette. Indeed, female teammates proved to be more useful than those of the canine variety. De Huang, want a puff? Chunyi lit another and offered it to De Huang. Initially, De Huang resisted vehemently, but gradually, it succumbed to the allure of the smoke. How does that feel? Xinyu asked with a grin. Woof. De Huang barked excitedly, its expression one of pure satisfaction. It had never experienced such a delightful sensation. It was exhilarating to the core. Ding. Team member De Huang consumed a cigarette, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 cigarettes. They have been stored in the system's warehouse. How splendid. Chunyi lit another. This time, the cigarettes were free. Previously, in civilized society, one could never attain such freedom. Woof. De Huang barked furiously. My apologies. Chunyi quickly lit another for De Huang. Go ahead, smoke to your heart's content. Enjoy. Before long, one cigarette was entirely consumed by De Huang. The exuberant Huang spun in place, as if he had spent an entire night in passionate embrace with a young pup. Captain, I am ready, Zhualanlan declared. Let us set forth. With that, Chunyi extinguished his cigarette, brimming with confidence for the journey ahead. Chapter 24. Is pantyhose a substitute for gasoline? Chunyi yawned, puffing on a cigarette as he navigated the snowy winds. His speed was neither too fast nor too slow. A rather pleasant pace. The road conditions were decent, allowing him the leisure to converse with Zhualanlan, who had played the role of navigator throughout the day. As dusk approached, she yearned for a brief respite. The motorcycle was being towed by a van, and due to its bombardier design with 3 wheels, it remained remarkably stable. By the way, your previous mileage far exceeded mine. How is it that I have surpassed you? Chunyi inquired with curiosity. Upon their first encounter, he had been quite taken aback by Zhualanlan's speed on her motorcycle, which had left him in the dust. Yet, he had somehow caught up with her. I had to fall back significantly, Zhualanlan elucidated. What? Chunyi exclaimed in astonishment. Fall back? How is that even possible? To retreat implies death. It is the most fundamental rule. I received a reward, a 100-kilometer iron treasure chest, Zhualanlan explained. Inside was a mileage card. If one retreats a certain distance, they can exchange it for supplies. She had exhausted her resources, but the existence of the mileage card had allowed her to survive. A mileage card? Chunyi realized, connecting the dots. In this post-apocalyptic survival scenario, various cards with diverse functionalities existed. For instance, there were the system warehouse cold storage upgrade cards and the mileage cards that Zhualanlan had utilized. The small supermarket not only accepted gold coins but also various cards, regardless of their perceived utility. Additionally, all manner of vehicle modification components could be exchanged for precious food and essential goods. Chunyi updated the group chat with this information. Given the surplus of food and various necessities, he decided to open a small supermarket, listing a significant quantity of supplies. His provision of ample food had greatly enhanced the survival rate of others, earning him the esteemed title of Yi the Benevolent. Thank you, Yi the Benevolent. I am immensely grateful. I have several functional cards and am unsure how to utilize them. One user exclaimed, I possess a relief card that I regrettably discarded. It was tasteless. Can it now be exchanged for food? How delightful. What is a relief card? Is it consumable? It simulates a restroom experience without any discomfort. Once finished, one need not wipe. As warm water cleanses, truly a pleasurable product. That sounds splendid. I wish to use it, but alas, I cannot afford it. The chat buzzed with excitement, as those who benefited were overjoyed. However, dissenters who had not reaped any rewards voiced their frustrations. Among them were siblings Li Dan and Li Yong, who seethed with anger, wishing for Chunyi's demise. Damn it, this sycophantic waste of space. What luck he must have stumbled upon to acquire such abundance, Li Yong cursed. He sold multiple bear paws, and I've never even tasted one. Enough of the complaints, just drive. Li Dan exclaimed with irritation. The heater is on, yet it's freezing cold. Our pickup truck remains stalled by the roadside. How can we even think about the heater when the fuel tank is nearly empty? Li Yong lamented. We are destined to freeze to death tonight. What? We're out of fuel? Li Dan retorted angrily. What have you been doing all day? We've run out of food, and now we've run out of fuel too. The two of them found themselves in dire straits, having just finished the last piece of ham sausage, with no food left to sustain them. To their dismay, they had also depleted their fuel supply. A car without fuel is merely a metal shell, and in such a frigid night, they were likely to succumb to the cold. And you blame me? Li Yong shouted. Isn't it your fault for upsetting Chunyi? You even called him your sycophant. How dare you speak of your sister that way? Li Dan shot back. What is wrong with you? You are being utterly self-righteous. Li Yong continued. If you had listened to me and posted a few cute pictures, you would have had Chunyi wrapped around your finger, and we would be feasting on bear paws by now. You scoundrel. Li Dan's anger intensified. What do you take your sister for? Am I on the same level as those frivolous online individuals? All right. All right. Li Yong, exhausted from the quarrel, conceded, you are superior. A socialite. With that, he stormed out. You. Li Dan was furious and considered chasing after him to give him a piece of her mind. But the biting cold quelled her impulse. Before long, Li Yong returned and turned on the heater. We have fuel. He had just bought some gasoline at the trading market. With this fuel, they could endure the night. Where did you get the gasoline? Li Dan inquired, her curiosity piqued. They had exhausted all means to obtain supplies, so how had he suddenly acquired fuel? It's none of your business, Li Yong replied, his eyes darting. Just go to sleep. You won't freeze tonight. Are you hiding something from me? Li Dan demanded angrily. Did you also procure food? Show me. I don't have any, Li Yong replied sullenly. I'm still hungry myself. I don't care. You must have food, Li Dan insisted, unyielding. Show me, it's imperative. I truly don't have any, Li Yong said. Feeling helpless. Not even a drop of water. Nonsense. Li Dan refused to relent. You are definitely hiding something. Otherwise, why would you have gone out to trade behind my back? Say whatever you like. Li Yong shrugged, opting for indifference. I don't have any extra food. Then tell me, what did you trade for the gasoline? Li Dan pressed on. It's none of your concern. Li Yong wrapped himself in his coat and shut his eyes. Feigning sleep. No, you must tell me. You have to. Li Dan persisted. Show me the trading records. Are you ever going to stop? Li Yong was exasperated. His sister was simply too troublesome. I don't care. If you don't tell me tonight, you want tea sleep. Li Dan would not back down. Fine, fine. I'll tell you. Li Yong relented. I traded some of your worn stockings for the gasoline. What? Li Dan was furious and kicked him hard, exclaiming, you are truly disgusting and perverse. Get lost. I do not wish to see you. With the biting cold, who could still care about such trivial matters? Li Yong, bewildered, reasoned, aren't they merely worn socks? Isn't it quite economical to exchange them for some gasoline? Whether I use them myself or let others use them, isn't it all for the benefit of the people? Get out. Li Dan commanded. You will stand outside for an hour, immediately. I won't go? Li Yong retorted, pouting. I'll freeze to death. Will you go or not? Li Dan glared at him, her expression terrifying. Fine, I'll go. What is the big deal? Li Yong mustered his courage, preferring to face the biting wind rather than endure his sister's wrath. Disgusting. Li Dan scolded, pervert, shameless. After uttering these words, she opened the trading hall, determined to see what kind of repulsive man would engage in such transactions. Chapter 25, Tang Shui Rua. The trading market possessed a search function. By entering the relevant materials, one could unveil purchase requests. Li Dan attempted a search, revealing an abundance of transaction records, stockings, intimate apparel, high heels, and even used condoms. Disgusting. Absolutely revolting. Li Dan scrolled through the records with disdain. Upon noticing a man seeking to purchase intimate apparel, she clicked in and unleashed a torrent of invective upon him. Are you out of your mind? Why would you want to buy such things? Even in the apocalypse, your mind is filled with filth? If your mother knew she gave birth to such a perverse creature, would she not be heartbroken? You truly deserve this. Such a grown man, engaging in such disgraceful antics. After her outburst, rather than being angered, the man seemed to relish it. What a thrill. Such delightful abuse. He initiated a trade request, offering 10 sausages in exchange. Disgusting. You are truly repulsive. Li Dan continued her tirade. I want 20. Very well, 20 it is. The man obediently reinitiated the trade, precisely for 20 sausages. Witnessing this, Li Dan's eyes sparkled, yet she still scolded him. You are indeed a pervert. Despite her words, she removed the items, fulfilling the transaction. Ding. Congratulations on your successful trade. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 20 sausages. The 20 sausages soon appeared in her hands, causing Li Dan to breathe rapidly, almost unable to believe her eyes. With 20 sausages, she could sustain herself for several days, avoiding starvation. I must hide them, she thought cunningly. She could not allow her brother to discover them. If he found out, her 20 sausages would surely be devoured. Where to hide them? Li Dan pondered for a long time, realizing that anywhere could be discovered. She needed a location that was foolproof. First, it had to be close to her person, and second, it must be utterly concealed, somewhere he would never think to look or find. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She placed all 20 sausages inside her clothing. After all, if a child could be born with such a large head, hiding a few sausages was trivial. I must eat one. Li Dan took out another piece and devoured it eagerly, unable to resist due to her overwhelming hunger. If she didn't eat something, sleep would elude her. and she would surely awaken to the gnawing pangs of starvation. Sister, I can't take it anymore. Let me in. Li Yong shivered, his nose dripping with frozen mucus. Come in. Li Dan snorted coldly. Next time you dare to act recklessly, beware of my wrath. I won't dare, Li Yong replied. I'm merely trying to survive. Without fuel, we would undoubtedly freeze to death tonight. That would be a fair trade-off, Li Dan retorted angrily. From now on, you are forbidden from stealing my belongings, especially my stockings. I won't dare, I promise, Li Yong insisted, shaking his head repeatedly, though secretly he contemplated doing so again in the future. You didn't use my stockings for anything inappropriate, did you? Li Dan warned. Don't push your luck, or I'll be disgusted by you. Sister, we're fighting for our lives here, Li Yong said helplessly. You should focus on how to survive. How do we survive? Li Dan asked seriously. Of course, we should contact Chen Yi. He has an abundance of supplies, Li Yong replied, his eyes sparkling with hope. As long as you can reach him, we'll never worry about food and drink again. Just the thought of Chen Yi's generous offerings made him salivate. How do we reach him? Should we send him some pictures? Li Dan questioned. He has already blocked me. How can we get in touch? He is currently riding high on his success. What about Tang Shuiro? Li Yong suggested. She's South your close friend and can surely connect us with Chen Yi. Haha, Li Dan scoffed. You seem quite infatuated with my best friend. Li Yong had long pursued Tang Shuiro, and it was no exaggeration to say he was hopelessly devoted to her. He had spent a fortune on her, yet they had never even held hands, which was rather pitiful. Sister, this is a matter of survival. I've already contacted Tang Shuiro, Li Yong informed her. I shared our plan with her, and she has agreed to help us. Standing outside in the cold had helped him calm down and successfully reach out to her. Fortunately, Tang Shuiro was in a good position, lacking neither food nor supplies. She even gave me 2 sausages to help me endure, promising she would reach out to Chen Yi. Surely, Chen Yi would grant her some consideration. This unexpected good news greatly surprised Li Dan. Tang Shuiro actually gave you sausages? Show me. Li Yong produced a half-eaten sausage, saying, I've already consumed 1.5. I was so hungry. What a useless fellow, Li Dan scolded, snatching the sausage from him and quickly devouring it. Is Tang Shuiro really that kind-hearted? She questioned skeptically. I suspect she is just waiting to see us fail. Although she is a close friend, she has a strong sense of competition, relishing in others' misfortunes. Don't say that, Li Yong countered. We're currently in a mutually beneficial situation. Tang Shuiro isn't a bad person. What is your plan? Is she going to be your girlfriend now? Li Dan scoffed, rolling her eyes in disdain. Soon, Li Yong chuckled. The plan is quite simple. Chen Yi has been trading various functional cards. He fabricated a story, claiming he possessed remarkable functional cards, hoping that Tang Shuiro could facilitate the connection. If the transaction is successful, Tang Shuiro stands to gain a substantial commission. Do you possess a functional card? Li Dan inquired. Could it be that her brother obtained a random treasure chest? Certainly not, Li Yong replied. But I informed Chen Yi that we must conduct the transaction in person. In person? Li Dan sensed something amiss. What are you planning? What am I planning? Naturally, I aim to facilitate a connection between the two of you. Li Yong chuckled. Once you meet, I am confident that with your charm, sister, you will undoubtedly be able to sway him. Even if you cannot completely win him over, you should be able to extract a considerable profit from him. After all, once face to face, there will inevitably be some camaraderie. It is unlikely he would turn a blind eye to your plight. At these words, Li Dan smiled. You truly are a clever little rascal. She found the idea quite appealing. First, lure Chen Yi over, and then we can discuss the rest. However, sister, do not be too aloof. Li Yong cautioned carefully. After all, a small sacrifice in a lure may be necessary. One cannot be too reserved. What do you mean by aloof? Chen Yi is already beneath my skirt. Li Dan's temper flared. A petty person reveling in success. He was once unworthy even to carry my shoes. Indeed, indeed. Li Yong quickly replied, I recognize your formidable prowess, but times have changed. This is an exceptional circumstance, is it not? Very well, I shall exercise discretion. Li Dan, with a smug expression, remarked, although he possesses abundant resources, he is still unworthy of my sacrifice. I estimate that after we meet, a mere beckoning of my finger will render him pliable. She remained steadfast in her confidence, believing she could manipulate any man. Chapter 26. The Morally Obliging Saint. Chen Yi, I believe your actions are utterly unjust and exceedingly excessive. Early one morning, a message arrived. Ordinarily, Chen Yi would not deign to check his messages. as he perpetually had 99 unread notifications. Were it not for the sender being Tang Shuero, he would not have bothered to open it. After all, Tang Shuero was his classmate, and they harbored no conflicts. In fact, she had assisted him numerous times during his pursuit of Li Dan. Tang Shuero hailed from a well-to-do family, exhibiting a certain pride and self-importance. However, this so-called affluence was far from that of aristocracy. It paled in comparison to the likes of Zhuo Lanlin's family. In their small county town, she was merely a standout among the children of workers and farmers, a so-called county Brahmin. Tang Shuero, what is the matter with you? Chenyi responded with some irritation. It was early in the morning, and to be met with such a blow was enough to dampen anyone's spirits. You have risen to prominence, commanding respect as the great benefactor Yi. Times have changed. You now reside on high, indulging in endless resources and food. Tang Shuero's tone became increasingly sarcastic, leaving Chenyi utterly perplexed. What are you trying to convey? Chenyi retorted impatiently. Speak plainly. Should she continue her incessant prattling, he would not hesitate to block her. Even if she was his classmate, there would be no room for negotiation. Your beloved goddess is on the brink of freezing to death. Finally, Tang Shuero ceased her trivialities. The goddess you once vowed to protect for a lifetime is on the verge of starvation, suffering from hunger and cold. You possess ample resources and food, even willing to sell them at a meager price to strangers in the group, yet you refuse to lend a hand to Li Dan? Even if your love for her has faded, it is unthinkable to turn a blind eye to a longtime classmate in distress and sever all ties. Such an action is profoundly cold-hearted. Tang Shuero, in a flurry of impassioned words, managed to elicit a laugh from Chenyi. Are you attempting to morally coerce me on behalf of your dear friend? Was this her suggestion, or did you take it upon yourself? Chenyi was quite curious about this point. Neither. Tang Shuero replied with righteous indignation. You have misjudged me, as well as the goddess you once admired. Spare me the disgust. What do you mean by a once-admired goddess? Chenyi could not help but exclaim. She is nothing but a wretched creature. You have gone too far. How can you utter such vile words? Tang Shuero retorted angrily. Even in this heartless apocalypse, one must adhere to the most fundamental morals and humanity. If one lacks these, how are they any different from beasts? As the saying goes, in the end times, one must first eliminate the false saints. And Tang Shuero certainly falls into that category. There are many types of false saints, and this woman embodies the most detestable form of moral coercion. Since you are so concerned with righteousness, why not offer some food to your former dear friend? Is it not amusing to be generous with others while withholding from those close to you? Chenyi unabashedly disagreed, showing no regard for her sentiments. How do you know I Haven Tea provided assistance? Tang Shuero countered loudly. 2 sausages. I gave her 2 sausages for free. Her voice was raised, perhaps to overshadow Chenyi's presence or out of sympathy for her 2 sausages. Quite commendable. Indeed, you are a good friend. Chenyi replied with a smile. You ought to provide more. How could 2 sausages suffice? You should share half of your provisions. Otherwise, your dear friend will inevitably freeze or starve. If she enjoys giving, then let her give generously. After all, Tang Shuero is quite affluent. Initially, she drew a splendid vehicle, a luxurious RV. Although it consumes fuel at a high rate, the RV is stocked with ample food. Utilizing these provisions, Tang Shuero has been living quite splendidly. So much so that at times she forgets she is amidst a struggle for survival, instead perceiving it as an impromptu journey to relish. Are you truly prepared to stand idly by, showing no self-reliance? Tang Shuero continued her moral coercion. Is this not excessively callous? In this frigid world, my blood runs cold. It is only natural. Chenyi, growing impatient, remarked. If you have nothing else to say, let it be. It was my folly to harbor any illusions, thinking you were still a human being, possessed of empathy. In her final exasperation, Tang Shuero declared, I should have been straightforward from the beginning and discussed transactions. We have nothing to trade. Chenyi firmly asserted. I have no desire to engage in any transactions with you. Do you not want the card? Tang Shuero responded smugly. It is a card with exceptional functions, precisely what you urgently require. What card do I need now? Spare me your vague nonsense. Chenyi, entirely fed up, stated, I'm blocking you. Do not block me. Tang Shuero hurriedly interjected. Li Yong has 3 cards he wishes to trade with you, and the price is absolutely favorable. However, there exists a stipulation. The transaction must be conducted in person. You may handle it as you see fit. Why are you not responding? Have you lost your voice? Aside from the initial two statements, the subsequent words have transformed into red dots, indicating that Chun-Yi has already blocked me. Chun-Yi has nothing to trade with Tang Shuero, nor does he have anything to barter with Li Yong. As for the so-called face-to-face transaction, that is utterly ridiculous. Human nature is unpredictable. Who knows what ulterior motives the other party may harbor? Meeting someone from the past is not a homecoming. It could potentially lead to perilous consequences. The audacity of it all, daring to hang up on my call. Tang Shuero was fuming, her anger palpable. On what grounds do you hang up on me? What gives you the right? Just because you were fortunate enough to acquire some resources? A small-minded individual revels in their fleeting success. Whose call was that? Asked Zhualanlan, her curiosity piqued. Irrelevant. Chun-Yi yawned, offering no further explanation. What shall we eat when the time comes? Zhualanlan continued her inquiries. She had many responsibilities. Not only was she the navigator, but she also played the role of the cook, and in the evening, she would warm Chun-Ye's bed. Juggling multiple tasks was indeed exhausting. Let us have hot pot. Outside, the snow fell abundantly, and within the warmth of the vehicle, enjoying hot pot while singing was quite delightful. Yet, the space remained too confined. Although the small van was versatile, it ultimately lacked the comfort one desired. Upgrades were necessary. Upgrades, and further upgrades. At the very least, it should be transformed into a camper van, providing ample space for comfort and, most importantly, facilities for bathing and using the restroom. Especially now, in this icy weather, the act of using the restroom poses a danger, often leaving one's backside uncomfortably cold, a most undesirable experience. It is vital to recognize that utilizing the restroom, particularly for a significant release, is one of life's greatest pleasures. However, if it cannot be done in warmth and safety, it becomes a torment. Thus, Chun-Ye's yearning for a camper van was exceedingly strong. Once upgraded, the camper van would offer a warm and comfortable experience for such matters, allowing one to relieve oneself with ease and satisfaction. Beep, beep, beep. Another woman has sent a message. It is the lovely and enchanting married woman, Shun Rui. She has reached out to Chun-Yi, and it goes without saying that her motives are likely related to resources. Chapter 27. A woman's fragility, a wife's resilience. I hope to trade some resources with you. Shenzi stated directly. It cannot be that simple, can it? Chun-Yi responded with a sly smile. This woman undoubtedly had ulterior motives. Chun-Yi had various resources listed on the trading market, and there was no need for pleasantries. Direct transactions sufficed. I have some timber I wish to exchange for your meat. Shenzi clarified in her message. Just trade directly. There's no need to explain. Chun-Yi replied. The exchange rates were clearly marked, fair and transparent for all. However, I do not possess enough timber to trade for even a pound of meat. Shenzi explained with a hint of desperation in her voice. Could you possibly be lenient? As long as I can eat my fill and regain my strength, I will continue to fell trees. I could repay you double. I am truly famished and lack the strength to chop wood any longer. Timber is abundantly scattered along the road, yet it holds little value at present. Thus, only a significant amount of wood can be exchanged for a mere morsel of meat. As a woman, Shunzi toils tirelessly in the woods, but still cannot procure enough sustenance. Why have you chosen to send a voice message this time? Chun-Yi neither declined nor acquiesced, but merely inquired curiously, Are you attempting to elicit my sympathy with your weeping tone? Not at all, not at all. Shenzi hastily shook her head in explanation. I have developed blisters on my hands from chopping wood. I am utterly incapable of typing. In this, she spoke no falsehood. Typically not accustomed to strenuous labor, this marked Shenzi's first experience of such exertion. Her delicate hands were simply ill-equipped to withstand the relentless assault of the rough axe and the unyielding wood. Within just a few hours, her hands were covered in blisters, rendering her unable to continue her work. Under any other circumstances, she would never have bowed to Chun-Yi. Initially, she had resolved to persevere, but the biting cold and her torn wounds could prove fatal. She could not afford to perish. She absolutely must survive. If she succumbed to the frigid winds, her husband would inevitably meet the same grim fate. Is that true? Send me a photo for proof. Chun-Yi appeared skeptical. However, Shunzi quickly obliged, sending a photograph. The image displayed a pair of fair hands, elongated and aesthetically pleasing. Yet, amidst their pallor, numerous blisters marred their beauty. Some had already burst, while others were still swelling. To further validate the authenticity of her claims, Shenzi sent a video as well. The video showcased the same delicate hands, adorned with the same blisters and elegance. evoking a sense of sanguine romance. Notably, remnants of crimson nail polish lingered on one of her fingertips. Unlike the photograph, the video vividly captured her trembling hands, twitching in pain, accompanied by the occasional sharp intake of breath. Do you perceive me as a benevolent savior? Do you think I am a saint? Therefore, should I assist you? Chun-Yi coldly remarked. No, 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 that is not what I meant. Shun-Zi frantically explained. Had you not asked, I would have kept silent. Enough nonsense. Cease your little schemes. Chun-Yi deliberately raised his voice in reproach. Do not assume I am oblivious to your cunning tricks. Should you attempt such deceit again, not only will you forfeit any discounts, but you will lose the right to trade altogether. Chun-Yi was well aware that this was not a scheme and recognized her genuine plight. Yet, he chose to bully her mercilessly, seeking to shatter her spirit completely, thereby creating an opportunity for himself. Although he currently had no need for a female companion to gather supplies, having an additional attractive woman around was hardly disadvantageous, especially one of such exceptional caliber. I am truly sorry. I apologize. Shun-Zi quickly expressed, her voice tinged with distress, utterly flustered and at a loss for words. Should they lose the right to trade, both she and her husband would surely starve. In a group of 5,000, only Chun-Yi could provide such affordable sustenance. The prices of food from others were exorbitantly high, far beyond their means. I no longer desire any discounts. I shall venture to gather firewood at once. Shun-Zi exclaimed in a state of trepidation. I must collect a sufficient quantity of timber. Please do not revoke my trading privileges. With that, she grasped the axe, ready to push open the door and begin her labor. However, the blisters on her hands were too numerous. As she lifted the axe, it slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, bursting several blisters in the process. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her, yet she gritted her teeth, trembling in an effort to conceal any sign of distress from her husband. Do not rush into chopping wood, Chun-Yi said with a smile. In truth, you need not suffer. By becoming my ally, you can live without worry for food and shelter. That is out of the question. I have a husband to care for. Shun-Zi resolutely shook her head. I cannot abandon him. If I neglect him, he will not survive for long. Do you still not grasp the reality? Even if you exert yourself to protect him, the outcome will remain unchanged. Even in a civilization abundant with medicine and sustenance, your husband is destined to be short-lived. This unspoken understanding lingered between them, and Shun-Zi was acutely aware of it. Her husband knew it as well. Regardless of the outcome, I shall exert every effort to safeguard him. Shun-Zi's gaze was resolute, and an infinite courage seemed to swell within her. Even if the final result was predetermined, even if she ended up with nothing, she would not relinquish her husband. It is said that women are inherently weak, yet become strong for the sake of motherhood. She, however, was steadfast for the sake of her marriage. Since you insist, I shall not press further. Chun-Yi conceded, respecting her determination. I am not a harsh individual. In conclusion, Chun-Yi remarked, let us adhere to our customary arrangement. I can offer you a discount, but you must address me in a certain way. Are you expecting me to call you husband as well? Are you attempting to take advantage of me? Shun-Zi's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears. Why must you bully me? I am already enduring so much. The last time she had called someone husband was in vain, yielding no reward. Who said I wanted you to call me husband? Chun-Yi replied mischievously. This time, we shall change things up. We cannot always play the same game. Change what? What new game do you intend to play? Shun-Zi's eyes reflected confusion and fear. What torment awaited her at this man's hands? Her body trembled slightly, unsure whether it was from dread or excitement. Let me ponder. Chun-Yi feigned deep contemplation. How about calling me daddy? A single utterance of daddy will grant you a discount. All in all, it is quite a favorable deal. You. Shun-Zi's face turned pale with indignation. You are truly a pervert. She could hardly believe Chun-Yi's audacity to make her refer to him as a daughter, shamelessly exploiting her. The last time someone had requested her to call them daddy was during her childhood in kindergarten. Decades had passed, and she had never encountered such a situation again. May I call instead? A frail male voice suddenly interjected. It was Shun-Zi's husband. Chapter 28. As long as we live, there is hope. His unexpected arrival astonished not only Chun-Yi, but also Shun-Zi. To know of such matters, she had always concealed them from her husband, regardless of the hardships endured. She would not allow him to hear a word. Initially, she believed he was asleep, only to discover he had overheard everything from beginning to end. To her astonishment, her husband realized the immense difficulties and humiliation his wife had faced. Father, Father, he cried out loudly, his voice escalating with each utterance, causing Chun Ye's eardrums to throb painfully. No, 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 no. You are my grandfather, my dear grandfather, my ancestor. As long as you do not mistreat Shinzi, you may be addressed however you wish. Grandfather, ancestor, I bow to you. Your grandson bows to you. Shinzi's husband genuinely began to knock his head repeatedly, the sound resounding as his forehead bled. The generational gap had become stark. Shinyi could no longer contain herself and shouted, "Stop that incessant calling. The mood was perfectly fine until you shattered it. Mr. Chun, please, I must attend to this chaos." Shunzi, ever considerate, hastily severed the connection. She did not wish for her husband to be embroiled in this turmoil. I am useless. I am incompetent. Shinzi's husband struck himself fiercely across the face. I have burdened you. If it were not for me, you would not suffer so. He lamented, I might as well die. My death would resolve everything and spare you further distress. With that, he forcefully slammed his head against the dashboard. The impact was tremendous, shattering the glass dashboard. Sharp shards piercing his forehead, blood flowing profusely. Husband, you are not my burden. Please do not say such things. Without you, I would lack the courage to carry on. Shinzi embraced her husband, attempting to prevent his self-destructive actions. Yet he was like a man possessed, her efforts utterly futile. Moreover, being a woman, Shinzi, exhausted, could not restrain him. In despair, tears streaming down her face, she pleaded, if you truly understand me, do not seek to end your life. If you injure yourself, I will ultimately be the one to care for you. I am already heavily burdened. Please show me some compassion. Upon hearing her words, the frantic man fell silent, trembling as he wept quietly. I am neither truly dead nor alive, caught in a dilemma as thick as iron chains crossing a river. It is so difficult. His life was indeed fraught with challenges. The world is filled with suffering. At the very least, we are still alive. Shinzi fought back her tears, offering solace. As long as we live, there is hope. The very essence of life is one of the most powerful phrases in the Chinese language. I am weary. After enduring a tumultuous struggle, his already frail body could withstand no longer. Not long after speaking, he fell into a deep slumber. Shinzi sighed helplessly as she tended to the wounds and blood on his forehead. The scant bandage she had, now fully utilized, was of immense value. What had once been unnecessary was now all but spent. After much effort, Shinzi finally managed to treat her husband's injuries. Her hands were covered in blisters, blood oozing from the wounds, bearing the agony and hardship alone, with no one to care for her, yet she still had to look after others. After resting for approximately an hour, she managed to regain a modicum of strength from her excruciating fatigue. Despite her profound reluctance, Shinzi gingerly opened the car door and stepped into the biting wind and snow. The frigid air of the daytime storm was unbearable. She inhaled deeply, engaging in extensive mental preparation, her beautiful visage etched with turmoil. After a prolonged wait, she finally reached out to Chunyi. Hesitating for quite some time, uncertain of what to say, she ultimately followed Chun Ye's suggestion and softly uttered, Dad. Although her voice was barely audible, it seemed she had exerted all her strength. Whether it was shyness or the cold, her delicate face flushed crimson. Her slender form trembled slightly, caught between anxiety and excitement. Yet, after a long wait, Chunyi did not respond. Shinzi stood shivering in the cold wind, unsure of what to do. The thought of entering the car frightened her, fearing it might wake her husband, and if Chunyi were to impose some outrageous demand upon him, the situation could spiral out of control. The wait dragged on, leaving her hands and feet numb. In desperation, she continued to send voice messages to Chunyi, calling out repeatedly, Dad, Dad, Dad. Initially, her voice was soft, but as her emotions spiraled, it escalated into a desperate shout. Had the snowstorm not been so fierce, it surely would have awakened her husband. What was she to do? Finally, Chunyi responded, Do you really want to be my daughter? The age discrepancy is rather significant. Isn't it? Indeed, the other party was undoubtedly older. Being a married woman, I have already called out. Could you grant me a favor? Shinzi pleaded, her voice trembling with emotion. I only need a pound of meat. And as for the missing firewood, I promise to return it double once I regain my strength. This is not an unreasonable request. I beseech you to show some mercy. With just a pound of meat, they could manage to sustain themselves for 2 or 3 days by rationing it, complemented with some wild vegetables and tree bark. In that brief span, their fortunes might take a turn for the better, potentially leading to the discovery of a random treasure chest, thereby transforming their dire circumstances. As previously stated, as long as one is alive, there is hope. Struggling to survive, striving to endure. This was indeed a reasonable request. Shinyi replied candidly, however. Our prior agreement is no longer valid. What did you say? Shunzi felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her once rosy complexion drained of color, leaving her pallid. I offered you an opportunity before, yet you failed to seize it. That cannot be blamed on anyone else, Shinyi smirked, deliberately tormenting her with the same tactic. But, Shunzi stammered, at a loss for words. Had she been tricked by Chunyi once more? Was it to be a repeat of the previous incident? Completely played for a fool, like a wretched jester. Do you think of me as a villain? Chunyi suddenly inquired. Shunzi clenched her teeth in silence. The fury in her eyes spoke volumes. Chunyi was the worst of the worst she had ever encountered. A living embodiment of evil. A devil roaming the earth. However, she dared not speak, fearing that she might provoke Chunyi and consequently lose her very qualification for trade. In truth, I am assisting you in recognizing your predicament and the world in which you currently dwell, Chunyi stated earnestly. Only through my guidance can you discern reality and survive in this merciless struggle for existence during the apocalypse. Are you implying that I should express my gratitude to you? Shunzi asked through clenched teeth. It was evident that she rejected Chun-Ye's pompous rhetoric. Chapter 29. Is a dog's life not worth living? Of course, you should thank me. Chun-Yi responded with an air of entitlement, or perhaps more accurately, with shamelessness. What would you have me do to show my gratitude? Shunzi inquired earnestly. Put your hair up and kneel. Chun-Yi replied with a smile. Record a video. Mere audio was no longer sufficient. He demanded visual documentation. Very well. Without hesitation, Shunzi filmed the video. In it, a beautiful young woman knelt in the snow. Her hair elegantly arranged, tears streaking her face, evoking a poignant beauty. Daddy, she exclaimed, her red lips parting. Hey, Chun-Yi quickly interjected. I didn't ask you to call out. Huh. Shunzi appeared momentarily stunned. Have you become addicted to calling out? Chun-Yi chuckled. Could it be that beneath your composed exterior lies a heart of debauchery? Could you refrain from insulting me? Shunzi was on the verge of collapse. On one side lay the physical torment of the biting wind and snow, and on the other, the psychological torment inflicted by Chun-Yi. Even the toughest of men could falter, how much more so a woman of gentle spirit? I'm a kind person and would never demean anyone, Chun-Yi concluded. I can offer you a discount. Your timber can be exchanged for 2 pounds of meat. Originally, under the established terms, not even a pound of meat could be afforded. Yet with a grand gesture, Chun-Yi granted her 2 pounds. This brought immense joy to Shunzi. Thank you. You are truly a great benefactor. Really, thank you. With this 2 pounds of meat, their dire situation would be significantly alleviated. It was indeed a life-saving boon. Without it, they would likely have starved to death. Do not mention it. Chun-Yi replied coldly. I am no saint. You are a good person, a true savior. Shunzi expressed her deep gratitude towards Chun-Yi, even beginning to forget the humiliation and torment he had inflicted upon her. I am a devil. Dealing with a devil comes at a price. Upon hearing this, Shunzi shivered, fear flickering in her beautiful eyes. A price? What price? What demand did Chun-Yi have in mind? You need not fear. By this time tomorrow, if you are still alive, remember to pay your respects to me. Chun-Yi flashed a wicked smile, withholding the specifics of his demands. Pay my respects? Though a simple phrase, it stirred a hint of unease in Shunzi. Such words were reserved for juniors addressing elders, or for slaves addressing their masters. I saved both your lives. Surely, I can be considered a benefactor? Chun-Yi continued with a smile. Asking you to pay your respects tomorrow morning is hardly an excessive request, is it? Not at all. Shunzi, gentle and docile like a little kitten, addressed Mr. Chen. Tomorrow morning, I shall send my regards. Chun-Yi nodded in satisfaction, refraining from further response. The boundaries of human principles are gradually breached, and what is deemed untouchable will inevitably be shattered. Captain, we have a situation. Suddenly, a message from Zhuolanlan arrived. I have encountered a stranded pickup truck. 3 kilometers away. I do not see any other vehicles, nor do I know how many people are inside. What should we do next? Awaiting instructions. This moment underscored the pivotal role of the navigator, enabling the immediate detection of the latest conditions on the road. A stranded pickup could very well be a trap, yet it might simply be a genuine breakdown, leaving its occupants vulnerable to the freezing elements. Stand by. I shall arrive shortly. Chinyi pressed the accelerator and soon spotted the bombardier snowmobile amidst the swirling snow. Following the previous robbery incident, Zhuolanlan had become exceedingly cautious. She had concealed herself by the roadside, attempting to shield her vehicle from the harsh winds and snow. The blizzard was fierce, and the snowdrifts provided excellent cover. What is the update? Any new developments? Chinyi inquired as he parked beside the snowmobile. No sign of anyone else. It's highly likely that the vehicle has run out of fuel, Zhuolanlan assessed. It is possible that the occupants have succumbed to the cold. In such frigid conditions, without fuel or heating, one could perish from hypothermia overnight. However, it might also be an ambush. The more innocuous it appears, the greater the potential peril. How about I venture over to take a look? Zhuolanlan proposed whimsically. My snowmobile is swift enough. I can dash over, and even if there is an ambush, they won't be able to catch me. You truly are a clever one. Chinyi playfully flicked her forehead. Let us leave this to De Huang. De Huang, seemingly understanding every word, tilted his head in indignation at Chinyi, as if to say, is a dog's life not worth anything? 3 cigarettes. Chinyi produced 3 cigarettes. You take one and see if there are any people in the vehicle and how many. If anyone attacks you, breathe fire to incinerate them. If there is no attack, return quickly, and I'll give you 2 more. With that, Chinyi placed 1 cigarette in De Huang's mouth and lit it with care. De Huang, ever perceptive, acknowledged this gesture by patting Chinyi's hand. After a few deep puffs, the entire cigarette was consumed. Once finished, De Huang dashed toward the pickup truck with remarkable speed, akin to a supercar, consuming a cigarette per 100 kilometers. With agility, De Huang leaped onto the pickup truck, assessed the interior, and then sprinted back to Chinyi in the blink of an eye. 1 person alive, 2 dead. Chinyi tossed a cigarette to De Huang, who barked in response. 1 person for 2 barks, 2 people for 1 bark. Chinyi tossed another cigarette, and De Huang barked once more. No danger warranted a single bark, while 2 barks indicated peril. Chinyi lit a cigarette for De Huang, who barked again, suggesting the absence of threat. Since there was no danger, they decided to proceed. Chinyi retrieved his crossbow, commanding Zhuolanlan to take the passenger seat and remain battle-ready at all times. Under no circumstances are you to exit the vehicle without my command. Yes, Captain. Zhuolanlan responded obediently, promising to fulfill the task. The motorcycle was tethered to the back of a small van, and Zhuolanlan assumed a combat-ready posture, sitting in the passenger seat, her body taut with tension. Chinyi drove with utmost seriousness, cautiously advancing, wary of potential traps along the road. Fortunately, no traps lay in wait, and they soon arrived beside the pickup truck. The vehicle bore ordinary glass, lacking even the most basic privacy tint. Chinyi glanced over and spotted the shivering siblings, Li Dan and Li Yong, trembling inside. Though they had managed to endure the night, their fuel reserves had now been depleted. Without warmth, the pickup was merely a metal shell, chilling rapidly. Chapter 30. The little fairy was absolutely thrilled. Foolish brother, you've been played by that wretched Tang Shuiro again, haven't you? Li Dan scoffed with a twisted smile. She never even attempted to contact Chinyi on your behalf. Sister, how could you say that? Tang Shuiro is your closest friend. Li Yong shivered uncontrollably, his nose crusted with ice. Didn't Shuiro say it herself? Chinyi refused to trade and blocked her. He unconditionally believed in his goddess, and indeed, Tang Shuiro had not lied. She had recounted the events truthfully. It wasn't that she had failed to assist. Rather, Chinyi had shown a heartless disposition. Stop making excuses. She was merely toying with you. Li Dan seethed, her teeth clenched. That vile woman would relish watching us freeze to death. If she truly wanted to help, why not directly provide us with supplies? She has plenty of fuel and food. Couldn't she spare us half? Did she? She only offered us 2 sausages as a mockery, you fool. That wretched woman is likely lounging in a comfortable RV, eagerly awaiting news of our demise. Once someone perishes, it will be publicly announced in the group, impossible to conceal, and prominently displayed for all to see. Shuiro is not that despicable, Li Yong retorted angrily. She doesn't harbor such malice. In his heart, his goddess would forever remain pure, virtuous, and benevolent. If she isn't a bad person, does that make me one? Li Dan struck her brother sharply across the face. The sound echoed, crisp and clear. Li Yong felt his teeth loosen. Why are you hitting me? He exclaimed. Infuriated but too intimidated to retaliate, constrained by familial bonds. I'm hitting you because you're a fool. Li Dan was utterly unreasonable. In the face of men, she always wielded her dominance, whether over suitors, her brother, or even her father. In her eyes, Men are merely inferior beings. How astute. Chinyi set down his glass and applauded with a smile. It was only then that the siblings noticed him, along with the yellow van. The fierce winds and snow had masked the sound of the vehicle's arrival. Chinyi, Li Yong exclaimed, jumping down with exuberance. Is it really you? The great benefactor Yi. He understood that Chunyi had transformed and now commanded respect, rendering him cautious. Indeed it is. Chinyi took a sip of hot milk tea, warming himself. The sight of the steaming beverage caused Li Yong's eyes to widen. In such a harsh environment, only the illustrious great benefactor Yi could indulge in milk tea. Sister, I knew Tang Shuero wasn't deceiving us. Li Yong bounced around excitedly. The great benefactor Yi has personally come to meet us for a transaction. I told you. Shuero is intelligent and kind-hearted. She would never lie. She will surely fulfill her promise. His goddess had indeed not misled him, and after 5 years of admiration, she was just as remarkable. Be quiet, Li Dan retorted, her irritation mounting. Tang Shuero herself said she wasn't successful. Why do you keep glorifying her? It's pointless. Perhaps our Shuero is simply being modest. She does good deeds without seeking recognition. Li Yong was now extremely obstinate, insisting otherwise. The great benefactor Yi Wun Ti be here before us. Ask him if it's because of Tang Shuero. Li Dan, brimming with confidence, asserted. I believe Qin Yu's sudden appearance is definitely not due to Tang Shuero, but rather because of me. The reason Chun Yi has blocked me and ignored me is merely a petty ploy of a small-minded person. After all the fuss, what was the outcome? He had driven right to her. Why now, when she was at her most desperate? What was his intent? Was he not simply seeking to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress? Such clumsy tactics could never deceive a fairy like her. She had already seen through it all. There was no way to fool her. Moreover, her anger flared at the thought that Chun Yi dared to scheme against her. Such audacity was outrageous. The little fairy had devised a plan. If Chun Yi did not kneel in the snow to apologize and offer half of his food and supplies, she would never forgive him. Brother Chun, may I call you brother? Li Yong asked cautiously. Chun Yi nodded, indicating that he need not be overly anxious. You came to see us because of Tang Shuero, didn't you? Li Yong nervously inquired. Tang Shuero did indeed contact me, mentioning that you possess various functional cards and require a face-to-face transaction, which I declined. Chun Yi replied candidly. I am not here for Tang Shuero's sake. She holds no significance in my eyes. Upon hearing this, Li Yong stood frozen, his limbs turning cold. He was utterly dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. Did you hear that, foolish brother? Li Dan exclaimed with delight. I knew this had nothing to do with Tang Shuero at all. The little fairy was exhilarated to the core. Indeed, it is truly one's own doing. Despite Chun Ye's assent, he remains merely a subordinate under my influence. The allure of a little fairy is undeniably enduring. Li Dan, now filled with exuberance, feels an irresistible urge to adorn herself beautifully. Unfortunately, devoid of any cosmetics. She can only gaze into the mirror, attempting to tame her long-neglected, brittle locks. She even playfully lifted her gaze, casting a flirtatious glance. However, to Chun Yi, all of this seemed merely a grotesque display, eliciting revulsion. Why did you suddenly wish to meet us? Li Yong finally grasped the situation. Is it because of someone? My sister, perhaps? Sister? Li Dan? Chun Yu could not suppress a laugh. Do you truly believe that? Very likely. Li Yong asserted with conviction. You've pursued her for so long. You must still have her on your mind. You're overthinking it. Chun Yi shook his head. I've long since forgotten. Then, does this mean your meeting with us is not due to my sister? Li Yong asked, dumbfounded. Your sister holds no sway with me. Chun Yi replied, shaking his head. It was purely a coincidence to encounter you. Is that true? You aren't just saying this to save face, are you? Li Yong remained skeptical. If you anger my sister, you might find yourself in a perilous situation. You know her temper. It can be quite explosive. Enough with the idle chatter. Chun Yi wished to move past this triviality. Where is your function card? Show it to me. The only thing that piqued his interest was indeed the function card these siblings possessed. Chapter 31. To be a scandalous character, yet maintain a fade. Function card? Li Yong coughed a few times, his expression darkening considerably. None. Are you jesting with me? Chun Ye's countenance also soured. It was evident that this fellow was likely boasting, possessing nothing of value. Of course I have it. How could I dare to deceive you? Li Yong, startled, quickly donned a pleasant demeanor. Chun Ye's status had drastically changed. Incurring his wrath could lead to dire consequences, including the loss of sustenance and resources. Since you have it, let us see it. Chun Ye's impatience grew. He was eager to determine whether this fellow could articulate anything worthwhile. We're old acquaintances. Can't we negotiate a better price? Li Yong attempted to haggle. If you provide us with more supplies, it might extend our survival a bit longer. What goods correspond to what price? I don't even know what functions your engineering card possesses. How can I make an offer? Chen Yi retorted without hesitation. Are you out of your mind? You are correct. We must first ascertain the functions. Li Yong racked his brain, seeking a way to deceive. The first card is a vehicle upgrade card, capable of instantly transforming any vehicle into a motorhome. Inside the motorhome, there lies a comfortable bedroom, along with a shower and a flushing toilet. It even boasts a kitchen, sofa, air conditioning, and heating, all included. While others may find motorhomes unaffordable, for someone like you, with abundant resources and awakened abilities related to food, and an endless supply of water, it is incredibly suitable. To be frank, the allure of the motorhome was indeed quite substantial for Chen Yi. Although fuel consumption may increase and water usage may multiply, it truly matters little to Chen Yi. The mere ability to enjoy warmth and comfort makes the journey worthwhile. Who told you I have awakened culinary skills? Chen Yi, while fond of food, kept his cards close to his chest. I have no particular desire for an RV. That ambition is too grand and fraught with danger. Such tales circulate widely. Otherwise, how could you possibly possess so many sausages? Li Yong chuckled. Are you in need of a little brother? I could follow you and become your teammate. Given your familiarity with the group's gossip, you must know I only recruit female companions. This is Chun Ye's rule. Even dogs must be female. I know. You only accept young and beautiful female teammates. Li Yong quickly introduced his sister. My sister is both young and stunning, with a remarkable face and figure. Li Dan's looks and physique are indeed commendable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have captivated so many men, nor would Chun Yi have pursued her. Get lost. Who would want to be his teammate? Li Dan exclaimed angrily. I'm upset and don't care to engage with him. Initially, the fairy was in high spirits, but Chun Ye's remark about her lacking stature stung. He even claimed that this meeting had nothing to do with her. How could the fairy possibly become his teammate without even a modicum of respect? Not to mention winning her over would be no simple task. What are you thinking? Li Yong was taken aback and whispered, if we become his teammates, we'll be set for life. How can we refuse? You know nothing, just like you're a sycophant. Li Dan shot her brother a disdainful glance. What is wrong with being a sycophant? Being a sycophant to the benevolent Yi has its perks. Li Yong gritted his teeth, frustrated. Others long to serve and beg for the chance. Get lost, fool. You know nothing. Li Dan had no intention of explaining her rationale to her foolish brother. The notion of chasing after someone isn't a transaction. A girl must understand the virtue of restraint. The more unattainable she is, the more desperate men will become. The more one denies, the more fervently they pursue. If she were to chase after them, their interest would wane. I tell you, Chen Yi, it won't be so simple if you wish for me to be your teammate. Li Dan declared haughtily. I am quite upset and have no desire to forgive you in this lifetime. After having blocked me and just humiliated me, do you think I, Li Dan, am someone to be summoned at will? It's utterly ridiculous. I must maintain control. Li Dan, are you living in a dream? Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh. Did you think I was still pursuing you? You think you can throw tantrums at will? With just a phrase, I am upset, control me? That is truly amusing. Whether you wish to pursue or not is entirely your choice. Li Dan's nostrils flared with indignation. Your abandonment is your loss. You failed to withstand my trials. Trials? What trials? Chen Yi asked with a smile. Do you expect me to pay your credit card bills monthly? Shall I take out a loan to purchase limited edition bags and shoes for you? Should I reimburse you for that cup of milk tea you indulge in daily? Especially the first cup of autumn? Are you testing me? Or are you seeking a long-term benefactor? If you are searching for a single long-term supporter, that is understandable. However, what does it signify when you seek a multitude? Is this some form of solicitation? In truth, there is nothing wrong with those who engage in such endeavors, as all work serves the people, regardless of its perceived status. But you, on the other hand, seem to require a facade of respectability. This is utterly repugnant. Initially, I had no intention of engaging with Li Dan, yet she persists with her antics, attempting to leverage her own interests. Naturally, I cannot allow her to escape unscathed. I must confront her decisively. At this, Li Dan's complexion darkened, shifting between hues of green and white. To my astonishment, Chen Yi showed no regard for her dignity and confronted her so boldly. This is too much. Li Dan exclaimed in frustration. I shall never speak to you again. That is truly delightful. Chen Yi replied with a smile. A joyous occasion indeed. Let us not quarrel. Li Yong interjected hastily. Why must two people who are clearly in love resort to mutual harm? Silence your foul mouth. Li Dan retorted. Who is in love with him? Does he even deserve it? Indeed, I am unworthy of a celestial maiden. Chen Yi waved dismissively. Farewell, or rather, good riddance. We shall not meet again. With that, he prepared to accelerate away. However, Li Yong clutched the vehicle tightly, exclaiming, Do not leave. We still have a transaction to discuss. A transaction? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Do you possess any functional cards? Not even a single vehicle upgrade card, I presume. Li Yong stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. He certainly did not possess any such cards. In fact, he lacked even the most basic supplies, like a single sausage. Do you not have any? Are you deceiving me? Chen Yi scoffed. Dare to deceive me, and you shall face the consequences. Though they lacked resources, it must be said that the pickup truck was still quite decent. Accepting the pickup truck could potentially lead to a significant upgrade in space. Li Yong's face turned pale with fear as he retreated step by step, unsure of how to proceed. Chen Yi was not one to be trifled with. He was capable of hunting even the fiercest of bears. Is it merely a functional card? Suddenly, Li Dan interjected. I have one. What did you say? Chen Yi inquired skeptically. You possess a card? A vehicle upgrade card? Indeed, Li Dan nodded earnestly. I have 3 cards, each with distinct functions. Would you like them? Not particularly. Chen Yi shook his head. Truth be told, he had no desire to engage in a transaction with her, even if she genuinely possessed the coveted vehicle upgrade card. Besides, there was no guarantee she truly had it. Stop rambling. Have you lost your mind? Li Dan huffed. You are speaking contradictory nonsense. Huh. Such is the nature of men. Enough. Chen Yi replied impatiently. Do not dawdle. Show me what functional cards you have. You still wish to acquire them, do you? Li Dan said with a triumphant smirk. Your patience has its limits. Chen Yi's expression grew serious. You would do well to hasten your pace before my patience runs dry. Otherwise, if you wish to engage in a transaction with me. It is quite simple. Li Dan scoffed. Kneel and apologize. Beseech my forgiveness. And should you exhibit proper demeanor, I may be inclined to trade with you, offering a favorable price. My goods will undoubtedly satisfy you. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi remained silent, but Li Yong was so frightened that he nearly lost control. Sister, my sister, he whispered, trembling. Have you lost your mind? They are no longer the same as before. How can you address them so imperiously? You dare to demand they kneel? If you provoke Chen Yi, the consequences could be dire. Zilan Lan, sitting in the passenger seat, held a powerful bow and crossbow, which Li Yong observed with clarity. Step aside. What do you understand? Li Dan rebuked. Pathetic creature. Are you so frightened that your legs have turned to jelly? Sister, what on earth do you intend to do? Li Yong asked, bewildered. You can't possibly have a functional card, can you? If you are as formidable as you seem. Do you truly possess a trump card? Just watch closely, Li Dan replied with a cold huff, and see how I handle him. However, her words were quickly met with a harsh reality. Chen Yi showed no tolerance, coldly stating, Who are you commanding to kneel? As he spoke, he aimed the powerful bow and crossbow directly at Li Dan, the glint of the arrowhead shining ominously. Li Dan was taken aback. She had initially intended to leverage the functional card against Chen Yi, but was astonished to find him brandishing a carbon-based biological tranquilizer. What are you planning to do? Li Dan stammered, her earlier bravado evaporating. I ask you again, who do you command to kneel? Chen Yi's eyes glimmered with a murderous intent as he demanded clarity. I can trade you the functional card, Li Dan quickly replied, but it must remain confidential. I wish for our transaction to be private, just between us. Enough with the pleasantries. Produce the functional card. Chen Yi retorted coolly. You should be acutely aware of the current situation. Do you intend to rob me with that bow and crossbow? Li Dan realized the peril she was in, unwilling to part with a single coin, aiming to seize our functional cards. Is there a problem? Chen Yi inquired, his expression unyielding. It is, after all, a world where the strong prey upon the weak, where murder and plunder are the norm. In civilized society, such acts are illegal, but here, they are merely the foundational rules. The functional card is of utmost importance. I do not carry it on my person, Li Dan confessed, her bravado completely dissipated. I have buried it in a secret location. Follow me. With that, she walked toward the snowy expanse beside the road. Chen Yi, bow and crossbow in hand, called for De Huang and followed closely behind her, prepared to seize control of the situation should any ambush arise. They soon arrived at a tree, obscured from view by the heavy snowstorm, leaving Li Yong and the others unable to follow. "Where's the functional card?" Chunyi asked, maintaining his patience. "Chunyi," Li Dan suddenly knelt down. "There were too many people earlier. I was embarrassed. Please understand, I am a beautiful woman and care for my dignity." "Huh?" Chunyi chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Not only he, but even De Huang regarded her with curiosity, tilting his head. "If you do not mind the cold, I can." Li Dan began to nibble on her hairpin, starting to style her hair, her intentions unmistakable. "Stop pretending, you wicked woman. Are you preparing to strike me?" Chunyi let out a cold snort, devoid of any interest. The woman before him, with her striking white teeth, appeared menacing. He feared she would seize the opportunity to exact revenge at the peak of his enjoyment, rendering him the first eunuch in the realm of survival on the road. "No way." Li Dan laughed provocatively, akin to a temptress. "I am quite formidable, especially when it comes to pleasure." "Enough of the chit-chat," Chunyi responded icily. "I am solely interested in the function cards. Present them." "What are function cards?" "My very being is yours." Li Dan knelt, grasping Chunyi's belt. "We shall be a family from now on." "So, you do not possess a function card?" Chunyi pushed her away. Having discerned the truth, neither of the siblings had any function cards. "What matters more, the function cards or me?" Li Dan rose, flashing a sultry smile and showcasing her alluring figure. She exuded confidence, assured that her beauty could easily sway Chunyi. Previously, she had been a goddess in his eyes. But now, with her overt advances, she expected his submission. However, Chunyi remained unfazed. He was no fool, merely stating coldly, "Since you enjoy flaunting your allures so much, why not serve Big Yellow instead?" "What did you say?" Li Dan fumed, her brows furrowed with a murderous intent. How dare he suggest she serve a dog? A female dog, no less. What's wrong? Chunyi scoffed. "Are you displeased?" "Chunyi, it seems you have truly discarded all semblance of our past camaraderie." Li Dan retorted angrily. "Haven't we long severed ties?" Chunyi replied frostily. "Do not act as if we are intimately acquainted. When you pursued me, while I was but a sycophant, you did not bear this countenance." Li Dan shouted. "Now that you have risen to power, your demeanor is utterly repugnant? I once held genuine feelings for you, but that was before I saw through your deception." Chunyi remained calm, stating, "From that point on, we have had no relationship to speak of, let alone feelings." His tranquility stemmed from a sense of liberation. To him, Li Dan was merely an ordinary woman, hardly even deserving of that title. "I advise you to refrain from prattling on. Clarify the matter of the function cards," Chunyi warned coldly. "Otherwise, I shall be quite displeased, and the consequences will be dire." Without the function cards, everything was a deception. Li Dan decided to abandon pretense, declaring, "Do as you wish. Kill us or mutilate us." Indeed, it was all a lie. Chunyi commanded, "Let us go back." "Are you planning to kill both of us and seize our pickup truck?" Li Dan inquired nervously. "Enough with the nonsense. Just do as instructed," Chunyi said, raising his hand to deliver a slap that drew blood from her lips. "Should you utter another word, you will bear the consequences, understood?" Li Dan clutched her face, unable to voice her anger. The stinging pain on her cheek served as a constant reminder that she was in the presence of a brute. The trio, 2 humans and a dog, swiftly returned to the road. Upon arrival, Chunyi discovered that his vehicle had overturned. Chapter 33, Master of Human Outlining. Yes. It was quite literal. The vehicle had flipped. Due to the heavy snow, the weight of the vehicle was insufficient, resulting in its overturning. Fortunately, the thick layer of snow provided significant cushioning, and the vehicle sustained minimal damage. "Hey there, little beauty. Your car has flipped, hasn't it? Not so arrogant now, are we?" Li Yong smirked mischievously. "Have you lost your grip on that formidable bow? Do you wish to be saved? Call me brother, let me hear it." After the vehicle overturned, this scoundrel naturally took pleasure in adding insult to injury. After all, beauty was at hand, accompanied by a plethora of supplies. "Who should call you brother?" Chunyi replied coldly. Cough, cough. Li Yong, trembling in fear, quickly clarified. "Brother, I was just joking. Merely teasing this lovely lady." "Oh, you enjoy jesting, do you?" Chunyi aimed the crossbow at Li Yong and commanded, "Uplift the vehicle, or else my formidable bow may not show mercy." "What?" Li Yong felt a wave of terror wash over him. "Brother, surely you jest?" Although Chunyi's vehicle was indeed light, it was nearly impossible for a single person to lift it, especially with the considerable weight of the supplies within. "Do I appear to be joking?" Chunyi pressed the trigger. "On the count of 3. If you don't push, I shall shoot. Let us test whether I am jesting." The foolish lad. He truly dares to shoot. Li Dan exclaimed loudly, "This is no joke. Look at my face." Her left cheek was swollen, bearing a clear handprint. "My dear sister, I am well aware." Li Yong gritted his teeth and swiftly began to push the vehicle. He wished he could slap himself. Why had he been so reckless with his words? In truth, he never intended to harm her, merely indulging in foolish banter, especially since Chun-Yi was not far away, and his sister remained in her grasp. Of course, Chun-Yi refrained from acting upon this knowledge, for if he truly wanted to cause trouble, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger and create a transparent wound in Li Yong. "Put your back into it," Chun-Yi commanded coldly. "If you cannot lift it in the allotted time, do not blame me for being ruthless." He had been dawdling, which was unacceptable. The vehicle had to be raised. "What? How long do I have?" Li Yong asked, his heart heavy. 20 counts. Chun-Yi replied icily. 20 counts? That is utterly impossible. Despair filled Li Yong's eyes. "How about 10 counts? Chun-Yi snorted. 20 it is. I am determined." Gritting his teeth, Li Yong exerted himself furiously. Yet, even with veins bulging on his forehead, he still could not lift the van. "Come on, brother." Li Dan rushed over, physically assisting her brother. "Sister, you are so kind to me." Li Yong was deeply moved, nearly brought to tears. "Of course, you are my brother. If I do not care for you, who will?" Li Dan exclaimed, "Brother, push harder. United, we stand strong." With that, she gritted her teeth and exerted herself, inspiring Li Yong, invigorating his strength. After a strenuous effort, they managed to lift the vehicle. In truth, this situation required merely a powerful force. Once it was nudged, the weight of the van would help it stand upright. "We did it, sister. We succeeded." Li Yong exclaimed with exuberance, enveloping his sister in a large embrace. "We did it, my foolish brother," Li Dan smiled. Yet an inexplicable glint of menace flickered in her eyes. "What are you up to?" Chun-Yi approached the window of the vehicle, looking at Zuolan. "Why are you not out yet?" "Captain, I am stuck. I cannot get out." Zuolan found herself in a most unfortunate predicament, ensnared beneath the steering wheel, utterly immobile. Her head was downwards, with her long, elegant legs elevated towards the sky. It was a sight that would challenge even the most capable individual, regardless of gender, to extricate themselves with ease. Chun-Yi, rendered speechless by the absurdity of the situation, opened the car door and elevated the steering wheel significantly. In an instant, Zuolan tumbled out of the vehicle, rolling into the snowbank. "Captain, you are truly remarkable," Zuolan exclaimed, covered in snow as she rose to her feet. "If it weren't for you, I would have been doomed. Remember to fasten your seatbelt next time," Chun-Yi admonished. "Had you secured it, such an embarrassment could have been avoided." "Yes, I will remember," Zuolan replied with a silly grin. Yet, in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. "Be careful," she warned, stepping forward to grasp Chun-Yi's arm. Chun-Yi felt a sudden chill by his ear as a crossbow bolt whizzed past. He swiftly turned and pulled the trigger, opting for action over precision. Hitting the eye or the forehead was of little difference. "Ah!" Li Yong screamed in agony. Dropping his crossbow, Chun-Yi's powerful bow had struck his left arm, narrowly missing his heart. Blood gushed forth. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, brother, father, grandpa, ancestors," Li Yong pleaded as he fled in desperation, fully aware that his fate was sealed. Chun-Yi retrieved the crossbow and tossed it to Zuolan. "Keep an eye on Li Dan," he instructed before pursuing Li Yong. The injured man was incapable of running swiftly. With a swift motion, Chun-Yi pulled the trigger again, releasing another arrow. This shot was precise and rapid, with a cunning angle, yet it failed to find its mark. "Ah!" Li Yong howled, sprinting in a panic. "Oh my!" Although he was not struck, the arrow grazed his scalp. With a steely expression, Chun-Yi fired once more. This shot was equally fierce and skillful, yet it too missed its target. The arrow whizzed past Li Yong's groin, causing him to feel a sudden chill and cry out in alarm. Arrow after arrow flew forth, Chun-Yi's demeanor growing increasingly fierce. Yet, despite his skill, he could not land a hit. He had become the master of near misses. Each shot was agonizingly close, and eventually, Li Yong's spirit crumbled. No longer able to run, he collapsed to the ground. "Brother, do with me as you please," he cried, tears in his eyes. "Your torment is unbearable." "Cough. My archery is quite ordinary," Chun-Yi replied, his heart unperturbed. "I have yet to strike true, which is indeed mediocre." "Do not be modest. You are doing this on purpose," Li Yong retorted. "You are deliberately missing and torturing me. I may be foolish, but even I can see that." "Enough," Chun-Yi said coldly. "Do you have any final words?" This scoundrel had attempted to ambush him, and there was no chance for mercy. I have no final words. I concede defeat with full acceptance. Li Yong gritted his teeth. You lacked visibility, as did Zhuolanlan. Why, then, did you not hit me? At such close range. With your back turned to me, and Zhuolanlan unable to see, it should have been a guaranteed success. Perhaps it is fate. Li Yong hung his head, utterly despondent. Perhaps this time, their rescue could be attributed to the commendable efforts of Zhuolanlan. This naive girl possessed an extraordinary sense of luck and intuition. Had she not sensed the impending danger in advance, the consequences would have been dire. Was it your sister's doing? Chunyi inquired. No, Li Yong declared emphatically. It has nothing to do with my sister. Foolish child, your sister has sold you out, and you still assist her in counting the proceeds, Chunyi retorted coldly. In such a scheme, irrespective of its success or failure, she stands to gain. You are talking nonsense, Li Yong protested, his eyes wide with disbelief. Do not sow discord between us siblings. At this, Chunyi couldn't help but chuckle, feeling an obligation to enlighten him. Chapter 34. Dogs bite each other over fur. Your sister instigated your violent act. Regardless of the outcome, she will reap the benefits. Chunyi remarked with a grin. You should be well aware of this. Anyone with a modicum of sense can deduce that if the act were successful, Li Dan would undoubtedly be the primary beneficiary. After all, she bore no cost or risk, merely wielding her words to manipulate her own brother. Even if the assassination failed, she would still have an escape route, able to deny any association with the affair. Her gullible brother would surely defend her. And indeed, that was the reality. Do as you wish, Li Yong said, shaking his head, feeling utterly defeated. This matter has nothing to do with my sister. It was all my own decision. Please, do not trouble her. In truth, the idea had originated from his sister, and it was her encouragement that had emboldened him to undertake such a reckless endeavor. However, now that the situation had unraveled, he, as a man, felt compelled to shield her from any repercussions. My sister is a stunning beauty. Having her serve you as a maid would be far more beneficial than ending her life. I implore you to spare her. The bond between siblings was indeed touching, and Chunyi nearly felt compelled to applaud. But was it worth pleading for her on the brink of death? Your sister is a cold-hearted, treacherous woman, devoid of any familial affection. She does not merit your devotion. She is not worth your sacrifice. Regardless, she is still my sister. Blood is thicker than water. If our roles were reversed, I am confident she would make the same choice. Is that so? Chunyi suddenly became intrigued. Shall we make a wager? If your sister were to make the same choice, I would grant you your life. Are you serious? Hope ignited in Li Yong's previously despairing eyes. I am a man on the brink of death. Please do not deceive me, though the terms of the wager are known only to us. I hope you will not toy with me. You are a person of stature, not a petty trickster. He had no bargaining chips left. Wishing to elevate Chunyi's standing to ensure that he would not renege on his word. Rest assured, I find such antics beneath me. Although Chunyi was not a paragon of virtue, he certainly was not a capricious scoundrel. He promptly contacted Li Dan and directly stated, I offer you a choice. Only one of you siblings can survive, and it is up to you to decide who lives and who dies. Of course, I choose to live. Let him perish. Let him hurry to his demise. He is nothing but a fool. I had clearly warned him not to act. This worthless creature is no match for you. Yet he foolishly dreams of seizing your resources, killing you, and taking everything you possess. Has he accused me as well, claiming that I orchestrated everything? Do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. I am not a simpleton. How could I allow him to commit such a foolish act? Li Dan was extremely agitated, her voice raised. And with Chunyi on speakerphone, Li Yong heard everything clearly. The hope that once illuminated his eyes was swiftly replaced by despair, which then morphed into boundless fury. He could not fathom that his own sister could be so callous, devoid of any affection. The notion of blood being thicker than water was truly a farce. He rose abruptly, wanting to lash out at this venomous woman, but was restrained by Chunyi. Chunyi continued, I do not care whose idea it is. Out of respect for past ties, I can offer you both a chance. If you sever one arm, you can save your brother and grant him a glimmer of hope. The condition has lessened slightly, just one arm. While an arm is undeniably significant, trading it for a life, especially that of one's own brother, is evidently a fair exchange. Yet, Li Dan immediately rejected the offer, without a moment's hesitation. Why should I sacrifice my arm for his life? He is a fool. He deserves to die. His existence is a waste of air. It would be better for him to perish swiftly. He dared to ambush you, to threaten your life. Why keep him alive? Do not be so agitated. I actually hold some fondness for your brother, Chinyi said with a smile. How about this? If you sever a finger, I will ensure he survives. Just a finger. Within this brutal world of survival, it is hardly a significant price to pay. The once despondent and furiously young felt a flicker of hope rekindle within him. He even began to understand his sister somewhat, after all. Everyone has their weaknesses and cannot be as noble as he, who thought of others even in the face of death. It is only natural for a sister to prioritize her own survival. As the saying goes, one must look out for oneself, lest the heavens conspire against them. Yet, now the cost was merely a finger. Surely, considering their past bond and the practical implications, his sister would choose to save him. However, what awaited him was still the chilling rejection. Li Dan's words were even colder than the surrounding frost. Why should I sacrifice my finger? It is his own folly. He deserves this fate. He should die. What need do I have to offer my finger? I fear pain. I refuse to save him. In that case, there is nothing more to be done. Chinyi had already made considerable concessions, and his objective had been achieved. There was no need to prolong the charade. Yet, Li Dan persisted, beginning to seduce Chinyi. Li Yong is merely a wretched man. Why concern yourself with him? I can serve you with my life. I understand every desire, and I am far more appealing than that wretched man. Spare my life, and I shall pledge my undying loyalty to you. Be your maidservant. Warm your bed. Fulfill your every desire. Understood. Chinyi ended the call without hesitation, his gaze shifting to Li Yong with amused interest. Well, what now? Li Yong's face twisted in fury, his complexion alternating between ashen and livid, his brows knotted with unrestrained rage. He drew a sharp breath before bellowing, "That damned bitch. I swear I'll kill her. I will kill her. I concede defeat. You may end me now, but grant me this final wish. Let me return and slaughter that treacherous wretch first." His wrath was uncontrollable, his sole obsession the murder of his own sister. "I am a man of mercy," Chinyi remarked solemnly. "Since this is your dying request, I shall honor it. Come, let us return to your sister." Chinyi anticipated a spectacle. Watching beasts tear at each other was always an entertaining sight. "Thank you, father, for granting my last wish. You are my true father." Li Yong kowtowed frantically, even addressing Chinyi as dad, a gesture that left Chinyi bewildered and appalled. Chapter 35 is while Laman upgrades her vehicle. Li Yong lunged at his sister like a rabid beast, his speed terrifying. Before Li Dan could comprehend what was happening, she was slammed to the ground. Agony exploded across her face as Li Yong sank his teeth into her nose, ripping it clean off. Blood gushed forth, disfiguring her once delicate features. Li Yong chewed viciously, his mouth filled with blood and mangled flesh. "You spent 10 grand on this nose, didn't you? Now I'll devour it. Let us see you seduce men with this face. Had your eyes lifted too, didn't you? Let me fix that for you." He rained brutal slaps across her face until her features swelled grotesquely, the surgical threads in her eyelids snapping under the assault. Li Dan writhed in unbearable pain. Unable to beg for mercy, no words could escape her shattered mouth. 10 grand for double eyelids, was it? And those ear piercings weren't cheap either, right? Let us take the ears too. Teeth straightened? Try this. A savage headbutt shattered her meticulously aligned teeth into jagged ruin. Implants in your chest? 1 punch each. His fists caved in the artificial enhancements, rupturing them beneath her skin. Happy now? I was ready to die for you, and you wouldn't even lift a finger? Then lose all 10. With sadistic precision, he crushed each of her fingers. And then, her most prized restoration. Li Yong showed no mercy, stomping relentlessly between her legs until something unexpected tumbled out. "You vile whore. Hiding sausages in there. Disgusting. Starving." He crammed them into his mouth, wrappers and all. "If I must die, I'll die full. Now perish." Suddenly, the previously unconscious Li Dan sprang to her feet, snapping the bow and arrow from Li Yong's arm and plunging it into his eye. Li Yong let out a horrific scream, rolling in the snow until silence enveloped him. His life extinguished. In his final moments, he continued to curse Li Dan vehemently. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Chinyi was utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Li Dan could mount such a counterattack. How could she deliver a lethal blow despite her fingers being broken? It seems that the potential of human beings is indeed boundless. In a moment of desperate survival, one can unleash unimaginable power. "Captain, what should we do now?" Left Lan, observing the brutal tableau, found herself at a loss. Li Yong was beyond salvation, a corpse now. Although Li Dan still clung to life, her time was evidently short. In such a frigid environment, her fate was sealed. She would inevitably become a frozen statue. Should anyone pass by or a wild beast appear, her body would transform into sustenance. Captain, look. It seems Li Yong is glowing, Left Lon Lon suddenly pointed out. Chen Yi turned his gaze to find indeed a luminous glow emanating from Li Yong, at the center of which lay a card. Intrigued, Chen Yi approached. The card instantaneously delivered a prompt along with detailed information. Item card. 3 crossbows for vehicle mounting. Upon use, 3 crossbows can be installed atop a vehicle. Each crossbow comes with 3 bolts, seamlessly linked to the vehicle's mechanical components, allowing for one-click activation and swift reloading. An essential heavy weapon for home travel and eliminating adversaries. Goodness, what a delightful surprise, Chen Yi exclaimed, astonished that such a formidable weapon could emerge from the demise of a mere underling like Li Yong. I should express gratitude to Li Dan, Left Lon Lon remarked suddenly. Chen Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, gratitude was warranted. Go and convey this news to her. This should rightfully be her spoils, after all. She was the one who vanquished Li Yong. Understood, Left Lon Lon replied obediently, trotting over to Li Dan to inform her of the extraordinary equipment that had surfaced. Yet, after a few moments, the frail Li Dan erupted into a wretched scream. The anguish in her voice was palpable, revealing her deep frustration and hatred. What should have belonged to her was now beyond her grasp, claimed by her sworn enemy, Chen Yi. This was a classic case of killing not only the body but also the spirit, a truly terrifying twist. With a smile, Chen Yi approached her. Do you have any final words? May you suffer 100-fold like my little Kuan Kuan. Li Dan spat through clenched teeth. Her mouth bloodied as she uttered her last curse. How vicious. You are truly malevolent. Chen Yi shook his head, lamenting that this was undoubtedly the most malevolent curse he had ever encountered. Woof. It seemed that De Huang understood the woman's wicked curse and barked furiously, clearly indicating that with a command from Chen Yi, he could swiftly end her life. Never mind. She can linger for another day or 2. There's no need to grant her an easy end. Chen Yi shook his head. Had he truly wished to grant the other party a swift end, he would have acted long ago. Let her suffer and perish slowly in this frigid wilderness. Ding. Congratulations on discovering a pickup truck. How would you like to proceed? A cold notification from the system presented 3 options: fusion, disassembly, or sale. Merging with his own vehicle would undoubtedly enhance the space of his modest yellow extended van significantly. While it may not rival a true RV, it would certainly be comparable to a small camper. However, none of these options appeared optimal. As the chilling wind blew, Chen Yi seemed to conceive a more brilliant idea. Zhualanlan, isn't this pickup truck quite remarkable? Zhualanlan examined the pickup truck intently and nodded seriously. It indeed boasted impressive quality, ample space and comfort, and most importantly, substantial horsepower. Being a diesel version, the pickup truck's power far surpassed that of gasoline engines. What if I gift this pickup truck to you? Chen Yi said earnestly. You could merge it with the Bombardier motorcycle. Though the Bombardier motorcycle was undeniably stylish, it was clearly ill-suited for the icy apocalypse. Merging it with the pickup truck could yield great potential. While he could not guarantee an extraordinary vehicle, at the very least, they would be shielded from the biting cold, gaining their own space. Really? Boss, you're not joking, are you? Zhualanlan exclaimed, leaping with joy and spinning in place. Those who had not endured the torment of the cold wind could hardly comprehend her elation at this moment. Boss, a kiss. I must give you a kiss today. Elated, she was simply overjoyed. Chapter 36. Brother Tongzi, you are truly heartless. Without regard for Chun Ye's consent, Zhualanlan embraced his head and playfully pecked at him several times, leaving bright red lip marks on his face, which stood out vividly against the stark white expanse of snow. All right, enough with the kisses. Let us hurry and fuse to see what kind of vehicle we can obtain. Chen Yi took out some tissue, wiping his face with a hint of distaste. All right, let us commence the upgrade immediately. Zhualanlan acquired ownership of the pickup truck and began the vehicle upgrade process. As brilliant light flickered, the upgrade was successfully completed in no time. It remained a pickup truck, but now with greater space and enhanced horsepower. The massive tires resembled gigantic tentacles, leaving a striking impression. The Bombardier already possessed considerable power, and combined with the pickup truck, it equated to 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Zhualanlan joyfully opened the door, akin to a child receiving a new toy, exploring every nook and cranny, even planting a fervent kiss on the steering wheel. Ding! Detection of female teammate consuming a pickup truck triggered a 100-fold return. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 pickup trucks, now stored in the system space. Warning! Warning! The system space is now at full capacity. 100 pickup trucks occupy too much space. Please address this immediately. After 24 hours, the system will clear the warehouse, and any excess will be purged. Upon hearing the notification, Chunyi could not help but exclaim in surprise. He never anticipated it would truly be possible. The consumption of vehicles surprisingly allows for refunds, extending beyond mere resources. The potential for boundless returns filled Chunyi with audacity. He summoned a pickup truck. With his command, an identical pickup truck materialized upon the snowy expanse. You silly goose, send another pickup truck. Zwalanlan, overwhelmed with joy, was momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. Gazing at the pickup truck on the snowfield, her mind struggled to comprehend. Having sacrificed one for an upgrade, how could there be another? Was this rational? Was it appropriate? Was it even right? What are you waiting for? Upgrade your pickup truck, Chunyi urged. The dazed Zwalanlan seemed utterly flabbergasted. Boss, are you a deity? How did you conjure another pickup truck? Didn't you only awaken a food-related ability? How can you replicate a pickup truck? She circled around Chunyi, chattering incessantly, her excitement reaching a fever pitch. Enough with the chatter, Chunyi chided gently, poking her forehead with a finger. Let us focus on the task at hand. Yes, Commander. I will ensure the mission is accomplished, Zwalanlan responded, performing a rather unorthodox salute before commencing the upgrade of her newly acquired pickup truck. Once more, a brilliant light flickered, its extraordinary radiance blinding. In an instant, a brand new 7-seater appeared before them. Its dimensions vastly exceeded those of the pickup truck, offering ample space and high comfort, befitting a business vehicle. Incredible, this is absolutely phenomenal. The space is immense, Zwalanlan exclaimed, ecstatic. She flung open the door, exploring every nook and cranny, and, as was her custom, planted a fervent kiss on the steering wheel, leaving her crimson lip print as a mark of ownership. Ding. Detection indicates that the female teammate has consumed a pickup truck, unable to trigger a 100-fold return. Since the pickup truck is a refunded item, each item may only be refunded once. The system's cold notification resonated. Is it impossible to infinitely refresh resources? Chunyi mused, furrowing his brow. Can't we exploit this? He had believed it possible to infinitely upgrade resources and acquire them without limit. It appeared, however, that this was not the case. He would need to recruit more female teammates. With 10 female allies, he could amass 1,000 pickup trucks. Clearly, the more teammates he had, the more substantial the returns. In light of this, he resolved to upgrade the vehicle. Consume a pickup truck to enhance my transportation. Having upgraded his subordinates' vehicles, it was time to elevate his own. The system's notification resounded once more, indicating that consuming an additional vehicle would allow him to choose the upgrade direction. To his surprise, this unexpected boon was indeed thrilling. For someone like Chunyi, who seemed to possess an abundance of resources, being able to select the upgrade direction by consuming a pickup truck was extraordinarily advantageous. He opted for a spatial upgrade direction. Chunyi was presently yearning for more space. It needed to be larger, more comfortable, and enhance his quality of life. Upgrade direction confirmed. The upgrade is in progress. Please hold on. The white light flickered, mysterious and enigmatic, completing the upgrade of the vehicle in the blink of an eye. Before him appeared a yellow camper van, precisely the one Chunyi had longed for. It was spacious, ample in size, and upon opening the door, he was greeted by a plethora of living facilities. In addition to a bedroom and kitchen, it boasted the luxurious shower and toilet that Chunyi had always desired. Finally, he could relieve himself comfortably without worry. No longer would he have to endure the biting cold while answering nature's call. The agony of defecating in the frigid wilderness was unbearable, devoid of any enjoyment. One must understand that when Chunyi found himself in such a predicament outdoors, he was not only tormented by the harsh cold, but also had to wield a strong bow and crossbow, ever vigilant against the sudden appearance of ferocious beasts. At times, he had to abruptly turn to defend himself from hyenas. In short, the experience was thoroughly unpleasant, and his quality of life was severely compromised. But now, everything had changed. He possessed a camper van and a private toilet. Unable to contain himself, Chunyi wasted no time, shedding his trousers and settling onto the squat toilet. Although his bowels weren't overly full, he felt compelled to relieve himself as a sign of respect. What a relief. After finishing, Chunyi turned to inspect his handiwork. Marveling at the impressive and complete shape, he was overwhelmed with a sense of accomplishment, reluctant to flush it away. Truly remarkable. Chunyi gazed into the mirror, bestowing upon himself a grand thumbs up. Let us continue upgrading. I desire further enhancements. The current toilet is comfortable, and surely an upgraded one will be even more delightful. Thus I must persist in my upgrades. However, the system's voice interrupted him with a disheartening announcement. Upgrading cannot be completed. Why on earth can't I upgrade? Chunyi lamented. I possess 100 pickup trucks. I should be free to upgrade as I please. What right do you have to deny me? His frustration mounted. Yet, the system provided a reasonable explanation. The upgrade consumed 2 pickup trucks for a single enhancement, classified as a reinforced upgrade. And such upgrades can only be performed once a week. Are you deliberately trying to thwart me? Why didn't you inform me earlier? Chunyi fumed, his nose crinkling in irritation. You didn't ask, the system calmly replied. How could I have known? You're quite the rogue, Chunyi grumbled, realizing too late the system's cunning nature. Chapter 37. The synthesis system. What should I do now? With so many vehicles, if I don't utilize them, they'll vanish in 24 hours. What a waste. You may opt for synthesis, the system suggested. Indeed, items could be synthesized. For instance, Chinya's previous crossbow, when combined tenfold, transformed into a sturdy crossbow, its range doubling. Ding. 10 ordinary pickup trucks can be synthesized into 1 special pickup truck. Ding. 10 special pickup trucks can be synthesized into 1 super pickup truck. Ding. 10 super pickup trucks can be synthesized into 1 legendary pickup truck. Ding. With each synthesis, the attributes of the pickup trucks will increase. Stop right there. Are you pulling a nesting doll routine on me? Chunyi exclaimed, recognizing the familiar pattern. Isn't this just a mindless pay-to-win mobile game? The relentless cycle of synthesis to obtain a legendary pickup truck would require a staggering amount of ordinary pickup trucks, with resource consumption escalating exponentially. Can everything be synthesized? Chunyi inquired with curiosity. Certainly, any resource can be synthesized. If anything can be synthesized, it becomes intriguing. Chunyi pondered deeply. First, synthesize pickup trucks. All right, synthesis in progress. He initially possessed 100 pickup trucks, consumed 4, leaving 96. The 96 pickup trucks yielded 9 special pickup trucks, with 6 ordinary ones remaining. Retrieve 6 ordinary pickup trucks. Zwalanlan. I shall grant you 2 more pickup trucks to complete a unique vehicle upgrade. Since each vehicle can undergo a special upgrade once a week, one cannot afford to squander such an opportunity. Very well, boss. Zwalanlan saluted in a rather unorthodox manner. In her eyes, Chunyi was akin to a deity. It was as if, regardless of whether Chunyi presented her with 6 ordinary pickup trucks or conjured the sun with his bare hands, it was all acceptable. After all, Chunyi was divine, and the methods of the divine are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Remember, the special upgrade focuses on speed. Understood, Commander. Zwalanlan, like an automaton, promptly executed the command. 2 pickup trucks vanished in place, and Zwalanlan's sedan commenced its special upgrade, directed towards speed. A flash of white light signified the completion of the upgrade. The vehicle did not undergo drastic changes. Rather, its lines became more streamlined, adhering closely to aerodynamic principles. The sleek body resembled that of a sports car, now adorned with an electric rear wing. More importantly, a nitrogen tank was installed adjacent to the driver's seat. This vehicle not only boasted a 12 engine, but also incorporated nitrogen acceleration. Its maximum speed was unfathomably terrifying, with the sky being its only limit. Incredible, boss. With this vehicle, I can effortlessly drift around corners. Zwalanlan was a skilled driver, well-versed in high-speed racing. Just look at these anti-slip tires, the nitrogen acceleration, and this formidable 12 engine that roars like an ancient beast. This is what a car should be. Its roar is reminiscent of a prehistoric giant's howl. Exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. Zwalanlan circled the vehicle, bouncing with excitement. This is a beast, can you handle it? As the navigator of the team, her vehicle's speed had to be swift, enabling her to manage various unforeseen circumstances and expose lurking ambushers. Boss, I am a professional racer. Drifting around corners and accelerating in a straight line is no challenge at all. Zwalanlan brimmed with confidence, although the current road conditions were concerning, preventing her from showcasing her formidable driving skills. She was confident that no one could surpass her once she grasped the steering wheel. If I were to race against Zhang Xiaoquan, he would only see my taillights. Eagerly, Zwalanlan declared, Boss, let us commence the race. I will undoubtedly leave him in shambles. Why the rush? We still require some time. Chunyi was truly unperturbed, especially since Zhang Xiaoquan had yet to reach his full potential. Chunyi remained unaware of his superpowers and had no data on his vehicle, its engine, or the extent of its acceleration capabilities. Thus, One must refrain from recklessly accepting challenges. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. When one has yet to grasp even the fundamental information, it is naturally impossible to proceed. Whatever the leader decrees is absolute. Your decisions are invariably correct. Zhuo loyalty has reached 100%, an unwavering fidelity to Chunyi. Now, even if Chunyi were to declare that excrement is fragrant, she would unhesitatingly partake, exclaiming in admiration how delightful it is. I shall employ a functional card. Chunyi intends to install a triple crossbow atop her vehicle. This way, her transport will effectively possess the might of a mortar. Should there be any anomalies ahead, she would fire a couple of rounds first, undeniably formidable. Ding! Congratulations on the successful use of the functional card. The triple crossbow has been installed. The yellow triple crossbow now graces the roof of the RV, camouflaged to resemble a travel case. The 3 dark, gaping arrow ports reveal nothing, and only when the arrows are released will the enemy comprehend its terror. A red button appears on the steering wheel. This is the electric launcher for the triple crossbow. Does the triple crossbow possess a targeting system? Chunyi is quite satisfied with its appearance. However, if it fails to hit its target, it is merely a decoration. The triple crossbow is not a missile and lacks a tracking system. The system's cold voice echoes, stating that accuracy entirely depends on the user's eyesight. Upon hearing this, Chunyi feels displeased. Is the system implying that her vision is lacking? I wish to initiate synthesis. Chunyi promptly commands the synthesis of all materials in the warehouse, whether it be sausages, beverages, or bear paws. Beyond alleviating the pressure of inventory, she is immensely curious about what 10 bottles of mineral water might yield. What about the bear paws? Could 10 bear paws synthesize into 10 special bear paws, ultimately resulting in 1 legendary bear paw? What legendary effects might a legendary bear paw confer upon consumption? Chunyi is deeply intrigued by this synthesis system. I apologize, but synthesis can only be performed once a day. The system's cold voice once again extinguishes Chunyi's hopes. System, I feel you are targeting me. Chunyi states unhappily. You misunderstand. I do not target any survivor. The system's voice remains unyieldingly cold. Then why can I only utilize it once a day? Chunyi retorts with displeasure. Is this limitation applicable to everyone? Indeed, everyone is restricted to 1 use per day. The system replies again, asserting that this arrangement is not directed at anyone. If you insist on claiming it is aimed at someone, I can only say it is meant to target certain card exploiters. As for who those exploiters are, please deduce for yourself. Chunyi feels as though the system is insulting her, yet finds no evidence to support her suspicion. Chapter 38. The Miraculous Effects of Legendary Level Mineral Water. Click, click. Chunyi ponders intently, muttering to herself. Since each survivor can only upgrade once a day, why not have my female teammate undergo the upgrade? Let's Walanlan handle this task. Indeed, having more teammates brings numerous advantages. A teammate can only upgrade 1 type of resource, and with 10 teammates, they can synthesize 10 times in a single day. Indeed, one must seek allies, particularly many beautiful female companions. Chunyi then pondered a groundbreaking idea. While a pickup truck cannot endlessly spawn resources, could water and bear paws? What about various food supplies? It is essential to remember that the bear paws could indeed be infinitely spawned in the past. Undoubtedly, those bear paws were capable of being endlessly produced. They utilized the principle of infinite spawning to amass a considerable quantity. Water and sausages, too, could circulate indefinitely. However, do not indulge in fanciful daydreams. Once the synthesis system was implemented, the infinite spawning of resources was no longer permissible. The system provided a response, indicating that today's update to the synthesis system also came with revised regulations. Chunyi felt as if he had been doused with cold water and was exceedingly displeased. You can update it however you wish. Do you care nothing for the lives of the survivors? The rules of the survival world are inherently dynamic, with all interpretative authority resting with the system. The system coldly replied that these dynamic updates were intended for the benefit of the vast community of survivors, to foster greater fairness, and to prevent certain exploitative players from shortening the lifespan of the survival game, much like locusts. The ally began to adopt a sarcastic tone. Chunyi, feeling helpless, resorted to an age-old tactic. Aside from cursing, there was little else to do. Each person has 1 opportunity to synthesize daily. I will transfer all the resources from my system warehouse to yours, and you will handle the synthesis. Understood, boss. I will ensure the task is completed. The ally replied without hesitation. The sizes of everyone's warehouses were roughly equivalent, and Yu transferred all his resources to him. Besides the bear paws, water, sausages, and various foods, the pickup truck was also included. He intended to push the boundaries and see if the upgraded items could be upgraded once more. What shall we upgrade? The ally inquired earnestly. Yu fell into contemplation. Should they upgrade the bear paws, the water, or the special pickup truck? Perhaps the nameless fruit would be a commendable choice. The nameless fruit was evidently the most precious resource in the entire warehouse. Once upgraded, it could yield unexpected rewards. After a moment of serious thought, Yu resolved, let us upgrade the nameless fruit. The decision was made. The ally nodded, poised to issue the command. But suddenly Yu halted her. Wait a moment. He had just realized something exhilarating, perhaps worth a try. Instruct the system to synthesize all resources in the warehouse. Is it not true that each person has one opportunity to synthesize? If that is the case, could it not mean that all the resources within would be synthesized? And as long as the resources are ample, the synthesis could continue indefinitely? Understood, boss. The ally promptly issued the command. Yu awaited nervously. In less than a minute, the ally responded, Boss, all resources in the warehouse have been successfully synthesized. Is that truly the case? Yu was filled with surprise and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, Brother Tongzi, I must have hit the jackpot this time. However, Brother Tongzi offered no response. Boss, I will transfer all the supplies to you. The utterly loyal and earnest Datuge was exceedingly considerate, and soon, the supplies reappeared in Ye's system warehouse. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have received 100 bottles of legendary-grade mineral water. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 2,500 liters of special fuel. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 legendary-grade sausages. Congratulations, host, you have received 100 special bear paws. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 9 special pickup trucks. Congratulations, host, you have received 100 special unnamed fruits. A continuous stream of system notifications echoed. Yu had indeed succeeded in bypassing Brother Tongzi's oversight, achieving a flawless maneuver. Was legendary-grade mineral water truly just mineral water? Yu took out a bottle. Its exterior showed no signs of distinction. Upon closer inspection, the water appeared entirely normal. He twisted the cap and took a sip. The flavor remained unchanged, and he felt no peculiar effects afterward. Was legendary-grade mineral water merely a ruse? Yu felt somewhat perplexed. After all, legendary grade represented the pinnacle of current synthesis levels. If it bore no effect whatsoever, it would be nothing short of a scam. Ding! Congratulations, you have consumed a bottle of legendary grade mineral water, strength 1. The delightful system notification finally arrived. What? It actually has this function. Yu was astounded. A mere 1 in strength was quite remarkable. He distinctly felt a surge of warmth coursing through his arms, a notable increase in strength. He threw a punch, and the air around him seemed to rip apart. If that strike landed on someone's face, it would surely result in a fracture. The extraordinary legendary-grade mineral water was no trivial matter. 1 bottle could yield a modest boost. 10 bottles would provide a 10-point increase, and 100 bottles would translate to 100 points. Without hesitation, Yu began to consume the mineral water, bottle after bottle, his strength continuously escalating. By the time he reached the 10th bottle, he felt a bit overwhelmed. It must be noted, drinking water was indeed a formidable challenge. He let out a burp. While an ordinary person might manage 10 bottles of beer, it was not guaranteed they could down 10 bottles of mineral water. Ding! Congratulations. You have consumed 10 bottles of legendary-grade mineral water, awakening the skill, multiplication. Skill description, multiplication. When you unleash a furious punch, your muscles will swell, and your strength will grow exponentially. Usable only once within a day. What? I even awakened a skill? Just by drinking 10 bottles of mineral water? Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Such unexpected fortune left him almost incredulous. Boss, why have you become so much bigger? Asked Zhualanlan, visibly astonished. Yu indeed appeared larger, his muscles noticeably more pronounced. While he might not possess a colossal bodybuilding physique, he certainly had developed muscle, especially the muscles in his arms, which, upon exertion, bulged prominently, presenting a rather impressive sight. Really? Have I grown? Yu chuckled. This is all the result of hard work and sweat. A badge of honor. Muscles will never develop on a feeble frame. Only through relentless dedication and tireless effort can one attain such an exquisite physique. Chapter 39. The Astonishing Transformation of Zhualanlan. Ding! Zhao has perished. Cause of death, severe dehydration. The vehicle was a cargo truck, inherited by his female teammate. The blood-red characters displayed prominently among a crowd of 5,000. Such news has become commonplace. Daily notifications of deaths are a regular occurrence. Severe dehydration? Zhuolanlan furrowed her brow and remarked, "Why? That seems illogical. Snowmelt can be consumed. How could one possibly suffer from thirst? In the frigid wilderness, where survival is a brutal challenge, one might succumb to various fates. Yet dying of thirst seems improbable. Snow is merely frozen rain. Who would perish of thirst in the rain? It is absurd. On the surface, it appears irrational, yet upon reflection, it holds some truth." Chunyi chose not to elaborate. The truth is too harsh. It is highly likely that a teammate had bound him, allowing him to perish slowly from thirst. As for the reason behind such cruelty, it may stem from enmity, or perhaps human flesh is regarded as a delicacy. "De Huang, do you wish for water?" Chunyi unscrewed a bottle of legendary mineral water and offered it to De Huang. He was eager to observe the effects of the legendary water on De Huang. Would it transform him into a muscular beast, akin to a devilishly strong canine? No, it should be referred to as a devilishly muscular dog. A fire-breathing, muscle-bound little female dog. What an exhilarating thought. Woof. De Huang enthusiastically drank it down. The bottle was quickly emptied. "Good dog." Chunyi patted its head, inquiring, "What do you feel?" "Woof." De Huang barked, yet there were no discernible changes. Perhaps it had not consumed enough? Chunyi scrutinized closely and found no anomalies. Could it be that the legendary mineral water was only effective for him? That seems improbable. Of course, it is also possible that De Huang had indeed gained strength. But with a strength rating of merely 1, any changes would be imperceptible. It cannot speak. Keep drinking. Chunyi produced several bottles of legendary mineral water, allowing De Huang to drink incessantly. Though the legendary mineral water is exceedingly precious, De Huang is a worthy investment. After all, De Huang is currently the most formidable combatant in the team. If the team were a nation, then De Huang would be its nuclear arsenal. Soon, 10 bottles of legendary mineral water had been consumed. De Huang tilted its head and began to bubble on the ground. If it were to drink more, this creature would reach its limit. No changes? Chunyi observed intently, truly noting no transformation. No muscles had developed, and strength seemed unchanged. "Look closely, De Huang. Do you see any changes?" "Changes?" Zhuolanlan squatted down and examined closely. "Not really, but its tongue does seem to have grown considerably." "The tongue?" Chunyi gazed at De Huang's elongated tongue. Strangely enough, it has indeed lengthened. What does this mean? After consuming legendary mineral water, there was no increase in strength. Yet the tongue had grown longer? What use is a longer tongue? To be a devoted licker? To provide enhanced comfort to others? Indeed, boss. The tongue has truly lengthened quite a bit. Zhuolanlan pinched her long tongue between 2 fingers, expressing a hint of disgust. Why not cut a bit off and cook it? Suddenly, De Huang sprang to his feet, cursing vehemently. Zhuolanlan was startled and fell to the ground, looking quite flustered. "Boss, please manage De Huang. His temper is far too volatile." "Wait a moment." Chunyi's ears perked up. Had someone just cursed 250? Zhuolanlan tried to recall. And indeed, she had heard the words 250. Who? Both turned their gazes toward De Huang. De Huang remained in a combative stance, barking at Zhuolanlan, 250. Zhuolanlan, who had just gotten back on her feet, fell to the ground again, astonished. The dog just spoke. A dog can actually talk. 250. It seemed that De Huang was only capable of this single phrase, as he continued to berate Zhuolanlan. After a brief moment of shock, Chunyi began to understand. The legendary mineral water did not bestow power, but rather varied effects based on the user. De Huang, with his elongated tongue, had a longer and more agile tongue that allowed him to articulate simple sounds. "Good dog," Chunyi chuckled. "Your little mouth is as sweet as honey. Hubby." De Huang licked Chunyi's palm, enthusiastically wagging his tail. "Whoa." Chunyi quickly stepped back. "What did you just call me?" "Hubby. Hubby. Hubby." De Huang circled around Chunyi, sweetly repeating the word, causing Chunyi's mind to spiral. "Stop. Stop. Stop." Chunyi said helplessly, "Do you know anything else?" Besides 250. All he could utter was hubby, which was hardly flattering. Hubby is, of course, a good term, but it sounds different coming from a dog's mouth. "Hubby." De Huang persisted, gazing at Chunyi with profound affection, his eyes resolute, as if he wished to become his spouse. "Boss, he is as stubborn as a turtle with a balanced stone." dead set on being your partner. Zhuolanlan laughed heartily. You two should hurry and consummate your marriage. Get lost. Chunyi retorted. De Huang, stop calling me that. If you keep it up, I want to give you any Huazi. De Huang was quite fond of Huazi. Without it, life as a dog would lose a significant joy. Indeed, he immediately fell silent, not daring to call Chunyi hubby again. He instead barked loudly. 250. Chunyi was at a loss for words. Still, hubby sounds better. Boss, I think you two have quite the couple's look, Zhuolanlan chimed in, reveling in the spectacle. She even contemplated playing matchmaker for a peculiar romance between man and dog. Just shut up. Chunyi impatiently tossed her 10 bottles of mineral water. Drink them all at once. Zhuolanlan looked troubled. Drinking 10 bottles at once? I can't do that. Indeed, consuming 10 bottles at once was quite a daunting task. This was no ordinary mineral water. It possessed special abilities. Chunyi did not press her, merely explaining, if you don't want to drink it, you can return it to me. As he reached to reclaim the mineral water, Zhuolanlan, not being foolish, quickly stepped back and declared loudly, I'll drink it. I'll drink it. Clearly, this was a valuable item. Anyone who refused to drink would be a fool. It was evident that the dog could articulate human speech. Such is the miraculous effect of this extraordinary mineral water. After consuming it, one might potentially comprehend the language of beasts. A human-speaking canine? Indeed. It resembles the mastery of a foreign tongue. Although 10 bottles are quite a substantial quantity, Zhuolanlan resolutely finished them all. However, upon completion, she felt little change, save for a hearty belch and a few mouthfuls of water expelled. Yet, given the water's unique and precious nature, she cupped it in her palm and drank it back. Can the leader discern any change in me? Zhuolanlan earnestly inquired of Chunyi. Indeed, the transformation is remarkably evident, Chunyi replied with a serious demeanor, devoid of jest. Zhuolanlan's metamorphosis was so pronounced that it left Chunyi questioning the very nature of reality. Is there truly a change? Where is it? I feel absolutely nothing. Zhuolanlan expressed her bewilderment. She genuinely felt no difference. Perhaps I should consume more of the mineral water? She pondered. No. Chunyi resolutely shook his head. The transformation has already been substantial. Further consumption is inadvisable. To speak candidly, Zhuolanlan once possessed the physique of a typical Asian woman. Approximately a size 16. She was neither particularly short nor especially tall, and her figure was undeniably exquisite, slender where it should be, and ample where required, with legs that could be considered merely beautiful. However, after partaking of this legendary mineral water, she had grown an astonishing 15 centimeters, standing at 175 centimeters. She was nearing 180. She now possessed the stature of a supermodel. Moreover, her physique had undergone a remarkable transformation, boasting the proportions of a top-tier model. Long, beautiful legs and an undeniably curvaceous figure, certainly a figure destined to bear children with ample hips. Such extraordinary effects from just a few bottles of mineral water are truly preposterous. One must understand that even in a civilized society, where technology has advanced significantly, achieving height increase is an arduous endeavor. The process is painful, often requiring surgical intervention to break bones, followed by months of recuperation for gradual growth. Additionally, there remains a recovery period of 1 to 2 years, which could lead to severe complications. Yet now, merely by consuming a handful of bottles, change has transpired in the blink of an eye. This legendary mineral water is indeed remarkable. However, despite its potency, further consumption is utterly unwise. Continuation may lead to a transformation akin to that of a female Yao Ming. Between the allure of a supermodel and the towering figure of Yao Ming, Chunyi firmly preferred the former. Although driving a grand vehicle and riding noble steeds has been a long-standing dream of many men, excessive height can be burdensome. Beyond aesthetic concerns, there are numerous practical inconveniences. Should one become like Yao Ming, fitting into a car would be an impossibility, and one would become an obvious target, over 2 meters tall. A glaring presence that could pose life-threatening risks. At present, perfection has been achieved, realizing Chunyi's dream of a supermodel. If there is no change, then were those 10 bottles consumed in vain? Zhuolanlan felt a deep sense of inequity. What am I suffering? Consuming 10 bottles of mineral water was a challenge I faced with determination and resolve. I have never endured such hardship, only to witness no results. Not only can I not speak the language of beasts, but I am also unable to comprehend it. Is this not an exceedingly poor bargain? Gaze into the mirror, and you shall discern any changes within yourself. Upon hearing this remark, Zhuolanlan, puzzled, glanced at the rearview mirror of the car. To her surprise, she noticed a remarkable difference. After all, having grown so much, it was difficult to overlook. Had she truly grown taller? With disbelief, she rubbed her eyes. After several confirmations, she looked down at her now shortened pants, which revealed the edges of her socks, finally ready to accept the reality of her growth. Mother, I have finally grown taller. Mother, your spirit can rest in peace now. I have truly grown taller and matured. Tears welled in Zwalanlan's eyes, overwhelmed with emotion. Do not be too excited. Chinyi offered her a tissue, displaying a thoughtful gesture. You do not understand, Zwalanlan replied earnestly, wiping her tears. You do not comprehend the ridicule and bullying I have endured. You cannot fathom how significant this is for me. Having studied abroad, she had always faced discrimination due to her stature. Not only was she mocked by women, but she was also looked down upon by men, labeled as a little shorty. In reality, her figure was quite commendable among her compatriots, perfectly proportioned. However, in comparison to Westerners, she felt diminutive, overshadowed by the towering presence of others. Thank you so much, big brother. Zwalanlan expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Chinyi, embracing him tightly, a soft weight colliding against his chest, offering him an unprecedented experience. Captain, may I drink 10 more bottles of mineral water? Zwalanlan inquired with utmost seriousness, revealing her desire to grow even taller. You are out of your mind. Chinyi retorted without hesitation, pushing her away. Can you even handle that? It's fine, big brother. I can manage, she insisted, willing to pay any price to increase her height. No, any taller, and it would be unattractive, Chinyi firmly declined. You are already beautiful. Any more height would be excessive. Understanding Zwalanlan's sentiments, Chinyi recognized the influence of Western ideals on her, striving to align herself with those towering figures. Such distorted aesthetics lacked the refined essence found within her own culture, and thus, Chinyi was resolute in her disapproval. This matter shall not be mentioned again. I will never allow you to grow taller. For personal reasons, Chinyi would not permit anyone in her team to surpass her height. Standing at an unwavering 185 meters, no exaggeration, no elevated insoles, she must remain the tallest. Very well, Zwalanlan replied with a sense of resignation, bouncing around and measuring her height against Chunye's, discovering they were nearly equal, her spirits soaring to great heights. The legendary effects of mineral water varied from person to person, and it became evident that recruiting more female teammates was essential. Chinyu silently resolved that indeed, seeking more women was the only viable solution, regardless of whether the effects of the mineral water were individualistic or based on material composition. Each additional female teammate would exponentially increase their collective benefits. If Shenzi were to evolve into a teammate after consuming legendary-grade mineral water, what enhancements might she experience? Chenye's current preference naturally leans towards the exquisite mature woman, Shenzi. However, it would be prudent to first experiment with a legendary-grade sausage to uncover any peculiar effects. Shenyi retrieved a sausage, which appeared entirely unremarkable. Upon opening and consuming it, he felt no extraordinary sensations. Its flavor remained unchanged from before. The legendary sausage was one of the 2 legendary-grade foods he possessed, and he held high expectations for its effects. The outcome of the legendary mineral water had been astonishing. Thus, he believed the legendary sausage would not fall short in comparison. Ding! You have consumed a legendary-grade sausage. The effect is unclear. Upon hearing the notification, Chenyi stood frozen in place. Had he misheard, or was it a system glitch spouting nonsense? How could the effects be unclear? Was the legendary sausage truly so absurd? Chenyi, perplexed, continued to consume the sausage. Ding! Congratulations on consuming a legendary-grade sausage. The effect is still unclear. Really? No effect? What is going on? Chenyi was baffled. Regardless, he steeled his resolve. Eat, eat, eat. He devoured the sausages voraciously, one after another. Initially, the sausage had been quite delectable. But now he found himself repulsed, even feeling nauseated at the mere scent of it. Upon reaching the 10th sausage, the system notification chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. For consuming 10 sausages, you have awakened the skill Blood Eye. Skill, Blood Eye. Description: it is a tragedy to perceive the world solely through visible light. The human eye, often deemed the most intricate camera, boasts 57.6 billion pixels, yet it can only absorb 1/10,000th of the entire spectrum of information. The human eye cannot perceive infrared, ultraviolet, or even bacteria, let alone viruses. Gravitational waves and dark matter remain beyond its reach. However, Blood I renders all of this possible. Activating blood, I will unveil a different realm. Amaterasu. Note, you possess only one blood eye. To use it, you must cover the other eye with your hand, or else you risk the blindness of the ordinary eye. Blood eye? It certainly sounds impressive. Shinji covered one eye and gazed towards the left. A magnetic voice resonated. Amaterasu. Ding. Blood eye activated. There is no need to utter Amaterasu. Go away. Shinji muttered indignantly. Was it necessary to remind him? How magnificent was Amaterasu? The entire ambience had been ruined. Buzz. Suddenly, Chunya's left eye transformed into a blood-red hue. The world within his sight underwent a transformation. Just as described, he began to perceive an extraordinary reality. He could even discern the texture of a flea nestled within the fur of a large yellow dog. Looking again at the left, Lan, he noticed her clothing was riddled with holes, revealing glimpses of allure through the apertures. It had shrunk down. Remarkably, his vision had transformed into that of a microscope. His eye had become a microscope. Buzz. Another resonant hum surged through him, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him, nearly bringing him to the brink of nausea. The duration of the blood eye was far too fleeting. It is likely due to an inadequate consumption of ham sausages. This ability must be cultivated through the long-term intake of ham sausages, leading to persistent growth. Perhaps, in the end, I may truly be able to invoke Amaterasu. With my current capabilities, from this point forward, my archery will undoubtedly be flawless. Chunyi felt immensely satisfied. It was akin to possessing a telescope, accuracy assured. No longer will I be merely a master of human outlines. Boss, should we not have a taste of the ham sausage as well? Zwalanlan suddenly interjected. She was aware that the food in the boss's possession often bore extraordinary effects. Observing the boss devour the ham sausage with such fervor, she naturally understood the immense benefits it provided and yearned to partake. This was only human nature. Absolutely not. Chunyi vehemently refused. You cannot have even a single piece of my ham sausage. While I might share ordinary ham sausages, the legendary grade ones are entirely off limits. They are solely for my consumption. Chapter 41. Isn't it cool to breathe fire? Why? Zwalanlan, somewhat bewildered, tilted her head in confusion. Not only she, but even the female dog De Huang tilted her head, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Dunce. Ham sausages are delightful little snacks. Consuming them daily as a staple might become nauseating. Yet indulging in one occasionally is quite pleasurable and aromatic. Now, with Chunyi refusing to allow them any ham sausages, it naturally incited discontent from both person and dog. You may have regular ham sausages. My ham sausages are absolutely off limits. This is non-negotiable. The legendary grade ham sausages had now become Chunyi's exclusive supplement. He intended to savor one whenever possible, a solitary indulgence. He sought to diligently improve, astonishing all and sundry, including dogs. What effects might the special grade bear paw possess? And what about the special grade instant noodles? The special grade fuel? Chunyi was exceedingly curious and wished to conduct thorough experiments on each. Although these items may not be of legendary status, and thus unlikely to yield results as astonishing as mineral water and ham sausages, they would certainly not disappoint. Wait, a sudden thought struck Chunyi. Perhaps it would be wise to conserve the special grade resources and foods. Even the legendary grade ham sausages and mineral water should be consumed sparingly. Why? Because tomorrow, synthesis would be possible. Their convoy would have 2 opportunities for synthesis. With so many special bear paws, they could be combined into higher grade items. Special instant noodles and various foods could also be synthesized into superior forms. Even the 9 special pickup trucks could advance further. At the very least, a substantial quantity of food ought to be synthesized into legendary grade items. Testing their effects would be essential. Otherwise, it would be a waste. If the team had sufficient numbers, the resources would be plentiful, and the synthesis opportunities would be exceedingly abundant daily. Will the materials and food in my warehouse still be eligible for synthesis tomorrow? To be cautious, Chunyi inquired. Ding. Certainly, came the system's frigid voice, providing a clear response. That is excellent. This time can be fully utilized to continue gathering resources. In truth, the basic resources that Chunyi could accumulate daily were calculable. The values are rather consistent. For instance, take Zwalanlan, a female teammate. Her daily consumption includes 3 boxes of instant noodles, 3 sausages, 3 eggs, and 10 bottles of mineral water. This essentially represents the daily intake of food and water for one individual. Multiply that by 100. And you arrive at the resources that a single female teammate can provide to Chunyi each day. 300 marinated eggs, 300 boxes of instant noodles, 300 sausages, and 1,000 bottles of water. After all, she is human, not a waste-producing machine. It is impossible for her to eat, drink, and gnaw on sausages for 24 hours straight. If such a routine were to persist, she would surely perish within days. Therefore, recruiting more female teammates emerges as the most logical choice. Currently, he has 2 teammates, which allows for a rough daily output of 2,000 bottles of mineral water, 600 marinated eggs, 600 boxes of instant noodles, and 600 sausages. Of course, this is the bare minimum, as they might also consume meat, bear paws, or even hot pot. As for the fuel consumption of the vehicles used by female teammates, there is a fixed daily amount as well. Given the limited driving hours and relatively constant speed, the fuel consumed during the daily travels can be calculated. Frankly, Chunyi is quite curious about the effects of legendary-grade fuel. If such fuel could provide a super acceleration, it would grant him an absolute advantage in speed, enabling him to take down Zhang Xiaoquan directly. Even if Zhang is a master-level racer, he would have to bow in submission before overwhelming strength. Captain, is someone a bit hungry? Zhuolanlan pouted awkwardly. I really want to have a bite of your sausage. Enough with the theatrics, Chunyi shot her a glance. This woman has no talent for charm. Her attempts are more grotesque than ghostly. But I'm really hungry, Zhuolanlan insisted. Otherwise, I wouldn't be acting this way. After drinking so much mineral water, can you even eat? Water does not satiate hunger. She stated this seriously, adding, after a trip to the restroom, my stomach is empty. That was true. Drinking water does not quell hunger. Speaking of the restroom, Zhuolanlan's eyes sparkled. Boss, can I use the RV's toilet? Sure. But why are you so excited? Are you a bit odd? What are you saying, boss? It's perilous to use the toilet in this freezing weather. Last time, I got stuck while trying. Zhuolanlan lamented, clearly distressed by the frigid environment. Each trip to the restroom required her to carry a stick, and she had to be particularly cautious when attending to bigger needs to avoid any unfortunate accidents. The thought of being pricked by her own excrement was quite discomforting. By the way, since you're hungry, how about I give you a delicious fruit? Chunyi offered an unnamed flame fruit. It was an ordinary flame fruit, unenhanced. Chunyi's vehicle was stocked with many basic supplies, as he preferred to keep them in his car for a sense of security, rather than risking them being exploited by the survival world system. As the synthesis system has been activated, the low-level nameless flame fruits returned by teammates can no longer be reclaimed once consumed. Hence, it was decided to allow Zhuolanlan to partake in them, to observe any potential effects. The special-grade nameless flame fruits were too precious for Chunyi to squander, as he was eagerly anticipating a synthesis opportunity the following day. His current endeavors involve the extensive acquisition of nameless fruits, with the hope of swiftly synthesizing a legendary grade 1, to consume and discover the latent abilities it might awaken. Even if it were merely the ability to breathe fire like Da Huang, Chunyi would find contentment in that. The ability to breathe fire is undeniably impressive, a romance only understood by boys. Thank you, boss, you're the best, Zhuolanlan exclaimed as she cheerfully accepted the nameless fruit and began to eat. The fruit was incredibly sweet, and after the first bite, she couldn't resist taking a second, finishing the entire fruit in no time. Wiping her mouth with tissue, she wore a satisfied expression. Chunyi, observing her intently, inquired about her feelings. Delicious, Zhuolanlan replied with a silly grin. Do you feel anything in your body? Chunyi asked curiously. Do you sense a warm current? Scratching her head in confusion, Zhuolanlan replied. Not really. I don't feel anything at all. Then we shall wait a bit longer. Sensations will eventually manifest, Chunyi said as he entered the car. It was time to set off. They had already delayed for far too long. Remaining stationary was not an option. They needed to advance. Besides the fixed treasure chests along the route, there were opportunities to obtain random chests as well. All desires and benefits lie ahead on the journey. Chapter 42, The Ballad of Chao Zhe Boss. This fruit won't harm my body, will it? Zhuolanlan asked anxiously, peering out the window. Not at all. Consuming this fruit will undoubtedly awaken your abilities. Chunyi reassured her, though the nature of the powers awaited the whims of fate. Will I breathe fire like Da Huang? Zhuolanlan fretted. That sounds terrifying. You know nothing, Chunyi chided, giving her forehead a light tap. Breathing fire is undeniably cool. Surely I won't actually breathe fire? Zhuolanlan responded, somewhat distressed. I don't want to do that. You wouldn't even survive the attempt, Chunyi retorted, rolling his eyes at her. What kind of physique you possess will determine the abilities you awaken. Do you think your constitution is akin to a dog's? Clearly, it is not. Zhualanlan retained some confidence in this regard. Since they were different, it stood to reason that the abilities awakened would also differ. Chen Yi, disinterested in further explanations, simply commanded, "Accelerate. Let us head towards the first 100-kilometer target." At the 100-kilometer mark, 3 iron treasure chests awaited them. Who knows what extraordinary items they might uncover. If they could locate a second female teammate during their journey, the number of iron treasure chests would surely increase. Thus, Chen Ye's yearning for female teammates had reached a fervent peak. Just one rare item from an iron chest could multiply a teammate's value 100-fold. 2 teammates would yield 200 times, and 3 teammates would result in 300 times. Such staggering profits would entice anyone. The caravan of 2 vehicles commenced its journey. Due to the inclement weather, they maintained a modest speed of 50 kilometers per hour. The 2 cars were separated by a distance of 1 kilometer, with Lan Lan leading the way as the navigator. Chun Yi leisurely drove, indulging in melodious tunes. Da Huang lay curled up in the passenger seat, seemingly asleep. Yet his ears stood erect, clearly on high alert. Any slight rustle or disturbance would trigger his immediate response, as a dog's acute hearing surpasses that of humans, allowing them to perceive sounds inaudible to our ears. Suddenly, the communicator resonated with a melodious tune, and a whimsical song wafted into Chun Ye's ears. The lyrics were rather amusing. "If one day I fall in love with your wife, and if your wife also loves me, dear brother, please do not weep, for I shall ensure she suffers no indignity. Would you grace our wedding with your presence? Your blessings would make it all the more meaningful." Indeed, it was the exclusive ringtone of Shun Zi, the song of the bandit. Whenever she reached out to Chen Yi, this delightful melody would play. Chen Yi opened the message to find a video sent by Shen Zi. As per their custom, she was to pay her respects to him. In the video, Shen Zi, with a wooden hairpin clasped between her teeth, elegantly arranged her hair and knelt in the snow, exclaiming like a devoted maid, "Father, I pay my respects to you." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, and the video abruptly ended. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a chuckle as he replied, "I never asked you to call me father. Have you become addicted to it? Or are you determined to be my daughter? I provide for you without charge. Why must you torment me? Why do you bully me?" Shinzi once again succumbed to tears. Reflecting on the situation, it became clear that she had overdramatized things. Chen Yi never insisted she address him as father, nor did he even request she record a video or kneel. He merely required her to send a simple greeting. A mere good morning, "I pay my respects," would suffice. Yet, fearing his displeasure, she had burdened herself with unnecessary theatrics. "Do not cry." Chen Yi heard the plaintive wail of a distraught maiden, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of empathy. "I am not one to take advantage of others, nor am I a villain who revels in tormenting the weak. Since you have offered your respects, I shall certainly bestow upon you something in return." Hearing this, the previously despondent Shinzi's eyes sparkled with hope. Any provision, even a simple sausage, was a precious lifeline for her and her family. 2 eggs and a sausage, Chen Yi remarked with significance. "Enjoy them, especially the sausage. Savor it well, but do not share it with your husband." The sausage he provided, of course, was not of legendary quality, merely ordinary supplies. "Thank you, Mr. Chun." The supplies soon arrived, and Shen Zi clutched the sausage tightly, unwilling to release it. "Do you require any fuel?" Chen Yi inquired kindly. Yes. We are running low on fuel," she replied eagerly. Although their vehicle could still operate, it did so at the bare minimum speed and fuel consumption. As time passed, the vehicle would inevitably lose power, for the couple had little means to procure fuel. "I can provide you with 10 liters of gasoline," Chen Yi spoke once more. Tears of joy welled up in Shenzi's eyes as she hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Mr. Chun, you are truly a benevolent soul. I do not know how to thank you." "Do not speak so," Chen Yi replied. "I have already informed you that I am not a good person, and my provision of fuel comes with conditions." Chen Yi could not afford to be a mere do-gooder. He had his own motives. Shenzi's expression darkened instantly, and she cautiously inquired, "Mr. Chen, please feel free to state your demands." She closed her eyes, tears cascading down like precious pearls. She had steeled herself for the possibility of humiliation at Chun Ye's hands. No matter what he might ask of her, she had resolved to comply, for the survival of her family was paramount. Her personal dignity paled in comparison. However, to her surprise, Chen Yi did not impose any unreasonable demands. 2 eggs and a sausage, these must be consumed by you alone and not shared with your husband." "Why?" Shenzi was perplexed. Why would Chen Yi make such a request? "Do not question me. I owe you no explanation," he replied coldly. Not only must you refrain from sharing with your husband, but you must eat in front of him. Regardless of how hungry he is, he shall not receive even a morsel. What is your intention? Shinzi clearly hesitated. For her husband was the most important person in her life, and she did not wish to witness his hunger. Are you trying to starve my husband? He is not so easily starved. He just had meat, Shinyi retorted, having provided the couple with 2 pounds of meat just the day before. Shinzi understood this and, utterly confused, pressed, then why? Why must it be this way? Consider it a test of obedience, Shinyi continued. My patience is limited. Should you refuse, do not expect to contact me again. Chapter 43. A kind of love is letting go. I can agree to your terms. Despite her immense reluctance, Shinzi acquiesced. However, are you not afraid I might go against my word? I believe you to be a person of integrity, Shinyi thought to himself. A woman of such unwavering loyalty to her marriage could never be one to break her promises. Thank you for your trust and for your provisions, Shinzi finally said. Shunyi exchanged the 10 liters of gasoline, and upon receiving the fuel and food, Shunzi rushed back to the vehicle, elated to share the news with her husband. Darling, we have gasoline now. 10 liters will take us far. Where did the gasoline come from? Upon hearing such delightful news, her husband did not share her joy. Instead, his face hardened. Regardless of its source, we have fuel now. We certainly won't freeze to death tonight. Where did you get the gasoline? He demanded coldly. His eyes ablaze with fury. Shinzi lowered her head in distress, offering no response. Surely it was from that beast named Chun, he scoffed with palpable disdain. What twisted desires did you fulfill to make him so pleased that he gifted you 10 liters of gasoline? Even a single liter could ignite a deadly struggle for survival. How can you speak of me in such a manner? Shinzi was on the verge of collapse, tears streaming down her face once more. What should I say about you then? He retorted mockingly. Should I proclaim your purity and innocence? Did you not call him husband or daddy? Was it all just a figment of my imagination? His words grew increasingly cruel, shattering Shinzi's composure. She had not anticipated that her sacrifices would yield non-understanding, but insults and contempt, the harshest humiliation from one so close. I did all this for our survival, merely to live. She was desperate for life itself. Do not speak so nobly, he sneered, failing to comprehend her plight. You are merely seeking your own survival, driven by greed and fickleness. You wish to cling to that perverse Chun, yearning for a life of ease. You are free to leave now. My existence is of no concern to you. Get out. Immediately. You disgust me. His callous demeanor extinguished any warmth in Shinzi's heart. His words cut through her like the frigid wind outside the window, piercing her very soul. No matter your accusations, I stand unrepentant. After a lengthy silence, she finally dried her tears. Throughout history, all illicit lovers have claimed their innocence. Even Pangelion professed her guiltlessness. His venomous words spiraled into madness, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying. Shinzi had no desire to engage in a quarrel, nor the energy for it. Instead, she retrieved some eggs and a sausage, quietly consuming them, having exhausted her strength and feeling ravenous after a restless night. 2 eggs and a sausage, your life seems quite pleasant. Are you going to eat all of this by yourself? He continued to mock. Do you have the audacity? I remain unrepentant, she replied, taking her time with each bite. Delicious, indeed. This was given to you by that Chun, wasn't he it? He spat maliciously. I bet the sausage is what you desire most. And 2 eggs. Do you think I'm oblivious to what this signifies? You believe me to be a fool? Her initial enjoyment of the meal was swiftly replaced by nausea. She could not fathom her husband uttering such repulsive words. She contemplated retorting, but suddenly found a sliver of truth in his accusations. Why had Chen given her 2 eggs and a sausage? Why insist she consume them in front of her husband? Was this not a veiled insinuation? Is this not a deliberate act of malice? Initially, she was perplexed by Chun Ye's intentions, but with her husband's reminder, clarity washed over her, igniting a blush that crept to her very ears. The once delectable flavors of the ham sausage and eggs faded into insignificance as tears began to stream down her face, leaving only the bitter and salty taste behind. You are still crying, your cheeks still flushed. The man erupted into laughter. Do you still possess a sense of shame? How utterly unexpected. I thought you were a heartless, shameless harlot. It appears you still have a conscience. I have cared for you tirelessly, unwaveringly, retorted Shinzi, her anger palpable. In your heart, am I merely a heartless, shameless woman? This is truly a grave injustice. The world has kissed me with pain, yet I respond with song. This is Shinzi's life philosophy. No matter how the world torments her, she strives to extract a semblance of a smile, facing all adversities with grace. No matter how daunting the challenges, they have never broken her spirit. Yet now, the betrayal from her closest kin, the slander from those she held dear, has plunged her into despair, rendering her efforts meaningless. It is merely your self-indulgent sentiment, the man declared with an air of entitlement. I never compelled you to stay by my side. You chose to endure this. Your suffering is but a reflection of your own choices, your self-pity. When you were caring for me, you felt content, did you not? I should not be the one to express gratitude. Rather, you should thank me for providing you with emotional value. His words were utterly shameless. Shinzi stood there, speechless, grappling with the reality of her husband, the one she had devoted herself to day and night, revealing such a disgraceful, alien demeanor. Could suffering truly transform a person so profoundly, turning them into a beast? How have you become this way? How could you treat me like this? Shinzi could no longer contain her sorrow, weeping uncontrollably. She had cried too many times today, too many times in recent days, her eyes now swollen and red. I have never changed. I have always been this way. The man asserted defiantly. If you cannot endure it, you may leave. Now, at once. Go find that pervert named Chun. Go, go, go. With that, he pushed Shinzi forcefully, showing no regard for her vulnerability. Caught off guard, her head struck the car window with a heavy thud. Pain radiating through her as a bump began to form. Such an act had crossed the threshold into domestic violence. You have gone too far, Shinzi exclaimed angrily, flinging open the car door and fleeing in tears. Yet, the man was unwilling to let her escape so easily, shouting after her. Hurry up and find that pervert named Chun. Go on. As he watched Shinzi gradually distance herself, he finally shed the facade of his loathsome demeanor, tears streaming down his face. It was evident that all of it had been an act, a grotesque display to push his beloved towards Chenyi. For he knew all too well that following him would lead her to a dead end. Do not speak of happiness. Even basic sustenance is a challenge. And I cannot even quench my thirst. Yet, following Chenyi would lead to a life akin to paradise. The man activated the car's audio system, silently playing a song titled There Is a Kind of Love Called Letting Go. Chapter 44. My surname is Wu. My ancestor is Wu Dalong. As he listened to the melody, tears fell, drop by drop. The song repeated endlessly. He chewed on the bitter lyrics, each line piercing his heart like a dagger. After what felt like an eternity, he seemed to arrive at a decision and sent a message to Chenyi. The content was rather straightforward. Mr. Chen, are you not interested in my wife? I have a way to make her yours. Upon reading this message, Chunye's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. What sort of plot is this? Hey, brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Chunyi corrected him angrily. I never intended to make your wife mine. What do you take me for? Do you truly believe I am a villain? Your words are beyond my comprehension, the man replied with a smile. Is it not true that your continued support stems from my wife's beauty? Have I misunderstood? You have indeed misunderstood greatly, Chunyi replied gravely. I desire your wife to be my teammate, a comrade with whom I can share my burdens. The reason I seek her is not due to her looks, her exquisite figure, or her youthful allure, but rather because of her virtuous character and the brilliance of her humanity that connects us. Our bond is one of the purest camaraderie. Mr. Chun, you are indeed correct. The man did not argue further, but simply inquired, then, would you like her to become your teammate? Of course. Shinzi is the kindest girl I have ever met. It would be my honor to be her teammate. Chunye's eyes sparkled with lofty ideals, justice, purity, and all manner of positive attributes. I will send you a document detailing everything she loves and dislikes. If you cater to her preferences, you will win her over swiftly, the man continued. To demonstrate my sincerity, I will offer you a functional card free of charge. No need, Chenyi replied immediately. The functional card is something I urgently need, and if the price is right, I will pay you immediately. You need not pay. It is a gift for you, the man reiterated. This is my gratitude. I hope you will accept it. What do you have to thank me for? Chenyi was utterly baffled, pondering what he, as a beast, could possibly be worthy of gratitude for. If the other were to attack him with a knife, he could at least understand that. Thank you for sheltering my wife, for protecting her in this cruel world of survival. The man took a deep breath, tears streaming down his face, and continued, if you feel guilty about receiving my functional card for free, then please treat my wife well, alleviate her suffering, and spare her from further torment. Brother, your words frighten me a little. Chenyi asked earnestly, you're not contemplating suicide, are you? I am a worthless coward. The man replied with a faint smile, lacking both the courage and the means to end his own life. Chunyi was not a malicious person, yet at times, she could not help but think, if this man were to perish, Shinzi would undoubtedly soon become her ally. As long as he remained alive, Shinzi would never relinquish hope. But don't worry, I will die sooner or later, the man continued. Before I pass, you must make my wife fall in love with you. You must occupy both her heart and mind. Only in this way could Shinzi avoid despair and thoughts of self-harm due to her husband's demise. This, however, seemed a formidable task. For some inexplicable reason, Shinyi felt a thrill. What was this? A man conspiring with another man to offer his own wife? This, my dear, is what we call love. A great and selfless love. Alas, I must think of a plan, and my function card could prove immensely helpful. The man had yet to reveal the purpose of the function card. What is the function of your card? Shinyi inquired with great curiosity. Please, elucidate its significance. Its purpose is quite simple. It is merely a dating card, the man patiently explained. With this card, you can extend a date invitation to any female. Once she accepts, both parties will occupy the same space for 5 hours. One dating function card allows for 9 invitations. Mr. Chun, with your charm and skills, dating my wife 9 times will surely win her over. Before inviting her, you may enter the dating space and arrange it to her liking, crafting the life she dreams of. Time and again, you will eventually touch her heart. Upon hearing this, Chunyi fell silent for a considerable time. You truly have thought this through, leaving no stone unturned, she murmured. Does this fellow harbor some peculiar preferences? Why would you do this? To relinquish your beautiful wife? Chunyi expressed her confusion. Is it merely for the sake of love, for your wife's well-being? Mr. Chun, please do not place me on such a pedestal. The man replied with a wry smile. I am but a common man, a sickly wretch. I merely wish to live longer, to enjoy a measure of comfort in my final days. The man was surprisingly composed. During your courtship with my wife, I hope to receive ample food supplies. It would be ideal to have medication as well. I simply do not wish to struggle for survival in this harsh world. Furthermore, after you and my wife are wed, should I still be alive, I hope you will continue to care for me until my last breath. You need not worry. I am acutely aware of my illness and know I cannot endure for long. Even with your selfless provision of food and the finest medicines, I cannot expect to live for an extended period. Not even the most advanced medical care in a civilized world can cure my affliction. I can promise you all of this, Chunyi assured him. I will do my utmost to provide you with food and supplies. With Chunyi's capabilities, nurturing 1 patient, or even 100, posed no significant challenge. In that case, we have reached a consensus. The man finally remarked, we are now partners. Very well. Chunyi nodded with satisfaction. Although their conversation had ostensibly concluded, an inexplicable curiosity compelled Chunyi to inquire, what are your thoughts on minotaurs? I am not a minotaur. The man replied, genuinely amused. However, my surname is Wu, and I am a descendant of Wu Dalong. Wu Dalong is undoubtedly the most renowned unfortunate figure. Your ability to remain so magnanimous is indeed admirable, Chunyi thought, having lost the desire to mock him. Mr. Chen, as the saying goes, illness renders all efforts futile. The man extended his well wishes, concluding with, may you enjoy perpetual health and never fall ill. Their conversation came to an end. In a flash of light, a card materialized before Chunyi's eyes. It was a pink card, adorned with 2 heart motifs at its center, exuding an unmistakable scent of romantic affection. Ding! Congratulations. You have received a date card. Date card allows you to invite someone of the opposite gender to spend 5 hours together. Remaining uses, 9. Chunyi pinched the card between his fingers, his expression contemplative. Could the functional card trigger a 100-fold return? And if so, could it be synthesized afterward? If that were indeed possible, what would a legendary date card look like? Without hesitation, Chunyi bestowed the date card upon Zhuolanlan. Chapter 45, The Passionate Card. Zhuolanlan gleefully bounced about, playfully nibbling on Chunyi, who, in irritation, pushed her away. The system's prompt did not sound. Why was there no 100-fold return? Chunyi questioned angrily. The system remained silent, offering no explanation. Deep in thought, Chunyi issued another command. Dismantle the triple crossbow attachment. The triple crossbow was a functional card accessory that could be disassembled at will. In a flash of light, the system's cold notification echoed. Congratulations. You have dismantled the triple crossbow, successfully obtaining a triple crossbow functional card. A black card depicting the triple crossbow appeared in the palm of Chunyi's hand. He lifted his finger and tossed it to Zhuolanlan, instructing, use it. The other party hesitated, saying, "Boss, my vehicle's specialty is speed. Attaching such a heavy triple crossbow will impede maximum velocity. Beyond its weight, the shape of the triple crossbow will disrupt the streamlined aerodynamic design of the vehicle. In simpler terms, it's a massive cube that creates excessive air resistance, affecting speed. Just attach it for now. We can remove it when we need to race." The advantage of functional cards is that they can be easily dismantled. Very well, Zhuolanlan reluctantly acquiesced. Soon, in a flash, the triple crossbow appeared atop Zhuolanlan's vehicle. Her sleek sports car now bore a black square box on its roof, creating a rather dissonant appearance. Ding! Female teammate has consumed a triple crossbow functional card, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, you have received 100 triple crossbow functional cards. 100 cards materialized in Xinye's inventory. Indeed, as he suspected. Xinye nodded slightly. Functional cards could also yield a 100-fold return, albeit under the condition that the female teammate must consume them. When he had given Zhuolanlan a date card, she had not used it, and thus a 100-fold return could not be activated. The crux of the matter lies in consumption and utilization. Functional cards should also be capable of synthesis. 100 3-bow crossbow cards can be combined to create 10 special 3-bow crossbow functional cards, which can further be amalgamated into one super 3-bow crossbow functional card. Xinye expressed his excitement, pondering what a legendary-level 3-bow crossbow might resemble. Although he lacked sufficient 3-bow crossbow functional cards to elevate to the legendary tier within a single day, it did not hinder his flights of fancy. How could he possibly exploit the system? Xinye contemplated a potential solution: to have Zhuolanlan disassemble the 3-bow crossbow, return the functional cards to him, and then he could give the functional cards back to her for her to consume once more. If this cycle were to continue, he could infinitely generate resources and functional cards, thus acquiring limitless legendary-level functional cards. As long as he obtained one ordinary functional card, a few days of grinding could elevate him to legendary status. Of course, this was contingent upon the feasibility of such a route. However, after a series of attempts, success eluded him. It became evident that infinite resource generation was not attainable. The ownership of the functional cards had already transferred to Zhuolanlan, making it impossible to trigger the 100-fold return. Nonetheless, there remained a minor loophole. Xinye could still utilize the functional cards, affixing the 3-bow crossbow to his vehicle. After some maneuvering, he managed to generate 100 3-bow crossbow functional cards, with a 3-bow crossbow perched atop his RV, effectively securing a windfall. "This freebie brings me joy," Xinye remarked earnestly. "Warning! Warning! Warning! Warning!" Suddenly, a red signal flashed in the group, a system-generated alert that captured everyone's attention. Confusion enveloped the members as they struggled to comprehend the situation. "Warning! Someone is exploiting the system. A major player is attempting to generate resources. This is a warning. Further offenses will result in electric shock punishment. The Yang Yongxin electric shock device is a worthy investment." "What the hell?" Xinye exclaimed, unable to suppress his expletives. He was taken aback by the unexpected announcement, a server-wide notification. This was utterly absurd, an outrageous situation that defied belief. The group erupted in chaos. Who is this big shot? How can they exploit the system? I want in on it too. Oh, great ones, I beseech you. To the one exploiting the system, do you need a son? I am willing to serve as your adopted child. There were too many clever individuals. While he felt like a fool, others had successfully exploited the system. Yet they found themselves in dire straits, unable to afford a meal. Not only was food scarce, but even a sip of water was a luxury, forcing them to drink melted snow. Who was this prominent figure? Xinye speculated it must be the benevolent Yi. Consider this. Who has the most resources to exploit? Isn't it the benevolent Yi? The logic was sound, leaving him speechless. While he might envy others who exploited the system, he felt no resentment towards the benevolent Yi. It was only right for him to reap such rewards. Indeed, the resources amassed by the benevolent Yi sustain us all. Without his affordable resources, we would surely starve. Agreed. I stand in support of the benevolent Yi. I implore the system to spare him from electric shocks. Are you a little black sheep? If you want the system to shock the great benefactor Yi, just say it. The group erupted into a flurry of chatter. Xinye glanced over, but soon lost interest. He was currently in a state of vexation. To his astonishment, the survival system seemed to be targeting him. Zhuolanlan, you must use the dating card, Xinye commanded. You need to engage with someone of the opposite sex. Only by consuming the dating card can we achieve a 100-fold return and acquire more dating cards. Boss, are you out of your mind? Zhuolanlan retorted angrily. I am your teammate, In life, I belong to you, and in death, I am your ghost. How could I possibly date some wild man? You little fool. You seem to understand quite a bit, Chunyi remarked, surprised that such an accomplished young lady possessed this knowledge. But considering she had grown up studying abroad, it made sense, having been deeply influenced by the capitalist mindset. It was normal for her to be aware of such things, especially since the older generations indulged extravagantly. I want you to date Zhang Xiaoquan, Chunyi said with a mischievous grin. We'll give him a good thrashing at the date venue, or better yet, we could bring some powerful bows and crossbows and eliminate him outright. That plan seems rather insidious. The little fool blinked. Is this your version of the beauty trap from the 36 stratagems? One could say that, Chunyi nodded. The beauty trap has been effective throughout history. Even a war god like El Bu could not withstand it, let alone a mere Zhang Xiaoquan. All right, I will contact him right away, Zhuolanlan replied, now excited. Though uncertain if 3 people could enter. Logically, it was supposed to be a date for 2, thus only 2 should be allowed inside. Chunyi contemplated seriously. If only 2 could enter, he was reluctant to let his female teammate take such a significant risk, as she was an invaluable asset to him. Ding. System prompt. The maximum capacity for the dating card is 4. Both parties can bring 1 person inside. To Chunyi's surprise, the system responded promptly this time. Was the system trying to tame him with a mix of punishment and reward? He remained highly cautious of the system's intentions. Chapter 46. The Enchantress and the Peacock Green Cheongsam. Since we can enter, I will invite Zhang Xiaoquan. Zhuolanlan turned to Chunyi, awaiting his command. Chunyi nodded. And without any further ado, Zhuolanlan activated the dating card. Dating object, Zhang Xiaoquan. Ding. The female teammate consumed a dating card, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations. You have acquired 100 dating cards. The cold notification sound echoed once more. Chunyi smiled with satisfaction. Success. 100 dating cards. If we combine them, we could obtain a super dating card. I wonder what extraordinary abilities a legendary dating card possesses. Has Zhang Xiaoquan taken the bait? Chunyi inquired. Not yet. Zhuolanlan shook her head. I don't know why he hasn't confirmed yet. That doesn't make sense. Chunyi frowned. Someone like him would never refuse. He is undoubtedly a lecherous fiend. Just a glance at Zhuolanlan's profile should compel him to agree without hesitation. There's no way he would dawdle. Surely our beauty trap won't fail? Zhuolanlan expressed a hint of concern. Chunyi shook his head. Let us wait a moment. It's not a big issue. Sure enough, after a brief interlude, Zhang Xiaoquan accepted the invitation. However, his hesitation raised suspicions in the mind of Zhuolanlan. Is he concocting some sort of scheme? She frowned. Even if there is a conspiracy, we need not fear, Chunyi replied. Our primary concern is to bring along the strong bow and crossbow, but most importantly, we must take De Huang with us. Is it permissible to bring De Huang? Zhuolanlan inquired. A date card typically allows only 1 person, does it not? Well, it doesn't explicitly prohibit bringing a dog, Chunyi reasoned as he prepared to attempt the card again. Would you look at that? You truly are clever, Zhuolanlan exclaimed. Giving a thumbs up. You really are quite the cunning strategist. Ba ba ba, Chunyi retorted, lightly tapping her on the head. That is called being resourceful. Indeed, indeed. Resourceful, Zhuolanlan agreed, rubbing her head. Let us proceed inside. Chunyi lifted De Huang, and with a flash of light, they found themselves in a secluded space. Before them stood a grand European-style castle, sprawling in size, adorned with masterpieces from renowned painters, exuding an artistic ambience. This is the castle of my dreams, Zhuolanlan said, her face alight with longing. I hope to one day wear a wedding dress here. As the initiator of the date card, she had the privilege to arrange the scenery of the date location. Find a room to hide, Chunyi instructed. Zhang Xiaoquan will appear in the hall shortly. Understood, boss, Zhuolanlan replied, grasping the strong bow and crossbow. You must be careful as well. No worries, I have De Huang with me. Chunyi sat at a table in the hall, concealing the weapon beneath it. With De Huang by his side, he felt invincible, at least for the present. He was a force to be reckoned with. De Huang, perform well, and your rewards will be plentiful afterward. Chunyi lit a cigarette and waited in silence. De Huang lay beside him, contentedly inhaling the second-hand smoke, enjoying the free benefits. Before long, a glamorous woman appeared, yet it was not Zhang Xiaoquan. There was a resemblance in her features, but she was distinctly different. The woman appeared to be in her 30s or 40s, elegantly clad in a peacock green cheongsam. Her makeup subtle, yet enhancing her allure. She clearly possessed a refined upbringing, her every movement exuding grace. The slits of her cheongsam hinted at flesh-toned thigh-high stockings, undeniably captivating. Chunyi swallowed hard, thinking, what a breathtaking temptress. Who are you? The woman inquired, displaying no alarm at the presence of a stranger, gracefully taking a seat across from Chunyi. And who might you be? Chunyi countered. De Huang raised his head, eyeing the woman with vigilance. My surname is Luo. She replied, her red lips parting slightly. You may call me Miss Luo. The intended date is supposed to be Zhang Xiaoquan, Chunyi observed, his brow furrowing. You're correct. Zhang Xiaoquan's date should indeed be Zhualanlan, Miss Luo replied, raising an eyebrow with a playful smirk. How did this come to be? Chunyi inquired directly. What is your relationship with Zhang Xiaoquan? And what connection do you have with Zhualanlan? The woman retorted. Intriguing, Chunyi grinned widely. Zhang Xiaoquan is indeed an interesting character. A beautiful woman is sent to meet him while he sends a beauty in his stead. You're not his husband, are you? Miss Luo quipped, her smile unwavering. Zhualanlan is quite fascinating as well. She sends a man to represent her. Zhang Xiaoquan sent you here with little sincerity, didn't he? Chunyi flicked the ash from his cigarette. Luo Lanlan clearly harbors animosity towards you. The woman produced a slender cigarette, suggesting that you must hold a grudge against him. Wishing him ill. Do you perceive me as his adversary? Chunyi countered. I cannot say. Miss Luo shook her head. Zhang Xiaoquan's actions are erratic. And he has made many enemies. What of it if he is my foe? As long as he is not my enemy, I have no qualms. Suddenly, the woman climbed onto the table, approaching Chunyi like a frisky cat. With sultry eyes, she rested her chin on her hand. Young man, could you spare a light? What if I refuse? Chunyi toyed with his lighter, his gaze appraising the woman. He could not deny her allure, her striking features and voluptuous figure, particularly the deep cleave that left one breathless. Be a bit kinder, young man. The woman exhaled a puff of smoke, adding that you seem quite fiery. Lending me a light would hardly be a loss. Chunyi laughed heartily. You speak the truth. I am indeed quite fiery. He lit her cigarette. The woman inhaled deeply, releasing the smoke into Chunyi's face. Amidst the swirling mist, the atmosphere between them grew intensely intimate. Without a word, Chunyi embraced the woman at the waist, unleashing his formidable prowess. Several hours later, the woman lay sated. I have never been as joyous as I am today. My name is Luo Zijuan. Remember to contact me when you have the chance. According to the rules of this survival world, knowing a name allows for swift communication. She traced circles on Chunyi's chest with her delicate fingers. What is your name? Before Chunyi could respond, she pressed her finger to his lips. No need to tell me. After all, you are an enemy of Zhang Xiaoquan. To me, you are a foe, not a friend. Since you acknowledge me as an enemy, why then do you submit to me? Chunyi inquired, puzzled. To be frank, I intended to seduce you and then knock you out, Luo Zijuan confessed candidly, but the plan failed. You were simply too formidable, and I ended up fainting several times. I couldn't even stand, let alone attack. I did not expect your sincerity. Chunyi was taken aback. Are you not afraid I might harm you? Don't be ridiculous. Luo Zijuan rolled her eyes. This is a dating card, not a duel card. A dating card might allow for a brawl, but it certainly cannot permit murder. Her intention to seduce Chunyi was merely to incapacitate him, not to eliminate him. Chapter 47. Love your mother. See you soon. Is there truly such a rule? Chunyi was quite astonished. It seemed he had been overly cautious, armed with a powerful bow and crossbow, and accompanied by a large dog. So, what exactly is your relationship with Zhang Xiaoquan? He asked curiously. I cannot disclose that. It is confidential. Luo Zijuan retorted with a flirtatious glance. What enmity do you hold against Zhang Xiaoquan? Is it a blood feud that cannot be resolved? Not quite. Chunyi shook his head. He merely insulted me with his words. How about we turn enemies into allies and fight side by side? As she spoke, she extended her delicate hand, seeking to shake Chunyi's hand, but he remained unmoved. The matter is not so simple. He was reluctant to easily transform an enemy into a friend, especially since he did not even know who she truly was. Could she possibly hold sway over Zhang Xiaoquan? How much weight could a woman's words truly carry? In civilized society, women may possess a higher degree of agency. However, within the harsh realm of survival, their voices are often diminished. It appears that you still harbor some resentment. Luo Zijuan snapped her fingers, proposing, how about I gift you a flame unknown fruit? The woman was quite forthright, directly transferring a flame ability fruit to Chunyi. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a common level flame ability fruit. Such generosity, Chunyi exclaimed, taken aback. This flame ability fruit serves as my apology on behalf of Zhang Xiaoquan, Luo Zijuan remarked with a smile. I hope we can transform conflict into reconciliation and shake hands in harmony. She extended her hand once more. Yet, Chen Yi remained motionless. This woman was astute. She snapped her fingers again. I shall send you another flame ability fruit. Another flame ability fruit materialized in Chun Ye's system warehouse. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a common level flame ability fruit. What does this fruit signify? Chen Yi inquired with interest, though he felt great joy within. Possessing 2 ability fruits was akin to having 200. He could synthesize them tomorrow, bringing him one step closer to a legendary level flame ability fruit. Consider it your compensation. Luo Zijuan said, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. After laboring so diligently for so long, you must be compensated. Otherwise, I, Luo Zijuan, would become a remiss foreman. Exploiting a group of workers without recompense. That would be the epitome of a callous overseer, denying rightful wages to those who toil. She upheld a sense of justice, ensuring that those who labor are duly rewarded. Very well. Chen Yi grasped Luo Zijuan's delicate hand. It was soft and pleasant. Today, I can reconcile with Zhang Xiaoquan and cease hostilities against him. Initially, this was a trap, with the optimal outcome being Zhang Xiaoquan's demise. However, due to the limitations of the dating function card, such an outcome was unattainable. At most, he could deliver a beating, which seemed rather pointless. Thus, Chen Yi relinquished the idea. That is splendid. You are a good child who listens well, Luo Zijuan replied, equally delighted. We have taken the first step toward breaking the ice, an essential stride in mending our relationship. Who knows, perhaps in the future, you could stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Xiaoquan as allies. Perhaps, Chen Yi shrugged, neither affirming nor denying. Farewell, my dear. Remember to keep in touch. Luo Zijuan gestured with her fingers in the shape of a phone. Especially during the long, lonely nights, you can reach out for a rendezvous. Seizing the day is better than waiting for the right moment. Chen Yi chuckled, suggesting, shall we continue our delightful interlude? His vitality remained strong. A mere few hours had passed, and he felt invigorated, akin to a nuclear-powered workhorse. No, no, no. Luo Zijuan shook her head vigorously like a maraca. I'm already weak in the knees. Continuing this would be perilous. Her resolve was firm as she hastily exited the ancient castle. Chen Yi watched her retreating figure, savoring the lingering warmth and sweetness on his lips. He had indeed exerted too much energy, such is the exuberance of youth. Luo Zijuan's gait appeared somewhat labored. Had they continued, she would surely have collapsed upon the table. She swiftly vanished from Chen Yi's sight, only to reappear before Zhang Xiaoquan a few minutes later. Anxiously awaiting her arrival, Zhang murmured fervently, invoking the blessings of the Buddha, Christ, and all deities, hoping for a smooth and peaceful outcome, praying that no misfortune would befall them. Upon catching sight of Luo Zijuan, he hurried over, dutifully supporting her and whispering, Mom, how is it? What else could it be? It's a trap. Don't go near it. Luo Zijuan shook her head. What trap? Zhang Xiaoquan scratched his head, visibly distressed. It's a scheme set by our enemies, a beauty trap, Luo Zijuan replied, refraining from elaborating further. What a pity, such a shame, Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth, lamenting the fate of not being able to meet such a beautiful girl. Can't you aspire to something more? Beauty is a double-edged sword. Luo Zijuan scolded her son sternly. I've told you countless times, do not be ensnared by a lure. Why can't you understand? Mom, I'm young, full of vigor, and I don't have a girlfriend. What is wrong with liking women? Zhang Xiaoquan felt wronged. I can't be expected to like men, can I? While there is nothing wrong with liking women, that woman belongs to our adversary. There are plenty of women in the world, Luo Zijuan reprimanded with a stern countenance. Is it worth hanging your hopes on such a twisted branch? But she is just too beautiful, Zhang Xiaoquan sighed deeply. I have never encountered a girl as stunning as her. Useless boy. Luo Zijuan shot him a disapproving look, unable to suppress her scolding. Since childhood. You've shown no promise, always getting distracted by women. Mom, you can't blame me, Zhang Xiaoquan replied, feeling a sense of desperation. Though I am robust and not young anymore, I've never had a girlfriend, not even held a woman's hand. Despite his reputation as a bully, he was remarkably obedient to his mother. Without her consent, he would never dare to act recklessly. Luo Zijuan had given birth to him at the tender age of 16. And her discipline had always been strict, which explained Zhang Xiaoquan's deep respect and fear of her. Of course, in this survival world, beyond her consistent guidance, it was also her unique abilities that commanded his obedience. Why did I let you go first? Because no matter the perilous situation, You can escape unscathed, she explained. This extraordinary ability was of paramount significance in their harsh reality. It was precisely due to this exceptional support that Zhang Xiaoquan thrived in the survival world. Thus, although he appeared as a ruthless villain to his subordinates, he held a deep reverence, fear, and filial piety towards his mother. I am forbidding you from going for your own protection, Luo Zijuan implored earnestly. If you insist on going, I won't stop you. Thank you, Mom. Zhang Xiaoquan exclaimed excitedly, love you, Mom. See you soon. Chapter 48. Why don't you pair up with Dawang? Don't rush off if you suffer losses. You cannot blame me, Luo Zijuan cautioned preemptively. She understood her son well. Although he was indeed a formidable man, he was still no match for the indomitable hero in the castle, absolutely no contender. Others may not fully comprehend the prowess of that brave soul, but this woman possesses an acute understanding of it. Rest assured, dear mother, no woman has yet been born who can bring me to ruin. Zhang Xiaoquan brimmed with confidence and pride. What if there are men inside the castle? Luo Zijuan inquired. If there are men, I shall handle them just the same. Zhang Xiaoquan laughed heartily, proclaiming, your son is quite the charmer, capable of captivating all, regardless of age or gender. Without waiting for further elaboration from his mother, he dashed into the castle with the swiftness of a rabbit. Observing her son's exuberant retreat, Luo Zijuan shook her head in mild dismay. She had intended to provide him with a more detailed account of the situation, but her son's eagerness rendered her words unspoken. Zhang Xiaoquan swiftly arrived at the entrance of the castle. As he reached for the door, he was suddenly greeted by a clear voice from within. Straining to listen, he discerned the affectionate term husband, sending waves of excitement coursing through him. Ah, this enchanting lady clearly understands decorum. She calls me husband even before our meeting. Zhang Xiaoquan rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Husband, 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 husband. The voices from inside resounded with clarity. Do not fret, my dear, I shall arrive momentarily. He produced a handkerchief, playfully tying it around his head to obscure his vision. Since the lady had exhibited such good manners, he felt compelled to reciprocate. My darling, I am on my way, he declared as he pushed open the door and began to fumble forward. My dear, where are you? Do not let me catch you. For if I do, it shall be quite the delightful encounter. In the hall, Chunyi stood frozen, utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. Not far from him, De Huang was incessantly calling out husband, protesting to Chunyi. De Huang, envious of the relationship between Chunyi and Luo Zijuan, was deeply aggrieved, yearning for an explanation. After all, it considered itself Chunyi's partner, yet was unable to wield his prized weapon, while a newly acquainted temptress could do so for over 3 hours. De Huang's demand was simple. It too wished to wield the weapon. However, Chunyi believed such a desire was unwarranted, although he often jested about his exploits. Those were merely expressions, not genuine intentions. De Huang was not easily deceived. If Chunyi failed to provide a reasonable explanation, it would persist in calling out husband in a most bothersome manner until he yielded. Little did they know, this commotion inadvertently summoned Zhang Xiaoquan. My sweet darling, I have discerned your precise location. I shall come to find you shortly. Do not fret. Zhang Xiaoquan chuckled as he continued to explore. It must be said, this lad possessed remarkably keen hearing, accurately locating De Huang and embracing it with a swift motion. The long fur prickled against Zhang Xiaoquan's face, yet he remained unperturbed. Instead, laughing heartily, my beauty, you are still adorned in mink. A mink beauty is truly exquisite. I adore it most dearly. With that, he planted several fervent kisses, only to taste the unpleasantness of the fur. Alas, the flavor is lacking, and the quality of your coat leaves much to be desired, my beauty. Zhang Xiaoquan lamented. Your mink coat is nothing but a cheap imitation. Rest assured, with me, I shall procure for you the finest of furs. As he spoke, his hands began to wander, seeking to caress the woman's face or other sensitive areas. This audacity soon provoked De Huang, who retaliated without hesitation, sinking its teeth into his hand, causing blood to flow profusely. Zhang Xiaoquan let out a cry of anguish, plopping down onto the ground. My dear, why are you so fierce? I merely wish to embrace you, and you resort to biting. He continued, despite the pain in his hand, to lunge forward once more, enveloping De Huang in his arms, showering it with fervent kisses and unwarranted touches. Witnessing the spectacle left Chunyi utterly speechless. What an embodiment of lechery. This is the very definition of a professional lecher. He holds a dog, yet imagines a stunning beauty. De Huang, exasperated by his antics, bit him again, this time tearing a chunk of flesh from his arm. Zhang Xiaoquan held in agony, retreating hastily. Unable to contain himself any longer, he ripped off his blindfold and shouted, "Are you out of your mind?" Upon regaining his sight, he beheld a ferocious-looking dog before him. What in the world? It's a male dog. Not only was it a dog, but it also incessantly referred to him as husband. Damn it, you wretched beast. Are you the one who lured me into this? Even a dog can call me husband now? His fury distorted his features, questioning the very fabric of justice. Look at what you've done to me, he exclaimed, displaying his injuries. However, the gaping wound, which had bled profusely moments ago, began to heal at an astonishing rate, much to Chun Ye's astonishment. Yet, he soon found solace in the realization that, as per Luo Zijuan's earlier explanation, within this dating space, one could not inflict lasting harm nor take a life. However, Chun Yi discerned that there were ways to torment Zhang Xiaoquan. Though the wounds may heal swiftly, the sensation of pain seemed unavoidable, allowing Chun Yi the opportunity to subject him to considerable distress. Damn it! Though the wound may heal, I shall not spare you. I will slay you, you cursed dog. The more he ruminated, the angrier he became, revealing his true ferocity. Brother, do not stoop to contend with a mere dog. Chun Yi remarked with a chuckle, and, by the way, this is a female dog. Upon hearing another man's voice, Zhang Xiaoquan transformed into a cornered beast, spinning around to glare at Chun Yi. Just a glance ignited his fury, and he bellowed, "You are Chun Yi." While Luo Zijuan might not recognize Chun Yi, Zhang Xiaoquan certainly did. He had cursed Chun Ye's visage day and night, proclaiming that even if Chun Yi turned to ash, he would still recognize him. Indeed, I am Chun Yi. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Chun Yi remained composed, seated at the table, still as a statue, with a powerful bow and arrows concealed beneath. Today, I shall end you. This is all part of your scheme, is it not? This dog is yours as well, correct? Zhang Xiaoquan's face turned a shade of green with rage. You dare to employ a beauty trap against me? And what of it? Did you not enjoy it? Chun Yi smiled and said, My female dog is in heat, and you are too. Why not unite in matrimony? From now on, I shall be your father-in-law, and you will be my son-in-law. Damn you. Zhang Xiaoquan cursed vehemently. I could say the same about your mother. Chun Yi retorted. Those who speak ill of others shall be met with the same fate. Chapter 49. Zhang Xiaoquan's extraordinary abilities. What on earth are you talking about? Zhang Xiaoquan was utterly flabbergasted, sensing an unwelcome truth looming before him. What did you do to my mother? Your mother? Chun Yi feigned confusion. Is the alluring woman in the cheaphow your mother? Show some respect. Zhang Xiaoquan seethed. Dare to lay a hand on my mother, and I will end you. Stop shouting. Chun Yi shot back. I've already spanked your mother's backside. Shut your filthy mouth. Zhang Xiaoquan bellowed in rage. Don't believe me? Go ask your mother, Chun Yi dismissed. Unwilling to elaborate further, the difference in their words was stark. Zhang Xiaoquan's curses were mere expressions of frustration, while Chun Ye's words were grounded in reality. I will take your life. Zhang Xiaoquan suddenly brandished a large machete, charging at Chun Yi with the fury of a raging bull. Chun Yi, however, was not about to let him close the distance. He pulled the trigger. The powerful crossbow released a deadly arrow, aimed at a vital target, yet it missed. Unfazed, Chun Yi squeezed the trigger again, this time with unwavering confidence, standing closer to his foe. Still, he missed. All 10 bolts were fired, and not a single one found its mark. Zhang Xiaoquan stood dumbfounded. What kind of aim is that? I stood still, and you still couldn't hit me. Shut up. Chun Yi snapped, indignant. It was my first time shooting, and I hit the eye of a polar bear. Of course, that was the peak of my archery career. I never hit another person afterward. Huh. Now that you are disarmed, how will you contend with me? Zhang Xiaoquan boasted, swinging his machete with arrogance. You are but the fish, and I am the cleaver. Big Yellow, attack him. Chun Yi snapped his fingers, instructing his dog not to breathe fire, as that would be too merciful. Fool. Big Yellow barked and lunged at Zhang Xiaoquan. Zhang Xiaoquan attempted to strike with his blade, but his wrist was bitten and broken, causing the curved knife to clatter to the ground. Big Yellow's combat prowess was terrifying, rendering even a robust man powerless. With a grin, Chun Yi picked up the long knife. In that moment, with the blade in his hand, who was truly the prey? I yield. Spare my life. Zhang Xiaoquan knelt, pleading for mercy, fully aware of Big Yellow's fearsome strength. It was simple to make the dog stop. Chun Yi merely needed to call it wife. Are you trying to fool me? Do you take me for a fool? Zhang Xiaoquan, bloodied and enraged, shouted. Believe it or not, Chun Yi coaxed, you forgot. It loves to call me husband, doesn't it? Zhang Xiaoquan hesitated. Indeed, the big yellow dog had called him husband with such clarity that even he, a man of remarkable intellect, had been deceived. Wife, wife, Zhang Xiaoquan hastily called out several times. However, it was to no avail. Big Yellow only bit down harder. You bastard, you've tricked me. Zhang Xiaoquan was infuriated, once again outsmarted. Zhang Xiaoquan, you have a unique taste. Chun Yi reprimanded, calling a female dog your wife? In our household, Da Huang is indeed a cherished daughter, and she cannot associate with a rogue like you. Silence yourself at once. Zhang Xiaoquan wished he could end Chun Yi's existence. I forgot to mention, Chun Yi shook his phone, revealing that the scene where you referred to Da Huang as your wife had been recorded and shared in the group chat. You are utterly inhumane. A beast, indeed. With the video circulating, his esteemed image would undoubtedly plummet to the ground. Delete it. I command you to erase that video. Immediately. Zhang Xiaoquan was evidently concerned about his reputation. Even while grappling with Da Huang, he insisted vehemently that Chun Yi delete the video. Despite being on the brink of despair, he remained preoccupied with his public image. Deleting it would be futile. Everyone had already seen it, and many had likely downloaded it. It would probably become a source of amusement for them in the future. Chun Yi chuckled, remarking that witnessing a big shot in such a predicament provided great entertainment for those struggling at the bottom. You truly lack humanity. Zhang Xiaoquan seethed, gritting his teeth, yet found himself powerless. Can you make your dog leave? Stop biting me. You can't even kill me. I am quite reasonable. Chun Yi smiled, stating that as long as you answer my questions honestly, everything will be amicable. What do you wish to inquire? Hurry and ask. Zhang Xiaoquan cursed loudly, his patience wearing thin as Da Huang relentlessly tore at his arm, causing him excruciating pain. The despair was palpable. The crucial part was that once an arm was bitten off, it would soon regenerate, and Da Huang would continue to bite, making Zhang Xiaoquan endure unbearable agony repeatedly. You must possess some extraordinary ability. Chun Yi, filled with curiosity, inquired about the nature of his powers. For every survivor, this was the most vital secret. However, Zhang Xiaoquan laughed heartily, revealing without hesitation, Are you afraid? Afraid that my skills might overwhelm you? Speak up. Chun Yi, exasperated, retorted, Stop dragging it out. My ability is quite simple. Zhang Xiaoquan candidly replied, I receive a treasure map daily. Upon hearing this, Chun Yi was taken aback. Such an astonishing ability. Previously, he had encountered two of Zhang Xiaoquan's subordinates, both in possession of treasure maps. This implied that Zhang Xiaoquan's vast resources and expansion were indeed linked to the treasure map ability. With this power, he could produce treasure infinitely, ensuring his subordinates remained loyal, eagerly anticipating a daily reward of treasure maps. So, what is your mother's ability? After a brief moment of shock, Chun Yi continued to question, Why do you have your mother scout? Does she possess some rapid escape ability? You are rather astute. Zhang Xiaoquan responded, My mother's skill is acceleration. Her speed surges dramatically over short distances, making escape quite simple. This is why he had his mother scout ahead. His mother served as the top scout in their team, akin to a navigator. You truly place your mother in the most perilous positions, Chun Yi remarked with a smile. You are indeed a devoted son. I have always been a devoted son. The character filial in Zhang Xiaoquan's name is enough to attest to this. It was my mother who insisted on becoming a navigator. She made the request herself, leaving me with no recourse. It's quite simple for me to let you go. Chun Yi said with a smile, At the very least, some filial respect is in order, isn't it? What on earth do you want? Zhang Xiaoquan retorted. I don't have any gold coins. He was aware that Chun Yi had a penchant for gold coins and feared that Chun Yi was attempting to extort him. Gold coins are exceedingly rare. He had spent all of them previously on bare paws. I don't want gold coins. Chun Yi expressed a greater interest in the fruit of abilities, specifically the fire ability fruit. Do you possess it? He fervently wished to synthesize a legendary level fire ability fruit. Surely, consuming a legendary level fire ability fruit would grant him the ability to breathe fire. Chun Yi yearned to possess the ability to spit flames, much like Da Huang, as it would greatly facilitate his future barbecues. Chapter 50. Another fire ability fruit acquired. A fire ability fruit. You truly have the audacity to demand so much. Zhang Xiaoquan was naturally reluctant to part with it, gritting his teeth as he spoke. I don't have it. Do you think it's as common as cabbage? If you don't have it, I will continue to torment you. Chun Yi remarked, glancing at his watch. After all, there are still at least 2 hours left until the date. He had previously spent 3 hours with Zhang Xiaoquan's mother. You're truly inhumane. Zhang Xiaoquan cursed through gritted teeth. I only have one fire ability fruit, and it was given to me by my mother, being a devoted son. Zhang Xiaoquan had never dared to consume the fire ability fruit gifted to him by his mother. Of course, he already possessed an ability, and the chances of awakening a second ability upon consuming the fruit were exceedingly slim. Thus, he chose to keep it, preserving it as a memento. Whenever he missed his mother, he would take out the fire ability fruit to gaze upon, as if she were eternally by his side. But now, Chen Yi sought to take this ability fruit from him, undeniably carving into his very heart. Did your mother only give you one fire ability fruit? Chen Yi remarked with a smile. It appears she favors me a bit more. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Xiaoquan instantly grew agitated. Jesting about one's mother is one of his most sacred principles. Your mother only bestowed upon you a single fire ability fruit. Chen Yi unveiled the bloody truth. But she has given me 2 fire ability fruits. Could it not indicate her greater affection for me? You're talking nonsense. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Xiaoquan refused to believe it. Even to the point of death. Chen Yi, however, did not engage in further banter. He simply produced 2 fire ability fruits. These 2 fruits were particularly unique, marked by a kiss imprint at their center, left by Luo Zijuan, Zhang Xiaoquan's own mother. I presume you recognize the kiss mark, do you not? Chen Yi said with a grin. It serves as a mark of authenticity. Why? Zhang Xiaoquan was once again on the brink of losing his composure. Why would my mother give you 2 fire ability fruits upon first meeting? It only indicates her love for me. Chen Yi stabbed at his heart. Your mother is deeply enamored with me. I fear I may become your stepfather in the future. I am your father. Zhang Xiaoquan was completely enraged, gritting his teeth as he charged at Chen Yi, intent on a confrontation. However, he was forcefully intercepted by De Huang, who delivered a severe beating. Zhang Xiaoquan's unique ability was not combat-oriented, rendering his fighting capabilities woefully inadequate against De Huang's overwhelming strength. Why are you so agitated? Chen Yi asked with a smile. Are you afraid that after I marry your mother, I might give you a younger sibling to inherit your fortune? There's no need for such concern. Although your mother is still young enough to bear children, I have no plans for offspring. You beast. You are truly a beast. Zhang Xiaoquan cried, tears streaming down his face, his anger palpable. Enough of your rambling, Chen Yi interjected. Hand over the fire ability fruit, or I shall continue to torment you. All right, all right. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. Here, take it. Zhang Xiaoquan reluctantly tossed the fire ability fruit in surrender, paying his dues. Chen Yi did not renege on his word and snapped his fingers, signaling De Huang to withdraw. De Huang licked the blood from its lips and retreated step by step, ready to pounce if Zhang Xiaoquan dared to act defiantly. I will surely feast on dog meat when I return, Zhang Xiaoquan thought, realizing he could not exact swift revenge on De Huang, and chose instead to vent his frustration through thoughts of consuming dog meat. You still have dog meat to eat? Life is treating you well, Chen Yi remarked, noting the rarity of such a luxury in a post-apocalyptic survival world. I can produce treasure maps daily. Resources are hardly a concern, Zhang Xiaoquan boasted. Indeed, Chen Yi nodded, a hint of envy in his eyes. How wonderful it would be if you were a woman. If he were a woman, becoming his ally would mean daily access to treasure maps, compounded with his own 100-fold returns, making legendary resources readily attainable. What do you mean by that? Zhang Xiaoquan retreated a step, wary of Chen Yi's implications. You're not suggesting a castration, are you? Do not be so fearful. Chen Yi chuckled. I have no intentions of performing gender reassignment surgery. To be honest, I lack the means to do so. By the way, are you willing to sell your treasure maps? Let us make a deal. Of course, I can sell them, provided your offer is reasonable. In truth, Zhang Xiaoquan had always sold his treasure maps to various powerful figures, even to his own subordinates. As long as the price was right, he never turned down a deal. For treasure maps did not equate to resources. Even a diamond treasure map did not guarantee supplies, as each treasure was fraught with peril, often guarded by fierce beasts and hidden traps. Without true skill, one could not only fail to obtain the resources within, but also risk their own life. This must not be your first sale? Chen Yi carefully probed, concealing his own limits. What is your usual selling price? My price varies by person. Zhang Xiaoquan replied with a cold smirk. As for you, I would say a fire ability fruit for an iron treasure map. Iron treasure map? Chen Yi did not counter, merely stating, I seek a map of a higher caliber. Is that possible? Impossible. The iron treasure map is already the highest tier. Zhang Xiaoquan scolded. Your ambition is quite grand. Do you think the treasure map is as common as cabbage? Zhang Xiaoquan's abilities were at their most rudimentary. Thus, he could only unlock low-tier maps. The treasure maps could only yield higher quality treasures as one's level increased. I would never part with the fire fruit. Shinyi shook his head. You may propose another offer. I demand the fire ability fruit. Zhang Xiaoquan was clearly being petulant. Given Chun Ye's evident desire for the fire ability fruit, he deliberately set the price high. You wish to awaken a formidable firepower by consuming copious amounts of the fire ability fruit, do you not? I am determined to thwart you. Are you not afraid I might continue to torment you, even to the point of eliminating your little coin? Shinyi replied coldly. Torment away, Zhang Xiaoquan retorted defiantly. It's only a little over an hour. You can't kill me. If I can just endure, you will gain nothing. My mother spent 3 hours with me. Shinyi said with a grin. Would you like to know what transpired during those 3 hours? Don't you dare insult my mother. Zhang Xiaoquan seethed. My mother has always been virtuous and pure. Stop casting dirt upon her and spreading vile rumors. In his eyes, his mother was a paragon of virtue, untarnished and saintly. Let us not discuss your mother, Shinyi said seriously. I cannot give you the fire fruit. Can you propose a genuine cooperative offer? This was Chenye's principle, with no possibility of concession. Seeing Chenye's resolute stance, Zhang Xiaoquan hesitated for a moment and said, I can offer you an iron treasure map. However, you must act as my mercenary and assist me in exploring a copper treasure map. Zhang Xiaoquan had inadvertently acquired a copper treasure map, but its danger level was evidently high, and he had been deliberating whether to sell it or venture forth. Since Chun Yi possessed such formidable combat prowess, it would be prudent to enlist him as a partner for exploration, potentially yielding greater rewards. Are you suggesting I undertake this alone? Chun Yi inquired with keen interest. Are you plotting to dispose of me? To cast me into the iron treasure map, where beasts and traps would ensure my demise, thus ending it all? If I wished to end your life, I would not resort to such lowly tactics, nor sacrifice a copper treasure map in the process, Zhang Xiaoquan clarified. I will accompany you into the map. Within its confines, we will be allies, unable to harm one another. Surely, that should put your mind at ease? That is not out of the question, Chenyu mused thoughtfully. However, I have one condition. Your mother must join us. With Zhang Xiaoquan's mother present, Chenya's safety would significantly increase. After all, she currently harbors great affection for him, making it unlikely she would allow her son to be harmed. Do you have feelings for my mother? Zhang Xiaoquan exclaimed in anger. I warn you, do not covet my mother. Your mother is so beautiful, still possessing her charm. Chenyi replied earnestly. Any normal man would be tempted by her. No way. I absolutely refuse. Zhang Xiaoquan firmly rejected, declaring, from now on, you shall never see my mother again. Calm down, my friend. I advise you to heed your mother's wishes, Chenyi said, patting him on the shoulder. Do not make decisions on your own. You must respect your mother. Shut your mouth. Zhang Xiaoquan obstinately refused. Chenyi continued to explain, I assure you, my intentions are not driven by lust for your mother's beauty, but rather by her capabilities. Her unique skills could significantly enhance our survival rate within the bronze treasure map. Think about it, won't you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoquan fell silent. His mother's abilities were indeed extraordinary and would prove invaluable in the map. Consider it carefully, Chenyi urged. The bronze treasure map is perilous. It is not to be taken lightly. Do not act impulsively. Stop speaking so seriously. I am well aware of your ulterior motives. Zhang Xiaoquan retorted. I will contact you once I have made up my mind. No problem, Chenyi replied. However, could you first provide me with the map of the iron treasure chest? He extended his hand, suggesting that some sincerity was in order. All right, Zhang Xiaoquan unexpectedly agreed, producing a piece of parchment. Good luck. Such promptness raised Chenyi's suspicions of ulterior motives. What could I possibly scheme? Zhang Xiaoquan chuckled, adding, besides, with your remarkable abilities, how could my minor plots affect you? If you were to eliminate me, then your map of the bronze treasure would lose its mercenary, Chenyi said with a smile. If you cannot handle such minor setbacks, you are unworthy of being my mercenary. Fair enough, Chenyi said, extending his hand. Please send my regards to your mother. Zhang Xiaoquan did not shake Chenyi's hand but coldly remarked, Where is Zhualanlan? Tell her I will eventually take my revenge. Zhualanlan's beauty trap had led him to this unfortunate predicament, costing him dearly. More importantly, his home had been robbed, and it seemed that his attractive mother had been sullied by this scoundrel before him. This was the most repugnant and unacceptable thought for him. Very well. I shall convey your regards. Chenyi forced a smile, refusing to stoop to Zhang Xiaoquan's level. Suddenly, he felt a chill at the back of his head as a black arrow shot forth. Zhang Xiaoquan let out a scream as the arrow struck directly into his eye. Oh my goodness! Zhang Xiaoquan turned and fled. Zhuolanlan emerged, brandishing a crossbow with a fierce demeanor, and pulled the trigger once more. A black bolt pierced Zhang Xiaoquan's backside, followed by another into his back, heel, and arm, each shot precise and merciless. Chen Yi was astonished, realizing Zhuolanlan's accuracy rivaled his own. "Stop shooting. Enough. I can't take it anymore." Zhang Xiaoquan cried out in agony, desperately crawling toward the door. Zhuolanlan approached him and delivered a swift kick to his mouth, exclaiming, "How dare you speak so recklessly? Do you think I am someone easy to bully?" Though Zhuolanlan may appear simple-minded, she is no meek lamb. "Go ahead, kill me if you can. Just don't let me die." Zhang Xiaoquan shouted defiantly. "I will dare again." He felt emboldened, as time was running short. "Don't be so obstinate. Aren't you fond of racing? Once I have my vehicle ready, let's engage in a competition. The loser will kneel and apologize." "Very well." Zhang Xiaoquan was instantly thrilled. The prospect was exhilarating. "Do you dare challenge me to a race?" You must be unaware of the formidable reputation of the 12 young masters of the Third Ring. While he lacked confidence in brawling or other confrontations, he possessed unwavering assurance in his driving skills. He would challenge not only Zhuolanlan, an obscure girl, but even the world's top racers. "Mark my words. I'm not bullying you," he continued. "I can let you in on a secret. My second vehicle, specifically designed for racing, is a Dodge Viper, a striking beast in white. If you have the guts, you may challenge my car." The mention of the Dodge Viper elicited recognition from Chen Yi, who understood it to be an exceptionally cool high-performance car. Zhuolanlan's current racing vehicle was no match. The disparity in performance was monumental. To put it bluntly, a novice driver with a freshly acquired license could dominate Zhuolanlan in a Dodge Viper simply by knowing how to accelerate. The hardware gap was insurmountable. Chapter 52, Medical Function Card. "It's just a piece of junk." Zhuolanlan retorted defiantly. "What is so impressive about that? My Bombardier motorcycle is no slower. Once I upgrade my hardware, I will thoroughly crush you, you fool." With that, she kicked Zhang Xiaoquan once more. His nose bent in anger. He was about to unleash a torrent of curses when suddenly, a blinding white light flashed, rendering everyone momentarily sightless. The time for the dating card had arrived. Once the light faded, Chen Yi and Zhuolanlan found themselves back on the road. Zhuolanlan, brimming with fury, began to pace and jump. "What is so remarkable about a Dodge Viper? I'm certain I can defeat him." Zhang Xiaoquan's provocation had greatly impacted her. "Calm down. Your current vehicle is indeed inferior to his," Chen Yi remarked with composure. "I must upgrade. I must enhance my vehicle." Zhuolanlan shouted, "Boss, you must assist me. What do I owe you?" Chen Yi shot her an exasperated glance. "If I defeat Zhang Xiaoquan, we will acquire a wealth of resources from him." Zhuolanlan quickly clarified. "That would greatly benefit you and the entire team. You need not remind me. When the appropriate opportunity arises, I will help you upgrade your vehicle." Chen Yi did not dwell on the matter for long. Zhang Xiaoquan, that scoundrel, had a second vehicle. Shouldn't he also possess one? Shouldn't he too have a second vehicle? After weighing the pros and cons, Chen Yi shook his head. Never mind. He would elevate his current vehicle to its utmost potential. Zhang Xiaoquan's Dodge War Axe, in truth, was merely a rudimentary, unenhanced vehicle. Such a racing machine lacked competitiveness in the realm of road survival, proving useful only on specific racing circuits. Undoubtedly, Zhang Xiaoquan had exploited this car's exceptional performance to triumph in race after race, amassing a wealth of resources. For now, there was no need to rush concerning the racing events. Chen Yi produced 3 flame ability fruits, stating, "You have performed admirably today. Consume them all." "Thank you, boss," Zhuolanlan exclaimed, eagerly seizing the flame ability fruits and devouring them with fervor. In the blink of an eye, she had consumed all 3. The woman let out a satisfied burp, feeling utterly content. Ding! The female teammate consumed 1 flame ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. "Congratulations. You have received 100 flame ability fruits." Ding! The female teammate consumed 1 flame ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. "Congratulations. You have received 100 flame ability fruits." Ding! The female teammate consumed 1 flame ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. "Congratulations. You have received 100 flame ability fruits." The system's notifications echoed continuously, a melody of delight to Chun Ye's ears. He was now 1 step closer to acquiring legendary-level flame ability fruits. He pondered whether the maps could also yield a 100-fold return. If the maps could indeed provide such returns, it would be exhilarating. It would be akin to possessing 100 iron treasure maps, and if those maps could be synthesized, it would be even more extraordinary. However, A crucial condition for the hundredfold return was consumption. This meant that Zhuolanlan had to expend the iron treasure maps to trigger the return. Yet, the iron treasure maps provided by Zhang Xiaoquan were clearly laced with malice, undoubtedly fraught with traps. Allowing Zhuolanlan to venture in alone would likely spell danger. Sacrificing a valuable teammate for a mere iron treasure chest was utterly unacceptable. Teammates were irreplaceable assets, and Zhuolanlan was Chun Ye's cash cow, as long as she lived. She could provide him with a continuous stream of income. How could he circumvent this dilemma? Chun Ye was keen on finding a way. Although he had been admonished by Tongzi Gu regarding such tactics, and the entire server had been informed, the allure of the strategy was irresistible. If Zhuolanlan opens the iron treasure map, I can accompany her as a teammate, he reasoned. If they entered together, the safety factor would significantly increase. Tongzi Gu, is this permissible? Chun Ye casually inquired, not expecting a response. Ding. That is acceptable, you hacker. Tongzi Ge's icy voice resonated, catching Chun Ye off guard. With that approval, Chun Ye was ready to act. Just then, a message arrived from Tang Shuiro, an old classmate of Chun Ye's. Why was this saintly figure so persistent? He distinctly remembered having blocked her previously. How could she still reach him? Chun Ye, you have truly gone too far. Tang Shuiro began, reproaching him with her ever-patronizing tone. Have I not already blocked you? Chun Ye inquired impatiently. How is it that you can still contact me? I have my methods. Tang Shuiro replied coldly, unwilling to elaborate. You have gone too far. You are nothing short of a beast to raise a knife against your own classmate. Regardless of your former affection for Li Dandan, you should not treat her this way simply out of camaraderie. Li Dan and her brother wished for my demise. But they failed. Chun Ye responded icily, offering no further explanation. Had luck not favored me, I might have been the one perishing. I cannot believe Li Dan would take action against you. Tang Shuiro argued vehemently. If you were more generous and provided her with some resources to alleviate her plight, would she really risk everything to confront you? Your words leave me speechless, Chun Ye retorted coldly. Since you are so virtuous, why not use your own resources to aid them? Why must you impose your moral standards upon me? Such moral coercion is undeniably repugnant. I would certainly rescue Li Dan. Do you think I am as cold-blooded as you? Tang Shuiro shouted. I have paid a great price. You have paid a great price? Chun Ye asked, bewildered. What do you mean? Did you bring Li Dan back to life? That is utterly preposterous. Li Dan's injuries were grave, her life hanging by a thread. Even in a civilized society, her recovery would be arduous, let alone in this frigid world of survival. Indeed, I saved her, Tang Shuiro proclaimed haughtily. Our sisterly bond is unbreakable, something beyond your comprehension as a cold-hearted creature. As she spoke, she shared a video showing Li Dan fully restored to health, savoring a steaming bowl of instant noodles, an egg nestled within, enticingly delicious. Previously, Li Dan had suffered immensely, yet now there was not a trace of her former condition. Is this your special ability? Chun Ye asked, astonished. Or some kind of unique function card? What business is that of yours? Tang Shuiro would never reveal the truth to Chun Ye. In reality, it was a simple matter. She had sacrificed a precious medical function card to save the near-death Li Dan. The medical card was invaluable, and she felt a pang of regret. Chapter 53. Your presence is my happiness. Allow me to offer you some advice. Li Dan harbors a malicious heart and is unfit to be a teammate. Chun Ye warned kindly. This wicked woman would not hesitate to betray her own brother. What would she do to outsiders? Moreover, how did she survive? Perhaps she resorted to consuming her brother's flesh, for it is inconceivable that she could endure until you saved her. To ally with such a venomous woman is exceedingly perilous. The tale of the farmer and the snake has resonated through the ages. Chun Ye, you are truly malevolent. Tang Shuiro completely failed to grasp Chun Ye's good intentions. You have tormented Li Dan to this state and still speak ill of her behind her back, extinguishing her last glimmer of hope. If I do not partner with her, how will she survive in this icy wasteland without her vehicle? To abandon her would be tantamount to murder. Do as you wish. That is your affair and does not concern me. Having expressed my thoughts, there is no need to continue speaking if the other party remains unresponsive. Should you not extend an apology to Li Dan? Tang Shuiro pressed assertively. I owe her nothing. Chun Ye replied coldly, and from now on, do not attempt to contact me again. With that, Chun Ye blocked her. It seems Tang Shuiro possesses a means to restore her blocked communications. Otherwise, how could she reach out again? To be frank, Tang Shuiro is rather fortunate, never lacking in resources and equipped with various functional cards. Though she is overly naive and not particularly astute, While she may appear secure now, standing high and mighty to criticize Chunyi, her fate is evidently sealed. Li Dan, the Viper, will never be content merely playing the role of her ally or subordinate. Rest assured, my dear sister, I will ensure that this wretched man kneels and apologizes to you, Tang Shuoro declared with fierce determination, slamming her hand against the steering wheel. Such a person must be punished. Shuoro, there is truly no need to stoop to his level, Li Dan remarked, slurping her steaming instant noodles. We should focus on living our lives well, striving to survive and secure more treasure and resources. No, Tang Shuoro retorted vehemently, I must avenge this grievance for you. You are indeed a wonderful sister, Li Dan feigned. Darling, I adore you immensely. Li Dan, we are indeed the best of friends. Tang Shuoro spoke earnestly. In this brutal world of road survival, it is of utmost importance that we can trustingly have each other's backs. Chunyi is too foolish to comprehend the significance of such loyalty and trust. He is short-sighted, fixated solely on the resources in his grasp. His mind is consumed with petty thoughts, which will not allow him to survive in this harsh reality. Mark my words. It will not be long before we see news of his demise in the group chat. Dear, you are absolutely right, Li Dan nodded in agreement. Chunyi's vision is far too limited to compare with yours. We must diligently gather resources and quietly upgrade our vehicles. Tang Shuoro became exhilarated at the thought of surpassing Chunyi, crushing him beneath her feet, leaving him in the dust. By the way, darling, what makes you so formidable? Li Dan's eyes glimmered with a serpent-like intensity. Is it because you possess some extraordinary ability? Should Tang Shuoro harbor any exceptional combat skills, she would not dare to confront her without caution, for a careless move could lead to her own demise. For now, feigning innocence allows her to indulge in the comforts of Tang Shuoro's RV, free from worry about food and shelter. Without Tang Shuoro, she would surely freeze or starve. I possess no special abilities. In fact, my first vehicle is quite ordinary. Tang Shuoro candidly shared, attributing her current RV and ample provisions solely to a stroke of luck. Having stumbled upon a vehicle, the RV's previous owner had inexplicably passed away, having amassed a considerable stockpile of resources, the reason for their demise remaining a mystery. As Tang Shuoro passed by, she acquired a motorhome along with its supplies, driving along without encountering any peril. In essence, it was merely a stroke of luck. But was it truly just luck? A glimmer sparked in Li Dan's eyes. Her thoughts began to swirl with vitality. If it were merely fortune, then Tang Shuoro was but a woman powerless to defend herself. Li Dan possessed the capability to seize everything that belonged to Tang Shuoro. However, this malicious woman would not act impulsively. She sought an opportunity that was assuredly foolproof. If she were to act, she would do so with utmost precision. Do you have a weapon? Li Dan inquired deliberately. I believe it is imperative that we, as women, arm ourselves for protection. Otherwise, those vile men might seize our supplies and bully us. You are absolutely right, Tang Shuoro replied with a smile. I certainly have a weapon. What weapon? Li Dan's heart raced. Fortunately, she had been cautious and refrained from acting rashly, as her counterpart possessed a weapon. A dagger, Tang Shuoro stated, producing a dagger and offering it to her. Is this truly a gift for me? Li Dan exclaimed in astonishment as she hurriedly accepted the dagger, gripping it tightly. With this dagger, she could easily overpower Tang Shuoro. What will you do now that you've given me your weapon? Li Dan asked with caution. I have other weapons at my disposal, Tang Shuoro replied, drawing a sleek black pistol from her waist, to be prepared for any danger that might arise. The pistol was loaded, and she displayed it for Li Dan to see. My dear, you are quite thoughtful, Li Dan remarked, stepping forward to seize the pistol. But Tang Shuoro promptly returned it to her waist, her tone turning serious. Dear sister, a gun is not a toy. Without proper training, it may discharge accidentally and harm you. You are correct, Li Dan nodded in disappointment. You are absolutely right, my dear. She had almost snatched the pistol. Had she succeeded, everything belonging to Tang Shuoro would have been hers. The near miss filled her with frustration, and her gaze towards Tang Shuoro hardened. What made Tang Shuoro so fortunate to stumble upon such treasures, including a pistol? My dear, why don't you rest in the back for a while? Tang Shuoro said with genuine concern. You have just recovered. Your vitality is still low, and you must take good care of yourself. Thank you, my dear, Li Dan said, planting a kiss on her cheek. Once I am well rested, I will take the wheel, and you can relax. Tang Shuoro nodded in agreement. Driving alone for an extended period was indeed exhausting, and they needed to take turns. My dear, having you by my side is truly a blessing, Tang Shuoro expressed sincerely. She had longed for a reliable partner to share the burdens of driving. Chapter 54. Encountering Chu Lingxi. Foolish goose, how would you like a map to an iron treasure chest? Chen Yi said with a cheerful smile. Boss, you are too kind. Left Lanlan's eyes sparkled with admiration for Chen Yi. You are giving me the iron treasure chest map you just acquired from Zhang Xiaoquan? Of course. My gift comes with conditions, Chen Yi replied. Chen Yi generously tossed the map to her, urging her to use it immediately as he intended to accompany her into the map to retrieve the iron treasure chest. No problem. The dim-witted goose exclaimed without a hint of apprehension, declaring, This time I shall lead the charge. Well then, let us commence. Chen Yi replied, Stop dawdling. He was eager to see whether his female companion would return 100 iron maps after utilizing the iron map. If that were the case, it would indeed be delightful. And if they could be synthesized later, it would be even more exhilarating. With a sufficient number of maps, they could ultimately acquire the highest-tier treasure chest map. Now that would be truly splendid. Boss, I am about to use the treasure chest map, Zhuo said with palpable excitement. As this marked her first attempt at using a treasure chest map, having previously observed Chen Yi in action. Oh no, boss, the attempt failed, Zhuo said. Her face contorted in dismay. How did it fail? Chen Yi furrowed his brow. Could it be that Zhang Xiaoquan had played some trick? Providing an unusable iron treasure chest map? The system alerted them that the mileage was insufficient. 50 kilometers were needed to utilize the iron treasure chest map. Oh, so that's the issue, Chen Yi mused, surprised by such a stipulation. However, they were almost there. Just another 10 kilometers would suffice. In that case, let's hop in the vehicle. We can stop after reaching 50 kilometers and use the iron treasure chest map then. The two of them boarded the vehicle and resumed their journey through the snowstorm. 10 kilometers was not far, and they would arrive shortly. Boss. It seems there are people ahead, Zhuo, taking on the role of navigator, observed a new development. As per usual, Chen Yi responded promptly. Stop the vehicle and wait for me. Before long, Chen Yi approached Zhuo vehicle. What is going on? He inquired. Zhuo shook her head, uncertain. I don't know. There are many cars and people. Chen Yi covered one eye and softly uttered, Amaritas. Instantly, his left eye transformed to a crimson hue, functioning like a telescope, enabling him to discern the situation not far ahead through the swirling snow. 3 vehicles were halted on the road, vans and sedans alike, while 3 menacing figures obstructed a small girl. The girl had striking blue twin ponytails and carried a long sword on her shoulder, resembling a protagonist straight from a comic book. It was Chu Lingxi. Chen Yi withdrew his gaze, astonished to unexpectedly encounter the young girl on the road. Observing the scene, it appeared that the 3 men were attempting to rob her. It was rather disgraceful that these men would stoop so low as to rob a little girl, particularly when she possessed no vehicle of her own, which struck Chen Yi as quite surprising. He scrutinized the surroundings with his blood-red eye, confirming that no vehicle belonging to Chu Lingxi was in sight. However, there remained a possibility that her vehicle had already been seized by the 3 men. Let us approach and assess the situation. While he had a transactional relationship with Chu Lingxi, he had no particular bond with the girl herself. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel was not in his thoughts. Rather, he was merely curious to evaluate the situation and determine how he might maximize his own benefits amidst the conflict. Chen Yi's principle is quite straightforward. Each person should tend to their own affairs without meddling in others. As a vehicle slowly approached, 3 men, intent on robbery, noticed Chen Yi. They remained vigilant, gripping their weapons tightly, wary of any sudden move from him. Brother, this is a personal vendetta. One of the men, a cyclops, stepped forward, hoping to dissuade him from intervening. Oh, is it a personal matter? Chen Yi replied with a smile, genuinely curious. What personal vendetta? They are attempting to rob a young girl. Chu Lingxi exclaimed loudly. They are bullying me, a mere girl. Indeed, it is quite inappropriate, Chen Yi observed. Not exiting the vehicle, merely leaning out of the window. Yes, utterly unacceptable. Chu Lingxi seemed to recognize Chen Yi and quickly implored. Big brother, please help me. Do not stand idly by. Why should I assist you? What benefit is there for me? Chen Yi asked with a smile. You are the great benefactor Yi. Chu Lingxi leaped forward, as if a martial arts master, arriving at Chen Yi's car in an instant. We have a good rapport. We have traded before. I am your little fan. You must save me. You simply must, dear brother. The girl's charm far surpassed any simple act of whining. With every smile and frown, her twin ponytails swayed, and her cheeks bore sweet dimples, radiating an irresistible allure. Do not attempt to curry favor with me, Xinyi replied coldly. I am not a saint. You are the best, dear brother. You cannot turn a blind eye to my plight. Chu Lingxi continued her endearing antics. Our relationship is so good. Are you truly the great benefactor Yi? The Cyclops widened his lone eye in disbelief. The other two men quickly approached. One had but a single hand, while the other appeared comically round-headed with a missing ear. Is it truly the great benefactor Yi? My goodness, my idol. The great benefactor Yi. If it weren't for your affordable provisions, we would not have survived this harsh winter. Great benefactor Yi. Please allow us three brothers to pay our respects. They knelt heavily on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Chunyi. Witnessing this scene, Chu Lingxi became furious, scolding. How can this be? How can they lack such moral integrity? They come forward to bow, while I merely acted coyly. The disparity is unfathomable. The three men wept profusely. Great benefactor Yi, you must stand up for us. This woman is exceedingly wicked, leaving us no chance at all. What is happening here? It seems they consider themselves the victims, Chunyi thought, perplexed. Was it not these three older men who were bullying a young girl? We are the victims. The three older men lamented. Look at my eye. Look at my ear. In my hand, we have become disabled, all due to this cruel young girl. Chunyi was taken aback. Good heavens. This girl is truly ruthless. Chapter 55, A Long Worm. How intriguing. Chunyi's interest was piqued instantly. He interjected, urging the others not to chatter incessantly. The cacophony created by the three was utterly chaotic. Kind-hearted Yi, allow me to speak, declared the Cyclops, who evidently assumed the role of the leader among them, detailing the situation with clarity. In truth, the matter was rather straightforward. Chu Lingxi had employed a bit of cunning, not only deceiving them of all their supplies essential for survival, but also seizing their means of transportation. In a fit of rage, they confronted her, only to be met with unreasonable hostility. One had his eye pierced by a sword, another lost a hand, and the unluckiest of the trio had both his ears severed. Wait a moment, Chunyi exclaimed, taken aback. Are you implying that the three vehicles on the road do not belong to you? They were ours originally. But ownership has now been transferred to that little girl, the Cyclops lamented, his expression one of despair. I have no idea how she managed it. Chunyi, equally intrigued, turned to Chu Lingxi and inquired, how did you accomplish that? Hee. Chu Lingxi chuckled mischievously. It's a secret. A secret. So what they say is true. Chunyi remarked. You seem rather excessive, don't you think? What do you mean by excessive? Chu Lingxi retorted, pouting in displeasure. It is merely their incompetence. They are the ones who should be angry with themselves for seeking trouble with me. Are you saying you are aggrieved? Chunyi smiled, prompting her to elaborate on her grievances. I informed them of the nearby treasure chest, a metal one, containing exceptional items. Chu Lingxi spread her hands in a gesture of fairness. For a sufficient amount of supplies, they could exchange for it. Chunyi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the fairness of the transaction. After all, information regarding treasure chests was of paramount importance. It was quite reasonable to exchange some supplies for such knowledge. Did you hear that? Big Brother said it's perfectly fine, Chu Lingxi exclaimed joyfully. In this matter, I am justified. What happened next? Chunyi inquired. The subsequent events are no longer my concern, Chu Lingxi replied, casually enjoying her lollipop and humming a tune. Whether they obtain the treasure chest, what it contains, or whether they can avert danger is entirely their affair. If they succeed, they deserve their reward. If they fail, they are merely inept. And it has nothing to do with me. You speak nonsense and distort the truth. The Cyclops rebuked vehemently. You did share information about the treasure chest, but crucial details, particularly regarding the dangers, were omitted. We expended significant resources without acquiring the treasure and nearly lost our lives. Had we not fled swiftly, all three of us would have perished. You intended to lead us to our doom. The trio, having narrowly escaped death, confronted Chu Lingxi with accusations. Yet, she remained unreasonable, engaging in a fierce altercation that left them severely injured. Most infuriatingly, while they sought the treasure, Chu Lingxi had claimed all their vehicles. I ask you by what right? The Cyclops thundered. Why did you steal our vehicles? Now all three belong to you. You set off to find the treasure, likely never to return. Chu Lingxi shrugged nonchalantly. I am merely repurposing waste. Let us not squander resources. Listening to the dispute unfold, Chunyi began to grasp the essence of the situation. These three unfortunate souls have been outsmarted by a clever little girl. This girl possesses a quick wit, intelligence, and a ruthless demeanor that far surpasses the ordinary. It's no wonder she has managed to survive alone in such a brutal world. Had someone like Xuelanlan been in her shoes, She would have met her demise countless times by now. Yi, the kind-hearted, do you hear her speaking in a manner that makes sense? The one-eyed dragon with a crooked nose implores. You must take charge for your brothers. I am not a benevolent lord, Chun Yi quickly clarifies, urging them not to place too much hope in him. He seeks not equity or justice, but rather the maximization of his own interests. As long as Yi, the kind-hearted, does not favor the little girl, that suffices. The one-eyed dragon grits his teeth, asserting that they can handle her themselves. Although Chu Lingxi possesses formidable combat skills, the three men are not weak either. In a moment of desperation, the outcome remains uncertain. I believe you are no match for her, Chen Yi warns. Losing supplies is trivial, but losing a life is grave. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fear crosses the one-eyed dragon's gaze. It must be said, this little girl is indeed skilled in swordsmanship, and they have all suffered losses at her hands. How about this? Chen Yi proposes with a smile. Let us search for the treasure chest together, divide the spoils, and avoid unnecessary bloodshed while still acquiring resources. The three men exchange glances, tempted yet hesitant to make a decision. I will not conspire with this girl to endanger your lives. Chen Yi continues, I still possess a degree of credibility. Moreover, the treasure chest is rich in resources. Any losses you incurred can be recovered. Engaging in a deadly conflict would come at too great a cost. We can agree to this. The one-eyed dragon ultimately concedes. But what about the vehicle? It must be returned to us. The vehicle is of utmost importance. Without it, they would be sentenced to death in the frigid wilderness. Why should I return it to you? Chu Lingxi retorts, displeased. I acquired it through my own efforts. Why should I relinquish it? I believe it would be wise to return the vehicle. Chen Yi interjects diplomatically. One must leave a line of retreat for future encounters. Taking the vehicle would be tantamount to taking a life. The supplies need not be returned, but you must accompany us to find the treasure chest. Why should I? Chu Lingxi loudly refuses, having already secured victory and seeing no need to risk searching for the chest. Trust me, and I assure you, the rewards will exceed your imagination. Chen Yi smiles. If you disregard my counsel, you may find yourself with nothing. This is a common negotiating tactic. One hand wields a big stick while the other offers a carrot. You are bullying me, Chu Lingxi protests, yet, faced with Chun Yi's strength, she reluctantly capitulates. Little girl, let us make a deal. Have you ever suffered a loss? Chun Yi inquires with a grin. When have I not profited handsomely? It's merely one treasure chest. Can you truly promise me such a bounty? Chu Lingxi remains skeptical. I keep my word, Chen Yi assures her with a smile. Whether you choose to believe it is up to you. Do I have any choice? She responds. You undoubtedly possess various weapons. If I disobey, I would surely face your retaliation. Aren't you the strong one? Three big men are no match for you. Chen Yi chuckles. You could always choose to rob me. Chu Lingxi is no fool. She is astute. With your prowess and hidden cards, I dare not provoke you. So, you agree? Chu Lingxi nods, accepting the terms, hoping this time to earn even more. Do you three agree? Chen Yi turns to the three unfortunate souls. They eagerly nod. Of course, they are willing. Retrieving the vehicle is a boon, and they can also share in the treasure chest spoils. Now, let us discuss the iron treasure chest. Chen Yi glanced at Chu Lingxi. In fact, not far away lies a ruin, and within that ruin resides an iron treasure chest. Chu Lingxi remarked, however, that within the ruins lurks a formidable giant worm. A fierce creature indeed. This giant worm is none other than a python. Chapter 56. Big brother, am I handsome? Indeed, there is a large python. The Cyclops exclaimed loudly. The three of us nearly became its prey. Escaping from the python's jaws was purely a matter of luck. You three are quite impressive, Chu Lingxi complimented, giving a thumbs up. How about this? You continue to deal with the python while I accompany Big Brother to retrieve the iron treasure chest. Why should we? Are you trying to get us killed? The Cyclops protested, visibly displeased. We are all disabled. It's true, they were indeed disabled. During their last escape, they had lost their ranged weapons, leaving them with only knives and axes. Even with powerful weapons, it would not be an easy task to defeat the python. I have heavy weaponry in my vehicle. If we can lure the python out, we stand a good chance of defeating it. The three crossbows on my car's roof have yet to be tested for their potency. It was indeed most suitable for the three of them to go, as they were familiar with the terrain. Chu Lingxi reiterated her suggestion. Why don't you go instead? Just say you want to get us killed. The Cyclops stubbornly refused to face the python, having developed a significant psychological trauma. Very well, Chu Lingxi surprisingly agreed. I shall go. What? The Cyclops was taken aback, not expecting Chu Lingxi to agree so readily. Are you really going? Chinyi also expressed disbelief, as it was undoubtedly perilous. Luring the python, in essence, meant becoming bait. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. If I do not venture into hell, who will? Chu Lingxi shook her head, exclaiming with resignation, "What can I do? I am simply a kind-hearted girl." You kind-hearted? The Cyclops and his companions spat in disbelief. If she were truly kind, there would be no evildoers left in this world. You aren't plotting some scheme, are you? Chinyi chuckled. Perhaps you have some ulterior motives. Big brother, how could you say that? Chu Lingxi laughed. Though I may be cunning, I still keep my promises. Very well, I trust you. Chinyi nodded. Let us proceed. Big brother, will your heavy weaponry truly suffice? Chu Lingxi inquired. Just be careful not to attract it towards me, or you may meet with disaster. Have no fear. Chinyi assured her. I am well prepared. Besides the 3 crossbows, I also have Xiao Huang. If all else fails, I can have Xiao Huang breathe fire. No matter how large the python, it shall be reduced to ashes. That's good to hear. Chu Lingxi flicked her ponytail and extended her pinky. Big brother, come, let us make a pinky promise. Never to change for 100 years. All right, pinky promise. Chinyi chuckled, finding the gesture somewhat childish. With that, Chu Lingxi ventured alone into the snowy expanse. The wind and snow swiftly enveloped her petite figure. Chinyi was genuinely astonished, marveling at Chu Lingxi's bravery. Within such a small frame resided such tremendous energy. Boss, are you planning to use the 3 crossbows to deal with the python? The question remains, is your accuracy sufficient? Zualanlan expressed her concerns, saying, last time, you couldn't even hit Zhang Xiaoquan. Silence. Chinyi retorted, I do not require your guidance. The reason for his previous lack of precision was his failure to employ the blood eye technique. Had he utilized it, he would have undoubtedly struck true. Look. Why are you so agitated? Zualanlan protested. I only meant well. Prepare to deliver the finishing blow, Chinyi instructed. Be sharp, don't be so dull-witted. Yes, Zualanlan affirmed, raising her crossbow. Boss, I assure you we will accomplish the task. You 3, ready yourselves for battle, Chinyi commanded, handing each of them a crossbow. Although they were merely ordinary crossbows, the 3 felt immense gratitude toward Chinyi. If you truly wish to thank me, be clever and hunt the giant python. Chinyi ordered. Rest assured, we will handle it. Kind-hearted Yi, we will certainly ensure your safety and that of the vehicle. Let us not say more. It is our honor to fight alongside you. The trio was filled with enthusiasm and determination. Chinyi settled into the camper, patiently awaiting Chu Lingxi's return. Approximately an hour later, a figure burst forth from the swirling snow. Though her face was obscured, her 2 long ponytails were distinctly recognizable. It was she, Chu Lingxi. The girl was racing on a snowmobile, careening through the blizzard. Get ready. Get ready. The giant python is coming. Chu Lingxi laughed heartily, suddenly raising a massive snake egg and smashing it onto the ground. She clutched 5 or 6 more snake eggs in her arms, each as large as an ostrich egg. A sudden roar echoed, shaking the very foundation of the world amidst the snowstorm. A python, as thick as a barrel, charged forward with a fearsome hiss. Its pitch-black body stood out starkly against the white expanse. Quick, prepare for battle. Chu Lingxi urged, maintaining her speed on the snowmobile. Knowing that slowing down would render both her and the vehicle as mere prey to the serpent. What a massive creature! Zualanlan exclaimed in terror, tightly clutching De Huang, who was a formidable weapon, sure to triumph over the great serpent. Fire! Chinyi commanded loudly. Zualanlan and the other 3 swiftly pulled their triggers. Their aim was commendable, yet the giant black python seemed to possess thick scales, rendering their arrows ineffective. Run! Zualanlan panicked. This is no mere serpent. It's a dragon. It has dragon scales. Silence. Chinyi activated the blood eye, his pupils instantly turning blood red. The once speedy python appeared to slow in his vision. Aim for the python's vital spot. The critical area referred to the snake's heart and other essential organs. Hit. Chinyi pulled the trigger, and 3 crossbows released their arrows, each as thick as a thumb, soaring forth. Whoosh. The speed was so great that it tore through the storm. Bang. The arrow struck fiercely at the python's vital spot, driven deep into the earth. Roar. The giant python unleashed another furious cry. The body twisted in a frenzy, blood gushing forth and staining a vast expanse of white snow. Got it, exclaimed Lon Lon, exhilarated. Boss, you're incredible. But why does the python make a sound? Chinyi furrowed his brow, finding it exceedingly peculiar. Surely, a python should not be able to roar. It was indeed strange, most strange. Big brother is amazing. Chu Lingxi, piloting a snowmobile, dashed back, giving enthusiastic thumbs up. What are you doing? Chinyi shouted. Don't act recklessly. Chu-Lingxi charged directly at the giant python, which was still alive and thrashing about, roaring and writhing. Such a ferocious beast was not to be underestimated. Fear not. Chu-Lingxi leapt off the snowmobile, the tremendous momentum transforming it into a projectile that struck the python's head with a resounding crash. The python was momentarily dazed, confused about its surroundings. Die. Chu-Lingxi executed a somersault, sword in hand, and struck down upon the python. The blade was exceptionally sharp, severing the creature's head cleanly. A torrent of blood, as thick as a water barrel, erupted from the wound, creating a veritable rain of crimson. Chu-Lingxi nimbly evaded the blood spray, wiped her blade in the snow, and with a hint of pride declared, "Big brother, what do you think? Am I impressive?" Chapter 57. In ancient times, there were heroes from the grasslands. Today, there are remarkable individuals like you. This little girl possesses a terrifying combat prowess. Chunyi stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. If she could join his team, their combat capabilities would undoubtedly increase significantly. I thought you had run off. Chunyi chuckled. Didn't he expect you to be so trustworthy? What are you talking about? Chu-Lingxi retorted angrily. We made a pact. How could I possibly flee? In her mind, making a pact was a very sacred matter. As the saying goes, it is easy to hang oneself, but difficult to uphold a pact. For her, the importance of the pact far surpassed any notion of despair. Indeed, Chinyi nodded appreciatively. One must keep their word. Big brother, I have slain the giant python. I deserve some reward. Chu-Lingxi smiled. Can I make a request? What request? Chinyi chuckled. It mustn't be excessive, right? It's certainly not excessive. Chu-Lingxi's cheeks dimpled adorably. I want the python's gallbladder. The gallbladder? Chinyi frowned. What do you want that for? The gallbladder was a vital organ of the python, and Chunyi intended to feed it to De Huang. After De Huang consumed the wolf's heart previously, its size had noticeably increased. Consuming the gallbladder would surely cause another significant growth spurt. Well, that's a secret. Chu-Lingxi replied, shaking her twin ponytails. You have quite a few secrets. Chinyi laughed. I have some gallbladders in my stash too. How about I give you two? Two? Chu-Lingxi's eyes sparkled. Really? One would have sufficed, but two? I wouldn't lie about such things, Chinyi assured her. However, before that, the fresh gallbladder must first be consumed by De Huang. Agreed. Chu-Lingxi was more than willing to personally dissect the serpent's carcass, piercing the enormous gallbladder with her sword and presenting it before De Huang. The gallbladder emitted a strong, pungent odor that nearly made Chunyi retch. However, De Huang was overjoyed, devouring it voraciously until it was entirely consumed in a short span of time. It licked the bloodstains from its lips, circling around Chinyi while calling out, Husband, husband, husband. The intent was unmistakable, it still desired more. After all, it understood human speech and was aware that there were more supplies in Chunyi's storage. Scram! Chunyi thought of kicking it. This little female dog was becoming increasingly troublesome. Huh, big brother? Chu-Lingxi exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Your wife is a dog. Shut your mouth. Chinyi glared at her fiercely. Chu-Lingxi stuck out her tongue and muttered softly, Big brother is so fierce. Mr. Chin, you are indeed a true man. The Cyclops remarked, giving a thumbs up in admiration. In ancient times, there were heroic figures among the grasslands, and now we have Mr. Chun and his dog. Truly a model for our generation. If you can't speak, then be quiet, Chinyi coldly retorted. No one considers you mute. Ding. De Huang consumed a gallbladder, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations on acquiring 100 gallbladders, which have been stored in the system warehouse. Husband, husband. De Huang continued to call, determined to make its demands known. Quickly shut your mouth. Chinyi could only toss out a gallbladder to silence the dog. Upon seeing it, De Huang once again indulged in a frenzied feast. Big brother, what about mine? Chu-Lingxi said with a cheeky grin. Give me my 2 gallbladders. Don't rush. Chinyi tossed her 2 gallbladders, still dripping with blood. Perfect. Chu-Lingxi skillfully skewered both gallbladders with her sword. Big brother, if I call you husband too, can I have one more? Seeing De Huang extort 2 gallbladders, she was envious and wished for another. You tell me what you're going to do with the gallbladder, and I'll give you one more. Chinyi replied with a smile, curious about her intentions. Forget it. Chu-Lingxi pouted. I don't want to call you husband. Don't want to call me? Chinyi chuckled. Do you have a husband then? Of course not. Chu-Lingxi replied playfully. I like girls, sweet and fragrant. Much more pleasant than smelly men. Foolish girl, you're still young and unaware of the charms of smelly men. Chinyu laughed heartily, refraining from any inappropriate jokes given her tender age. Boss, look, it's grown. Zhualanlan exclaimed loudly. The Huang has gotten bigger. We must call it Giant Huang from now on. She rode onto Huang's back, tugging at its yellow fur, galloping as if riding a horse. After growing, the Huang seemed to have gained considerable strength. Even with someone on its back, its speed remained unaffected. Wow, it's grown this much? Chinyu was taken aback. Previously, the Huang was just over a meter long, but now it stretched over 2 meters. Standing, it could rival Yao Ming in height. Boss, do we have more gallbladders? Zhualanlan laughed. Bring another, or 100. The Huang not only grew in size, but also in fur, making it appear like a large furry ball. Immensely comfortable to ride upon. The Huang. Chinyi extracted a snake gall and tossed it to the Huang. Delicious. The Huang barked and leapt up, seizing the gall and devouring it voraciously once more. What did that foolish dog just say? Chinyi was taken aback. He had not anticipated that it had acquired new vocabulary. Delicious. The one-eyed dragon mimicked the Huang's voice. Not bad, Chinyi nodded. As long as it did not call him husband, anything was acceptable. It seemed that the fierce beast's delicacies not only augmented its size but also enhanced the Huang's intelligence, enabling it to learn further wisdom. Soon, the Huang had finished its meal. This time, it was truly satiated, lying on the ground, yawning, and preparing to sleep. Why wasn't it growing? Luo Lanlan felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped the Huang would evolve into a colossal beast. Perhaps there were certain limitations. Chen Yi was indifferent. Today it could not grow, but he estimated it would tomorrow. Patience was key. There was no rush. Big brother, you have so many snake galls. It's impressive. Chu Lingxi blinked her large eyes, coveting. Could you spare me a few? Are you trying to freeload off me? Chen Yi shook his head. That is certainly out of the question. All right. Chu Lingxi replied. I don't want snake meat anymore. Can I trade you for a snake gall? They had all contributed to defeating the giant python, and it was only fair that the spoils be divided into 3 portions. Since Chun Yi had taken the lead in the attack, he could claim a larger share. Chu Lingxi had also made a significant contribution. Thus she could receive a bit more. That works, Chun Yi said. 3 portions of snake meat, divided 4, 2. Everyone agrees? He and Chu Lingxi would take 4, while the other 3 would receive 2. There were no objections. The one-eyed dragon and his companions remained silent. After all, without them, the duo could still have slain the beast. Here is your snake gall. Chin Yi tossed it over. Little girl, don't you also have some pets? Hee hee. Chu Lingxi giggled. Big brother, it's a secret. All right, Chin Yi said. Let us tidy up and open the treasure chest. The giant python guarding the chest had been defeated, so they could naturally proceed to unlock it. Whose gold coins are these? Suddenly, an unpleasant voice interrupted. Killing the giant python would yield gold coins. Chapter 58. Unequal division of spoils. The gold coins belong to me, Chin Yi smiled. Does anyone have any objections? The others exchanged glances, none daring to speak. They all understood that Chun Yi had a penchant for gold coins and had been hoarding them, although they were unaware of their purpose. As long as there were no objections, that was sufficient. Chin Yi offered no explanations, instead leading De Huang onward in search of the treasure chest. Why should we only get 20%? The one-eyed dragon's companions were quite displeased. You agreed to his terms. The snake meat should be divided equally. Shut up, you too. The one-eyed dragon whispered. He is taking us on this adventure. That alone is a tremendous favor. Huh, what do you mean by a tremendous favor? The hot-headed Zhang retorted. You're useless if you can't safeguard our interests. Exactly. Why should we only receive 20%? It ought to be fair and just. Lu Dan fumed. Are we 3 supposed to split 20%? Is that reasonable? In the face of greed, the ugliness of human nature was starkly revealed. They harbored no gratitude towards Chun Yi. Instead, they felt resentment, believing they had received an unfairly small share. Little did they realize that without Chun Yi, not only would they be unable to retrieve their vehicle, but they might also lose their very lives. What was the matter? Chun Yi had naturally overheard their idle gossip and coldly inquired. Lu Dan and Duan Zhang immediately fell silent, lowering their heads, too intimidated to utter another word. They held a profound sense of awe and fear towards Chun Yi, too afraid to confront him for benefits or supplies. Mr. Chun, it's nothing, the one-eyed dragon said with a forced smile. These two have been frozen silly, spouting nonsense. Is that so? Chun Yi approached the two and asked, do you have any needs, or are you merely talking nonsense? I. The two stammered, afraid to speak or express their desires. Don't be nervous, Chunyi encouraged, gently patting one of their shoulders. Speak boldly. I am a reasonable person. Mr. Chun. Ludan cleared his throat several times and said, You are right. We have no objections to your distribution. Indeed, Duanzhang added, his face a mask of flattery. We have no objections whatsoever. Since there are no objections, let us commence our search for the treasure chest. Chunyi commanded. Chu Lingxi, lead the way. You three stay in the middle, and I will bring up the rear. The two groups were the most familiar with the terrain, so naturally, they would lead the way. Chunyi also had no intention of leaving his back exposed to non-allies. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, promptly setting off. Chu Lingxi rode ahead on a snowmobile at a leisurely pace, while the trio walked with their crossbows in hand. Chunyi and Zhualanlan rode atop the large yellow beast, feeling quite warm. Initially, the large yellow creature was reluctant to bear their weight. But under Chunyi's persuasive tactics, it soon acquiesced. Why the hell did you just play mute? Lu Dan cursed. You think you're the only good person here? Exactly, Duanzhang added angrily. When they asked you a question, why didn't you respond? Why should I speak? The one-eyed dragon retorted. Because you're the team leader. Lu Dan shot back. Indeed, the one-eyed dragon was the captain of the trio. The deal with Chu Lingxi had been arranged by him. And it was he who had agreed to collaborate with Chunyi. Becoming disabled has been a significant loss, and it's all because of you, Duanzhang scolded. Now that we need to fight for our interests, you've gone silent, playing mute? Are you even human? You're just a coward. Lu Dan berated. Do I owe you anything? The one-eyed dragon sighed helplessly. Am I the sole culprit in this matter? The deal with Chu Lingxi was something we all agreed upon. At that moment, the three individuals perceived no issues. Each was filled with anticipation, believing they would reap substantial rewards. However, as the captain, why did you not voice your dissent? Luden retorted. Had you opposed it, the situation would not have deteriorated to this extent, and we would not have become disabled. Have you lost your faculties? The one-eyed dragon furiously replied. I did express my opposition. It was you two who insisted on the transaction, leaving me no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce. Oh, how adept you are at shirking responsibility, sneered Duanzhang. If you believe there was a problem, as captain, why did you not intervene decisively? Precisely. Luden scoffed. We entrusted you with the role of captain to make decisions and assume responsibility. Yet here we are, facing such dire consequences, and you still evade accountability? You do not fight for the team's interests and yet seek to absolve yourself? Where is your sense of duty? Where is your accountability as captain? Each retort dripped with scorn, colder than the biting wind. The one-eyed dragon was utterly undone, his eyes reddening. It is all my fault. I will bear the responsibility. Is that sufficient? He lamented. Is a mere acknowledgement of fault all it takes to conclude this matter? Duanzhang sneered. It seems this is rather effortless for you. What do you propose I do? The one-eyed dragon sighed. I am sorry for you all. Would bowing my head suffice? With that, he genuinely knelt before the two, bowing deeply. Witnessing his utter vulnerability, the duo remained unyielding. Luden scoffed. Will bowing resolve anything? Who are you performing for? Duanzhang scornfully added. Are you hoping Chunyi will see how much you've suffered? Bowing. Luden derisively remarked. It appears you are merely slapping our faces. The more the one-eyed dragon yielded, the more brazen they became. Even as he knelt, they refused to grant forgiveness, instead attacking him with greater fervor. How long will this continue? The one-eyed dragon thundered. What more do you wish? Should I seek to recover my ears? Reattach my hand? That is utterly impossible. Do not raise your voice. Our demands are quite simple. The earless Luden asserted. When we open the treasure chest, you must secure sufficient benefits for us. Indeed. Duanzhang chimed in. At the very least, everyone's gains must be equal. Correct, Luden fumed. Do not dare to bully us any further. Humph. The one-eyed dragon coldly replied. You lack the courage to confront Mr. Chun, so you expect me to step forward? What then? Luden felt it was only natural. As captain, if not him, then who? Is the captain merely a figurehead? Duanzhang chastised. You do not wish to bear any responsibility? Merely a feeble captain? Very well. Grinding his teeth, the one-eyed dragon declared. I will strive. I will earnestly endeavor to secure our interests. If I fail to achieve adequate benefits this time, I might as well end it all. Luden venomously retorted. The one-eyed dragon remained silent, swallowing his indignation. Boss, what are those three doing? Zhualanlan observed from a distance, sensing something amiss. Why are they kneeling and engaging in such a fierce quarrel? It appears exceedingly unfriendly. Are they not teammates? They are merely bullying the honest, Chunyi sneered. Luden and Duanzhang were clearly ungrateful, treacherous ingrates. Chapter 59. 10 bottles of legendary mineral water. Soon, the group arrived at their destination. Having visited once before, they navigated the way with relative ease, avoiding many detours. The site was an abandoned factory, and judging by the enormous blast furnace, it appeared to have been a steel mill. Beneath the dilapidated furnace lay an iron treasure chest, measuring 1 meter on each side. Its surface marred by rust and blanketed with remnants of white snow. Out of caution, they maintained a distance of several dozen meters and refrained from opening the chest. Although the primary guardian, a giant python, had been vanquished, potential risks still lingered, and none dared to act recklessly. As the saying goes, greed can cloud judgment. In such circumstances, prudence was paramount. Who will open the chest? Inquired Chulingsi. The risks associated with opening the chest were considerable, beyond the dangers outside. There could be lethal threats within. Sometimes, a chest contained nothing but a venomous snake, ready to claim a life upon being opened. Whoever opens the chest shall receive an extra portion of the spoils, Chen Yi suggested after contemplation. It was an unspoken rule that those who bore the risk would reap the greater rewards. We'll open the chest. Lu Dan eagerly raised his hand, expressing their willingness to take the risk. Indeed, Duan Zhangzai chimed in. We have not contributed to the team thus far. It is time for us to lead the charge. Their enthusiasm was palpable, driven by the prospect of reward. In that case, it is entrusted to you, Chen Yi replied nonchalantly, for regardless of what the chest contained, it would first belong to him. Captain, hurry and open the chest, Lu Dan urged, giving the one-eyed dragon a shove. He was naturally unwilling to take on the risk himself. Yes, Captain, don't hesitate. Duan Zhangzai pressed. What are you waiting for? Open the chest, and we can all share in the bounty. The one-eyed dragon frowned, his expression darkening, reluctant to take on this risk. I do not wish to go, he muttered under his breath, wanting to keep his reluctance from Chen Yi, confiding only in his teammates. Are you even human? Lu Dan snapped. How much have we lost because of you? Now that we have the chance to secure an extra share, you choose to be a coward. Are you still our captain? Are you unwilling to shoulder any responsibility? What a stroke of bad luck to be your teammate, Duan Zhangzai added angrily. Indeed. We must have been cursed for 8 generations to be paired with you, Lu Dan berated him, showing no regard for the one-eyed dragon's feelings. Let me be clear. Today you will go, whether you like it or not. Duan Zhangzai pushed him forcefully again. If you refuse, we will dissolve our partnership. And all these years of brotherhood will mean nothing. Think it over. The three were not merely teammates. They had grown up together, playing in their childhood. The one-eyed dragon's face reflected a struggle. He did not want to lose his friends, but was equally unwilling to take the risk of opening the iron chest. Are you a coward? Just make a decision already, Duan Zhangzai demanded, his frustration mounting. I will go. The one-eyed dragon sighed deeply, ultimately conceding. This was not the first time he had compromised. Throughout their friendship, he had often yielded to his 2 childhood companions. Brothers, if I perish, please remember to light a cigarette for me, he said, his tone somber. Lu Dan and Duan Zhangzai waved him off impatiently, clearly uninterested in his farewell. Cigarettes are a vital resource. They would never squander even a single one for the dead. The Cyclops approached the iron chest cautiously, relieved that no dangers had arisen along the way. Straining to widen his solitary eye, he scrutinized the chest, seeking crucial details while fearing any potential threats. However, the iron chest was tightly sealed, offering no clues or signs of danger. After studying it for quite some time, he discerned nothing and could only tremulously open the chest. As the lid swung open, he exerted a sudden force, flipping it back and immediately rolling away to distance himself from the chest. The entire sequence of movements was fluid and graceful. Lu Dan and the one-handed man erupted in laughter at the sight. Look at him, so foolish and timid. He nearly scared himself to death. Overwhelmed with fear, the Cyclops lay hidden in the snow for several minutes before daring to peek out. To his relief, no monsters sprang from the iron chest, nor was there any other peril. After waiting a few more moments, he cautiously approached the chest once again and peered inside. Finding it devoid of danger, only 2 bottles of mineral water awaited him. After confirming this multiple times, he finally mustered the courage to retrieve the 2 bottles. I did it, the Cyclops exclaimed joyfully, raising the mineral water above his head. I've survived. I'm not dead. But alas, it was merely 2 bottles of mineral water. Lu Dan was immediately displeased, exclaiming, what a ripoff. Witnessing the meager supplies nearly pushed him to the brink of despair. Chen Yi, however, remained unfazed, stepping forward to take 1 bottle of mineral water. Ding! Congratulations, You have obtained a bottle of super-grade mineral water. It seemed this was no ordinary mineral water. Chenyi nodded, somewhat reassured. Indeed, one bottle of super-grade mineral water, with a 100-fold return, equated to 100 bottles, which was akin to 10 bottles of legendary-grade mineral water, a substantial gain overall. Hand over the other bottle as well, Chenyi said, casually taking it. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a bottle of super-grade mineral water. This treasure was equivalent to 20 bottles of legendary-grade mineral water, yielding quite a decent return. Zhuolanlan consumed both bottles in one go. Chenyi tossed them to her, and she exclaimed, "Thank you, boss. I'm parched." As she prepared to unscrew the cap to drink, Lu Dan and the one-handed man grew visibly displeased. "Mr. Chun, this isn't quite right. Even though there are only 2 bottles, we should share them." In truth, mineral water was not a rare commodity. It was abundant, and those in good health could drink it directly from the blood source, or even boil it for use. "What is this? Do you have objections?" Chenyi retorted coldly. They dared to bully the Cyclops, but if they opposed him, Chenyi would not hold back. With a mere glance, he instilled fear in the two, rendering them speechless. They stammered, none willing to speak first. Eventually, it was the Cyclops who stepped forward. "Mr. Chun, although there are only 2 bottles, they should be distributed, as we had previously agreed. Do you think we can divide 2 bottles of mineral water into 3 portions?" Chenyi responded icily. It was indeed insufficient. The Cyclops scratched his head, yet he insisted, "But we should still divide them. After all, that was the agreement." "Brother, we agreed before we set out," Chenyi said. Growing impatient, "All resources obtained should be given to me first. I can ensure everyone receives more. Is it truly possible to acquire more?" The one-eyed dragon's eyes shimmered with intrigue. Chenyi did not provide an explanation. Instead, he simply offered Zhuolanlan some water. Zhuolanlan consumed a bottle of mineral water and handed another to De Huang, who also finished it swiftly. Both felt nothing remarkable. After all, they had previously tasted legendary-grade mineral water, making this superlative grade seem rather mundane. Ding. The female teammate consumed a bottle of superlative mineral water, triggering a 100-fold return. You have received 100 bottles of superlative mineral water. Ding. The female teammate consumed another bottle of superlative mineral water, triggering a 100-fold return. You have received 100 bottles of superlative mineral water. In total, 200 bottles of superlative mineral water have been deposited into the system warehouse. Chapter 60. The Dark Little Lolita. Chenyi raised his hand and retrieved 3 bottles of mineral water. 1 for each person. This is superlative-grade mineral water, with 1 bottle equivalent to 100 bottles of ordinary grade. Chenyi disdainfully dismissed the idea of deceiving them with mere ordinary mineral water. It turns out this is superlative-grade mineral water, not just ordinary. Lu Dan was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling. No wonder there were only 2 bottles in the iron treasure chest, for it was so precious. What are the benefits of superlative-grade mineral water? Duan Zhangzai suddenly stepped forward, seized a bottle, twisted it open, and drank half. Would drinking this lead to immortality? He initially planned to finish the entire bottle, but Lu Dan unexpectedly rushed over, snatched it from him, and gulped it down entirely, leaving not a single drop for the one-eyed dragon. Isn't this a bit excessive? Zhuolanlan could no longer hold her tongue, unable to bear the scene. Yet, Chenyi shook his head at her, signaling her to disregard it. "It's no problem, let them drink." The one-eyed dragon displayed remarkable magnanimity, stating that he was not thirsty anyway. With the involved party expressing no concern, Zhuolanlan had no further objections. "Mr. Chun, we drank too hastily just now," Lu Dan said with a grin. "Could you possibly share another bottle? Why not just give us the remaining 2 bottles?" Duan Zhangzai proposed an even more outrageous request. "What is 2 bottles of water? You are all esteemed individuals. Surely you are not in want. There are 3 of us, 1 bottle each. Am I your father?" Chenyi retorted coldly. "Should I indulge you two like this?" Chanye's words were firm, leaving them speechless, their faces contorted in distress, akin to having tasted something foul. Unable to confront Chenyi, they resorted to bullying the one-eyed dragon instead. Lu Dan furiously kicked the one-eyed dragon, cursing, "Why didn't you speak up earlier? Who has to say otherwise?" Duan Zhangzi shouted in agreement, "Every time we seek our share, you play the fool. What nonsense." Initially, they wouldn't have received a single bottle, and now they had 1. The one-eyed dragon, feeling aggrieved, protested, "This is already quite good. Greed leads to trouble." "You truly have a problem with your thinking," Lu Dan rebuked indignantly. "They are not in need of water. They are all big shots and certainly do not lack a mere bottle of mineral water. Why not give us all 3 bottles? One for each of us is just right. Exactly. We are the ones suffering a loss, Duan Zhangzai continued to chastise. We have lost all our supplies and are left in a weakened state. Moreover, you risked opening the iron chest. What is wrong with taking a little more? Though these words were aimed at the one-eyed dragon, they were clearly directed toward Chun Yi and his companions. Chun Yi naturally ignored them and turned to Chu Lingxi, asking if she had any other matters to discuss. As she spoke, she casually tossed a bottle of mineral water to her. Is this what they call super mineral water? It doesn't seem any different. Chu Lingxi scrutinized it carefully before finally twisting off the cap and taking a sip. Wow. Indeed, it was unlike any other mineral water, exceptionally refreshing. Not finishing it, she stored it in her own inventory, cherishing it dearly. Big brother, may I give your shoulders a massage? Could you possibly grant me another bottle of that super mineral water? She began to knead his shoulders, her technique quite adept and soothing. Seeing how earnestly you're working, I'll give you another bottle, Chun Yi said, tossing her another bottle of super mineral water. Thank you, big brother. Chu Lingxi accepted it with satisfaction. Witnessing this scene, Lu Dan and Duan Zhangzi grew anxious and hurriedly approached. Mr. Chun, could we possibly have another bottle of that super mineral water? They implored. Our captain, the one-eyed dragon, risked his life to open the iron treasure chest earlier, and you promised to allocate more supplies to us. Exactly. It seems unfair that you give more to Chu Lingxi instead of us, they protested. Xin Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they indeed deserved an extra half bottle. He accepted that the one-eyed dragon's bravery warranted recognition. However, his expression darkened as he added, but I am not in the mood to share with you right now. Is there any issue with that? Lu Dan and Duan Zhangzi recognized the gravity of his tone and fell silent, managing only to force an awkward smile. They were well aware that they could not provoke someone like Qian Yi and simply shot an annoyed glance at the one-eyed dragon, preparing to continue their insults towards him. At that moment, Chu Lingxi suddenly interjected, I just remembered, there is another treasure chest in this ruin. Impossible, Qian Yi frowned. Don't speak nonsense. How could I be speaking nonsense? Chu Lingxi smiled, revealing her dimples. I wouldn't lie to big brother. In truth, there were originally 2 treasure chests here, and she had deliberately informed them of only one. Once they left or were disposed of by the giant python, she would retrieve the other. You are quite clever, Zualanon exclaimed, astonished. She truly could not comprehend how a woman's mind could conceive so many ingenious plans. She felt completely incapable. Her thoughts a muddled mixture of flour and water, turning to glue whenever she attempted to think. Is there really a second treasure chest? Lu Dan laughed heartily. That's splendid. Let us press on. This time, I shall open the treasure chest. Just make sure to allocate us a larger share of supplies, Duan Zhangzi chimed in. They saw that the one-eyed dragon faced little risk in opening the treasure chest and were eager to try it themselves. Let us go, Qian Yi said. Looking at Chu Lingxi, lead the way. All right. Chu Lingxi bounced ahead, resembling a carefree little girl. This time, Qian Yi did not lag behind but caught up with her. Little girl, are you deceiving me? He asked, his gaze sharp as he detected a flaw in her story. What are you talking about, big brother? Chu Lingxi blinked her big eyes innocently. How could I possibly deceive anyone, let alone you? What is the purpose of your lie? Qian Yi's expression turned serious. I am not lying. Chu Lingxi was reluctant to reveal her intent. Do you wish to eliminate those 3 individuals? Qian Yi remarked without hesitation. These 3 harbored a profound resentment towards Chu Lingxi. Although they had temporarily set aside their animosity due to their alliance with Qian Yi, it did not signify forgetfulness. Given the slightest opportunity, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Chu Lingxi. She, being astute, was fully aware of this. Thus, it was imperative to devise a plan to eliminate the trio, employing the most foolproof method. While her combat prowess was formidable, capable of slaying them with her sword, it carried inherent risks. After all, the 3, in desperation, could retaliate fiercely, and their hidden cards remained unknown. Brother, do you intend to thwart my plans? Chu Lingxi, who had been radiantly smiling, suddenly adopted a cold demeanor, devoid of any trace of joy, transforming into a darkly enchanting little girl. Chapter 61. Foolish and Unattainable. I have no reason to impede you. That is your affair. Qian Yi felt no sympathy for the trio, having no bonds with them. He merely wished to observe. Regardless of which party found themselves in peril, Qian Yi would refrain from intervening, having previously vowed not to conspire with the little girl to bring about their demise. At that moment, the trio was scheming a nefarious plan. We cannot remain passive, Lu Dan seethed, We must adopt a forceful approach to secure our rightful gains. Indeed. Duan Zhangzi concurred. If we continue in this manner, we shall inevitably be stripped bare. What are you discussing? One-Eyed Dragon inquired, perplexed. Our interests have not been compromised. Have they? Mr. Chin's actions have not been excessive. You fool. Lu Dan retorted bluntly. That is precisely why you believe there is no issue. Use your brain. The three of us should at least be entitled to 2 bottles of mineral water. Duan Zhangzi added. You risk your life to open a chest. And what do you get? Only 1 bottle. You didn't even have a sip of premium mineral water, and you're not infuriated? Especially that Chun, Lu Dan fumed. We are asserting our rights, yet he acts as though we owe him something. How impressive he thinks he is. Duan Zhangzi scoffed. If we say one more word, we'll surely meet our end. We must eliminate him first. What are you saying? One-Eyed Dragon was alarmed. Do not underestimate Mr. Chin's capabilities. Even without the formidable Great Yellow Dog, I doubt we stand a chance against him, especially with the powerful Chu Lingxi on his side. What strength does he possess? He merely has 2 shoulders to bear a head, Duan Zhangzi scoffed. I refuse to believe he wouldn't bleed if I landed a punch on him. Exactly. We must confront him. Lu Dan nodded in agreement. His resources far exceed what is contained within a treasure chest, by 100-fold. If we could eliminate him, we would amass a wealth of supplies, ensuring we no longer struggle for sustenance, and we could command the survival world at will. Are you repaying kindness with enmity? One-Eyed Dragon's expression darkened. Mr. Chun has returned our vehicle and even shared a considerable amount of snake meat with us. The profits from the chest we just opened were also substantial. Now he is leading us to another treasure chest. This is a tremendous favor. How can we repay kindness with hatred? Throughout their journey, Chunyi had indeed aided them significantly. Had he not intervened, their confrontation with Chu Lingxi would have left their fates uncertain. Even a victory would have come at a heavy cost. What a travesty of ingratitude we are witnessing in this day and age. The Lu Dan spat vehemently, declaring that in this apocalyptic struggle for survival, one must prioritize oneself above all. Indeed, I find this sentiment quite agreeable. The Broken Palm echoed, asserting that one must look out for oneself, lest they face divine retribution. The One-Eyed Dragon, caught in a dilemma, remained silent, torn between his respect for Mr. Chun and his long-standing camaraderie with his childhood friend. He wished for a resolution that would spare him from choosing sides. Even if I were to align with you, I fear I may not stand a chance against Mr. Chun. Should I fail, it would be a grave miscalculation, possibly costing me my very life. What does it matter? When one faces death, they must confront it head-on. Lu Dan remained unfazed, believing that success would bring immense riches. Though Mr. Chun is formidable, Broken Palm remarked, with careful planning, we might still seize an opportunity. I have devised a plan, Lu Dan whispered, urging them to listen intently. He recounted the strategy with earnestness. This plan is excellent, with a high probability of success. Broken Palm clapped enthusiastically. The One-Eyed Dragon, however, remained pensive, his brow furrowed. What say you? Lu Dan inquired of him. I am at a loss for words. After all, Mr. Chun bears no grudge against us. Our true adversary is Chu Lingxi. Mr. Chin's combat prowess is overwhelming. Logically, we should confront Chu Lingxi first, as he is our enemy. Lu Dan coldly retorted. Do you believe that the Chun will simply stand by? Moments ago, when tensions flared, Mr. Chun intervened. If further discord arises, he will undoubtedly involve himself, leaving us vulnerable and at his mercy. The one named Chin holds the most resources. If we can swiftly eliminate him and seize his weapons, Chu Lingxi will be left powerless. Lu Dan declared loudly. He is blinded by greed, unable to perceive the looming danger. You are the captain, Broken Palm insisted, fixing his gaze on the One-Eyed Dragon. It is your decision to make. Surely, you cannot be so oblivious? We are comrades, while you have only recently acquainted yourself with the Chun. Lu Dan could not restrain his contempt, stating that if you betray us now, you would be a fool, for this is a matter of life and death. Should you undermine us at this juncture, our brotherhood would be irreparably fractured. Broken Palm threatened coldly. Both awaited the One-Eyed Dragon's verdict. With a heavy sigh, the One-Eyed Dragon finally spoke. We are brothers, and I would never betray my kin. Does this mean you will join the plan? Lu Dan exclaimed with delight, ready to join us in eliminating the Chun. A true brother. Broken Palm proclaimed loudly. Together we shall vanquish the Chun, seize all his resources, and claim his women. Indeed, Lu Dan echoed. We shall take down Chun Yi, acquire his provisions, and claim his women. Upon concluding their declarations, both gazed intently at the One-Eyed Dragon, awaiting his final stance. Though still hesitant, he ultimately affirmed, "We will eliminate Mr. Chun, seize all his resources, and claim his women." A true brother indeed. Your willingness to rally the cry brings me great comfort. Lu Dan gave him a thumbs up, but I have one crucial task to assign to you. What task? The one-eyed dragon furrowed his brow, beset by a foreboding sense of doom. You are to undertake the most pivotal mission. The egg-headed one's eyes glinted with murderous intent. What is this crucial task? The one-eyed dragon's ominous premonition intensified. Naturally, it is to launch a surprise attack on the Chun. The egg-headed one chuckled. Let us seize him at the first opportunity. As long as we can get close, a dagger at his throat will grant us control. If we can secure him, we shall wield absolute power. Are you in? The egg-headed one fixed his gaze on the one-eyed dragon, presenting a sharp dagger. The one-eyed dragon hesitated, a wave of anxiety washing over him. I fear I may not be up to the task. I am clumsy and might jeopardize the mission. Do not underestimate yourself. The egg-headed one urged. You are the captain. Your abilities far surpass ours. This endeavor rests entirely upon you. Indeed, the one-armed lad chimed in, fanning the flames of encouragement. We three are good brothers. You have always been the leader among us. You possess the greatest skill. Otherwise, why would we have made you captain? This flattery greatly pleased the one-eyed dragon. You speak the truth. What is so remarkable about Mr. Chun? He is merely a man with one head and two eyes. I am entirely capable of eliminating him. Just watch. I shall demonstrate that my position as captain is not in vain, that I possess undeniable strength. Observing his spirits lifted, the egg-headed one exchanged glances with his companion, both thoroughly satisfied. This fellow remains as easily swayed as ever, truly a simpleton. The three conspired and hastened to catch up with Chunyi. Chapter 62. The Fool is Beyond Remedy. Where is the treasure chest? The one-armed lad inquired loudly. I will lead the charge to open it. This time, we must secure a larger share of supplies. The egg-headed one echoed loudly. Our trio has suffered significant losses. Having taken risks, we rightfully deserve a greater portion. Their raucous declarations were deliberately crafted to confuse and divert the attention of Chunyi and Chu Lingxi. Thus, the one-eyed dragon would have an opportunity to strike. Indeed, they successfully captured Chunyi's attention. Observing their erratic movements, Chunyi grew increasingly wary. The slow pace of these three rascals raised his suspicions. Their current antics only heightened his concerns. However, Chunyi remained unafraid, eager to witness the performance of these clowns. Are you blind? Chu Lingxi remarked. Can you not see the iron treasure chest? Not far away, a rusted iron chest lay quietly beneath a steel structure. Is there really a treasure chest? The egg-headed one exclaimed in delight, eager to approach it, but suddenly his eyes darted, directing his gaze toward the one-armed lad. You go? Very well. The one-armed lad strode confidently forward, declaring, I shall go. Yet, halfway there, he hesitated and returned. Is it truly safe? Otherwise, would you like to go instead? I could go as well, the egg-headed one feigned reluctance. However, if I go, the resources will be divided with an additional portion, so do not covet what is mine. Wait. Although the one-armed lad felt fear, he ultimately could not resist the allure of immediate gain. I shall go. With that, he turned resolutely and made his way forward. The man possessed no discernible skills. He merely pried open the iron chest and leaned forward to peer inside, eager to discover any treasures that might lie within. To his horror, a massive silver-ringed snake sprang forth, viciously striking toward his cheek. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself, only for the serpent to latch onto his arm. Good grief! The one-armed man exclaimed, panic overwhelming him as he rolled on the ground, crying out for help. Save me! Please, don't be afraid, I'll save you, shouted the Cyclops, rushing forward without a moment's hesitation, and with a fierce stroke, he severed the serpent's head. Yet, the snake's head remained clamped onto the man's arm, burrowing deeply into his flesh. The pain was excruciating. It's too painful, he wailed, as his arm visibly darkened to a deep purple. Cut it off. I have to lose my arm to survive. Otherwise, the poison will spread, and I'll surely die. Hang in there, the Cyclops urged, gritting his teeth as he forcefully severed the man's arm. Blood gushed forth violently, and the one-armed man turned pale, slipping into unconsciousness. The Cyclops quickly unbuckled his belt and tightly bound the stump in a desperate attempt to staunch the bleeding. However, the egghead remarked, Don't waste your efforts. He won't survive. What kind of talk is that? He is our brother. The Cyclops retorted, unwilling to give up, striving to save him. You go handle the important matters. I will take care of him, Egghead suggested quietly. Do you really know how to stop the bleeding? The Cyclops asked, surprised, as he realized he was utterly flustered. Unsure of what to do. Indeed, hurry. They have let their guard down. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Egghead urged, giving him a push. All right, the Cyclops declared, rising abruptly and striding toward Shinyi. Suddenly, he let out a fierce roar to bolster his courage and lunged at Shinyi, pressing a dagger against his throat, intending to subdue him. In an instant, Shinyi seized his wrist, effortlessly overpowering him, having consumed vast quantities of legendary-grade mineral water. His strength now far surpassed that of ordinary men. It is no exaggeration to say that his might exceeded even the strongest among humanity. With a mere flick of his wrist, the Cyclops cried out in agony, feeling as if his entire arm were about to shatter. Spare me, Mr. Chun. I beg you. I will never dare again. He pleaded, with no other recourse available. What? Do you wish to eliminate me? Shinyi queried coldly. Do you believe you possess the capability to do so? As he spoke, he flicked his finger, snapping the dagger cleanly in half. The steel blade could not withstand the force of his casual gesture. Witnessing this, the Cyclops was left dumbfounded, lamenting his folly. Mr. Chin, you are truly remarkable. I was blind to challenge your might. Is it too late to speak kindly now? Shinyi replied with a chilling smile. This isn't child's play. Do you think a few flattering words will earn you my mercy? I will serve you as a loyal servant if you spare my life, the Cyclops implored, fearing for his existence. Reveal the identities of your accomplices, and perhaps I might grant you mercy, Chun-Yi suggested deliberately. In truth, the identities of the so-called accomplices were already evident, rendering further interrogation unnecessary. Before he could respond, Egghead and the one-armed man grew increasingly anxious. The salted egg rushed over, shouting furiously, "One-eyed dragon, you are truly despicable. Mr. Chin is our great benefactor, yet you repay kindness with malice, raising your sword against him. I will end your life." With that, he brandished a dagger, intending to stab the one-eyed dragon. However, Mr. Chin swiftly lifted his leg, sending the dagger flying, and coldly remarked, "What? Do you intend to kill and silence him? It won't be so easy to commit murder in front of Chun-Yi. Mr. Chun, you jest. There is no such intention of killing," the salted egg replied, grimacing in pain as his wrist had dislocated. He had initially thought Chun-Yi's trump card was merely that large yellow dog, but was astonished to discover that Chun-Yi, despite his unassuming appearance, possessed terrifying combat prowess. Had he known this sooner, he would never have dared to entertain such foolish thoughts. "Reveal your accomplices," Chun-Yi commanded, pointing his finger menacingly at the one-eyed dragon's eye. "If you refuse to speak, I assure you, that solitary eye of yours will not remain intact." Chun-Yi's strength was formidable. A mere finger was sufficient to crush the dragon's eyeball completely. "I have no accomplices. This was all my idea," the one-eyed dragon foolishly proclaimed, displaying a misguided sense of loyalty. This surprised Chun-Yi, but he quickly dismissed it, realizing the fool was simply too naive to comprehend the gravity of his situation. Upon hearing this, the salted egg exhaled in relief, having resigned himself to the thought that the one-eyed dragon would surely betray them. "Do you think you are being loyal?" Chun-Yi pressed, applying increasing pressure until he crushed the one-eyed dragon's eyeball. Blood gushed forth, and the one-eyed dragon let out a horrific scream before losing consciousness. "Big Yellow, come and wake him up," Chun-Yi ordered. Big Yellow, holding back a stream of urine, relieved himself on the one-eyed dragon's face, warm, pungent, and foul. After finishing, Big Yellow gleefully commented, "Delicious juice." Choking on the dog's urine, the one-eyed dragon regained consciousness. Chun-Yi looked down at him coldly. "Do you not find it foolish? You speak of brotherhood while being used as a pawn. This entire scheme was orchestrated by me. It was I who foolishly sought to eliminate you, seize your resources, and take your woman. My two brothers had no part in this. Spare them." The one-eyed dragon remained obstinate. "I did not expect you to be so resolute, willing to shoulder everything yourself." Chun-Yi chuckled, "Your foolishness astounds me. It is my duty as their captain to protect my team." The one-eyed dragon continued to bask in self-righteousness, believing himself noble. "You are merely a gullible fool," Chun-Yi replied, shaking his head. "You remain unrepentant until the end. Regardless of how my brothers treat me, my heart remains true to them," the one-eyed dragon declared loudly. "For my brothers, I am guiltless. Moreover, my brothers have never regarded me as a fool. Fools are beyond redemption," Chun-Yi stated without further ado, crushing the one-eyed dragon's skull. Witnessing Chun-Yi's immense power, the salted egg fell silent, his legs trembling in fear. "What is wrong with you, mister?" Chin inquired with a smile, "Why does your complexion appear so dreadful?" "I am perfectly fine," replied Lu Dan, who coughed a few times, nearly collapsing onto the ground. How could one possess such terrifying strength? After all, the skull is known to be the hardest bone in the human body. "Since you are unscathed, Mr. Chin responded with a grin, "let us continue opening the treasure chest. Although there is a snake within, it does not imply a lack of resources. Indeed. Let us open the chest," Lu Dan hastily asserted. "This time, I shall take the lead. No matter what treasures we uncover, I shall relinquish them all to Mr. Chun." "That is not acceptable." Chin Yi shook his head. "That would be exceedingly unfair. We shall adhere to the original rules." Chapter 63. Recruiting Chulingsi. No. Everything should go to Mr. Chun. Lu Dan maintained a smiling facade. "Go on." Chen Yi retorted coldly. "Do not dawdle. Mr. Chun, perhaps we should reconsider?" Lu Dan forced a faint smile. "Maybe I should refrain from going. Just go take a look." Chu Lingxi commanded with an unfriendly expression. "Is that truly necessary?" Lu Dan stubbornly resisted. The grim fate of the one with a severed hand loomed large in his mind. He had no desire to meet a venomous snake's bite. Perhaps there lay even more terrifying dangers within the iron treasure chest. What if there are resources inside? Chu Lingxi smiled. Wouldn't it be a significant loss to miss out? "I have a rather timid disposition," Lu Dan insisted vehemently. "You should go instead. Those who take risks will reap greater rewards. I am not particularly ambitious. I do not seek excessive resources." Previously, he would not have relinquished even a drop of water, yet now he claimed to require none. "What if we refuse to comply?" Chu Lingxi asked with a smile, turning to Chun Yi. "Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Chin?" Chun Yi remained silent, his expression cold. The answer was abundantly clear. "There is truly no need for this." Lu Dan's face turned pale. He was not foolish. He understood that the iron chest likely harbored lethal peril. "You go. It will preserve your dignity." The dark little girl revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. Should she act, the opponent would undoubtedly face dire consequences. "I confess," Lu Dan exclaimed, his eyes darting. "I shall confess, if that is acceptable. Mr. Chun, I wish to share my revelation with you." "What do you wish to confess?" Chun Yi inquired with curiosity. "I am aware of their conspiracy, the one with a severed hand and the Cyclops. They intend to betray you." "Oh," Chun Yi nodded, saying nothing further. "They are utterly despicable, repaying kindness with malice. I shall avenge you." With that, Lu Dan drew forth a severed dagger and ruthlessly slashed at the throat of his former comrade. He continued with brutal precision, delivering blow after blow, extinguishing the struggling life of the one with the severed hand. Scalding blood splattered across him as he wiped away his comrade's blood, hoping to save himself. "Mr. Chen, how do you find my actions?" "Quite commendable," Chen Yi acknowledged with a nod. "You may proceed to open the treasure chest." "I have avenged you," Lu Dan protested, feeling aggrieved. "And yet you still want me to open the chest?" "Opening the chest is a reward for you. It is possible that it contains vital resources." Chen Yi replied with a smile, "Do not disappoint me." The salted egg hesitated, reluctant to proceed. Yet, he noticed that Chu Lingxi had already placed her hand upon the sword's hilt. Actions speak volumes. If he continued to procrastinate, she would likely draw her blade. Grateful for Mr. Chen's reward, the salted egg gritted his teeth and cautiously approached the iron chest, his entire body trembling with trepidation. After several attempts, he found himself devoid of the courage even to glance inside. Suddenly, a yellow liquid oozed forth, forming a small, foul-smelling pool at his feet. Goodness! He was so frightened that he nearly lost control. In his heightened state of panic, he slapped himself a few times, summoning the courage to peek inside the iron chest. However, one mere glance sent him recoiling in terror, landing on the ground in utter disgrace, overwhelmed with fear. "What did you see?" Chen Yi inquired. The salted egg instinctively replied, "Nothing, absolutely nothing. No supplies, no beasts, no danger whatsoever." Upon mentioning the absence of peril, his taut nerves finally relaxed, and he burst into laughter. "No danger, truly no danger. There nothing inside. I thought it was a certain death, but it turns out there nothing at all." This was indeed a premeditated ruse, designed to intimidate him and expose his cowardice. Only the weak raised the blade against the weaker. The salted egg, a cowardly figure, was often timid as a mouse, unaware of the essence of true bravery. "Chen Yi, I have completed the task. Can you spare my life?" "Of course," Chen Yi declared. "I shall not kill you." "Thank you, Mr. Chun. You are truly magnanimous." The salted egg, elated to have escaped death, knelt repeatedly in gratitude. "Do not be so fervent. While death can be evaded, a living punishment remains. Mr. Chun, As long as you spare my life, I will do anything you ask. Then dig a grave and bury your former comrades." The salted egg hesitated, astonished by the simplicity of the request. Chunyi nodded, seemingly unwilling to complicate matters for him. "Thank you, Mr. Chun." Overwhelmed with gratitude, the salted egg began to dig without further ado. After excavating a substantial pit, he dutifully placed the bodies within. "Mr. Chun, I have fulfilled your instructions. Now, you must join them," Chunyi ordered coldly. "Isn't that inappropriate?" The salted egg's face turned ashen. This was akin to digging his own grave. "Obediently enter, and save your strength." Chulingxi had already drawn her sword. Should he refuse, she would swiftly end him. The salted egg was startled, stumbling into the pit. The ground was frozen solid due to the cold weather, and he fell, bruising his face. "Mr. Chen, I had no part in this." The salted egg, in a desperate struggle for survival, sought a sliver of hope. "You are the mastermind behind this affair," Chulingxi remarked with a smile. "To kill Mr. Chen, seize his resources, and seduce his woman, wasn't that your rallying cry? Did you not claim that Mr. Chen was nothing extraordinary, merely a man with a head upon his shoulders? Do not think your trivial cleverness can deceive others. It cannot even elude my gaze. How could you possibly escape the grasp of the illustrious and formidable Mr. Chun?" On one side stood the trial of the marinated egg, while on the other, there were the sycophantic praises for Chunyi. Chulingxi, brilliant as ice and snow, adeptly divided her focus. "It is not as it seems. I am wronged, Mr. Chun. Truly wronged." The marinated egg, desperate for survival, sought every means possible. "I know the little girl's secret. I have discerned what her extraordinary ability is. You must be curious, right?" Yet before the marinated egg could finish, Chulingxi's swift hand severed his head with astonishing speed, leaving even Chanyu momentarily stunned. "Mr. Chen, this fellow spouts nonsense. He truly deserves death." "Little girl, do you lack a sense of security?" Chanyu remarked with a half-smile. "Everyone has their little secrets. I wish to maintain an air of mystery," Chulingxi replied sweetly. "That way, Big Brother will remain ever interested in me." "I am indeed quite interested in you at this moment," Chunyi chuckled. "Would you care to be my teammate?" "I would be delighted," Chulingxi responded, continuing her charming assault. "To be your teammate, Big Brother, is a fortune beyond measure. It is a tremendous honor. I know you have been recruiting teammates. I have long wished to sign up." With a mouth as sweet as honey, Chunyi could hardly bear to expose her pretense. Chapter 64. A Promise of 100 Years, Unchanged. "However, I have some personal matters to attend to." Chulingxi furrowed her brow, clearly troubled. "I must resolve these personal affairs before I can join you as a teammate. And if I refuse?" Chunyi's demeanor was resolute. "I do not consent. You cannot leave." "Of course, without Big Brother's consent, I would not depart," Chulingxi replied, feigning innocence, obedient to Big Brother's wishes. "Please do not misunderstand. It is not that I do not wish to be your teammate, but the situation is not so simple. It is improbable that mere flattery would compel you to relinquish your vested interests. By the way, Big Brother, let us first divide the spoils." Chulingxi cleverly shifted the topic. "The 3 vehicles belonging to those 3 scoundrels are now our trophies." Interested in the spoils, Chunyi inquired, "How do you plan to allocate them?" "Naturally, I will defer to Big Brother," Chulingxi wisely added. "I trust that you will not let me suffer losses. Just as with the last time's super mineral water. Since you are so understanding," Chunyi smiled, "I shall certainly give you a bit more." "Then I thank you, Big Brother." The 3 vehicles were all basic models, a van, a Civic, and a Malibu, 2 of which were rather unimpressive. True to his usual practice, Chunyi allocated all 3 vehicles to Zhualanlan. However, as less than 24 hours had not yet passed, Zhualanlan was unable to upgrade her vehicle. With no means to expend them, she could not return them either. Night had fallen, making it impossible to travel. They would have to rest and discuss further matters in the morning. Chunyi hoped to persuade Chulingxi to stay the night, but the young girl was evidently reluctant. "My matters are quite urgent. I must depart overnight. Is Big Brother's charm insufficient to keep you?" "Indeed, Big Brother's charm is unparalleled, but I truly have pressing matters," Chulingxi said, a look of distress upon her face. "How about this, Big Brother? Let me go, and I shall reward you with a fire fruit." The little girl said with a smile, "It is my most treasured possession. To think you possess a fire fruit?" Chunyi was quite astonished. "Who do you look down upon?" The little girl retorted with a hint of pride, "I consider myself among the elite survivors." Given the existence of the fire ability fruit, Chunyi decided to grant her freedom. "I can agree to your terms, but remember to return." Chunyi was merely indulging in the moment. I have already taken a liking to you. A day without seeing you would render me lovesick. You truly know how to speak sweetly, big brother. You've made me blush." The little girl replied playfully, yet she tossed the fire fruit over to him. Chunyi examined it thoroughly. There were no issues. It was indeed a genuine fire ability fruit. "You may leave now," Chunyi finally said, "but we must seal this with a pinky promise." A pinky promise for 100 years, unchanging, that is a commitment. Upon hearing the requirement of a pinky promise, the little girl appeared somewhat displeased, her lovely face betraying a hint of reluctance. "What, were you deceiving me just now? You can't even agree to a simple pinky promise?" Chunyi expressed his disappointment. "Big brother, you truly leave me with no choice." After contemplating for a while, Chu Lingxi reluctantly acquiesced, sealing their promise with a pinky swear. "Little girl, I will await your return. Do not betray my trust." "Fear not, big brother. I am always a woman of my word. Besides, we have already sealed our promise." In her world, a pinky promise held immense sanctity, and it was absolutely unbreakable. "Big brother, allow me to grant you one last sweet kiss." The little girl pressed a vivid lip print onto Chunyi's cheek before vanishing into the distance on her snowmobile. "Boss, why did you let her go?" Zhuolanlan questioned, perplexed, fearing she might never return. "Rest assured, she will come back. This girl is exceptionally clever. She understands that in this brutal world of apocalyptic survival, the wisest choice is to join forces with me. Boss, it seems you've been utterly enchanted by this little sprite and have lost your reason. What do you know?" Chunyi shot her a glance and chided, "Hurry back to the vehicle and get some sleep." As night fell and the cold intensified, they had to return to their transport. Chunyi, with ample fuel, found the vehicle to be quite warm. With music playing, he leisurely enjoyed a sugary beverage, savoring the essence of survival in this apocalypse. Suddenly, as Chunyi prepared to rest, a call came through. It was Shun Zi's husband. This man always brought unexpected surprises. "Mr. Chun, why haven't you yet arranged a date with my wife? How is your progress? Can you elaborate?" This man was as bombastic as ever, launching straight into a bombshell inquiry. "Not yet. I've been quite busy lately and haven't had the time to entertain her," Chunyi replied honestly, as he had indeed been preoccupied with various matters. "Are you free tomorrow?" "I believe tomorrow would be quite suitable," the man stated with utmost seriousness. "Why do you say that?" Chunyi felt utterly baffled. "Could you provide me with a reason?" "You should simply trust my words. A man does not need to explain. It is best if you provide me with a reason." Chunyi did not wish to be left in confusion. She was in her ovulation period, a time when her body craved and longed for a man the most. The man, with no other recourse, had to reveal the truth. Is this reason sufficient? Chunyi found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, this justification was hard to contest. "Enough, I will arrange to meet her." "Very well, Mr. Chun. I hope you will succeed in your endeavor." The man added, "By the way, my wife has a fondness for lilacs. Be sure to bring a bouquet, as it will endear you to her greatly." Lilacs, in this icy weather, are undoubtedly absent. However, Chunyi could arrange a date in a setting that Shinzi adored, presenting her with a single lilac blossom. Wait, with all this preparation and the intention to gift lilacs, was he not becoming a sycophant? What nonsense! How could he allow himself to play such a role? With such formidable advantages at his disposal, to reduce himself to a mere flatterer was nothing short of absurd. Tomorrow, when he meets Shinzi, should she behave herself, all would be well. Yet, if she continued to be coy, pretending to be an innocent flower, she could not blame him for taking decisive action. He possessed a myriad of methods to ensure her compliance. The next morning, Chunyi savored a delightful breakfast, exercised a bit, and prepared for his rendezvous with Shinzi. Suddenly, he received a message from Chu Lingxi. This little girl cheerfully inquired, "Big brother, do you need any aphrodisiac?" "Early in the morning, I stumbled upon a random treasure chest and discovered a miraculous elixir." "How presumptuous of her!" Shinyi retorted angrily. "Does my body truly require medication? Without any need for such remedies, I am already besieged by the allure of youthful charm and the lamentations of mature women. If I were to take the medicine, would the women still be able to survive?" Chapter 65. The Destitute Tang Shuero. I know my big brother is indestructible, strong as a diamond, with a physique that is second to none. Chu Lingxi chuckled, but the crucial detail is that my potion is not intended for men. It is for women. Such a rare concoction. How is it possible that she possesses precisely what he needs? "So, big brother, do you want it?" Chu Lingxi rubbed her hands together, clearly eager to make a profit. "What is the price?" "As I am about to meet Shinzi, this stimulating potion could prove quite useful. Let us see if the pure and innocent Shinzi can withstand its effects. I also require snake gall. This time, I need 3. I wonder if my big brother would agree? Chu Lingxi seemed particularly interested in the snake gall. One could only speculate what she intended to do with such a pungent item. Agreed. Chen Yi readily consented. The snake gall held little utility for him, as he had no intention of consuming it. Its primary purpose was as sustenance for his dog, De Huang. Surely, he would not mind parting with his dog's food. Thank you, big brother. I knew you were the best. Chu Lingxi beamed with joy, indicating that the snake gall was of great importance to her. Swiftly, the transaction concluded, and a small box of pills materialized in Xinye's hand. The box, adorned in a delicate pink hue with a small heart painted upon it, exuded an air of warmth and allure. Accompanying it was an instruction manual, indicating that the contents could dissolve instantly in water, being both colorless and tasteless. How brazen this medication was. Xinyi felt a surge of anger, but recognized the necessity to employ it critically. Boss, someone is approaching, murmured the dim-witted Left Lon Lon. Who is it? Xinyi inquired, taken aback. Just behind their vehicle, a barefoot woman approached, trembling with every step. Xinyi furrowed his brow. The woman's silhouette seemed oddly familiar, resembling an old acquaintance. As she drew nearer, Xinyi realized with astonishment that it was Tang Xuero. This was rather absurd. Was it not? Did Tang Xuero not possess a motorhome? Moreover, her supplies were ample. How could she appear in such disarray? Not only was she without a vehicle, but her clothing was tattered and she lacked even shoes. What could possibly have transpired? Xinyi, Tang Xuero exclaimed upon spotting him, sprinting forth with unprecedented speed towards the motorhome. I am so cold. Let me in to warm up, and please, give me something to eat. She was quite audacious, demanding entry without hesitation. Yet, Xinyu intercepted her. Tang Xuero, is this really appropriate? We aren't that familiar, are we? It was perplexing how this self-righteous woman, who often imposed her moral superiority upon others, now found herself in need. We are classmates. One could say we are good friends. Seeing me in such distress, can't you lend a hand? The instinctual moral coercion had become second nature to her. Even in her current plight, she continued to employ her passive-aggressive tactics. I am under no obligation to assist you, Qinyi replied with a smirk, but I am curious to learn how you have found yourself in such a state. Was it Li Dan? It was unnecessary to elaborate. It was evident that Li Dan had robbed her. That she had managed to survive the clutches of the venomous Li Dan was a stroke of luck. Logically, Li Dan should have eradicated her entirely, leaving no room for survival. You may now ridicule me. Your curse has materialized. Are you pleased? Satisfied? Her words implied that all her misfortune was Chunya's fault. The unfortunate circumstances she faced were attributed to his malevolence, rather than her own folly. I find great satisfaction. You deserve it. She could not hold anyone else accountable for her plight. Chunyi reveled in her misfortune. He bore no disdain for the foolish or the simple-minded. But he harbored a particular aversion for the truly dim-witted. Such individuals ought to face consequences, much like the one-eyed dragon who had met his demise. Very well. I have my pride. I would rather perish from hunger or cold than accept your provisions. Tang Xuero displayed a semblance of resolve, gritting her teeth and refusing to plead further, taking measured steps forward. Do you intend to traverse the road on foot in search of survival? Yes. I shall walk the road to survive. What business is it of yours? Tang Xuero retorted, her temper flaring. Then, best of luck, Chunyi replied cheerily. You could actually join us as a teammate. Left Lon Lon, who had remained silent, finally spoke, feeling pity for her. Allow me to become your teammate? That shall never happen in this lifetime. Tang Xuero shouted loudly, straining to straighten her back. Yet her resolve quickly crumbled under the biting cold wind. This woman was acutely aware that encountering Chun Yi on the road was an extraordinary stroke of luck. He was her sole hope for survival. To refuse to bow to Chun Yi would be tantamount to choosing death. Aren't you currently seeking female teammates? I am evidently a suitable choice. If you genuinely invite me, I might consider becoming your ally. Despite the dire circumstances, she still clung to her pride. What if I choose not to invite you? Chun Yi retorted, unable to restrain his exasperation. Tang Xuero scoffed. If you do not extend an invitation, it will surely be your loss. Chun Yi chuckled derisively. What are you really? Why would I invite you? What loss could I possibly incur? Tang Xuero, accustomed to being above others due to her privileged background and beauty, believed everyone should orbit around her. Do not overstep your bounds, Chun Yi, she warned, gritting her teeth to maintain her dignity. This is your final opportunity. Should you let it slip away, there will never be another chance. and you will regret it. While this was a threat, it also held a kernel of truth. If Chinyi refused to accept her as a teammate, she would undoubtedly freeze to death, thus losing her opportunity. Thank you, but I shall not invite you. Chinyi replied with a smile. If you were to kneel and plead, perhaps I would reconsider. At this, Tang Shuero's composure shattered, her face contorting in fury. What status do you think I hold? How dare you demand I kneel? Does that seem appropriate to you? She remained ensnared in her lofty delusions, convinced that the world should revolve around her. Are you still angry? Chinyi found amusement in her reaction. To be candid, even if you knelt and begged, I might still refuse to accept you as a teammate. Chinyi, you truly do not value your last chance, do you? Tang Shuero seethed, gritting her teeth. Fine. If that is the case, let us sever all ties. She was infuriated. Having lowered herself to plead, Chinyi's refusal felt like a slap in the face. Little did she realize that many men sought her favor, yet she dismissed them. Chapter 66. The Detested Tang Shuero. Sister, you should leave quickly, Zhuolanlan advised helplessly. Your intellect is far too lacking. You are neither suitable nor qualified to be our teammate. If you anger our leader, you will not fare well. Zhuolanlan had been with Chunyi long enough to understand that he was not a benevolent figure. If he were to lose his temper, the consequences would be dire. Calling me foolish? Tang Shuero was beside herself. I am a member of Mensa. My intelligence is formidable. Zhuolanlan merely smiled wryly, shaking her head. While she was uncertain about Tang Shuero's intelligence, her emotional intelligence was glaringly deficient. Let us not bother with her. We have hot pot to enjoy. Chinyi had prepared a hot pot in the RV. For other survivors, hot pot would surely be a luxury, but for Chinyi, it was merely a part of his daily routine. Is it really appropriate to have hot pot in the early morning? Zhuolanlan scratched her head. What is inappropriate about it? Suddenly, I crave mutton hot pot and beef tripe, Chinyi said playfully, and if we add some cola and a bit of beer, it would be nothing short of a heavenly experience. Listening to their banter, Tang Shuero found herself swallowing her saliva. Forget about hot pot. She couldn't even satisfy her most basic needs. Remembering the deliciousness of hot pot, she regretted her insistence on pride. But it was evident that there was no opportunity left. The only response she received was the heavy sound of Chun-Yi closing the car door. The two of them, along with the dog, joyfully indulged in mutton hot pot inside the RV. The sounds of laughter and joy occasionally wafted out, piercing Tang Shuero's heart like a knife. This woman had no backbone. If she did, she wouldn't be eavesdropping outside. Since Chun-Yi refused to provide her with food or accept her as a teammate, she should have walked away with determination, yet she did not. Instead, she stood beneath the car window, listening to the sounds of their feast, indulging her cravings in this manner. Even the dog was enjoying tripe and mutton, while she, a living being, had nothing. After a prolonged struggle and hesitation, Tang Shuero finally made a resolute decision. She had to survive. She must survive. Do you want to take her as a teammate? Zhuolanlan asked curiously. What do you think? Chinyi replied with a smile. I think she doesn't qualify to be your teammate. This woman is too self-righteous and utterly annoying. Initially, Zhuolanlan felt some sympathy for her, but it had now transformed into disdain. Clearly, she was unqualified. Chinyi stroked his chin, pondering something. Indeed, he craved a female teammate, yet Zhuolanlan alone could not satisfy his immense resource requirements. With the emergence of the synthesis system, acquiring higher-level resources necessitated a massive amount of basic materials and synthesis opportunities. Should we assess whether Tang Shuero qualifies to be a teammate? Chun-Yi suddenly inquired. Ding. Assessment indicates that Tang Shuero meets the standards to become a female teammate, but it is not recommended to accept her, the system responded. Due to her exceptional beauty, figure, and intelligence, there is a risk of losing control, and the host may end up becoming her subordinate. Chun-Yi was quite displeased with this assessment. What was this ridiculous system thinking? How could a simple-minded woman like Tang Shuero pose a risk of losing control? How could she even control herself? Ding. It has been detected that Tang Shuero harbors significant secrets that may greatly impact the host. It is advised that the host avoid contact or eliminate her on the spot. Interesting, Chun-Yi's interest was piqued. He had not anticipated that Tang Shuero would possess so many unique qualities. A lost soul, simple-minded. Stripped of all life's advantages, what danger could she possibly represent? What secrets could she hold? To be honest, Chun-Yi said with a grin, I initially planned to extract the heart of this so-called saint to feed to De Huang. Surely, a saint's heart would be highly nourishing. However, since the system claims that Tang Shuero possesses significant secrets, That makes things intriguing. Boss, what you said is quite terrifying. Zualanon spoke with a hint of trepidation, expressing that in a post-apocalyptic world, one must first eliminate the saintly figure. Chenyi, with an air of indifference, responded that he intended to recruit this very saint as a companion. I vehemently disagree. That is utterly repulsive, Zualanlon promptly countered. De Huang also shouted vehemently, clearly sharing her disapproval. It seems both of you hold her in disdain. Alas, her career prospects may be in jeopardy. The adage hated by both man and beast aptly describes this situation. There is no need for you two to be so agitated, Chenyi chuckled. Whether we accept her or not will depend on her performance. Should she continue to act aloof and self-important, she will face severe reprimand. In due time, she shall learn the reason behind the allure of the flowers. Upon opening the car door, he observed Tang Shuuro standing amidst the snowstorm and coldly inquired, "What are you waiting for?" A look of torment crossed Tang Shuuro's face, clearly indicating that whatever decision she faced was excruciatingly painful. You have 30 seconds to contemplate seriously, Chenyi reminded her with icy detachment. Once the time elapsed, the door of the RV would close, sealing her hopes. Time trickled away, each second echoing like a countdown from death itself. Ultimately, in the final moment, Tang Shuuro knelt down, her pride and poise shattering completely with that single act. Why do you merely kneel in silence? Chenyi provocatively asked. He intended not only to shatter her self-esteem, but to trample it underfoot. I hope you will accept me. Tang Shuuro wept. Allow me to join your ranks. What pretense is this? Chenyi coldly retorted. Do you think that by kneeling, I am obliged to acquiesce? Do you truly believe yourself to be of any significance? Your pleas and supplications are utterly worthless. Please, consider our past connection or perhaps my modest beauty. Accept me. Grant me sustenance, she implored. What did you say? Chenyi laughed heartily as he approached her. You claim beauty, yet I fail to see it. Grasping her hair, he scrutinized her intently, leaving no detail overlooked. It must be noted that Tang Shuuro did possess a certain allure. Her features were indeed striking. Even with her skin reddened by the cold, a hint of charm remained. Not enough, not nearly sufficient. Chenyi stated coldly, you must offer substantial leverage to earn your place by my side. Was her supposed secret truly significant? Chenyi was determined to discern what crucial secret she harbored. Leverage? Tang Shuuro exclaimed in despair, I have nothing left. If I had any leverage, I would never kneel before the one I loathe most. Since you possess nothing, you are utterly worthless, Chenyi scoffed. What use do I have for a worthless individual? Provide me with a reason. Chapter 67. The Inner Wildness of Tang Shuuro. Tang Shuuro found herself at a loss for words, enduring an agonizing silence. After a substantial pause, a flicker of realization dawned upon her. She still possessed a few hidden cards. I possess ammunition, specifically handgun bullets. This is all that remains of her possessions, stripped away under Li Dan's relentless search. I do not own a handgun. What purpose would your bullets serve? Chenyi instantly discerned that they were indeed handgun bullets. Li Dan is armed, yet she possesses but a single bullet. Tang Shuuro hastily interjected. Chenyi furrowed his brow slightly. This was indeed a crucial piece of information. Moreover, it is imperative that you eliminate Li Dan, Tang Shuuro continued. Why do you assert that? Chenyi smiled faintly. Because she wishes to eliminate you. She regards you as her foremost adversary. This sentiment was already clear to Chenyi without her having to articulate it. Beyond this, do you have any other cards to play? Although the opponent had provided some critical intelligence, Chenyi deemed it insufficiently substantial. I can ascertain her location. Tang Shuuro revealed her final trump card. My RV is stocked with numerous supplies, including your favorite functional cards, as well as a medical card for treating the wounded and the ill. A medical card? Chenyi's interest piqued at once, prompting him to request a thorough explanation. Tang Shuuro, naturally, did not dare to be remiss and divulged all she knew to Chenyi. The application of the medical card is quite straightforward. Regardless of the ailment or severity of injuries, its use guarantees complete recovery. Li Dan's survival is a testament to this. Her injuries were grievous. Yet one use of the medical card restored her to perfect health. It is indeed miraculous, utterly beyond reason. Thus, if an individual were afflicted with a terminal illness deemed incurable in a civilized world, Chenyi's eyes flickered, lost in contemplation. Could it be effortlessly remedied? I do not know. Tang Shuuro replied cautiously, merely shaking her head. I only recall the card's description. It heals ailments and restores injuries. Understood, Chenyi nodded, having acquired the information he sought. How did you pinpoint Li Dan's location? The RV is equipped with a locator. Tang Shuero raised her phone. I can check it, though it is currently out of battery. A lack of power is hardly a concern. Chun Ye's RV is equipped with solar panels and ample fuel. Charging the phone poses no issue. You may join my team. Chun Yu stated succinctly. In an instant, Tang Shuero leaped with excitement. Thank you for your acceptance. This signified her chance at survival, prompting her exhilaration. Do not be overly joyful. I am no benevolent savior, Chun Yi replied coldly. Being my teammate is not a favorable position. Upon joining the team, her status would be the lowest. She would be tasked with menial and arduous work, even beneath De Huang. After all, De Huang, though a dog, is the pinnacle of combat strength in Chun Ye's team, the very weapon of mass destruction. May I now enter the RV? Tang Shuero asked, trembling. She had endured the frigid wind for far too long. You have no grounds to make demands, Chen Yi replied icily. Now, remove your clothing. Tang Shuero stood aghast, believing she had misheard. In such a frigid environment, he was instructing her to disrobe. Can I undress after entering the RV? Tang Shuero said pitifully. Chen Yi cast her a cold glance, offering no reply. With a deep sigh and after a moment's hesitation, Tang Shuero began to remove her clothing. As her garments slipped away, tears cascaded down her cheeks. To her, it felt as though Chun Yi was humiliating her. In reality, however, Chun Yi acted solely out of considerations for safety. Who could know what she might conceal beneath her attire? It was entirely possible that Tang Shuero had colluded with Li Dan, employing this guise of vulnerability to seek revenge. Once she stood completely nude, Chun Yi conducted a meticulous examination. Initially, he inspected with his eyes, followed by a thorough tactile search. Every conceivable hiding spot was scrutinized, leaving no crevice overlooked. Only after confirming that she bore no hidden contraband did Chun Yi nod in satisfaction. Congratulations, you are now my teammate. He extended his hand. Suddenly, the bear Tang Shuero knelt, cradling his hand with both of hers and gently licking it like a kitten. This unexpected gesture startled Chun Yi. What was she doing? He had merely intended to shake hands, yet this woman had taken it a step further. All right, let us go inside. Tang Shuero dressed quickly and stepped into the RV. The interior was warm and inviting, a stark contrast to the frigid air outside. She dutifully settled in the last row, choosing the most inconspicuous corner. Without Chinya's command, she dared not indulge in the hot pot, stealing glances occasionally. Though her eyes sparkled with longing, she refrained from acting impulsively. Ding! Congratulations. The host has acquired a new teammate. New teammate, Tang Shuero. Age, 21. Appearance, 8 out of 10. Figure, 9 out of 10. Loyalty, 70. Profile. Although she often engages in moral coercion, it is merely a facade. Once she submits to you, you will discover her inner wildness and stark contrasts. Reading the profile, Chinyi smiled faintly. Indeed, Tang Shuero possessed a certain intrigue. The system had labeled her a dangerous individual, and now it seemed rather perplexing. However, it must be said that her loyalty was quite low, standing at only 70, indicating significant room for improvement. You can enjoy the hot pot. And feel free to charge your phone, Chen Yi remarked, producing a fiery fruit. Since she had become a teammate, he intended to make full use of her potential. Moreover, this woman might awaken some useful fiery abilities. The dim-witted goose had consumed numerous fiery ability fruits without awakening any powers, leaving Chun Yi feeling quite vexed. What is this? Tang Shuero inquired suspiciously as she accepted the watermelon-sized fiery fruit. It's poison. Consuming it could be fatal, Chun Yi replied curtly, refraining from further explanation. Tang Shuero quickly realized her misstep and obediently asked, should I eat it? Chun Yi nodded. Without hesitation, she consumed the fruit, finishing it within a minute. After finishing her meal, she suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream and fainted. The two individuals and the dog present were utterly bewildered, as they had all consumed the flame ability fruit without experiencing such a profound reaction. Boss, could she be awakening some formidable power that might obliterate us? Lef Lanlan expressed her concerns. Fear not, Chen Yi reassured, shaking his head. With the system in place, his comrades could not inflict harm upon him. He was undoubtedly safe. Otherwise, he would never have bestowed upon her the ability fruit. Chapter 68, The Meeting Place, the Church. Is this woman merely putting on an act? Chen Yi was startled and hurried to check on Tang Shuero's condition. His female teammate was an invaluable strategic asset, and he could not afford to lose her. Fortunately, Tang Shuero had not perished. She simply lay unconscious, her breathing remarkably steady. indicating no imminent danger to her life. Boss, why has her hair changed? Left Lon Lon exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Shui-Ro's formerly jet-black locks had transformed into a vibrant crimson, visibly morphing into a flame-like red. Goodness, is she a flame dancer? Chen Yi mused. She certainly possessed an enchanting allure. Tang Shui-Ro had always been quite lovely, and now with her red hair, she exuded an exotic charm. She can't remain unconscious forever, can she? Left Lon Lon speculated, likening her to a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. Stop with the nonsense, Chen Yi retorted. Rolling his eyes. You'll drive today, I'll rest in the back seat. Chen Yi was on his way to a date with Shen Ji and had no time to play chauffeur. Once Tang Shui-Ro awakened, she could take the wheel. Thus, Chen Yi was finally liberated from the burdensome task of driving, with a loyalty level of 70 ensuring his absolute safety from any potential harm. Understood, boss. Task completion guaranteed. Left Lon Lon saluted with an imperfect military gesture. By the way, didn't we agree to embark on an adventure at the Iron Treasure Chest location? The Iron Treasure Chest map provided by Zhang Xiaoquan could only be opened after traveling 50 kilometers, and now they had indeed covered that distance, making the adventure feasible. There's no rush, Chen Yi replied, shaking his head. I need to do some morning exercises. With that, he activated the dating card. And a flash of white light enveloped him, causing him to vanish from the spot. Morning exercises are of utmost importance. Life thrives on movement. Boss only knows how to play. Left Lon Lon couldn't help but grumble, noting that many pressing matters remained unaddressed. Her so-called pressing matters pertained to resource synthesis. A new day had dawned, granting everyone an opportunity to synthesize higher-level resources. Unsure of what to prioritize and unable to access Chen Yi's system warehouse, she could only await his return. Chen Yi arrived at a magnificent church, the rendezvous point with Shen Ji. The church was not Chen Yi's preferred setting. However, it was the most unforgettable place for Shen Ji. This was something her husband had told Chen Yi, as they had once shared a profoundly memorable wedding ceremony within its walls. Chen Yi's intention was to shatter the most beautiful memories deep within Shen Yi's heart, utterly trampling them underfoot, leaving her devoid of any remnants of her former glory. As the saying goes, as long as the heart does not perish, the path will not be born. Only by shattering everything can one truly tame. Chen Yi proposed a date to me. Do you know what this is about? Shen Zi inquired of her husband, feeling an inkling that this matter was somehow related to him. Previously, they had quarreled, their relationship strained, yet ultimately, they reconciled. In the perilous world of survival amidst an apocalypse, resources were scarce, leaving the couple with little choice and no room for anger or disputes. I do not know what you are talking about, the man replied, lowering his head. Are you truly unaware? Shen Zi asked, her expression darkening. He had a habit of bowing his head whenever he lied. After years together, they were well acquainted with each other's little quirks. With a resigned sigh, the man revealed the truth. Upon learning that Chen Yi's date card originated from her husband, Shen Zi felt no anger. Instead, a sense of relief washed over her. It seems you still hold me in your heart, albeit in a manner I cannot condone. I am merely seeking to secure more food and resources for my own survival. One must look out for oneself, the man stated calmly. Shen Zi, surprisingly, remained understanding. How is my action any different from an ancient gambler selling his wife? If one must sell, it is often out of desperation. She still held no resentment, recognizing that their current plight was 100-fold more challenging than that of a starving gambler. If I may add, the man continued, beyond mere practicality. There is also a portion of selfishness involved. Hearing this, Shen Zi was taken aback. What selfish desire could her husband possibly harbor? She knew him intimately. Having grown up together, their bond akin to that of childhood sweethearts. To put it bluntly, she was aware of every little thing about him. I am attracted to men. The man's eyes sparkled with fervor. In truth, I do not favor women. I even harbor a deep aversion towards them. Your constant presence beside me fills me with disdain. Shen Zi was utterly flabbergasted, struggling to comprehend her husband's words. You like men? You mean to say that you derive pleasure from being with them? After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to speak. The man nodded, affirming that it was indeed pleasurable, to the point of sending shivers down his spine. What could have instigated such a preference? Shen Zi asked, bewildered. I cannot say, he replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Perhaps it is due to my status as a eunuch, rendering me incapable of engaging in marital relations. In truth, he too felt a sense of confusion, questioning whether his feelings were genuine or merely a fabrication to offer his wife a brighter future. Strangely, The thought of dating a man inexplicably thrilled him, conjuring numerous unspeakable images in his mind. If you truly wish to leave me, Shunzi said, her eyes misty, I would be willing to accept Chun Ye's invitation for a date. Really? You would actually agree? The man's excitement surged instantly. Shunzi felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she nodded. Wonderful. I have a small request, the man exclaimed with excitement. Shunzi furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat displeased. After all, she had already made such significant sacrifices, and now there was an additional demand? It's not an unreasonable request, the man quickly clarified, sensing his wife's discontent. What is it? Shunzi inquired, her heart racing with tension. She was apprehensive that her husband might voice an excessively outrageous demand. Fortunately, he did not. Instead, he softly suggested, could you record your dates with him? What purpose would that serve? Shunzi questioned, perplexed. I care for you deeply and hope you can find your true belonging, he explained. Chunyi was indeed a worthy candidate, possessing considerable strength. But was he truly good to his wife? He was uncertain and felt the need to verify. By observing Chunyi's character, he would determine if it was necessary to sever ties. Do you truly wish to leave me? Do you genuinely not like me? A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Shunzi's eyes. Initially, she believed her husband's actions stemmed solely from a desire for her happiness, a self-deprecating sentiment. Yet, upon witnessing the uncontrollable excitement in his gaze, she suddenly comprehended that he genuinely relished this dynamic. The despairing environment served as a mirror, reflecting the many sordid aspects of human nature. Chapter 69, adorned with a lilac flower for the meeting. Darling, is it all right? The man inquired with eager anticipation. Shunzi remained silent, lost in thought. The man grew anxious, grasping her hand and pleading, please, my dear. His frantic behavior instilled a sense of fear in Shunzi, compelling her to nod in agreement. Really? Oh, splendid. His joy was palpable, radiating exuberance. Yet, the disappointment in Shunzi's eyes deepened. Do make yourself presentable, he urged excitedly, suggesting she apply some makeup and lipstick to captivate Chunyi. Especially your hairstyle. How about a high ponytail? It would exude youthful vitality. As he attempted to style her hair, Shunzi pushed him away in irritation. Do not touch me, she snapped. At that moment, she felt overwhelmed, unwilling to engage in anything or allow anyone, particularly her husband, to touch her. Previously, during her husband's severe illness, she had endured the most unpleasant tasks without complaint. But now, even the slightest contact from him made her feel repulsed. All right, I want to touch you. You can do it yourself, the man said cautiously. He knew he needed to appease his wife, ensuring she remained calm and did not turn against him. If she refused to cooperate, all his careful plans would come to ruin, and his own happiness would vanish. I wish to be alone for a while, Shunzi expressed. Feeling unjustly treated but with no outlet for her grievances, she longed to cry, yet no tears came. It was an overwhelming sense of discomfort. All right, take your time, the man responded, stepping out of the car to stretch in the cold wind. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Shunzi finally began to prepare herself. She wore no heavy makeup, nor did she select any particular attire or footwear. The stockings favored by men were absent as well. Instead, she simply adorned her hair with a single lilac flower, crafted from plastic, its vibrant hue accentuating her exquisite beauty, lending her an air of unique charm. Chunyi once again extended an invitation. Shunzi bit her lip and retrieved the prayer beads she had cherished for many years, reciting the Heart Sutra in hopes of attaining the long-lost tranquility. Her fingers trembled, yet ultimately she pressed the consent button. A flash of white light enveloped her, and she found herself within an ancient chapel. At the center of the chapel stood Chunyi, clad in a black clerical garb, holding a Bible, exuding an aura of solemnity. Ms. Shunzi, under the witness of the suffering Jesus, are you willing to disrobe and don a wedding gown? Behind Chunyi loomed a grand statue of Jesus. Upon the cross, Jesus was nailed through hands and feet, crimson blood oozing from his wounds. This symbolized redemption, a sacred totem revered by the faithful. I am a follower of Buddhism, Shunzi said, her hands clasped together, the jade prayer beads remarkable against her skin. The master of Guanyin of the South Sea, she continued, is also known as the child-giving Guanyin. Chunyi suddenly smiled. Perhaps I can assist you in fulfilling your wish. What do you mean? Shunzi was perplexed, yet seemed to grasp the meaning, a blush gracing her beautiful features. Perhaps I am one of the 46,000 manifestations of the Guanyin master. Chunyi jested. Mr. Chun, one must have reverence, Shunzi replied with utmost seriousness. reverence for the divine and the universe. Change your attire. Chen Yi, equally serious, responded, for he had no time to engage in discussions on religious philosophy with her. Shen Zi gazed at the white wedding gown, her heart filled with reluctance. In such a setting, to change in front of a man, and don a wedding gown at that, what was the intent? What was the purpose? She was no fool. It dawned on her instantly that this man sought to humiliate her, to satisfy some perverse desire. This was not the first time, nor would it likely be the last. Mr. Chun, I fear I cannot comply, Shenzi replied, maintaining her dignity. Do you think I am negotiating with you? This is a command. Shenyi replied coldly. Do you understand? A command cannot be defied. It must be executed. If you refuse to follow my order, Shenzi clenched her teeth. What will be the consequence? Failure to comply will naturally result in punishment. Shenyi stated. Consider whether you can withstand my punishment. Shenzi furrowed her lovely brows, remaining silent. Not to mention punishment, she could scarcely endure even the slightest disturbance. Neither could her family. Can you turn your back? Shenzi said, her voice laced with distress. I have never changed clothes in front of a man, not even before my husband. This is truly uncomfortable for me. I hope you can understand. It was evident she lacked the standing to make demands. Shenyi did not turn away. Instead, he assessed her figure with keen interest. The woman's attire accentuates her form in such exquisite lines. One can only imagine the perfection that would ensue were she to shed her garments. Shenyi yearned to behold it all and resolutely refused to turn away. Shenzi attempted several times to overcome her psychological barrier, but tears, unbidden, cascaded down her cheeks, each drop falling like a shattered pearl upon the ground, fracturing not only the earth, but her dignity as well. In truth, she could opt for a simpler path, free from such humiliation. Chen Yi, with utmost politeness, extended his hand, inviting her to join as his ally. Once united in partnership with Chen Yi, all challenges would dissolve. His desire for a companion was palpable. By merely adding one to his team, his resources would surge exponentially, along with the invaluable opportunity for daily synthesis, both of which he coveted deeply. For the sake of advancement and acquiring superior weaponry, Chen Yi was willing to pay any price, including refraining from further humiliating Shenzi, even foregoing the slightest physical contact. Yet, Shenzi resolutely shook her head, refusing to abandon her husband. Joining Chen Ye's ranks would signify neglecting her spouse, discarding him as if he were worthless. A notion she could never entertain. Even if her husband harbored peculiarities that repulsed her, she had long regarded him as family, and relinquishing kin, especially in such dire circumstances, was utterly inconceivable. Morality, too, forbade such a choice. The adage that spouses are akin to birds of the same forest, fleeing in times of calamity, was one she abhorred. As a wife, loyalty was paramount. Having shared in prosperity, she must also endure solitude, willing to pay any price for fidelity. Ultimately, they were adults, and one must bear the consequences of their decisions. Chen Yu shrugged, ceasing to persuade her, acknowledging her autonomy even in his misunderstanding. In Chapter 70, all appearances are but illusions. Shenzi bit her lip, struggling repeatedly to surmount the emotional hurdle within her. Chen Yi, growing impatient, stepped closer, plucking the lilac from her hair. In her astonishment and dread, he cast the flower to the ground, crushing it mercilessly. The gift of the lilac was inconceivable. Not only would he not bestow it, but he also sought to obliterate her sole remnant of beauty. How could you do this? Shenzi cried in frustration. This lilac, albeit artificial, was her last vestige of tenderness in a world ravaged by despair. In a sense, this plastic flower represented her dwindling joys. In moments of unbearable hardship, she would clutch this flower, gently soothing her shattered spirit. Each time, its vibrant hue bestowed upon her a flicker of resolve, allowing her to persevere. Yet now, Chen Yi had ground it to dust, utterly annihilating it. My time is limited, and yours is as well, Chen Yi stated coldly. You would do well to hasten. As patience wanes, the conversation becomes far less amiable. If she refuses to change her attire, Chen Yi will assist her, tearing her garments to shreds, subjecting her to an unprecedented humiliation. Gazing into Chen Yi's cold, unyielding eyes, Shenzi understands that her fate lies in the hands of this devilish man. With no alternative, she begins to disrobe, moving like a marionette. One by one, her clothes fall away, accompanied by her tears, and the stubborn pride she once clung to crumbles to the ground. Standing before Chen Yi in her nakedness, she resembles an innocent newborn accepting a priest's baptism. Her flawless physique and skin, akin to white jade, evoke a sense of breathtaking allure. Chunyi cannot help but nod, indulging in her beauty. In his eyes, there is no trace of lewdness, only pure admiration, a profound appreciation for a rare work of art. It is a tribute to the astonishing craftsmanship of nature, a heartfelt homage to the beauty of the human form. Indeed, a fervent tribute, an unwavering homage. Her beauty is devoid of any artificial embellishment, a manifestation of unadulterated perfection. How fittingly does the verse describe it? Pure water emerges from the lotus, natural and free from adornment. How exquisite, truly exquisite. After half an hour of admiration, Chunyi finally issues a command. Like a puppet, Shunzi begins to dress, but is halted by Chunyi. Shouldn't she first put on stockings? Chunyi presents a selection of stockings, urging her to choose. Shunzi stares at him, incredulous. How did he acquire such a multitude of women-esque stockings? In these dire times, it is a struggle to find a single meal, yet this man possesses an abundance of stockings, short, long, sheer, opaque, and everything in between. Since she hesitates, Chunyi decides to assist her in making a selection. He picks a pair of black stockings. Shunzi hesitates momentarily, but ultimately concedes, slipping into the silky fabric. The perfect contours of her calves, devoid of any excess flesh, are accentuated by the stockings, enhancing their aesthetic appeal, evoking an irresistible desire to reach out and touch them. However, Chunyi remains still, standing by, quietly admiring her. After all, he is a gentleman, never to overstep his bounds. As the saying goes, one may only admire from afar, never to defile. Soon, Shunzi has dressed completely. The black stockings paired with her wedding gown, a flawless blend of black and white. Of course, the most crucial accessory, glossy high-heeled shoes with red soles, renders her enchanting. Thus, a perfect, sensual bride is born. Indeed, quite splendid. Such beauty deserves fine wine. Chunyi produces a bottle of red wine and 2 crystal goblets. The crimson liquid fills the glasses, resembling blood in its vividness. Such actions once again plunged Shunzi into a state of shock. Chunyi possessed such exquisite wine. While others struggled to find clean water, he could indulge in law fight. Come, let us share a toast, Chunyi said earnestly. Do not refuse me. I do not drink. Shunzi frowned. I am a Buddhist. The indulgences of wine and wealth are prohibited for Buddhists, especially alcohol, which is deemed the source of chaos. As the saying goes, wine and meat may pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. Chunyi extended the goblet towards her. Shunzi hesitated, but the terrifying glint in his eyes compelled her to relent once more. A toast, down in one, he commanded again, his tone leaving no room for repetition. His gaze was already menacing. Should Shunzi refuse again, she would face dire consequences. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to the act of sharing a cup. As the crystal goblet met her crimson lips, Chunyi suddenly flashed a wicked smile. I forgot to mention, there is an aphrodisiac in the wine, designed to ignite a woman's desires. It is often said that a gentleman is open and candid, while a rogue lurks in shadows. Unlike the latter, Chunyi openly revealed his intentions, whereas the unworthy would merely scuttle away in secrecy. Shunzi set down the goblet, her spirit unyielding. Initially, I did not wish to drink. I even contemplated splashing the wine in your face. However, I have changed my mind. This declaration took Chunyi by surprise. What change of mind? He inquired. Shunzi offered no explanation. Instead, she raised the goblet and drained it in one gulp. Wiping the remnants of the vivid red liquid from her lips, she cast a defiant glance at Chunyi, as if to convey, what nonsense about medicine. I fear it not. Impressive. Chunyi could not help but applaud her, finishing the contents of his own glass. Are you challenging me in this manner? Striving to showcase your resilience? Such a course of action is undeniably foolish. Yet Shunzi evidently had no other recourse. She dared not confront Chunyi directly. Resorting instead to this means to express her anger and discontent. All appearances are illusions, she murmured quietly. Reciting verses from Buddhist scripture to rid herself of desires and maintain tranquility, particularly in suppressing her physical urges. This way, Chunyi would be thwarted in his attempts to manipulate, insult, or debase her. You possess a strong character, and I find it quite appealing, Chunyi remarked, a smirk creeping upon his lips. Truth be told, Chunyi had harbored an animalistic desire for Shunzi, perceiving her as an exquisite paragon of restraint. The only difference from the women stored within his hard drive being her flesh and vitality. However, through this encounter, he discerned a different facet of her brilliance. She was not merely a submissive victim, but rather a woman with her own convictions and tenacity, imbued with both courage and wisdom. She did not confront Shinyi head-on but articulated her indignation with grace, neither subservient nor arrogant. To speak candidly, it is indeed worthy of respect. However, this respect does not imply that Shinyi will refrain from extending his wicked hands. That is an entirely different matter. Chapter 71, Fresh Vegetables. Given your remarkable prowess, I shall present you with an opportunity. Shinyi remarked with a smile. If you can truly withstand the effects of the drug before our date concludes, I shall not lay a finger on you. I hope Mr. Chun remains true to his word, Shinzi replied with her eyes closed. She was striving to maintain her clarity, yet the fluctuations of hormones and her body's desires incessantly tormented her. Although this was merely the beginning, she was already breathless. Her cheeks flushed, as if a ferocious beast within her was poised to break free from its cage. Desire surged forth like a deluge, and once unleashed, it wielded an unstoppable force. Shinzi was acutely aware of this, hence she gritted her teeth, endeavoring to appear unfazed. In reality, within a mere span of time, she was teetering on the brink of collapse. To be honest, I eagerly anticipate your willpower overcoming the drug and the body's hormones, Shinyi encouraged with a smile. If you truly succeed, I shall commend you greatly. Should she indeed prevail, Chunyi would be profoundly impressed. Yet, he harbored doubts regarding her potential for success. He was certain it was utterly impossible. No matter how formidable one's willpower or self-control, it could not withstand the dual onslaught of drugs and hormones. Unless this woman were not of flesh and blood but rather a celestial being, such a feat was inconceivable. However, subsequent events induced a flicker of self-doubt within Shinyi. For Shinzi remained there, quietly reciting her incantations, utterly still, seemingly unaffected. The supposed drug and hormones appeared to have no effect whatsoever. Shinyi scrutinized her for a considerable time, observing only her rosy cheeks and slightly trembling form. Nothing more. Either the drug had lost its potency, or this woman possessed an astonishing willpower that firmly suppressed the effects. Shinyi was inclined to believe the former, as it seemed the more plausible explanation. Had Chu Lingxi, that little girl, sold him placebo pills? Shinyi felt a surge of irritation, astonished to discover that she might be a purveyor of false remedies. Frankly, he had no means of verifying whether this drug was effective or its efficacy. As it was a substance that only affected women, it would serve no purpose for men. Had he known this beforehand, he would have had Zualanlan or De Huang take a dose to ascertain the drug's potency, thus avoiding his current predicament. An hour passed. Yet Shinzi displayed no reaction. 2 hours elapsed, and still no response from her. Time stretched to 3 hours, 4 hours, and 4.5 hours. The end of their date was imminent. Yet Shinzi continued reciting her incantations, her demeanor unruffled. It seemed as though everything was of no consequence to her. The desires of the world and the obsessions of humanity had vanished entirely. Can you truly resist it? Chunyi inquired, genuinely astonished. Is this for real? Mr. Chun, all that has form is but an illusion. Shinzi lifted her head, her eyes shining brightly. I hope you can soon see through and relinquish your attachment. Does your heart truly harbor no obsessions? If you are devoid of such attachments, why do you steadfastly guard your husband? Chunyi questioned, regardless of the circumstance. No matter the cost, you refuse to abandon him. Is this not the greatest obsession and delusion? Without engaging in a war of words, Shinzi lowered her head and continued reciting the scriptures. Unable to counter, she chose silence. This exquisite young matron truly understood the essence of argumentation. It seems you are on the verge of victory, Shinyi remarked with a smile. Has my medication lost its efficacy? Your medication remains potent. Shinzi replied with remarkable composure. I feel an overwhelming desire coursing through my body. However, by merely observing such sensations, one can naturally withstand the surging tides of desire and distractions. This is the power of faith. Once a person possesses faith, they seem to become fearless, birthing unprecedented courage and capability. Shinyi dismissed such notions, rejecting the existence of deities and the teachings of Buddha, as well as the faith in Jesus Christ. To him, all forms of belief were mere tricks to deceive. Mr. Chin, there is no need for you to feel defensive. Your obsession with victory will only lead to your unhappiness. Shinzi continued. It would be better to let go. Do you think I have lost? Shinyi replied with a smile. It is not so simple. What does winning or losing matter? Do not cling too tightly. Shinzi too revealed a faint smile. You must feel quite pleased with yourself now, having defeated me in this manner. Yet you are mistaken. Shinyi unveiled the truth. You will completely lose the ability to resist the effects of the drug and will inevitably succumb to its influence. Mr. Chen, what gives you such confidence? Shenzi laughed again, seemingly mocking Chen Ye's self-satisfaction. Because I have doubled the dosage, Chen Yu candidly declared. Not only is it in the wine, but I have also infused the sandalwood with the drug. 2 hours ago, he lit the sandalwood, which was laced with a high concentration of the substance, nearly all of it mixed in, the potency remaining extraordinarily high. With every breath she takes, the drug infiltrates her body, unleashing its terrifying effects. With each inhalation, the accumulation over 2 hours is nearing a moment of explosion. She will find it utterly impossible to resist with sheer willpower. You despicable man. Shenzi abruptly stood, her complexion turning ashen. Just a few minor tactics. Chen Yi replied without a hint of moral burden, laughing instead. To win the affections of a beauty, one must employ some striking methods. As the saying goes, with a compassionate heart and thunderous tactics, he too sought the true teachings from the Buddha of his counterpart's faith. Indeed, the teachings proved effective, bewildering even the followers of the Buddha. You were merely pretending, feigning defeat to lower my guard, only to ultimately breach my defenses. Shenzi suddenly grasped the cunning and shamelessness of this man. One could say so, Chen Yi smiled. Do you not feel a ferocious beast within you yearning to break free? Closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and continued to recite the scriptures, seeking strength from her faith and turning to the Buddha for assistance in overcoming her difficulties. However, her tumultuous thoughts surged through her mind like a relentless torrent. I am a woman too. I possess fundamental physiological needs. Why must I suppress them? After enduring years of hardship, caring for a husband who resembled a eunuch, I have never experienced the joys of intimacy. Shouldn't I indulge in the pleasures that come with being a woman? Although I am a devotee of the Buddha, I am not a reclusive nun. As a disciple of Buddhism, I am entitled to enjoy life, to partake in the sweetness of marital bliss, and to bear children. I should not subject myself to such self-imposed torment. Heaven has already bestowed upon me an abundance of suffering. I cannot continue to punish myself in this manner. There are numerous reasons to abandon my resolve, and now is inclined to relinquish her steadfastness, indifferent to all else, even the outcome of the gambling match. In her eyes, what does it matter if she loses? What if she wins? It is merely an obsession, a fleeting illusion. All appearances are ultimately deceptive. Mr. Chen, may I borrow something from you? In a moment of delirium, blurted out, perhaps a cucumber or an eggplant, fresh vegetables? Chapter 72. I have been defiled. She could no longer contain herself, her gaze becoming increasingly dreamy. The effects of the drugs surged forth in that instant, overwhelming her like a devastating flood. I have no fresh vegetables, Chen Yi replied, shaking his head. Indeed, he had none. They were exceedingly rare in such a frigid environment. Even if fresh vegetables were to emerge from the treasure chest, they would be consumed immediately, hardly leaving any for him. Surely you have some sausages, larger and thicker ones. Preferably longer, continued breathlessly. I certainly have sausages of all shapes and sizes, more than capable of satisfying your desires, Chen Yi chuckled. However, I believe sausages are beneath you. You are a remarkable woman. How could you settle for such fare? You deserve something far superior. Mr. Chen, I do not wish to engage with you, misunderstood. Thinking Chen Yi was about to present his treasured sausages. Yet, he merely smiled and said, you know, the treasure chest can yield a myriad of peculiar items, some of which are utterly useless, like certain intimate women's products. He perceived these items not as shameful or vile, but rather as remarkable scientific inventions. It is essential to recognize that many women lack husbands or boyfriends, yet they too have physiological needs that deserve respect and fulfillment. This is the most fundamental recognition of their dignity. Chen Yi is a man who greatly respects women and acknowledges needs. As he spoke, Chen Yi produced a large pink object. This expression turned to one of terror. Such a remarkable artifact, yet she possesses no confidence to wield it. Fear not. Chen Yi stands as a compassionate elder brother, assuring her that he will handle everything. He is far from a novice. On the contrary, he is replete with experience, whether through instructional videos or practical applications. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Shenzi. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, lifted her wedding dress and slightly bent her knees, imploring his kindness. What does it mean to be cherished? He only comprehends the notion of ruthless destruction. The date has concluded. Shenzi reappeared atop her family vehicle. She had changed out of her wedding gown, now adorned in black stockings and red-soled high heels, which she had also discarded. Presently, her attire was simple, yet she still wore a jade bracelet, quietly reciting Buddhist scriptures. Her cheeks had taken on a vibrant hue, and her previously lifeless eyes sparkled with vitality, much like parched earth rejoicing after a long-awaited rain. It turned out that a woman could experience such joy. This was her most profound realization. Although the frenzy had subsided, Shunzi continued to savor the memories. She even felt a peculiar yearning and sensation, biting her lip, her throat dry. However, the mere thought of her husband beside her instilled an inexplicable sense of shame that abruptly brought her to her senses. She even contemplated giving herself a sharp slap. How could she, a Buddhist, demean herself in such a manner? Husband, what is wrong with you? Shunzi turned her head and was startled. Her husband lay in the passenger seat, foaming at the mouth, having lost consciousness. More absurdly, he wasn't wearing any pants. The car was warm. He certainly hadn't succumbed to the cold. Husband, please wake up. Shunzi hastily checked his physical condition. As a doctor, though lacking medical instruments, she could still assess her husband's health from various physical indicators. Fortunately, after her examination, it appeared to be merely a temporary fainting spell with no serious concerns. This was when Shunzi noticed the peculiar sounds emanating from the car's audio system. Upon replaying it, her face reddened like a ripe apple. This was because Shunzi had promised her husband that their meeting with Chunyi would be recorded in its entirety. Thus, whatever transpired was known to him. The car's recorder had played back everything, unveiling her embarrassing moments in their entirety. How humiliating. How disgraceful. She wished she could find a crevice to hide in. How could you do this? Shunzi glared at her husband, scolding him fiercely. It was likely that he had listened to the recording, becoming so overwhelmed that he fainted and began foaming at the mouth. His health had never been robust. Merely experiencing heightened emotions could lead to such a fainting spell, let alone the vigorous activities that had ensued. After a considerable wait, the man finally regained consciousness. Upon witnessing his disheveled state, he quickly explained, "Wife, I'm fine. Please don't worry." Shunzi coldly replied, "What were you thinking? Are you unaware of your own health condition?" "I'm sorry," the man sheepishly admitted. "I couldn't help it. It was too exhilarating. My scalp tingled, and I truly couldn't resist." Hearing this, Shunzi contemplated reprimanding him further. But reflecting on her own disgraceful demeanor, which far surpassed his, she found herself at a loss for words. "I have a cold and am constantly sniffling." The man carelessly tossed wads of tissue, seemingly smeared with mucus, out of the car window. Initially, Shunzi had not paid much attention, but now, as he made the motion, she noticed and felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Do you have anything to say?" After calming her emotions, Shunzi spoke slowly. "Wife." The man grasped Shunzi's hand with excitement. "Wife, you are simply amazing." This was the sole expression he wished to convey, the deepest sentiment of his heart. "Oh." Shunzi abruptly withdrew her hand, unwilling to allow her husband to touch her any longer. "What is wrong?" The man, puzzled, furrowed his brow. "Could you please refrain from touching me in the future?" Shunzi stammered. "Why?" The man nearly broke down. His own wife, refusing his touch? Even if he felt utterly impotent, was he not permitted even a brief contact? Was it because of him? Was it due to his commands? The man shouted in anger. "Do you so obediently heed his words? Is he your husband? Are you truly upset?" Shunzi frowned, clearly displeased. "Isn't everything merely your design? Now that you have what you wanted, why are you unhappy?" "Of course I am angry," the man retorted. "You need to clarify things for me." "There is nothing to clarify," Shunzi sighed. "I simply feel dirty. My hands are dirty. My mouth is dirty. My body is dirty." "Dirty?" The man replied, bewildered. "I don't see it. You seem very clean to me." "I am dirty," Shunzi whispered through her tears. "My hands have done things they should not have. Thus they are tainted. My mouth has uttered words it should not have, and it too is sullied. Other places as well, no longer pure and pristine." Chapter 73. What a system loan. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as Chinyi reappeared within the vehicle. Upon seeing his return, Zualanon immediately began chattering joyfully. However, Chinyi remained silent, merely placing a finger to his lips, signaling her to be quiet. Zualanon was perplexed. Chandy extracted a cigarette, lit it quietly, and took a deep drag, casting the silver ash out the window before exhaling a long, contented sigh. "What is this?" "The post-event smoke. A post-event cigarette, a blissful escape." After finishing the cigarette, he finally spoke. "Has there been any change in Tang Shuero?" "No, she is still asleep." "Has T awakened yet?" Zualanon replied. "She won't just sleep to death, will she?" "No," Chinyi asserted firmly, shaking his head, as Tang Shuero was his teammate. He could monitor her physical condition in real time. Her condition was stable, although he did not explain why she remained in a coma. One thing was certain, she would not perish. Let us begin the synthesis. Shinyi commanded. Synthesize all the resources in the system warehouse. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 bottles of legendary-grade mineral water. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 legendary-grade sausages. Ding. Legendary-grade resources are the highest tier available in this version and cannot be upgraded further. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 250 liters of super fuel. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 super bear paws. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 9 special snake galls. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving a super pickup truck. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 super nameless fruits. A series of notification sounds rang out. For reasons unknown, Shinyi felt an exhilarating thrill. This sensation of advancement was second only to the satisfaction of relieving oneself and dozing off with a partner. As for which of the latter two was more pleasurable, Shinyi remained uncertain. Each had its merits. The act of relieving oneself was brief, while dozing off. Given Shinyi's combat prowess, could last an entire night. Wait a moment, why was there a super pickup truck? Shinyi recalled having only 9 special pickup trucks. And according to the rules, it was impossible to synthesize a super pickup, due to the lack of one special pickup truck. The system supplemented the host with an additional truck, bringing the total to 10 for synthesis. This method allowed the host to swiftly enjoy the benefits of a super pickup. The system's cold voice echoed. How generous. Shinyi, feeling quite wary, thought, surely, there must be a catch. What kind of character does the system possess? It could not possibly be so benevolent. There must be some hidden agenda. There is no catch. The system's frigid voice resonated once more, merely a legitimate system loan. Wait. Shinya's hair stood on end. What do you mean by loan? A system loan? That was a far more terrifying tool of capitalist exploitation than payday loans, high-interest loans, or mortgages. The host need not worry. Simply return 2 special pickup trucks within 7 days. After 7 days, the requirement would increase by 1 special pickup truck each day, which could be deemed economical. The system's voice sounded peculiar, obviously having been subjected to numerous unwanted encounters. Shinyi cursed vehemently, knowing that the system had no good intentions. The host need not be agitated. The super pickup truck is exceptionally formidable. The system responded. Upgrading to a motorhome is undoubtedly a great value. Silence. Shinyi wished to disregard it, only focusing on the super pickup truck he had just acquired. The super pickup truck was quite large and appeared quite imposing. Its length was 68 meters, with a curb weight of 38 tons, a maximum towing capacity of 136 tons, and tire dimensions of 37,125/20. Featuring snow tires with chains for superior grip. What a prank! Shinyi exclaimed. Upgrade the vehicle. Time to enhance the motorhome as well. Only by upgrading the vehicle to a considerable size would he feel secure. At the very least, he needed a large truck. Only a large truck could dominate in various traffic mishaps, in the eyes of a large truck driver. Other vehicles were merely meat encased in steel. One press of the accelerator could turn a small car driver into a flattened mess. Any experienced driver would know. Steer clear of large trucks, steer clear of large trucks, steer clear of large trucks. A low hum resonated, and a flash of white light appeared. Ding. Congratulations, you have upgraded your vehicle. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired a 12-wheeled large truck. A large truck emerged in the snowy landscape. Towering and majestic, it far surpassed the motorhome in grandeur. Length, 181 meters. Width, 255 meters. Height, 40 meters. Total weight, 15 tons. Standing at an impressive height of 4 meters, Shinyi, this formidable figure, appeared diminutive beside it, weighing a staggering 15 tons. Even a slight collision with a small vehicle could result in catastrophic consequences. Congratulations to the host for completing the vehicle upgrade. The RV has been transformed into a 12-wheeled truck. The range has been enhanced by 150%. The speed remains unchanged. While the vehicle's armor has increased by 50%, the lifespan of the vehicle has been extended by 30%. The surge in these statistics is nothing short of terrifying. Opening the vehicle panel. Vehicle type, 12-wheeled truck. Vehicle name, Bumblebee. Vehicle color, yellow. Maximum driving range, 1,000 kilometers. Maximum speed, 120 kilometers per hour. Armor value, 500. Note: if armor value falls below 25, it will affect speed. If below 10, it will be inoperable. Vehicle lifespan, 20 years. All aspects have improved, except for the speed, which remains capped at 120 due to the substantial weight. Nonetheless, it is quite satisfactory. Chunyi entered the vehicle. The cockpit was significantly larger and far more comfortable than before. The array of advanced electronic devices was remarkably high-tech and quite pleasant. The cabin had been fully enclosed, resembling a large RV equipped with all necessary amenities. "Wow!" exclaims Walan, her face filled with admiration. "It's so big, so long, so tall. Is it really that exaggerated?" Chunyi mused, slightly speechless. "Boss, you have no idea. I adore things that are big and long." Zwalanlan chuckled mischievously. Chunyi sensed something was off about her. "Zwalanlan, here are the materials. Continue with the synthesis." Chunyi transferred the materials to her. "Understood," she responded, saluting with a dazed expression. "I will ensure the task is completed." Following the previous protocol, another round of synthesis commenced. Once completed, she promptly transferred the materials back to Chunyi. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 25 liters of super fuel." "Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a legendary bear paw." "Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving 10 super nameless fruits." These are excellent items. Chunyi rubbed his hands together, intrigued by their potential effects. However, he resisted the urge to use them immediately. Synthesis must continue. It is imperative to proceed with additional synthesis. Thankfully, having accepted Tangshuoro has proven to be immensely beneficial. Chapter 74, Strength. Snake Gallbladder. It's about to explode. "Zwalanlan, I have a task for you," Chunyi instructed. "Wake Tangshuoro within 1 minute." "Yes," Zwalanlan replied confidently. "I will ensure the task is completed." With that, she began calling out Tangshuoro's name, even resorting to having Bumblebee lick her face. The rough tongue brushed against the fair complexion, yet regardless of the attempts, Tangshuoro remained in a deep slumber, resembling a sleeping beauty. "Time is running out," Chunyi reminded her. "Here goes." Zwalanlan gritted her teeth and delivered a series of resounding slaps to Tangshuoro. The sharp sounds echoed, each slap louder than the last. Before long, Tangshuoro awoke, rubbing her severely swollen eyes and lamenting. "What happened?" "It hurts." "Did I have a nightmare?" Zwalanlan inquired with concern. "What did you dream about?" "I dreamt someone slapped me," Tangshuoro retorted angrily. "It was that vile Li Dan." Her fury towards Li Dan had reached its zenith, as Li Dan had stripped her of everything. "Li Dan is truly wicked," Zwalanlan replied. "Next time you see her, give her a good slap." "Yes," Tangshuoro nodded. A resounding slap. "All right, I will provide you with supplies. Follow my instructions," Chunyi interjected. "Understood." Tangshuoro quickly straightened up, awaiting Chunyi's orders. The task was straightforward. The synthesis was completed swiftly, and the supplies were successfully delivered to Chunyi. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 25 liters of legendary fuel." "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a legendary bear paw." "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have secured a legendary flame fruit." Once again, 3 legendary items had been obtained. Chunyi was immensely pleased and eager to discover the effects of these legendary materials. "What is the purpose of the legendary bear paw?" Chunyi mused, retrieving the legendary bear paw, which appeared unchanged. "Ding. Effect of the legendary bear paw upon consumption. One can forego food for a month. Side effects include emitting 3 foul-smelling flatulence daily, predictably and noisily." "Damn," Chunyi cursed. "It has side effects?" In all honesty, not needing to eat for a month in a world of post-apocalyptic survival was nothing short of extraordinary. A single bear paw could eradicate hunger entirely. However, for someone as well-stocked as Chunyi, it held little value, especially with such absurd side effects. Wait a moment. A brilliant idea struck Chunyi. He could sell it to Zhang Xiaoquan. How delightful. Yes, sell it to him at a high price. Suddenly, Chunyi realized something was amiss. Why was there now a functional description? Previously, there had been no such details. For instance, with the legendary mineral water. He had to personally consume it to understand its effects. Yet now, a textual explanation was provided. Ding. As the host is a system loan user. This is one of the perks. The system's cold voice resonated. System loan users enjoy free benefits. It's a delightful experience. So that is how it is? Chunyi nodded, finding it reasonable. System loan users are essentially privileged by the system, and having some benefits is acceptable. However, he had no intention of engaging in any system loans. It must end immediately, otherwise, the compounding interest would be terrifying. Can others see the function description of the legendary bear paw? Xinyi inquired. No, the system replied, the textual description is an exclusive privilege for system loan users. A symbol of status. It is extraordinarily esteemed, and not everyone can possess it. Understood. Since others could not see it, it was of no concern. He promptly listed the legendary bear paw for sale, complete with the textual description. Legendary bear paw. Function, consume 1, and you need not eat for a year. It is exceptionally delicious, leaving a lingering taste. Price, 5 pickup trucks. Special note, not for sale to Zhang Xiaoquan. Once this information was released, the group chat erupted once more. What is going on? A legendary bear paw? The formidable individual possesses legendary grade resources? What is the benevolent Yi planning? Is he clashing with Zhang Xiaoquan? Is the legendary bear paw truly that remarkable? A year without the need for sustenance. Few in the group can afford a legendary bear paw. Most are merely spectators. Xinyi has but one objective, Zhang Xiaoquan. The notion of forcing a sale is not a transaction. Deliberately noting that it is not for sale to him merely ignites the rival's competitive spirit. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, someone reaches out to Xinyi. The name reads, Hey Jean. Handsome. Sell me the legendary bear paw. I have 5 pickup trucks to offer. The voice message carries a strong southern accent. Xinyi finds it hard to believe such strength exists. To be fair, he himself cannot produce 5 pickup trucks at present. Jean speaks nonchalantly, seemingly confident in his capabilities, and has proactively initiated a trade with Xinyi. However, Xinyi does not accept. He awaits a fateful connection. And Jean is evidently not that individual. Moreover, today has already seen a loss of synthesis opportunities. The entire team lacks any chance to synthesize. If a trade were made now to obtain pickup trucks, after left Landland's consumption, he would receive 100 in return. Yet, without the ability to synthesize later, he risks overflowing his inventory. Following an overflow, the system would devour him at midnight, making it an unwise decision. Waiting for synthesis opportunities tomorrow would be ideal. Everything could flow smoothly in one go. Are you trying to inflate the price? Playing hardball? Jean expressed some irritation. As a person from Guangdong, he has consumed various delicacies. Yet he has never tasted a bear paw, let alone a legendary one, to satisfy his culinary cravings and be a proper Guangdong lad. He is willing to part with 5 pickup trucks without hesitation. Yet, the response is a refusal? It's not about price gouging. It's merely about selling to a fated person. Xinyi does not explain. You don't plan to sell it to that scoundrel Zhang Xiaoquan, do you? Jean cursed. The term scoundrel implies the demise of one's entire family. Haven't I already noted that I want to sell to him? Xinyi deliberately inquired. You are quite the savvy one. Jean chuckled. As a southerner, he naturally understands business and is well versed in various trade strategies. The phrase you're quite the savvy one implies a talent for making money and conducting business. After a moment of thought, he comprehends that Xinyi intends to outsmart Zhang Xiaoquan. Having his own grievances with Zhang, he is naturally pleased to see it unfold. Handsome, if you have the goods, send them over. I'll buy them in a heartbeat. Jean laughed, especially if it's something delicious enough to lick one's lips over. Remember me. He relishes delectable hard goods. What about snake gall? Xinyi possesses 9 special snake galls. Snake gall? Impressive. Jean exclaimed, that's absolutely fantastic. People from Guangdong are known for their affinity for snake dishes, with snake gall being a delicacy among delicacies, especially when consumed raw. A practice that has existed since ancient times. However, the younger generation deems raw consumption as uncouth. Yet true connoisseurs from Guangdong know how to prepare snake gall exquisitely, ensuring safety while creating a delicious marinated dish. Just as Jean said, fantastic. Snake gall. Absolutely marvelous. Chapter 75. Fearless of the Guangdong Gourmand. Xinyi was somewhat taken aback by his fervor. Being a northerner, he found it difficult to comprehend the obsession a Guangdong epicure had for delicacies from land and sea. However, he refrained from initiating a transaction immediately, opting instead to examine a special-grade snake gallbladder for its effects. He hoped it would not have any severe side effects. He bore no grudge against Jean and intended to inform him of any adverse effects beforehand. Should Jean still insist on purchasing, it would not be his fault if things went awry. Special-grade snake gallbladder. Function, after consumption, immunity to any snake venom for 1 month. Characteristic, incredibly delicious. Side effect, daily diarrhea. The side effects were rather significant. Xinyi furrowed his brow. Were it up to him, he would certainly decline to purchase or consume it. Immunity to snake venom was essentially a feudal advantage, while the claim of deliciousness was utterly worthless. The prospect of daily diarrhea presented a considerable drawback. In the bitter cold, even a simple act of relieving oneself could be a torment, let alone dealing with diarrhea. Brother, the special-grade snake gallbladder has considerable side effects. Chun Yi conveyed the situation candidly, without any concealment. Ah, Jean, he exclaimed excitedly, I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Upon hearing the gallbladder's delicious attribute, Jin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. As for the daily diarrhea side effect, to a Guangdong native, that hardly seemed like a side effect at all. For those accustomed to daily raw marinated dishes, diarrhea was merely a commonplace occurrence. Are you truly buying? Chun Yi was greatly surprised, not expecting Jin to hesitate not even for a moment. How about a special-grade snake gallbladder for one pickup truck? He attempted to propose a price that he deemed quite reasonable. All right, I'll buy. Jin immediately initiated the transaction, a pickup truck already prepared. Well then, with Jin so eager, Chun Yi, as the seller, felt it inappropriate to voice further reservations. Before long, the transaction was completed, and a pickup truck appeared in Chun Yi's system warehouse. Handsome, come again. Come again. Jin continued. I have 4 more pickup trucks. How many snake gallbladders do you have left? For more? Chun Yi told a little white lie. In truth, he possessed 7 in total. But he could not sell them all to Jin. After all, these were treats for De Huang. Wait a moment. I wonder if De Huang will suffer from diarrhea after consuming a special-grade snake gallbladder? Must buy. Must buy. Jin was overjoyed, prompting another transaction. This was a windfall. And Chun Yi naturally did not decline, acquiring another 4 pickup trucks. However, he could not synthesize them yet. If he could, lettings will Lon consume one would easily settle his system debt. Jin. On the back of a large truck, Jin gazed at the 5 pungent snake gallbladders. Excitement palpable in his every gesture. He could not wait a second longer and immediately began preparing the most authentic chaos on raw marinated dish. First, he combined soy sauce, fish sauce, and salt, then garlic, ginger, and chili, followed by rice wine, sugar, and vinegar, finishing with a sprinkle of scallions and cilantro. With everything prepared, all that remained was to wait. Time bestows upon ingredients an enticing freshness. As a seasoned gourmet, Jin understands the significance of patience. He knows that waiting is essential. After a period of immersion, he can finally relish the exquisite cuisine. Jin slices open the snake gall, initially savoring it in small bites, but soon finds it so delectable that he begins to devour it with abandon. Truly, what a delightful flavor. He is utterly enraptured, overwhelmed by the exquisite taste. He finishes the substantial snake gall in mere minutes, having exercised considerable restraint in his tasting. Such delicacies should not be rushed. They must be savored, appreciated thoroughly. He feels it now. A pressing urgency arises within him. His stomach growls, clearly indicating that he is on the verge of transformation into a jet-propelled warrior. Yet, he harbors no regrets. He continues to indulge in the snake gall. The notion of becoming a jet-propelled warrior is merely part of the everyday experience. Brother, are you targeting me? Zhang Xiaoquan expressed his displeasure. Why won't you sell me the legendary bear paw? My possessions are mine to sell as I wish. Chun Yi replied with a smile. How about if I insist on purchasing? Zhang Xiaoquan retorted defiantly. I can spend my money however I please. And if I refuse to sell, what then? Chun Yi chuckled at his simplicity. If you don't sell 5 pickup trucks, what about 6? Zhang Xiaoquan waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence. I will not sell. Chun Yi promptly rejected. What about 7? Zhang Xiaoquan pressed on, increasingly determined to obtain the item. Not for sale, was Chun Yi's unwavering response. And 8? Zhang Xiaoquan nearly shouted. Though the thought of parting with 8 trucks pained him, pride dictated his persistence. Save your breath. Chun Yi laughed. If you arrange a date for your mother with me, I shall gift you the legendary bear paw. Don't be disrespectful, Chun. Zhang Xiaoquan seethed. How dare you covet my pure-hearted mother? We share mutual affection. Chun Yi replied, bemused, if I were to invite your mother on a date, she would undoubtedly accept without hesitation. Stop the nonsense. Zhang Xiaoquan retorted angrily. Do not insult my mother again, or I shall end your entire lineage. Calm down. Chun Yi chuckled. Look at you, so agitated. Let us get back to business. How about 9 pickup trucks? Zhang Xiaoquan returned to the matter at hand, his purpose being to acquire the legendary bear paw, rather than squabble over familial matters. Not possible. 10 trucks. Deal. Huh? Zhang Xiaoquan was taken aback. He had not expected the agreement to be accepted so readily. The deal was struck. Chun-Yi initiated the transaction, adding, in addition to the legendary bear paw, I have a little something extra for you. Humph. Zhang Xiaoquan scoffed, at least you possess a conscience. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the deal. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired 10 pickup trucks. The 10 trucks were stored within Chun-Yi's system warehouse. With the previous 5, he now had a total of 15 pickup trucks. Under the promise of a 100-fold return, there lies the staggering number of 1,500 pickup trucks, an overwhelming quantity indeed, coupled with 3 syntheses. It is simply astounding. Chun-Yi expressed his inability to calculate the figures. He has always been poor at mathematics, utterly incapable of keeping up. Nonetheless, he is certain that he will be able to repay the system loan by tomorrow, liberating himself from the clutches of that insidious system. The system warehouse is still too small. Chun-Yi felt a profound sadness. He must upgrade the warehouse, for otherwise, the supplies cannot be accommodated, leading to frequent overflows, which is exceedingly distressing. By the way, Chun-Yi inquired curiously, what special effects does the legendary grade fuel possess? He currently has merely 25 liters of this legendary fuel, with no other oil and gas resources to speak of. Chapter 76, At Your Service. Hee. Delicious legendary bear paws. Zhang Xiaoquan was overjoyed. Yet he refrained from opening the box immediately. Inside, not only were there the delectable bear paws, but also a complimentary gift from Chun-Yi. Presumably some spices to enhance the flavor of the legendary bear paws. Mom, happy birthday, Zhang Xiaoquan declared, presenting the gift to his beloved mother within the confines of the RV. Why did he go to such lengths to procure the legendary bear paws? It was solely due to his mother's birthday. Today marks a significant day of tribulation for her, and as a dutiful son, he was willing to spend any amount to present her with a gift. What a good son. Relishing the warm ambience of the RV, Luo Zijuan was equally delighted. On the table lay cake, roasted meat, and red wine. Such a feast, in the survival world, could indeed be deemed luxurious. It was the exquisite bear paws, a legendary grade delicacy. Zhang Xiaoquan explained, I've heard that consuming it will stave off hunger for an entire year, and it is incredibly delicious. Good. Luo Zijuan chuckled. You are the best, son. Mom, open it. Zhang Xiaoquan eagerly anticipated his mother's reaction as she unwrapped the gift he had chosen. Sure, it would bring her immense joy. Where did you buy this? Luo Zijuan asked, not immediately opening the box. Never you mind, Zhang Xiaoquan replied. Reluctant to lie to his mother, yet unwilling to mention Chun-Yi in her presence. His mother must not have any connection to Chun-Yi. All right. Luo Zijuan finally opened the box, refraining from further inquiries. In truth, she had already surmised that the bear paws were purchased from Chun-Yi. The chatter in the group had been incessant, and she herself had been closely following Chun-Yi's every move. Soon, the box was opened, revealing 2 smaller boxes inside. One contained the bear paws, while the other held a set of purple lingerie. Due to the transparent packaging, it was immediately visible. Zhang Xiaoquan was momentarily stunned. His eyes wide in disbelief, at a loss for words. Is this what Chun-Yi referred to as a complimentary gift? What on earth is this? Chun-Yi, have you lost your mind? How could you gift such lingerie to my mother? Such revealing attire. What do you take her for? My mother is pure and virtuous, the most sacred woman in this world. Yet, Chun-Yi has sent something only a harlot would wear. Within his heart, tumultuous waves surged. Yet he dared not reveal a hint of his turmoil, forcing a semblance of a smile instead. The mischievous boy, with a heart full of filial piety, still remembered his mother's fondness for the color purple. Luo Zijuan was immediately captivated by the enigmatic hue, completely forgetting about the delectable bear paw. Eagerly, she took the small box and hurried to her bedroom. Mom, Zhang Xiaoquan wished to intervene, but found himself at a loss for words. What's wrong? Luo Zijuan replied with a smile. I want to see if it fits. Otherwise, shall we eat the bear paw first? Zhang Xiaoquan suggested awkwardly. There's no rush. I'm not very hungry right now, she replied, entering her room with the box ajar. Once inside, she quickly opened the box. Why was Luo Zijuan so exhilarated? The answer was simple. She knew it was a gift from Chun-Yi. After all, the bear paw was Chun-Yi's creation. Her foolish son would never bestow gifts upon women, let alone intimate apparel. The notion of a son gifting his beautiful mother lingerie was utterly absurd. Inside the box, alongside the lingerie, lay a small card bearing Chun-Yi's handwriting. Happy birthday, little hoof. This brief message elevated Luo Zijuan's spirits. Holding the tiny card felt akin to embracing her ideal partner, as she twirled joyfully in place. He indeed remembered her birthday. during their intimate moments. She had told Chun-Yi that she did not expect a gift, yet he had truly remembered, indicating she held a place in his heart. As for the term little hoof, while it might sound like an insult, it was, in fact, a term of endearment, and Luo Zijuan was not the least bit offended. The intimacy they shared was far more audacious than anything she experienced now, bringing her immense pleasure. Once she calmed her excitement, Luo Zijuan donned the purple lingerie. It fit perfectly, complementing her exquisite figure. Although the fabric was minimal, it artistically accentuated her physical beauty, devoid of any vulgarity, instead highlighting the allure of a refined woman. Such feminine charm holds an irresistible allure for every man. Standing before the full-length mirror, she admired her flawless physique, honed through years of yoga practice. Should she snap a photo for her little adversary? With a playful smile, she mused, this will surely captivate him. She reached for her phone, preparing to take a picture to send. However, a small detail suddenly crossed her mind. Her little rival seemed to have a penchant for black stockings. She rummaged through her belongings, slowly putting on the exquisite black stockings that embraced her shapely calves without an ounce of excess flesh. But wait, if he likes black stockings, should I wear them? With a cunning smile, Luo Zijuan decided against it. You fancy black stockings, but I shall wear nude instead. She selected a sheer pair of nude tights, gently slipping them over her petite feet adorned with crimson nail polish. The arch of her foot was beautifully defined, her fair skin even revealing the delicate textures and pores. Opting for thigh-high nude stockings instead of pantyhose, she found that the stockings unexpectedly added a unique allure to her alabaster legs. Once she had adorned herself with a subtle touch of makeup, complemented by a shade of violet eyeshadow, she gazed into the mirror numerous times until she felt satisfied. Subsequently, she grappled with her poses, experimenting with several options, each leaving her unsatisfied. Some were too revealing and frivolous, others too austere or excessively ascetic. After much contemplation, she finally captured a photograph that pleased her. Initially, she had considered inviting her son to take the pictures, but ultimately, she was content with the last shot. The adage a son avoids his mother rang true. In her current appearance, it was indeed not ideal for her son to witness her. How do I look? Beautiful, my little scamp? Luo Zijuan's cheeks flushed as she lay on the bed, fixated on her phone, eagerly awaiting Chun-Ye's response, reminiscent of a lovesick young girl. After a prolonged wait, Chun-Yi replied simply, beautiful. Little scamp, it's your birthday today, shall we meet? Luo Zijuan sent a voice message, her tone sultry and enticing. Let us meet. Chun-Yi promptly utilized a date card. He still had plenty of dating opportunities left. Despite having just engaged in a previous encounter, it had no bearing on his stamina, which remained at 80%, fully capable of capturing both tigers and dragons. Rejected. To his surprise, Luo Zijuan clicked decline. The one who initiated the invitation and flaunted her photos was now the one to refuse? Chun-Yi? Little scamp, I'm sorry, but today my sister has no availability. Luo Zijuan maintained her flirtatious demeanor. Wearing the lingerie I gifted you, and you claim you have no time? Chun-Yi retorted. You little minx, you're not planning to betray me, are you? What's wrong? Is that not permissible? Luo Zijuan chuckled. Today, I shall accompany another man. Woman, you tread on dangerous ground, Chun-Yi replied coldly. He regarded his woman as a cherished possession, and he would not allow another man even a glance at her. What? Are you jealous? Luo Zijuan laughed. All right, I want to tease you further. I must be with my son. Every birthday, she devoted time to her son. Whether it was her own birthday or his. Legendary bear paws. Do not consume them, Chun-Yi advised. I have something far better for you. Why should I? Luo Zijuan, with a rebellious spirit, replied, why should I heed your words? Obey me. Chun-Yi's tone brooked no argument. Have you forgotten your place? Very well. Luo Zijuan knelt on the bed, performing a courtly gesture as if addressing an emperor. Your servant obeys. Chapter 77. Accompanying my son, and also my father. Gazing at her reflection, Luo Zijuan was torn between continuing to wear the lingerie and nude stockings or changing her attire. Without the command of that man, she felt too intimidated to change. After all, she had declared herself a servant, both body and soul under the dominion of a nefarious man. In the end, she chose to don a substantial coat that concealed all her allure. She also slipped into jeans and put on glossy high-heeled shoes. Though clad in stockings, no one could discern them, rendering her sensuality elusive. The intoxicating hint of her charm was reserved solely for her little scamp. Taking a deep breath, Luo Zijuan entered the room, adopting the unique sternness of a devoted mother. Son, It's your birthday. I do not wish to chastise you. Luo Zijuan spoke coldly. Have you not realized your mistake? Zhang Xiaoquan lowered his head, admitting, I was wrong. What was the error? Luo Zijuan's delicate face bore a hint of chill. Zhang Xiaoquan fumbled for words, unable to articulate my thoughts. What was amiss? Luo Zijuan crossed her legs, revealing her fair ankles, elegantly encased in exquisite stockings, exuding an undeniable allure. Overwhelmed by anxiety, I found myself speechless. Humph. Luo Zijuan let out a frosty snort and swiftly slapped my face. The sound echoed sharply, leaving me momentarily dazed. Kneel. She commanded sternly, her eyes radiating an unassailable queenly authority. Mom, I protested, feeling deeply aggrieved. I am the leader of the team. I was no longer a child. I was, after all, a significant figure, commanding a following of dozens. Though I wouldn't claim to be invincible, I was certainly a person of note. Being slapped was one thing, but to kneel like in my childhood days? Are you still my son? Luo Zijuan fixed her gaze upon me, her voice icy. Unable to meet her eyes, I sighed and succumbed to her demand, kneeling obediently. At that moment, a trace of softness crossed Luo Zijuan's otherwise composed features. Mom, I am your son, and that will never change. Even if I were to become an emperor, I would still be your son. Kneeling on the ground, I bowed my head and wished, Mom, happy birthday. Seeing my sincere blessing, Luo Zijuan finally relented. All right, stand and speak. No, I resolutely shook my head. I shall remain kneeling to listen to your teachings. You are quite the orator, she teased, playfully poking my forehead with her delicate finger, her affection evident. Mom, are your legs tired? I inquired, eager to please. Let me massage them for you. I began to knead her legs, and she allowed it, clearly finding it quite pleasant. My son, the lingerie is quite lovely, but please refrain from gifting it in the future. It does not suit you to give such items. I am rather conservative. Such scant fabric is simply inappropriate. Luo Zijuan advised earnestly. If one is to pretend, one must commit fully. She could not allow her son to discover that the lingerie had been a gift from Qinyi. Were he to learn of its origin, he would insist she discard it, a notion she vehemently opposed. Thus, she chose to put her son through this charade. Moreover, the act must be flawless, utterly convincing. Not only did she need to reprimand him, but she also had to slap him and even demand he kneel. Understood, mother, I acknowledged through gritted teeth, forcing a smile while inwardly cursing Chun Yi 1,000 times. If it weren't for Chun Ye's meddling, I would not be in such a predicament. Enough. Let us enjoy the cake. Luo Zijuan yawned, aware she had matters to attend to afterward, needing to also spend time with my father. Are we not having the legendary bear paw? I asked, puzzled. Surely, it must surpass cake by a considerable margin? Not anymore, Luo Zijuan blurted out impulsively. Your father forbids it. What? I was equally taken aback. My father? Hasn't he been deceased for many years? Coughing lightly, Luo Zijuan replied. All right, let us eat the cake. Mom, are you missing Dad? Zhang Xiaoquan, in a moment of misguided cleverness, declared, I don't even know who your father is. Luo Zijuan rolled her eyes, dismissing his words as trivial. What? Zhang Xiaoquan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Was his mother's life truly so indiscreet? Had she been with so many men that she could not identify his father? No, this was unacceptable. How could his mother, who seemed pure and virtuous, possibly be a woman of loose morals, a harlot who had shared her bed with countless men? What do you mean? Luo Zijuan clarified. You don't have a father. I conceived you through artificial insemination. She had procured sperm from a sperm bank, and as for whose it was, she herself was uncertain. Oh, Zhang Xiaoquan was taken aback, realizing he was fatherless. The thought unsettled him, almost as if he had been insulted. After a prolonged moment, he gradually accepted this revelation and resumed slicing the cake. After Luo Zijuan blew out the candles and indulged in the cake, she rubbed her forehead and retreated to her bedroom for rest. Zhang Xiaoquan, massaging his knees, began to savor a legendary bear paw. His mother still loved him, having reserved such a delectable treat entirely for him. Without delving into its effects, the legendary bear paw was undeniably exquisite. Given their affluent circumstances, he had experienced many culinary delights. Yet, even so, the legendary bear paw astonished him. The food was so delicious that he found it hard to harbor any ill will towards Qinyi. Initially, he had fantasized about exacting revenge on Qinyi, but now, reflecting on the delightful dish provided by him, Qinyi appeared somewhat endearing. Previously, he had mourned the loss of 10 pickup trucks, but now he felt no remorse whatsoever. The aroma was intoxicating, utterly mesmerizing. Meanwhile, Luo Zijuan tossed and turned in bed, eagerly awaiting Chun Ye's invitation. However, his silence left her feeling quite disheartened. "Hey, are we meeting up?" she asked candidly, having completely shed her earlier reserve and sternness in front of her son, transforming into a more delicate version of herself. "Are you not with your son?" After a prolonged wait, Chun Yi finally replied, "Was that it? It's already over?" Indeed, Luo Zijuan chuckled playfully. "Sister is all set. Come on over." "Sorry, I'm busy," Chun Yi declined this time. "Why?" Luo Zijuan felt frustrated. "Is it because I turned you down before? That seems rather petty." "It's not that. I genuinely have matters to attend to." Chun Yi was not being petty. He simply had no time. "All right then," Luo Zijuan sighed. "Carry on with your tasks. If you need any assistance, feel free to ask." She had initially intended to be a bit coy, especially since it was her birthday, and she believed she deserved an evening filled with warmth and joy. However, after some contemplation, she decided against it. She was not a young girl anymore and did not wish to be clingy or burdensome. Suddenly, Chun Yi inquired, "Would you be willing to become my teammate?" If she agreed to be on his team today, he could utilize her synthesis chances to resolve numerous complications. In any case, the number of female teammates was still far too limited, creating many inconveniences. Chun Yi longed for more female allies, more, and even more. Not today, Luo Zijuan hesitated. At least not for now. This was a significant matter that required her careful consideration. She is no longer a little girl, but a woman of experience, burdened with numerous concerns. She must contemplate many matters. It is impossible for her to simply follow Chun Yi out of impulsive love. Deep down, however, she yearns to be with him every day. Chapter 78. The Legendary Flame Ability Fruit. Very well. Chun Yi did not press the issue, but mischievously remarked, "Next time, I'll ask you in bed." He teased, questioning her playfully. Chun Yi was confident that, with his indomitable spirit, he could win her over, ensuring she would eagerly comply. Uncomprehending, Luo Zijuan displayed a bewildered expression, reverting to her innocent demeanor, unable to grasp his words. "I have a race against Zhang Xiaoquan," Chun Yi chuckled. "How about I wager you on it? A race for one's mother. Now that would be a fierce contest." "Humph." Luo Zijuan scoffed. "What do you take me for?" She was decidedly displeased. "What do you mean?" Chun Yi laughed. "Are you not my enchanting little vixen?" "Bah, bah, bah." Luo Zijuan retorted. "I am a dignified mother." "Dignified?" Chun Yi chuckled. "You are only dignified in public. Behind closed doors, you are quite the wild one." Quite the contrast. Regardless, she was determined to win against Zhang Xiaoquan. Chun Yi grinned. "I will win you too." "Humph." Luo Zijuan declared proudly. "I do not believe you can defeat my son. What if you lose?" "Lose?" Chun Yi shook his head. "That is impossible. Although I am uncertain how I will win, I am absolutely certain I will not lose. With my intelligence, how could I possibly fail?" "What? You think you can succeed solely by relying on luck?" "Nonsense. My achievements are built upon countless drops of sweat, each a testament to my unwavering resolve. If you lose, you will belong to me." Luo Zijuan adopted a stern tone. "You shall be my servant, bound in my bedroom, hidden from the world." Such cruelty? Chun Yi was astonished, not expecting this alluring woman to possess such a commanding side. "You will not be fed and must call me mother," Luo Zijuan threatened fiercely. "If you refuse, I will utterly drain you." "What if I do call you?" Chun Yi asked, trembling with fear. "Then I will drain you even more," Luo Zijuan replied menacingly, in every conceivable manner. Hee. Chun Yi chuckled wickedly. "Just don't beg for mercy then." This woman, how audacious she was. Truly defiant. "Who fears whom?" Luo Zijuan exclaimed, her spirits lifted. "You think you can challenge me now? I am parched for your attention." Before, she had been indifferent, but now she was exceedingly eager. Should Chun Yi truly invite her out, she would readily agree. Eager to showcase what it means to be a strict mother. "Hiki. Just hold on." Chun Yi teased. "I am currently occupied." With that, he logged off. Watching Chun Yi's avatar turn dark, Luo Zijuan felt a profound sense of loss. There was no other choice but to wash his hands, gather some sanitary supplies, cover himself with a blanket, and engage manual mode. Could it alleviate his worries? Only self could. Chun Yi had always been indifferent to such matters regarding women. For men, the paramount concern remained their careers. Chun Yi delved into the study of legendary-grade fuel, for fuel was the most crucial element in the world of road survival. Item: fuel. Grade: legendary. Thermal efficiency: 1 liter propels for 6,000 kilometers. Based on the host's current main vehicle, usage condition, special grade engine. Astounded, Chinyi exclaimed in disbelief. The thermal efficiency was utterly astonishing. Previously, 500 liters of ordinary fuel could only cover 6,000 kilometers. Now, just 1 liter could achieve such a distance? The thermal efficiency had increased 100 million times. Such a terrifying enhancement. Although he only had 25 liters, Chinyi had essentially attained fuel freedom. He no longer needed to fret over mileage and fuel. Moreover, he possessed a solar charging system. The vehicle had been upgraded, and the solar charging system continued to provide power. Wait, just as Chinyi was reveling in his joy, he suddenly realized something amiss. A special grade engine was required? This meant that a standard engine could not utilize legendary grade fuel? Wasn't that utterly absurd? Without a special grade engine, his 12-wheeled truck would be unable to use the legendary fuel? He had no other fuel reserves left. Did this mean he would be stranded? Of course, he wouldn't be stranded. Chinyi had numerous ways to acquire fuel. However, the inability to use legendary grade fuel without a special grade engine was rather vexing, wasn't it? What grade was the engine of his 12-wheeled truck? Chinyi promptly began to investigate. Vehicle, 12-wheeled truck. Engine, 12 engine. Grade, super. Wait a moment. To his delight, it turned out to be a super engine, which was even higher than a special grade engine. Then the earlier dilemma was effortlessly resolved. Chinyi immediately refueled with the legendary grade fuel. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully refueled with legendary grade fuel. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained an immense mileage. Ding. For specific mileage, please calculate yourself. Ding. The legendary grade fuel and super grade engine have undergone a chemical reaction, adding the characteristic super acceleration. Ding. Engines of different grades and types can react with legendary grade fuel. Specific characteristics are for you to explore. Listening to the series of notifications, Chinyi could barely suppress a smile. Super acceleration? This meant his 12-wheeled truck could participate in racing events, perhaps even outsmart others. Characteristic, super acceleration. Description, gain half an hour of super acceleration, surpassing the vehicle's speed limit by 5 times. Very well. Chinyi was quite satisfied. Legendary grade fuel was indeed extraordinary. A most pleasant experience. Initially, he was uncertain about winning the racing event. Contemplating whether to let the racers Walanlan take the lead now seems unnecessary. With my own advanced technology, I can easily surpass Zhang Xiaoquan. Zhang Xiaoquan, are you prepared to stake your mother's honor in this battle? Now, only one legendary resource remains. Chinyi retrieved the legendary level flame fruit. Until now, he had not awakened any special abilities despite consuming numerous fruits without success. However, this legendary flame fruit is certain to yield results. Zhang Xiaoquan has awakened his powers, and even his stunningly beautiful and alluring mother has awakened hers. How could I allow myself to lag behind? I must awaken my abilities. In such a brutal world, lacking special powers brings an overwhelming sense of insecurity. Chinyi issued a command. Item, Flame Ability Fruit. Grade, Legendary. Function description, consuming it guarantees a 100 awakening of a flame-related ability, with the specific power being random. Chapter 79. Chinyi becomes extraordinary. Indeed, Chinyi felt satisfied. It was worth the long wait and effort spent in synthesis. The legendary level flame ability fruit did not disappoint him. Although the specific flame power was unpredictable, this uncertainty added an element of excitement akin to unboxing. As he opened his mouth to consume the flame ability fruit, a sudden caution washed over him. He realized he must not act rashly. You three, come here. Chinyi beckoned. Zhuolanlan, Tang Shuero, and De Huang approached his side. I am about to consume the flame ability fruit, and unpredictable events may occur, Chinyi explained. There's a possibility I might faint, so be prepared. Previously, Tang Shuero had fainted, and Chinyi feared he might follow suit. Don't worry, boss, Zhuolanlan replied immediately. If you faint, we will still protect you, and will not flee. They were now Chunye's teammates, completely bound to him. There was no way they would abandon him or act irrationally simply because he lost consciousness. If I encounter any emergencies while I am unconscious, you must find a way to wake me, Chinyi instructed. Understood, Zhuolanlan replied loudly. I am quite skilled in such matters. Do not slap me. Chinyi said coldly. That is absolutely out of the question. Rest assured, Zhuolanlan smiled. I would never slap you. You are my boss, my esteemed idol. Her admiration for Chinyi was profound. She would never consider such an act, even if he requested it. Tang Shuero, what ability have you awakened? Chinyi inquired. During her fainting spell, her hair had transformed into a deep crimson, reminiscent of flames, exuding an exotic allure. I do not know. Tang Shuero shook her head. Only my hair has changed. If anything changes in the future, I will inform you immediately. Chenyi refrained from pressing further. It seemed that awakening abilities was not an easy feat. Only De Huang, with his innate talent, had awakened immediately and could breathe fire. For the others, it was an arduous struggle. All right. Tang Shuio pondered her words, addressing him as boss. Uncertain of how to refer to Chenyi, she hesitated. Do not call me boss. Chenyi replied coldly. Call me master. Ah? Tang Shuio exclaimed in alarm. Why? With a swift motion, Chenyi struck her across the face, his voice icy. You have no right to question why, do you understand? Yes, she replied, clasping her burning cheek. However, Chenyi seized her hair and delivered another resounding slap. Forgive me. Tang Shuio quickly knelt, tears welling in her eyes. Master, you hold the lowest status in the entire convoy, do you comprehend? Chenyi chastised her. You are even beneath De Huang, nothing but a mere slave. One's dignity as a person is earned through effort. As it stands, you lack the qualification. Yes. Tang Shuio nodded, replying, Master. She had initially believed that by becoming Chunye's teammate, she would receive treatment akin to that of Zuolanlan or even De Huang. But that was far from the truth. Your duty is to drive, Chenyi commanded. Do you understand? Yes. Tang Shuio bit her lip and responded, Master. With her driving, Chenyi could indulge in life's pleasures more freely. All right, Chenyi announced, the convoy is moving forward. We are approaching the 50-kilometer mark, where they can unlock treasure chests. At the 50-kilometer point, 5 iron chests awaited them. Originally, there were to be 3, but Tang Shuio's presence had increased that number by 2. Each additional teammate equated to 2 more chests, making the value exceedingly high. The convoy gradually set off. Chenyi reclined on the sofa, clutching a fire ability fruit. De Huang lay beside him, tilting its head in curiosity. To be frank, Chenyi felt somewhat anxious. However, he soon alleviated this tension. Mustering false courage, he proclaimed loudly, Let us do this, brothers. With that, he consumed the fire ability fruit in one go. The fruit was as deliciously sweet as ever. After finishing, he eagerly awaited the outcome. Yet, nothing occurred. He glanced at his watch. 5 minutes had already passed. What ability have I awakened? Chenyi contemplated. Sensing no unusual changes in his body, it appeared that he would not faint. While he was uncertain about the nature of his ability, the certainty of not losing consciousness was reassuring. Just as he finished his thought, his head tilted, and he collapsed unconscious. Simultaneously, his hair transformed at a visible pace, turning snow-white. Silver strands gleamed. Honey, De Huang cried out in distress, licking Chenyi frantically. However, no amount of its extensive tongue could rouse him. He remained as still as a corpse. Morning, morning. A notification echoed. Chenyi has consumed a legendary fire ability fruit, becoming the first and only individual in this group to do so. A special event reward has been triggered. Upon awakening, Chenyi will gain a super ability. All players are permitted to hunt Chenyi. By killing him, they can acquire the super ability. In addition to obtaining vast resources and vehicles, they will receive a permanent title, Hunter of the Child of Fortune. Survivors, commence your revelry. Suddenly, a blood-red system announcement fluttered through the chat group, sending tremors through everyone. Regardless of what they were engaged in, be it intimate moments or mundane necessities, all halted to gaze vacantly at the proclamation. Good heavens! To slay Chenyi not only promises a bountiful trove of resources, but also the potential to acquire extraordinary abilities. Chenyi has thus transformed into an unparalleled figure. Envy, excitement, and fervor surged among the crowd. Where is the benevolent Yi? I wish to express my gratitude to him in person. Who knows? Yes, I too wish to extend my thanks, for his presence has allowed me to survive thus far. We must not act this way. You have saved our lives. How could you even consider hunting him? Silence, you sanctimonious fool. What do you mean by saving our lives? He merely sells meat. We are engaged in a fair trade. Indeed, I believe we owe him no gratitude. Instead, you should be thankful to us. Let us not express our gratitude without us. His slaughter of livestock would have gone to waste. Indeed, we have nurtured Chenyi, not the other way around. Brothers, you speak the truth. Enough said. Where is Chenyi? I must convey my thanks to him. Chenyi? I see only Chen the dog. The benevolent Yi? I see him as the greatest villain among us. Indeed, the most nefarious. Yes, without a doubt, he is the epitome of villainy. To slay him would be to uphold justice. The base nature of humanity was laid bare in this moment. Everyone frantically searched for Chenyi's whereabouts, entirely devoid of conscience. There was no other choice. The allure of reward was simply too great. Chapter 80. Indeed, the youth is quite the dramatist. Squeal. The tires skidded across the snow, halting abruptly amidst the frigid landscape. Zwalanon engaged reverse gear, pressing the accelerator with fervor. She was the navigator, unwaveringly following Chinye's commands, heading towards a destination 50 kilometers away. Just as they were nearing their goal, however, ominous news reached her ears. Instinctively, she rushed towards the 12-wheeled truck. At that moment, the colossal vehicle had come to a stop. As the driver, Tang Shuero immediately applied the brakes. Acutely aware of the impending danger and the necessity for a thorough discussion with Zwalanon. Where is the boss? Zwalanon hastily stored her vehicle in the system's repository and urgently boarded the 12-wheeled truck. Inside the RV, Tang Shuero vacated the driver's seat and joined Zwalanon within. Inside, Chinyi lay in serene slumber, his breathing steady, his hair transformed to silver. De Huang, in a state of confusion, paced anxiously, repeatedly calling for her husband in a desperate attempt to rouse him. Boss, why have you turned gray overnight? Zwalanon cried. Is this due to an inability to repay the mortgage? Are you truly this distressed? Surely, the master has no mortgage, right? Tang Shuero replied, utterly bewildered. She had never encountered such a predicament and was at a loss for what to do. What to do? Zwalanon spun in circles, contemplating how to awaken the boss. Surely, slapping him awake would be inappropriate? Tang Shuero furrowed her brow and remarked, Didn't you slap me last time? I did. Zwalanon remarked, Slapping is quite effective. Should we try it? I know a more useful method. Tang Shuero suddenly interjected, her cheeks flushing. What is it? Zwalanon inquired, her expression one of confusion. It can be quite stimulating. Tang Shuero carefully chose her words, addressing the little master. For men, such an act can be immensely provocative. Who knows? It might just rouse him, and all our problems would be resolved. Ah? Zwalanon raised her delicate hand, asking, with our hands? The mouth can also be utilized. Tang Shuero indicated above and below, implying that any mouth could serve as a lifeline. Zwalanon hesitated. Darling, De Huang called out, beginning to tug at Chunye's trousers. Since the others were hesitant, they had no choice but to rely on the dog. As a female dog, De Huang was quite adept at dealing with male creatures. No need for that. Zwalanon swiftly embraced De Huang, exclaiming, I shall do it. How can I let De Huang take advantage of my revered leader? Absolutely not. Zwalanon brushed her teeth and rinsed her mouth, preparing to take matters into her own hands. Unless you want to take over? She asked. Do you have any experience? Neither do I. Tang Shuero shook her head. I have only seen instructional materials, and my rank comes after De Huang. Only after De Huang has finished can it be my turn. She was quite clear about her standing. Never mind. I will handle it, Zwalanon resolved. Ready to make a personal sacrifice. Suddenly, Chunye's phone rang. The contact read, Mom's little vixen. Who is this? Zwalanon answered the call, and on the other end was Luo Zijuan. Her expression was grave as she coldly asked, What is Chunye's condition? You are Mom's little vixen. Zwalanon coughed a few times, feeling it appropriate to address her as teacher. What nonsense is this? Luo Zijuan retorted angrily. I'm asking you, how is Chinyi now? He is unconscious, Zwalanon replied. There is nothing else. Get in the car. Luo Zijuan commanded. Start the 12-wheeled truck. The details about Chinye's vehicle are clearly stated in the group. Why? Zwalanon was perplexed, questioning why she should obey. Stop wasting time. Luo Zijuan snapped. Follow the orders immediately, or you won't even know how you die. Startled by the words, Zwalanon hurriedly urged Tang Shuero to drive. Accelerate. Remember, do not stop. Regardless of the circumstances, Luo Zijuan instructed. Right now, everyone is an enemy. Only by accelerating do we have a chance of survival. Why? Zwalanon was confused, wondering why they needed to speed up amidst such terrifying events. Silence. Luo Zijuan scolded. Follow the orders. She had no desire to elaborate. The truck roared to life. It began to accelerate. Tang Shuero revved up the 12-wheeled truck, speeding down the road. Initially, she did not comprehend the urgency, but gradually, the reality dawned on her. Stopping would be akin to being trapped in a shell. If surrounded, they would be utterly doomed. As long as the speed is sufficient. Racing wildly with the immense weight of a 12-wheeled truck, nothing can obstruct its path. No pitfall or vehicle can hinder this performance beast. The colossal tires are virtually impervious to spikes. Those who dare to forcibly impede its progress will pay a bloody price. All right, Luo Zijuan continued. What weapons do you possess? Shouldn't we prioritize awakening the boss? Zualanlan, in a state of urgency, interjected, "It won't happen anytime soon." Luo Zijuan assessed, "The system's hunting game has just begun. How could he awaken so easily?" "Oh," Zualanlan nodded, "that seems somewhat reasonable." "Weapon list," Luo Zijuan urged impatiently, "tell me immediately. Why should I disclose that to you?" Zualanlan replied warily, "I still don't know who you are." "I am his wife," Luo Zijuan retorted angrily, "the next female teammate. I would never harm him." "How can you prove that?" Zualanlan remained skeptical, unwilling to divulge crucial secrets based merely on a few words. "You?" Luo Zijuan fumed, yet acknowledged Zualanlan's caution had merit. "His is quite large, around 20 centimeters. "What?" Zualanlan appeared perplexed. "What 20 centimeters? His arm? Are you foolish?" Luo Zijuan scolded. "On a normal day, it's already 18 centimeters. Don't you understand? Have you lost your mind?" "Oh." Zualanlan was not truly naive. She quickly grasped the implication and hastily removed Chun Ye's trousers for a closer examination. Indeed, the measurements were accurate. Zualanlan continued to inquire, "Are there any other distinguishing features?" After all, size alone does not convey much. It could merely be a wild guess. Scars, Luo Zijuan recalled vividly, having encountered them firsthand. There was a triangular scar, the size of a fingernail, appearing quite mysterious and even eerie. "Yes," Zualanlan confirmed. "Little Chun Yi has a triangular scar. That is a mark of honor from a famous contest of who can urinate the highest. Only the victor is entitled to brandish a glowing cigarette, but to leave behind the pride of a champion. The defeated have no opportunity." Indeed, the young man embodied such spirited bravado. Chapter 81. Tang Shuero's Extraordinary Ability. "It appears your identity is rather exceptional," Zualanlan admitted, a hint of jealousy creeping in, realizing that the boss already had a wife. Initially, she had aspired to be the first woman in his life, only to discover someone had already taken the lead. In truth, during the last occasion when Chun Yi utilized a dating card, there had been an opportunity for the two of them to meet. Even when Chun Yi and Luo Zijuan were engaged in their intimate moments, she could have assisted or even participated. However, she had been foolishly timid, remaining hidden in the innermost room, mistaking the seductive sounds for mere noise without giving it a second thought. Thus, until now, she remained unaware of Luo Zijuan's existence. "What weapons do you have?" Luo Zijuan pressed, urgency evident in her voice. "Hurry, the situation is dire. As far as I know, there are over a dozen powerful convoys searching for Chinye. It is worth noting that there are numerous survivors endowed with extraordinary perceptive abilities. Locating Chun Ye's precise whereabouts is not a daunting task for them. The crossbow, a formidable weapon, is in their possession." Zualanlan scratched her head and remarked, "The most formidable among us is De Huang. Indeed, they lack any truly powerful weapons, with De Huang being the most impressive of the lot." She meticulously detailed De Huang's combat skills to her companions. The scarcity of weaponry raised concerns, prompting Luo Zijuan to inquire, "Are you proficient with firearms?" "I can handle a handgun," Zualanlan replied. "I have trained abroad, accumulating around 1,000 rounds of practice. In foreign lands, firearms and ammunition are more readily available." And she had ample experience. Tang Shuero seemed to possess similar skills. Zualanlan continued, "She used to have a firearm, but it was stolen." "Very well," Luo Zijuan responded. "I will trade you 2 handguns along with 200 rounds of ammunition, 100 rounds per handgun. This should suffice for now." "Thank you," Zualanlan replied, unable to contain her appreciation. "You are truly kind." However, Luo Zijuan chose to ignore her gratitude, merely completing the transaction of firearms and ammunition. Holding the sleek, dark handgun, Zualanlan felt an inexplicable sense of security. Indeed, this weapon was more straightforward and reliable than the crossbow, which remained a relic of the cold weapon era, separated from modern firearms by an epoch. "Take the front passenger seat and allow Chinyi to rest in the second row," Luo Zijuan commanded. This arrangement would enable them to monitor the external situation while also caring for Chinyi. "Understood," Zualanlan replied promptly. Assisted by De Huang in placing Chun Yi in the driver's cabin, she then located the firing mechanism for the crossbow. "Your primary role in the passenger seat," Luo Zijuan continued, "is not only to observe the road conditions, but also to operate the crossbow. Any who dare obstruct our path, regardless of age or gender, shall be dealt with ruthlessly. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, many exploit kindness for nefarious purposes. Being merciful to strangers is tantamount to cruelty to oneself." "Understood," Zualanlan said as she searched for the firing mechanism of the crossbow, finally discovering it after a prolonged search. Although the crossbow was a cold weapon, it was remarkably intelligent, capable of automatic reloading and possessing immense power. Allowed a Huang to move freely and remain vigilant for any approaching vehicles, Luo Zijuan instructed. Should anyone dare to parallel us, De Huang is to attack through the window and incinerate them. Understood, Zualanlan communicated to De Huang. Without further prompting, De Huang took position at the second row window. The 12-wheeled truck adhered to Chun Yi's prior design, with one half of the windows being electric and the other half manual. The manual windows were notably reliable, entirely mechanical and unaffected by external conditions, while the electric windows offered convenience and intelligence, though lacking the durability of their mechanical counterparts. De Huang placed a paw on the electric button, poised for action. There are individuals ahead, Zualanlan observed intently. The blizzard continued to rage, severely limiting visibility. Thanks to the headlights, they could discern figures not too far away. Honk, honk. Tang Shuero sounded the horn. The truck's horn resonated powerfully, even shaking the snowstorm around them. However, the individuals laboriously digging a pit remained utterly undeterred, continuing their frantic excavation. Initially, they intended to flee, yet along the roadside, armed individuals brandished handguns. Should they dare to escape, a bullet would be delivered directly to their heads. Being caught beneath the wheels would likely lead to death, although a slim chance of survival remained. However, a shot to the head would render them lifeless. What to do? Tang Shuero shouted. They won't clear the way. Should we slow down? No slowing down, Luo Zijuan bellowed. If you decelerate, you will perish. Think clearly. In the end, Tang Shuero's foot, poised over the brake, did not descend. The last time she had shown mercy, she lost her RV and a significant amount of supplies, nearly losing her life in the process. She shut her eyes, pressed the accelerator, and surged forward. Bang! The 5 individuals digging the pit were sent sprawling. 3 were struck into pieces on the spot. Another was crushed beneath the vehicle, dead beyond revival. Only one soared through the air, crashing to the ground, his spine shattered, left paralyzed, with only his head able to move, better off dead. The pit they had excavated was trivial for a 12-wheeled truck. Beneath the high-intensity shock absorbers and massive tires, only a slight jolt was felt by the occupants. I have killed, Tang Shuero wept. I have taken lives, 5 innocent lives. Slap. Zualanlan raised her hand and struck her, the sound sharp and clear. Why did you hit me? Tang Shuero retorted angrily. Initially, she was deeply saddened, but now her sorrow transformed into fury. After being struck previously, she was already furious. Was this happening again? Watch the road. Zualanlan struck again. Stay focused, or we might overturn. If we flip, it will be disastrous. Right. Tang Shuero inhaled deeply, determined not to lose control. The slaps had dispelled her guilt. The fluctuating tumult of emotions alleviated her mental fatigue. They are not good people either, Zualanlan urged. They dug a pit for us, intending to trap us. Indeed, Tang Shuero regained her clarity, realizing they were no innocents. You honked the horn. Yet they refused to yield. Clearly, they are ruthless thugs. Zualanlan continued. Such individuals waste precious air by living. True, Tang Shuero wiped her tears. Their demise would be a contribution to the world. Prepare yourselves, Luo Zijuan suddenly interjected. They will pursue us. The opposition will not relent. Yes. Tang Shuero's eyes glimmered with determination. They have already caught up. Caught up? Zualanlan glanced around in terror. Why can't I see them? You can't see them? Tang Shuero was astonished. Wasn't it obvious? The heads-up display on the glass. Typically, high-end vehicles feature a heads-up display that shows mileage, speed, and such. Huh. Zualanlan exclaimed in confusion. How can the heads-up display indicate that? Do you not see the red dots? Tang Shuero pointed at the windshield, where 5 red dots indicated 5 vehicles in pursuit. 5 red dots. Zualanlan scrutinized for a long while, yet she could not discern a single red, let alone 5. They hastened their pace, and Tang Shuero quickly followed suit, observing the red dot darting rapidly. Why can't I see it at all? Zualanlan pondered. Utterly perplexed, uncertain, Tang Shuero concentrated on driving. Is it possible that only the driver can perceive it? That cannot be so. Suddenly, Zualanlan had an epiphany. Is this your extraordinary ability? Extraordinary ability? Tang Shuero was taken aback, wondering if such a power truly existed. It is your ability. Your eyes sparkling with fiery light, Zualanlan remarked, locking her gaze onto Tang Shuero's eyes. Is this the fire of insight? Can it reveal dangers nearby? Fire of insight? Tang Shuero was bewildered. Could such an extraordinary ability exist? How impressive! Zualanlan exclaimed. You possess the ability akin to the Big Dipper navigation, a saintly long-haul truck driver. With this ability, there is no need to purchase a navigation system, saving a considerable sum. Navigation? Tang Shuero replied, speechless. It doesn't seem that remarkable. I had anticipated awakening a combat flame ability, yet it appears to be entirely supportive. Fire of Insight? It does sound quite formidable, but it lacks any combat prowess. How paradoxical, Zhuolanlan asserted. With this extraordinary ability, we can foresee dangers and navigate through challenges. The visibility around them was severely limited, and within the darkness lurked various threats. With the Fire of Insight, their safety would significantly increase. They were closing in. Tang Shuero shouted. Our truck is at a disadvantage in speed. Ultimately, the truck's weight is too great, while their vehicles are smaller. How far are they from us? Luo Zijuan inquired. One car is already tailing us, Tang Shuero exclaimed, seemingly preparing to ram. Brake! Luo Zijuan commanded loudly. What? Tang Shuero momentarily failed to grasp the instruction. Luo Zijuan shouted again. Brake! Run them over! At that moment, Tang Shuero comprehended. She hesitated for a moment, refraining from braking, simply waiting quietly. What are you waiting for? Luo Zijuan scolded. Hurry and brake. What if they are merely passing by? Tang Shuero retorted loudly, unwilling to harm the innocent. Are you out of your mind? Luo Zijuan couldn't contain his frustration. They were already tailing so closely. How could they be just passing by? Especially during such a critical moment. Wait. Tang Shuero gripped the steering wheel firmly. Meanwhile, within the sedan, individuals were laughing maniacally. Aha. We've caught up. The truck is slow. The driver prepared. Maintaining speed, while the three of us will charge in. We'll cut open the truck's compartment with a chainsaw and rush inside. One person, with a rope tied around his waist, brandished the chainsaw as he climbed onto the hood. Vroom vroom vroom. The chainsaw roared, slicing through the truck's compartment. Since both vehicles were moving at a similar speed, they appeared almost stationary relative to one another. Delightful. One man brandished a long knife, declaring, once I get inside, I'll deal with Chun Yi's two female companions first. Haha, big brother, I'm going to make a big score. Another man, with a sharp, angular visage, was preparing a crossbow, fully ready for battle. Rest assured, there will be a place for you. The man climbed onto the hood, poised to dash forward the moment a gap appeared. Brother, I heard that Chun Yi, that foolish fellow, has a dog. The sharp-faced man chuckled. We can feast on dog meat hot pot. How delightful. Dog meat hot pot must be incredibly savory. The man burst into hearty laughter, clearly amused. Meanwhile, Tang Shuero noticed a flurry of small red dots emerging. It was people. She quickly realized something was amiss. Had they crawled to the rear of the vehicle? She could not only sense the vehicle, but also the presence of humans. Numerous red dots, significantly smaller than the vehicle, appeared at the back. They were villains. Zhuolanlan exclaimed loudly. The distinction between good and evil was unmistakable. How could good people climb onto another's car? The villains deserved their fate. Gritting her teeth, Tang Shuero slammed on the brakes. The rapidly spinning wheels generated immense friction, causing the vehicle's speed to plummet. Bang! The smaller car behind was crushed, colliding into the undercarriage, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. The three individuals on the hood were mercilessly ground into pulp. The driver, too, could not escape, left with nothing but his hands clinging desperately to the steering wheel. Slap! Tang Shuero delivered a resounding slap to her own face, exerting considerable force. There was no need for others to chastise her. She was punishing herself enough. How foolish I am. Tang Shuero scolded herself. I still haven't learned my lesson. Due to her compassion, she had lost her RV and nearly her life, yet she still found herself overwhelmed by goodwill at times. It's all right. Zhuolanlan consoled. Just don't be so compassionate in the future. They still had 4 vehicles, which would soon be on their tail. Luo Zijuan continued to direct. Prepare for battle. The 3 crossbows can be fired backward, Zhuolanlan added. With the aid of the rearview mirror, we can certainly eliminate them. The crossbow's range encompasses both front and rear. A splendid idea, Luo Zijuan nodded. Keep an eye on the electronic rearview mirror. And as soon as you spot an approaching vehicle, fire immediately. Remember, shoot on sight. Do not hesitate over whether you will hit. As long as the massive arrows are loosed, they pose a threat. Hitting is ideal, but even missing can significantly reduce the opponent's speed. They might even lose control and flip the car while attempting to evade the arrows. I understand, Zhuolanlan nodded, her nerves heightened. This was a matter of life and death, and she was fully alert. Another vehicle was approaching. Tang Shuiro warned loudly. The rearview monitor showed no signs of life. Yet she had sensed it. There's nothing visible. Zhuolanlan focused intently on the monitor, preparing to launch arrows. Are there many arrows? Luo Zijuan suddenly inquired. Plenty. Zhuolanlan replied. Fire. First, shoot 10. Luo Zijuan had a brilliant idea. Shoot them onto the road. Indeed. Zhuolanlan instantly grasped the concept. Shooting onto the road would create an obstacle. At high speeds, even a small stone could cause a vehicle to flip, let alone an arrow the thickness of a thumb. Oh, you clever instructor. Zhuolanlan couldn't help but praise. What instructor? Luo Zijuan had heard that name for the second time, and she felt it bore no relevance to her. It's a nickname given by the boss, Zhuolanlan quickly clarified. What a name, Chunyi. Luo Zijuan gritted her teeth, vowing, once he awakens, I shall make him pay for this disgraceful moniker. While I may have been excessively uninhibited in bed, he has no right to label me thus. I may be audacious, but he must remain silent. Chapter 83, 5 Iron Chests. Swish, swish, swish. Zhuolanlan unleashed a flurry of arrows, each striking the snow-laden ground with precision. The thick blanket of snow provided excellent camouflage for the hefty projectiles. The speeding cars were utterly unaware of the arrows that pierced through the frosty terrain. The 4 vehicles trailing behind did not accelerate recklessly. Instead, they maintained a safe distance, patiently waiting for the opportune moment to strike. That was the true terror of their strategy. Send the location to the entire chat group. A rotund, bald man chuckled heartily. Let everyone know the whereabouts of the Chundog convoy. Brother, isn't that unwise? One of his henchmen with a pockmarked face inquired. Shouldn't we hunt alone? Why share the spoils? Everyone was seeking Chun Ye's location, and upon having stumbled upon it, how could they possibly share it with others? Fool, the bald man scolded. Do you think you can handle it? Do you have the capacity to take on such a challenge? Chen Yi is no ordinary individual. His arsenal could be formidable, and his backup unknown. We must not act rashly. If we share the location, everyone will swarm in, guaranteeing our victory. Then we can swoop in and seize the spoils. How perfect that would be. Indeed, the pockmarked man remarked, giving a thumbs up. You are truly cunning, old fox. The previously disgruntled second-in-command was easily swayed by a few persuasive words. It must be said, clever heads do not sprout hair. This bald man indeed possessed some acumen. Refrain from using idioms if you lack education, the bald man retorted. I am simply resourceful. Yes, yes, the pockmarked man agreed. I shall share the location at once. In no time, their coordinates were disseminated within the group. Initially, everyone had been floundering about like headless chickens, but unexpectedly, someone had shared a location. They disregarded its authenticity and rushed over immediately. Even if it were a ruse, they felt compelled to investigate. What if it were true? Mr. Chen, I owe you my gratitude. Without your cheap meat, I wouldn't have survived this long. The bald man chuckled, patting his shiny head. Rest assured, should you fall into my hands, I will grant you a swift end, sparing you any suffering. Suddenly, a deafening crash resounded. The 2 lead vehicles overturned, having lost control due to their excessive speed, tumbling through the air several times before crashing heavily onto the ground. Several unfortunate souls, unbuckled, were flung from their seats, meeting grim fates. Even those strapped in were not spared. After a series of somersaults, the vehicles crumpled into heaps of twisted metal, leaving their passengers in dire straits. Regarding the other vehicle, its structure was quite robust, resulting in few fatalities. However, it was engulfed in flames. Several men emerged, bloodied and on the brink of death. Stop the vehicle, the bald man bellowed. Hurry, come to a halt. Their convoy consisted of merely 4 cars, and now 2 were utterly destroyed, which was truly disheartening. The remaining 2 vehicles screeched to a stop, leaving long black streaks on the ground. The lead vehicle collided with a thick arrow, but due to its reduced speed, no significant damage ensued. Damn it, the bald man lamented. I knew Chun Yi must have a contingency plan, a trap. What shall we do now, big brother? The man with a scarred face inquired anxiously. If we don't pursue now, we'll lose them. That could cost us our lives, the bald man retorted. Proceed cautiously. Turn on the powerful flashlights, and avoid flipping the vehicle again. No matter the potential gain, human life is paramount. Once a life is lost, everything is forfeit. One by one, the powerful flashlights illuminated the snow-covered highway. Upon closer inspection, large arrows became visible. What a nightmare! The bald man cursed. This is even worse than those bastards who throw nails on the road to puncture tires. Those tire repairmen profit unscrupulously, while those who scatter nails on the road value money over lives. These large arrows are clearly lethal. It's all right, big brother, we can take a detour, just proceed slowly. The scarred-faced man advised, driving cautiously to avoid flipping the vehicle. However, this significantly slowed their pace, causing them to fall far behind Chinyi's convoy. There is no danger now, Tang Shuero sighed in relief. There is nothing ahead or behind. With her keen instincts, she had sensed danger numerous times, but had found none approaching. Oh, Zhuolanlan exclaimed in delight. There are actually 5 iron treasure chests. What could they be? Tang Shuero was equally thrilled. The 5 iron treasure chests were neatly arranged within the RV. Should we open them? Why are there iron treasure chests? Zhuolanlan speculated. They had raced ahead and had certainly surpassed the 50-kilometer mark. The treasure chests meant as a reward for reaching 50 kilometers should have already been in position. They had simply been too tense to notice. We can't open the chests, Zhuolanlan shook her head. We'll wait for the boss to wake up first. These belong to him, and we cannot just open them. There are still some rules to follow. Suddenly, Tang Shuero was startled. She hadn't anticipated that a pickup truck would speed towards them, matching their pace. The truck was tinted with privacy film, making it impossible to discern how many individuals were inside. Why didn't you sense them? Zhuolanlan quickly gripped her handgun, her nerves frayed. I don't know. Tang Shuero replied, frustrated. I feel utterly useless for not sensing them. Don't be too hard on yourself, Luo Zijuan consoled. It could just be their tactic. Tang Shuero was not the only one gifted with abilities. She was the first, nor would she be the last. In the pickup truck, a bespectacled woman pressed her fingers to her forehead, her eyes bloodshot. The others were also women, though many sported short hair in a rather masculine style. There are numerous tattoos and various metal adornments, including earrings, tongue studs, nose rings, lip piercings, and even intimate jewelry. My dear, your electromagnetic prowess is formidable, effectively shielding us from detection as we make our abrupt appearance. The short-haired woman with the nose ring chuckled, inquiring about the next course of action. Prepare your weapons. I shall open the truck's window. The bespectacled woman, whose eyes were increasingly marred by blood vessels, responded with determination. Indeed, you are astute. The window is also under electromagnetic control. Open, open, open. Gritting her teeth, the bespectacled woman strained to maintain her control. However, the exertion was taxing on her body, and despite her efforts, the truck's window remained stubbornly shut. Why? The bespectacled woman was on the brink of madness. Why won't it open? My electromagnetic abilities have successfully opened windows before. They had employed this very skill to commandeer numerous vehicles. Yet now it seemed ineffective. The reason was quite simple. The window on the driver's side was manually operated. The most basic, rudimentary hand crank window was, ironically, the most reliable. Chapter 84, Deep Sisterly Bonds. Hand in hand to ascend. Why? The bespectacled woman felt blood trickling from her nostrils, her emotions reaching a fever pitch. Control the door. The short-haired woman with the nose ring commanded loudly. The door is also electromagnetic. The bespectacled woman cursed in frustration, fool. Then what do we do now? The short-haired woman, suppressing her anger, suggested, perhaps we should consult Li Dan, see if she has any solutions? They were subordinates of Li Dan. This sudden assault by supernatural beings was orchestrated by Li Dan herself, seeking vengeance against Qinyi. Yet Li Dan, being exceptionally clever, feared that Qinyi possessed formidable abilities. Thus, she opted to remain in the shadows, directing her subordinates from behind the scenes like a venomous serpent. Then hurry and ask. The bespectacled woman was now experiencing a nosebleed from overexerting her powers. Li Dan, the short-haired woman quickly reached out. The truck's window cannot be opened. It may not be an electromagnetic mechanism. What do we do? At that moment, Li Dan was diligently working in the warmth of a mobile home. The bed within was a chaotic mess as a man sipped his drink while caressing her long hair, relishing her wild, cat-like bites. Upon receiving the message, Li Dan wiped her mouth and smiled. Darling, I must handle something. No. The man, known as Long Yi, forcefully restrained her, making her breath quicken. How could he allow her to leave before fully enjoying her? Long Yi commanded a fleet of over 30 vehicles and was a prominent leader in the transportation world. Initially traveling alone, Li Dan had encountered Long Yi's convoy and, in a bid for survival, had to compromise and become one of his concubines. Her ruthless nature, coupled with the awakening of a particularly useful ability, made her favored by Long Yi. During this time, they had spent most nights entwined. When informed of the special operation targeting Qinyi, Long Yi had shown little concern, instead delegating full responsibility to Li Dan. I'm ready. Long Yi took a sip of strong liquor, once again quelling the flames of his temper. As for Li Dan, she indulged herself in a hearty meal. Though her eyes concealed a glimmer of anger and hatred, she still managed to force a smile, smacking her lips in delight. Delicious. She thought to herself that she would not need to eat again today. Li Dan feigned an expression of utmost enjoyment. You truly are a little glutton, Long Gu remarked. Playfully pinching her cheek, his emotional satisfaction greatly fulfilled. The reason he cherished Li Dan was her keen intellect, providing ample emotional value. Long Gu, our team hunting Chun Yi seems to be encountering some issues, Li Dan said, wiping her mouth with a wet napkin. May I handle it? Chun Yi hasn't been taken down yet? Long Yi replied with disdain. Is that brat really that formidable? He's quite skilled, though not nearly as much as you. Li Dan flattered him. It seems he has killed your brother? Long Yi vaguely recalled Li Dan mentioning this before. Indeed, Li Dan gritted her teeth. He cruelly murdered my brother. It's a blood feud I must avenge in this lifetime. Although Li Yong was the one she had inadvertently caused to perish, it did not hinder her from placing blame elsewhere. Then go ahead. If you need any resources, do not hesitate to ask. Long Yi waved his hand. If you can't manage it, I shall assist you. All right. Li Dan nodded. I will try first. If I cannot succeed, then Long Gu will intervene. Go on. Long Yi took a sip of Mao Tai and savored the delicacies. Let the dancers come in. Understood. Li Dan exited the mobile home, where several women dressed in ancient attire awaited her. They were all stunning beauties from top dance academies, some even possessing a modicum of fame as dancers. However, they had now become mere playthings of Long Gu, receiving no salary, only food and shelter. What is all this commotion? Li Dan entered her mobile home, instantly adopting a different demeanor. What is the situation? Report to me. The short-haired girl with a nose ring recounted the circumstances on site. They had attempted multiple times. Yet the vehicle's window remained sealed. If this continued, their fuel would be exhausted, forcing them to retreat. Fools. Li Dan scolded. The driver's side window won't budge. Try the passenger side. Are you completely devoid of intellect? You should know what to do. Upon hearing this, the short-haired girl exclaimed, You're right. Without further ado, she gently pressed the brakes and moved to the opposite side of the 12-wheeled truck. Open, open, open. The bespectacled girl shouted, urging the window to lower. Buzz. The electromagnetic devices began to whir. Gradually, the window descended. Impressive. The short-haired girl shook her head vigorously, causing the large circular ring on her nose to sway, creating a striking effect. Girls, what are you waiting for? Grab your weapons and go. 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 They still had 3 girls with colorful hair seated in the back, all adorned in extravagant Halloween makeup, their appearance quite thrilling. Kill. 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 Each brandished daggers and rusty hooks, ready to leap from the vehicle onto the truck. However, what awaited them was the ominous glare of dark gun barrels. Bang! A gunshot echoed. At such a close range, merely the sound was enough to leave one disoriented. A bullet pierced the skull of a woman with green hair, transforming her into a true Halloween specter. Damn it! Shouted the short-haired woman with a nose ring. They have artillery. Instinctively, she swerved the steering wheel, nearly flipping the vehicle. Had she not braked just in time, catastrophe would have surely followed. After swiftly increasing their distance, Lan refrained from further assault. Ammunition was precious, and it was unnecessary to squander it. It was a futile endeavor. The short-haired woman cursed loudly. That bitch on the big truck has a cannon. One shot, one kid. The corpse of her companion remained in the back seat, head wedged against the shattered glass, bouncing like a madman in sync with the speeding car. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. This was the essence of true death metal rock. Do you have a gun? Li Dan gritted her teeth. Chun Yi, you certainly possess an arsenal. The moment the car window opened, she thought success was within reach. Instead, it turned out to be a mere peanut. Retreat. The short-haired woman yelled. We can't handle this. Don't retreat. Li Dan continued to command. Open the back window. They can't shoot you from there. Are you insane? They have guns. The short-haired woman retorted angrily. Even if we could get close, they'd execute us one by one. Who said you could go up there? Li Dan snorted coldly. I'll send a grenade your way. Damn. The short-haired woman shouted. That's brilliant. As soon as they opened the window, they could safely eliminate the adversaries with a single grenade. Simple and brutal, they faced no immediate danger. Once they captured Chun Yi, they would torture him under my command. Li Dan gritted her teeth. We must video this. Let the torment be severe. Deal. The short-haired woman laughed. I'll squeeze the life out of him for your barbecue. With that, She resumed pursuit of the big truck. The bespectacled woman with electromagnetic abilities wiped the blood from her nose, continuing to manage the window. Buzz. The electromagnetic device whirred to life once more, reopening the window. A large dog appeared before them. Big Yellow stood ready. Haha. The short-haired woman laughed. Look at this, stupid dog. She brandished the melon grenade that Li Dan had just sent over, flaunting it with misguided confidence. Fool. Big Yellow barked. Damn. The short-haired woman gasped. You can talk? Whoosh. A massive flame erupted from Big Yellow's mouth. Damn. The short-haired woman exclaimed in astonishment. It can breathe fire? Whoosh. Another flame erupted. Whoosh. Whoosh. Flames continued to spew forth. The short-haired woman had no chance to throw the grenade, as she was incinerated on the spot. The entire vehicle became engulfed in flames, racing through the icy landscape. Melting piles of snow. Boom. A tremendous explosion ensued as the car collided with a stone pillar, erupting in a fiery blast. The young women inside, hand in hand, ascended to the heavens together. Sisterly bonds. Chapter 85. I shall guard your safety, dear brother. It was Big Yellow. Li Dan was furious. That damn dog. She had encountered the formidable De Huang before, yet this time, it seemed his efforts had come to naught. What to do? What to do? She was on the verge of an explosive outburst. Even the deployment of superpowered individuals failed to resolve the situation. It is crucial to note that this was under Chan Ye's unconscious state. If he had been conscious, the confrontation would likely have been even more challenging. What happened? My dear? Long Yi entered with a jovial smile, his lips glistening with grease, indicating he had indulged himself. We have failed, Long Yi. Li Dan quickly shifted her demeanor, adopting a more endearing tone. Those dim-witted fools were outsmarted by a foolish dog. That dog is merely larger in size, utterly inconsequential. She deliberately concealed De Huang's capabilities, fearing that Long Yi might be deterred from assisting her. It was to be expected. Long Yi remained remarkably calm. The fools you dispatched were inherently devoid of skill. Although one among them possessed abilities, to me, he merely exhibited slightly more intellect than a paramecium. Their actions and speech were reminiscent of individuals suffering from severe cognitive deficits. Brother Long, what shall we do now? Li Dan continued to plead. You must help me. I have little interest in hunting down Chen Yi, Long Yi scoffed, his countenance betraying disdain. His resources were limited, and in truth, he considered himself rather ineffectual, unworthy of attention. As for the title of the Child of Fortune, he dismissed it as nonsense. Long Yi was currently engrossed in enjoying life. He preferred revelry, indulging in fine drinks, exquisite cuisine, in the company of women. These were his guiding principles. You should manage your affairs independently, he yawned. The weapons and superpowered individuals of the convoy are at your disposal. Long Yi, please lend me a hand. Li Dan was reluctant to concede, shaking Long Yi's arm in an attempt to sway his resolve with her captivating allure. Yet, at that moment, Long Yi was in a contemplative state, showing no interest in what he used to effortlessly manipulate. Enough of this nonsense. Long Yi waved his hand impatiently. Attend to the convoy's mundane matters. With a multitude of personnel, there were numerous administrative tasks. Long Yi, immersed in pleasure, had no inclination toward the burdensome responsibilities of management. Yes. Li Dan bowed her head. Long Yi. Despite her profound distaste, she found herself compelled to acquiesce. By the way, what is your ability again? Long Yi suddenly inquired. I seem to have forgotten. My ability is of little significance, Li Dan replied. It's just, never mind. It's merely a worthless power. Long Yi grimaced, savoring the flavor of the braised meat, and walked away. To him, all abilities paled in comparison to his own. Wonderful. Zualanlan was ecstatic. They had once again thwarted the villain's advance. This victory was solely due to De Huang. Tang Shuero felt a lingering dread. Without De Huang, the melon grenade would have been thrown into the driver's cabin. She had clearly seen the enemy wielding a melon grenade. In such a confined space, an explosion would have been instantly catastrophic. Indeed, our leader demonstrated remarkable foresight, Zualanlan remarked, foreseeing the presence of an electromagnetic-related superpowered individual. Indeed, Tang Shuero nodded, acknowledging the foresight in the design of the manual car window. She could scarcely fathom the horrific consequences had it been an electromagnetic window. Don't celebrate too soon. Luo Zijuan interjected abruptly. I have some unfortunate news. What bad news? Zualanlan asked, her mind racing. Could you allow me a moment of joy before delivering the grim tidings? The Supreme 95 has joined the hunt, Luo Zijuan stated, disregarding her current mood. The Supreme 95? Tang Shuero exclaimed, astonished. The one reputed to possess the most formidable firepower? You know? Zhualanlan furrowed her brow. How come I've never heard of her? Is she truly that impressive? Indeed she is. Tang Shuero replied. I once applied to join her team, but she turned me down. She's not that remarkable, Luo Zijuan retorted. She merely has access to more weapons. Rumors suggested that the Supreme 95 had discovered a military warehouse, acquiring a plethora of armaments. While others were still wielding knives and daggers, she had already equipped herself with machine guns and even mortars. The disparity in combat capabilities was staggering. Supreme 95? That sounds quite impressive, Zhualanlan remarked. Can she defeat our leader? In a brawl? As a woman, she could never rival him. Tang Shuero spoke up. Chun Yi possesses immense strength. Even men are no match for him, let alone women. Woman? Zhualanlan gasped. The Supreme 95 is a woman? This is truly astonishing. I have never encountered such an extraordinary female. Indeed, Tang Shuero nodded. She is a remarkable woman. The Supreme 95 has released a video, Luo Zijuan suddenly announced. You should check it out in the group chat. In the chat, a video was pinned to the top, garnering substantial views. Within the footage, a woman donned in military attire, clad in knee-high boots, wielded a riding crop. She was strikingly beautiful, with an incredibly alluring figure. Yet her smile bore an air of cruelty. Beneath her feet lay a man, who remained silent, dutifully polishing her boots. Greetings, I am the Supreme 95, the woman declared, opting to sit not in a chair, but upon the back of another man, akin to a queen elevated above her subjects. I hereby announce that no one shall hunt Chun Yi without my permission. Should anyone dare to attempt it, I shall be most displeased, and the consequences will be dire. With a snap of her fingers, the scene shifted to reveal a bald man and another with a scarred face, bound to their vehicle. Their bruised faces indicated they had been severely beaten. Since their failed pursuit of the large truck, they had encountered the Supreme 95. They had shared their location, which allowed her to find them swiftly. Originally, they had hoped to incite a collective attack, hoping to feast upon the spoils. But little did they know that they would be the first to suffer the consequences. These two gentlemen, as you may recognize, shared the location of Chun Yi's convoy. The Supreme 95 remarked, lighting a cigarette and smiling. Dare to share locations without my consent? How audacious. Prepare for annihilation. No sooner had she spoken than mortar shells were launched. The bald-headed man and the one with a scarred face, still oblivious to the situation, were swiftly reduced to mere rubble. It was truly an explosive execution. Upon viewing the video, everyone trembled in shock. Goodness. While most remained entrenched in the age of cold weapons, with only a few possessing a gun and a handful of bullets, this woman unleashed a barrage of mortars. What could have been resolved with a simple knife, at no cost, escalated into the use of multiple mortar shells. What is this? It is nothing short of a demonstration of force. With overwhelming firepower, she sought to intimidate all present. Just as anxiety gripped the crowd, the usually reticent Chu Lingxi unexpectedly shared a video. In it, she cleansed the blood from her long sword, standing amidst the colossal ruins of steel with a lifeless, majestic tiger beneath her feet. What makes you so remarkable? Chu Lingxi proclaimed with undeniable dominance. I dare anyone to threaten my brother Chun Yi. I shall protect his safety. Chapter 86, Shattering Darkness with Thunder. No one anticipated that at such a critical juncture, amidst the formidable presence of the Supreme 95, Chu Lingxi would rise to support Chun Yi. Already a target of public scorn, for her to stand up was truly remarkable. Bravo. Chu Lingxi is quite bold. Zhualanlan raised her thumb in admiration, genuinely impressed by the young girl's courage. Luo Zijuan also offered her commendation. I must record a video too. Zhualanlan had an idea and began filming. Once uploaded, her video briefly eclipsed the domineering Supreme 95 and the immensely popular Chu Lingxi. In her somewhat whimsical manner, Zhualanlan shouted, Shatter the darkness with thunder. Who dares to harm my brother? Fight! Charge! The darkness envelopes all. I shall become the last ray of hope. Shattering the gloom with thunder. Silence. The entire chat group fell into a hushed stillness. Who would have thought? It was utterly unexpected to witness such a refreshingly eccentric fool. What do you think? Zhualanlan laughed heartily. Isn't the video fantastic? Does it not strike fear into all the villains? Ahem. Tang Shuero cleared her throat, uncertain of how to respond. Initially, everyone had lost hope. Luo Zijuan remarked bluntly, You've merely given them a false sense of encouragement. With Chun Yi's followers acting so foolishly, those who were once despondent would surely begin to rally. Surely not. Zhualanlan could hardly believe it. A video of such magnificence should have instilled absolute dread. Shattering the darkness with thunder, what a powerful line. It's simply terrifying. Enough of this. What's important now is to contemplate how to confront the impending challenges. Luo Zijuan was equally overwhelmed. The Supreme 9-5 is just a lone wolf among a pack of hungry predators. Numerous vicious foes lie hidden beneath the surface. The Supreme 9-5's arrogant proclamations might intimidate smaller groups, but for larger ones, it could provoke a contrary reaction. Some may not initially be inclined to hunt Qinyi, yet due to their defiance against this madwoman, they might choose to join the hunt. If you forbid me to hunt, I shall hunt all the same. A rebellious spirit, embracing defiance. I am Long Yi. In the group, someone has shared a video. To my astonishment, it features the illustrious financier Long Yi, who is seen playfully engaging with a stunning beauty. Initially, I had no intention of pursuing Qinyi, considering him merely a trifling nuisance, unworthy of attention. Yet, the audacity of this wretched creature, the 9-5, to flaunt herself in such a manner has incited my ire. I, Long Yi, refuse to be undermined. Not only will I hunt down Qinyi to claim the title of the fortunate child hunter, but I shall also seize this fiery lass, 9-5. My appetite is voracious. I relish indulgence in the most extravagant delights. 9-5, accompany me, and I assure you, your life will be free from want. As expected, the previously uninterested Long Yi has now entered the fray. Long Yi, I knew you would care for me. Upon witnessing the video, Li Dan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Long Yi's decision to join the battle was made without her prior notice, simply broadcasting the video. How delightful. Long Yi, if I do not cherish you, who will? Long Yi, you are the best. Li Dan planted a fervent kiss on Long Yi's ample cheek. Come. Allow me to show you my grand prize. Long Yi led her to the front of a colossal oil tanker. Darling, do you see that? This oil tanker, when positioned across the road, renders Qinyi's 12-wheeled truck utterly worthless. Should the truck attempt to collide, it would undoubtedly explode. If it remains stationary, we can seize the opportunity to encircle them. Brilliant. Li Dan laughed heartily. Simple yet effective. You have a rough idea of Qinyi's location, correct? Long Yi scoffed. As long as we are swift enough, we shall intercept them. Does the oil tanker possess a speed advantage? Li Dan inquired. An oil tanker is not a racing vehicle. Even when empty, it lacks speed and is difficult to pursue. Long Yi chuckled. Have you ever heard of special-grade fuel? The tanker is filled with it. This special-grade fuel can significantly enhance speed, propelling the tanker to astonishing velocities. If that is inadequate, I also possess super-grade fuel and even legendary grade. Though the latter is exceedingly rare, I have but a single drop. Furthermore, Qinyi only has access to ordinary fuel, making legendary-grade fuel unnecessary for him. Long Yi was confident in his scheme, convinced of his victory. Long Yi, you are remarkable. Li Dan feigned ignorance. I was unaware such exceptional fuel existed. Enough of the delays. Long Yi grinned. You shall take the wheel. What? Li Dan gasped. You want me to drive? She clearly hesitated, unwilling to directly hunt Qinyi, deeming it far too perilous. It was far more ideal to orchestrate from the shadows, striking Qinyi like a venomous serpent, delivering a lethal blow. What? Are you afraid? Long Yi laughed. With me here, what do you have to fear? Long Yi, will you also join? Li Dan exclaimed in surprise. You are a treasure. How can you take such risks? Qinyi is merely an insect. What danger is there in hunting him? Impatiently, Long Yi insisted. Let us go. They have already gained considerable distance. Even with special fuel, we need time to catch up to the 12-wheeled truck. Long Yi settled into the passenger seat of the oil tanker. Everyone, keep up. Each person takes a box of special fuel. No one should fall behind. The entire convoy must participate in this battle. Once everyone is on board, I shall feel at ease. Li Dan chuckled. This time, Qinyi is undoubtedly doomed. Set off, commanded Lord Long. Besides Qinyi, there is also the illustrious Miss Jiaowu. The Supreme Jiaowu is aware of Qinyi's convoy's location. Wherever Qinyi is, the Supreme Jiaowu is sure to follow. In truth, Lord Long's primary objective remains the woman. The allure of the Supreme Jiaowu is simply irresistible. Conquering such a woman is truly exhilarating and gratifying. Indeed, we must assist Lord Long in capturing the young lady of Jiaowu. Li Dan hastily remarked. Your understanding is commendable, Lord Long replied with satisfaction. Off we go. Li Dan ignited the fuel tanker, pressing the accelerator to its limits. Simultaneously, the Supreme Jiaowu had commenced her hunting strategy. Her plan was equally straightforward and forceful, utilizing a helicopter. Indeed, within the military hangar, a helicopter awaited. Upon confirming the location of Chun Yi's convoy, they could swiftly ascend. Your Majesty, a strikingly handsome man knelt before the Supreme Jiu Wu. It was her custom that all men in the convoy must kneel upon her arrival, a testament to her esteemed status as the Supreme Jiu Wu. Remarkably, there was no other woman in the entire convoy. This meant that all the men were obliged to kneel and report to her. The precise location of Chun Yi's convoy has been established. We merely need to fly over, and with the helicopter's heavy machine guns, we can capture the 12-wheeled truck. Should the truck dare to flee, a single burst would turn the driver into Swiss cheese. What a lack of imagination. The Supreme Jiu Wu shook her head. We could dangle a tank from the helicopter, positioning it directly in the path of the 12-wheeled truck. If they refuse to yield, we simply fire. Such a brutally straightforward method aligns perfectly with my character, having already expended over 10 mortar shells to eliminate the bald and scarred foes. Intercepting Chun Yi would now involve deploying the tank. Chapter 87. Consuming legendary bear paws, emitting extraordinary flatulence. Your Majesty, this seems rather wasteful, suggested a man. The helicopter's special fuel is limited. If we bring the tank along, even if we manage to catch up with Chun Yi, the fuel will be completely depleted. The helicopter's fuel differs from that of vehicles and has scant reserves. Moreover, the tank is our trump card, our secret weapon. If we use it now, we will have no fallback option left. You are aware that our tank possesses only one shell. It is an outdated model, merely equipped with one round. And so what? The Supreme Jiu Wu responded nonchalantly. Proceed with it. This time, her approach would be ostentatiously grand, and her method of combat would undoubtedly be equally flamboyant. If it were to be mundane and unremarkable, how could she maintain her stature as the Supreme Jiu Wu? It is imperative to create a spectacular impact on the visual senses of the group. They must comprehend that the combat prowess of the Supreme Jiu Wu Empress belongs to an entirely different epoch. Only thus will they completely surrender. Daring not to entertain thoughts of rebellion, is there truly no room for reconsideration? The man, unwilling to accept this fate, deemed it a tremendous waste. Such formidable weaponry should be preserved for confronting powerful supernatural beings. Should we encounter a formidable adversary, how shall we retaliate without tanks and ammunition? Possessing advanced modern weaponry does not guarantee absolute safety. In the presence of mighty supernatural entities, even tanks may prove ineffective. Understood. The Supreme 9-5 replied coldly, execute the orders. But the man grew anxious. But what? The Supreme 9-5 retorted icily. If you utter one more word, I shall castrate you. As the Empress, it was only natural for her to have eunuchs by her side. Yet, she had yet to castrate a single one. Should this man continue to prattle, she would not hesitate to make him her first. I shall execute the orders immediately, he exclaimed, feeling a chill beneath him, and hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoquan had also released a video. In the footage, he gnawed on a legendary bear paw, exuding an air of arrogance. What is this Supreme 9-5? What is this Dragon Lord? They are nothing but trivialities. Today, I make it clear, only I shall take down Chun Yi. Whoever dares to compete with me is courting disaster. I may possess nothing, but I have an abundance of supplies and treasure chests. Do you see this? A legendary bear paw, exchanged for 10 pickup trucks. Do you comprehend? For a mere taste, I traded 10 pickup trucks. Do you possess such prowess? Upon concluding his proclamation, he let out a loud and foul-smelling flatulence, utterly invincible. This fellow seemed oblivious to the impact, not only failing to edit it out, but leaving it in the video. How delightful. Zhang Xiaoquan relished the moment. Did you hear that? Eating a legendary bear paw results in extraordinary flatulence. With a single display, he showcased his strength. To be fair, Zhang Xiaoquan was not boasting. Through his supernatural abilities, he indeed possessed the most treasure chests. As time passed, his stockpile of supplies would undoubtedly be the largest. Do you see? Dragon Lord watched the video with disdain, thinking all sorts of riffraff were emerging. I know this person, Li Dan remarked. He has always been at odds with Xinye. Little Kalami. Dragon Lord scoffed. Are we catching up? We are nearly there, Li Dan replied. The special grade fuel is exceedingly powerful. They were initially far apart, but with the continuous use of special grade fuel, they have gained significant speed and are now closing in. Excellent. Dragon Lord lit a cigarette, stroking Li Dan's thigh as he began to indulge. I wonder what Chun Ye's female teammate looks like. Is there an opportunity for some amusement? Dragon Lord had an affinity for women. Regardless of the moment, matters of the flesh were paramount. I have seen her, Li Dan stated. She is exceptionally beautiful. Haha. Dragon Lord laughed heartily. That is splendid. As long as she is beautiful, I am pleased. Due to their proximity, Tang Shuoro also became aware of their presence. A multitude of vehicles approached, posing a significant threat. Tang Shuoro was taken aback, overwhelmed by the sheer number. It was impossible to count them all. A dense array of red dots rendered it utterly unfeasible to ascertain their total. They were advancing rapidly. What could be done? How could they be so swift? Zualanlan was utterly perplexed. It could possibly be a special grade of fuel. Luo Zijuan expressed her concern. Such an extravagant display must be either Long Yi or the Supreme 9-5. I see it, Zualanlan exclaimed. It's a fuel tanker. She clearly observed in the vehicle's rearview camera. What are we waiting for? Commanded Luo Zijuan. Shoot. Let all arrows fly. All right. Without hesitation, Zualanlan began to release arrows. She did not concern herself with accuracy, launching one arrow after another in rapid succession. The hefty arrows mostly landed on the ground. However, these arrows were utterly incapable of affecting the fuel tanker. The lightweight sedan could not withstand the force, but the fuel tanker, with its formidable weight, crushed the arrows beneath its massive tires. This won't do. Zualanlan gritted her teeth. I must hit the driver's cabin. To achieve this would undoubtedly be exceedingly challenging, requiring an exceptional level of precision. Hit, hit, hit. Zualanlan was extremely anxious, waiting for what felt like an eternity before finally releasing the arrow. Bang! The hefty arrow soared forth, striking the fuel tanker's glass. Alas, it missed the driver. Had it struck the driver, the tanker would surely have gone out of control. The robust arrow penetrated the tanker's glass, embedding itself forcefully into the armrest. It nearly impaled Long Ji's hand, missing by mere centimeters. Long Go, are you all right? Li Dan trembled in fear. Fortunately, her mental fortitude was strong. Otherwise, the tanker would have overturned long ago. What are you panicking for? Long Go scoffed. An arrow capable of hitting me has yet to be crafted. Long Go, should we slow down a bit? Li Dan said fearfully. Their crossbow is incredibly powerful. No need to fear. Long Ji's fingers twitched, and suddenly a surge of dark mist emanated from them. The temperature in the vicinity plummeted instantaneously. Li Dan shivered uncontrollably, feeling an urgent need to relieve herself. What is happening? She questioned, utterly bewildered. Rest assured and drive. Long Good did not elaborate, assuring her that arrows could no longer penetrate their glass. Is this? Li Dan marveled. Is your ability ice-based? She felt an intense chill. Ice-based? Long Gu scoffed dismissively. What a worthless ability. Ice is certainly inferior to mine. If it were truly ice-based, it would not have been capable of hardening the glass further. Then what is your ability? Li Dan inquired curiously, perplexed by the dark mist emanating from Long Ji's fingers. If it were ice-based, it should have manifested as white mist. Do not pry, Long Gu replied, eyes closed, offering no further response. An ability is the greatest secret of a power wielder. Li Dan furrowed her brows, refraining from asking further. Though she too possessed powers, she had never ventured into the realm of those with more advanced abilities like Long Gu and his associates. Her powers, while commendable, did not qualify her for their circle. One more arrow, and I will surely hit, Zualanlan declared with unwavering confidence. She had previously struck, albeit without inflicting fatal damage. You can do it, Luo Zijuan encouraged her. As long as you hit the driver, this crisis will be resolved. Chapter 88. Accelerate. Drive with all your might. Once the driver of the fuel tanker is struck, the tanker is bound to lose control and overturn. If the fuel tank truck is filled with flammable liquid, a violent explosion is highly likely. In such a scenario, the pursuers behind the truck would also suffer the consequences. This crisis could be decisively resolved. Zualanlan, typically absent-minded, was not a fool. She understood the gravity of the moment. Her fingers trembled slightly from the tension. Nevertheless, she ultimately withstood the pressure and released an arrow with precision. The stout bow traced a perfect arc through the air. Success. Zualanlan felt a surge of triumph as the arrow struck the windshield. However, it did not penetrate. It merely left a small white mark, then fell silent. The hefty arrow crashed to the ground, crushed beneath the wheels. Why? Zualanlan was dumbfounded. She could not comprehend how the glass could withstand the force of her shot. It had pierced through moments ago, why not now? Master Long, Li Dan exclaimed, her eyes wide. Is this your supernatural ability? Did the dark energy of your fingers reinforce the glass? This had to be Master Long's doing. Otherwise, the windshield would undoubtedly have been breached, and she would not have survived. Enough. Master Long did not even glance at her. His eyes closed as he savored the exquisite sensation of the stockings. I was wrong. Brother Long, Li Dan quickly said, I should not have inquired about your abilities. Let's accelerate. Increase speed. Brother Long commanded. Yes. Li Dan, now devoid of fear, pressed the accelerator with fervor. The crossbow no longer posed any threat to her. It seems our only option is to accelerate, Luo Zijuan remarked. We have already reached our limit. Tang Shuero exclaimed in despair. The truck has reached its maximum capacity. Meanwhile, the fuel tank truck had caught up, running parallel to them. Li Dan, fueled by a murderous intent, honked wildly. The blaring horn of the fuel tank truck was utterly disconcerting. Don't panic, Luo Zijuan advised. Your convoy must have special fuel, right? With Chunya's strength and such ample resources, how could there be no special fuel? Indeed, we have special fuel, Zhualanlan interjected. No, we possess superfuel. She recalled assisting Chunyi in synthesizing it. Wait, Tang Shuero suddenly spoke up. It's not superfuel, it's legendary-grade fuel. She was the last to synthesize it and knew it best. Legendary-grade fuel? Luo Zijuan exclaimed with delight. What are we waiting for? Let's use it. But how? Tang Shuero admitted she had never used it before. Shout it out. Luo Zijuan, with experience, urged, utilize the legendary fuel's properties. I'll do it. Zhualanlan took a deep breath and declared, with thunder, shatter the darkness. Activate the legendary-grade fuel's properties. A resonant hum echoed. Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the windshield. Legendary-grade fuel properties activated successfully. Boom. The 12-wheeled truck's engine roared to life. Massive exhaust pipes belched forth blue flames. Charge! 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 The 12-wheeled truck surged forward with unprecedented speed. The enormous tires even sparked as they raced ahead. They had caught up. Li Dan was still laughing. But in the next moment, the 12-wheeled truck astonishingly overtook her. No matter how she accelerated, it was futile. She watched helplessly as the 12-wheeled truck vanished into the horizon. Brother Long, what is happening? Li Dan exclaimed in astonishment. Why had the 12-wheeled truck suddenly surged forward? It was astonishingly swift, almost beyond comprehension. Long Yi opened his eyes, equally astonished. Did they possess a special fuel? Special fuel shouldn't allow for such acceleration, should it? Li Dan muttered, faster than Schumacher? It must be the unique properties of the special fuel. Long Yi scoffed dismissively. It's nothing remarkable. We have it too. We have it too? We can catch up? Li Dan's eyes brightened with excitement. Indeed, their advantage is merely the special fuel properties. Long Yi chuckled. We utilize the characteristics of superfuel. Excellent. Li Dan felt a renewed sense of hope. They would surely catch up. Activate the superfuel characteristics, Long Yi stated confidently. Boom. The fuel tanker surged forward, propelled by an exhilarating force that made Li Dan cheer in delight. They were gaining on them. With such terrifying speed, it would be impossible not to catch up. Stay calm, Long Yi chuckled. We'll catch up in no time. Yet, after half an hour of driving, the 12-wheeled truck remained elusive. What is going on? Li Dan questioned. Bewildered. Why haven't we caught up? It's impossible. Long Yi began to doubt his own perceptions. They activated the superfuel characteristics once more. The tanker accelerated again. This time, they would undoubtedly close the gap, Li Dan encouraged herself. However, they still did not catch up. Long Yi activated the characteristics repeatedly, yet still, they could not close the distance. Not only could they not catch up, but they couldn't even see the truck's taillights. Could it be that they also possessed superfuel? Li Dan's mind raced. Perhaps they had legendary-grade fuel? Only such an explanation could make sense. Absurd. Long Yi retorted furiously. How could they possibly have legendary-grade fuel? You must understand, I possess only a drop. If I don't have much, how could Chinyi have any? In his eyes, Chinyi was hardly worthy of comparison. What if we use a bit of the legendary-grade fuel characteristics? Li Dan ventured. But Long Yi struck her across the face, causing her nose to bleed. What are you thinking? He scolded. Legendary-grade fuel is incredibly precious. Can it be used recklessly? The multiple uses of superfuel have already caused me considerable distress. It is well known that the rules for using superfuel are straightforward. If the characteristics are not activated, one can travel a great distance. However, activating them consumes a significant amount of fuel. For superfuel, 1 liter can cover 1,000 kilometers, yet activating the characteristic consumes 1 liter, which is quite extravagant. Long Yi's solitary drop of legendary-grade fuel could only activate the characteristic once, and its duration would be merely 1/10. After all, activating the characteristic once requires 1 liter of legendary fuel. Then let us continue the pursuit. Li Dan expressed her concern. I wonder if we can catch up. If not, so be it. Long Yi was filled with frustration. Initially, the intention was to impress, yet the consumption of such copious fuel left us unable to even glimpse the headlights. The prospect of revenge seemed trivial. Li Dan remarked deliberately, losing face is a significant matter for Dragon Master. Enough with the rambling, Dragon Master replied impatiently, just drive properly. He was reluctant to utilize the characteristics of the superfuel, feeling it was too great a loss. What could be the reason for their extraordinary speed? Li Dan, intrigued, pondered, if they possess a substantial amount of superfuel, could we not catch up and seize it, thereby mitigating our losses? At her words, Dragon Master's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, you might be onto something. If we can commandeer it, not only would we recover our losses, but we would also regain our dignity. With gritted teeth, Dragon Master commanded, accelerate. Push it to the limit. Chapter 89, truly a madcap. The fuel truck surged forward with reckless acceleration. However, with only a single drop of legendary-grade fuel, this almost ground-hugging speed could not be sustained for long. Nevertheless, it allowed for a vigorous pursuit. Dragon Master! Dragon Master! Li Dan shouted, her gaze fixed ahead. What is the ruckus? Dragon Master, resting with eyes closed, replied confidently. We're gaining on them. No, Li Dan retorted, disappointment lacing her words. We're still not catching up. Why was she calling out? The answer was simple, sheer astonishment. How could they not keep pace even after deploying legendary-grade fuel? Absurd. It was utterly ludicrous. Nonsense. Dragon Master scoffed. How could we possibly not catch up? Look, Li Dan said helplessly, we still can't see their headlights. We can't even catch a glimpse of them. Impossible. Dragon Master opened his eyes, glaring ahead. That can't be. To be honest, he was beginning to falter. What a farce. He had expended his most precious fuel, and yet they were still eluding him? That was the characteristic of legendary-grade fuel. What exactly constituted legendary-grade fuel? It was, at this juncture, the most formidable fuel available in this version. Could it be that they too possessed legendary-grade fuel? Li Dan speculated. Nonsense. Dragon Master, increasingly agitated, declared, that is utterly impossible. What is my status? What strength do I possess? I have but a single drop of legendary-grade fuel. How could Chun Yi's team possibly have any? It was important to note that his own convoy boasted over 40 vehicles, whereas Chun Yi had only 2 or 3. In comparison, they were insignificant. Perhaps they had merely stumbled upon good fortune? Li Dan quickly reassured him. Perhaps they discovered 1 or 2 drops of legendary-grade fuel from a treasure chest. Oh, Dragon Master's mood began to settle. That is indeed a possibility. But what shall we do now? Li Dan inquired. We no longer possess legendary-grade fuel. Should we continue utilizing its properties? To catch up, they must maintain fuel usage and increase their investment. No more, Dragon Master decided against further expenditure. Let us proceed. They are just ahead. Why are you so certain? Li Dan countered. What if they flee without consideration for the cost? At that speed, if they are relentless, we stand no chance of catching up. At that moment, the so-called simple and crude plan of Lord Long became nothing more than a jest. With your limited intellect, can you even fathom their formidable capabilities? Lord Long barked. Keep pressing forward. We shall soon catch up. Indeed, although Li Dan maintained a facade of respect, knowing full well that Lord Long's commands were infallible, internally, she was cursing under her breath. Lacking strength, why put on airs? They were reluctant to utilize even the specialized fuel. Yet, one could hardly blame Lord Long. The consumption was simply too great. If only ordinary fuel were used, the expenditure would be acceptable. However, this was specialized fuel, and even legendary fuel. No matter how powerful one might be, it felt like severing flesh. Moreover, Lord Long had numerous subordinates to consider. With over 40 vehicles, their might was undeniable, yet it constituted a significant burden. Lord Long, you are truly remarkable. Li Dan suddenly exclaimed, we've caught up, we really have. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a 12-wheeled truck emerged, its bright yellow paint striking against the pristine white backdrop, resembling a colossal wedge of cheese resting atop a creamy expanse. Caught up? Lord Long's eyes widened in disbelief. He had nearly given up hope. Unexpectedly, they had encountered a twist of fate. Lord Long, your foresight is unparalleled, Li Dan flattered. I had lost all hope, yet you accurately anticipated the situation. Surely, you had foreseen that they lacked ample high-grade fuel? Such a straightforward matter could easily be deduced. Lord Long felt a surge of elation, attributing it to intuition, an instinctive leadership quality akin to that of a seasoned assassin. That is something I could never replicate, he mused. Intuition. It is an innate gift, a talent that you possess inherently. Li Dan chuckled. Perhaps. Lord Long laughed heartily. Wait. Li Dan suddenly interjected. No, they have halted. This revelation doused Lord Long's euphoria with a bucket of cold water. It was not his foresight at play. Rather, they had suffered a breakdown. All the previous grandiose declarations instantly transformed into farcical jests. Why had they stopped? Li Dan hesitated to approach, wary of potential traps. Perhaps it was merely a depletion of fuel. They no longer possessed sufficient fuel, Lord Long remarked coldly. That makes sense. Li Dan gradually brought the vehicle to a stop, positioning it at the rear side of the 12-wheeled truck, cautious of a sudden offensive maneuver from the adversary. She refrained from parallel parking, fearing the devastating assault of the formidable yellow vehicle. The crew aboard, including Lon Lon, quickly recognized the fuel truck. Already incensed, she rolled down the window and extended her middle finger in defiance. Was this impotent rage? Li Dan scoffed. In the biting wind, that solitary gesture only elicited amusement. To her, it signified the commencement of her own triumph. Suddenly, amidst the defiance, a barrage of gunfire erupted. The dark muzzles belched forth fiery tongues of crimson. Li Dan was startled, preparing to leap from the vehicle. Should a bullet shatter the glass, it would spell disaster. Yet, the bullets merely left tiny marks upon the glass, causing no harm whatsoever. Why panic? I am Dragon Master, he declared with bravado. Li Dan could not contain her astonishment, exclaiming loudly. She had never anticipated that Dragon Master's enhancements could withstand bullets. No wonder he strutted around, believing that all other abilities paled in comparison to his own. It seems that indeed, few possess powers that can rival his might. Calm down, Dragon Master said coldly. What do you see in front of that 12-wheeled truck? He astutely discerned the crux of the situation. Li Dan scrutinized closely. Amidst the blizzard, she spotted a dark mass. After a prolonged examination, she finally discerned its outline. It was a tank. No wonder the 12-wheeled truck has come to a halt. Li Dan gasped. The tank was obstructing the road, rendering further passage impossible. Whose tank is it? She pondered, perplexed. Who possesses such resources? This is a tank, capable of obliterating anything with a single shot, despite their formidable size and weight. The fuel tanker and the 12-wheeled truck are mere mobile targets, easily destroyed in comparison. Need I say more? It must be the Supreme 95, having discovered the military weapons depot. Dragon Master scoffed. What a foolish woman. She hardly needs a tank, yet insists on using one. At that moment, the foolish woman, Supreme 95, was seated atop the tank, or more accurately, perched upon a man's back. A man lay sprawled on the tank while she sat upon him, wielding a riding crop that gently tapped against her black military boots. The sound echoed ominously, reminiscent of death knocking at the door. Chapter 90. The Unpredictable Foolish Woman. What shall we do now? Li Dan inquired, her eagerness to confront Chen Yi palpable. Patience, Dragon Master replied, firmly maintaining his composure. There was no need to be the first to act. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole lurking behind. Dragon Master resolved to play the role of the oriole. Moreover, his main forces had yet to arrive, having been left behind due to their earlier reckless advance. A tank, Tang Shuai-Ro remarked, speechless. This is rather exaggerated, isn't it? They have deployed tanks and armed helicopters. If they do not cease their advance, we will be unable to withstand their terrifying firepower. What do we do? Zhuolanlan asked, feeling cornered. My convoy has already arrived. Luo Zijun provided reassurance to the two, affirming that they were adequately protected. In truth, her convoy had swiftly mobilized, led personally by Zhang Xiaokuan. Moving quickly toward Xinye's convoy. Although not as swift as helicopters, they were nearing their destination promptly. That is reassuring, Zhuolanlan sighed with relief. With Big Yellow on our side, we can hold them off for a while. Despite their aggressive approach, they are not spineless. To devour us, they require formidable teeth. Do not venture out. With our various weapons, we can withstand for quite some time. Luo Zijun analyzed the situation. Supreme 95 is likely just bluffing. She would not truly bombard you with the tank. Tank shells are far too precious. Moreover, the use of force as a means of deterrence stands as the optimal choice. To compel an adversary to surrender without any expenditure, to achieve victory without conflict, is undoubtedly the most astute decision. Are you certain the opponent will refrain from utilizing tanks for bombardment? The tone of Zhuolanlan shifted, revealing a palpable sense of fear. What is happening? Luo Zijun perceptively sensed the abnormality. The barrel of the tank was rotating. Zhuolanlan retorted, if they are not going to fire, why then is it turning? Adjust the camera, Luo Zijun commanded. Let me assess the situation. Understood. Zhualanlan repositioned the camera. Within the frame, a colossal tank nearly dominated the entirety of the view. Upon the tank sat the formidable Supreme 95, clad in knee-high military boots, holding a pointer, poised and steady atop the machine. Rest assured, Luo Zijuan declared confidently. She will absolutely not fire. Why? Zhualanlan questioned, perplexed by the certainty derived from a mere glance. Is there truly such a disparity in intellect among individuals? How could she be so oblivious, lacking any insight? The explanation was straightforward. Luo Zijuan elucidated. She is seated atop the tank, which experiences significant recoil. If she were to fire, she would not be positioned on top, as it poses a grave danger. Thus, the singular truth prevails. She will not fire. Upon hearing this, Zhualanlan nodded in a semblance of understanding. It made sense. She would not fire. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than a ferocious blaze erupted from the barrel. A massive shell was launched forth, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Boom. The projectile veered off course, detonating against the rear wheel of a fuel truck, instantly launching it into the air. Countless shrapnel fragments erupted, rendering the fuel tank riddled with gaping holes. Black fuel began to gush forth as the truck rolled across the ground, contorting into a twisted shape. As for the fate of those inside, their survival remained uncertain. Zhualanlan and her companions were not spared either. Numerous shards pierced through the vehicle's windows and perforated the metal of the truck. One fragment struck De Huang's rear, causing it to yelp in distress. Fortunately, it was sturdy enough to withstand the injury, losing much blood yet remaining alive. This is not right. Zhualanlan's ears buzzed. Your analysis is entirely incorrect. Indeed, I miscalculated. Luo Zijuan gritted her teeth. I neglected to consider that she is a lunatic. A lunatic cannot be measured by reason. From within, the lunatic wielded a loudspeaker, declaring, You may surrender now and hand over Chunyi. I assure you, your lives will be spared. You have but 1 minute. After 1 minute, I shall cleanse the earth with artillery fire. At that point, not even a fly shall survive. Notify all mortar teams to commence bombardment in 1 minute. She spoke intentionally to instill terror in Zhualanlan and the others within the vehicle. Be cautious. Luo Zijuan immediately interjected. This lunatic is not jesting. With the experience from the previous encounter, she understood well. When this lunatic declares intent to fire, it is certain she will indeed do so, even if she claims otherwise. The likelihood of bombardment remains exceedingly high. How should we proceed with caution? Zhualanlan, rendered speechless, exclaimed, Did you not see the fuel tanker being blasted into the air? Suddenly, Tang Xuedong interjected, Could we perhaps utilize a certain card function to escape this peril? Impossible, Luo Zijuan quickly replied. Dating cards, dual cards. Racing cards, none of those would respond while Qin Yi is unconscious. Under normal circumstances, having a card would allow one to disappear on the spot, entirely evading danger. However, with Qin Yi in a coma, he cannot confirm anything. Does this mean we can safely depart? Tang Xuedong queried. Indeed, Luo Zijuan nodded. I can assist you in leaving, even taking the large truck with us. However, Qin Yi will remain here indefinitely. As teammates, are you willing to abandon your leader? Tang Xuedong fell silent. For her, the decision to forsake their captain was excruciatingly difficult. Not abandoning, Zhualanlan suddenly declared, We shall not give up. Her unwavering loyalty to Qin Yi elevated him to the status of a deity in her eyes. She would rather perish alongside him than seek survival alone. Very well, Luo Zijuan replied. Since you refuse to surrender, I shall not either. Do you have a plan? Zhualanlan's eyes sparkled with hope. I will command my team to launch a reckless assault on the madwoman, Luo Zijuan stated with a steely gaze. And you must calmly aim at her to deliver a fatal blow. If we can eliminate her, the greatest crisis will undoubtedly be resolved. All right, Zhualanlan affirmed confidently. I am quite accurate. Remember, Luo Zijuan cautioned gravely. The opportunity for you to shoot was earned through the blood and lives of our brothers. I understand. I am accurate. And the pressure is immense, Zhualanlan replied, feeling even more overwhelmed by Luo Zijuan's words. Tang Xuedong, you must exit the vehicle first, Luo Zijuan continued to direct. Distract the madwoman and delay her shooting order for 1 minute. Inform her that the vehicle is laden with valuable supplies. Should she bombard us, the losses would be tremendous. Remember to speak loudly, ensuring not only she hears, but also her subordinates do. Luo Zijuan was concerned that the madwoman might once again lose her sanity. While others would likely relent for the sake of supplies, the madwoman might ironically escalate her bombardment due to them. Thus, It was crucial to communicate clearly to her subordinates to intervene. Understood, Tang Xuedong nodded, unfastening her seatbelt in preparation to exit the vehicle. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. Luo Zijuan concluded, if we ultimately fail, it is simply fate. Faced with the unpredictable madness of the madwoman, her confidence waned significantly. Suddenly, the blizzard intensified, shrouding the world in obscurity. A clear, ringing voice echoed, "Madwoman, leave now, and I may spare your life." It was Chu Lingxi. Zhualanlan peered out, searching for the source of the voice. There, atop a utility pole, stood a girl with twin ponytails wielding a sword, her hair swaying in the storm, stirring the hearts of all who beheld her. Chapter 91. The Lion Awakens. You lack a loudspeaker. How is your voice so powerful? Questioned the Supreme 95. Chu Lingxi's voice, though not loud, reached the ears of all present. Let us go. Chu Lingxi coldly declared, I shall not kill you. As if you could so easily take my life. The Supreme 95 snapped his fingers, commanding, fire the mortars. Boom. No sooner had the words left his lips than shells were launched, hurtling towards Chu Lingxi. The thunderous blast obliterated the telephone pole in an instant, and her figure vanished from sight. Dead? The Supreme 95 scoffed, easily defeated. You have provoked me. Yet, Chu Lingxi reappeared atop another telephone pole. Are you faster than a mortar shell? The Supreme 95 exclaimed in astonishment. Impressive. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Chu Lingxi replied coldly, leave now, and I will spare your life. Then come and kill me. The Supreme 95 laughed heartily. I am eager to see if you possess such prowess. Blizzard. Chu Lingxi suddenly shouted. Boom. The blizzard erupted with wild ferocity. Visibility, once a dozen meters, dwindled to mere centimeters. What sort of power is this? The Supreme 95's expression shifted to one of surprise. She could summon a blizzard? As the thought crossed her mind, the head of the man beneath her fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. Damn. The Supreme 95 was taken aback and hurriedly retreated into the tank. Chu Lingxi moved like a specter. She had no idea how the attack had unfolded. Had she not evaded, she too might have lost her head. This girl. The Supreme 95 cursed. What a sharp blade. Have you hidden away in your metal shell? Chu Lingxi's voice, reminiscent of the King of Hell, resounded. Do you know why I do not kill you but instead slay your men? The reason is simple, to torment you slowly. Implicitly, she suggested that she could easily dispatch him, merely choosing to demonstrate mercy. Humph. The Supreme 95 produced several grenades, scoffing, is her blade swifter? Or do my grenades explode faster? The tank's operators exchanged fearful glances, each wondering if their commander would dare to detonate the grenades, leading to mutual destruction. You cannot be serious. That is something she might do. As subordinates of the Supreme 95, they understood her well. Little girl, the battered Long Yi, his face bruised and bloodied, spoke up, still trying to maintain an air of bravado amidst the storm. I advise you to temper your arrogance and refrain from aiding Xin Yi, or the consequences will be dire. Long Yi? Chu Lingxi sneered from the shadows. Why is your head so pointed? His head had become misshapen from the fall. Silence. Long Yi fumed. Persist in your stubbornness, and your life will be forfeit. You deserve your fate, Chu Lingxi replied coldly. Anyone who hunts my brother must die. You wish to kill me? Long Yi retorted with a cold snort. Do you think my brothers would allow your head to roll? The sound of honking cars filled the air as vehicles switched on their high beams, illuminating the blizzard. Long Ye's convoy of 40 had arrived. Otherwise, he would not have been so brazen. The previous shot from the Supreme 95 had nearly cost him his life. Do you believe that sheer numbers will save you? Chu Lingxi retorted icily. If you wish to slay me, feel free to come forth, declared Lord Long, stepping forward without a hint of trepidation. Die. From the shadows, Chu Lingxi drew her sword with deadly precision. Her blade, exceedingly sharp, aimed directly at Lord Long's neck. Should it strike true, it would sever his carotid artery, sealing his fate. Yet, with her consummate swordsmanship, she did indeed strike. With a resounding clang, the sound of metal meeting metal echoed. Remarkably, Chu Lingxi's sharp sword failed to penetrate. A thick, ominous black mist enveloped Lord Long's neck, seemingly fortifying it, rendering it impervious to her attack. A flicker of surprise crossed Chu Lingxi's face. She had not anticipated such an outcome. Little girl, come along with Lord Long, he leered, his hands reaching for her vulnerable spots. Disgusted, Chu Lingxi executed a swift maneuver, her blade aimed at Lord Long's tongue. To her astonishment, the black mist did not shroud his tongue. With a swift stroke, half of it was severed, blood gushing forth. Lord Long erupted in rage. astonished that Chu Lingxi's sword was so formidable. In a moment of carelessness, he had lost his tongue. He staggered back, clutching the bloody remnant, regretting his earlier bravado. Had he known, he would have held his tongue. How could he savor delicacies or share passionate kisses without it? Vicious, muttered Li Dan, unable to voice her thoughts aloud for fear of incurring Chu Lingxi's wrath. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoquan's voice boomed, followed by a loud and foul-smelling flatulence that pierced through the howling winds and biting cold. Good heavens! Someone exclaimed, Zhang Xiaoquan, you truly are the skunk of the survival world. Even skunks do not fart upon meeting someone. This young man, however, had no qualms about unleashing a blast at every encounter. Silence. Zhang Xiaoquan retorted coldly. Everyone surrender. You are surrounded. His convoy had taken the high ground, poised to launch an assault from above. Who do you think you are? What prowess do you possess that warrants our surrender? Came the jeers from the crowd. What are you pretending? Do you possess extraordinary abilities or weapons? They scoffed, doubting his claims. Zhang Xiaoquan, astute as ever, chose not to elaborate, merely smiling and saying, you might want to test that theory. When the time comes, do not blame me for the consequences. This provoked further skepticism among the onlookers. This brash youth could not possibly have any secret weapons, could he? One thing was certain, he was quite wealthy. Chun Ye's luxurious bear paws had all been purchased by this young man, including even those of legendary quality. Enough with the idle chatter, urged Zhuolanlan, perched atop the great yellow steed, which stood on the vehicle's roof. Our leader has awakened. Chun Yi has returned. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing everyone to instinctively step back. In the eyes of Long Yi, a palpable sense of trepidation flickered. Everyone recalls how Chun Yi ingested a legendary great ability fruit, thereby acquiring an extraordinary power. What kind of ability could it be? How formidable? All remains shrouded in mystery. Should it be a potent fire ability? The individuals present might find themselves in dire straits. Are you frightened? Zhuolanlan exclaimed vehemently. The lion has awakened. The apex predator stirs. And now the hunters shall become the hunted. Chapter 92. The dominance of the twin-tailed little girl. Deception. Empty bravado? Attempting to dupe us? Indeed. If he could awaken, he would have done so long ago. Do you think we are children? So easily fooled. One by one, they rose to voice their skepticism. They did not believe, at least not in the words of Zhuolanlan. They would not be intimidated by her mere utterances. Did she think they were so easily cowed? Zhuolanlan seemed prepared, disdainfully snapping her fingers. Soon, Chun Yi emerged into their line of sight, seated in a chair, his head bowed, silent. Tang Shuero trembled as she supported him, her expression grim. Clearly, Chun Yi had not awakened. Zhuolanlan was merely posturing. A strategic delay, designed to buy more time for Chu Lingxi and Luo Zijuan. Good heavens, he truly has awakened. Damn it, I thought he would remain in eternal slumber. What a trap. Could this be Chun Yi's scheme? It is quite possible. Everything seems to be a ruse, orchestrated to ensnare them all. Instantly, panic spread among the crowd. The intimidation Chun Yi had long cultivated was indeed fearsome. Upon seeing him, their first reaction was one of dread. They even abandoned their capacity for rational thought. What is there to fear? The voice of Long Yi, now a lisping tongue, resonated. He had lost half his tongue, making speech initially laborious, reduced to incoherent murmurs. Yet, having adapted, he could manage to articulate, albeit with considerable difficulty, emerging as a veritable lisping figure. Clearly, he was merely posturing. There was no need for fear. Chun Yi remained in a state of unconsciousness. A collective rush could easily dismantle him, naturally resolving the issue. Long Ye's cunning was sharp, seeking to break the stalemate in this manner. One must admit, it was a clever tactic. You speak nonsense, Zhuolanlan retorted loudly. Our leader has already awakened. Now that he has, shall I call out to him? Will he respond? Long Yi, with his lisp, queried, Chun Yi, have you truly awakened? Chun Yi remained silent, for if he had not awakened, he could not respond. Why do you not dare to answer when I call? Long Yi laughed heartily, merely posturing. You are still in slumber, aren't you? Silence. Zhuolanlan scolded. You lisping fool. Our leader simply does not wish to acknowledge you. Humph. Long Yi sneered. Your little tricks are far from sufficient to deceive anyone. I am not deceiving anyone. Zhuolanlan asserted. Our leader merely finds you unworthy of his attention. Brothers, charge. Long Yi incited. Whoever slays Chun Yi shall claim the title of the Child of Fortune. Forward. Forward. Yes. Heed Long Yi's call. Forward. Forward. The title of the Child of Fortune carries an abundance of benefits. Li Dan quickly added, moreover, Chen possesses a vast array of resources. Onward, onward. Their exchange stirred the crowd, igniting a fervor among the onlookers. Aside from Zhang Xiaoquan, the Supreme 9-5, and Long Ye's formidable faction, numerous smaller forces, and even lone wolves lurked in the shadows, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Now, with Chunyi appearing unguarded before their eyes, the moment had arrived. In the darkness, an unknown figure surged forward. They could not lag behind. One after another, individuals charged ahead, blinded by greed. The promise of immense gain had dulled their senses to the lurking dangers. Each person rushed forward without hesitation. However, Long Yi remained stationary, with none of his entourage following suit. This individual was cunning. Despite his significant strength, he chose to bide his time. Suddenly, dozens of people lunged at Chunyi, armed with various weapons, including some with supernatural abilities. Witnessing this, Zhualanlan shouted, "Get them!" With a roar, De Huang unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating a multitude. He continued to spew fire, consuming all who dared to advance. Not even the supernatural beings could withstand De Huang's terrifying inferno. After all, De Huang was an extraordinary supernatural canine. Screams filled the air as dozens writhed in agony amidst the flames, ultimately reduced to ashes. The onlookers were struck with disbelief. Who would have anticipated that such a seemingly ordinary large dog could wield such formidable power? Zhualanlan chuckled mischievously. "My apologies for deceiving everyone. How was my performance?" This entire spectacle was the audacious plan of Luo Zijuan, using Chunyi as bait to eliminate foes and establish dominance, thereby deterring others from acting rashly. Zhualanlan skillfully portrayed a bumbling fool, a role she naturally fit into due to her innate clumsiness. Long Yi, harboring malevolent intentions. Chu Lingxi drew her sword once more, declaring, "You shall perish." The young girl thought she could succeed. Long Yi was enveloped in dark energy, his skin glimmering ominously. Aware of the sharpness of Chu Lingxi's blade, he activated his powers, shrouding himself in darkness, unwilling to reveal even the slightest vulnerability. The last time he had shown even a hint of weakness had resulted in a lifelong disability. Humph. Chu Lingxi scoffed, refraining from attacking Long Yi. Instead, she thrust her sword towards the tank, her true target being the formidable Supreme 9-5. Her taunts directed at Long Yi were mere distractions to unsettle her adversary. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced the tank as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Whether it was due to Chu Lingxi's supernatural prowess or the tank's inferior quality, the blade emerged stained with blood, indicating a successful strike. Even the tank's protection could not shield it from the sharpness of her sword. Chu Lingxi's delicate nose twitched as she caught the scent of blood. It wasn't her. With mere blood, she discerned the truth. The young girl. Lord Long's expression grew serious, acknowledging her talent. "Do not rush," he cautioned. Chu Lingxi wiped the blood from her sword, declaring, "If I kill her, I shall certainly kill you as well. Why not eliminate me first?" Lord Long chuckled. "Is it because I am too difficult to kill? Or perhaps you lack the strength to do so?" "No." Chu Lingxi shook her head. "It is because I keep my word. I have already vowed to eliminate the old witch. Thus, I must carry out my promise. First, I will slay the witch, then I shall deal with you." "Very well," Lord Long replied with a smile. "You may proceed." He stepped back, recognizing that the opponent's focus was not on him, rendering his interference unnecessary. "Lord Long, we should ambush her while she attacks the witch," Li Dan suggested quietly. "Silence." Lord Long retorted coldly. "Do you need to instruct me on my actions?" "Yes." Li Dan dared not speak further. With a swift motion, Chu Lingxi raised her sword and cleaved through the massive iron lid of the tank. Like a nimble deer, she leaped onto the tank, coldly stating, "Whoever dares to advance a step and harm my brother shall not blame the edge of my sword." With that, she plunged into the tank. The pigtail-wearing girl exuded a dominance that surpassed even the mightiest of men. Chapter 93, Zhang Shaoquan's sole target, De Huang. Inside the tank, darkness enveloped her. A single point of light illuminated the space. Upon her entrance, several ominous gun barrels were aimed at her head. The Supreme 95 brandished grenades, pressing them against her. "Sister, you must be exceedingly foolish." Supreme 95 laughed. "What business do you have inside the tank?" Chu Lingxi, clearly a nimble assassin, had forsaken her greatest advantage by leaping inside the tank. "Little girl," an injured man with a bleeding arm shouted, "Drop your sword, or I will end you." "Are you the unfortunate soul?" Chu Lingxi smirked, her left cheek adorned with a sweet dimple. Moments ago, she had easily pierced his arm with her sword. Truly, this fellow was exceptionally unlucky. Damn it. The man cursed. I, the unfortunate one, will put an end to you today. With a flash, the blade gleamed. Suddenly, a short dagger appeared in Chu Lingxi's left hand. Before anyone could react, the dagger slit the man's throat. Not only that, its razor-sharp edge severed the handguns of the remaining men. What were once lethal weapons transformed into mere scraps under the prowess of Chu Lingxi's dagger. By heaven! The men stared in disbelief at their broken guns, exclaiming in unison with curses. They had not anticipated the terrifying sharpness of the little girl's dagger. Now do you comprehend why I leaped down here? Chu Lingxi addressed Supreme 95, the old witch. The reason was simple. Within such confines, she was invincible. Fascinating. Supreme 95 laughed heartily. Truly fascinating. Can you still laugh in the face of death? Chu Lingxi was astonished. This woman was indeed mad. If death is to come, then so be it. Supreme 95 chuckled. After all, you are destined to die. She possessed many grenades. Once detonated, all would perish. The remaining men immediately pleaded. If you two are determined to perish together, could you allow us to leave? Their voices united in desperation. Fools. The Supreme 95 scolded. This girl is a ruthless killer. Do you genuinely believe she would spare you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This girl, akin to a deity of death, will not let a single soul escape. Indeed, Chu Lingxi nodded. Anyone who poses a threat to my brother Chenyi must perish. You are so loyal to Chenyi? The Supreme 95 inquired curiously. Are you also his ally? No. Chu Lingxi shook her head. Though they shared no intimate bond, she was resolute in her determination to protect Chenyi. Her acute intelligence had led her to place a significant wager. She believed Chenyi would yield unimaginable rewards in return. I understand now, the Supreme 95 chuckled. You have feelings for him. To be candid, Chenyi is indeed quite handsome. If he were to become my favored consort, I would shower him with affection. Shameless woman, Chu Lingxi retorted. Dare to insult my brother again, and I shall sever your tongue. Hiki. The Supreme 95 laughed. Little girl, I am aware of your prowess. Yet you cannot kill me. Oh? Chu Lingxi's delicate brows knitted slightly. Is that so? Look around you, the Supreme 95 replied with a grin. All around. Dark miasma was encroaching. Under the influence of this sinister essence, the steel had become exceedingly resilient. Is it him? Chu Lingxi's fair complexion shifted. Indeed, Lord Long had made his move, launching a surprise attack at a critical juncture. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the hatch atop the tank was sealed tightly. Within the confined space, the miasma thickened ominously. This poisonous vapor. Are you still unaware of Lord Long's tactics? The Supreme 95 chuckled darkly. With poison in the air, you two shall meet your end. What is there to celebrate? Chu Lingxi retorted coldly. When death arrives, I shall have already departed. Before it comes, why should I panic? The Supreme 95's philosophical remarks echoed. I fear not death. Outside the tank, Li Dan erupted in laughter. It worked. Lord Long succeeded. We have triumphed. They emerged as the ultimate victors. Advance. Lord Long commanded. Launch an assault on the great yellow dog. Remember to capture it alive. Yes. The team, equipped with fireproof gear and tranquilizer guns, charged forth. Their strategy was straightforward. A single shot would bring the great yellow down. Seize the great yellow. Zhang Xiaoquan shouted. This dog is incredibly formidable. Unbeknownst to others, he had endured extensive torment at the hands of the great yellow and was acutely aware of its ferocity. The elephant tranquilizers are ready. Dog-catching squad forward. 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 Since the last encounter with the great yellow, Zhang Xiaoquan had assembled a dog-catching team, training diligently and even purchasing elephant-grade tranquilizers at a premium. He had become proficient with the tranquilizer gun, boasting remarkable accuracy, no matter the cost. He was determined to capture the great yellow. Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth, resolute in his quest to seize the great yellow. What a vast array of resources! What does he care for the child of fortune, the hunter? The only thing that matters to him is De Huang. Oh my goodness! Zhang Xiaoquan roared, De Huang. De Huang. I am coming. Insanity. Zuolanlan was taken aback, wondering if these people had lost their minds. Forget about De Huang, Luo Zijuan commanded urgently. Take Chenyi and run. I will cover you. She herself had a vehicle, ready for some time, merely waiting for the chaos to rescue Chenyi. All right. Zuolanlan and Tang Shuio lifted Chenyi and dashed through the turmoil. Everyone's attention was focused on De Huang, leaving them unnoticed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. De Huang resembled a war god, unleashing flames that incinerated all who charged forward. Yet, these individuals seemed undeterred by death, continuing their assault. Zhang Xiaoquan even lunged directly at De Huang, clinging tightly to it. Hee. Breathe fire. Go ahead, breathe fire. De Huang's flames had blind spots. It could not scorch its own back. Zhang Xiaoquan exploited this, akin to a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, pressing himself onto De Huang. The most perilous place was, paradoxically, the safest. De Huang's back was undoubtedly the safest spot. You fool, De Huang growled, attempting to shake off Zhang Xiaoquan. However, Zhang Xiaoquan clung like a stubborn leech. Hee. Enjoy your insults? Let me have it. Zhang Xiaoquan delivered several doses of tranquilizer, specifically meant for elephants, ensuring the beast was thoroughly sedated. Before long, De Huang began to stagger. Damn it. Zhang Xiaoquan fumed. No one touches my De Huang. Anyone who dares to compete with me will face dire consequences. His sole interest was in De Huang. Anyone who dared to snatch it would be dealt with harshly. That should suffice. Long Yi observed with a strategic demeanor. You go. Eliminate Qinyi. Upon hearing this, Li Dan was taken aback. You want me to eliminate Qinyi? Is that appropriate? What? Long Yi retorted coldly. Isn't that your greatest desire? Li Dan, an ability wielder with considerable combat prowess, could easily hunt the unprotected Qinyi. Chapter 94. Awakening in Desperation. Li Dan hesitated, reluctant to proceed. It was far too perilous. Qinyi was exceedingly dangerous. She was fearful. Although she possessed abilities, her combat strength was not formidable. Moreover, her opponent was the unpredictable Qinyi. What are you hesitating for? Long Ye's icy voice cut through her uncertainty. Do you dare to defy my orders? Li Dan nodded. I will go at once. With that, she charged forward, accompanied by several loyal subordinates. She had her own ulterior motives and had won over a few men to fight for her. Old Three, go and take down Qinyi. Li Dan commanded abruptly. Old Three frowned, the scar on his face resembling a centipede. He was known for his ruthlessness, yet he hesitated to charge in. Li Dan's order was clearly a death sentence. What are you hesitating for? Li Dan whispered. Don't you fancy feat? Once you succeed, not only will Long Yi reward you, but I will ensure you have your fill. Really? The third man's eyes were bloodshot, clearly a lecherous fiend. Nonsense. Li Dan smirked. When have I ever deceived you? Sister? Yet, he still harbored some concerns about Long Yi's women. Do not worry, Li Dan reassured him. With so many women at Long Yi's disposal, how could he possibly manage them all? You've rendered a great service. He will surely grant you a few. He chuckled, hee. And with a bold hand, he playfully patted Li Dan, saying, just watch. With that, he charged forward. Li Dan stood at a distance, commanding, surround them. Do not let a single one escape. She sought not only Qinyi, but also Zhuolanlan and Tang Xuero. Killing Qinyi would be a significant achievement, but capturing the two stunning beauties, Zhuolanlan and Tang Xuero, would be an even greater triumph. Surround them all, Long Yi ordered, expanding the encirclement. Among those present, he undoubtedly commanded the most manpower. The vast encirclement had completely seized control of the situation. Suddenly, Long Yi's subordinates reported spotting a suspicious vehicle. Surround it, Long Yi commanded. Yes, soon. His men had surrounded the vehicle. Inside was Luo Zijuan, clad in a qipao and adorned with light makeup, appearing irresistibly alluring under the night sky. Reminiscent of a popular songstress from the Bund, thriving amidst the vibrant nightlife. Luo Zijuan. Long Yi's eyes widened as he glimpsed the enchanting figure through the silhouette of the car window. Long Yi. Luo Zijuan lowered the glass, responding coldly. Is it really you? Long Yi felt drool pooling as his tongue tripped over itself. My dear little treasure, you cannot imagine how I have yearned for you, day and night. It drives me to madness. He had encountered Luo Zijuan once before and had been utterly captivated, exhausting every means to win her favor, yet she had shown no interest. To see her again was unexpected. Long Yi, is it truly necessary to debase yourself so? Luo Zijuan remarked coldly. How is this debasement? Long Yi wiped away his saliva. As long as I can share a bed with you, I would gladly toil like an ox. Long Yi was indeed the quintessential lecherous fiend. Humph. Luo Zijuan scoffed. I command you to leave now and relinquish all benefits to my son. Are you willing? Willing. Of course I am. Long Yi nodded eagerly. Hasn't he, your son, already received what he wanted? Zhang Xiaoquan desires nothing more than that big yellow dog. Everyone saw his fervent leap onto it just now. Good heavens. His fervor seemed almost as if he intended to ravish the dog. And what about me? Luo Zijuan countered. I desire resources in the title of the child of Fortune Slayer. Haha. Long Yi laughed heartily. Very well. I can provide that for you. Then thank you, Long Yi. Do not impede my vehicle, Luo Zijuan replied coldly. I am going to kill Chunyi. Of course, she had no intention of killing Chunyi. Her feelings were far too deep for that. This was merely a strategic delay. If she directly stated her intention to save Chunyi, jealousy would render Long Yi completely vulnerable, thwarting her ultimate goal. Go ahead. Dragon Yi chuckled. However, I must sit in the passenger seat. Upon hearing this, Luo Zijuan frowned, utterly unwilling. What now? Dragon Yi smirked. You wouldn't dare refuse, would you? Absolutely not. Luo Zijuan replied. I can drive slowly. You can just follow along. Dragon Yi was insufferable. She would never allow him into her vehicle. That was her bottom line. Very well, it shall be as you wish. Dragon Yi was surprisingly accommodating. It was his habit to be agreeable with stunning beauties. Dragon Yi, you must hurry. Luo Zijuan pressed the accelerator, instantly speeding up. Beautiful lady, slow down. Dragon Yi chased after her recklessly, disregarding his image entirely. His subordinates followed suit, each pursuing her fervently. Before long, Luo Zijuan arrived in front of Chunyi. The situation now exceedingly dire. Li Dan's men had completely surrounded Chunyi, with Zualanlan and Tang Shuyo among them. They refused to abandon Chunyi and escape alone, thus falling into the encirclement as well. Hee. Old 3, this is a windfall. Old 3 grinned wickedly, feeling triumphant. Zualanlan, in her glossy high heels, exuded sensuality, while Tang Shuyo, in her canvas flats, possessed a unique charm. For Old 3, a foot fetishist, they were truly the epitome of allure. What are we waiting for? Li Dan commanded loudly, attack. All right. Old 3 drew his knife. Don't come any closer. Zualanlan stepped back, her hands slipping into her pockets. Within, she concealed a handgun along with ample ammunition. Yet, she doubted her chances of victory. There were too many adversaries. Surrounded on all sides, she could eliminate those before her. But the ones behind would surely strike. Stop. Luo Zijuan's vehicle screeched to a halt, and she exited with commanding presence. Who do you think you are? Li Dan shouted in anger. Old 3, ignore her. Attack. Have you forgotten our agreement? Upon hearing this, Old 3's eyes turned crimson. How could he forget? He was intent on playing hard and enjoying himself thoroughly. Old 3, Dragon Yi arrived, scolding, cease this. Dragon Yi, what brings you here? Old 3 instantly regained his composure, fear flickering in his eyes. Withdraw. Dragon Yi commanded coldly. However, Old 3 was reluctant, 1,000 times unwilling. Nonsense. Dragon Yi dismissed his concerns, barking, get back. Yes. Old 3 had no choice but to grit his teeth and step back, resentment etched across his face. Luo Zijuan approached Chunyi, each step calculated as she pondered how to rescue him. Truth be told, she was an intelligent woman, yet in such a desperate situation. She found herself devoid of good ideas. Damn it. Old 3 suddenly cursed. Why should I let you steal my glory? Such a significant achievement, once secured, would allow him to indulge himself thoroughly. He could not easily relinquish it. With that, he charged forward, steel knife in hand, directly aiming for Chunyi's heart. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted. Chunyi snapped his eyes open, fiery determination blazing within. Boom. 2 flames shot forth, piercing through. Old 3, still bewildered, found his eyes brutally penetrated. He was dead, beyond revival. Chapter 95, The Divine Golden Flame. Everyone stood frozen in place, utterly astonished and rendered speechless. It was terrifying. It was immensely powerful. It was utterly incredible. From Chunyi's eyes erupted a searing flame. This golden fire, with an overwhelming force, seemed to embody a divine essence, capable of melting gold and iron, annihilating everything in its path. Long Yi and his companions were also paralyzed. Even the distant combatants were struck dumb by such a horrifying spectacle. The previously raucous scene fell silent in an instant. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Except for De Huang, all present appeared as though they were nailed to the ground. De Huang, under the influence of drugs, swayed and was lost in his own hallucination, utterly oblivious to the terrifying golden radiance emanating from Qinyu. Zhang Shakuan clung tightly to De Huang, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at the golden flames glow. Amidst the collective astonishment and disbelief of the crowd, Qinyu slowly rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings. His eyes glimmered with a golden light, akin to a sacred flame burning fiercely. No one dared to meet his gaze, and they all lowered their heads in trepidation. Qinyu took a step forward, his expression devoid of emotion, resembling a cold and ruthless demon lord. The crowd remained bewildered, shivering in anticipation. Even steadfast allies like Zhualanlan and Tang Shuoro dared not make a move. Chen Yi had been overwhelmingly fearsome just moments ago. Any misstep could render them the next unfortunate victims of the Golden Flame. Yet, some foolish souls, like a few of Long Gu's subordinates, harbored delusions of grandeur and exchanged glances, brandishing their blades as they charged at Chen Yi. They attacked from all directions, hoping to land a blow on him. In their eyes, although Chen Yu's gaze could unleash golden flames, he was still human. As long as he was flesh and blood, he could not withstand the piercing of their blades. However, their actions did not escape Chen Yi's keen perception. With a slight movement of his ears, golden flames erupted once again from his eyes. Coordinating his steps and a subtle turn of his head, the golden fire traced a circle. Wherever it reached, death followed. The unfortunate souls encroaching upon him had their heads severed by the golden flames. The taller ones were cleaved open at the chest, while the shorter ones had their skulls forcibly removed. Their brains, soaked in liquid, were seared by the horrifying temperature of the golden flames, bubbling and sizzling ominously. Such a dreadful massacre shattered the resolve of everyone present. Countless subordinates of Long Gu were paralyzed with fear. Some collapsed on the ground, losing control of their bodily functions, while others simply discarded their weapons and fled. Yet, this was undoubtedly the most foolish course of action. All those who attempted to escape were met with their own fateful golden flames. Chen Yi, like an unfeeling machine of slaughter, responded to any disturbance with lethal intent. Witnessing this grim spectacle, everyone stood frozen, too terrified to move. Whether near or far, any sound made would summon the deathly golden fire. Had it not been for the fact that De Huang lay unconscious on the ground due to the effects of the drug, it is likely he would have met a grim fate as well. Zhang Xiaoquan, seemingly fearful of being recognized by Chen Yi, concealed his entire face within De Huang's fur, inwardly whispering, "You can't see me, you can't see me." The entire world fell into an eerie silence, an unsettling quiet enveloping the surroundings. However, this stillness was fleeting. Despite the stillness of the crowd, Chen Yi's slaughter did not cease. He commenced an indiscriminate shooting spree. Waves of golden flames flickered, each flash claiming a vibrant life. Chaos erupted as the scene transformed into utter pandemonium, with individuals scrambling to flee. Fear gripped each heart like a ravenous black claw. The anguished cries of the wounded, the stench of blood, and the pervasive dread melded into a distinct scent of despair. Into the tank, a voice suddenly pierced the air. Panic-stricken, the crowd surged forth, rushing towards the tank as if it were a beacon of hope. In their frantic state, they had completely lost their composure. Would the iron tank withstand Chen Yi's golden flames? Would it save their lives? These beast-like individuals did not care, they merely sought an escape. A throng began to converge upon the tank, but the lethal golden flashes outpaced them effortlessly. It seemed as though Chen Yi could comprehend their words. Initially indifferent to the tank, he now fixated entirely upon it. His eyes shot forth with a searing brilliance. The golden flames pierced the tank directly. Once enveloped in thick black mist, the iron of the tank had been rendered unyieldingly hard. Not even bullets could penetrate it. Nor could the exceptionally sharp blade of Chu Lingxi breach its surface. Yet, under the gaze of Chen Yi's golden eyes, under the scorching brilliance of divine light, the black iron tank melted like a decadent cake. Over half of the steel was liquefied, and nearly all within succumbed, leaving only Chu Lingxi and the Supreme 9-5 confronting each other in the darkness. Just when they expected to perish in an explosion or succumb to the toxic black mist, an overwhelming heat surged forth, utterly obliterating the once impenetrable tank. How could this be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Long Gu, feeling the cracks in his composure, screamed in a frenzy. His items, fortified by black mist, possessed unparalleled hardness. This was the source of his prideful power, one that could vanquish even many high-ranking supernatural beings. Yet, to his utter disbelief, they could not withstand Chen Yi's flames. This revelation sent him spiraling into a near breakdown. It seemed Chen Yi had heard his anguished cries. Amidst the unending massacre, he slowly turned his gaze, coldly fixing his eyes upon Long Gu. A chill coursed through Long Ji's very being, as if he were under the gaze of death itself, awakening the deepest fears within him. In an instant, two streams of golden flames surged forth. Long Ji's spirit faltered, and he hastily raised his hands to shield himself from the golden rays of death. Upon his arms lingered an inky, impenetrable darkness. In the face of a life-threatening crisis, an unparalleled will to survive surged within him, elevating his innate powers to unprecedented heights. Throughout the duration of his awakened abilities, he had never amassed such a substantial amount of black energy. His once flesh and blood arms now possessed an extraordinary hardness, surpassing even the most resilient diamonds found on this planet. Yet, the hardness of diamonds seemed trivial beneath the unmatched divine flames of Chun-Yi. The dense black aura merely delayed the inevitable. Soon, Long Ji's arms were reduced to wisps of green smoke, and golden rays pierced through his chest without hindrance. His lungs were consumed by flames, leaving behind 2 cavernous voids. Long Gu gazed helplessly at the gaping holes in his chest, gripped by an unprecedented terror. He howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, a pitiful figure, as if he were nothing more than a piece of decaying flesh. Chapter 96. The Fall of the Madwoman. Witnessing her formidable ally in such a wretched state, Li Dan stood frozen in terror, her mind a blank slate, utterly forgetting her purpose. All her cunning and malice faded into insignificance before the overwhelming force, rendering her powerless and foolish. An endless wave of fear engulfed her thoughts, stripping her of basic cognitive ability. She dared not move. It was not a lack of desire to flee, but rather as if her legs were nailed to the ground, rendering her immobile. Attempting to take a step felt alien, as though the legs that had served countless men were no longer her own. Regret and frustration coursed through her, realizing she should never have opposed Chun-Yi, nor sought to eliminate him for the so-called title of the Child of Fortune, an utterly foolish and delusional ambition. Ha! How remarkable! The Supreme 9-5, this madwoman, brandishing grenades, leapt about wildly. While others would be paralyzed with fear in such a terrifying situation, she reveled in exhilaration, as if she were a child who had just received her most cherished toy. This is what true power looks like. This is invincibility. This is a force that transcends human technology. In a fit of celebration, she hurled grenade after grenade, each landing precisely above Chun-Yi. Although he was engulfed in a state of mindless slaughter, his keen senses detected the lethal threat posed by the grenades. He raised his head, golden flames erupting from his eyes, striking the egg-sized grenades with pinpoint accuracy. Those deadly iron grenades exploded in the sky, transforming into a breathtaking display of fireworks for all to behold. Fire! Fire! What are you waiting for? The Supreme 9-5 shrieked madly. Her battery of mortars remained operational. Despite the flight of most of her subordinates, a loyal few lingered, controlling the mortars. In truth, they were paralyzed by fear, too terrified to move. Yet they remained at their posts. Fire! Fire! Obliterate this monstrosity! Though his eyes could unleash an invincible flame, he remained but a mere mortal. This fact served as a reminder to those mortar soldiers contemplating flight. Indeed, despite Chun-Yi wielding a formidable golden beam, he was ultimately flesh and blood. As long as he was composed of flesh, the possibility of his demise existed. Should a single shell strike Chun-Yi, the shooter might earn the illustrious title of Fate's chosen hunter. Such a reward was immense, and it did not require facing the demon Chun-Yi directly. Mortars launched one after another, in their hundreds, densely filling the air above Chun-Yi. He abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes incessantly emitting golden flames, almost flawlessly obliterating every mortar shell. The deadly and massive projectiles transformed into grander fireworks. The spectators were utterly astounded, unable to fathom how the mortar shells could not harm Chun-Yi. This myriad of shells, resembling a meteor shower of death, could not inflict even the slightest injury upon him. The mortar positions were thrown into disarray, uncertain of their next course of action. Should they commence a second barrage or flee? Just as their hesitation lingered, Chun-Yi made the choice for them. A colossal beam of golden light surged forth, melting the entire mortar site, incinerating dozens into wisps of smoke, while the steel mortars flowed into pools of molten iron. Run, you fools! Do you not realize that the King of Hell has arrived? Supreme 9-5, having somehow procured a motorcycle, twisted the throttle in a frenzy. Her mind was consumed with a singular thought: escape. Escape. And yet more escape. Though she was a madwoman, she was no fool seeking death. Having witnessed Chun-Yi's invincibility, she could not continue her reckless abandon. Invincibility card. Use the invincibility card. Supreme 9-5 shouted in a panic, witnessing for the first time such disarray and helplessness. The invincibility card was a powerful asset, its function simple: invulnerability for a limited duration. This woman dared to act so recklessly, so heedlessly, precisely because she held this trump card, this means of invincibility. Were it not for this, she would not dare to be so audacious. Even if she were bold enough to act without restraint, she would have long succumbed to various mishaps, rather than continuing to survive amid crises like some deranged lunatic. Meanwhile, a golden beam shot forth. Though Chun-Yi was oblivious, he would not allow her to escape so easily. This beam detonated around her. And despite the invincibility card preventing her immediate demise, he himself was invincible, while the motorcycle was not. In an instant, the motorcycle erupted violently, and Supreme 9-5 could not escape unscathed, being propelled into the air, her fate uncertain. Observing the spectacle, Chu Lingxi drew a small dagger, weighing it in her hand. Her sharp gaze already fixed upon the frantic woman, she suddenly flicked her wrist, and a silvery gleam flashed by as the dagger plunged directly into the left eye of the Supreme 9-5. Chu Lingxi seemed to have calculated her moment of invincibility perfectly, striking just as the functional card became ineffective. A piercing scream escaped the lips of the deranged woman as she yanked out the dagger, blood gushing forth. In her fit of strength, she even dislodged her own eyeball. Writhing in agony, her earlier arrogance had vanished entirely. As she twisted and struggled in pain, Chu Lingxi approached her step by step. The sound of her footsteps crunching on the pristine snow echoed in the air, an otherwise ordinary sound. Yet to the ears of the Supreme 9-5, it was undoubtedly the harbinger of death. She frantically ran forward, attempting to evade Chu Lingxi's pursuit. Yet, no matter how fast she ran, it seemed impossible to escape the relentless footsteps of her pursuer. Chu Lingxi followed her like the Grim Reaper, steadfastly trailing behind until the woman, exhausted from her frantic flight, felt as though her lungs would burst. This once dominant woman finally sank to her knees, ceasing her flight. The biting cold air rushed into her lungs from her vigorous exertion, rendering them nearly dysfunctional, leaving her to heave painfully, her face turning an ashen hue. Even without an executioner, she would suffocate on her own. A person must keep their word. Chu Lingxi's sharp sword pressed against her throat, declaring that if she intended to kill, she must indeed carry it out. Ha, I refuse to grant you your wish. The madwoman clutched a grenade, pulling the pin and biting down on it. Then, in a fit of madness, lunged at Chu Lingxi, seeking to perish together. However, Chu Lingxi did not grant her this opportunity. With a swift maneuver, she created distance, and her sword thrust fiercely, piercing the woman's throat. This was followed by a violent explosion. The Supreme 9-5 was reduced to mere pulp, and her imperial dreams dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 97. The Fall of Li Dan. Chu Lingxi found satisfaction in this outcome, for before being obliterated, the woman's throat had already been pierced by her own arrow. Thus, she had not broken her promise. Meanwhile, Chunye's slaughter continued unabated. He fired indiscriminately, like a child crushing ants on a path, obliterating them with beam after beam of light. There was no reason, no distinction, merely an incessant act of killing. If one were to distill any pattern from this chaos, it might be this: the faster one ran, the quicker they met their demise. The louder the sounds of their flight, the more they drew the attention of Chun-Yi, this merciless killing machine. The inevitable consequence was death. However, amidst this carnage, Zhang Xiaoquan remained unscathed, lying concealed within the thick, yellow fur, akin to a Voldemort hidden in the underbrush. Chun-Yi had never noticed him. His only concern was the occasional sound of flatulence. He was filled with dread, fearing that if the noise were too loud, it might alert Chun-Yi, leading to his own incineration by a merciless golden flame. Only Li Dan shares the same fortune as him. Overcome by terror, Li Dan remained frozen in place, ultimately surviving the dreadful hunt led by Chun-Yi. Now, having regained some semblance of mobility, she desperately attempted to flee. However, Chun-Yi appeared to have taken notice of her, advancing step by step. As she turned to escape, a golden flame seared through her legs. Li Dan cried out in agony, kneeling on the ground, her hands straining forward in a futile crawl. The unbearable heat caused the blood gushing from her legs to evaporate into wisps of steam. With a muffled sob, she bit down on her lip, suppressing any sounds that might attract Chunye's attention, who seemed to hunt by sound alone. The pain she endured was excruciating. Yet her desire to elude Chunye's predation was, in truth, a fanciful notion. Seemingly unaware, Chunye walked directly towards her, placing a foot upon her head, extinguishing any hope of escape. Chunye, listen to me. I possess special abilities. I'm an electromagnetic ability user. My powers are formidable. I could be of use to you. I can become your ally. I am capable of serving you in every way. I assure you, I will provide unparalleled comfort. granting you a life of imperial indulgence. Li Dan continued to struggle in desperation. Aware that Chun-Yi was now a mindless killing machine, she nonetheless pleaded incessantly, attempting to secure a glimmer of hope through her incessant babbling. Such behavior appeared utterly foolish and laughable. Chun-Yi merely responded with beams of golden light. Boom. The first ray incinerated her left hand. Boom. The second obliterated her right hand. Boom. Next, it targeted her once proud curves and her so-called slender waist. Finally, Chun-Yi grasped her hair, lifting her mangled form with ease. His golden eyes, akin to those of a deity, coldly scrutinized the woman before him. Serve well. Comfortably. Truly. I beg you. Spare my life. Li Dan's pleas devolved into a murmured litany, a final flicker of consciousness before death. 2 golden rays pierced her eyes, scorching her brain to a crisp. She could not have been more dead. Simultaneously, the golden flames that burned within Chun-Yi's eyes began to extinguish. He sat cross-legged, closing his eyes, appearing to drift into a slumber or perhaps a state of uncertain meditation. The onlookers collectively exhaled, pondering whether this reaper's slaughter had finally ceased. Had they survived this horrific hunt? Both Zhuolanlan and Tang Zero felt as if awakening from a dream. They too had experienced the chilling terror of death, and their survival was not due to being Chun-Yi's allies. It was purely a matter of luck. Had fortune not favored them, they would likely share the fate of the charred corpses surrounding them. Even now, among the assembled crowd, none dared to utter a word. Fearing that even the slightest sound might awaken the slumbering deity of death, they were unwilling to take the risk. A mere whisper could potentially reignite the wrath of the god of slaughter, an outcome too terrifying to contemplate. Gradually, the sky began to lighten, revealing a delicate blush of dawn as the sun timidly ascended. This heralded the hope of life, a vibrant sunrise brimming with vitality. Initially, the people hesitated to flee, anxious not to disturb Chun-Yi. However, after enduring a prolonged night, they discerned no signs of awakening from Chun-Yi and thus gathered the courage to escape. Ultimately, only Zhuolanlan and her companions remained. Zhang Shaoquan attempted to carry away De Huang, but was promptly halted by Luo Zijuan. Were it not for Chun-Yi's display of terrifying ferocity, Zhang Shaoquan would undoubtedly have insisted on taking De Huang with him. Zhuolanlan and the others quietly awaited Chun-Yi's return, hoping for his awakening. It was then they noticed an array of ability fruits scattered across the snowy ground, each varying in color and shape. At the spot where Li Dan had recently perished, there lay an electromagnetic fruit, the size of a small watermelon, intermittently flickering with white currents. Thus, they learned that slaying an ability user could yield fruits of equivalent power, a rule they had previously been unaware of. Uncertain of when Chun-Yi would awaken, Zhuolanlan murmured softly, hesitant to approach for fear that he might descend once more into a frenzy of slaughter. After a considerable wait, De Huang stirred. Ordinarily, having been injected with an elephant tranquilizer, it would have remained unconscious for at least 3 days and nights. Yet, its formidable constitution made it unlike any ordinary dog. The so-called elephant tranquilizer soon lost its efficacy, oblivious to notions of slaughter and having never witnessed the golden flames. De Huang merely saw Chun-Yi and instinctively called out, "Hubby." It then proceeded to lavish Chun-Yi's face with affectionate licks, akin to an ardent admirer. Moments later, Chun-Yi awoke, gently pushing De Huang aside as he rose to his feet. He surveyed the scene, taking in the multitude of corpses and the wreckage of vehicles in silence. It seemed he comprehended everything yet remained blissfully unaware, observing the various forms of ability fruits. A keen interest sparkled in his eyes. With a mere gesture, De Huang understood and retrieved the nearest fruit. Chun-Yi crouched down, stroking De Huang's fur as he examined the fruit with meticulous attention. Seeing this, Zhuolanlan and the others rushed over, chattering excitedly. Chun-Yi did not turn to them but gazed at the rising sun, stating, "It's dawn, De Huang." Chapter 98. The Eye of Divine Flame. The Dawn of Fire. Gather supplies. Chun-Yi commanded, focus on collecting ability fruits and various resource-laden vehicles. The fierce battle had left numerous vehicles behind, each containing a plethora of supplies. Undoubtedly, the most precious among them were the ability fruits, as many ability users had perished, resulting in an abundance of these fruits. In the world of survival, there exists an unyielding rule. Only the one who drops the supplies and their teammates may collect them. The survivors who recently fled did not manage to seize the extraordinary fruit, despite their earnest desire to do so. "I will search Li Dan's RV," Tang Shuro remarked, glancing at Chun-Yi. "Is it permissible, master?" The RV belonged to Li Dan, and she was well aware of the numerous concealed compartments within. Go ahead. Chen Yi waved his hand. Understood. Tang Shuuro gave a slight bow before setting off. Her admiration for Chen Yi had reached an almost reverential level. Perceiving him as a deity, her loyalty now standing at a perfect 100. As Chen Yi entered the vehicle and took his place in the driver's seat, he sank into quiet contemplation. Although he had been unconscious, his mind remained acutely aware of everything that had transpired, retaining clarity on every detail. The weaponry aboard the 12-wheeled truck is woefully inadequate, Chen Yi mused, shaking his head. 3 crossbows are far from sufficient. While crossbows may have some combat effectiveness in the early stages, they pale in comparison to modern weaponry and extraordinary powers. The 12-wheeled truck lacked the necessary ferocity, size, and strength. If it possessed the requisite might and resilience, it would never have found itself ensnared. Even a tank could have effortlessly crushed through. The surrounding vehicles posed no significant threat whatsoever. Fortress. A word sprang to Chen Ye's mind. Yes, a fortress. His vehicle must undergo continuous upgrades to become a mobile bastion. Even if it were to run out of fuel and remain stationary, it would not be easily breached by ordinary foes. Should it eventually fall, the attackers would surely pay a heavy price in blood. He opened his personal data panel. Name, Chen Yi. Extraordinary ability, Divine Flame Eye. Dawn of Fire. Ability rating, Ability level, 1, Ability level 15. Level 1 is the weakest, level 5 is the highest. Consuming similar extraordinary fruits can enhance it. Ability description, the Divine Eye can emit golden divine flames. The higher the ability level, the longer the combat duration. Chen Yi could not use the golden divine flames without limits. Even in the initial activation of his ability, when energy surged wildly, he had only managed to slay a few hundred foes. After eliminating Li Dan, his energy had been depleted, necessitating a period of rest. Boss, reported Zhualanlan, her voice brimming with excitement. There are a total of 12 extraordinary fruits, 30 vehicles, and approximately 1 ton of various supplies. Are there any flame extraordinary fruits? Chen Yi inquired, his urgency apparent. None, Zhualanlan replied, shaking her head. We have electromagnetic, water, and earth-type extraordinary fruits, among others. Consume them all. Chen Yi gestured dismissively. All of them? You want me to eat them all? Zhualanlan exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. Chen Yi nodded. Can you manage it? Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Zhualanlan assured him, eagerly affirming, I am quite the glutton. With that, she prepared to devour the extraordinary fruits. Wait, Chen Yi suddenly interjected. You previously consumed numerous flame extraordinary fruits. Have you awakened any abilities? None. Zhualanlan shook her head. Does eating many count as a form of flame ability? All right, go ahead and eat. Chen Yi chuckled, bemused by the situation. Since the flame ability fruit cannot be awakened, it would be better for her to consume other ability fruits. Who knows? Perhaps indulging in a medley of them might awaken an extraordinary power. Crunch, crunch. Zhualanlan devoured the ability fruits voraciously. Ding. Team member Zhualanlan consumed an electromagnetic ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, you have acquired 100 electromagnetic ability fruits, now stored in the system warehouse. Ding. Team member Zhualanlan consumed a soil ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, you have acquired 100 soil ability fruits, now stored in the system warehouse. Ding. Team member Zhualanlan consumed a water ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, you have acquired 100 water ability fruits, now stored in the system warehouse. After a long absence, the sound of the 100-fold return echoed, still immensely satisfying. He now possessed a total of 1,300 ability fruits. Although they were of the lowest tier, with a synthesis mechanism in place, it was only a matter of time before he achieved legendary status. System. Is it possible to synthesize different ability fruits? Chen Yi pondered. If so, the possibilities would be quite intriguing. The current version does not have a mixing synthesis function. The system's cold voice resounded. Disappointment washed over Chen Yi upon hearing this. I'm full. Zhualanlan patted her round belly. How about it? Chen Yi chuckled, asking, have you awakened any abilities? None. Zhualanlan shook her head, but it was delicious. You. Chen Yi sighed, this silly goose. He wondered when she would awaken her powers, and whether they would astonish him. Master, something's wrong. Tang Shuio rushed over, brandishing a black handgun. What happened? Chen Yi furrowed his brows. This is my handgun, found on Li Dan's corpse. Tang Shuio gasped for breath. Her RV is missing. Long Ye's body is also gone, along with any corresponding ability fruits. Long Ye. Chun Yi was taken aback. This doesn't seem right. Wasn't Long Ye dead? He was quite certain of that. Moreover, Long Ye's abilities were intriguing, and Chun Yi was eager for them. The RV has a tracker. Tang Shuyo held up her phone. I suspect Long Yi drove away. Impossible. Zhuolanlan immediately interjected. Long Yi is definitely dead. She witnessed his lungs being pierced. There's no way he could be alive. He might have used a medical card. Tang Shuyo speculated. The RV contains numerous functional cards, and given Long Ye's strength, it would be normal for him to have some life-saving tools. That is indeed plausible. The Supreme 9-5 possesses invincibility cards. It's reasonable that Long Yi had 1 or 2 medical cards. Understood. Chun Yi yawned, showing little interest in Long Yi. The tracker indicates he isn't far from us. Should we pursue? Tang Shuyo inquired. Pursue. Chun Yi nodded. We must eliminate him. This scoundrel cannot be spared. Besides revenge, there are black ability fruits to be obtained. If their team had an ability user like Long Yi, their vehicle's strength would significantly increase. Zhuolanlan. Upgrade your vehicle first. Chun Yi commanded. I require the consumption of 3 pickup trucks. There are only 3 opportunities for ordinary upgrades each day. By utilizing 3 pickup trucks, I could exchange them for 300. Subsequently, through synthesis, I could repay the system loan. Chapter 99. New Teammate. Chu Lingxi. Ding. Congratulations on repaying the system loan. You have become a premium user of the system loan, and today's borrowing comes with interest discounts. As long as you utilize the system loan for a week, you will permanently acquire the privilege of item annotations. Not borrowing. Chun Yi resolutely refused. Absolutely not. This is utterly exploitative. Even the notion of permanently obtaining item annotation privileges is out of the question. Ding. As you are a premium user of the system loan, the item annotation privilege will be extended for a month of complimentary use. Ding. Please feel free to use it, with no costs involved. Hey. Chun Yi sneered. Such a trick is rather juvenile. As the saying goes, the most expensive things are often those that are free. This is merely conditioning user habits. Once Chun Yi becomes accustomed to it, for the sake of the item annotation privilege, he would willingly become a user of the system loan. In this manner, the system loan can peel away layers of profit. The so-called item annotation privilege is simply the ability to know the functions of certain resources in advance, of little substantial utility. Boss, my vehicle has been upgraded 3 times. Zhuolanlan exclaimed with excitement. This time, it's faster, equipped with super nitrous acceleration, plus a special grade 12 supercar engine. This time, we can certainly defeat Zhang Xiaoquan. Let us accept his racing challenge immediately. With each upgrade, the vehicle underwent new transformations. The first upgrade granted super nitrous acceleration. The second upgrade provided a special grade 12 engine. The third upgrade introduced a launch booster. Although Zhuolanlan had not specified a speed-focused upgrade direction, the 3 upgrades being related to speed proved to be quite fortuitous. Do you possess legendary grade fuel? Chun Yi inquired with a smile. None. Zhuolanlan shook her head. If Zhang Xiaoquan has it, our chances of winning are slim. Chun Yi analyzed. Moreover, he is highly likely to possess a super engine, or even a legendary grade engine. Then we must strive to upgrade. Zhuolanlan encouraged herself. Let us go. Let us go. Take it slow, don't rush. Chun Yi chuckled. After repaying the system loan, the remaining pickup trucks could still be synthesized into 2 super pickup trucks. Yet, that was insufficient. Chun Yi must procure 3 legendary pickup trucks today. What do 3 legendary pickup trucks signify? They require 3,000 ordinary pickup trucks. Do not be deceived by the apparent abundance of pickup trucks. In reality, they are lacking. He needs 3 legendary pickup trucks to upgrade to a 12-wheeled truck. With only 3 upgrade opportunities available each day, they must be cherished and utilized to their fullest potential. To use ordinary pickup trucks for upgrades would be a waste of opportunities. If he could upgrade with 3 legendary pickup trucks, a profound anticipation suddenly surged within Chun Yi. What transformation would the 12-wheeled truck undergo after 3 upgrades? Now, the 12-wheeled truck has become one of the largest types of trucks in human industry. Although it still falls short compared to the colossal vehicles found in mines, it is undoubtedly classified as a supersized vehicle. Should it undergo 3 more upgrades, it would undoubtedly transcend the limits of human automotive production. Only through greater size, strength, and durability can Chun Yi attain a deeper sense of security. Brother Chun Yi, exclaimed Chu Lingxi, twirling her twin ponytails with a bright smile, you've returned. I thought you might go back on your word. Chun Yi smiled. grateful for the significant assistance Chu Lingxi provided during this ordeal. Without her sharp sword, the consequences could have been dire. What are you saying, big brother? Chu Lingxi pouted playfully. We've made a pact. How could I possibly go back on it? Indeed. Chenyi laughed heartily. Once a pact is made, there can be no turning back. Brother Chenyi, Chu Lingxi continued, I would like to request your acceptance as a teammate. Will you accept? Absolutely. Chenyi replied without hesitation. He was in dire need of female teammates, and more importantly, Chu Lingxi had already proven her capabilities and loyalty. It is no exaggeration to say that this young girl is, thus far, his most satisfactory teammate, without a doubt. It is likely that he may never encounter such a perfect female companion again. Thank you, big brother. Chu Lingxi beamed, playfully stamping a bright red kiss upon Chun Yi's cheek, leaving a noticeable mark. And what about your vehicle? Chun Yi inquired with a smile. I shall provide you with 3 vehicles. You may upgrade them. Really, big brother? How generous of you. Chu Lingxi laughed, snapping her fingers. And a white cargo truck materialized before them. This was a common 42-foot cargo truck, frequently seen on the roads. Is this your vehicle? Chenyu asked, slightly furrowing his brow. To be honest, the vehicle did not seem to match Chu Lingxi's lively spirit. Yes, Chu Lingxi nodded. This is the most suitable vehicle for me. Why do you say that? Chun Yi questioned, puzzled, as he truly believed it was an ill fit. Just take a look. Big brother, Chu Lingxi smiled, opening the back door of the cargo truck. Team members, please step inside and take a look. Since we are now teammates, there should be no secrets. Inside the cargo truck lay her most significant secret. I'll go first, Zhualanlan exclaimed, bouncing eagerly into the cargo truck like a curious child. However, moments later, she emerged in tears, having nearly tumbled out in fright. Is it really that frightening? Tang Shueyo laughed. You're far too timid. She climbed into the cargo truck nonchalantly, only to find herself in an even worse state than Zhualanlan, eventually being sick. She retched uncontrollably in the snow, unable to utter a single word, her eyes reflecting profound terror. What is going on? Xinyu asked, intrigued. Initially, he had little interest, but witnessing their reactions piqued his curiosity. He jumped onto the cargo truck, only to find 2 rows of transparent plastic cabinets neatly arranged inside. Within the confines of the plastic cabinet resides a collection of serpents, each possessing a unique and formidable appearance. Indeed, they are all venomous. Black mambas, gaboon vipers, king cobras, silver-ringed snakes, and the formidable puff adder, among others. Each one exhibits a pronounced aggressiveness. Upon encountering the unfamiliar figure of Chenyi, they bared their fangs and even began to spray venom from a distance. Aren't you afraid? Inquired Chu Lingxi with a playful grin. Afraid of what? Chenyi retorted. They cannot escape, can they? The box is tightly sealed. These venomous creatures cannot break free. Moreover, the offensive capability of a snake is rather limited. If they are too small, a simple sidestep could easily lead to their demise. Why do you keep such creatures? Chenyi questioned, perplexed. To be honest, maintaining these creatures is quite troublesome. Even in a civilized world, it is exceedingly challenging. Let alone now. Don't you find them beautiful? Chu Lingxi replied with a smile. Beautiful, yet lethal. Indeed. Chun Yi nodded in agreement. Just like you. This young girl is undoubtedly both beautiful and deadly. Thank you for the compliment, big brother. Chu Lingxi responded, her joy evident. Beyond mere amusement, Chun Yi keenly sensed there must be another purpose, right? Chapter 100. The Martial Fruit. You are quite astute, Chu Lingxi chuckled. This pertains to my greatest secret. Since I promised to be a teammate, honesty is paramount. This is also why I chose to reveal the snakes to you. Regarding your unique ability, Chun Yi surmised. Indeed. Chu Lingxi affirmed. The fruit of my power is the martial fruit. Martial fruit? This was the first time Chun Yi had encountered such a name for an ability fruit. The martial fruit enhances one's martial prowess as the level of ability increases. At my current level, my senses are acute, and I can hear even the faintest sounds. As for the subsequent levels, I am uncertain of what they entail, Chu Lingxi candidly explained. No wonder you are so agile and possess extraordinary senses. Chun Yi began to understand. How do you level up? By continuously consuming martial fruits? Typically, one upgrades by consuming similar ability fruits, she clarified. Indeed. Chu Lingxi nodded. However, there are only 10 martial fruits in total. Is that so? Chun Yi exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that there are only 10 individuals with such abilities in the entire survival realm. Correct. Chu Lingxi confirmed. We are all in pursuit of one another, seeking to eliminate each other to obtain the martial fruits. Due to their limited quantity, each fruit grants a substantial enhancement, far surpassing other ability fruits. This unique ability fruit is indeed distinct from ordinary ones. I see, Chinyi nodded. Thus, similar ability users are essentially mortal enemies. Whether it be the martial fruits or other types, killing one another allows one to acquire the corresponding ability fruit for leveling up. In a certain sense, ability users are the most coveted targets in the survival realm. Both ordinary individuals and other ability users seek to hunt them down due to the immense rewards. The fruit of martial arts is seldom, if ever, found among its peers, and it is almost impossible to eliminate them. Chu Lingxi continued to elucidate. Thus, there exists a path for advancement. A venomous serpent? Chen Yi suddenly grasped the implication. Chu Lingxi's intention in nurturing venomous snakes extended beyond mere amusement. Indeed, Chu Lingxi produced a black mamba, and, extending her little finger, offered it to the serpent's mouth. With a swift motion, the black mamba sank its fangs, injecting its potent venom. Hiss! Chu Lingxi inhaled sharply, her body trembling slightly, and a hint of a dark hue appeared upon her delicate visage. However, this pallor quickly faded. The black mamba released its grip. The venom was no longer available. The venom of a snake is finite, not an infinite resource. In truth, the venom is the serpent's most prized possession, more precious than a human's tadpole. Big brother, did I frighten you? Chu Lingxi asked with a smile. Her little finger bore intricate bite marks, a testament to her daily routine. Does it hurt? Chen Yi inquired with concern. It does. Chu Lingxi nodded. The pain varies with each species. The black mamba's venom is the most formidable. The black mamba is also the most vicious with its strikes, Chen Yi exclaimed. Huh. Chu Lingxi did not comprehend his words. It's nothing, Chen Yi chuckled. So, the snake gall you sought earlier was for feeding them? Venomous snakes possess the trait of consuming their kind. In the same species, like competitors for mates, the defeated may be devoured by the victor. Indeed, Chu Lingxi nodded. Finding food for them is quite troublesome. After all, in a survival world, many struggle to find enough to eat, let alone for pets. Fear not. I shall assist you with their food supply henceforth, Chen Yu promised with a smile. A mere portion of food from the venomous snakes was hardly a burden. Thank you. Big brother, you are truly kind. Chu Lingxi beamed, planting a fervent kiss on Chen Yi's cheek. Your cargo truck requires an upgrade, Chen Yi suggested. I shall gift you 3 pickup trucks for an enhancement. An upgrade would provide greater space, thus elevating Chu Lingxi's quality of life. The current cargo truck felt rather cramped. Thank you, big brother. Chu Lingxi kissed him again, leaving a rosy imprint that threatened to turn Chen Yi's face into a colorful canvas. All right. Chen Yi presented her with the pickup trucks. Chu Lingxi kissed him once more, eager to upgrade immediately. Ding. Team member Chu Lingxi consumed 1 pickup truck, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations on acquiring 100 pickup trucks, now stored in the system warehouse. Ding. Team member Chu Lingxi consumed another pickup truck, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations on acquiring another 100 pickup trucks, now stored in the system warehouse. The system even displayed a message in English. Unexpectedly, it was bilingual. Chen Yi joyfully received 300 pickup trucks, making a substantial stride towards his goal of 3,000. Big brother, look at my vehicle, isn't it grand? Chu Lingxi laughed heartily. After 3 upgrades, her vehicle had transformed into a 12-wheeled truck. This girl had no obsession with speed, but rather an insatiable need for space in her vehicle. At this moment, her space for raising snakes has significantly expanded. Indeed, Chen Yi nodded and said, take some time to familiarize yourself with the new vehicle. He alighted from the car and approached Tang Xuero. Upon seeing him approach, Tang Xuero quickly paid her respects, saying, Master, do you need a vehicle? Chen Yi suddenly inquired, what about it? Tang Xuero promptly replied, I cannot decide. It is up to the master. Very well. Chen Yi nodded, you are quite sensible. Initially, he had no desire to grant Tang Xuero a vehicle. However, her unique ability made her an ideal candidate for his driver. In the absence of autonomous driving, having a driver is utterly essential. Yet, considering her loyalty in times of peril, I have decided to bestow upon you a vehicle. Chen Yi declared, from our spoils, you may choose one. Really? Tang Xuero's eyes widened in disbelief. Go ahead and select. Chen Yi encouraged, after you choose, I will gift you 3 pickup trucks for upgrades. He refrained from further discussion, focusing on his own upgrade plans. Today he must complete the upgrades for 12 large trucks. Although the challenges are daunting, he is determined to proceed. After Tang Shuoro returns, acquiring another 300 vehicles still falls short. More is needed. How can he obtain additional vehicles? Ah, yes. He should contact Long Yi and Zhang Xiaoquan, along with all those who have attacked him. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Xinye's eyes. None shall escape. It is imperative to extort them thoroughly. He wasted no time and directly posted a message in the group. All who have attacked me and wish to attain the title of the Son of Fortune S. Hunter. Chun Yi coldly stated, bring forth your vehicles. 1 is not too few, 10 are not too many. If you have none, huh? Chapter 101, The Weeping Long Yi. Chun Yi's statement caused an uproar within the group. No one expected that the once benevolent Yi De would now behave with such arrogance and tyranny, disregarding reason. In truth, it is not entirely Chun Yi's fault. These individuals have gone too far. If he does not demonstrate some thunderous measures, they might think him easy to bully. Those who have plotted against Chun Yi, attempting to kill him for a powerful title, must pay the price. Even if they have fled, Chun Yi will not let them off lightly. Demanding 1 or 2 pickup trucks is merely collecting interest. The true wealth acquisition is just beginning. To be honest, this seems a bit excessive. Is this not akin to robbery? Given Chun Yi's abundant resources, resorting to extortion reveals an insatiable greed. I formally object. Chun Yi should no longer be known as Yi De, the benevolent, but rather Yi De, the malevolent. The group was filled with indignation, igniting a wave of opposition against Chun Yi. Of course, most of this was instigated by vested interests. For instance, that scoundrel Zhang Xiaoquan was among them, prompting his underlings to stir the pot, which was quite despicable. Primarily, he did not wish to compensate Chun Yi in any way. Not just him, but all those involved in hunting Chun Yi were equally reluctant to offer any reparations. In their view, the law does not hold the majority accountable. Even if Chun Yi is incredibly formidable, it is impossible for him to single out each individual from the group and mete out judgment upon them one by one. Ultimately, it is a matter of unwarranted bravado. If there are dissenters, they must bear the consequences. Chun Yi, however, chose not to engage in further discourse. Instead, he focused on the enhancement of his vehicles, or more accurately, the upgrade plan for his mobile fortress. Naturally, Lord Long had also perused the messages within the group. He was currently seated in the RV that once belonged to Tang Shuiro. The thoroughness of his recent failure had inflicted severe losses upon him, leaving his spirits considerably dampened. Initially, he had a fleet of 40 vehicles and over 80 individuals, replete with numerous beautiful women, combat personnel, and ability users. Yet, following his confrontation with Chan Yi, only 5 vehicles remained in his convoy. The number of women had diminished significantly, and the ability users had been nearly decimated. Not to mention the depletion of various resources. Once accustomed to a life of abundance, feasting on lavish meals, he now found himself subsisting on meager rations. Even the fuel for his vehicles had become a pressing concern. Previously, he possessed a large tanker brimming with fuel, but now it lay in ruins. The highest quality vehicle left in his convoy was this dilapidated third-hand RV. What was even more infuriating was that Chun Yi was unwilling to let him off the hook. Despite having suffered such grievous losses, Chun Yi still sought restitution for a significant number of vehicles. Once a man of splendor, Lord Long could now only offer a single pickup truck, the sole vehicle of its kind in his fleet, boasting the most power. He was adamantly opposed to relinquishing it. Lord Long, shall we consider a compromise? The driver inquired quietly. The so-called compromise entailed surrendering the pickup truck. The driver had witnessed Chen Yu's terrifying lethality and was among the survivors of that brutal massacre. Remembering Chen Yu's indiscriminate slaughter sent shivers down his spine, instilling in him a profound fear. Compromise my foot, Lord Long retorted angrily, throwing the instant noodles he had just prepared onto the ground. I'm already destitute, and now I must give him my vehicles? If he has the gall, let him come and slay me himself. Let him take all 5 of my vehicles if he wishes. He could not bring himself to believe that even Chen Yi, no matter how formidable, could come after him with lethal intent. Lord Long, why let your anger consume you? The driver quickly parked the vehicle, rushing inside the RV to retrieve the discarded noodles. I haven't tea eaten yet. In a matter of moments, he devoured the now softened noodles completely. Times had changed. What was once a life of sumptuous feasts now rendered instant noodles a delicacy. Witnessing this scene, Lord Long was overcome with emotion, and he began to weep uncontrollably. Damn you, Li Dan. You wretched creature. If it weren't for that coward, we would never have crossed paths with Chun Yi, nor would we find ourselves in such dire straits. After all, I had no interest in hunting Chun Yi before. Had I remained uninvolved, I could still be living a blissful life. Yet, under the instigation of that inept fool, he had paid a tremendous price, leading to this dire outcome. The more Lord Long reflected, the more sorrowful he became, his tears flowing freely, a genuine expression of his heartbreak. Brother Long, please, do not cry just yet, the driver urged. What if Chun-Yi comes knocking? Fool, Master Long scolded. Do you think that is possible? No matter how capable Chun-Yi is, he cannot possibly know our location. He acknowledged Chun-Yi's formidable skills and combat prowess far surpassed his own, yet Chun-Yi was not a deity. It was utterly impossible for him to discern their whereabouts. The driver, still haunted by past events, expressed his fears, recalling how he once underestimated Chun-Yi, only to witness everyone being brutally beaten. Now, reflecting on that incident, a profound sense of dread enveloped him. Could it really be possible? Master Long, too, felt a pang of anxiety, instinctively harboring great fear towards Chun-Yi. What if he possesses some extraordinary ability? The driver voiced his terror. He unleashed so many supernatural abilities. What if he has a tracking power? Goodness! Master Long gasped, startled. Is there truly such a perverse ability? Who knows? The driver shrugged. At that time, there were numerous superhumans and many powerful convoys. Hidden talents everywhere. It's something we cannot ascertain. Upon hearing this, Master Long was thoroughly alarmed, sinking back onto the sofa in stunned silence. Could it be that he could no longer maintain his current way of life? Are you suggesting we should surrender the pickup truck due to Chun-Yi's words? Master Long frowned. That would be exceedingly pathetic. If this matter becomes public, we would be the laughingstock of all the convoys. To live is to possess true capability, the driver urged. If you die, you lose everything. You've faced death once, can't you see through it? Indeed, he had once died. Had it not been for the medical card, he would have already been a cold corpse. Sighing deeply, Master Long lamented. How humiliating. I was once so powerful, and now I am reduced to nothing. Better to lose face than to lose one's life. The driver sighed as well. Unwilling to share in Master Long's misfortune, we only have one pickup truck. If we give it to him, he might still not let us off the hook. That is what Master Long feared the most. No way, the driver proposed. Let us boldly offer him the pickup truck as an apology. Once he receives it, to set an example, he will surely not harm us. If he does, others will not offer him trucks again. In the end, giving it to him is akin to signing our own death warrants. If everyone is enthusiastic, it will surely vanish. Chun-Yi is a clever man. He would never act foolishly. You know, Master Long chuckled. You make a valid point. As he pondered the situation, a message from Chun-Yi arrived. Chapter 102. Luo Zijuan teaches his son. Master Long, I need a pickup truck right now. Chun-Yi stated directly, shouldn't you lend a hand? Chun-Yi. Do not bully me, Master Long replied sternly. Even with your exceptional combat abilities, you cannot find me. Are you sure? Chun-Yi replied provocatively. Are you certain I cannot find you? Such ambiguous words left Master Long anxious, wondering if Chun-Yi could genuinely track him down. In truth, Chun-Yi didn't know his exact location, thanks to Tang Shuiro's phone, which could precisely trace the RV's position. I only have one pickup truck, Master Long gritted his teeth. 12 pickup trucks? Chun-Yi coldly stated, I will come to collect it myself. There is no need for a transaction. Thanks to the existence of chat groups, direct exchanges could occur regardless of distance. Yet now, Chun-Yi surprisingly demanded a personal visit, revealing that he was aware of Long Ye's whereabouts. You know where I am. Long Ye exclaimed in terror. That is not your concern. Chun-Yi promptly severed the connection, choosing not to engage in further dialogue. Long Ye was utterly panicked. This was disastrous. The devil had come for him. He was paralyzed with fear, rendered incapable of rational thought. Long Yi, what is happening? The driver urgently inquired. It's over. Completely over. Long Yi cried out, nearly losing his grip on sanity. Slap. Slap. The driver, losing patience, delivered several sharp slaps to him. Long Yi, the driver shouted, pull yourself together. You are a formidable figure. You were once revered. This jolted Long Yi back to reality. Yes, yes, yes. He slapped himself several times and proclaimed, I am a force to be reckoned with. I am not afraid. In truth, fear had indeed gripped him. Think of a way quickly. Regaining his composure, Long Yi hastily arranged for 9 pickup trucks. With one for himself and 9 more, he could fulfill Chun-Yi's demands, no matter the cost. With utmost urgency, time was of the essence. Should the Grim Reaper come knocking, a lack of sufficient trucks would lead to dire consequences, and no one could withstand that. Meanwhile, In Zhang Xiaoquan's RV, Luo Zijuan was applying light makeup. Her slender calves were elegantly encased in stockings. She had also seen Chunye's declaration. Unlike others, she immediately decided to offer all the pickup trucks from Zhang Xiaoquan's convoy to Chunye. Though unaware of Chunye's intentions, she unhesitatingly provided assistance, especially since her son had indeed erred during the hunt and owed an apology. However, she had yet to inform Zhang Xiaoquan, opting for a decision made unilaterally. Although Zhang Xiaoquan was the leader of the convoy, his influence paled in comparison to that of his mother. The cohesion of the convoy stemmed not from Zhang Xiaoquan, but from his mother's commanding presence. In truth, the members were not fond of Zhang Xiaoquan's volatile temperament. He was rather childish, lacking the prudence and foresight of his mother. Thus, Luo Zijuan's commands were executed seamlessly, without any hindrance. By the time Zhang Xiaoquan discovered this, it was too late. Confused and seeking clarity, he entered the RV to confront his mother. "Mother, why did you do this?" Luo Zijuan offered no explanation, merely gesturing toward a pair of glossy high heels nearby. Zhang Xiaoquan sighed, reluctantly picking up the heels to assist his mother in putting them on. This was, after all, a part of his daily expression of filial piety. However, Luo Zijuan, with a stern expression, chastised him. "Meal." Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth, unwilling to comply. Rose Zijuan, increasingly infuriated, pointed her delicate finger at his nose and exclaimed, "Do not provoke me when I am in a joyous mood." Her happiness stemmed from Chunye's awakening and the resolution of the crisis. The formidable Zhang Xiaoquan, who was typically fearless, suddenly found himself trembling and knelt on the ground. He dutifully assisted Rose Zijuan in putting on her high heels. "Do you disapprove of my actions?" Rose Zijuan inquired, seated on the sofa, gazing out the window at the snow-covered landscape, where the wind howled, presenting a quintessential northern scene. "Indeed, I do not approve." Zhang Xiaoquan acknowledged with a nod. "Isn't this rather spineless? With just a single word from Chunye, we offered up so many vehicles. This is utterly unacceptable. It is worth noting that no one else in the group contributed their vehicles. Others possess such audacity, so why should we not?" Although their convoy had sustained some losses during the pursuit of Chunye, the disparity was minimal compared to that of Long Yi. In fact, if one were to calculate precisely, their losses did not even reach 10%. Thus, he felt emboldened, unafraid of any repercussions from Chunye. Short-sightedness. Rose Zijuan sighed in disappointment. "I have always taught you to have vision, yet you remain so myopic." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoquan instantly bristled. "What do you mean by short-sighted? This is merely being resolute, confronting others' provocations with strength." "Foolishness," Rose Zijuan retorted, stamping her foot in frustration. "How is this foolish? Explain yourself." Zhang Xiaoquan remained defiant. "Consider your relationship with Chunye. Is it not exceedingly poor?" Rose Zijuan patiently elaborated, as she did not wish to engage in futile arguments with her own son. Zhang Xiaoquan pondered for a moment. "Isn't Chunye's strength formidable? Be it his abilities or his canine companion, we stand no chance in direct confrontation, correct?" He nodded again, acknowledging this truth. Having witnessed Chunye's prowess and the ferocity of the great yellow dog, he understood the gravity of the situation. "Since we cannot triumph over him, we must seek peace." Rose Zijuan continued. "However, wouldn't it be humiliating to initiate peace? Indeed, it would be quite disgraceful, even if we cannot contend with him. We must not be the ones to seek peace." Zhang Xiaoquan nodded vigorously. "Given that, is this not an opportune moment? We were in the wrong from the outset. We should not have pursued him. By voluntarily offering 10 pickup trucks, we can graciously convey to Chunye, and to all, our strength and willingness to make amends. Who else possesses such capability? Which other convoy has such power? This not only garners Chunye's respect, but also commands admiration from everyone towards our convoy. Thus, do you still believe my actions are misguided?" Zhang Xiaoquan, somewhat enlightened, found himself at a loss for a counterargument against his mother. Upon further reflection, he recognized the validity in her reasoning. Chapter 103. Rose Zijuan had indeed spun a web of persuasion. "So, does this imply I was in the wrong?" After a considerable pause, Zhang Xiaoquan finally comprehended. "You are not only mistaken, but gravely so." Luo Zijuan gently caressed his head. "Yet the ability to recognize one's errors and amend them is the greatest virtue. However, I fear that even if we make considerable concessions, Chunye will not let us off the hook." Zhang Xiaoquan expressed his deep concern, asserting that Chunye is clearly no benign figure and would show no mercy, regardless of any compromises made by his opponents. "Rest assured," Luo Zijuan replied with confidence, "your mother knows Chunye well, as long as you behave." There should be no significant issues. This statement left Zhang Xiaoquan perplexed. Why was his mother so assured? Was it possible she was quite familiar with Chunyi? Perhaps even involved with him? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. He struck himself hard across the face. How could he entertain such absurd notions and tarnish his mother's reputation? His mother had always been pure and virtuous, and there was no way she could be involved with someone like Chunyi. It was bad enough that the scoundrel spread vile rumors about her. But to even think such thoughts himself was utterly blasphemous and despicable. Son, what are you doing? Luo Zijuan found herself baffled. Was her son experiencing some sort of mental lapse? Why was he suddenly slapping himself repeatedly? It's nothing, Mom, Zhang Xiaoquan hurriedly explained. I was just a bit confused and did this to wake myself up. I am truly gratified by your self-reflection, Luo Zijuan remarked. If only you could learn more from Chunyi. Mom, you seem to hold Chunyi in high regard, he admitted, a hint of jealousy creeping into his voice. It was a natural desire for a child to yearn for their mother's praise in various forms throughout their upbringing. It's not that I admire him. Rather, he is indeed formidable, Luo Zijuan countered. Is there any doubt about that? Zhang Xiaoquan fell silent. Indeed, Chunyi was exceptionally powerful. Not only did he possess a strong awakened ability, but Luo Zijuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she continued. He is also physically robust and possesses remarkable endurance. Zhang Xiaoquan nodded quietly, still in agreement, though a sense of unease lingered. Mom, how do you know about his physical prowess and strength? He inquired. Looking at her with bewilderment, Luo Zijuan's face grew even warmer. She cleared her throat a few times, quickly attempting to mask her embarrassment. You can tell just by looking at his abs and muscles. I'm merely speculating. You ought to exercise more yourself. Indulging in lavish meals daily has caused your own abs to disappear. She seized the opportunity to chastise her son as a means of diverting attention from her awkwardness. What you say is true, Zhang Xiaoquan nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed been excessively indulgent of late. All right, you may leave for now. Luo Zijuan rubbed her temples. Feeling fatigued. By the way, Mom, since you mentioned wanting to mend your relationship with Chunyi, Zhang Xiaoquan pondered, what about the upcoming competition? If you are to restore the relationship, it is only natural that we cannot maintain an adversarial stance, let alone engage in direct confrontation. As the competition is a significant form of opposition. What do you think? Luo Zijuan had already formulated her thoughts, but wished to hear her son's perspective, believing that guiding him gently was far more effective than issuing commands. I think, perhaps it would be best to cancel the competition altogether. Zhang Xiaoquan harbored a reluctance within his heart. However, he had always adhered to his mother's teachings and was willing to accommodate her wishes. Since his mother expressed a desire to mend their relationship, he naturally followed her lead. Foolish child, indeed. Luo Zijuan smiled softly. While it was essential for them to ease their relationship, it was certainly not about seeking her approval. The racing competition was a matter of utmost importance, and they needed to showcase their prowess. I fear losing, Zhang Xiaoquan hesitantly confessed. This statement astonished Luo Zijuan. Her son had always been fearless in the face of defeat. Even if he felt trepidation internally, he would never vocalize it. Why had he suddenly changed his demeanor today? There was a small secret behind this matter. Zhang Xiaoquan, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, I initially did not wish to burden you with my troubles, but now I must speak. Upon hearing this, Luo Zijuan rested her delicate chin on her hand, intrigued. What small secret do you hold? Zhang Xiaoquan hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. Eventually, he managed to convey the essence of the issue, merely concerning the stakes of the racing competition. That scoundrel Chunyi intended to use Luo Zijuan as a wager. Zhang Xiaoquan was terrified of losing. Should he fail, he would be left without a mother. I can endure any loss or humiliation, he gritted his teeth. But I cannot allow you to suffer indignities at the hands of that rogue Chunyi. Your concern brings me great comfort, Luo Zijuan chuckled lightly. In truth, experiencing humiliation can sometimes add a touch of amusement. Her voice was barely audible, and Zhang Xiaoquan could not quite catch her words. Mother, what did you say? The son gazed at his mother, who wore a smile, utterly perplexed by the situation. It's nothing, nothing at all. Luo Zijuan quickly redirected the conversation. Do not fear defeat. My son, I believe you shall emerge victorious. Though she spoke thus, she acknowledged the peculiar nature of Chunyi's character. A flicker of fear crossed Zhang Xiaoquan's eyes. The previous violence had left a profound shadow in his heart. He dreaded what tricks Chunyi might concoct during the racing competition. If he were to lose disgracefully, not only would he suffer shame, but so would his mother. This was no longer merely a race. It was a battle to defend his mother's honor. At worst, we can simply refuse to acknowledge our loss, Luo Zijuan concluded with a sweet smile. Whether Zhang Xiaoquan or Chun Yi emerged victorious, she would be satisfied with the outcome. She envisioned herself as the ultimate beneficiary, akin to Ying Zheng circling a pillar, triumphantly spinning around. How could they possibly refuse to acknowledge the outcome? Zhang Xiaoquan held great regard for the principle of keeping one's word. He could not afford to lose face. As a man, one must honor one's promises. He insisted, but for me as a woman, it matters not, Luo Zijuan explained with a smile. Zhang Xiaoquan began to grasp her implication. My meaning is quite simple. Luo Zijuan continued with a grin. If you lose, I shall refuse to recognize it. I refuse to be humiliated by Chun Yi. Despite his well-defined abs, handsome appearance, great strength, and formidable abilities, none of that mattered to her. I simply do not like him. There can be no connection. And I would never submit to him or engage in any disgraceful acts. As she spoke, her excitement grew, rendering her words increasingly fervent. You speak the truth, mother. Zhang Xiaoquan nodded affirmatively, declaring that one must possess backbone. Indeed, my son, your mother possesses the most backbone, she asserted, though she herself did not believe it. After all, before Chun Yi, she was utterly spineless, resorting to various pleas for mercy. Even her father had cried out, begging to be spared. Chapter 104. This is a half-tank, not a half-corgi. With the assistance of Luo Zijuan, Chun Yi's vehicle upgrade plan made significant progress. Initially, he thought the upgrade might prove challenging today, but now, hope rekindled within him. Boss, do you think a tank could be used for vehicle upgrades? Tang Shuero suddenly inquired. Although the Supreme 95 tank was reduced to a mere half, it still remained a tank. Believe it or not, Chun Yi chuckled. If a tank could indeed be upgraded, then a half-tank could at least rival a legendary-level pickup truck, right? He approached the tank to examine its various power systems, finding no damage aside from the exterior, which had been charred significantly. What a remarkable piece of machinery. Chun Yi marveled, recognizing that this military-grade vehicle far surpassed civilian models. It was no exaggeration to say that every component of the tank was armed to the teeth. Could a half-tank be utilized for upgrades? Chun Yi directly inquired of the system. It can be used for upgrades, the system's cold voice replied. Is it comparable to a legendary-level pickup truck? Since upgrades were possible, the critical factor was whether the quality was sufficient. If it fell short, Chun Yi would be dissatisfied. Essentially comparable. In terms of armor, tracks, and weaponry, especially weaponry, the tank far exceeds legendary-level pickup trucks. This explanation was quite reasonable. After all, no matter how formidable a legendary pickup truck might be, it lacked any weapon systems. Even if it did possess some armaments, they could not compare to the tank's massive cannon and rapid-fire machine guns. If this were the case, Chun Yi's mind began to race. Upgrading 3 legendary-level pickup trucks was no longer the optimal solution. 2 legendary-level pickup trucks plus a half-tank would be the superior choice. What if there were other military vehicles available? The infamous Supreme 95, that madwoman, had discovered a military arsenal filled with an array of weapons. Where had the arsenal vanished to? If upgrades could be made with various military vehicles, it would undoubtedly yield even more explosive results. Having faced the previous crisis, Chun Yi now craved weaponry. Had he possessed weapons at that time, he would not have had to flee in such a disheveled state. However, although Chun Yi had eliminated the Supreme 95, he had not acquired her arsenal. Her loyal subordinates were all dispatched by him, while some opportunists had fled. It was likely that those opportunists ultimately gained access to the Supreme 95's arsenal. As for who exactly, Chun Yi could not ascertain. Nevertheless, the successor to the Supreme 95 must be in the group, and they surely witnessed Chun Yi's proclamation. If one were truly understanding, one ought to present a military armored vehicle, preferably one equipped with a formidable weapon system. For only then could it possibly rival the legendary pickup trucks. Since a half-tank can be merged, let us proceed with the upgrade, Chun Yi stated. Boss, are you alright? Zualanon interjected, expressing her skepticism at the notion of merging a half-tank. What is the matter? Chun Yi retorted, is it unacceptable? Perhaps a bit, Zualanon frowned. A half-tank feels somewhat subpar. What do you know? Chun Yi dismissed her concerns. This is a half-tank, not a half-corgi. Even in its diminished state, it remains a steel behemoth. Without further ado, Chun Yi issued another command. The system promptly complied. With a flash of white light, the half-tank vanished. Congratulations, host. Your vehicle upgrade has been successful, and it is now equipped with a powerful tank cannon. This marks a significant weapon enhancement. An upgrade of vehicular armaments is indeed a moment worthy of celebration, and as such, 10 shells and 1,000 rounds of machine gun ammunition have been generously bestowed. For the first time, Chunyi found the system's typically cold notifications quite agreeable. Besides the shells, the presence of machine gun ammunition was reasonable, as tanks typically feature machine guns. On the control panel of the driver's cabin, there were not only buttons for the main cannon but also for the machine gun and the 3 crossbow launchers. The 3 buttons lay side by side at the center of the control panel, allowing the co-pilot to easily manage steering and aiming, all aided by electronic targeting devices. Mom needn't worry about my aim anymore. As for the recoil from the tank shells, there was no cause for concern, given that it was a 12-wheeled truck, and its weight posed no issues. Moreover, Chunyi intended to continue upgrading, ensuring its weight would far exceed that of a tank. In battle, one could bombard freely, with their vehicle remaining steadfast. The mere thought excited Chunyi. The next time someone dared to stir trouble, a single cannon shot would suffice to send them packing. Even if the convoy had but one awake, or even if only De Huang was mobile, they could deliver a devastating blow to the adversary with the cannon. Let us set forth. We shall have a chat with Lord Long. So long as Lord Long can deliver 10 pickup trucks to Chunyi, his vehicle upgrade plan will advance further. Boss, look. The eager Lon quickly reported. Lord Long has posted a video in the group. Chunyi opened the chat group, curious to see what this fellow intended to unveil. To his surprise, the video revealed Lord Long, tearfully kneeling in the snow, fervently confessing, "I am guilty. I should not have been so misguided, nor should I have attacked the benevolent Yida for the title of the child of Fortune Hunter. I was wrong, truly wrong." One must acknowledge their mistakes and stand firm in the face of adversity. Thus, I present 10 pickup trucks as an apology to Chunyi, hoping for his forgiveness, and urging those who remain obstinate and wish to oppose Chunyi to lay down their weapons. You are no match for him. Chunyi immediately discerned the ulterior motive behind this old man's display. It must be said that his intellect is quite adept, as he has discerned the means to preserve his life. He released this video and submitted 10 pickup trucks, for reasons of sentiment, logic, and even the consideration of maximum benefit. Chunyi could not take action against Long Yi. This fellow demonstrates a certain level of understanding. Zhuolanlan, however, was utterly oblivious to the underlying intricacies. Otherwise, we could have seized his pickup trucks and eliminated him, commandeering his entire convoy. Silly girl, it would be better for you to remain silent. Murder is unequivocally out of the question, at least until Chunyi completes the vehicle upgrades. After all, anyone who is killed will have their demise publicly announced in the group, with the cause of death clearly stated. Such matters cannot be concealed from anyone. Let us proceed to collect the pickup trucks. Following the coordinates, Chunyi and his group swiftly arrived at the location of Long Yi's RV. 10 pickup trucks were neatly parked to one side. Chapter 105. Are pickup trucks falling from the sky? To be frank, Chunyi was quite intrigued. A desperate Long Yi should not have been able to muster such a number of pickup trucks. His earlier plan was rather shameless, essentially demanding 10 pickup trucks from Long Yi. Should he refuse, he would be sentenced to death in the group chat, leading to the annihilation of his entire convoy and the demise of Long Yi himself. This would serve as a warning to others, compelling them to surrender their pickup trucks out of fear, thus securing their own safety. However, it was unexpected that Long Yi's will to survive was so robust and his intellect so sharp. Not only had he gathered the pickup trucks, but he also devised a way to safeguard his life. One must admit that Long Yi has managed to thrive and establish a formidable convoy in such a brutally competitive world, thanks in part to his exceptional abilities, but also due to his keen intellect. Upon seeing Chunyi's 12-wheeled truck, Long Yi trembled in fear. Merely the presence of Chunyi's vehicle was enough to instill terror in him. If he were to confront Chunyi directly again, it might well result in a scene of utter humiliation. Fortunately, Chunyi did not appear. Descending from the 12-wheeled truck was Tang Shuero, who could convey Chunyi's will without him needing to intervene personally. Tang Shuero approached her former RV, and as she surveyed the familiar surroundings, she was overwhelmed with emotion. "Hello, Long Yi." The once devious man now dared not meet Tang Shuero's gaze, bowing his head and speaking in a sycophantic tone. "What do you think? The 10 pickup trucks are no problem, right?" "No problem. You may leave. Everyone in this RV should exit," Tang Shuero commanded suddenly. Long Yi found this perplexing but dared not resist, leading his people outside. Tang Shuero was cautious, ensuring that no one remained before she began searching in a discreet corner. Inside the RV, she had hidden some functional cards, initially intended to share with Li Dan. However, Li Dan had betrayed her before she could present a surprise. She was met with a shock. I found it, Tang Shuero exclaimed joyfully. She had not expected to discover so many items. Although a number had been taken by Li Dan, the majority remained intact, thanks to her covert methods of concealment. All right. Tang Shuio stepped down from the camper and said, I will check the pickup trucks. Please. Long Yi replied with a smile. How did you acquire so many pickup trucks? Tang Shuio inquired while inspecting the vehicles. Her curiosity piqued by the task assigned to her by Chun Yi. Given that Long Ye's convoy had suffered significant losses, it seemed implausible for him to possess such a fleet. Long Yi hesitated, reluctant to divulge details, and merely responded, there are always more ways than difficulties. This was also a question that puzzled Mr. Chun. Tang Shuio asserted sternly, you had better clarify. Is that so? Long Yi shivered in fear and quickly clarified. It's a system loan. What? Tang Shuio was perplexed, as she had not yet encountered the concept of a system loan at her level. In essence, a system loan is designed to identify hosts with potential. If one is merely a struggling individual unable to even afford a meal, the big data system would not bother recommending such a loan. Mr. Chin should be aware of this. Long Yi continued, he will understand. Very well, Tang Shuio replied. If he does not understand, you can explain it to him yourself. After all, communication is quite convenient nowadays. Miss Tang, I hope you can speak highly of me in front of Mr. Chun, Long Yi said with a grin. To show my gratitude, I will return your camper. The camper? Tang Shuio's eyes sparkled. She held a deep affection for it, as it was her favorite vehicle. Thanks to the camper, she had endured little hardship in the world of survival on the road. The vehicle was filled with cherished memories. Indeed, Long Yi exclaimed in terror. You must speak highly of me. I absolutely cannot let Mr. Chen use a welding torch on me. I'm genuinely afraid. In Long Ye's eyes, the golden flames bursting from Chun Ye's gaze resembled an unyielding welding torch. Welding torch? Tang Shuio furrowed her brow, finding the description rather crude. My apologies. My apologies. Long Yi slapped himself hard, exclaiming, I used to wield a welding torch, and everything I see looks like sparks from it. I am truly sorry. In the post-apocalyptic world, Long Yi was a formidable leader of a convoy, and before the apocalypse, he was a master of welding performance. By day, he skillfully wielded the torch. By night, he danced wildly in bars, showering his sisters with cash. There was no conflict. The two professions not only coexisted, but also blended perfectly. All right, Tang Shuio nodded. I will inform Mr. Chun. There were no issues with the pickup trucks. She would promptly report to Chun Yi. She was 100% loyal to him, harboring no secrets. Long Ye's bribe was clear to her. Since he offered it, she would accept it. Chun Yi was indifferent to such matters. Thank you, master. Tang Shuio said with great delight. I also have 3 functional cards. As she spoke, she presented her treasured functional cards with both hands. Chun Yi was pleasantly surprised, not expecting such a bonus. Goodness, these cards are indeed valuable. He couldn't help but exclaim. One was a medical card, another an invincibility card, and the last was a system warehouse upgrade card. Each card was incredibly useful, especially the system warehouse upgrade card. His current warehouse was insufficient, and he urgently needed an upgrade. You have done remarkably well. Chun Yi gently patted her head and said, you may go. In truth, she could have easily kept the 3 functional cards for herself, as no one would have been the wiser. However, her unwavering loyalty, at 100%, forbade her from concealing anything from Chun Yi. Yes, master, Tang Shuero replied with respect. She took a step forward and inquired curiously, what is system lending? Upon hearing Long Yi mention it earlier, her curiosity had intensified. Do you know what a mortgage is? Chun Yi casually remarked. I understand now, Tang Shuero exclaimed. It's like installment payments. No, Chun Yi corrected her. It means having your skin peeled off while you're on the ground. Tang Shuero's face turned pale with fear, realizing just how terrifying system lending could be. Yet, considering the apocalyptic circumstances filled with peril, it was not entirely unexpected. We're still far from our goal, Chun Yi lamented. Currently, he possessed 620 ordinary pickup trucks. To acquire a legendary pickup truck, he needed a total of 1,000 ordinary ones. That left him short by 380 trucks. To obtain 2 legendary pickup trucks, he would require 380 in total. Gathering that number today seemed nearly impossible. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 6 pickup trucks. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 pickup trucks. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 pickup trucks. A barrage of notifications rang out, leaving Chun-Yi bewildered. What is happening? Are pickup trucks raining from the sky? His stockpile of pickup trucks visibly surged. Chapter 106, the six-wheeled Dongfeng Warrior all-terrain behemoth armored vehicle before long. The count of pickup trucks reached 1,000. Thus, Chun-Yi's first legendary-grade pickup truck was finally in his possession. He was one step closer to realizing his dream. What is going on? Chun-Yi wondered, perplexed by the sudden influx of pickup trucks gifted to him. Boss, Zhuolanlan said, Long Yi has released another video. You should take a look. She played the video. In it, Long Yi appeared jubilant, informing everyone that Chun-Yi had accepted his pickup trucks and urging all those who participated in the hunt to offer their pickup trucks as a gesture of reconciliation with Chun-Yi. It was this very video that instilled hope for reconciliation in others, prompting them to contribute their pickup trucks. Excellent. Chun-Yi nodded. Let us set forth. There was no need for lengthy discussions with Long Yi. The fact that the blade had not fallen was the greatest gift and understanding. Let us go. Long Yi watched as the 12-wheeled truck gradually disappeared, smiling. Mr. Chen has left. Splendid. Splendid. With his departure, the cycle of slaughter would cease. The ominous cloud of death that loomed over him began to dissipate. Finally, he is gone. In an instant, Long Yi, relieved, plopped down on the ground and began to sob. Though Chun-Yi had departed, he still bore the burden of his own losses. The exorbitant interest on system lending left him at a loss for how to repay. It was heart-wrenching. Just the thought of it brought pain. As they watched Long Yi alternating between laughter and tears, no one looked down upon him. Rather, they found his reaction entirely reasonable. After all, his adversary was formidable, a terrifying harbinger of death. Mr. Chun, we are the subordinates of the Supreme 9-5 Dianju. Suddenly, a message caught Chun-Yi's attention. My alias is Dianju. You can call me Dianju. What do you need? Chun-Yi responded. He had long sought the successor to the Supreme 9-5, yet had found no leads until unexpectedly, the opportunity presented itself. We hope to mend our relationship with you, despite being among those who hunt you down. The sincere Duke Dian stated that, to demonstrate goodwill, we are willing to offer you an all-terrain armored vehicle, the Dongfeng Warrior. Oh, Chun-Yi's interest was piqued instantly. His previously languid gaze now sparkling with excitement. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon him, just as he had been lamenting the absence of a second legendary pickup truck. Here was an unexpected gift of a Dongfeng Warrior. This is our sole all-terrain armored vehicle, Duke Dian continued, regrettably informing him that they possessed no pickup trucks. Nor were there any in the military depot. The military warehouse they had discovered was modest, lacking in substantial vehicle reserves. To substantiate his claim, he personally presented the inventory list of the military supplies, which indeed revealed a scarcity of equipment. Their tanks were relics, and they had but a single shell. I request 100 melon grenades. Chun-Yi made his demand. Their inventory was abundant with melon grenades and mortars. No problem. Duke Dian promptly replied. I shall transfer them to you. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a Dongfeng Warrior all-terrain armored vehicle. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired 100 melon grenades. Excellent. Chun-Yi was quite pleased. Upgrades, immediate upgrades. The prospect of enhancing his arsenal with a legendary-level pickup truck and a Dongfeng Warrior all-terrain armored vehicle was exhilarating. Wait a moment. Chun-Yi's brow furrowed slightly. Was it not possible to receive a 100-fold return? Today, both of his female teammates had exhausted their upgrade privileges, each having used them 3 times. If he waited until tomorrow, he could potentially possess 100 Dongfeng Warrior all-terrain armored vehicles. Yet, he lamented, the number of female teammates remained insufficient. Chun-Yi felt a pang of frustration. Were there not 3 female teammates at his disposal? It suddenly dawned on him. He had instinctively overlooked Tang Xuero, regarding only Zhuolanlan and Chu Lingxi as teammates. In essence, he had failed to acknowledge Tang Xuero as part of their group. Tang Xuero, Chun-Yi exclaimed suddenly, I offer you a vehicle, along with 3 upgrade materials for vehicles. Have you used them? Not yet. Tang Xuero replied promptly. I currently have 5 vehicles, 4 of which you gifted me, and 1 caravan from Lord Long. Without further instructions from Chun-Yi, she dared not proceed. Excellent. Chun-Yi laughed heartily. I shall gift you another, a Dongfeng Warrior all-terrain armored vehicle. Tang Xuero was taken aback, bewildered by his sudden generosity towards her. Halt the vehicle. Chun-Yi commanded. Commence the upgrade immediately. Yes. Tang Xuero quickly stopped the vehicle and, after a few minutes of preparation, she soon completed the upgrade of her vehicles. The first upgrade consumed a Dongfeng Warrior all-terrain armored vehicle, while the second and third utilized pickup trucks. Ding. Teammate Tang Shuoro consumed one Dongfeng Warrior all-terrain armored vehicle, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations on acquiring 100 Dongfeng Warrior all-terrain armored vehicles, now stored in the system warehouse. Ding. Teammate Tang Shuoro consumed a pickup truck, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations on acquiring 100 pickup trucks, now stored in the system warehouse. Ding. Teammate Tang Shuoro consumed another pickup truck, triggering the 100-fold return again. Congratulations on acquiring another 100 pickup trucks, now stored in the system warehouse. A series of system notifications thrilled Chen Yi, sending shivers down his spine. Synthesize. Chen Yi commanded. Synthesize immediately. He had not yet utilized his synthesis attempts for the day. Previously, he had used his female teammates' synthesis attempts to create a legendary pickup truck. Ding. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have acquired a super-level Dongfeng Mengshi all-terrain armored vehicle. 1,000 Dongfeng Mengshi are required to synthesize a legendary level. 100 can only yield a super-level. Upgrade. Chen Yi continued. Integrate the super-level Dongfeng Mengshi all-terrain armored vehicle. Upgrade. Intensely upgrade. The vehicle shall be upgraded significantly. What alleviates worries? Only upgrades. Upgrade. Again upgrade. Ding. Congratulations on completing the upgrade. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired a 6-wheeled Dongfeng Mengshi all-terrain behemoth armored vehicle. 6 wheels? Chen Yi was perplexed. From 12 wheels to 6? Why were there half as many tires? Did it shrink with each upgrade? He jumped down from the vehicle. Goodness. Chen Yi nearly fell to his demise. Indeed. With his invincible combat abilities, Chen Yi, upon disembarking, almost met his end. The vehicle was simply too tall. The tires were fewer. Yet they had grown to an exaggerated size. The previous tires had a diameter of 108 centimeters, approximately 1 meter. Now, the tires boasted a diameter of a full 3 meters. 3-meter-high tires towered like a story of a building. Had he not possessed extraordinary abilities and strength, he could have truly met a tragic fate. How enormous! Left Lon Lon chuckled foolishly. So large, one need not fear any pits. It simply rolls over everything. Even tanks in its path would be crushed. It's astonishingly large. Truly immense. This is a mobile fortress. Chen Yi was thoroughly satisfied. Upgrade. Continue the upgrades. He still had a legendary level pickup truck to integrate and upgrade. He eagerly anticipated what his colossal vehicle would become after integrating the legendary pickup truck. Anticipation. Excited expectation. Tremendous anticipation. Chapter 107. The 6-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle. Continue the upgrade. Chen Yi commanded. Today, he had one final upgrade opportunity remaining. Ding. Upgrading. A radiant light flickered, akin to a divine miracle. Soon, the legendary pickup truck vanished. Ding. Congratulations. Vehicle upgrade completed. The white light dissipated, revealing a behemoth before Chen Yi. Unprecedentedly large. This was the largest vehicle he had ever seen. A pinnacle of human industrial manufacturing. A masterwork that could only be produced by a civilization at the zenith of technological advancement. It could be deemed the largest vehicle globally, without exception. An infinitely futuristic sci-fi vehicle. Opening the vehicle panel, Chen Yi spoke excitedly. What was initially a simple parameter check, a routine operation, now stirred a faint surge of passionate fervor within him. Vehicle, 6-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle. Length, 281 meters. Width, 555 meters. Height, 50 meters. Total weight, 30 tons. Standing at an astonishing 5 meters high and weighing a solid 30 tons, it is indeed a mobile fortress. Without any weaponry, its sheer mass alone crushes all in its path, rendering it an invincible entity. Range, increased by 150. Speed, enhanced by 100. Vehicle armor, augmented by 500. Lifespan, extended by 300. Such a series of enhancements signifies a terrifying escalation. Not only has its size expanded, but its velocity has also achieved unprecedented advancements. Chen Yi felt immense satisfaction. Previously, the 12-wheeled truck was cumbersome, limiting speed. Now, despite its heft, the tires have tripled in size. One rotation equals 10 for others, resulting in a significant boost in speed. Climbing aboard, they set off at full throttle. Chen Yi was filled with exuberance. Tang Shuoro, the naturally gifted truck driver, was equally thrilled to join him. Despite its colossal size, the vehicle was surprisingly easy to handle. equipped with numerous assistive driving devices that enabled even a young girl like Tang Shuuro to maneuver this wild behemoth. As the vehicle roared to life, the engine's growl resonated like exquisite music, bringing Chun-Yi immense joy. Tang Shuuro pressed the accelerator, and the armored giant thundered forward. Chun-Yi gazed out the window, appreciating the stunning scenery. The mountains danced like silver serpents, and the plains surged like wax elephants. "Master, we are running low on fuel. Only 10% remains," Tang Shuuro promptly reported. In truth, it was not that they were short on fuel, but rather that the fuel tank was excessively large. "What is the approximate travel distance?" Chun-Yi inquired with keen interest. 20,000 kilometers, Tang Shuuro swiftly responded. "But if we utilize the characteristics of legendary-grade fuel, the mileage will significantly decrease." Chun-Yi was aware of this. Every use of such characteristics carried a hefty price. "I recall that after this upgrade, our behemoth armored vehicle is equipped with a super engine. Logically, its integration with legendary-grade fuel should yield even more powerful traits. Previously, it had a special-grade engine. Now, it boasts a super-grade engine, which is incomparable." Indeed, Tang Shuuro nodded in agreement, confirming it was indeed a super-grade engine. Regarding its characteristics, after some research, she found a qualitative enhancement, a 10-fold acceleration that could reach speeds of 300 km/h and sustain it for an hour. Such velocity was formidable. To put it into perspective, they could reach the first 1,000 kilometers in just a few hours. At that distance, 8 bronze treasure chests awaited them, marking a significant windfall. Chun-Yi had yet to open a bronze treasure chest and was eagerly anticipating what treasures lay within. "The 5 black iron treasure chests in the convoy remain unopened," Tang Shuuro reminded Chun-Yi. "I am aware," Chun-Yi admitted. He had longed to open them, but had been preoccupied with vehicle upgrades. With time on their hands now, it was the perfect moment to unveil the mystery of the blind boxes. Rubbing his hands together with excitement, Chun-Yi prepared for the first blind box to be opened. Ding! Congratulations, you have received an automatic driving upgrade card. Upon usage, your vehicle can be upgraded to an artificial intelligence level of autonomous driving, enabling it to operate continuously for 24 hours without rest, significantly enhancing driving safety and liberating one from the fatigue of manual driving. What a remarkable development! Chun-Yi promptly initiated the upgrade. Ding! Congratulations, your vehicle has successfully upgraded to an artificial intelligence level of autonomous driving. Can it drive automatically now? Tang Shuuro immediately noticed the upgrade, undoubtedly the most delighted among them, as prolonged driving had posed a significant test to her stamina. After all, a human is not a machine. Excessive fatigue can lead to mistakes, even the perilous possibility of dozing off at the wheel. "You take control of the autonomous driving," Chun-Yi commanded, which would greatly alleviate the workload. "Thank you, Master," Tang Shuuro responded with great joy. Chun-Yi gazed at her with profound intent and suddenly inquired, "Tang Shuuro, what secrets do you hold?" This question momentarily stunned the jubilant Tang Shuuro, leaving her perplexed about Chun-Yi's meaning. "I have no secrets," she replied. Her expression bewildered, for her unwavering loyalty to Chun-Yi precluded any possibility of secrets. "Is that so?" Chun-Yi, aware of this, still felt a twinge of doubt. When he had accepted Tang Shuuro as a teammate, the system had previously cautioned him about her harboring substantial secrets, advising against acceptance to avoid potential pitfalls. Yet, it appeared that she bore no secrets, leading Chun-Yi to suspect a possible misjudgment or glitch in the system. He continued to unpack the mystery box. The second iron treasure chest yielded 100 gold coins, a commendable find. Chun-Yi had amassed a considerable quantity of gold coins, totaling over 1,000 during this period. And with this additional 100, his total reached 1,100. He pondered the purpose of these coins, weighing the hefty coins in his hand. In a civilized society, they would be deemed valuable, yet in a survival world, they seemed of little use. Nonetheless, Chun-Yi believed they would prove useful in due course, perhaps significantly so, otherwise. He would not persist in collecting what others deemed worthless. The third iron treasure chest revealed a spare tire card. This card bore no relation to romantic entanglements. It was merely a card for spare tires. Possessing this card meant that one's vehicle had 5 spare tires, occupying no physical space. Should a tire become damaged, one could simply utilize the card to procure a replacement. While such a card might hold little value for ordinary vehicles, it was a commendable reward for Chun-Yi, whose vehicle boasted colossal tires. "Master, danger approaches, an adversarial vehicle is nearby," Tang Shuuro suddenly announced. She had initially hesitated to disrupt Chun Ye's joyful exploration of the mystery boxes, but the ominous red was encroaching rapidly. With her burgeoning experience in her abilities, she recognized that the larger and more erratic the red dot, the greater the malice of the approaching entity. Now, a formidable red dot was swiftly advancing, clearly indicating ill intentions. Chapter 108. Racing. Battle. Thrill. Upon learning of the situation, Chun Yi found himself utterly perplexed. His reputation as a formidable force had instilled fear in many, including the once mighty Long Yi, who trembled at the mere thought of him. How could anyone dare to provoke him? To launch a blatant assault filled with malice seemed akin to courting death. Master, what should we do now? Tang Shuero suddenly inquired. Shall we utilize the weapon systems? Chen Ye's six-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle was equipped with 3 powerful weapon systems. A decisive strike as the opponent approached could serve as a preemptive measure. After all, given their evident hostility, taking the initiative was a prudent choice. Let us not rush. We must first discern their intentions. Chen Yi fixed his gaze on the rearview mirror, noting that the adversary had yet to appear. However, their identity had been verified in the group chat. They were a convoy leader named Dian Gong, the successor to the prestigious Shi Zunjiu Wu. He had acquired the majority of Dian Po's resources and vehicles. Previously, he had extended goodwill to Chun Yi by gifting an armored vehicle, but for reasons unknown. He had since transformed, posting an arrogant video in the group. In the video, Dian Gong laughed maniacally, his eyes bloodshot and streaming with mucus, evidently under the influence of some illicit substance. Ha ha ha, Chen Yi, I have come to challenge you. Do you know why I gifted you the Dongfeng Mengshe all-terrain armored vehicle? That vehicle is equipped with my locator. Once you accepted it, I was able to track your position. And now, I am closing in on you. Are you daring enough to race me? There is a system shop 500 kilometers away. Let that be our finish line. Do you dare accept? Surely, you wouldn't be petty enough to eliminate me outright. I know your vehicle's weapon systems are formidable, and your own abilities are quite domineering. If you choose not to race me and instead eliminate me, I shall bear no grievances. He laughed once more, a man seemingly as reckless as his predecessor. A true madman. Master, there is no need to engage him in a race, Tang Shuero interjected decisively. A single shot to send him skyward would suffice. This brat has no sincerity. He is merely exploiting our vulnerabilities. Intrigued by her words, Chen Yi asked, what vulnerabilities? Our vehicle's speed is not our strong suit. Tang Shuero astutely observed. He must be aware that we drive a 12-wheeled truck, which, even after upgrades, remains a behemoth. Speed is certainly not our advantage. If he arrives in a sports car, his velocity would utterly surpass ours. Your analysis is quite accurate, Chen Yi conceded. However, I suspect this fellow is not so despicable. If he were truly such a coward, he would be met with a tank shell the moment he came into view. Such a person is unworthy of being considered an adversary. Are you suggesting that he also possesses a 12-wheeled truck? Tang Shuero frowned. If that is the case, we might very well consider racing him. It is a distinct possibility. Chen Yi possessed a profound understanding of the eccentricities of his rival. Those who are most prone to erratic behavior are often the staunchest advocates for a certain form of fairness, incapable of resorting to underhanded tactics like petty individuals. Soon, the opponent's vehicle materialized within their line of sight. Lo and behold, it was indeed a 12-wheeled colossal truck, its paint scheme remarkably mirroring Chun Ye's, clearly indicating an intention to compete with him. The rival's speed was formidable, swiftly aligning alongside Chun Ye's 6-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle. As the glass window descended gradually, a disheveled man, appearing exceedingly deranged with even lice nesting in his hair, guzzled hard liquor while laughing maniacally. Out of respect for his adversary, Chen Yi lowered his own window, resting his arm atop it, and greeted the man amicably. Drink and drive? That's a recipe for tears. Huh, are you a traffic cop? But I must confess, I prefer your golden flames. You could burn a hole through my head with your golden fire, and then you would claim victory over me. The man cackled shamelessly. I fail to comprehend, Chen Yi replied with a smile. If you wish to race and challenge me, why bestow upon me the East Wind Warrior all-terrain armored vehicle? According to his own words, he possessed only one, which should be exceptionally valuable. Why offer it to Chen Yi? Are you truly so clever as to not grasp the reason? The man slobbered while laughing maniacally. Understanding dawned upon Chen Yi with a mere glance. This fellow was excessively arrogant. He owned a 12-wheeled truck, and Chen Yi had an identical vehicle. If he emerged victorious, it would hardly seem impressive. Conversely, if Chun Ye's superior vehicle succumbed to him, it would indeed be remarkable, capable of astonishing everyone in their circle. Such is the nature of the eccentric, both absurd and foolish. You must possess some trump card, Chunyi inquired with a smile, for such confidence is unwarranted otherwise. In truth, it was no longer mere confidence, but rather a perverse arrogance, an unwavering belief in his inevitable triumph, utterly disregarding reality. I certainly have my own ace up my sleeve, but I shan't divulge it. The man continued his maniacal laughter. Soon enough, you shall see. Then let us commence. Chunyi yawned, viewing the impending race as a trivial diversion in his otherwise mundane life. Commencing now, I shall accelerate. The man rendered an exceedingly unorthodox military salute, flooring the accelerator with fervor. The engine of the 12-wheeled truck roared to life, surging forward with exaggerated speed, charging ahead in a frenzied manner. Shan Yu snapped his fingers. Tang Shui-ro immediately bellowed, "Accelerate, accelerate. Engage race mode, full speed ahead. Automated driving technology, activate." The driving capabilities far surpassed that of humans, with millisecond-level reactions and centimeter-level cornering control. If the race continued under these conditions, the rival's 12-wheeled truck would undoubtedly face utter defeat, with no possibility of victory. However, carbon-based life forms can never be replaced. No matter how sophisticated the algorithms or vast the data, they cannot predict the next move of a carbon-based creature like humans. Chunya's 6-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle swiftly caught up with the opponent and once again ran parallel to it. After several sharp turns and rapid accelerations, Diangong suddenly discerned the situation, realizing that he could not outmaneuver Chunyi with his driving skills to win this race. Thus, he initiated an offensive, violently jerking the steering wheel as his 12-wheeled truck crashed heavily into the 6-wheeled behemoth, instantly sparking a shower of glimmering sparks. Battle. Exhilarating. Diangong roared in sheer madness. Little Chunyi smiled and said, "Be sensible." Chapter 109. The Astonishment of Zhang Xiaoquan. At such high speeds, with vehicles of such immense tonnage, stopping was an impossibility. Such reckless collisions could easily lead to destruction and demise. Yet, this fellow seemed utterly unconcerned, colliding again and again. The critical issue was that the damage to his vehicle far exceeded that of Chunyi's. After all, his 12-wheeled truck was merely a civilian vehicle. In contrast, Chunyi's 6-wheeled behemoth was equipped to the teeth, its size dwarfing that of his opponent. With each collision, the greatest harm was inflicted upon himself. Nevertheless, he remained oblivious to the consequences, continuing to strike relentlessly. Tang Shui-ro, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Master, should we retaliate?" "Not yet," Chunyi replied, shaking his head. Since he wished to crash, let him continue. At this moment, the spectators in the group were also engrossed in the race, particularly focusing on Diangong, who had initiated a live broadcast. His wild antics were being streamed live for all to see. Everyone anxiously awaited the outcome of the race, eager to witness whether this challenger could overcome the legendary Chunyi, who had instilled fear in the hearts of many. Had Chunyi's vehicle evolved to such an extent? My goodness, a behemoth armored vehicle. This machine was akin to a mobile fortress. To be frank, even if it broke down, one would find it impossible to rob it. Indeed, once the doors were secured, even a rocket launcher might not suffice to breach them. The steel plating could withstand such weaponry, and the glass was entirely bulletproof. Even deflating the tires would be a daunting task. Such massive tires and defensive rubber would take an eternity to cut through, even with a chainsaw. No adult, regardless of strength, could achieve such a feat in a short time. The onlookers expressed their awe at the terrifying might of Chunyi's mobile fortress. However, Zhang Xiaoquan, who had remained silent until now, calmly interjected, "You all focus solely on the sturdiness of this vehicle. Have you not noticed its speed?" Prompted by his observation, the crowd realized that throughout the race, Chunyi had maintained a significant lead. Indeed, a considerable lead, although he had not completely crushed his opponent. He had consistently stayed far ahead. Moreover, there was another crucial detail. As a racing driver, Zhang Xiaoquan continued his analysis. The 12-wheeled truck had reached its limit, while Chunyi's 6-wheeled armored vehicle was handling the situation with ease. Deliberately maintaining a fixed distance while suppressing speed, it is evident that Chunyi's actions are intentional. If this is indeed the case, then his vehicle must be extraordinarily formidable. I also noted a detail. Chunyi has yet to employ super acceleration. At his level, he undoubtedly possesses legendary-grade fuel and could certainly utilize special abilities, yet he refrains from doing so. It is utterly insane. If Chunyi were to activate his abilities, this race would be over. Everyone has finally come to realize the terrifying truth. After some discussion, it became clear just how incredible Chun-Yi truly is. His prowess is astonishingly beyond comprehension. So, my son, do you have confidence in defeating him? Luo Zijuan is also closely watching the race. His six-wheeled armored vehicle not only boasts impressive speed but also exhibits remarkable finesse and handling. Zhang Xiaoquan, feeling despondent, remarked, "I'm beginning to question my life choices. Could it be that he was once a race car driver? When it comes to driving skills, who do you believe is superior? Him or you?" Luo Zijuan inquired with curiosity. "Without a doubt, he is superior," Zhang Xiaoquan responded without hesitation. "Not only is he skilled, but he is also utterly reckless. His driving technique is wildly unhinged, featuring numerous death-defying turns and insane accelerations." Zhang Xiaoquan had to concede, "I fear I cannot defeat him. In the realm where he has triumphed countless times, this time, he finds himself devoid of confidence. Is he truly that remarkable?" Luo Zijuan, possessing limited knowledge of race car drivers, seemed rather naive. If I had to point out a flaw, Zhang Xiaoquan hesitated before stating, "He lacks humanity. His driving is devoid of any human fear. Not even a trace. It is possible that he has upgraded to autonomous driving," Luo Zijuan suggested. "If that is the case, my chances of winning him are even slimmer." Zhang Xiaoquan lamented, feeling increasingly hopeless. Autonomous driving cards are exceedingly rare. Even someone like him, who boasts possessing the most treasure chests, has yet to acquire one. Every survivor yearns for an autonomous driving upgrade card. Once upgraded, one could escape the arduous burdens of long-distance driving. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. Does this imply that you are conceding? Luo Zijuan looked at his son with interest. "I will not concede." Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth. Even knowing he might fail, he refuses to give in. "So, you intend to continue racing?" Luo Zijuan chuckled. "Have you forgotten the stakes? The loser must forfeit many things. Especially the one Zhang Xiaoquan cherishes most, his mother. This is no ordinary race. It is a battle for maternal preservation. Regardless." Zhang Xiaoquan felt immense inner turmoil. "I cannot retreat or concede. To surrender upon witnessing the strength of the opponent. To be defeated without even engaging in battle. This is something he cannot accept. Mother will always support you," Luo Zijuan reassured, placing a hand on her son's shoulder. For reasons unknown, she felt a peculiar anticipation, even excitement, for her son's inevitable loss in this race. Meanwhile, the frenzied race involving Chun-Yi had reached a fever pitch. The driver, due to relentless collisions, was rendered incapable of inflicting any harm on Chun-Yi and had descended into complete madness. His entire cockpit had become deformed, resembling a vehicle that had suffered a catastrophic accident, with a massive sunroof opened wide. Witnessing his lunacy, Tang Shuuro felt a genuine sense of dread. What if these individuals brandished weapons? After all, they had inherited the arsenal of the madwoman, which was replete with an abundance of weaponry. If anyone were to wield a weapon, it could lead to a disastrous collision that would send them careening off the road. Chun-Yi retrieved a bottle of soda, placing it aside, where it would soon chill. The frigid air outside intensified, with a blizzard raging and temperatures plummeting, growing colder by the day. "If our large vehicle collides with them," Tang Shuuro remarked in terror, "it would surely mean destruction for both the vehicle and its occupants." "There is no alternative," Chun-Yi replied, sipping from the soda. "They brought this upon themselves." Tang Shuuro nodded in agreement, remaining silent but anxiously fixated on the opposing party. Indeed, after exhausting their tactics, the adversaries finally revealed their vicious intentions. Chapter 110, Bestiary of Weaknesses. The windows of the vehicle shattered one by one as a few deranged individuals emerged. It was evident they had consumed illicit substances, their eyes were bloodshot, and they were drooling like wild beasts. One wielded a rocket launcher, while another brandished a machine gun, preparing to assault Chun-Yi's six-wheeled armored behemoth. Such an attack, however, held no power to overturn Chun-Yi's 30-ton armored vehicle. Yet, these lunatics could not be judged by conventional logic. They cared not for efficacy, but rather yearned for explosive chaos. Upon witnessing the emergence of their weapons, Tang Shuro's voice trembled as she commanded, "Ram into them." The autopilot promptly executed the order, violently swerving to collide with the 12-wheeled truck. The immense weight and force of the vehicle surged forth like an unstoppable tide, obliterating the assailants before they could even pull the trigger. At high speed, the 12-wheeled truck rolled over multiple times, its cockpit twisting and contorting into a twisted mass. With several tires flying off, ultimately resting helplessly in the snow. The violent impact ruptured the fuel tank, igniting a fierce blaze. In this scenario, their demise was inevitable. "It's over," Chinyi remarked, lighting a cigarette as a tribute to these deranged individuals. "These people are truly mad." Tang Shuero shuddered at the thought. They were uncertain about what goods were being sold in the so-called supermarket location. Chinyi felt a flicker of anticipation. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly inquired, "Have you noticed a curious detail?" Tang Shuero blinked her large eyes in puzzlement. "What detail? How did that madman know there was a supermarket 500 kilometers away?" This question jolted Tang Shuero, who slapped her thigh in realization. "You're right. How did he know? Could he, like you, possess a similar ability related to maps?" Chinyi speculated. "It's possible," Tang Shuero nodded. "But he is dead now. Regardless of any abilities, there is no point in discussing them further." "Is he truly dead?" Chinyi smiled and asked, "Did you see his death notice in the group?" Each death announcement was the most conspicuous information in the group, prominently displayed in bold crimson letters, accompanied by a loud broadcast. However, regarding that lunatic's demise, there was no announcement. The group remained as tranquil as still water, devoid of any alerts. Could he still be alive? Tang Shuero found it inconceivable, impossible, absolutely impossible. After such a frenzied speed and a terrifying impact, how could one possibly survive? She had witnessed the driver's cabin being reduced to a mere pancake. Not even a fly could endure such a fate. "I do not understand how he managed to survive." Chinyi shook his head. Yet one thing was certain, he was still alive. If he were alive, would he not soon be in pursuit? Tang Shuero asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Such a question hardly required an answer. The other party was essentially a rabid dog, and as long as there was breath in him, he would pursue. Our car's windows may be bulletproof, but could they withstand a rocket launcher? As the driver, Tang Shuero knew she would be the primary target. Given that the assailant was unaware of the car's autopilot feature, even if it could withstand such an attack, it would hold little significance. Chinyu playfully frightened her. What if he possesses some supernatural weapon? "Master, please do not scare me." Tang Shuero's face turned extremely pale. "Do not worry. Perhaps he lacks the courage to pursue us at all." Chinyi yawned lazily, more intrigued by what the so-called supermarket might hold. If it were merely an ordinary supermarket, it would be utterly uninteresting, for Chun Yi was not lacking in supplies at present. Let us continue opening treasure chests. Chin Yi still had 2 iron treasure chests yet to be opened, and the thrill of unboxing was immensely pleasurable. As the box opened, a red flame ability fruit awaited him. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a special level flame ability fruit. Although it appeared unremarkable, it was indeed a fruit of special caliber. If the return were 100-fold, one could acquire 100 special level flame ability fruits, equivalent to 10 super level ability fruits, or 1 legendary level ability fruit. It was undeniably quite satisfying. You must possess the flame ability, correct? Chun Yi suddenly inquired. Yes, master, Tang Shuero nodded, her ability named Flame Insight, also known as Seeing Through the Fire. Similar to the Big Dipper navigation system, it could sense the fervent flames of human emotions. Often, the greater the hatred, the more intense the inner fire. So, if you consume this special level flame ability fruit, will it enhance your powers? Chun Yi presented the fruit to her. Why are you being so kind to me? Tang Shuero was taken aback. As far as I know, you also possess flame abilities. Should you not prioritize enhancing your own powers first? Just eat it when I tell you to. No need for unnecessary chatter. Chun Yi had no intention of explaining his own unique abilities. Yes, master. Tang Shuero dared not protest further, swiftly consuming the delectable flame ability fruit in a matter of moments. After consuming the meal, her eyes instantly transformed into a vivid crimson once more, and her body swayed unsteadily, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Fortunately, Chun Yi delivered a sharp slap to rouse her back to awareness. Thankfully, the vehicle was equipped with an autopilot system. Had it not been so, her sudden episode could have precipitated a severe accident. Upgraded, Tang Shuero exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Master, my extraordinary abilities have been enhanced. Oh, Chun Yi inquired with keen interest. Do elaborate. There are 2 aspects to the upgrade. Tang Shuero replied candidly. My perception range has expanded, and the types of entities I can sense have diversified. The increase in range was easily comprehensible. Yet the broadening of categories left Chun Yi somewhat perplexed. Tang Shuero hastened to clarify. Previously, I could only perceive the heart fire of humans. Now, I can also sense that of ferocious beasts. Chun Yi nodded in understanding. If a beast harbored malicious intent towards their convoy and was contemplating an attack, she would be capable of detecting it, which was indeed a valuable ability. However, thus far, no beast had launched an assault on the convoy. Chunyi had not received any related information in the group chat, though many individuals were hunting ferocious beasts, causing a cacophony of cries from the creatures. Ding! Congratulations! Your teammate Tang Shuero has consumed a special grade fire ability fruit, and you have received 100 special grade fire ability fruits. The system's cold voice echoed. Hearing this notification was quite satisfying. Chunyi continued to open the final treasure chest. Upon its opening, he discovered a silver disc and a related introduction booklet titled Bestiary, Weaknesses of Ferocious Beasts. Chapter 111, The Sharp Samurai Sword. Chunyi gazed at the title, which, as the name suggested, detailed the weaknesses and comprehensive descriptions of various ferocious beasts. The white disc could be connected to the vehicle's computer, enabling the onboard cameras to swiftly identify any attacking beasts and display their vulnerabilities for the driver's use. This was indeed a valuable item. Chunyi handed the disc to Tang Shuero and explained its usage. But I have yet to encounter any ferocious beasts, she remarked, flipping through the introduction booklet with curiosity. This might be of little use. Who knows? It may prove beneficial, Chunyi replied nonchalantly. Having it is certainly better than not. They were nearing a distance of 500 kilometers. Chunyi felt a sense of anticipation regarding the so-called supermarket. However, suddenly, Tang Shuero's expression darkened significantly as she exclaimed, "This is bad, master. A person filled with malice is approaching us at great speed. Is it a human, not a beast?" Chunyi queried. "It's a human," Tang Shuero responded promptly. "My abilities allow me to perceive this clearly. Could it be that fellow pursuing us again?" Chunyi chuckled lightly. "That madman. It's impossible. His vehicle was completely wrecked." Tang Shuero remained skeptical and fearful. Yet, the sight of the 12-wheeled yellow truck soon materialized in her rearview mirror. It's him. It truly is him. How is his vehicle still intact? Tang Shuero's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before her. Chunyi curiously glanced at the rearview mirror. The 12-wheeled yellow truck appeared to be as pristine as ever. There was no need for astonishment. He might have merely repaired the vehicle using a functional card, which was hardly a rare find. Even if he possessed such a card, it was inconceivable for a person to return from the dead. Tang Shuero remained in a state of terror. Regardless of whether the opponent had an invincibility card or a healing card, there was no time to employ them. The accident transpired in an instant. The tremendous impact would render the driver unconscious, followed by an overwhelming and terrifying crush that could obliterate a person, leaving no chance of survival whatsoever. This was indeed intriguing. Chunyi stroked his chin, curious about how this individual managed to remain alive. "Master, shall we utilize the properties of legendary fuel to accelerate? That way, we could win the race. Do you think the race still holds significance?" Chunyi deemed it unnecessary to squander fuel. Arriving first at the finish line was no longer the standard for victory. To put it plainly, this was a life-and-death road race, and only those who survived were worthy of reaching the finish. With a surge of speed, the lunatic accelerated once more. Tang Shuero could distinctly feel the red dot closing in rapidly. In the rearview mirror, Chunyi also observed the 12-wheeled yellow truck growing larger, drawing ever closer. It seemed this fellow had indeed activated the fuel's acceleration properties. Chunyi chuckled with interest, surprised by the numerous trump cards this individual possessed. Soon enough, the 12-wheeled truck matched Chunyi's pace. The driver rolled down the window and continued to bellow madly, his eyes devoid of fear, instead reflecting even greater fervor and insanity. Clutching the steering wheel, he screamed and shouted, indulging in alcohol and illicit substances, completely inebriated with exhilaration. Chunyi, however, remained unfazed by his antics, calmly observing him. It was astonishing that this madman bore not a single wound. This was simply absurd. Even if he were incredibly fortunate to survive being crushed in the cab, the absence of any injuries, let alone blood, was too outrageous to fathom. Clearly, this was no mere functional card at play. This individual must possess a unique secret to remain so unscathed. "I'm not dead, Chunyi. Do you see? Not only am I alive, but I'm also entirely unharmed." The driver shouted triumphantly, brimming with excitement. "I am the ultimate victor. Though your vehicle is larger and more formidable, the final winner can only be me." He crazily slammed his forehead against the steering wheel, blood streaming down his face. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, the roof of the 12-wheeled truck's cabin was torn away. A madman in the passenger seat brandished a rocket launcher and fired directly into the driver's compartment. Following him were 3 or 4 other lunatics, each wielding a rocket launcher aimed directly at Tang Shuero in the driver's seat. Blast, blast, blast. First, eliminate the driver. Do not let Chenyi die. I want him alive. I intend to torment him severely, and I want everyone to witness it. Let everyone witness how I triumph over this so-called legendary figure, Chenyi. Only then will I find satisfaction and prove to all that I am indeed the strongest. As I observed the rocket launchers, Tang Shuero's face turned pale with fear. Chenyi placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, signaling her not to be overly anxious. The defensive strength of the 6-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle was still formidable. Boom. The deafening sounds of explosions echoed as rockets struck the armored vehicle, causing it to sway slightly. Yet the glass and steel armor remained intact. In the driver's seat, Tang Shuero was unharmed. Fire! Fire! Blast through his armor. The madman shouted, urging incessant bombardment. Yet, seeing no effect, the furious leader bellowed in rage. His deranged subordinates continued to load shells and bombard relentlessly. Time and again, their efforts failed to penetrate the robust armor of the 6-wheeled behemoth. Armor 1. Armor 1. Each cannonade prompted the system's notifications. Each explosion did not yield no results. It chipped away at the armor, yet Chenyi's armored vehicle boasted several thousand points of armor. They would need to toil for at least a day or two, firing a couple thousand shells to breach the armored defenses. Are there no other weapons? Chenyi furrowed his brow. He had long had the opportunity to eliminate this mad group, but had hesitated to observe what formidable weaponry they possessed. To his dismay, all they wielded was an anti-tank rocket launcher. In truth, this weapon, among the most powerful for individual combat, posed little threat to vehicles. Their endeavors had been in vain. Useless. You are all utterly useless. The madman suddenly seized a katana and hurled it with ferocity. The sharp blade pierced the vehicle's glass, narrowly grazing Tang Shuero's neck and leaving a deep gash. Fortunately, the madman's aim faltered, sparing her life. Had he been a fraction more precise, her carotid artery would have been severed. Startled, Tang Shuero recoiled, clutching her neck, her heart racing with terror. Chapter 112. Is he truly unkillable? How is this possible? Chenyi was equally perplexed. The glass, impervious even to anti-tank infantry guns, had been sliced open by a mere katana. This seemed rather illogical. This was no ordinary blade. Tang Shuero exhaled in relief, gazing once more at the katana lodged in the glass. Chenyi placed a finger on the exquisitely sharp katana. Even the slightest movement drew blood. This weapon was likely not of mundane origin, but rather a formidable artifact acquired from a treasure chest. Yet this fool evidently lacked sound judgment, foolishly discarding such a magnificent blade, an act that not only failed to harm Chenyi, but also gifted him a treasure. Kill! 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 The madman screeched, his voice hoarse, as he violently gripped the steering wheel, crashing into Chenyi's 6-wheeled behemoth once more. Were there truly no other tactics? No more powerful weapons? Chenyi hesitated to conclude the battle, eager to ascertain whether his opponent possessed any formidable weapons. The onslaught resumed with fervor, indicating a lack of such armaments. Crush him, Chenyi uttered gravely. The autonomous vehicle responded immediately, violently steering the 12-wheeled truck into a collision. The fate of the madman mirrored that of the previous encounter. The truck's cabin was once again reduced to a mangled heap, with the skylight shattered. Several unbelted subordinates were ejected, plummeting to the ground and meeting a gruesome demise. This time, surely he would not survive, Chenyi mused. Tang Shuero sighed deeply, convinced that the brutality of the situation rendered survival impossible. If he were to rise again, he would be no mere mortal, but a demon incarnate. Stop the vehicle, Chenyi commanded abruptly. Tang Shuero, taken aback, questioned whether she had misheard. Chenyi reiterated, stop immediately. She slammed the brakes, bringing the massive armored vehicle to a gradual halt. What are you intending to do? She inquired, frowning. You cannot be considering reversing to finish the job, can you? You must remember, retreating on the road to survival is an impossibility. Anyone daring to do so will be annihilated, a hard and fast rule established from the outset. Activate the onboard drones, Chenyi ordered. The roof of the vehicle opened slowly, releasing 3 drones into the sky. Investigate the situation of those madmen, he commanded once more. The drones swiftly ascended, capable of retreating as long as their battery life permitted, thus providing a significant aerial advantage. Equipped with cameras, the drones relayed their footage to the central display in the cabin. 3 cameras captured the scene from all angles, revealing the wreckage of the 12-wheeled truck. The cabin was stained with blood and severed limbs, yet to Chun Ye's astonishment, the madman remained alive. He sat unscathed amidst the twisted wreckage, sipping strong liquor and laughing maniacally, his eyes brimming with madness. Though the cabin had crumpled, he miraculously survived, untouched within the confines of twisted steel. Was it mere luck? Chun Yi furrowed his brow. Could this madman's fortune surpass even that of Zhualanlan, the luckiest individual he had ever encountered? This lunatic had evaded death twice in a row. Even more unsettling was the nonchalance with which the madman regarded his survival, devoid of any relief or gratitude. His expression one of entitlement. Utilize the vehicle upgrade card. The madman bellowed, and soon his 12-wheeled truck was restored to its former glory. Ha ha ha, I cannot die, Chinyu. I have returned. This time, I shall unleash my ultimate move, and we shall see if you can endure. Everything you possess, resources, women, vehicles, and reputation, belongs to me. Ha ha ha. The tasks left unfinished by that lunatic, the Supreme Jiawu, shall be completed by me. Originally, this individual possessed a rather honest and reserved nature, remaining the most inconspicuous presence among the madwoman's harem of male concubines. However, following her demise, he appeared to have unlocked the hidden pathways of his being, plunging into utter madness. He unified the remaining male concubines, seized control of all the resources left behind, and emerged as the undisputed leader of the convoy. Moreover, he now dares to challenge Chinyi, intent on slaying the legendary figure of the survival world. What grand scheme does this young man intend to employ? The drone has already returned to its designated position. Should we hasten our escape? Tang Shuero inquired with concern. Chinyi removed the katana from the car window. Responding rather tangentially, this sword would make an excellent gift for Chu Lingxi. Chu Lingxi is exceptionally skilled with cold weapons, and this divine blade is perfectly suited for her. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the blade katana. Feature: cutting. The blade of the katana is composed of rapidly vibrating particles, capable of slicing through any solid object without regard for conventional rules. Goodness, such a formidable attribute. Chinyi was taken aback. This truly is an indomitable weapon. It seemed he possessed yet another secret armament. Tang Shuero, in a fit of anxiety, urged, "We should accelerate now. We can easily outpace him." Are you suggesting I flee? To avoid confrontation? Chinyi chuckled. Indeed, to avoid confrontation. Tang Shuero nodded. Humph, me evade him? That worthless creature? Chinyi scoffed, halting the vehicle to await his approach. He was eager to see what this young man had up his sleeve. He boasted of his assured victory, and Chinyi found it hard to believe. This is not advisable. Tang Shuero expressed her deep concern. There is nothing wrong with it. Chinyi fixed his gaze in the rearview mirror and activated the vehicle's weapon systems. One shot would obliterate him into mere fragments. He was curious whether this time the madman would meet his end. Should he survive yet again, it would confirm his possession of an immortal ability. The weapon system is primed, the vehicle announced. Upon the appearance of a 12-wheeled yellow truck, we shall strike at his cabin, Chinyi commanded. Command acknowledged. Targeting system is ready, the vehicle responded. After a brief wait of several minutes, the 12-wheeled truck finally came into view. The madman also detected Chinyi. He instinctively noticed the armored vehicle had come to a halt. Initially, he contemplated braking to avoid a collision, but suddenly thought that crashing might not be such a bad idea. In fact, it could be exhilarating. Thus, instead of applying the brakes, he slammed on the accelerator, increasing his speed. However, the anticipated collision did not occur. Instead, he was met with a colossal tank shell. With a resounding explosion, the 12-wheeled truck was sent soaring. Its cabin reduced to rubble, while the enormous tires scattered in disarray, and the cargo area twisted grotesquely, resembling a massive pretzel. Surely, he cannot survive this? Tang Shuero watched in disbelief as the shell struck the madman. If he survives this, it would truly be a miracle. Such a devastating assault would even leave Iron Man reeling, let alone a mere mortal. Drone reconnaissance initiated, Chinyi stated coldly. The drone's camera whirled, capturing every detail without omission. Yet, the body of the lunatic was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, he emerged from a heap of steel, his hands devoid of blood, his body unscathed. How could it be that after such a violent explosion, he bore not a single mark? What does this mean? Chinyi cursed. Is he truly unkillable? Chapter 113. The legendary man on the brink of defeat? Absurd, utterly absurd. This lad managed to survive under such circumstances. No wonder he dared to act so recklessly, so fearlessly, so madly. The Supreme 9-5's madwoman feared not death, not due to her audacity, but because she possessed an invincible card that temporarily warded off the threat of death. Yet this fellow had a golden body that made him impervious to harm. This was the very foundation of his meteoric rise. Boss, we're doomed. He possesses an immortal body. Tang Shuero's eyes widened in disbelief as she uttered, "We're finished. This man is completely unkillable." Such a monstrous ability was indeed troublesome, a force of a high caliber. Why panic? Chunyi inquired with a smile. If he can't be killed, does that render us helpless? An immortal body does not equate to invincibility. Although it is formidable, there are still myriad solutions. One of the most classic methods is to encase the opponent in an iron shell and cast them into the depths of the sea. He would repeatedly drown, experiencing the agony of suffocation time and again. His pride in his immortal ability would transform into his greatest burden, forcing him to endure inhuman torment. You speak the truth. Even if he is immortal, we can certainly imprison him. Tang Shuero grasped the notion, suggesting that they could confine him indefinitely, leaving him powerless. Foolish girl, things are not that simple. Chunyi astutely recognized the underlying danger. There exists a more perilous possibility. What possibility? Tang Shuero inquired anxiously. He does not possess an immortal body, Chunyi asserted gravely, but rather, he is impervious to harm. The distinction between the two is significant, and given the current circumstances, the latter seems far more hazardous. For every accident and explosion, this madman emerged without a scratch. The recent barrage left no traces of recovery. He had been entirely unharmed amidst the chaos. This was infinitely more terrifying than mere immortality. If what you say holds true, then do we stand no chance at all? Tang Shuero's complexion turned grim. I need to conduct further tests. Chunyi intended to utilize his formidable offensive skills to ascertain whether the opponent truly remained unscathed. At that moment, the lunatic had repaired his 12-wheeled yellow truck using a vehicle repair card. He roared with manic glee, revving the engine, preparing for a violent collision. You cannot kill me. Chunyi, you will never succeed. He bellowed in a live broadcast. Did you see that? You witnessed my power, did you not? Immortal and indestructible. From this moment forth, I am the Emperor. I am the Supreme Being. Do not speak of others. Even Chunyi, who possesses the most formidable offensive abilities, found himself incapable of vanquishing me. He attempted to crush me with a colossal pickup truck and bombard me with tank shells. Soon, he might even unleash his golden laser eyes to obliterate me. Yet all such efforts proved futile. None could extinguish my existence. I am an immortal deity. He proclaimed his shocking declarations during a live broadcast, leaving the audience in utter astonishment and terror. This was precisely the outcome he had anticipated. Why did he dare to launch such a reckless and extreme challenge against Chunyi? It was because Chunyi was universally recognized within the group as a legend, the undisputed champion of offensive abilities. If he could topple Chunyi, if he could emerge unscathed before such overwhelming power, it would be akin to a viral advertisement, proclaiming to everyone in the group that he was invincible. Thus, he could ascend to the throne as the most powerful individual in the group, instilling fear in all who might dare to challenge him. Though he appeared to be a madman devoid of logic, he possessed profound considerations and a fundamental rationale. His repeated frenzied assaults and maniacal roars were merely external tactics to instill fear. It is over. Everything has come to an end. The driver, in a fit of rage, slammed down on the accelerator, the 12-wheeled yellow truck's engine emitting a terrifying roar as the massive wheels spun wildly. Accelerate! Accelerate! Further accelerate! The truck surged forward like a destructive behemoth. The snow and even the corpses of former companions were ground beneath its wheels. With a thunderous crash, the 12-wheeled yellow truck collided with the rear of a 6-wheeled armored vehicle. The immense force and acceleration rendered steel as fragile as paper, shredding the entire cabin. Although the 6-wheeled armored vehicle suffered no severe damage, its rear license plate shattered and the red tail lights were obliterated. More horrifying still, the heavy steel of the armored vehicle breached the cabin, with its angular structures transforming into the sharpest of blades, slicing through all barriers in its path, except for the deranged driver. Indeed, amidst such a catastrophic collision and overwhelming gravitational force, where sturdy steel became mere paper, the madman emerged unscathed once more. He reaffirmed to the world his indestructible form. No matter how terrifying the force, it could not inflict even a scratch upon him. This was precisely what he wished all to witness, to instill despair and make it abundantly clear that he was invincible. My lord, your suspicions are correct. Tang Shuero's beautiful eyes were filled with despair. He was not immortal. Rather, he was impervious to any harm, possessing an eerie ability that surpassed even immortality. Do not fear. My abilities have yet to be tested. Xinyi too felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. He never imagined that this madman would possess such incredible fortune in awakening such a powerful ability, though fear and threat loomed over him. A greater sense of intrigue consumed him as he desperately sought to uncover this lunatic's weaknesses. If he could eliminate him, he would obtain the corresponding fruit of extraordinary abilities. In a certain sense, Xinyi is even more deranged than the Mad King. Meanwhile, the group chat erupted with fervor. It was unexpected to discover the existence of an ability that incurs no harm now. That is truly a level skill, is it not? Immortal and indestructible. It appears that Xinyi's level attack skills are not as overwhelming and invincible as one might think. After all, he remains a mere mortal. Indeed, if one can approach Xinyi, a simple screwdriver could end his life. The ability to be unscathed and impervious to any damage is the true mark of a level skill. It is utterly unreasonable. There is a profound sense of disquiet. Why was there no announcement in the group regarding this boy awakening a level skill? Is it not true that only Xinyi possesses a level skill? Was he not the sole individual of such caliber? Yet, here emerges another contender. I care not for the chaos. One thing is clear. Xinyi is doomed. Everyone is correct. Most importantly, Xinyi is destined to perish. Since all attacks prove ineffective, the Mad King needs no weapons and can simply stride towards Xinyi, delivering blows that could extinguish this so-called legendary figure. Chapter 114. The excited Luo Zijuan. Let us not speak so definitively. Xinyi is yet to launch an attack. What if all assaults are futile except for the death ray that Xinyi cannot evade? Indeed, there is a significant possibility. I believe the legend shall not fall, and the ultimate victor will still be Xinyi. Dissenting voices also emerged within the group. Many loyal fans support and idolize Xinyi, convinced that he will always emerge as the final victor. Son, what do you think the outcome will be? Luo Zijuan anxiously watched the live broadcast, her fists clenched tightly, her fingertips turning pale. Xinyi will not be easily vanquished by this lunatic. Zhang Xiaoquan shook his head. Though he is Chunye's sworn rival, he believes the situation cannot be so straightforward. Xinyi cannot fall so easily. Why do you say that? What evidence do you have? Luo Zijuan asked, her voice tinged with desperation as if she had grasped a lifeline. The evidence is that he should be defeated by me, not by some nameless, faceless fool. Zhang Xiaoquan replied earnestly. Such an answer clearly did not satisfy Luo Zijuan, as it was far too absurd. There must be a flaw. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she sought to unveil her opponent's hidden cards. No ability is omnipotent. No power is flawless. There must be weaknesses, as nothing is without fault. She was striving in her own way to assist Xinyi. Xinyi, where is your death ray? The Mad King made no further moves. Nor did he produce any weapon. He simply waited, patiently biding his time. He awaited Chunye's golden death ray, eager to use Chunye's fierce assault to prove his own invincibility and supremacy. You appear quite confident. Xinyi spared no superfluous words, his eyes gleaming with a fiery golden intensity. The searing beam of light melted the surrounding ice and snow, transforming the ground into a gently flowing stream. The steel of the cockpit was instantaneously melted, transforming into scalding molten iron. The death ray pierced through the eyes of the madman, who emitted a wretched howl, shrieking in agony as if enduring immense suffering. His performance was so convincing that Xinyi briefly believed his golden death ray had proven effective. Yet suddenly, the madman erupted into raucous laughter, clutching his belly and shedding tears of mirth, pounding the steering wheel with abandon like a frenzied monkey. Your golden death ray cannot penetrate my skull. Look, it carries no warmth. It's ineffective even against my hand. Burn me, if you can. Not even a single hair of mine will be singed. To Chunye's astonishment, this audacious figure began to dance before the golden death ray, even shamelessly exposing himself. The golden light in Chunye's eyes gradually dimmed. He had not anticipated that this individual could withstand his formidable death ray. Though he had sensed this possibility, his surprise remained palpable. What extraordinary force of rule enabled one to resist such searing flames? In disbelief, Xinyi realized that his terrifying death ray had no effect whatsoever. My heavens, brothers, did you witness that? The steel melted, yet this fellow remains unscathed, still taunting. This audacious individual was no ordinary man. He was a deity. Indeed, a new deity had emerged. The dark followers began to cheer for their new king, reveling in anonymity as they mercilessly mocked Xinyi in their circles. Though they dared not confront him directly, they imagined themselves vanquishing him in dreams, yearning to see him dethroned and defeated. What they once thought was an unattainable dream had now materialized. A powerful adversary was poised to eliminate Chunyi. It was over, utterly over. Chunyi's most potent attack had failed him. Was his idol truly fated to fall? No, this could not be. Chunyi was a legend. The wielder of the golden death ray, destined not to be vanquished. Oh, heavens, open your eyes. Many of Chunyi's fans and admirers were engulfed in despair. They could hardly fathom that he, having just reached the pinnacle of his life, was defeated in such an unforeseen manner. We must intervene. Even the usually composed Luo Zijuan was thrown into a panic, realizing that immediate action was necessary to save Chunyi. Mom, are you all right? Zhang Xiaoquan looked incredulously at his mother. We must save him, and do not question my relationship with Chunyi. Luo Zijuan's intelligence seemed to evaporate as she nearly screamed in frenzy. I cannot bear to watch Chunyi perish. It is absolutely unacceptable. Mom, that is not what I meant. Zhang Xiaoquan was baffled. He merely felt that time was slipping away. As the saying goes, distant water cannot quench present thirst. They were far too removed to reach the scene in time. Even if they arrived, everything would already be over. Yes, it was too late. All was lost. Luo Zijuan slumped onto the sofa, rendered speechless. Mother, it appears you are thoughtfully selecting your words, seemingly deeply concerned for Chunyi. Luo Zijuan's gaze was vacant. Her silence profound. She was a woman of wisdom and decisiveness, yet in matters of the heart, her clarity faltered, her thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. In that moment, all her plans and accumulated wisdom crumbled to dust. She had once believed that no challenge was insurmountable, that every obstacle could be navigated. Even when transitioning from a civilized world to an apocalyptic one, she had never felt such panic and despair. Now, her delicate fingers trembled slightly, a clear indication that her composure had shattered. Mother, what troubles you? Zhang Xiaoquan's expression darkened. After all, Chunyi is our adversary. His downfall is not a misfortune for us. Although we had previously planned to mend our relationship with him, the truth remains that we are still enemies. Should Chunyi be eliminated, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for us, considering his formidable strength. His demise would significantly enhance our chances of success in the struggle for supremacy and grant us access to abundant resources. Silence. What do you understand? Luo Zijuan's countenance grew increasingly grave. Chunyi cannot die. It is simply impossible. At this moment, she felt utterly powerless and incapable of rescuing him. Yet she held steadfast to her belief that he would be safe. In her hour of greatest despair, Luo Zijuan made her choice. She chose to trust in Chunyi. Are you suggesting that, in such dire circumstances, Chunyi could still turn the tide? Zhang Xiaoquan shook his head. Even my most powerful attacks proved ineffective. How could he possibly reverse the situation? In my mind, he has already been sentenced to death. Chunyi has no opportunity, no capacity to recover. Reflecting on his own experience, he could not fathom a solution if he possessed such terrifying offensive power, yet found it ineffective before Chunyi. Chapter 115. The answer lies in the core of the vehicle. You are incapable, and perhaps no one else is either. Yet within Luo Zijuan's eyes ignited a flicker of hope. But I believe in him. Chunyi can and will succeed. He is the man I have faith in. I, Luo Zijuan, cannot be mistaken in my choice. He will not falter here. Mother, I find your unwavering confidence in Chunyi utterly unfounded, Zhang Xiaoquan countered. Enough with the idle chatter, Luo Zijuan replied, shaking her head. Soon, all questions shall be answered. The live broadcast by the madman continued, his laughter echoing from his control room, brimming with arrogance. Opposite him stood Chunyi, exhibiting no sign of distress, even managing a faint smile. In such a desperate predicament, his laughter was perplexing, almost unfathomable. Chunyi, your attacks have proven futile. I offer you an opportunity to pledge your loyalty to me, the madman declared with triumphant laughter. Kneel before me now and present all your women to serve me, and I shall spare your life. Despite Chunyi's formidable offensive skills, which could not harm the madman directly, they remained lethal to all others. Such powerful subordinates would surely be welcome under his command. Is it so? You believe you have me at your mercy? Chunyi chuckled lightly. You're not as formidable as you think. I find myself somewhat admiring you now, despite your evident defeat. The cold laughter of the madman echoed as he stubbornly clung to his bravado. My attacks, indeed, have proven ineffective against you. However, it appears you possess no formidable offensive skills. This is an undeniable truth. If you had any powerful abilities, you would have unleashed them by now, rather than recklessly charging like a bull. But what of it? The madman candidly acknowledged his lack of such skills, yet he believed his fists were sufficient to vanquish me. In his eyes, I posed no threat, ensuring his perpetual invincibility. As the saying goes, while my enemy slows, I accelerate, effectively rendering him imprisoned. You are truly foolish, Chunyi remarked with a smile, his last doubts evaporating. Initially, he had harbored concerns that his opponent might possess a trump card. However, from the words and fleeting expressions of his adversary, Chunyi had confirmed that this individual truly lacked any hidden weapon. With no lethal arsenal at his disposal, he was free to attack without restraint. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward with the speed of a cheetah. Though Chunyi lacked any supernatural abilities in terms of velocity, his strength was formidable. Particularly, his leg power was terrifyingly great, enabling him to accelerate at an unparalleled pace. Before the madman could comprehend the unfolding events, Chunyi was already upon him. He delivered a devastating punch that shattered glass. Seizing the moment, he transformed his fist into a claw, viciously grasping the opponent's hair and yanking it downwards. What followed was simplicity itself, a relentless barrage of southern fists and northern kicks. It was nothing short of a savage beating, devoid of any technique. Groin strikes, blows to the face, and the most devious of tactics were all unleashed. Chunyi unabashedly vented the emotions that had been pent up within him. The reason he resorted to such primitive and straightforward methods of attack was that this was the only avenue he had yet to validate. Firearms, bows, and artillery relied on gravitational acceleration, all of which his opponent could withstand. Even the golden flames of his supernatural abilities were rendered ineffective. After much contemplation, only his fist remained as a viable option. Perhaps, in this world, the most dependable tool was indeed a fist. The madman was left battered and bruised, howling in agony, with several teeth shattered and blood gushing from his mouth and nose. Witnessing his pitiful state, Chunyi was momentarily taken aback. Wait, did my punch actually have an effect? Chunyi had assumed that the visceral impact would only provide him satisfaction, yet he was astonished to see his opponent in such disarray. A being impervious to artillery and death rays, yet not immune to a fist? Chunyi gazed at his own hand, feeling a sense of bewilderment. He had never anticipated that resolution would come in such a manner. If he could inflict such grievous injuries, he could indeed beat his opponent to death with his fists. What kind of skill is this? Chunyi couldn't help but inquire, what are your rules? You despicable creature, shameless and unorthodox in your tactics. The madman screamed in a frenzy, using all limbs to attempt a retreat to his vehicle. Let me return. If you have the ability, fight on my vehicle. Chunyi was taken aback, finally comprehending the crux of the matter. In this context, within his own vehicle, the Mad King is indeed invincible. Should this assertion hold true? Chunyi's eyes ignite once more with a fervent blaze, striking fiercely at the Mad King's posterior. The terrifying heat instantaneously incinerates a significant hole, completely melting away the Mad King's lower extremities. This is akin to a meticulously executed gender reassignment surgery, with the golden flames proving sharper and more precise than a surgeon's scalpel. The deranged Mad King abruptly falls silent, glancing at his now vacant trousers before shifting his gaze back to Chunyi. After several repeated glances, he emits a heart-wrenching scream, finally registering the excruciating pain emanating from his groin. You are not human. Why? Why have you removed my manhood? Why must you take vengeance upon my genitals? Without them, how am I to relieve myself? The Mad King wails in agony, his suffering exacerbated not only by physical pain, but also by profound psychological torment. The thought of becoming the first eunuch in this harrowing survival world fills him with indescribable despair. Do not fret so much about your genitals, Chunyi chortles, reminding him that life is already in countdown mode, yet he still concerns himself with what has been irrevocably lost. Moreover, such a trivial appendage is hardly worth lamenting. What is the matter? I am intensely curious. How is it that you can be invincible within the cockpit? I will tell you everything if it ensures my survival. The Mad King pleads, nodding frantically, his former madness dissipating entirely. After all, his greatest reliance has vanished, leaving him devoid of any leverage. Do you believe you possess bargaining power? Chunyi regards him coldly. I will reveal all, the Mad King stammers, his complexion paling in fright. This is classified information, capable of elevating you above all others, granting you dominion as king. Just spare my life, and I shall disclose everything. It appears you still do not comprehend your predicament. Once again, Golden flames erupt from Chinye's eyes, searing through the Mad King's arm, leaving a bloodied puncture the size of a coin. Agonizing pain ensues, and the Mad King writhes on the ground, overwhelmed with despair. If I do not divulge this, you will never harness my abilities. No one else can achieve what I can. I simply wish to survive while you could possess the world. I am not deceiving you. This is an exceptionally lucrative deal. Undeniably advantageous. He still harbors thoughts of negotiating terms. Naturally, Chinyi shows him no leniency. A barrage of golden rays pierces forth, skillfully avoiding vital areas, inflicting intense suffering without granting him the release of death. This inhumane torment quickly becomes unbearable for him. The Mad King is no stalwart warrior. He cannot withstand such perverse agony. I will tell you everything. It is the core of the vehicle. I am the first to possess the vehicle core. Chinyi ceases the torment. Chapter 116. The Azure Vehicle Core. What is the vehicle core? This is a term he has never encountered before. The Mad King, rendered speechless by pain, simply opens his palm, revealing a blue crystal that shimmers within his grasp. It was a polygonal cube, emanating a soft glow, seemingly possessing a certain enigmatic quality. Chinyi attempted to touch it with his finger, experiencing an incredibly pleasant and cool sensation. Then, a cascade of information flooded his mind, detailing various aspects of the vehicle core. As the name suggests, the vehicle core is the most crucial element of the vehicle, capable of continuous upgrades, rendering the vehicle increasingly formidable. Most importantly, each vehicle core awakens a unique trait, which is the most remarkable aspect of the vehicle core. The unique trait of the Mad King was quite simple. Within the vehicle, he would always be safe, utterly invincible, impervious to any attacks. It goes without saying that this is an extraordinary ability. Relying on it, he nearly overturned Chinyi, and it was precisely due to this power that he dared to act so recklessly. This was indeed a remarkable find. Chinyi felt quite satisfied. Beep. By killing the owner of the vehicle core, you can plunder their core. The system's cold voice echoed. Was he expected to kill someone? It was a reasonable premise that one must eliminate the owner to obtain their vehicle core. Vehicle core. The Mad King weakly remarked. Once you possess the vehicle core, you too can be as formidable as I am. Indeed, the vehicle core would undoubtedly compensate for a current shortcoming of Chinyi's. He possessed immense offensive power, yet he remained a mere mortal. A dagger or a handgun could easily claim his life. With damage immunity, Chinyi could be absolutely secure within the vehicle. The vehicle trait, a manifestation of its unique abilities, could potentially be upgraded further. The Mad King continued, even if it cannot be upgraded. My vehicle core trait is undoubtedly top tier. I offer you this exceptional vehicle core in exchange for sparing my life. Is that too much to ask? Naturally, this was not an unreasonable request. However, I am a kind-hearted person, one who abhors taking lives. Chinyi smiled. Indeed, you are the benevolent Yi, known for your kind heart. The Mad King was overjoyed, seeing a glimmer of hope. Yet, the cruel system proved to be an impediment. Chinyi stated, only by killing you can I acquire the vehicle core. What? The Mad King's limbs turned cold. He had not anticipated such a stipulation. If that were the case, regardless of the circumstances, Chinyi would have to end his life. There was no choice. The allure of the vehicle core was too great. Do not kill me, please. He pleaded frantically. In truth, my vehicle trait is not that impressive. Such a statement rendered the conversation meaningless. Chinyi could hardly be bothered to refute him. The prowess of his vehicle core was evident to all. You should relinquish my vehicle core. The Mad King continued to beg. I know of someone else who also possesses a vehicle core, and her trait is even more remarkable. Oh, Chinyi's interest was piqued. Idle chatter was no longer appealing. I am not speaking nonsense. The Mad King exclaimed. She commands a vast fleet. Even the notorious Supreme Lady is merely one of her subordinates. She is so powerful that she does not even deign to hunt you. Her fleet consists of over 100 vehicles. Imagine, a staggering number of over 100 vehicles. One cannot help but ponder the sheer strength of such a force. Indeed, possessing more than 100 vehicles is formidable. For context, even the illustrious Dragon Lord commands merely 40 vehicles, and with that number, he has already exhibited an audacious arrogance. What then can be said of someone with 100? What is her name? Chinyi inquired. The eccentric replied. Known as the First Sister, she is a woman of considerable dominance and strength. The so-called Supreme 9-5 is merely a poor imitation of her prowess. What are the characteristics of her vehicles? This was the inquiry Chinyi was most concerned about. I do not know, the eccentric admitted, unable to lie. Regardless, They are undoubtedly far superior to my own. Oh, Chinyi responded, then what purpose do you serve? If he lacked this knowledge, what utility did the eccentric possess? I can help you arrange a meeting with her. He quickly offered. I have her on my friends list. I can contact her and bring her to you. Her vehicle core will then belong to you. Are you out of your mind? Tang Shuero exclaimed. He is in the group. There is no need for you to make contact. As long as she is in the group, communication is free and easy, rendering you unnecessary. No, I must clarify, the eccentric insisted. She has left the group. I am the only one with her as a friend. Tang Shuero immediately checked the group and, indeed, found no trace of He. Master, I didn't expect she could truly leave the group. It's of no consequence, Chinyi remarked nonchalantly. Even if He had departed, her subordinates would not all have followed suit. If fate decreed it, they would still find a way to connect. So, it seems we must acquiesce to him? Tang Shuero frowned. Shall we spare his life? Indeed. The eccentric eagerly interjected. You must spare my life. It is imperative. With a sudden flash of golden light in his eyes, Chinyi incinerated the eccentric's head before he even comprehended what was happening. Ding. You have slain a survivor. Congratulations, you have obtained their vehicle core. Ding. You may choose from the following methods to dispose of the vehicle core: fusion, sale, destruction, storage, synthesis, gift, fusion. Without hesitation, Chinyi made his choice. After the fusion, he would find himself utterly secure within the vehicle. Such an extraordinary ability was not something to be discarded lightly. A humming sound resonated. The blue core in Chunye's palm vanished as the entire vehicle was enveloped in a blue glow. Ding. Congratulations, your vehicle has been upgraded. You have fused with the Azure Vehicle Core. Characteristics: immune to all damage. So, the vehicle core has a name? Azure? Quite intriguing. How does one upgrade a vehicle core? Chinyi inquired. Ding. Plunder others' cores, obtain cores from treasure chests, or upgrade in the supermarket, the system's cold voice responded. A supermarket? Chinyi keenly grasped the significance. He never anticipated that this so-called supermarket could facilitate core upgrades. How remarkable. Initially, he had great expectations for the supermarket. Now, it seemed it could indeed elevate cores. What transformation might the Azure Core undergo upon upgrading? Name: Azure Core. Level: 1. Rating: features: the vehicle's owner is immune to all damage. Similar to Chinye's extraordinary abilities. The vehicle core's rating is also owner. Tang Shuero reminded. The 12-wheeled truck. The truck can be considered a trophy and should not be wasted. Moreover, this fellow must possess a considerable amount of supplies, even functional cards. Chapter 117. Upgrading the Vehicle Core. Tang Shuero worked swiftly, collecting the spoils. Various supplies weighed approximately a ton. 10 liters of legendary-grade fuel. 5 functional cards. There were so many supplies that she calculated based on weight. Unexpectedly, this fellow had quite a bit of legendary fuel. The only reason he caught up with them was due to the legendary fuel. Without it, he would never have been able to keep pace. And there was the 12-wheeled truck. Tang Shuero suggested, you could temporarily store it in the warehouse, awaiting tomorrow's fusion. Currently, Chunye's vehicle has already transformed into a colossal behemoth. If it fuses with a 12-wheeled truck, it will undoubtedly become even more enormous. Is the 12-wheeled truck of legendary grade? Chinyi inquired. He was not one to take upgrades lightly. Each enhancement was exceedingly precious. He would never upgrade unless it was at least of legendary grade. After all, he had only 3 upgrade opportunities each day. If upgrades were unlimited, he could afford to be indiscriminate, but they were not. Not of legendary grade. Tang Shuero shook her head. Legendary grade vehicles were far too rare. How could just anyone possess one? It is of super grade. Oh? Chinye's interest was piqued. Such a revelation was a delightful surprise. He had initially thought it to be an ordinary 12-wheeled truck, but it turned out to be of super grade. That was equivalent to 100 12-wheeled trucks. No wonder he dared to give us the Dongfeng Warrior armored vehicle. Tang Shuero remarked. It turns out his own vehicle is quite impressive. Besides being of super grade, it also possesses a vehicle core, which is indeed remarkable. What kind of cards are there? Chinyi asked curiously. There is only one type. Tang Shuero replied. Of the 5 cards, there is only one type. The random weapon card. What? Chinyi frowned. It was his first time hearing of such a functional card. You can take a look for yourself. Tang Shuero handed all the functional cards to Chinyi. Name: random weapon card. Function description: using this card, one may randomly acquire a weapon. Type and strength unknown. Understood. Chinyi instantly comprehended that the katana of the madman was not obtained from a treasure chest. but rather from a random weapon card. I must say, such a card is quite formidable. The katana is indeed powerful. Master, you have also discovered a map, Tang Shuero said. However, I cannot decipher it. Please take a look. The map was quite worn, and many details were unclear. Nevertheless, most of it was still legible. This is a map of a military weapons cache. After studying it for a while, Chunyi discerned its contents. Oh, Tang Shuero also realized. These little red dots correspond to the locations of the weapon caches. Do they not? There are a total of 5 red dots. This indicates that there are 5 military weapons caches? No wonder the eccentric couple possesses such an arsenal. It turns out they do not merely have a single military armory, but an entire cache. 3 remain. Chunyi corrected, stating that 2 had already been utilized. 2 red dots, clearly marked, indicated they had been searched. The remaining 3 are still formidable. Tang Shuero's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having endured numerous crises, she fully understood the significance of weaponry. With an ample supply of arms, the safety of her teammates would be substantially assured. The remaining 3 are still in the large warehouse. The 3 red dots are sizable, likely representing something of greater importance. This is far more valuable than a bronze treasure chest map. Tang Shuero rubbed her hands together in delight, overwhelmed with joy. Indeed, it is worth considerably more. Chunyi stowed the map and declared, "Let us go." According to the coordinates on the map, the military warehouse is still quite a distance away. First, we shall visit the supermarket. Once in the vehicle, Chunyi experienced a remarkably strange sensation. It was an absolute sense of safety. Within the confines of the vehicle, he felt utterly invincible, impervious to harm. Moreover, he sensed a profound connection, as if linked by blood. Yes, a sensation akin to being bound by blood. He could perceive everything within the vehicle with clarity. Even the incessantly throbbing pistons of the internal combustion engine were distinctly felt. Should anything malfunction, he would be alerted instantaneously. He could even discern the level of fuel in the tank with utmost clarity. This was no ordinary vehicle. It had become an extension of Chunyi's very being. Is this the core of the vehicle? Chunyi marveled. The vehicle core not only possessed extraordinary attributes, but also this enchanting effect, transforming the vehicle from mere machinery into an external organ of Chunyi. Inside the vehicle, he could sense anyone present with clarity. If someone entered his vehicle, it was as if they had become an unwelcome inhabitant within him. Utterly evading his awareness was impossible. "Master, we have arrived," Tang Shuero exclaimed suddenly. "The supermarket is here." After a considerable journey, the 6-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle reached the entrance of the supermarket. The supermarket featured a single door and a sign proclaiming, "A supermarket." Chunyi disembarked and approached the entrance, which was an ordinary glass door, yet completely opaque from the inside. On the glass door, a coin slot was visible. With a small inscription, "Insert 1 gold coin, and 1 may enter." The privilege to access the supermarket required a gold coin. How exorbitant! It is worth noting that even the most expensive membership supermarkets worldwide do not impose such a fee. Nevertheless, Chunyi inserted a gold coin. The mere upgrade of the vehicle core should justify the cost. Ding dong. Coin inserted successfully. "Please enter," a mechanical voice announced as Chunyi pushed the door open. Upon entering, he was greeted by a massive screen. Strangely, there were no other items within the supermarket. The absence of even a single product was quite absurd. Ding. "Please state your requirements. The supermarket can fulfill all your needs." A line of text appeared on the screen, accompanied by a chilling mechanical sound. Chunyi found the proclamation rather audacious. Doubtful, he boldly declared, "I desire immortality." Immortality. It is the ultimate aspiration of every carbon-based life form. Ding. The longevity potion grants carbon-based beings a lifespan of 1,000 years. Price, 15.6 billion gold coins. A faint blue potion appeared on the screen, complete with its price and a description of its effects. Is it truly real? Chunyi exclaimed in astonishment. Is this genuine? Ding. Time is merely an illusion for carbon-based life forms. Within the cosmos, time does not exist. The longevity potion merely repairs the aging process of carbon-based beings. With each iteration of renewal, certain damages accrue, leading to a degree of aging. By rectifying this aging, the survival span of carbon-based beings can be significantly enhanced. In truth, the universe has never known death. Extinguished stars are but alternate manifestations of matter. Without time, the concept of immortality is rendered moot. There is indeed some merit to this argument, Chunyi conceded, yet I choose to upgrade the vehicle's core. In the prime of his youth, He felt no need for the longevity potion, nor did he possess the requisite gold to procure it. Chapter 118, Level 3 Azure Vehicle Core. Ding. The initial upgrade of the vehicle core costs 10 gold coins. The screen displayed another prompt. Upgrade. Chunyi promptly produced 10 gold coins. Regardless of the calculation, it seemed entirely reasonable. Merely 10 gold coins. He was a man with over 1,000 coins. Upgrade. Upgrade. And yet another upgrade. He expended all 1,000 gold coins on the enhancement of the vehicle core. After all, gold coins held little practical value for him. So he decided to invest them all in upgrades. Congratulations! You have completed the first vehicle upgrade. Congratulations! You have completed the second vehicle upgrade. Unfortunately, the vehicle upgrade has failed. Your gold balance is insufficient. The notification startled Shinyu. I possess over 1,000 gold coins. Logically, I should be able to upgrade 10 times. How is it that I could only upgrade twice before running out of coins? Ding. The first upgrade requires 10 gold coins. The second requires 100 coins. The third demands 1,000 coins. Each successive upgrade adds an additional 0. How outrageous. Shinyi had not anticipated such an exponential increase. He opened the vehicle core panel. Item, vehicle core. Level, 3. Rating, characteristics. In addition to granting the vehicle's owner immunity from all damage, the two companions within the vehicle also gain immunity from all harm. Previously, only Chunyi enjoyed this immunity. Now, all can benefit from it, marking a commendable upgrade. What capabilities does the vehicle core possess after the third upgrade? Chunyi inquired, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Crucially, he still had a substantial amount of gold coins remaining. The first two upgrades had only cost him a total of 110 coins. He was, in fact, quite close to the third upgrade. Ding. The third upgrade grants immunity from damage without any limit on the number of individuals. In essence, as long as one is a teammate of Chunyi, regardless of the number of individuals present, as long as they are within the vehicle, they can share invincibility. This implies that this vehicle serves as an entirely mobile fortress of invulnerability. No matter how formidable the adversary, one can remain impervious to defeat. What about the fourth upgrade? Chunyi inquired, harboring considerable anticipation regarding the latent potential of the Azure Vehicle Core. Ding. Upon reaching the fourth upgrade, as the vehicle's owner, your invincibility range will no longer be confined solely to the interior of the vehicle. Outside the vehicle, within a designated area, you shall also be immune to damage. Chunyi was momentarily taken aback, fearing he had misheard. He scrutinized the screen for an extended period before confirming his understanding. This meant that his fortress of invincibility was not merely akin to a tortoise shell, but could also transform into a mobile shield. The disparity between the two was monumental. Moreover, according to this upgrade pattern, the range would undoubtedly continue to expand. His attribute of immunity to all damage had entirely morphed into an extraordinary capability, carried with him at all times. Remarkable. Chunyi could not help but extend his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "This is truly extraordinary." Ding. Detecting your substantial gold balance. We are pleased to recommend products to you. Entering a supermarket without spending all your gold is akin to committing an act of negligence and waste. The next supermarket lies 1,000 kilometers away. As the saying goes, once this village is passed, that shop will be no more. A variety of items appeared on the screen. However, without a second glance, Chunyi prepared to depart. No matter how one calculated, upgrading the core was the most prudent strategy for utilizing gold. Other products were simply not worth the expenditure. Beep. Suddenly, someone messaged Chunyi. "Mr. Chun, congratulations on defeating the Mad Lord and obtaining the vehicle core." An unfamiliar individual. A completely anonymous stranger. This was the first time Chunyi had encountered such a situation. He had never seen a survivor capable of remaining anonymous. "Who are you?" Chunyi retorted. "Who I am is of little consequence," the stranger replied. "What matters is that the Mad Lord's attack on you was my suggestion. Are we enemies then? As the saying goes, strike the small to bring down the large. Is this stranger the Mad Lord's backer? Is he seeking vengeance for him? No. We are friends," the stranger asserted. "I suggest you target Hee and seize her vehicle core. Why should I heed your advice? I bear no enmity towards Hee, and I am entirely unacquainted with you. I was the one who informed the Mad Lord that the supermarket was ahead," the stranger continued. "Do you not think you should consider my suggestion? Are you implying that you know the supermarket's location and possess great strength? Thus, you advise me to follow your counsel?" Chunyi chuckled. The stranger's logic was indeed rather self-assured. "Indeed," the stranger remarked, Speaking with intelligent individuals is quite refreshing. I have no interest, Chinyi replied, dismissing the conversation outright. I can provide you with intelligence on He, significantly increasing your chances of successfully hunting her down. The stranger persisted. Intelligence? Chinyi laughed. Then enlighten me. What are the characteristics of He-Yi's vehicle core? The stranger smiled, and I knew immediately that he was an ambitious individual, undoubtedly intrigued. Surely, you wouldn't be unaware of the core characteristics of the vehicle, would you? Chinyi couldn't help but mock. That's rather pathetic, isn't it? The core characteristics are an absolute secret known only to the core holders. The stranger replied. Even He-Yi's most trusted confidant could not possibly know. The stakes are too high. This secret is known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. For instance, Dian Gong lost his life for revealing the core characteristics. Had he kept it hidden, he might have emerged as the ultimate victor. So you don't know? Of course I do. Oh, it seems I underestimated you. He's vehicle core characteristic generates a certain amount of gold daily. As the core level increases, so too does the gold output. Damn. Xinyu couldn't help but exclaim. This characteristic is incredibly impressive. It rivals Zhang Xiaoquan's treasure map ability. Moreover, gold is far more direct than a treasure chest, yielding far greater benefits. A treasure chest might be empty or even contain a venomous snake. But gold is tangible. The key point is that gold is infinitely more useful. Gold can purchase longevity potions. A treasure chest can never provide that. One could open black iron treasure chests for a lifetime and never amass 1,000,000 gold coins. So, what do you think? The stranger chuckled. Are you intrigued? What are your conditions? Xinyu asked with curiosity. Everything has its conditions, and this person is no exception. I can provide you with the location of the convoy. The stranger continued. With your strength, defeating He's convoy would pose no problem. As for my condition, I only want He. What you do with him is none of my concern. Understood, Xinyi replied, refraining from further inquiries. One last question. Why did you incite Dian Gong to attack me? Chapter 119. Boss, I want to bear your child. Dian Gong's attack on Chun Yi made him the primary responsible party. However, the stranger's instigation could not be ignored. This was a significant malevolence. It's quite simple. I wanted him to deliver the vehicle core to you. The stranger smiled. You should be grateful to me. This is my great goodwill towards you. Such words were indeed pleasing to the ear. Chinyi could hardly muster the energy to refute him. Isn't that so? The stranger retorted. I admit I have ulterior motives. I wish for you to become the blade that defeats He. However, ultimately, you are my ally, and our interests align. I stand with you. It matters not. Chinyi replied. Your demise is imminent. This fellow was insincere, merely spinning beautiful words. In truth, it was merely his selection. Should Chinyi die, he would turn to Dian Gong. If Dian Gong fell, he would reach out to Chinyi. Regardless of victory or defeat, he would be the ultimate victor. Everyone meets their end. The stranger chuckled. The time has simply not yet come. I can collaborate with you. Chinyi coldly replied, but I cannot guarantee your safety. Do you understand my meaning? I understand. The stranger was already cognizant that Chunyi was difficult to control, far less suitable than Dian Gong. Yet, there was no alternative. The deceased possessed no right to voice their thoughts. That is understood. Xinyi stated, provide me with the location. Very well. A stranger sent a flickering red dot. Utilizing navigation, one could approach the other. I can only provide the location, nothing more. The stranger finally remarked, whether you succeed depends on your own abilities. Xinyi ignored him, fixated on the red. Tang Shuero, can you sense the information from the red dot? Xinyi shared the location with Tang Shuero in the vehicle. No, she promptly replied, my level is insufficient. Understood. Xinyi did not press further. Merely gazing at the supermarket screen, stating, I wish to purchase the flammability fruit. Ding. No problem, dear customer. Special offer. Flammability fruit, priced at 20 gold coins. The computer screen displayed a line of text. Below it, a series of price listings appeared. Ordinary level, 20 gold coins. Special level, 300 gold coins. Super level, 4,000 gold coins. Legendary, 50,000 gold coins. Black market. Xinyu could not help but curse. The prices of high-level ability fruits in the supermarket far exceeded what he could synthesize. For Xinyi, purchasing the most ordinary fruit was the most cost-effective option. This is because he could receive a 100-fold return. In other words, a flame ability fruit costs merely 0.2 gold coins. I will purchase 10 flame ability fruits. Xinyi decided after some contemplation. Although he still had ample gold coins, he preferred not to spend them all. It is prudent to keep some reserves for added security. Ding. Dear customer, congratulations on your successful purchase. Ding. 10 ordinary level flammability fruits have been deposited into your storage. Ding. Do you require anything else? The supermarket's intelligent sales system eagerly introduced a plethora of dazzling products. There were even vehicle cores, a variety of which existed, albeit at exorbitant prices, completely beyond Chun Ye's purchasing capacity. It was utterly meaningless. After browsing for a while, Chun Yi exited the supermarket. Tang Shuero. Consuming 10 flammability fruits should enable an upgrade, right? Chun Yi inquired directly. His intent in purchasing the ability fruits was solely to facilitate Tang Shuero's advancement. It should be possible, Tang Shuero nodded. Then let us commence. Chun Yi handed her all 10 ability fruits. Thank you, master. Tang Shuero joyfully consumed them. Ding. Teammate Tang Shuero consumed 1 ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, you have acquired 100 flame ability fruits, now stored in the system warehouse. Ding. Teammate Tang Shuero consumed 1 ability fruit, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations, you have acquired 100 flame ability fruits, now stored in the system warehouse. A series of system notifications echoed. Soon, Chun Ye's inventory of flame ability fruits swelled to 1,000. This equated to a legendary level flame ability fruit, worth 50,000 gold coins. Indeed, recruiting more teammates is the most exhilarating and lucrative endeavor. I can no longer consume. After consuming the 10th supernatural fruit, Tang Shuero's stomach swelled, rendering her unable to eat any further. Has your ability upgraded? Chun Ye's sole concern was this. It should have upgraded. Tang Shuero replied before her neck tilted, and she fainted, reminiscent of her previous episode. Following the consumption of the supernatural fruit, she exhibited a fainting response once again. It appeared that they would have to wait for a while. Chun Yi remained unperturbed, simply awaiting the arrival of Zualanlan and her companions. Their speed was so remarkable that Zualanlan and the others could not keep up, necessitating a pause. Several hours later, Zualanlan and her group caught up. Big brother. Are you hurt? Chu Lingxi inquired with concern. They had been watching the live broadcast, anxiously worried for Chun Ye's safety. I'm fine. Chun Yi reassured as he produced a katana. Chu Lingxi, I present you with a weapon. Thank you, big brother. Chu Lingxi exclaimed. Accepting the katana and performing a dazzling flourish, the blade glinting in the light. What a splendid item. Truly remarkable. Unable to contain her excitement, she wielded the katana with vigor. The young girl exhibited immense strength, severing a nearby utility pole with a single strike. The smooth, clean cut revealed the sharpness of the katana and her formidable power. Ding. Team member Chu Lingxi consumed a katana, triggering a 100-fold return. Congratulations. You have obtained 100 katanas, now stored in the system warehouse. What? Chun Yi was taken aback, surprised that the katana could also yield returns. However, reflecting on previous experiences, it made sense since the crossbow had returned as well. But don't rejoice too soon, little girl, Chun Yi chuckled. I have a perilous task to assign to you. What dangerous task? Chu Lingxi inquired, her face turning serious as she sheathed her weapon. No rush, Chun Yi replied, deciding to wait until Tang Shuero regained consciousness before elaborating. All right, Chu Lingxi smiled. No matter the task, I shall carry it out with unwavering loyalty to you, big brother. You need not worry, Chun Yi assured. I wouldn't let you take risks without rewards. I knew big brother was the best. Chu Lingxi beamed and pecked Chun Yi on the cheek. Boss. Zualanlan rushed in, a whirlwind of concern, pushing Chu Lingxi aside. Are you all right? I was worried sick. With that, she planted several fervent kisses on Chun Yi's face, akin to a customs officer stamping numerous documents. Enough. Chun Yi pushed her away. What are you doing? I want to. Zualanlan nodded earnestly. I want to give birth to your child. It was only after nearly losing him that she realized what she truly desired. Chapter 120. Do you wish to be my father? Are you all right? Chun Yi chuckled. Is it that time of the month? During this period, women are often overwhelmed with desire. Hormones in disarray, rationality cast aside. No, Zualanlan replied earnestly. I have suddenly grasped a profound truth. Chun Yi raised his brow slightly. What revelation had this silly girl come to? It's not that we only die when we grow old. We could perish at any moment. Zualanlan continued. Thus, every day should be a celebration, and we must live in the present. As she spoke, she clung to Chun Yi like a koala, her long legs firmly locking around his waist. Hey, Chun Yi replied in exasperation. You don't really intend to stay out here in this freezing weather, do you? It's too cold. You'll freeze your backside off. The sky is your bed and the ground as your blanket. Zualanlan laughed cheerfully, so comfortable. So cozy. Enough. Chinyi admonished, giving her forehead a light tap. It's broad daylight. Don't be ridiculous. Such matters should be reserved for the night. Indulging in lasciviousness in daylight is rather inappropriate. Not to worry. Chu Lingxi, holding a cup of cola, wore an expression of amusement. You may begin. I'm here to enjoy the show. A live broadcast can be quite thrilling at times. Let us go. Chinyi. Not inclined to play the male lead at the moment, led Lan into the colossal armored vehicle. Inside was warm, offering a sense of comforting security. Chu Lingxi. I need you as the vanguard to launch an assault on a large convoy, Chinyi stated earnestly. Conduct an experimental attack while ensuring your absolute safety. Though a stranger had provided the information, its veracity and any potential ulterior motives remained unknown. Chinyi was not foolish enough to charge in recklessly. It was essential to employ the agile Chu Lingxi for reconnaissance and feigned attacks, a prudent measure indeed. Understood, Chu Lingxi replied with a smile, if I meet my end. Dear brother, remember to burn incense for me. Fear not. Chinyi reassured her, I will support you. Even if traps lie in wait, I will ensure your safe return. All right then, Chu Lingxi remarked, sipping her icy cola. Having borrowed your katana, I'm certainly ready for action. Just be careful. Chinyi patted her shoulder. A gesture of encouragement. Rest assured, Chu Lingxi replied nonchalantly. She was, after all, a wanderer on the edge of danger. The thrill of risk was what invigorated her. Chinyi, I can't believe you're still alive? Suddenly, Zhang Shakuan sent a message. He was astonished to witness Chinyi's live broadcast, where he had vanquished the madman. Who would have thought that in such dire straits, Chinyi could turn the tide? You're quite impressive now, Zhang Shakuan continued. You become a legendary idol in our group. How is your mother? I miss her a bit, Chinyi replied sincerely. Shut up, Zhang Shakuan retorted, momentarily flustered. Don't mention my mother. She is pure and untarnished in my heart. Is there something you need? Chinyi inquired, curious about this young man's intentions. A racing competition. Zhang Shakuan responded, now that you're a figure of imperial stature, it's time for you to accept my challenge. Chinyi's reputation had reached its zenith. If Zhang Shakuan could defeat him in this race, he would achieve widespread acclaim. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity made him tremble with excitement, prompting him to contact Chinyi immediately to seek victory through this means. Very well, Chinyi smiled. Are you willing to wager your mother's honor in this battle? Shut up. Zhang Shakuan exclaimed angrily. I can wager resources, plentiful resources. If you win, the entire convoy will be yours. I harbor no interest in your fleet. Chinyi remarked. I only desire your mother. Luo Zijuan, not only exquisite in beauty but also exceptionally astute, possesses the formidable character of an iron-willed commander. Naturally, the most significant aspect lies in her prowess. Ahem. Undoubtedly, the paramount consideration should be the female teammate. Her becoming a teammate signifies for Chinyi an abundance of resources and enhanced opportunities for synthesis. How about 5 treasure maps? Zhang Shakuan, being frugal, offered an iron treasure map, which could yield valuable items. Are you begging for scraps? Chinyi coldly retorted. Speak any further, and you shall find yourself blocked. Currently, it is he who is beseeching Chinyi for a race. Thus Chinyi holds the upper hand, while he does not. What is it that you truly desire? Zhang Shakuan fumed. Anything but my mother. I only want your mother. Chinyi stated earnestly. If you agree, we can commence immediately. And if you lose? Zhang Shakuan seethed. What will you offer upon your defeat? Do you even have a mother? The stakes should be equivalent. If one wagers their own mother, then logically, the same should apply to him. You brat, why does that sound like an insult? Chinyi chuckled. I shall propose a wager that you cannot refuse. Oh? Zhang Shakuan inquired, intrigued. What wager? Myself. Chinyi grinned. Should I lose, I shall marry your mother. Wait a moment. Zhang Shakuan felt insulted. Do you take me for a fool? If Chinyi wins, he can claim his mother, but if he loses, he must marry her? In either case, he ends up as a child without a mother? What significance does the race hold then? This is, indeed, a highly advantageous deal. Chinyi offered no explanation, merely stating, go home and consult your mother. Silence. Zhang Shakuan bellowed in rage. Mother. This Chinyi is utterly despicable. His terms are outrageous. He proceeded to recount the entire affair to his mother. Consequently, Luo Zijuan, applying eyeliner, remarked, quite good, a very fitting wager. Mother. Zhang Shakuan widened his eyes. Are you all right? You can't possibly have genuine feelings for Chinyi, can you? Silence. Luo Zijuan shot her son a glare. My considerations are purely based on self-interest. Self-interest? What interest? Zhang Shaoquan remained perplexed. Quite simple, Luo Zijuan explained. Should Qinyi lose, he will become your subordinate. Even if, hypothetically, he does marry me, he would still be your subordinate. In truth, Luo Zijuan is already a subordinate of Zhang Shaoquan, as he is the leader of the fleet. Should he become your subordinate, he would naturally be obliged to heed your commands. Luo Zijuan countered. Is this not advantageous? The fleet would gain such formidable combat power. Chen Ye's prowess in battle is indeed terrifying. However, Zhang Shaoquan questioned, I suspect he wishes to be my father. Don't flatter yourself. Luo Zijuan retorted. Do you believe the likelihood of him desiring me is greater, or that of him wanting to be your father? Clearly the former. Zhang Shaoquan retains a modicum of self-awareness, as his mother is extraordinarily beautiful. She is the type that leaves men salivating. Yet, the distinction between the two seems negligible. Zhang Shaoquan's mind was somewhat muddled. Enough, my child, Luo Zijuan declared. Go forth and fight. I have faith that you shall emerge victorious, regardless of victory or defeat. Her happiness is assured. Qinyi wishes to assume the role of my father? Zhang Shaoquan slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming vehemently, no way. He must win. He must prevail. Chapter 121. The Vehicle Core's Hundredfold Return. Silly goose. Qinyi remarked with a smile. Would you like to have children with me? Yes. 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 Zualanlan nodded repeatedly, obedient like a little chick pecking at grains. Victory over Zhang Shaoquan. Qinyi stated. Represent me in the racing competition. All right. Zualanlan, filled with determination, declared. I've longed to participate. For a long time, she yearned to defeat Zhang Shaoquan, but Qinyi restrained her from taking action. Do you believe your vehicle can win? Qinyi countered. It can win. Zualanlan asserted loudly. It can absolutely win. It will be challenging. Tang Shuiyo interjected. Since the opponent dares to boast, they must have a hidden card. This is certain. Without a solid foundation, who would dare to ascend Mount Liang? The racing competition is Zhang Shaoquan's forte. He has regained substantial resources through it. My vehicle has also been upgraded. Zualanlan retorted. I refuse to believe I cannot surpass him. What if he possesses a vehicle core? Qinyi replied. At this, Zualanlan fell silent. She had watched the live stream and was acutely aware of the prowess of the vehicle core. If Zhang Shaoquan possessed a vehicle core, particularly with a speed attribute, then no matter how exceptional her driving skills, it would all be in vain. By the way, boss, don't you have a vehicle core? Zualanlan suddenly proposed. Could you lend it to me? Perhaps we could acquire an acceleration attribute? That is indeed a viable strategy. Qinyi chuckled. However, my vehicle core does not possess an acceleration attribute. What then? Zualanlan shrugged her shoulders, visibly distressed. If I cannot defeat Zhang Shaoquan, will I be forever unable to have children with the boss? I will first remove the vehicle core and see if you can utilize it. This was also an experiment Chun Yi had longed to conduct. If it can indeed yield a hundredfold return, that would be exhilarating. Very well. Zualanlan said despairingly. I can only give it a try. Remove the vehicle core. Qinyi commanded. Ding. The vehicle core has been removed. Here you go. Qinyi tossed the vehicle core to her. Merge. Zualanlan shouted. Merge the vehicle core. Buzz. A sound resonated. Zualanlan's vehicle was enveloped in a blue light. Moments later, the blue glow dissipated. Did it succeed? Zualanlan rubbed her eyes, astonished. Does my vehicle now have a core? Ding. Teammate Zualanlan consumed a vehicle core, triggering a hundredfold return. Congratulations, you have obtained 100 vehicle cores, now stored in the system warehouse. Is it truly possible? Qinyi exclaimed in delight. He had not anticipated this outcome. He quickly checked the vehicle cores in the warehouse, all classified as level 3. Goodness. Absolutely astounding. This hundredfold return system is remarkable. Big brother, I want a vehicle core too. Chu Lingxi immediately cooed. The vehicle core is so beautiful. I adore it. The vehicle core indeed possesses immense advantages. This little girl certainly would not let it slip away. Do not trouble the boss any further, admonished Zualanlan. He no longer possesses the vehicle core. Is that so? Chu Lingxi feigned a look of distress. Really, he has none? How disheartening. She managed to squeeze out a couple of tears. Enough with the pretense. Qinyi shot her a glance. This cunning little girl still wished to play the innocent to gain favors? In truth, he would have provided for her without her needing to ask. Only by giving could he expect to receive even more in return. Nevertheless, Qinyi mused. There was a certain strategy required, a subtle maneuver. Due to the constraints of the system, the return of vehicle cores could not be infinitely nested or endlessly replicated. Thus, he would need to detach Zhualanlan's vehicle core. Zhualanlan, hand over your vehicle core, Chinyu commanded. Boss, I can give you anything, even my life, Zhualanlan exclaimed. But you cannot have the little minx. She is far too alluring and may very well steal you away. I must remain vigilant. Very well, no problem, Chinyu replied with a smile. Although Zhualanlan was somewhat reluctant, she ultimately returned the vehicle core to him. Tang Shuero, the vehicle core is yours. Chinyu tossed it to her. Master. Tang Shuero was taken aback, surprised that it was given to her. Boss you. Zhualanlan was equally astonished. She had assumed that Tang Shuero would not be a contender for the boss's favor, believing her greatest rival to be Chu Lingxi. To her astonishment, it appeared that Tang Shuero had outmaneuvered them. Thank you, Master. Tang Shuero immediately utilized the vehicle core. A radiant blue light shimmered, illuminating the faces of both Tang Shuero and Zhualanlan, one filled with excitement, the other with jealousy. Congratulations! Team member Tang Shuero consumed one vehicle core, triggering a 100-fold return. You have received 100 vehicle cores, now deposited into the system warehouse. Delightful. Chinyi beckoned for Tang Shuero to relinquish the vehicle core, which he then tossed to Chu Lingxi. She too was elated, believing herself to be the ultimate victor. However, Chinyi gestured once more. Return the heart of the vehicle to me. Big brother, Chu Lingxi began to pout, employing her charms. How can you take back something you have already given away? Return it, Chinyi replied coldly, completely unmoved by her tactics. Seeing this, Chu Lingxi, understanding the situation, returned the vehicle core without further protest. The three women exchanged glances, each perplexed, unable to comprehend Chinyi's motives. To gain something only to lose it again was undoubtedly the most painful experience. Their yearning for the heart of the vehicle intensified. You must understand, both blessings and tribulations are bestowed by my grace, Chinyi stated sternly. I can reward you with gifts, but you must not demand them. With an increasing number of female companions, rules must be established. Just as an emperor governs his harem, poor management can lead to strife and ultimately downfall. Yes, Tang Shuero was the first to respond. Master. Yes, Zhualanlan chimed in. Boss. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Lingxi finally spoke. Big brother. Enough, Chinyi said. There's no need to be so anxious. You can make your wishes now. Wishes? Zhualanlan responded, puzzled. What should we wish for? If you possessed a vehicle core, what characteristics would you desire? Chinyi smiled. As for me, Zhualanlan quickly interjected. Naturally, I would wish for speed. I want combat attributes. Chu Lingxi chimed in. It would be best if my martial arts could perpetually improve. And you? Chinyi directed his gaze toward Tang Shuero, who had remained silent. Me? Tang Shuero stammered, taken aback. Am I worthy? I say you are worthy, thus you are. Chinyi asserted. Answer honestly what I ask. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Shuero replied, I wish for absolute safety. She longed for a peaceful sleep, without absolute safety. Restful slumber was unattainable. Wait a moment. Chinyi looked at Tang Shuero. When did you wake up? She had lapsed into unconsciousness after consuming 10 flammability fruits. How could she have regained consciousness? I woke up earlier, Tang Shuero responded. After awakening, she had refrained from drawing attention to herself, standing quietly like a mere shadow. Little did she expect Chun Yi would call her out. What about your abilities? Chun Yi inquired. Have they been upgraded? It would be quite a loss if 10 flammability fruits did not yield any enhancement. They have been upgraded, Tang Shuero nodded. Following her upgrade, she received a clear notification. Can you now discern the specific information of the red dot? Chinyu produced a coordinate locator. I shall give it a try. Tang Shuero closed her eyes, focusing intently. The information within the red dot gradually revealed itself, and she was astonished by the formidable nature of her upgraded abilities. I see it. Tang Shuero suddenly opened her eyes, filled with joy. However, a wave of intense dizziness washed over her, nearly causing her to stumble. Many vehicles, numerous weapons, and countless lunatics. Tang Shuero steadied herself. They were indeed formidable opponents. She had glimpsed crucial information. Can you identify the weaknesses of their convoy? Chinyi asked. Weaknesses are the most critical information. Tang Shuero shook her head. Not at the moment. However, given time, I am certain I can uncover their vulnerabilities. No one is without weaknesses, and a convoy is even less so. Younger brother, if the two of us charge in, even if we cannot overturn them, we can still take a significant bite, profiting handsomely, Chu Lingxi eagerly suggested. Do not rush, Chinyi chuckled, having his own plans. Younger brother, did you not say you would assign me a dangerous mission? Chu Lingxi remarked. Isn't it a collaboration with Tang Shuero? She can obtain a wealth of critical information. And her combat prowess is exceptionally strong, making for an obviously harmonious combination. You are both extremely important, Chenyi smiled. We must not take unnecessary risks. What a jest. Female teammates are, to me, invaluable assets. I would never dare to gamble with them lightly. Moreover, would you send a stranger into battle based on just a few words? To risk one's core assets? What a jest. One must not unleash the eagle without first sighting the rabbit. Without substantial returns, Chenyi would never act recklessly. Even if the adversary possesses formidable vehicle cores, the principle remains unchanged. You two should engage in more discussions, Chenyi continued, urging them to identify the weaknesses of the opposing team. Many vulnerabilities can only be discerned by true warriors. Thus, Tang Shuero and Chu Lingxi must communicate extensively. Once we uncover a fatal flaw, we can initiate our assault, correct? Chu Lingxi, eager for battle, rubbed her fists together. Do not engage without my command. Chenyi stated sternly. The timing of our offensive and the management of risks must be under his control. There is no room for error in this matter. Understood. Tang Shuero nodded. Chu Lingxi, did you hear that? Chenyi expressed more concern for Chu Lingxi than for Tang Shuero, particularly fearing that she might charge forward upon seeing potential gains. Don't worry, big brother. I am quite obedient, Chu Lingxi replied with a smile. Enough, Chenyi said, dismissing further chatter. Wait here, I will make a trip to the supermarket. Within the supermarket, one could exchange vehicle cores. Previously, the supermarket's intelligent sales system had recommended numerous products to Chenyi, a dazzling array. Among them was the option to replace vehicle core attributes, priced at 100 gold coins. Although the cost seemed reasonable, it was, in truth, quite steep. The attributes of vehicles are varied, with many proving to be utterly useless. Each alteration of vehicle attributes is entirely random, a true gamble of chance. One might achieve the desired result in a single change, or conversely, find dissatisfaction after 100 attempts. Nonetheless, Chenyi was determined to give it a try, spending 300 gold coins for 3 cores, intending to modify each only once. No matter the outcome, he would not invest further. He refused to become a reckless gambler. Upon re-entering the supermarket, Chenyi commenced the alteration of vehicle attributes. With a single command, all changes were successfully executed. The first, Crimson Vehicle Core. Attribute, Crimson Super Speed Engine. Attribute description, utilizing legendary fuel. One can merge with the Crimson Super Speed Engine to experience a sensation akin to flight. The second, Pure White Vehicle Core. Attribute, House of Time. Attribute description, a time-distorting abode, where 10 hours of cultivation within equates to just 1 hour outside. The third, Dark Green Vehicle Core. Attribute, Fire Perception. Attribute description, amplifies perception-based abilities. As Chenyi examined the descriptions of each vehicle core, he felt a sense of disbelief. How fortunate, achieving such outcomes in one go. Initially, he had expected an array of bizarre attributes, yet all were successful. How peculiar. Could it be attributed to the miraculous nature of chance? Ding. Dear customer, your wishes have been fulfilled this time. We welcome you to visit the supermarket frequently. By becoming a member, you can enjoy even greater discounts. The supermarket's intelligent sales system chimed in once more, its tone somewhat insipid. What does that imply? Chenyi remained vigilant. Is such fortune truly attributed to me? Or is it the allure of your discounts? This is indeed a rather alarming notion. In other words, the supermarket sales tactics are monitoring their conversations, akin to how big data on mobile devices eavesdrops on users. If a customer mentions hot pot, they will undoubtedly be recommended hot pot. Indeed, the supermarket's intelligent sales strategy is no longer a mere performance. The reason behind the fulfillment of desires lies in our promotional policies. We perceive immense potential in you, and you will undoubtedly become a significant customer in the future. Thus, we invite you to become our member. By contributing a mere 100 gold coins, you can attain membership status at an exceptional value. The supermarket's intelligent sales approach is earnestly persuasive. I must admit, the tone is quite melodious. Is this a marketing strategy? Chenyi chuckled. Regrettably, it holds no value for me. With that, he turned away without a glance. What was that saying? Freebies. Freebies bring me joy. You wish for me to become a member? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I shall only indulge in these freebies. Just biding my time. Sir, please hold on. Once you miss this opportunity, the store will be gone. The supermarket's intelligent sales persisted tirelessly. Chenyi could only respond with a grand gesture of dismissal. Once outside, he retrieved the vehicle core and gazed at his 3 female teammates. Success! You have all realized your aspirations. The 3 distinctively colored cores levitated and settled before his teammates. They were left in awe, hardly able to believe their eyes. Chapter 123, The Support of the First Sister. Boss, you are simply incredible. Zhualanlan exclaimed as she installed the vehicle core, her joy evident as her lips parted in delight. After all, the core, characterized by its super engine attributes, was exceedingly powerful. Armed with this, paired with her remarkable driving skills, she could effortlessly crush her rivals. Initially confident about the racing competition, her assurance had now soared. Do you believe you can win? Xinyi inquired with a smile. Of course I can win. I must win, Zhualanlan declared with unshakable confidence. Once I triumph, I intend to bear your child, and you cannot refuse this time. She had long coveted Chunye's charm and was determined to secure him. Little girl, do not beg for mercy later, Chunye chuckled. With his seasoned prowess, he was more than capable of handling a novice like her. Who fears whom? Zhualanlan, brimming with pride, proclaimed, I will challenge Zhang Xiaoquan immediately. I want to end this swiftly. Not a problem, Chunye replied as he contacted Zhang Xiaoquan, who instantly became excited upon hearing the news. Finally, after such a long wait, the racing competition was taking shape. I will promote this vigorously in the group. Zhang Xiaoquan responded eagerly. Master Yi, you won't refuse, will you? I am indifferent, Chunye smiled, fully aware of his intentions. This fellow believed he was destined to win, thus seeking to amplify the spectacle. After all, showing off without an audience is akin to parading in silence, lacking in allure. Just ensure you do not suffer a humiliating defeat and embarrass yourself, Chunye cautioned. I have never lost a racing competition, and I am unashamed to tell you that I possess a vehicle core. As for its characteristics, I can't divulge that information, although it need not be stated. One could surmise its nature. His confidence suggests that the characteristic is undoubtedly related to speed. Everyone is well aware of your vehicle core's attributes. Do not claim that I am bullying you, Zhang Xiaoquan declared arrogantly. You may forfeit now, and I shall not mock you. Such words are mere nonsense. If one were to forfeit out of fear, this fellow would mock Chunye for a lifetime. Not only would he ridicule him, but he would also propagate this incident, ensuring that all the survivors in the group join in the laughter, tarnishing Chunye's legendary reputation. Do you wish to raise the stakes further? Chunye paid no heed to his taunts. Increasing the stakes is paramount. For Chunye, winning back Zhang Xiaoquan's mother and securing a position for a female team member is infinitely more significant than any material gain. No matter how formidable a resource may be, once it is exhausted, it is gone. However, a female team member represents an ongoing source of income, a veritable cash cow. As per the usual arrangement, Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth and declared, if I win, you will serve my mother in the team. If I lose, he did not wish to continue. Losing would render him a motherless child. It remains the same declaration. This is a battle for maternal protection. Let us dispense with further chatter. Chunye stated, I await your signal. Zhang Xiaoquan was thoroughly prepared for every aspect of the racing competition. Besides the promotional efforts, he deemed this the most critical task. Thus, with a single command, he instructed his subordinates to commence advertising within the group. The ultimate showdown between the battle legend and the racing prince. Zhang Xiaoquan, the king of speed, wagering everything in a life-or-death race. The invincible battle legend, Chunye, challenges the racing monarch, Zhang Xiaoquan. In addition to combat, will Chunye also outpace the speed emperor, Zhang Xiaoquan? This fellow crafted an array of sensational topics to spread throughout the group. Instantly, the previously serene chat exploded like a lake struck by a bomb, unleashing a torrent of voices and opinions. In the racing competition, Zhang Xiaoquan is an undefeated champion. Chunye attacking his rival's weaknesses to exploit his strengths may not be the wisest course of action. I concede that Chunye excels in battle, yet in racing, Zhang Xiaoquan is a true deity. For this match, I support Zhang Xiaoquan. Let us not rush to conclusions. What constitutes a myth, what defines a legend, is the ability to excel in all domains and deliver a resounding rebuttal. Thus, I choose Zhang Xiaoquan. I am an ardent fan of Chunye, yet I still favor Zhang Xiaoquan. The consensus in the group is overwhelmingly in favor of Zhang Xiaoquan, even though Chunye boasts a vast following and admirers. The collective opinion remains that Zhang Xiaoquan is invincible in racing. This is largely due to Zhang Xiaoquan's terrifying speed. Each of his races is broadcasted live, garnering immense viewership and accumulating a substantial fan base. Whether in driving skill or vehicle hardware, Zhang Xiaoquan is impeccable. Therefore, the belief that Chun-Yi could emerge victorious is met with skepticism. Regardless of the core attributes of Chun-Yi's vehicle or his unique abilities, they confer no advantage in the race. There is no need for uproar. I believe that the ultimate victor of this competition will be Chun-Yi. Suddenly, a voice emerged. While the crowd had been chattering away, any casual remark was quickly drowned out, failing to capture anyone's attention. However, this particular statement caused a significant stir. It was anonymous, offering no discernible information, which left everyone astounded. Who are you, my friend? Why remain anonymous? What is so impressive about anonymity? I may not have seen you, but I doubt you possess any remarkable strength. Indeed, who decreed that anonymous words bear the weight of truth? Do you know whom I represent? I represent Sister E. The stranger boldly declared, what I say echoes Sister E's sentiments. Sister E believes Chun-Yi is formidable and will undoubtedly win, thus he shall prevail. Upon hearing this, the entire chat group fell silent. They were well aware of Sister Yi's reputation. Among men, Chun-Yi was undeniably the king, even worthy of being called an emperor. Yet among women, Sister E was an undisputed powerhouse, a figure of great renown. Why did Sister E support Chun-Yi? Was there any basis for this? Could it be that Sister E and Chun-Yi were close friends? Great powers often meet at the pinnacle. Could these two titans have forged a friendship? Intriguing. The notion of their union piqued interest, as Sister Yi's endorsement surely held weight. Could it be that Sister E had financially backed Chun-Yi with an array of racing equipment? Various speculations and rumors swirled in the air. Chapter 124. Having a mother is Zhang Xiaoquan's blessing. Chun-Yi had remained in the shadows, never anticipating that Sister E would choose this moment to rally in his favor. He had no prior connection with her, having never even heard her name. Yet, her support for him was indeed astonishing. More importantly, this stranger claimed to be one of Sister Yi's subordinates, representing her will. Was this anonymous individual the same as the one who contacted him? If not, the situation would take a different turn. If so, the matter became significantly more complicated. If this stranger was indeed Sister Yi's subordinate, why would they scheme against her? Could it be a trap intended to draw Chun-Yi into the fray? Were they collaborating with Sister E to undermine him? Such thoughts swirled in Chun-Yi's mind. However, he chose not to dwell on them. The foremost concern was the race. Zhang Xiaoquan had already placed Chun-Yi in a precarious position, and failure would be a tremendous embarrassment. Chun-Yi, having a certain stature, could not afford to be bested by Zhang Xiaoquan. How could he navigate the future if that occurred? As the race commenced, the teams were introduced. Zhang Xiaoquan's team. Chun-Yi's team. The wager for Zhang Xiaoquan's team. Zhang Xiaoquan's beautiful visage and striking figure of a mother. The wager for Chun-Yi's team. Chun-Yi himself. The system provided high-level attention, even issuing an announcement in the group. Moreover, it was an announcement broadcasted in crimson across the entire group. Even the survivors who had not joined the group were alerted. In an instant, everyone was aware of the situation, and the excitement escalated. Is Zhang Xiaoquan all right? He actually wagered his own mother. Chun-Yi was quite ruthless as well, even putting himself on the line as a stake. It's no wonder Zhang Xiaoquan would use his mother as a bet. Who could argue otherwise? To acquire such formidable prowess as Chun-Yi's, I too would be willing to risk my own mother. Isn't Zhang Xiaoquan renowned for his filial piety? How could he so brazenly gamble with his own mother? What does it matter at this point, during the apocalypse when survival on the road takes precedence? For the sake of gain, even one's own parents might be sacrificed. Indeed, as the saying goes, those who gave me life are not to be spared, nor am I to spare those who live. At this moment, the group was in a frenzy, eagerly anticipating the upcoming race. Soon, the competitors entered the racing map, and the system provided a live broadcast, allowing everyone to witness the race in high definition and receive real-time updates on the results. Zhang Xiaoquan's vehicle was a striking white Dodge War Axe, exuding a sense of coolness. In contrast, Chun-Yi's car was merely a black sports car, lacking any distinctive features. Although it was evident that it had undergone numerous upgrades, it paled in comparison to the visual appeal of Zhang Xiaoquan's vehicle. As the race prepared to commence, the system's cold voice echoed. Zhang Xiaoquan skillfully ignited the engine, which roared to life like a beast ready to feast. As a professional racer, Zhuolanlan also began to rev the engine, a process known as warming up, albeit without the flamboyance of Zhang Xiaoquan. The race began. 3, 2, 1, go. With the command, Zhang Xiaoquan's white war axe car surged forward, nearly flying just above the ground, blue flames billowing from the exhaust, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. In contrast, Zhuolanlan did not have a spectacular start but followed suit without any fanfare. The two competitors' speeds were simply not comparable. Zhang Xiaoquan had already left Zhuolanlan far behind. From Zhuolanlan's perspective, even the taillights of Zhang Xiaoquan's car were uncatchable. "Boss, are you worried?" Zhuolanlan casually drove while conversing with Chanyu. "Don't be reckless," Chunyi cautioned, fully aware of her playful demeanor. "If you lose, I'll have to spank you." "Don't worry, I won't lose. This is just a strategy, playing the fool to catch the tiger off guard," letting Zhang Xiaoquan bask in his arrogance for a moment. At this juncture, Zhang Xiaoquan was completely absorbed in the ecstasy of victory. "Ha ha, I've won. I've won." With his current speed and lead, there was no way the opponent could catch up. This was a tactic he frequently employed, an explosive start followed by a rapid acceleration to establish an absolute advantage. The opponent could only pursue from behind, ultimately watching helplessly as he crossed the finish line, claiming victory. He had thought Qin Yu was formidable, but now it appeared he was nothing of the sort. With the upper hand, Zhang Xiaoquan could not resist taunting Qin Yu. "I must ask, brother, why even bother? You lack even the basic racing skills. What compels you to compete with me?" The current defeat is indeed disheartening, and the so-called invincible persona, the legendary myth, has crumbled. Initially, Qin Yu had no intention of engaging with him, yet the boy's smug demeanor was utterly repulsive. "Brother, you have not yet triumphed, so refrain from such arrogance. Though victory eludes me now, with the passage of time, I shall undoubtedly emerge as the victor." Zhang Xiaoquan laughed heartily, proclaiming, "You cannot catch up. It is absolutely impossible. Do you believe your victory is assured? Dare you raise the stakes?" Qin Yu provocatively challenged. "Of course I dare," Zhang Xiaoquan boasted, brimming with confidence, convinced of his inevitable success. Had this been before, he might have hesitated, but now he was utterly unrestrained. "What of your vehicle's core?" Qin Yu inquired with a smile. His curiosity piqued regarding the opponent's vehicle core, its level and attributes. "No problem," Zhang Xiaoquan replied. "Are you willing to stake your vehicle core as well?" Qin Yu's own attribute of damage immunity was something Zhang Xiaoquan coveted. "I shall stake it," Qin Yu replied with a grin. "If you win, it is yours to claim." "Haha." Zhang Xiaoquan laughed. "Excellent. Delightful." He believed himself capable of winning it all. "Master," Tang Shuero suddenly interjected, "I sense a presence of danger nearby." "What do you mean?" Qin Yu asked, his brow furrowing. "Is it the convoy? Or formidable superhumans?" "It is some ferocious beasts," Tang Shuero whispered, her expression filled with dread. "Ferocious beasts?" Qin Yu dismissed her concern. Such creatures were commonplace. "If you have nothing to do, feel free to spend some gold at the supermarket." "What?" Tang Shuero frowned, not comprehending Qin Yu's intent. "Go to the supermarket and spend as much as you wish," Qin Yu suggested, eager to experiment. If the gold could yield 100-fold return, it would be a delightful windfall. "Very well," Tang Shuero responded. "I will see what I need." "Go ahead." Qin Yu handed her all of his remaining gold. Gold was indeed a precious commodity, and possessing more would greatly benefit him. "Brother, will Zhuolanlan lose the competition?" Chu Lingxi expressed her concern. "What if Zhang Xiaoquan possesses a trump card as well?" "No need for worry." Qin Yu remained composed. "I am aware of Zhang Xiaoquan's vehicle core attributes. He cannot defeat Zhuolanlan." There was no doubt. Qin Yu had an insider. He was already privy to Zhang Xiaoquan's most vital secret. Prior to the competition, Zhang Xiaoquan's mother had divulged all the crucial information to Qin Yu. Having such a mother was indeed a stroke of luck for Zhang Xiaoquan. Chapter 125. Can gold yield 100-fold return? That would be splendid. What are Zhang Xiaoquan's vehicle attributes? Chu Lingxi inquired with great curiosity. She was merely interested in uncovering the secret, showing little interest in the racing competition. The absolute advantage at the start. Qin Yu articulated these 4 words before patiently explaining to Chu Lingxi. The so-called absolute advantage at the start means that, in the racing competition, regardless of circumstances or reasons, Zhang Xiaoquan always secures the initial lead. Throughout the first half of the race, he is perpetually in first place. It is indeed a rather extraordinary attribute. In racing competitions, victories are often determined by a slender margin. However, Zhang Xiaoquan possesses an undeniable advantage from the very moment the race begins, securing a significant lead during the acceleration phase. At the outset, he has already triumphed by half. The recent contest has vividly demonstrated the formidable prowess of Zhang Xiaoquan's vehicle core. His audacity stems from the confidence granted by this core's unique characteristics. For Zhualanlan to catch up with him in this race presents a considerable challenge. Yet, armed with the super engine of her crimson vehicle core, she is poised to accelerate with the ferocity of a storm, undoubtedly enabling her to overtake Zhang Xiaoquan and ultimately claim victory. After all, Zhang Xiaoquan currently lacks any distinctive traits. He is merely an ordinary racing car, nothing more. Thus, it seems we are destined for victory. Chu Lingxi, casually enjoying a lollipop, stifled a yawn. She pondered whether there would be any duel competitions, as she yearned to participate. It would be splendid to reap substantial rewards from such contests. Your pure white vehicle core lacks any martial enhancements, Chenyi cautioned. Her vehicle core proved immensely advantageous during training, possessing the terrifying ability to distort time. The higher the vehicle core's level, the more potent its time-warping capabilities, thereby extending her training duration and significantly augmenting her combat prowess. I do not require the characteristics of a vehicle core, my own strength suffices, Chu Lingxi declared with unwavering confidence. She was determined to find a martial arts adept akin to herself, to vanquish them and thereby enhance her own formidable abilities and combat ferocity. That is not impossible, Chenyi replied with a smile. But there are no worthy opponents in the group to rival you. While others may lack basic necessities, what Chu Lingxi craved was a formidable adversary. As of now, not only could she not find a rival, but even opponents who could instill fear in her were non-existent. It is often said that the skilled are lonely. Didn't Tang Shuyo just mention that danger lurks in the surroundings, like ferocious beasts? Chu Lingxi remarked with a hint of boredom. I shall investigate. If you encounter a peril you cannot handle, contact me immediately, Chenyi advised. Be cautious. This headstrong girl was not easily dissuaded. It was better to let her venture forth on her own, for she might even hunt down a fierce beast and acquire valuable resources. Rest assured, big brother. Chu Lingxi replied as she retrieved her snowmobile, revving the engine and speeding away. Ding. Congratulations. Your teammate Tang Shueyo has expended 10 gold coins, triggering a 100-fold return. 1,000 gold coins have been deposited into the system's repository. The sudden system notification startled Chenyi. Incredible. I never anticipated it would truly work. This 100-fold return system is marvelous. I must seek out more female teammates. Ding. Congratulations. Your female teammate Tang Shueyo has consumed 20 gold coins, triggering a 100-fold return. 2,000 gold coins have been deposited into the system's repository. Ding. Congratulations. Your female teammate has consumed 50 gold coins, triggering a 100-fold return. 5,000 gold coins have been deposited into the system's repository. As a series of notifications flooded in, Chenyi's gold reserves surged dramatically, ultimately reaching 10,000. Such a sum was ample for Chenyi to indulge in the fervent upgrading of his vehicle core. Alas, the inability to engage in infinite nesting left him somewhat regretful. If one could indulge in an endless cycle of nesting dolls, it would be an exhilarating experience, allowing for limitless gold accumulation and extravagant purchases without any associated costs. However, Chenyi has exhausted the wealth he previously amassed, and the coins in his inventory are solely the result of a 100-fold return, leaving him unable to continue this lucrative endeavor. To acquire additional gold, he must venture forth to hunt ferocious beasts or engage in trade within the community. Yet, with the immense value of gold now widely recognized, it is likely that acquiring it for free has become exceedingly difficult. Master, I have finished my shopping, Tang Shuero announced as she emerged from the supermarket. What did you purchase? Chenyi inquired with curiosity. I bought legendary-grade fuel, Tang Shuero replied candidly. Why opt for legendary-grade fuel? Chenyi questioned, puzzled. Because this fuel is vital for our convoy, she whispered. In Chenyi's presence, she appeared quite timid, shedding the arrogance and self-importance she had previously displayed. I assumed you would buy something for yourself, he remarked, as it would be natural for a woman to indulge in shopping. In this age of online shopping, women eagerly anticipate the arrival of delivery packages, especially during events like Double 11. The absence of such packages can leave them feeling restless, akin to addicts in withdrawal. Tang Shuero was once like that, having come from a well-off family, but the trials of the apocalypse had transformed her entirely. Her disposition had shifted accordingly, as she now prioritized the needs of the entire convoy over her own. You are commendable, Chenyi acknowledged, nodding in approval. It seems you have been molded into the person I require. Can Zhualanlan prevail? Tang Shuero asked with concern. That is not for you to fret over. Chen Yi replied. Just remain vigilant to any dangers in your surroundings. Her perceptive abilities allowed her to sense threats nearby. I understand, Tang Shuero affirmed. I have been attentive. The ferocious beasts around us seem to have grown more violent. As she spoke, a look of fear crossed her face. The previous red dots now radiated malice, and it felt as though they could attack at any moment. Do not be afraid. Simply keep an eye on their movements, Chen Yi reassured her. He was not worried. After all, they were merely wild beasts, and no matter how formidable they appeared, they could not withstand the might of modern weaponry. The powerful arms of contemporary civilization were not something primal creatures could counter, especially with his own formidable golden laser vision in play. I comprehend, Tang Shuero nodded, diligently fulfilling her responsibilities. At that moment, an ecstatic message from Zhuo arrived. Boss, I am on the verge of victory. I am about to unleash the formidable traits of the Crimson Core. The racing competition was being broadcast live, and Chun Yi kept a close watch on the large screen. In that case, let us conclude this, he responded with a hint of impatience. Go! In the race, Zhuo shouted fervently. The Crimson Super Engine roared to life, achieving an unprecedented and frenzied speed, almost skimming the ground. Two massive exhaust pipes spewed forth crimson flames, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Zhang Xiaoquan, who had been enjoying music and arrogantly revving his engine, had thought that Zhuo would not even catch a glimpse of his taillights. However, to his astonishment, he noticed in the rearview mirror that Zhuo vehicle was drawing ever closer. What is happening? Zhang Xiaoquan exclaimed in shock, hastily accelerating. However, the opponent's speed was astonishingly swift, almost instantaneously matching his pace. Zhuo did not immediately overtake him. Instead, she maliciously honked the horn. The resounding blasts of the horn echoed mockingly, intensifying Zhang Xiaoquan's irritation to an extreme. Chapter 126. 5 consecutive sharp turns? Damn it. Do you think I can be easily intimidated? He slammed his hands on the steering wheel, continuously revving the engine. Utilizing the attributes of legendary-grade fuel. Use it all. Unleash it now. He could not afford to lose. Absolutely not. This race was not merely a competition, but a battle for his mother's honor, a defense of his dignity. With the enhancement of the legendary-grade fuel, Zhang Xiaoquan's white sports car surged forward with formidable speed, swiftly overtaking Zhuo. After a brief period of acceleration, he completely surpassed her. In the rearview mirror, Zhuo figure vanished, along with any trace of other vehicles. Ha! Zhang Xiaoquan laughed maniacally. Chen Yi, do you think you can catch up to me? Is that even possible? I am the Prince of Racing. There is no way you can defeat me. He remained oblivious to the identity of his opponent and mistakenly believed that Chen Yi was the driver. Mom, Chen Yi still wants to surpass me. Zhang Xiaoquan quickly reported to his mother, only to find himself utterly defeated and easily overtaken. You little brat, don't get too cocky, Luo Zijuan cautioned him. You have legendary-grade fuel. Do you think your opponent lacks it? She was also following the race and was well aware of the means by which her son achieved such rapid overtaking. What does it matter if he has legendary fuel? Zhang Xiaoquan retorted dismissively. Can his cornering skills match mine? Drifting, understand? All his techniques are no match for me. Why should he triumph? As a seasoned racer who had won countless competitions, he was exceedingly confident in his driving prowess. Regardless, Luo Zijuan warned, do not underestimate your opponent. Overconfidence leads to failure. Mom, say something auspicious, Zhang Xiaoquan replied earnestly. If we win, Chen Yi will become our subordinate. Just the thought excited him. Having such a formidable ally would indeed be thrilling. Don't say that. Luo Zijuan couldn't help but smile, her lips curling upward despite her efforts to suppress it. The thought was indeed exhilarating. Imagining having such a beautiful and capable subordinate as Chen Yi at her disposal, even becoming her superior, sent shivers of delight through her. Son, you must win. Previously, she had hoped for Chen Yi's victory so that they could be together, but now she wished for her son to triumph, ensuring they would not be separated and that she could enjoy Chen Yi's exquisite physique daily. It was the perfect scenario. However, it might disappoint both mother and son. Zhuo sports car had caught up at full speed, once again matching Zhang Xiaoquan's pace. The same scenario unfolded as Zhuo honked her horn again. The sound was piercing, akin to the wail of death, causing Zhang Xiaoquan immense frustration and an overwhelming headache. Damn it, legendary fuel, accelerate, accelerate. Zhang Xiaoquan bellowed. His expression contorted in rage. He could not afford to lose, absolutely could not lose. Even if it meant exhausting his legendary-grade fuel, he would not concede defeat. The engine roared, the legendary fuel ignited, and Zhang Xiaoquan's speed reached unprecedented heights. Yet, to his despair, he failed to shake off his rival, who clung to him like a persistent leech, mirroring his every move. The piercing sound of the horn assaulted his ears, unrelenting. Why? Zhang Xiaoquan pounded the steering wheel. Why can't I increase my speed? What about the properties of legendary fuel? Accelerate. In truth, his speed was already impressive, but his opponent was even faster, rendering him incapable of breaking free. What to do? Panic gripped Zhang Xiaoquan. It seemed he could only rely on technique now. At this moment, they were engaged in a straight-line acceleration, devoid of any technical finesse. It was merely a contest of hardware. To speak bluntly, straight-line acceleration was as simple as pressing the gas pedal. Any fool could do it. The true skill lay in cornering, in a series of continuous turns. Zhang Xiaoquan was acutely aware of his strengths, and his only chance to gain an advantage lay in the succession of turns. With each curve, he could leverage his superior skill to create a significant lead, and after a series of turns, Qinyi would likely not even catch a glimpse of his taillights. Qinyi, I do not care what methods you employed to cheat. Zhang Xiaoquan continued to shout defiantly, but the ultimate victor will undoubtedly be me. Cheat? Qinyi retorted, unable to contain his laughter. What nonsense. Just because I am faster, it equates to cheating? You either possess a super engine or something more formidable than legendary-grade fuel. Zhang Xiaoquan was unwilling to accept reality. Otherwise, victory would be impossible. You talk too much. Qinyi chuckled mischievously. Once I defeat you, I shall thoroughly humiliate you in front of your own eyes. Zhang Xiaoquan's fury boiled over. His eyes reddened and bloodshot. You better not touch my mother. Dare to lay a finger on her, and I will annihilate your entire family. His impotent rage was met with Chunye's amused smile, who chose to ignore him. Let me show you what true skill looks like. I will establish a formidable advantage in the series of turns. Zhang Xiaoquan persisted in his bravado. After this turn, the game will be over. You think your driving skills are exceptional? Qinyi mocked. In reality, they are quite pathetic. Facts speak louder than words. Zhang Xiaoquan snorted, I have no need to waste my breath on you. With that, he focused intently on his driving. They approached the 5 consecutive sharp turns, a particularly challenging section, compounded by an uphill gradient, increasing the difficulty further. Nevertheless, Zhang Xiaoquan, brimming with confidence, executed his maneuvers, shifting gears, accelerating, braking. His actions appeared flamboyant, seemingly impressive. However, after the first turn, he failed to gain any advantage. His opponent remained steadfastly alongside him. The distance between them did not widen, nor could he establish any semblance of an edge. What the hell is going on? Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth. How could Qinyi possess such exquisite driving skills? He refused to believe it. He resumed his impressive maneuvers, executing a series of expert movements that allowed him to navigate the curve with remarkable finesse. Even he felt a sense of satisfaction, brimming with confidence to the extent that he believed it unnecessary to glance back. Qinyi had surely been left behind. However, upon checking the rearview mirror, he was taken aback to find his opponent trailing him at a leisurely pace, audibly honking in derision. Chapter 127, The Silver Treasure Map. How could this be? It was utterly inconceivable. Zhang Xiaoquan was astounded, disbelief etched across his features. He had reached what he thought was the pinnacle of his performance, yet was unable to shake off his rival. How absurd. Surely, he could gain the upper hand on the next turn. In the depths of despair, a flicker of hope reignited within Zhang Xiaoquan. He could not surrender, absolutely must not concede. Drawing a deep breath, he focused intently on his driving. Thousands of hours of practice and countless victories were his greatest source of confidence. He could not afford to falter, could not allow Qinyi to seize the advantage. He felt himself in an unprecedented state of perfection, his skills elevated to new heights. With the most intricate angles, the most suitable drifts, and the swiftest speed, he executed an immaculate turn. Zhang Xiaoquan, you truly are a genius. He slapped himself hard, a self-congratulatory gesture for his brilliance. He was undoubtedly surpassing Qinyi. With renewed confidence, he glanced in the rearview mirror, only to find no vehicle in sight. Had he truly outpaced his opponent, even obscuring the view of his own taillights? Splendid. Simply splendid. Victory seemed within his grasp. Yet, suddenly, he lifted his gaze forward and was dismayed to see the glow of his rival's taillights. His seemingly flawless maneuver had not only failed to establish an advantage, but had instead placed him at a disadvantage. Nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. Zhang Xiaoquan struck himself again. Again, until stars danced before his eyes, leaving the sight of his opponent's taillights fading from view. It must be an illusion, surely. He laughed heartily. But soon reality dawned upon him, revealing the truth. It was not a mirage. His opponent's speed was astonishingly swift, obscuring the taillights from his sight. He had often boasted that others would not see his taillights, yet now the tables had turned. Impossible, utterly impossible. Zhang Xiaoquan remained in disbelief. Even as reality slapped him harshly across the face, he began to navigate the turns with reckless abandon, showcasing his skills with fervor, his high-quality tires smoking from the strain. Yet still, he could not glimpse his rival's taillights. The series of 5 consecutive turns concluded without him gaining any advantage. Rather, he had plunged deeper into a significant disadvantage. It seemed defeat was imminent. Chen Yi, observing the entire affair, noted how his subordinate had effortlessly surpassed Zhang Xiaoquan and could not resist the urge to mock. With the upper hand firmly in his grasp, he felt compelled to taunt, to deride. The weak must be scorned by the strong. All right, you've won. No need to display such a face. After the frenzy and chaos subsided, Zhang Xiaoquan exhaled deeply, resigning himself to his fate. As a professional racer who has endured countless competitions, he is acutely aware that the outcome is already determined. With his current hand and abilities, he knows it is impossible to turn the tide. Losing to you does not truly pain me, he admitted, albeit reluctantly lowering his head. Chen Yi is formidable. He is, after all, a legend, one of a kind. He was once a legend of battle, and now he stands as a legend of speed, treading over the remnants of his predecessors. More importantly, in this race, he also lost his mother, a reality he finds utterly unacceptable. Have you conceded defeat? Chen Yi inquired with a smile. Not only have you lost, but you've also lost the core of your vehicle. So what if I lost? Zhang Xiaoquan retorted, maintaining a semblance of dignity. I accept my defeat. I will stand firm against any blows. I must admit, you have earned my respect, Chen Yi remarked, surprised by his nonchalance. Please treat my mother kindly, Zhang Xiaoquan implored, tears welling in his eyes. Do not bully her. Take good care of her. You must not let her down. She is my dear mother, the most important person in my life. Having grown up with her, he had never been apart from her. That is no concern of mine. Chen Yi replied, refusing to acquiesce. Instead, he provocatively added, I intend to ravage her in various ways. Please, I beg you, brother, Zhang Xiaoquan pleaded, desperation evident in his voice. Begging will not suffice, Chen Yi retorted coldly. One must leave a sliver of hope for future encounters. Are you truly going to pursue this? Zhang Xiaoquan seethed, gritting his teeth. I am a man of my word, Chen Yi asserted, his stance unwavering. This is how it will be. I intend to pursue your mother. Chen Yi, you are pushing me to the brink. Zhang Xiaoquan trembled with rage. Indeed, I am pushing you. What will you do about it? Chen Yi provocatively stated. This is strategy, a means to acquire greater resources and benefits. It is common knowledge that a mother holds immense significance in Zhang Xiaoquan's heart. For her safety, he is willing to forfeit much. Therefore, some coercion is essential to extract the desired concessions. What must I offer to ensure my mother's safety? You know I cherish your mother deeply, and I will never relinquish her, Chen Yi asserted, unwilling to relent easily. A map? Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth. A treasure map? How does that sound? Chen Yi offered no response. A bronze treasure map, Zhang Xiaoquan reiterated. Previously, he had been willing to part with a map for an iron chest, but circumstances have changed. For his mother, he is prepared to offer more. Yet, Chen Yi remained silent. Not enough. Far from sufficient. 1 bronze chest is utterly inadequate. 10 bronze chests, Zhang Xiaoquan implored. His patience waning. This is all of my reserves. Chen Yi continued to withhold comment, valuing silence. Do not feign superiority by remaining silent, Zhang Xiaoquan snapped. I truly have no more to give. Do not tell me you lack a silver chest. That is impossible. With Zhang Xiaoquan's skills, coupled with the ubiquitous synthesis system, he could easily acquire numerous formidable treasure chests. A mere handful of bronze chests hardly poses a challenge. Silver chests, however, are another matter. Zhang Xiaoquan finally revealed something of substance, a map for silver treasure chests. Surely that suffices? Do not accuse me of being unreasonable. I demand 10 maps for silver chests, Chen Yi asserted. While he stated this, his principle as an adult was straightforward. He wanted it all. Not only did he intend to extract every last benefit from Zhang Xiaoquan, but he also harbored intentions towards Zhang's alluring mother. Chen Yi's current strategy was simply to maximize his gains. Such a rare opportunity could not be squandered lightly. I do not possess that many silver treasure chests. Zhang Xiaoquan retorted angrily. Do you think I'm a wholesale vendor of treasure maps? That is your concern. Xinyi dismissed, fixated solely on tangible benefits. Chapter 128. Life and death hang by a thread. But I truly do not have 10 silver chests, Zhang Xiaoquan lamented helplessly. It's impossible. Figure it out. Xinyi encouraged with a smile. I believe you can manage. I need time. Zhang Xiaoquan finally conceded through gritted teeth. He had no other choice but to comply. To refuse would provoke a severe backlash. Remember this, Xinyi continued. 10 silver treasure chests merely covers the cost of your mother. You are being excessively greedy. Do you truly intend to take my vehicle core? Zhang Xiaoquan protested vehemently. His vehicle core was a secret weapon in racing, akin to possessing a cash cow capable of generating unimaginable profits. Moreover, he had only recently acquired the core and had yet to fully grasp its potential. To have it taken away by Chun Yi was utterly unacceptable. Produce another 10 silver treasure chests. Chun Yi grinned with avarice. Then, the situation would be manageable. Do you believe silver treasure chests are as common as cabbages? Zhang Xiaoquan bellowed. I do not have that many. For him, 10 silver treasure chests represented a severe depletion of resources, let alone 20. I do not care. This is my bargaining chip, my bottom line. Anything below this price is non-negotiable. Chunye's stance remained firm. I see now. You intend to drain me dry. Fearful of my retaliation, am I correct? Zhang Xiaoquan, not foolish by any means, discerned Xinye's cunning scheme. He was clearly aiming to extract all of Zhang's strength, rendering him a harmless survivor. After all, if Zhang retained formidable power and abundant resources, any vestige of courage would surely incite retaliation against Xinyi. He would employ every trick to thwart Xinyi and avenge himself. Stripped of strength, however, he would be akin to a toothless tiger, and Xinyi could rest easy. You hold yourself in too high esteem, Xinyi chuckled. Regardless of whether the other would retaliate, he felt no anxiety. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, let the generals meet them. When water comes, let the earth hold it back. He possessed enough confidence to turn every retaliatory strike from Zhang Xiaoquan into a self-inflicted wound. In truth, I do not feel ashamed to have lost to you, Zhang Xiaoquan remarked with a sense of relief. After all, Xinyi is a top-tier legend. The most formidable survivor with a multitude of devoted fans. Losing to Chun Yi is hardly a disgrace. Winning against him would be miraculous, while losing is simply to be expected. From this moment forth, you are not merely a combat legend, but also a racing legend. Zhang Xiaoquan let out a deep sigh, feeling honored to serve as a stepping stone for such a legendary figure. Only such a sentiment could soothe his heart, for he had not fallen to an ordinary opponent. To be honest, I do not wish to dishearten you. Xinyi genuinely did not want to reveal the truth, for lies are not frightening. It is the truth that cuts like a knife. What do you mean? Zhang Xiaoquan's expression shifted slightly, sensing something amiss. The driver was not actually me. Xinyi ultimately confessed, but rather Zhuolanlan. Do not jest. Zhang Xiaoquan could hardly believe it, finding the notion utterly absurd. Do you find this amusing? If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. Xinyi had no desire to dwell on the matter. It was merely a casual remark. Is this truly amusing to you? Zhang Xiaoquan was infuriated. Must you resort to such measures to insult me? Even if I am lacking, even if I, Zhang Xiaoquan, fall short, I could never lose to a woman. To lose to a woman is one thing, but to lose to someone as foolish as Zhuolanlan is simply unacceptable. Look at her demeanor, so naive and simple-minded. I can tell at a glance she is not of sound character. Truth be told, Zhang Xiaoquan could not accept any defeat in a racing contest. In his world, one must emerge victorious in such competitions. If he were to lose, the only acceptable defeat would be to Xinyi. Losing to anyone else was utterly inconceivable. Losing to a woman was even less acceptable. Losing to someone as dim-witted as Zhuolanlan would be akin to the sky collapsing. It would be the end of the world as he knew it. Do not be agitated, Xinyi advised. Whether this matter is true or false will be clear when we reach the finish line. The race is not yet over. Although Zhang Xiaoquan had a significant deficit, until it was over, it was not truly over. Zhuolanlan had yet to reach the finish line. By all accounts, at this point, he should have long since crossed the finish line, securing victory in this race. Yet, Zhuolanlan had not yet appeared. Her high-speed car had come to a halt just a meter from the finish line, and no one knew what she was up to. Is my opponent truly not you? Zhang Xiaoquan could not contain himself any longer, continuing to inquire, is it really that foolish, dim-witted girl? This is where you are mistaken, Xinyi replied, somewhat exasperated. Although she may appear simple, With her pointed head, her intelligence is certainly intact. One thing is certain, Zhualanlan is not intellectually challenged. I do not believe it. Zhang Xiaoquan shouted in a fit of rage. You are merely toying with my psyche. You are manipulating me without any sense of honor. Please. Chenyi could not help but retort, between toying with you and your mother, I would choose the latter. What joy is there in toying with men? Chenyi, a notorious libertine, relished in the company of various women. I refuse to believe it. I simply cannot accept it. Zhang Xiaoquan furiously pressed the accelerator, determined to reach the finish line and witness the outcome firsthand. This matter held immense significance for him, representing the last vestige of dignity for him as the foremost racer in the competition. His vehicle surged forward, executing various drifts, with sparks flying from the tires. After a relentless sprint, he finally caught sight of the tail lights of the blue motorcycle to his left. Moreover, Zhang Xiaoquan discerned a crucial detail. The rival racer had not crossed the finish line. Though only a meter or two separated them from victory, the finish line remained uncrossed. I still have a chance. Zhang Xiaoquan roared, feeling the fervor of potential victory surge within him. He was consumed by madness, accelerating recklessly. He paid no heed to his passenger. All that mattered was to exploit the rival's arrogance and cross the finish line first, thereby claiming the championship. And it would be a legitimate victory, bound by the rules. Who was to blame for the rival's pretentiousness, for uncorking the champagne prematurely? This was an opportunity for a miraculous comeback. Sprint, 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 preserve the honor of my mother, safeguard the core of my vehicle. In that moment, Zhang Xiaoquan was truly blinded by rage. He glimpsed hope, the hope of victory, the hope of reclaiming everything. Initially, he had been utterly despondent. Yet now a spark of hope ignited within him. If he could win, everything could be reversed. Not only could he embrace his mother, but he could also triumph over the invincible Chenyi. To lose meant utter destitution. To win meant soaring to greatness. Life and death hung in the balance of a single thought. Chapter 129, An Unprecedented Terror. Inside the vehicle, Zhualanlan was no fool. She sensed the other's reckless acceleration and understood his intentions. After all, they were both racers, aware of each other's thoughts. However, Zhualanlan remained unfazed. She rolled down her window, extending her hand to give Zhang Xiaoquan a grand thumbs up. Yet, the thumb soon transformed into a downward gesture, morphing into a pronounced display of disdain. Furthermore, Zhualanlan's vehicle roared to life. She had merely paused, without shutting off the engine. With a press of the accelerator, her car surged forward. The mere meter or two vanished in the blink of an eye. The champion emerged. The victor was revealed. In that final moment, Zhang Xiaoquan's hopes of a miraculous turnaround were utterly crushed beneath the wheels. The champion of the race was declared. The system issued a group announcement, congratulating Chenyi's team on their ultimate victory. The glaring crimson letters in the chat were strikingly vivid. The new king of the racing world had ascended, while the old authority lay crushed beneath the wheels. The once mighty emperor had been dethroned. The blood of the sovereign inevitably meets its end by the sword. Only true strength can ascend to the throne. Defeated, Zhang Xiaoquan was left in a daze, his hands relinquishing the steering wheel. To let go of the steering wheel at such high speeds was perilously reckless. As expected, he collided violently with the guardrail. The front hood was utterly destroyed, and a tire was sent flying. Fortunately, due to his seatbelt, his life was spared from grave danger. However, his head struck the steering wheel with a heavy thud, leaving him bloodied and bruised. The physical pain was beyond his perception. He allowed the viscous blood to trickle down, flowing into his eyes, indifferent to it all. He merely sat vacantly in the driver's seat. Even as the race car ignited in flames, the acrid smoke invading his nostrils, he remained utterly motionless. The defeat in the race struck him profoundly. It felt as though there was nothing left to cherish in his world. Get out of the car, Luo Zijuan shouted, demanding him to exit immediately. Her reprimands reverberated throughout the cockpit. You coward, do you wish to end your life in such a pitiful manner? Hurry up and get out. As a mother, witnessing her son in such a despondent state was heart-wrenching for Luo Zijuan. She called out to him repeatedly until she finally roused her dazed son. The fierce flames had already singed his clothing, and the searing heat on his skin was excruciating. Zhang Xiaoquan hastily unbuckled his seatbelt, kicked open the car door, and tumbled out of his beloved race car. Shortly after he emerged, the white Dodge Viper erupted in a violent explosion. The entire vehicle was thrust into the air, crashing down heavily, twisted beyond recognition, rendered utterly inoperable. Witnessing such a catastrophic scene, Zhualanlan also exited the vehicle. clad in racing attire and wearing a helmet. Her face remained obscured. "Are you Qinyi?" Zhang Xiaoquan inquired incredulously. Deep down, he already knew the answer. Qinyi was tall and robust, whereas the driver before him was petite and delicate. Even without seeing her face, he could tell she was certainly not Qinyi. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling to accept your defeat to me?" Zuolanlan removed her helmet, revealing her exquisite features as she spoke. The racing suit was heavy, and coupled with the intense nature of the sport, a few glistening beads of sweat adorned her fair forehead. Strands of hair clung to her cheeks, lending her an alluring charm. Such a captivating beauty ensnared Zhang Xiaoquan completely. He gazed at her, as if the entire world had faded away. This woman was not only stunningly beautiful, captivating his heart entirely, but she was also an exceptional race car driver. Her flawless acceleration, perfect drifting, and form-fitting racing suit exuded an irresistible allure. Zhang Xiaoquan was utterly conquered. He knelt heavily on the ground, almost in reverence, and said, "May I be your devoted follower?" Originally, he had contemplated proposing, but felt unworthy. The thought of pursuing her seemed inappropriate as well. Only the identity of a devoted admirer seemed to suit the disparity in their status. Zuolanlan was taken aback, astonished that Zhang Xiaoquan would take such a turn. She had intended to mock him fiercely, to shatter his confidence completely. She wanted him to know that it was she, the small woman, who triumphed in every race. From that moment on, she would reign as the foremost racer, not Zhang Xiaoquan. In the future, he should not dare to challenge her. Yet here he was, kneeling and requesting to be her devoted admirer, leaving her utterly speechless. Zuolanlan prepared an extensive and scathing piece, yet found herself speechless, ultimately erupting into a terrified exclamation. "Are you out of your mind? Such behavior can only be described as foolish. Give me a chance," Zhang Xiaoquan implored desperately. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped them, marking the end of the race as both drivers exited their vehicles. Zuolanlan, along with her machine, returned to the survival world of the highway, gasping in fear. Fortunately, the race concluded. Otherwise, who knows what absurd actions Zhang Xiaoquan, that ardent admirer, might have taken. "Quite impressive," Qinyi remarked, tapping on her car window and gently stroking her hair. "I never expected you to win with such ease." To be honest, Qinyi had underestimated the racing prowess of this young girl, not anticipating her formidable skill. Although her victory owed much to the vehicle's core, her cornering, drifting, and straight-line acceleration were all of the highest caliber. "Of course," Zuolanlan declared, shaking her tiny fist, appearing both fierce and adorable. "I told you, Zhang Xiaoquan could win effortlessly. Even without the vehicle's core, I could still defeat him. Don't let pride cloud your judgment." Qinyi admonished her lightly. "Boss, you're not having second thoughts, are you?" Zuolanlan retorted, her beautiful eyes wide with determination. "We must get started on our preparations immediately. We need to create. And create fervently." Qinyi chuckled, creating isn't out of the question. "Besides, Zuolanlan, as my female teammate, is also quite capable. I'm formidable as well," Zuolanlan asserted, demonstrating her knowledge of common sayings. "After all, there are only overworked oxen, not ruined fields. Who's afraid of whom?" "Well then," Qinyi laughed. His competitive spirit ignited. "Let us see who is stronger, the ox or the field." However, things took a turn for the worse. Just as they were playfully bantering, Tang Shuuro suddenly let out a startled cry. It was unclear if it was intentional or if there was genuine cause for alarm. A great danger was approaching. She appeared flustered, her complexion paling significantly. "What's wrong? Don't panic," Qinyi said, his brow furrowing slightly. Truth be told, it was his first time witnessing Tang Shuuro in such a state of fear. Even when surrounded by Long Yi and his gang, she had never appeared so distressed. Chapter 130. Hunting the Giant Bear, Abundant Rewards. Several malevolent red dots were approaching us, the level of danger exceedingly high and the hostility palpable. "You two should pause your plans for creation," Tang Shuuro cautioned. Women do possess a sense of jealousy, often intensely so. Indeed, a grave danger was drawing near, and Tang Shuuro was reluctant to see Zuolanlan and Qinyi engage in their creative endeavors. She too wished to partake, yet was unsure how to join in, thus resorting to interrupting them in this manner. Moreover, it was her duty to alert Qinyi to such a significant threat. Failing to do so could result in dire consequences. "What is happening? Why has this situation arisen so suddenly?" Qinyi inquired, perplexed. "I'm not certain, but it emanates tremendous malice," Tang Shuuro replied, her expression grim. "Could it be Chulingxi?" Zuolanlan speculated. "That is quite possible," Tang Shuuro concurred. Tang Shuyo nodded. But she was currently unreachable. There was no need for speculation. Chunyi activated his extraordinary vision and had already discerned the truth. It was indeed Chu Lingxi who had stirred up this trouble. The young girl was racing on a snowmobile, pursued by two enormous polar bears, exhibiting ferocity that was quite alarming. With their paws planted firmly on the ground, they stood 3 to 5 meters tall, their massive claws resembling the tires of a truck. A single swipe from them could easily obliterate half a person. How could they be so colossal? Shinyu could not help but curse. They were excessively large, and one was even bigger than the other. What on earth had prompted Chu Lingxi to provoke such beasts? The girl truly had a knack for courting disaster, demonstrating a potential for recklessness. Even while being pursued by such gigantic polar bears, she not only showed no fear, but laughed heartily, her face alight with exhilaration. Little brother, are you ready for battle? Chu Lingxi joyfully beckoned to Chinyi. What on earth did you do to those two brutes? Chinyu could not restrain his exasperation. By defeating these colossal creatures, we not only stand to gain an abundance of meat, but also gold coins, and perhaps even treasure chests. Chu Lingxi seemed entirely unfazed, exclaiming loudly, Aren't I clever? What did you do to provoke them? Chinyi inquired, baffled by their relentless pursuit. The two massive polar bears were genuinely enraged, their eyes bloodshot and filled with a fierce determination for vengeance. I didn't do much, Chu Lingxi replied with a shy smile. I merely pricked their behinds a few times with my sword while they were mating. This girl was utterly lacking in decency. Just as the two bears were enjoying their blissful marital moment, the peak of their bear lives, she had the audacity to stab them in the rear with her sharp blade. Both bears now bore gaping wounds, bleeding profusely. It was no surprise that even the most placid of creatures would be driven to madness under such circumstances. Prepare for battle. There is no time for idle chatter, Chinyi commanded decisively. Zhualanlan, you take control of the weapon systems of the 6-wheeled armored vehicle. Understood, boss. I will ensure the mission is accomplished, Zhualanlan promptly replied as she entered the armored vehicle, taking command of the weaponry. She aimed, fired in one fluid motion, and the shell soared forth. The colossal projectile struck precisely on the path of the charging polar bears. In their furious haste, the bears failed to notice the incoming shell, which detonated, sending them tumbling, bloodied, and battered. Countless shrapnel shards lacerated their skin. Both enormous polar bears fell lifeless. Seemingly the battle had come to an abrupt conclusion. Witnessing such a scene, Chunyi was greatly surprised. He had not anticipated that these formidable creatures, appearing so immense, would be so easily vanquished. He stood ready to employ his laser vision, prepared to unleash a fierce assault should the artillery fail. He wished for these beasts to experience the true power of his extraordinary abilities. Yet, it turned out to be unnecessary. A single shell had rendered the two creatures incapable of retaliating. It is only natural to ponder. After all, they are flesh and blood. While the shells are forged from steel, the disparity between the two is self-evident. Have they been eliminated? Zhualanlan blinked, hardly daring to believe it. Let us fire a few more shots, just to be safe. Zhualanlan unleashed 2 additional shells, each striking precisely upon the heads of the 2 great polar bears, 1 shot per bear, ensuring an equitable distribution without any favoritism. As the saying goes, it is not a matter of scarcity that troubles us, but rather inequality. This time, they must truly be dead. Ding. Congratulations. Your convoy has slain the white mother giant bear, earning 8,000 pounds of meat and 1,000 gold coins. Ding. Congratulations, your convoy has slain the white polar bear, earning 10,000 pounds of meat, 2,000 gold coins, and a silver treasure chest. The unexpected discovery of a silver treasure chest left Chinyi greatly astonished. Setting aside the gold coins and the chest, the bounty of meat, fur, various entrails, and bear paws represented a substantial profit. What do you think, big brother? Chu Lingxi wore a proud expression, eager for praise. How was my move? You little lunatic, Chinyu couldn't help but retort. Do not concern yourself with whether I am mad. The outcome is what matters. I assent it? Chu Lingxi responded with a hint of arrogance. It must be said, we have indeed reaped a considerable reward. So large. The bear is so immense. Zhualanlan laughed foolishly. This silly goose is utterly enamored with grand things. Indeed, Tang Zuryu chimed in. It is astonishingly large, simply unprecedented. I have never encountered such a colossal bear before. Regardless, Chu Lingxi said with a smile, this time, our gains are monumental. It might even herald another version update. Chinyi speculated. The survival world is perpetually evolving. As the combat abilities of survivors enhance, it is only reasonable that even more formidable beasts emerge. Let us commence the collection of spoils, Chu Lingxi said with glee. For this is undoubtedly her favorite and most joyous aspect. The mere thought brings delight. Do not rush. Tang Zuryu's eyes flickered with a glimmer of fear. Danger yet loomed. Approaching ominously, she sensed a greater threat on the horizon. From which direction? Chen Yi inquired. By identifying the direction, we can adjust our weapon systems to preemptively strike at the beasts. From all directions, Tang Zuryu exclaimed in terror. Everywhere, it is coming from all sides. How can that be? Zualanlan expressed disbelief. It must be the scent of blood that has attracted them. Chen Yi surveyed the surroundings. Prepare for battle. We could flee, but I believe a confrontation may yield even greater rewards. If we truly cannot withstand the fight, we can retreat later. Roar. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed across the heavens and earth. The very ground seemed to tremble and sway. What could that be? The sound was overwhelmingly loud. Everyone clasped their ears, their eardrums suffering under the intensity. What kind of formidable beast could produce such a sound? Chapter 131. The Dragon Battles in the Wild, its blood a deep yellow. Zualanlan, with an imaginative spark, speculated, could it be a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Have you ever seen a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Chen Yu could not help but interject. Can you truly comprehend the roar of a Tyrannosaurus Rex? I find such a bellowing sound to be quite befitting of the creature's essence. Zualanlan responded with utmost seriousness, asserting that it must indeed be a Tyrannosaurus Rex, despite lacking any tangible evidence. Indeed, one could argue her reasoning was utterly nonsensical. Zualanlan remained resolute in her belief that the sound they had just heard was that of the ancient beast. If it truly is a Tyrannosaurus Rex, Tang Shuoro remarked earnestly, do we possess the strength to confront it? Why are you joining in her madness? Chen Yi inquired, furrowing his brow. I simply find myself at a loss, Tang Shuoro admitted, overwhelmed by a profound sense of dread. I just think she makes a certain sense. Though she recognized the absurdity of the situation, an instinctual conviction lingered within her. If it is indeed a legendary ancient creature, I wonder if my sword could vanquish it. Chu Lingxi, rather than succumbing to fear, felt an inexplicable thrill. The thought of slaying a Tyrannosaurus Rex with her sword was tantalizingly audacious. Surely, this cannot be true. Chen Yi thought, skeptical. Although the system was troublesome, it could not be so absurd as to conjure such a colossal being. If a Tyrannosaurus Rex truly existed, the survival odds for humanity would be grim. Even with a six-wheeled armored vehicle, facing such ancient giants would likely prove daunting. Solid steel and bulletproof glass might withstand artillery. Yet the creature's fangs and immense strength would be formidable adversaries. The thunderous roar continued, reverberating through the earth. Get in the vehicle, Chen Yi commanded. Regardless of whether it was indeed a Tyrannosaurus Rex, ensuring their safety was paramount. The heavy steel of the vehicle would provide substantial protection. A cacophony of sounds erupted, as if the very mountains were collapsing. At last, they beheld the fearsome visage of the beast. It was indeed a Tyrannosaurus Rex, its massive frame, colossal fangs, skin as rugged as steel, and those distinctive tiny claws, which appeared almost endearing. Yet, even a fool would recognize the lethal nature of this apex predator from the age of ancient giants, possessing an astonishingly high hunting intelligence. It was evidently drawn by the potent scent of blood from the white bear, charging towards them with unbridled ferocity, to intimidate Chen Yi and his companions. It unleashed a series of ferocious roars. Fortunately, with fresh prey so close at hand, the Tyrannosaurus Rex did not launch a lethal assault on them. Instead, it feasted upon the flesh of the great white bear, its fangs dripping with fresh blood, creating a gruesome sight. The women present trembled, including Chu Lingxi. However, her trembling was not born of fear, but rather of uncontainable excitement. Dear sir, how about I take a shot at it? Faced with such a formidable predator, she felt no trepidation. Her first instinct was not to flee or panic, but to confront the creature head-on. No reckless behavior, came the admonition. Chen Yi maintained the fundamental composure of a commander, embodying the principle of enemy motion dictates our motion, which evidently proved to be the most prudent strategy. A hasty ambush could lead to unforeseen consequences, a potential predicament I was keenly aware of. I also recognized the peril involved. Recklessness was not an option. Chu Lingxi was no mindless hunter. Rather, she was cunning and resourceful. Surely, I could employ the weapon systems of the armored vehicle to strike decisively. The potency of the tank cannon had already been validated. The formidable polar bears, seemingly indomitable with their tough skin and robust physique, were felled by a single shell. much to everyone's astonishment. Coupled with your golden laser eyes, I find no fault in the plan, Chu Lingxi continued to encourage. Chun Yi pondered gravely. The rewards for the two polar bears were remarkably bountiful. As for the Tyrannosaurus rex, it would undoubtedly surpass the bears in value, potentially yielding a golden treasure chest. First, I shall activate the armored vehicle, ensuring we can retreat swiftly should danger arise. It is crucial to note that the Tyrannosaurus, due to its colossal size, possesses terrifying speed. Failure to escape swiftly could result in becoming a victim of its jaws. Initially, we shall employ 3 crossbows for reconnaissance attacks. After careful consideration, Chunyi ultimately resolved to engage. Such an extraordinary opportunity before us would be too regrettable to forfeit. Despite the looming dangers, the potential rewards were surely tremendous. All right, Chu Lingxi exclaimed with excitement. The 3 crossbows are prepared and locked on target. Shall I fire? Requesting instructions. To Chen Ye's surprise, the young girl exhibited commendable military discipline and training. Fire, he commanded with a snap of his fingers. The robust arrows of the 3 crossbows were launched forth. To ensure absolute accuracy, the original target was aimed at the Tyrannosaurus eyes, its most vulnerable point. A deep enough shot could potentially deliver a lethal blow. However, matters proved less straightforward. Luck was not on their side. Just as the arrows were about to strike, the Tyrannosaurus abruptly lifted its head, causing them to miss their crucial target and instead impact its formidable hide. What was initially thought to penetrate instead yielded no effect. The creature's skin was even harder than steel. The large arrows merely tickled its surface. The Tyrannosaurus seemed unfazed, continuing to devour the polar bear meat, chewing heartily as if merely swatting away a mosquito. How is this possible? Chunyi exclaimed in disbelief. Given his understanding of the Tyrannosaurus, it was supposed to be flesh and blood, not impervious to harm. It was absurd, utterly absurd. Should we deploy the tank cannon? Chu Lingxi inquired. Yes, deploy it immediately. Chunyi decisively commanded. Bombard it relentlessly. If 1 shell does not suffice, then 10. If 10 are insufficient, then 20. Let this ancient beast experience the baptism of modern civilization. Understood, big brother, Chu Lingxi replied, continuously pressing the launch button. Huge shells were unleashed. The roar of explosions filled the air, accompanied by a haze of smoke and the deafening sound of detonations. The colossal form of the Tyrannosaurus rex lay enveloped in a rising cloud of smoke, rendering it completely invisible. Even the roars of this ancient behemoth were drowned out by the cacophony of modern warfare. As the smoke cleared, the truth was revealed. Within a massive crater, the once proud and formidable Tyrannosaurus had lowered its noble head. Its immense body sprawled in defeat. Lying amidst a pool of blood, its resilient hide, once impenetrable, was riddled with gaping wounds, from which crimson flowed profusely. Indeed, as the saying goes, when a dragon battles in the wild, its blood is dark and golden. The blood of this dragon was, astonishingly, a lustrous gold, as heavy as mercury, utterly incomprehensible to the carbon-based beings of modern civilization. Chapter 132, The First Dragon Slayer? Has it truly been vanquished? Zhualanlan exclaimed with excitement. Did we actually defeat it? If the great white bear yielded such bountiful rewards, then surely this Tyrannosaurus will yield even more. Perhaps it might drop a golden treasure chest? But it seemed unlikely that such a creature would perish so easily. Chu Lingxi unsheathed her sword. Tang Shuero, can't you tell from its appearance? Tang Shuero, however, possessed an acute sense of danger that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. It seemed the beast had not yet drawn its last breath. Fear gripped Tang Shuero as the ominous red that remained, its malevolence growing ever stronger. It hasn't truly died. Chu Lingxi, eager and brimming with excitement, wiped her sword clean, her eyes sparkling with fervor. What are you planning to do? Tang Shuero asked in terror, clearly aware that the beast was still alive. Although the tremendous shell of the ancient creature had been battered into submission by artillery, it remained a top-tier predator. Approaching it before it was truly dead posed an immense risk. Of course, I shall slay the dragon, Chu Lingxi declared with conviction. The mere thought of becoming the first dragon slayer in this survival world sent shivers of exhilaration down her spine. The audacious girl was determined not to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away, even if it harbored tremendous peril that could lead to her demise at the hands of the Tyrannosaurus itself. Yet, glory has always walked hand in hand with death. Perishing in pursuit of honor is commonplace. She had always been the fearless girl wielding a sword, mocking the incompetence of death with the extraordinary courage of humanity. Must you court death? Xinyi inquired with a smile. You wouldn't dare to dissuade me, would you? Chu Lingxi rolled her eyes. Are you going to advise me to be cautious, to retreat, to press a button from a distance? To obliterate the Tyrannosaurus into mere pulp with artillery? Such a safe approach is certainly not for me, Chu Lingxi. I shall neither deter you nor encourage you, Xinyi replied with a gentle smile. But let me remind you of one thing. Act swiftly, and do not die foolishly. You may fall in battle or be ensnared by treachery, but you must never perish from sheer folly. Thank you for the reminder, dear sir. With that, Chu Lingxi drew her long sword and, without a backward glance, charged towards the bloody Tyrannosaurus. As she drew nearer, the awe-inspiring size of the creature left her profoundly shaken. It was unfathomably immense. Logically speaking, she was mentally prepared. However, when confronted with this colossal beast from the primordial era, a deep-seated fear surged within her. The golden dragon's blood exuded an overwhelming metallic scent, reminiscent of the ancient Panga continent from billions of years ago. Her very soul trembled, inundated by an abyss of terror. Yet, Chu Lingxi did not retreat. She pressed forward, seeking the most advantageous angle to deliver a fatal blow to this ancient behemoth. As she drew closer, she could distinctly hear the heartbeat of the primordial creature. Thump, thump, thump. It resonated like the roar of a mighty engine, reverberating like the powerful beat of a war drum. The sound surpassed her imagination. Even the flow of the viscous golden blood within its veins was audible. She had once gazed upon the fossilized remains of a Tyrannosaurus rex. But standing before a living one was an entirely different experience, one that was worlds apart. The bones only hinted at the essence of the ancient apex predator, a mere glimpse through a narrow tube. Now, facing the true embodiment of a primordial giant, the palpable aura of its lethal intent enveloped her, providing an experience and understanding that was profoundly different. Chu Lingxi even felt her martial path undergo a profound elevation. Martial arts, too, were a means of slaughter. And this beast epitomized death itself. Every inch of its skin, each claw, its massive form and intellect, were dedicated to one purpose: to kill, to slay, and to annihilate. To personally vanquish such a creature would be an honor. Chu Lingxi had identified the fatal spot, the enormous eye of the Tyrannosaurus. A precise strike could disrupt its brain, sending it to its demise and severing its life force. She reasoned that as long as the beast was alive, it must possess the strength to open its eyes. Thus, she stepped forward and gently tapped on the creature's forehead. Hello, big brother dragon, are you home? She knocked directly on the Tyrannosaurus's skull, producing a crisp sound. Initially, the creature showed no sign of reaction, but as the knocks grew louder and more forceful, the Tyrannosaurus suddenly opened its eyes wide. The immense vertical pupils fixed intently on Chu Lingxi, emanating an aura of unrestrained bloodlust. In response, her strikingly beautiful eyes also radiated an insatiable ferocity. This was the moment of utmost significance. She plunged her sword into the beast. With a piercing thrust, it penetrated deep. The golden dragon's blood erupted like cannon fire, splattering in all directions. The weight of the blood created deep craters upon impact with the ground. Should it strike a person, bones would shatter, and life would hang by a thread. Fortunately, Chu Lingxi was remarkably agile, skillfully maneuvering her body within a hair's breadth to evade the deadly droplets. The wounded Tyrannosaurus roared in agony, leaping from its pool of blood, and, astonishingly, began to sprint. The once dying titan, now revitalized, surged forth with unprecedented speed. Even with a long sword embedded in its enormous eye, it remained utterly unconcerned. In the shadow of its massive eyeball, the sword appeared akin to a mere toothpick, seemingly incapable of inflicting any significant harm. Was it feigning death? Observing the rampaging Tyrannosaurus rex, Xinyi keenly discerned this crucial detail. A barrage of powerful artillery had inflicted considerable damage on the dinosaur, yet it did not create any fatal wounds nor diminish its combat prowess. Was this behemoth truly so astute? Left Lan could hardly believe it, realizing it even knew how to play dead. She had never encountered such an intelligent creature. Save for humans, it was not merely feigning death, Chen explained. It was also safeguarding its most vital limbs and head. Earlier, it had curled up in a pool of blood, utilizing its colossal body to shield its limbs and essential head. This tactic enabled it to evade lethal injuries and maintain sustained fighting capability. What was most terrifying was that it was witnessing this weapon for the first time. Upon first contact, it could make optimal decisions in such a short span. Such prowess could only be attributed to formidable combat instincts or the intellect of a top-tier predator. Boss, Left Lanlan suddenly exclaimed in terror. It seems its target is us. This was utterly absurd, wasn't it? It was Chu Lingxi who had struck it. Why did it not seek revenge? Indeed, it seemed rather ludicrous that this Tyrannosaurus Rex disregarded Chu Lingxi and charged directly towards the six-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle. Chapter 133. The fierce impact of the title of the first Dragon Slayer. Fire! Fire! Aim for its head, Chen Yi commanded loudly, insisting that its brain be obliterated. No amount of intelligence could save it now. Boom! 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 The cannons continued to bombard. Each shot was intended to strike true. Yet the colossal Tyrannosaurus Rex exhibited remarkable agility. It incessantly swung its head, moving with serpentine grace, dodging one shell after another. What a crafty creature! Chen Yu couldn't help but curse. However, it could not evade every projectile. Ultimately, one cannonball struck its head, while another hit its powerful hind limb. Its cranial bones were exceptionally hard, and surprisingly, one shot failed to penetrate, though it left the beast dazed and nearly toppled. Yet it did not suffer further injury. Conversely, the shell that impacted its hind limb had an extraordinary effect, causing the Tyrannosaurus Rex to lose balance and crash to the ground. But the Tyrannosaurus Rex's assault did not cease. It rolled over, positioning itself directly in front of the six-wheeled armored truck, then clamped its jaws down on the cabin. Its massive fangs effortlessly pierced through steel, landing a heavy blow atop Left Lanlan's head. Logically, she should have been crushed to a pulp beneath the weight of those teeth. Fortunately, Chen Yi possessed the absolutely secure Azure Core. Left Lanlan's life was spared. Yet, even so, the Tyrannosaurus Rex persisted in its onslaught. It gnawed furiously, intent on completely flattening the cabin. Thankfully, the armored vehicle's steel was relatively sturdy, and it made little progress. Indeed, it is rather ferocious, Chen Yi mused. He had refrained from intervening, solely to observe just how formidable this beast truly was. Now his only remark was, undoubtedly, the most formidable predator throughout the billions of years of this planet's existence. With that, it was over. A fervent light emanated from Chun Ye's eyes, piercing through the gaping maw of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, incinerating its control center in an instant. Under the terrifying heat, its brain was reduced to mere wisps of smoke. Utterly cremated, the once ferocious dinosaur, which had been relentlessly tearing at its prey, fell silent, becoming akin to a mere hatchling. At last, it was dead. Despite the successful hunt, Chun Yi felt a lingering trepidation. Had it not been for the upgraded vehicle core and his most potent attack skills, the outcome would have surely been far less favorable, and they might not have emerged unscathed. Congratulations on slaying the ancient apex predator, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. As the first hunter to accomplish this feat, you have earned the title of the first Dragon Slayer. The system's voice echoed. Unexpectedly, the coveted title that Chu Lingxi had long desired had fallen to Chen Yi. Title: the first Dragon Slayer of the survival world. Effect: all your damage skills against dragon-type creatures are enhanced by 50%. Wow, this is rather impressive. Chen Yi was astonished by the sheer potency of the first Dragon Slayer title. Previously, his golden laser eyes had struggled to penetrate the thick skin of the Tyrannosaurus, taking an excruciatingly long time. Now, with this enhancement, he could easily pierce through in an instant. Eagerly, he tested it out, and indeed, the damage had significantly increased. It was as effortless as a red-hot knife slicing through butter. With just a few movements, he cleaved the entire carcass of the Tyrannosaurus in two. Golden dragon blood pooled beneath, forming a small stream that flowed languidly. Congratulations on defeating the ancient behemoth, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. You have acquired 20,000 pounds of meat. Additionally, you have received 5,000 gold coins and 1 golden treasure chest. The exhilarating announcement followed. To his surprise, there really was a golden treasure chest. Quite frankly, Chen Yi had never even opened a silver treasure chest before. The prospect of what wonders a golden chest might hold was thrilling. The 5,000 gold coins were, needless to say, an unprecedented reward. Hey, that's not fair, Chu Lingxi exclaimed in frustration, feeling a pang of envy as she realized he had outmaneuvered her. The title of the first Dragon Slayer was broadcasted server-wide, and she had naturally heard it. The title she had long yearned for was now gone. A singular opportunity lost forever. I had no choice, Chen Yi responded, offering no further explanation. He had not intended to usurp her title. It was merely a matter of necessity. If he had not slain the Tyrannosaurus, it would have continued to wreak havoc on their colossal armored vehicle. Although the vehicle's core provided robust protection, it could not allow the beast to rampage unchecked. Even if you cannot be first, you could easily claim the second spot. Chunyi reminded her, asserting that the title of the second Dragon Slayer was still a considerable honor. Yes, Chu Lingxi's enchanting eyes sparkled with renewed hope. The title of the second Dragon Slayer is undoubtedly an aspiration worth pursuing, sending shivers of excitement down the spine of the young girl. Without further ado, let us hasten to hunt. She could hardly wait, fearing that this prestigious title might be snatched away by another. After all, since we have entered the age of colossal beasts, it is improbable that there exists but a single Tyrannosaurus. Various species of dinosaurs are likely to emerge. Who knows? Perhaps sheer luck could favor someone, or a formidable convoy might fortuitously encounter and eliminate one. In such a case, her identity as the second Dragon Slayer would be utterly jeopardized. Thus, seizing this fleeting opportunity is imperative, not a moment can be squandered. Lest she be left to rue her inaction. Asked Tang Shuoro if there are any massive and terrifying beasts nearby, Chunyi advised. And whether there are any targets in the vicinity. Are there any targets around? Chu Lingxi inquired urgently. There are many targets exceedingly large, rapidly approaching us, came the alarming response. This revelation left everyone present in stunned silence. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. Confronting a single Tyrannosaurus was already a daunting challenge. If a multitude were to descend upon them, it would spell disaster. Their six-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle was not invincible and could certainly not withstand the relentless onslaught of several tyrannosaurs. Just 2 or 3 could potentially rend the entire vehicle to shreds. The so-called core attributes of the vehicle do not guarantee absolute invulnerability or safety. If they were to be forcibly extracted, it would be catastrophic, akin to the fate of the previous victim, the lunatic. Are they all tyrannosaurs? Chunyi asked with palpable concern. If so, we must flee. Have we inadvertently disturbed their nest? Impossible, countered Zhuolanlan. Tyrannosaurs are not pack animals. They are solitary hunters, apex predators, and it is unlikely for a large group to suddenly appear. Not tyrannosaurs, but rather the more formidable triceratops, Tang Shuoro clarified, having sensed the truth. A vast horde of triceratops was charging towards them with alarming speed. Chapter 134. Are all sisters here to raise monkeys together? Though triceratops may not be the titans of steel, their formidable bones, massive frames, and terrifying strength rival that of a six-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle. More critically, their tails serve as colossal battering rams, capable of reducing a truck weighing tens of tons to scrap metal. Typically, these dinosaurs are gentle herbivores, but now, startled and frightened, the entire herd was in a state of frenzy. What has driven them to such madness? Zhuolanlan inquired with curiosity. Is there an even more terrifying entity pursuing them? Uncertain, Tang Shuoro replied, shaking her head in distress. There are simply too many of them, their presence overwhelming. I cannot sense anything else. The sheer power of the colossal beasts had completely inundated her senses. With a thunderous roar, the herd drew ever nearer. We must flee at once, came the urgent call. The ground trembled with danger. Fleeing now was likely their best chance of escape. Flee, Chu Lingxi protested vehemently. To her, this was precisely the moment to strike and unleash devastation. She aspired not only to become the second dragon hunter, but also the third, fourth, and fifth. Only then could she compensate for the loss of her title as the first dragon hunter. Running away is futile. Our vehicle cannot escape. Tang Shuoro immediately dismissed the idea, asserting that combat was equally impractical, as they would surely be overwhelmed by the horde of dragons. She could sense the formidable power of the Triceratops swarm. Neither fleeing nor fighting seemed to be the optimal choice. If only we had a helicopter, we would be absolutely safe in the sky, she ultimately suggested. Regrettably, their convoy possessed no helicopter. Get out, Chenyu proposed a decidedly secure plan. Although his 3 female companions were perplexed, they complied with the order. Surely, disembarking to confront danger with their bare bodies was the most perilous option. Chenyu stored the 6-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle in the system's repository. Let us proceed to the supermarket, he commanded once more. Visiting the supermarket merely required spending a few gold coins, and it should provide absolute safety. For it was the system's domain of trade, inherently secure. Indeed, boss, you are simply brilliant. I admire you immensely. Zhuolanlan quickly grasped the situation, realizing that they would be entirely safe within the supermarket. Enough chatter, let's go inside. They hurriedly entered the supermarket, and the glass doors closed behind them. It seemed as though they were cut off from the world. The biting wind and snow no longer chilled them, and warmth enveloped them like spring. The thunderous sounds from outside vanished, as if they had stepped into an entirely different realm, a profound sense of security washing over them. Entering the supermarket not only ensured their absolute safety, but also minimized the loss of their vehicle to zero, and they could later spend time in the supermarket, enjoying a 100-fold return on their gold coins. Soon, the Triceratops swarm swept past, trampling and destroying everything in their wake, an onslaught beyond human capability to withstand. As Chun-Yi had anticipated, the Triceratops swarm paid no heed to the supermarket, appearing to overlook it entirely. The sheer magnitude of the situation was astonishing. Chun-Yi assessed the scenario with his naked eye. If they attempted to flee in their vehicle, they would likely have only a 50% chance of survival. Conversely, confronting the terrifying Triceratops swarm according to Chu Lingxi's assault plan yielded a victory probability of less than 10%. Even with Chun-Yi's formidable golden laser eyes capable of vanquishing one beast after another, the problem remained unresolved. Ultimately, they would be overwhelmed by the unending wave of Triceratops, crushed into oblivion. Thank goodness I listened to you. Even the audacious Chu Lingxi could not help but voice her relief. Had they followed her plan, the consequences would have been dire. What instilled such terror in these colossal beasts? Chun-Yi gazed into the distance, seeking the source. Yet, the so-called source revealed no anomalies, nor did any horrifying presence emerge. After a prolonged wait, nothing appeared. Perhaps they were merely frolicking? Zhuolanlan speculated whimsically. Impossible. Tang Xuero frowned, asserting that it was inconceivable for them to be playing. She had acutely sensed the Triceratops swarm's fear. What was the weakness of the Triceratops? Chun-Yi flipped through the illustrated guide, previously obtained from a treasure chest. Within the compendium, numerous weaknesses of colossal beasts are documented, including those of the Tyrannosaurus rex and the Triceratops. Initially, upon acquiring the compendium, Chun-Yi regarded it with skepticism, deeming it rather inconsequential and somewhat futile. However, it has now become evident that it is, indeed, a valuable asset. After all, in the realm of combat, intelligence is paramount. Lacking information renders one blind, while possessing it establishes a strategic framework for action. This knowledge prevents one from succumbing to chaos and fear. Furthermore, the compendium holds monetary value. The weakness of a colossal beast can fetch a handsome sum. This is intelligence, battlefield intelligence. Imagine a formidable convoy facing a colossal beast, unable to vanquish it, on the brink of annihilation. If one were to disclose its weakness for a fee, how would they respond? Surely, regardless of the cost, they would part with their resources without hesitation. The weakness of the Triceratops resides here. Chun-Yi nodded silently, committing it to memory. Of course, even with this knowledge, he dared not confront such a multitude of Triceratops head-on. What terrifying entity could drive them away? Chu Lingxi inquired, curious about its delayed appearance. If it were indeed a vastly powerful being, that would be splendid. In such a case, she could deliver a decisive blow. Can you sense it? Chun-Yi glanced towards Tang Xuero. No. Tang Xuero shook her head, completely oblivious to any presence. Not only was there no looming terror, but even the herd of Triceratops had vanished from her perception. So, Chun-Yi exhaled in relief. Are we safe? For now, Tang Xuero hesitated to speak too definitively, suggesting that they were safe, at least temporarily. That is reassuring. Chun-Yi observed the enormous screen in the supermarket, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Ladies, let us commence our shopping. Having slain 3 ferocious beasts, a bounty of gold coins had been unleashed. This was the perfect opportunity for them to indulge, thereby significantly increasing Chun-Yi's wealth. Initially, he had thought the price for upgrading the core was exorbitant, but it now appeared quite reasonable. With the promise of a 100-fold return, everything seemed within reach. Chun-Yi eagerly anticipated what wonders awaited when the Azure core reached its pinnacle. Boss, you are truly wonderful. Zhuolanlan exclaimed loudly. I want to bear your children. As she spoke, she embraced Chun-Yi and began playfully nipping at him. In front of so many people? Chun-Yi chuckled. Aren't you embarrassed? Not at all. Zhuolanlan replied candidly. We are all sisters. Not only was she unashamed, but she even sought to invite everyone to join in. Wait. Tang Xuero suddenly interjected loudly. You too. Hold on a moment. She stepped forward once more to intervene. At her words, the crowd furrowed their brows, wondering if new dangers were afoot. Chapter 135, 700,000 gold coins? What more terrifying threat could possibly arise? Chun-Yi inquired, furrowing his brow. Could it be that the presence which had instilled fear in the Triceratops herd has now emerged? If so, it would indeed be ill-suited for frivolities. No such fearsome threat has appeared. Tang Shuero blushed slightly as she spoke. Although she felt it was somewhat inappropriate, she voiced her thoughts nonetheless. I merely wish to avoid witnessing you two engage in such antics. What do you mean? Zhuolanlan, somewhat displeased, remarked. Could it be that you also harbor feelings for the boss? Isn't this rather obvious? Chu Lingxi rolled her eyes. Even a fool could discern this. Yet this dim-witted goose continued to question it. Tang Shuero stammered. Her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Why are you hesitating? Zhuolanlan said boldly, if you like him, we could certainly share. Although jealousy is an innate trait among women and one may be reluctant to share, Zhuolanlan evidently was not one to possess such narrow-mindedness. Isn't that inappropriate? Tang Shuero's face grew even redder. Could such matters truly involve three people? Certainly not. Chu Lingxi raised her own doubts. What do you propose we do? Zhuolanlan replied, exasperated. Now is a warm and opportune time for human propagation. Of course, it should be four of us together, sharing equally. Chu Lingxi asserted. Why should you alone enjoy the company of the elder brother? This young girl seemed to emphasize fairness. You make a valid point, Zhuolanlan acknowledged, raising her thumbs. I'm merely concerned that the elder brother may not be able to handle it. With three stunning beauties, even the strongest of men might find it overwhelming. I'm fine, Xinyi declared, feeling rather unique. Even if there were 30 beautiful women, I'd merely smile, absolutely unfazed. Since that's settled, what more is there to discuss? Zhuolanlan exclaimed joyfully, let us fight. Fight together. You truly are a madwoman. Chu Lingxi yawned, shaking her head in refusal. I prefer one-on-one confrontations. Be it against a tyrannosaurus or a man, it is the same. Tang Shuero, would you join me? Zhuolanlan asked unabashedly. This woman must be in her ovulation phase. Otherwise, she would not display such eagerness for men. I will not, Tang Shuero replied, her face as red as the ripest apple. I think I should assess whether there are any dangers around. It was her first time, after all. It could not be so easily given away. Every woman harbors an almost mythical perfection in her imagination regarding her first experience. Hence, she would never willingly engage in a chaotic melee. Of course, Zhuolanlan was an exception. One could not measure this madwoman by conventional standards. Since they had all departed, Zhuolanlan chuckled. Shall we begin our little endeavor? Several hours later, after Zhuolanlan's persistent pleas for mercy, their grand plan for human propagation came to a temporary halt. Although Xinyi wished to continue, one of them simply could not endure any longer. If they forced it further, it could very well lead to dire consequences. All right, I shall let you off today, Xinyi said contentedly, stop squawking like a duck. This girl, though fresh and vibrant, could indeed be quite the handful. Only when her mouth was occupied could there be a moment of peace. Come on in, he beckoned. Since all had concluded, it was only natural to allow them entry. For Xinyi, a man of principle, the essence of his endeavors lay not in sharing a bed with women, but rather in the 100-fold return of gold coins. He currently possesses 7,000 gold coins, which he can entirely allocate to his female teammates for their expenditures, yielding a staggering return of 700,000 gold coins, a truly formidable sum. All right, you may commence your spending. Xinyi evenly distributed 2,000 gold coins to each individual. Due to Zhuolanlan's considerable efforts, she received an additional 3,000 gold coins. Why does she receive an extra 1,000? Chu Lingxi inquired with a tinge of envy. It's quite simple. My mouth has endured the burden, Zhuolanlan asserted with unwavering confidence. She felt completely justified in receiving more money. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to test it. All right, I won't provoke you. Chu Lingxi conceded, recognizing the futility in challenging her. After all, one cannot fault someone for their diligent labor. Enough of the chatter, let's begin our shopping. Xinyi could hardly contain his anticipation for their returns. Can we purchase anything? Tang Shuero asked cautiously. Indeed. Xinyi affirmed with a nod. Choose whatever you desire. Logically, upgrading vehicles would be the most prudent choice, not the vehicle core, as their funds were insufficient for that upgrade. I shall go select first, Tang Shuero murmured. The three women ventured off to choose their items. The supermarket's layout was exceptionally accommodating, with a vast screen divided into 3 segments for their selection, providing a delightful shopping experience. Ding! Congratulations, your female teammates have spent gold coins, triggering a 100-fold return. A series of cold system notifications rang out, causing Chunye's gold balance to skyrocket. In the blink of an eye, it reached 700,000 coins. A veritable explosion of wealth. Were it to involve upgrading the vehicle core, it would be an exhilarating triumph, potentially achieving an all-time high. Even if the system was rather peculiar, 700,000 gold coins should undoubtedly suffice for a complete upgrade. Boss, I have upgraded the vehicle engine. And now it is incredibly powerful. Zwalanlan joyfully shared. After spending several thousand gold coins on the engine, its speed capabilities would be significantly enhanced. Previously, her vehicle core was already unparalleled in speed. Now, with the extensive investment in upgrading the engine, it would become an extraordinary phenomenon. From this point forward, she would likely dominate the racing scene, potentially setting records more formidable than those of Zhang Xiaoquan. What about you? Chen Yi inquired, turning to Chu Lingxi. I purchased a weapon, she replied. It is quite expensive and immensely powerful. Is that so? Chen Yi smiled. How powerful? With this weapon, I can challenge a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chu Lingxi declared confidently. Ever since losing her title as the first dragon slayer, she had been determined to reclaim her status. That sounds impressive. Chen Yi then turned to Tang Shuero. And you? I, Tang Shuero said, acquired a helicopter. What? Chen Yi thought he misheard. A helicopter, Tang Shuero clarified, a vehicle-mounted helicopter. This is a type of vehicle upgrade that allows a vehicle to possess a helicopter in a remarkably limited space. In case of emergencies, one can escape via helicopter. Previously, during the Triceratops herd's riot, had there been a helicopter, absolute safety could have been guaranteed. You indeed possess a thoughtful disposition. Chen Yi nodded in acknowledgement. The vehicle-mounted helicopter, equipped with weaponry systems, continued Tang Shuero, would possess formidable combat capabilities even in the presence of flying dragons. The so-called vehicle-mounted helicopter is a type of armed helicopter, distinctly different from a civilian aircraft. Chapter 136. The Magnificent Vision of the Great Benefactor Yi. Let us upgrade the vehicle core. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi initiated the upgrade. With such a substantial amount of gold, upgrading the vehicle core was imperative. For Chen Yi, who felt a profound lack of security, the absolute safety features of the vehicle core were exceedingly valuable and warranted a significant enhancement. Ding. Congratulations, you have consumed 1,000 gold coins to upgrade the vehicle core. Ding. Congratulations, you have consumed 10,000 gold coins to upgrade the vehicle core. Ding. Congratulations, you have consumed 100,000 gold coins to upgrade the vehicle core. Ding. Regrettably, you lack sufficient gold coins to proceed with upgrading the vehicle core. A series of system notifications chimed in. Those 700,000 gold coins may seem considerable. The vehicle core had only been upgraded to level 3. Open the vehicle core panel, Chen Yi commanded. Item, vehicle core. Level, 6. Rating, characteristics. Possessing the Azure vehicle core distinguishes you, granting immunity to all magical and physical damage. The potency of this effect depends on your proximity to the vehicle. Current range, 10 kilometers. Note, the vehicle must be situated within the survival world. If it resides within the system warehouse, the effect is nullified. The invulnerability range had significantly expanded, an astonishing 10 kilometers. Such a range is indeed substantial. The system is quite astute. Chen Yi had contemplated exploiting the system, but was met with a special stipulation. The vehicle must exist within the survival world for the effect to take place. What enhancements might the next upgrade bring? Chen Yi pondered. The next upgrade would require 1 million gold coins. Damn, the inflation rate is alarmingly rapid. Comparable to the Zimbabwean dollar. The range could be augmented to 100 kilometers. The immense sales screen responded. 1,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, the pinnacle level transcends spatial limitations, granting complete immunity to magic and physical attacks. The highest tier of vehicle characteristics is indeed formidable. However, the requisite amount of gold coins is equally fearsome. Even with Chen Yi's 100-fold return system, it would take a considerable amount of time to accumulate such wealth. By the way, Chen Yi suddenly inquired, can abilities be upgraded using gold coins? Certainly, came the immediate response from the expansive sales screen. Moreover, utilizing gold coins to upgrade abilities is exceptionally advantageous, a veritable gift from the heavens for survivors. Clearly, upgrading abilities with gold coins must be quite costly, Chen Yi mused. Soon, the screen displayed the relevant pricing. Mirroring the upgrade rules for the vehicle core, each increment would add a 0. The base price is surprisingly 1,000 gold coins. How ridiculous. Calculating it, it is twice as expensive as consuming ability fruits. The sole advantage lies in the speed. Consuming ability fruits can sometimes lead to an inability to consume further. However, the upgrade of the gold coins takes merely a few seconds. As long as you possess sufficient gold, it can be accomplished in no time. Is it gradually leaning towards the realm of predatory pay-to-win games? Chenyi felt an urge to curse. Yet, upon reflection, the system has always demanded both financial investment and relentless effort. Without such investment and effort, one inevitably becomes weak, trampled upon and humiliated by the strong. Upgrade your abilities. Ding. Congratulations, you have consumed 1,000 gold coins and upgraded your fire ability. Ding. Congratulations. You have consumed 10,000 gold coins and upgraded your fire ability. Ding. Congratulations, you have consumed 100,000 gold coins and upgraded your fire ability. Ding. Regrettably, you lack sufficient gold to upgrade the vehicle core. Having spent 111,000 gold coins feels utterly extravagant. Open the ability panel, Chenyi commanded. Ability, Eye of Divine Flame. Dawn of Fire. Ability rating. Ability level. For ability description, the divine eye can emit golden divine flames. The higher the ability level, the longer the combat duration. Duration, 1 hour. Such a significant enhancement? Chenyi was taken aback, astonished that it lasted an entire hour. To think, previously it could only endure for a mere minute. Even during his initial awakening, it lasted merely half an hour. In just half an hour, he had wreaked havoc, eliminating countless foes. An hour, naturally, would be even more terrifying. By the way, should I recycle the vehicle core? Chenyi inquired. Of course. The massive sales screen promptly responded. The price is exceedingly high. The higher the level, the greater the cost. Chenyi still possessed numerous vehicle cores with 100-fold return. Those items were of no use to him. It was better to allow the system to recycle them. Show me the specific price list, he instructed. Soon, a table materialized upon the screen. A level 3 vehicle core. You offer 10 gold coins? Chenyi could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed, upgrading a level 1 core to level 3 requires no less than 110 gold coins. The core itself must be worth at least several thousand gold coins, correct? May I inquire about the price of a level 1 vehicle core? A level 1 vehicle core, with random traits, is priced at 5,000 gold coins. The sales screen once again displayed the price list, specifying that for designated traits, the price doubles to 10,000 gold coins. It's outrageous. Chenyi exclaimed, this is blatant exploitation. Purchasing at 10 gold coins and selling at 10,000 gold coins. Good heavens, the profit margin would make even drug dealers weep. Corrupt officials would feel inferior. Dear customer, we are an honest merchant, offering extremely thin profit margins with excellent quality at reasonable prices. The system shamelessly replied. If their profit margins are indeed thin and they are honest merchants, then those unscrupulous sellers on other platforms must be altruistic philanthropists. Wait, Chenyi suddenly felt a chill. The system's unscrupulous behavior seems to harbor a vast opportunity for arbitrage. Since they price it at 5,000 gold coins, he could easily sell it for 4,000 to the survivors. Even at 4,900, the survivors would be exceedingly pleased to make a purchase. Even if it's merely 1 gold coin, it is still currency, is it not? Selling the vehicle core proves to be far more lucrative than hunting colossal beasts. Chenyi felt a surge of satisfaction. The key is that it is remarkably safe and exceedingly swift. With just a flick of a finger, a considerable sum of gold coins can be transferred into his account. Wait, Chenyi suddenly had another thought. Could the core he just upgraded be gifted to his female teammate? His own vehicle core had already reached a high level. If it could still yield a 100-fold return, that would be utterly delightful. Such a high-level vehicle core could be liquidated for a vast fortune, generating an abundance of gold coins. In fact, the current supply of gold coins has significantly increased. It is quite simple. The era of colossal beasts has arrived. Each giant beast yields a remarkable amount of gold coins upon defeat. Survivors are becoming increasingly affluent. With such wealth, someone must reap the rewards. Who could that person be? Naturally, it is the black market dealer, cough, cough, the benevolent Yi. He envisions a world where every survivor possesses a vehicle core. Each survivor deserves to have one. This is the noble aspiration of Yi. Earning money, he is not motivated by mere gold coins, but by the desire to transform the world into a better place. Chapter 137. The awakening of Zhuolanlan's abilities. His level 6 vehicle core alone cost him over 100,000 gold coins just for the upgrade. This does not even account for the core's intrinsic value, which would make the price even more staggering. If one vehicle core is valued at 100,000 gold coins multiplied by 300, that equates to an exceedingly frightening figure. This is what it means to earn money. This is the hallmark of a capitalist. 99% of people in the world work for others, their assets growing arithmetically. In contrast, true wealthy individuals calculate their wealth multiplicatively, experiencing exponential growth in their fortunes. There is an insurmountable gap between the two. Of course, this is merely Chun-Ye's speculation. Whether it can be realized remains to be seen through experimentation. Chun-Yi summons Walanlan and instructed her to replace her vehicle core using the original method. Subsequently, he handed her the level 6 Azure vehicle core for installation on her vehicle. Zwalanlan complied without hesitation, following his instructions meticulously. Soon, Chun-Yi heard the system's cold notification. Your female teammate, Zwalanlan, has consumed the level 6 Azure vehicle core, triggering a 100-fold return. You have received 100 level 6 Azure vehicle cores, now stored in the system's warehouse. Incredible. It truly works. Chun-Yi was taken aback. Though he had mentally prepared himself, the shock was still immense. If this could yield a 100-fold return, he would be immensely wealthy. He could dominate the survival world and acquire terrifying resources. Come here, both of you. Since the experiment was successful, there was no time for idle chatter. He needed to utilize the other 2 female teammates as well. Shortly thereafter, the other 2 female teammates also achieved a 100-fold return. Chun-Ye's warehouse now contained 300 level 6 vehicle cores, an unimaginable fortune. Each vehicle core could likely be exchanged for an entire fleet. Yet now he possessed a staggering 300. Would the black market system be willing to redeem the level 6 vehicle cores? Chun-Yi deliberately inquired, wishing to ascertain the depths of the system's malevolence. Esteemed customer, the acquisition price for a level 6 vehicle core is 1,000 gold coins. To his astonishment, the price displayed on the large screen was indeed a mere 1,000 gold coins. It was bewildering, considering that merely upgrading consumed over 100,000 gold coins. Yet the system offered a paltry sum of only 1,000. It was as if the darkness of the system had opened its doors to reveal an even deeper abyss. How could it be so exploitative? Did the system's conscience not ache? Such a ridiculously low acquisition price rendered direct reclamation nearly impossible. With only 1,000 gold coins at stake, Chun-Yi would rather discard it than allow the dog of a system to acquire it. With this in mind, Chun-Yi pondered seriously. He must seek out affluent buyers to have any hope of selling the vehicle core. Only in this manner could he liquidate it for a greater sum of gold coins. Naturally, to ensure the uniqueness of his vehicle core, the core's attributes must be altered prior to sale. It was imperative that no other survivors possessed the attribute of absolute safety. Should everyone possess it, his golden laser eyes would lose their efficacy, a scenario that was utterly unacceptable. Moreover, modifying the attributes of the vehicle core required a mere 10 gold coins, incurring almost no cost. If other survivors obtained the attribute of absolute safety through alternative channels, that was beyond Chun-Ye's control. However, he would ensure that it would never escape his grasp. Boss, can we open the treasure chests now? Zwalanlan suddenly reminded him. Previously, they had slain 3 colossal beasts, resulting in the acquisition of 2 treasure chests, 1 silver and 1 gold. Due to a series of events, they had yet to open them. Very well, Chun-Yi nodded, assigning the task of opening the treasure to her. Zwalanlan had always possessed remarkable luck, making her the perfect choice for this endeavor. I'll open the silver chest first, she declared eagerly. Chun-Yi tossed the chest to her. With great anticipation, Zwalanlan rubbed her hands together, her excitement reaching its zenith. Upon opening the chest, a brilliant light flashed, and then silence enveloped the surroundings. Chun-Yi glanced inside to find a legendary level flame ability fruit nestled within. He was utterly taken aback by the exceptional rarity of what they had uncovered. What did a legendary level ability fruit signify? It equated to a staggering 1,000 ordinary ability fruits, an unfathomable quantity. Boss, you should consume it, Zwalanlan exclaimed, holding out the legendary level flame ability fruit. It was reasonable for Chun-Yi, whose powers were already formidable, to prioritize the enhancement of his abilities. However, Chun-Yi shook his head in refusal, saying, you should eat it. Why should I? Zwalanlan questioned, perplexed. As a flame ability user herself, she had yet to awaken any related powers. Allowing her to consume a legendary level ability fruit would undoubtedly be a waste. Try to see if you can awaken, Chun-Yi commanded sternly. Swallow it. All right then. Zwalanlan had no choice but to comply. Recalling the last time Chun-Yi had given her such a command, she had obediently followed suit. Moreover, she consumed a significant amount, which left Chun-Yi quite pleased. Now, with such a command from Chun-Yi, she naturally could not refuse. Soon, the sweet, legendary grade ability fruit was swallowed whole. It must be said that, true to its legendary status, the fruit was exceptionally delicious and delightfully sweet. What do you think? Chun-Yi inquired curiously, wondering if her powers had awakened. The other two female teammates had already manifested their abilities, both of which proved to be immensely useful. Conversely, Zhuolanlan, the most Navi among them, had become Chun-Yi's teammate first, yet had not awakened her powers until now. Despite consuming the most ability fruits, she exhibited no signs of change. "I've awakened," Zhuolanlan suddenly exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "I've awakened the flame ability, the annihilating black fire." This ability sounded quite formidable, piquing Chun-Yi's interest instantly. "Demonstrate it." Words often fall short. Actions provide the clearest understanding. "All right," Zhuolanlan responded, opening her cherry-like lips to unleash a torrent of black flames. The flames engulfed the massive screen, burning relentlessly, seemingly impossible to extinguish. "Wow," Chun-Yi couldn't help but exclaim. "You can actually breathe fire." He had longed to do the same, nearly resorting to rituals, yet had failed. Meanwhile, Zhuolanlan unexpectedly acquired this ability. It felt profoundly unfair. "But this fire-breathing ability," Zhuolanlan remarked disinterestedly, "is just like De Huang's. It's so disgusting." She had envisioned her powers to be grand and beautiful, only to find them akin to De Huang's. De Huang breathed red flames, while she exhaled black. As for whether the flames could be extinguished, she was utterly unconcerned, deeming it exceedingly dull and a disappointment. "You are truly oblivious to your fortune." Chun-Yi nearly wanted to deliver a playful smack to her head, incredulous that she did not cherish such a remarkable ability. "All right, let us hasten to open the golden treasure chest." Chun-Yi, consumed by jealousy to the point of grimacing, chose to ignore her. Chapter 138. Who is whose little pet? If a silver treasure chest could yield such extraordinary ability fruits, granting Zhuolanlan this astonishing firepower, then the golden treasure chest promised even greater anticipation. "I don't want to open it. I'm feeling a bit down," Zhuolanlan began to sulk. This left Chun-Yi perplexed, prompting him to console her. "De Huang breathes fire. It is my little pet." This remark instantly flushed Zhuolanlan's cheeks crimson, her delicate form quivering with excitement. "So what are you waiting for? Open the golden treasure chest at once," Chun-Yi commanded with a stern expression. "All right, boss," she replied. The golden treasure chest sprang open, a radiant golden light flashing forth. Inside lay a black card. Zhuolanlan delicately extracted the card with her slender fingers, examining it closely. Legendary grade fuel card. Upon use, one can obtain 100 liters of legendary grade fuel. While 100 liters may not sound like much, the reality was quite the opposite. This was not ordinary fuel. It was legendary grade, with 1 liter equivalent to 1,000 liters of standard fuel. "What is this? The item drawn is so disappointing." Zhuolanlan could not help but express her exasperation. "Silly girl, how much legendary fuel have we acquired on our journey?" Chun-Yi inquired. "Is it 100 liters?" Zhuolanlan was uncertain of the precise figure, but one thing was clear: legendary grade fuel was rather scarce. It is worth noting that this was achieved while Chun-Yi had 3 female teammates and the terrifying advantage of a 100-fold return. Without these, it would have been impossible to accumulate so much. "Can this legendary grade fuel be used for the helicopter?" Tang Shuoro asked. "If so, that would be quite an exceptional reward. From then on, we would no longer need to worry about the helicopter's endurance." "Of course," Chun-Yi replied confidently. Being one of the first survivors in the world of survival to obtain legendary grade fuel, he was well aware of the intricacies involved. "So we truly hit the jackpot." Zhuolanlan still felt it was a loss, thinking it was merely fuel. Did it really hold such significance? They were about to face a behemoth. Chu Lingxi nodded in agreement. Fuel was indeed of utmost importance. In the face of a giant beast, whether fleeing or pursuing, being without fuel rendered one utterly immobile. "That does hold some truth," Zhuolanlan conceded, yet she remained displeased. "My fire ability is utterly useless." "Who says your fire ability is worthless?" Chun-Yi countered. "Do you not remember that we possess an iron treasure map?" "Of course I remember." Zhuolanlan quickly nodded, having acquired it from Zhang Xiaoquan. "Since we have some free time, we can utilize this treasure map." The use of this map would not only bolster Zhuolanlan's confidence in battle, but, more importantly, it offered a 100-fold return. Once the female teammates consumed the iron treasure map, they would obtain 100 treasure maps. Upon synthesis, it would equate to a silver treasure map, with the potential returns being quite formidable. This did not even account for the high-value items that could be procured from the treasure chests. The iron treasure map was a gift from Zhang Xiaoquan. Tang Shuero expressed her concern. Could he have some ulterior motive? He is, after all, considered an enemy. How could he possibly be benevolent? It could very well be an unimaginable scheme that might inflict great harm. There is no need for concern, Zhuolanlan scoffed. It's merely an iron treasure map. Even if there were a conspiracy, how dangerous could a low-level treasure map truly be? Its rank has already set limitations. Given our current combat prowess, we are more than capable of handling it. That kid Zhang Xiaoquan surely has some schemes, Chenyi concurred. However, he shared Zhuolanlan's sentiments. It was just an iron treasure chest. How formidable could it possibly be? Then let us commence our treasure hunt without delay, Chu Lingxi exclaimed, drawing forth her sword with eager anticipation. Regardless of the battle, as long as it was a fight, she was thoroughly excited. Zhuolanlan produced the map, and with a flash of white light, Chun Yi and his companions found themselves in a desolate cityscape. They found themselves amidst the dilapidated remnants of towering structures. The steel edifices were marred by rust, and the roads lay in a state of disrepair, littered with an array of completely abandoned vehicles. Suddenly, a chime resonated. Congratulations! Your female teammate, Zhuolanlan, has consumed an iron treasure chest map, and you have received a 100-fold return. 100 iron treasure chest maps have been deposited into the system's warehouse. The system's voice, unusually melodious, brought a wave of comfort to Chun Yi. He had long yearned for the treasure chest maps, and now they were finally within his grasp. A brief synthesis would yield a silver treasure chest map. A thought that filled him with delight. Where is the location of the treasure chest? Chun Yi inquired. Zhuolanlan held an electronic map, on which a red indicated the precise location of the iron treasure chest. Are there any dangers nearby? Chun Yi turned to Tang Shuero, whose perceptive abilities could also be employed within such a map. There are some minor threats, she replied, without needing Chun Yi's command. Tang Shuero began to sense the surroundings as soon as they entered the map. There doesn't seem to be any significant danger, just a small dog. Though it harbors no ill intent. Thanks to the enhancement of her perception abilities, she could discern many intricate details with clarity. Then let us advance, Chun Yi commanded. While caution was paramount, action was equally necessary. To expedite their progress and ensure safety, Chun Yi retrieved a 6-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle from the system's warehouse. They all boarded the vehicle, utilizing its smart driving feature to set their destination. The onboard navigation system would determine the optimal route, allowing them to focus solely on the anticipated rewards. Chun Yi poured himself a cup of iced cola, absent-mindedly caressing a pair of exquisite black stockings. The identity of the owner of those beautiful legs was of no concern to him. At that moment, a message arrived. It was from Zhang Xiaoquan. This individual had completely failed in the racing competition and still owed Chun Yi numerous silver treasure chests. Before Chun Yi could seek him out, he had come knocking instead. Did you use the iron treasure chest map I gifted you? Zhang Xiaoquan's voice message carried an unmistakable tone of urgency. What is the matter? Chun Yi retorted without answering directly. If you hadn't used it, then there would be no issue. Zhang Xiaoquan chuckled slyly. But since you have used it, I truly cannot save you now. Save me? Chun Yi found this perplexing. He was perfectly safe and saw no need for assistance. I was even planning to gather 10 silver treasure chests for you, along with a substantial amount of resources, Zhang Xiaoquan said gleefully. But it seems that will no longer be necessary. What do you mean? Stop being so cryptic. Chun Yi replied, his patience wearing thin. You are indeed a hero of this world and a true legend of the survival realm, Zhang Xiaoquan sighed. I genuinely admire you. However, you may never escape. You will be forever trapped within the iron treasure chest map. Without any further preamble, he laid it bare. The iron treasure chest map had originally been a trap laid for Chun Yi, but he had hesitated to leap into it. Until now, the era of colossal beasts has arrived, and only then did he employ the iron treasure chest map. Reasonably speaking, Zhang Xiaoquan had already succumbed to despair. He believed that with Chun Yi's current rank, he would hardly regard the iron treasure chest as worthy, thus rendering any attempt to unlock the treasure map for adventure futile, making his traps and schemes unfeasible. However, unexpectedly, amidst despair, hope was born. Are you boasting? Chun Yi naturally did not believe him, perceiving Zhang Xiaoquan's words as mere nonsense. Whether he is boasting or not, one would know after trying it. Zhang Xiaoquan exuded confidence. Even if Chun Yi possessed the terrifying golden laser eyes and the absolutely safe core characteristics of his vehicle, he would not be able to escape from the iron treasure chest map. You better pray I don't get out. Chun Yi scoffed, for if he were to escape, the first person he would seek out would be you. Qinyi was indeed Zhang Xiaoquan's significant creditor, and the first thing he would do upon emerging from the iron treasure chest map was to demand repayment from him. At that point, this fellow would have no choice but to seize his arrogance. I hope you can come out. Zhang Xiaoquan chuckled, though the probability was slim. This map was a grand gift he had prepared for Chunyi. Only he, who could acquire various maps daily, could orchestrate such a scheme. Without a plethora of treasure maps, this plot could not possibly come to fruition. Boss, we have arrived, Zhuolanlan reminded. After a period of travel, they reached the vicinity of the treasure chest without encountering any danger. As far as the eye could see, the iron treasure chest appeared as dark as ink. I will go retrieve it and see what good items it holds. Zhuolanlan was eager. Don't rush. Chunyi stopped her, asking Tang Shuero if there was any danger nearby. Chunyi did not need to be so cautious, but Zhang Xiaoquan's confident demeanor compelled him to exercise prudence to avoid a misstep. There is no danger. Tang Shuero shook her head, having been attuned to the surrounding threats. Not even a single living creature? Chunyi inquired further. There is a dog. Tang Shuero quickly responded, mentioning a small dog that posed no threat whatsoever. Then let us proceed. Chunyi finally lowered his guard. Zhuolanlan cheerfully prepared to descend, but was halted by Chu Lingxi. Take a knife with you. Chu Lingxi handed her a dagger. Regardless of whether there is danger, having a weapon for self-defense is always prudent. Thank you. Zhuolanlan accepted the dagger without a second thought and went straight down. Approaching the iron treasure chest, she encountered no risk. Initially, she had been quite fearful, ready to seize the iron treasure chest and flee, but the surroundings were calm and serene, presenting no hint of danger whatsoever. If one were to insist there was any potential risk, a small, seemingly harmless yellow dog was not far off, tilting its head and gazing at Zhuolanlan. To avoid stirring up trouble, although Zhuolanlan found the little dog adorable, she prepared to return to the vehicle. Suddenly, the little yellow dog dashed over, wagging its tail vigorously at Zhuolanlan, prompting her nurturing instincts to surge, and she couldn't help but reach out to pet the little dog's head. Are you the guardian beast of the iron treasure chest? Each treasure chest is guarded by ferocious beasts, and even the iron chests, despite their lower tier, are no exception. Bark, bark, bark. The little yellow dog yelped a few times, suddenly biting into Zhuolanlan's hand, piercing through her palm and causing blood to flow. Just as she had surmised, this yellow dog was indeed the guardian of the iron treasure chest, tasked with preventing any human from taking it away. Although it appeared rather comical, in a critical moment, it remained loyal to its duty, diligently fulfilling its responsibilities. Wretched dog. Filthy mutt. Bad creature. Zhuolanlan fumed, drawing her dagger and stabbing at the little yellow dog in a frenzy. Her heartfelt intentions had been misplaced, leaving her both enraged and distressed. In no time, she had fatally wounded the dog. However, upon its demise, one little yellow dog transformed into 10 larger, more menacing yellow dogs, barking furiously at Zhuolanlan and advancing to attack. Startled, Zhuolanlan hurriedly entered the vehicle, firmly shutting the door, her breath coming in ragged gasps from the shock. She had never anticipated such ferocity from a mere little yellow dog. Are you all right? Tang Shuero inquired with great concern, sensing a palpable aura of hostility. This revelation astonished her. Initially, there was only a single small red dot, but it had suddenly multiplied into 10 larger red dots, each exuding a heavy malice that bordered on hatred. There are numerous vicious dogs outside, Zhuolanlan said anxiously. We must drive and crush them. Do not rush to use force, Tang Shuero advised. Let us first consult our master. Chunyi had already been observing their situation, his expression solemn as he asked, what is happening? Why are there suddenly so many dogs? Taking a deep breath, Tang Shuero deliberated for a while before responding, dogs give birth to dogs. A single dog can produce many offspring. It was indeed absurd that one dog had transformed into 10 in an instant. Could it be a splitting dog? Chunyi speculated, furrowing his brow. Based on the hesitant information provided by Zhuolanlan, it became evident that the barking yellow dogs outside possessed a splitting ability. Killing one resulted in the emergence of even more. If that were the case, they would soon be overwhelmed by a tide of these yellow dogs. Chu Lingxi used the crossbow to kill one of the large yellow dogs and see what happens. Chunyi commanded. Understood. Chu Lingxi drew her crossbow, accurately aiming at one of the barking large yellow dogs outside, and swiftly shot an arrow that struck its throat. The yellow dog was effortlessly slain. Yet, almost immediately, it split into 10 even larger yellow dogs. This confirmed Chun Ye's suspicion. They were indeed the legendary Splitting Hellhounds. The more they killed, the more formidable the enemy became, proving to be quite troublesome. What shall we do now? Chu Lingxi inquired. We shall do nothing. Chen Yi promptly replied with his strategy. Sometimes, inaction is the wisest choice. As the saying goes, a misguided direction renders effort futile. At times, lying low is more prudent than striving against the odds. Chapter 140. The Hellish Splitting Dog Frenzy. I understand now, Chu Lingxi said with a clever smile. The treasure map has a time limit. Once that time elapses, the survivors will be ejected from the map. As long as we do nothing, the crisis will naturally resolve itself. This mechanism serves as a constraint on the survivors, given a specified time frame. Failing to locate the treasure chest within that duration signifies a lack of capability, justifying their expulsion as a form of punitive measure. However, for Chen Yi and his companions, this has unexpectedly become the most effective solution to their current dilemma. After all, no matter how ferocious the splitting dogs may be, they cannot bite through steel. They can only bark furiously at the vehicles, nothing more. If that is the case, then they might as well wait. Although Chu Lingxi was eager to engage in battle, she reconsidered, realizing that if thousands of large yellow dogs were truly unleashed, it would spell trouble. Woof, woof. The large yellow dogs barked wildly. Chen Yi and the others dismissed it as mere noise. Yet, the articulate large yellow dog could no longer endure it. As the king of dogs, capable of breathing fire, speaking, and exhibiting formidable combat prowess, how could it tolerate these mongrels barking in its presence? Consequently, it thrust its head out of the car window and barked fiercely. Its single voice overshadowed all the other large yellow dogs. Of course, it was not a foolish creature. It understood human language and knew that attacking these large yellow dogs would lead to chaos. It was likely that Zhang Xiaoquan intended to trap the big brother using this map. Chu Lingxi, being astute, although she had not heard Zhang Xiaoquan's arrogant remarks, could deduce the truth from subtle clues. However, it seemed that his plan was destined to fail. Indeed, agreed Zualanlan with a smile. As long as we remain still and inactive, that boy's schemes will naturally fall apart. Yet, Tang Xuero's expression turned grave. It may not be so simple, she remarked. Possessing a heightened sense of perception compared to her peers, she understood that the hellish three-headed dogs were not easily dealt with. These terrifying large yellow dogs were not only fierce, harboring primal malice, but they also possessed high intelligence. What is the matter? Chen Yi asked curiously. Are you sensing other dangers within the map? The map was vast, and it was possible that other, more terrifying threats lurked within, which would complicate matters further. It's not other dangers, Tang Xuero replied with utmost seriousness. It's these large yellow dogs. They are likely not so easily handled. Though she did not know what the next move of these large yellow dogs would be, one thing was clear: they were not to be underestimated. And lying down and doing nothing would not resolve all issues. Do not fear, Chen Yi reassured her. We shall face whatever comes. To be honest, he was quite eager to witness the strategies of this pack of large yellow dogs. If they could be dealt with so effortlessly, it would lack intrigue. Suddenly, the barking of the large yellow dogs intensified. What was once tolerable transformed into a cacophony that pounded against their eardrums. Initially, Chen Yi and his companions had chosen to ignore it, but the ferocity of the noise compelled them to peer through the glass windows. Upon glancing outside, while Chen Yi remained composed, the girls were overwhelmed, nearly retching. The large yellow dogs were engaged in a brutal struggle amongst themselves, with several being torn apart, blood and flesh gruesomely displayed. Even many of the internal organs were torn out, red and white mingling together, with a stench rising to the heavens. The deceased yellow dog began to split apart instantaneously, multiplying in number, becoming increasingly grotesque and larger. Chen Yi and his companions, displaying remarkable wisdom, refrained from attacking. However, the yellow dogs commenced to assault one another. Each act of aggression resulted in the emergence of numerous yellow dogs, their numbers escalating dramatically. In no time, a tide of hellish splitting hounds formed, overwhelming in quantity, layers upon layers encircling the six-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle. They gnawed furiously, though for the moment, they could not inflict damage upon the heavy armor and bulletproof glass. Yet, with their frenzied self-reproduction, a colossal danger was brewing. Moreover, with each reproduction, not only did the number of yellow dogs surge, but their combat capabilities also escalated alarmingly. The yellow dogs grew larger and more ferocious, posing an imminent threat to Chen Yi and his companions if left unchecked. What should we do now? Zualanan exclaimed in a flurry. We cannot attack. If they launch an assault, death will come swifter. It seemed neither offense nor passivity would suffice. Chu Lingxi's striking face paled slightly as she too grasped the peril of the situation. Even she, who was usually fearless, found the current predicament daunting. No wonder Zhang Xiaoquan was so arrogant. Qinyi, who previously dismissed this, now truly understood the source of his confidence. The reason was simple. This iron treasure chest map was indeed a lethal trap, unimaginably vicious. What should we do to break the deadlock? Tang Shuoro turned to Qinyi. Although she sensed various dangers, she was never a decision-maker, lacking experience in navigating such dire straits. In truth, there was no need for panic. Qinyi remained composed, confident in his ability to resolve the situation. Easily resolved? Chu Lingxi frowned, her expression skeptical. She believed that her own intellect could hardly tackle the current dilemma. It was worth noting that among those present, she had the most battle experience and martial prowess. If my conjecture is correct, Qinyi gazed out at the throng of yellow dogs. It can indeed be resolved with relative ease. As a legendary survivor, how could he possibly fall in a place like this? What is your conjecture, young man? Chu Lingxi inquired with keen curiosity, eager to learn how Qinyi intended to turn the tide. Patience, Qinyi replied, gazing out the window. I am curious to see just how far these beasts can evolve. Can they truly undergo infinite evolution and division? That would be utterly astonishing. An iron treasure chest map holds such terrifying beasts? What do you intend to do? Chu Lingxi asked, her expression turning wary, suddenly realizing that Qinyi seemed poised to undertake something exceedingly perilous. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Qinyi chuckled. It was surprising to see this fearless girl displaying fear today. Faced with the ferocity of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, she dared to confront it head-on. Yet a few yellow dogs rendered her cautious. I am not afraid, Chu Lingxi remarked. I merely find you utterly deranged. For a woman with the potential for madness. To label Qinyi as insane was nearly a badge of honor. Boss, what exactly do you intend to do? Zhualanlan echoed her confusion. Attack. Qinyi flashed a cruel smile and immediately launched an all-out assault, employing every means of attack without regard for cost. He was eager to discover the extent to which these large yellow dogs could evolve, pondering whether there were limits to their quantity and quality. Chapter 141. The indomitable might of black fire. Isn't this a bit reckless? Tang Xuro's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. Even if they refrained from attacking, the Hell Splitter hounds had already reached an alarming level of ferocity. The consequences of an assault were unfathomable. What nonsense! Qinyi rolled down the car window and initiated the attack. His golden laser eyes activated incessantly, obliterating the skulls of the Hell Splitter hounds, regardless of their formidable strength. Then came the relentless splitting, birthing even stronger and more numerous Hell Splitter hounds. Qinyi was exhilarated by the slaughter. He disregarded everything, even managing to control the population of the Hell Splitter hounds through sheer, terrifying carnage. He was killing so swiftly that the rate of their division struggled to keep pace. However, it wasn't long before the Hell Splitter hounds gained the upper hand. Qinyi's explosive speed could not be sustained indefinitely. After all, he was human and would tire, his speed inevitably diminishing. Witnessing this, Chu Lingxi felt the urge to join the fray, launching her own fervent attacks. Even the tank's cannon joined the battle, firing shell after shell, the barrel glowing red from the intense barrage. Throughout the repeated divisions, the Hell Splitter hounds underwent terrifying transformations in both quantity and quality. The numbers were overwhelming, creating a veritable ocean of yellow dogs. As for their quality, these fearsome Hell Splitter hounds had grown immensely, their fangs razor-sharp, towering 2 meters even when crouched. One could only imagine the horror of such a presence. Incredible! Qinyi hastily captured several photographs and sent them to Zhang Xiaoquan, hoping to share in the excitement. Upon receiving the images, Zhang Xiaoquan was overjoyed. He had initially worried that Qinyi's intellect might discern the vulnerabilities of the Hell Splitter hounds. Little did he know, Qinyi had completely overlooked them and instead found himself submerged in a boundless sea of Hell Splitter hounds. In such a terrifying scenario, even with Qinyi's extraordinary offensive capabilities, it seemed impossible to turn the tide. Brother, it appears you are destined to remain trapped in this map forever, Zhang Xiaoquan chuckled, offering a silent tribute to his plight. Don't say that, Qinyi replied confidently. What if I manage to escape? Once I do, I shall surely smash Zhang Xiaoquan's head. One can only hope, Zhang Xiaoquan laughed. I look forward to your return, to your triumphant comeback. The notion of a hero's return is a cliché found in every popcorn film and television series. Yet he was acutely aware that a ruse is merely a ruse. Chunyi could never return. With a resounding snap, a hell-splitter hound sank its formidable fangs into the thick armor of the behemoth armored vehicle. The monstrous, fearsome incisors pierced the iron plating, presenting an unimaginable horror. Intriguing indeed. Chunyi's golden laser eyes flared as he effortlessly incinerated the massive hell-splitter hound's head. If these fiends were permitted to split further, they might become unmanageable. One must remember that even a Tyrannosaurus rex could only barely puncture armor. The fact that these creatures possessed such terrifying capabilities was utterly absurd. We cannot possibly win. Chu Lingxi could not refrain from commenting. It appeared we were truly outmatched. Do not panic, Chunyi replied with a smile. Have you forgotten that we still possess the world-ending black fire? The world-ending black fire is the fearsome, fire-breathing ability recently awakened in Zhualanlan. Boss, don't jest, Zhualanlan exclaimed in a sudden panic. My involvement is at stake here. She lacked the confidence to resolve such a dire predicament. Based on my speculation, your indomitable black fire should be impossible to extinguish, making it perfectly suited to counter these frenzied, splitting hounds. Speculation? Zhualanlan immediately felt uneasy. What if your conjecture is incorrect? Since it is merely speculation, the possibility of error exists. If it were a flawless guess, it would be considered definitive intelligence. There is no need to label it as speculation. Should the conjecture fail, it seems we may truly be trapped here forever. Chunyi spoke with remarkable calmness, as if this were a matter of little consequence, unrelated to life and death. Go ahead, be mad if you wish. Zhualanlan could hardly fathom Chunyi's audacity. There is no need for fear. Let us give it a try. I believe the issue is manageable, Chunyi encouraged. Very well. At this juncture, Zhualanlan had no other choice but to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. She rolled down the car window and unleashed a fierce torrent of flames. Before the endless horde of hell-splitter hounds, her fiery breath seemed negligible, failing to capture the attention of the pack at first. Initially, it stirred no waves. However, gradually, the flames ignited and could not be extinguished. One by one, the ferocious hell-splitter hounds perished. And even the more powerful yellow dogs that emerged from their demise were not spared, still succumbing to the fire. As their size increased, the intensity of the flames naturally escalated, amplifying their impact. The hell-splitter hound's incessant splitting and growth characteristics ultimately became the most vital fuel for the indomitable black fire, establishing a terrifying spiral of expansion. The dreadful indomitable black fire blazed larger and more fearsome, rendering the hell-splitter hounds powerless to continue their rampage. The flames intensified, and they were incapable of mounting any further assault, reduced to howling in terror amidst the inferno. Thus, the crisis faced by Chunyi and his companions was resolved through this intricate interplay of opposing forces, leading to their salvation. Congratulations! You have completed the exploration of the Black Iron treasure map and obtained a Black Iron treasure chest. Due to your successful restraint of the Hell-Splitter Hound, you have triggered a hidden reward and received the Hell-Splitter Hound card. The system's cold notification echoed in the air. Initially, Chunyi held no expectations for any reward, considering it merely a Black Iron treasure map. However, to his astonishment, he had obtained the card of the Hell-Splitter Hound, its purpose unknown to him. Chunyi opened his palm, revealing a card emanating a golden glow, suspended in midair. Item: Hell-Splitter Hound card description. This card allows you to summon a Hell-Splitter Hound for combat, lasting for 10 hours. In truth, the Hell-Splitter Hound is not invincible. It possesses a finite duration. As long as one can endure the 10 hours with sufficient combat power and defensive capabilities, all Hell-Splitter Hounds will eventually vanish, alleviating the impending crisis. Nevertheless, this presents a formidable challenge. Even though Chunyi possessed the Azure Core for absolute safety, there remained a risk of being devoured by the Hell-Splitter Hound. After all, Chunyi's notion of absolute safety was indeed limited, while the Hell-Splitter Hound, in a certain sense, had no constraints, being infinite and boundless. This could be considered a significant trump card. Naturally, Chunyi was quite pleased with his acquisition. Big brother, Chu Lingxi inquired curiously, what if Zhualanlan's indomitable black fire cannot resolve the issue? It was indeed a narrow escape, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Then there is nothing to be done, Chunyi replied nonchalantly. We might meet a grim fate. Chapter 142, The Unmasking of Zhang Xiaoquan. So, you were essentially gambling just now, without any backup plans? Chu Lingxi expressed her astonishment, deeming the situation absurd. Big brother, how have you become so reckless? Confidence and a disregard for danger are not amiss, are they? What? Has the fearless little girl suddenly grown timid? Xinyi chuckled. That is not my style at all. Chu Lingxi retorted earnestly. Despite her usual audacity, her true nature was one of steadiness. Every venture into peril was merely a well-calculated scheme, not a genuine threat. Certainly not akin to Chunye's wildness. You have quite the sense of humor. Chunye did not dispute her. Regardless of the previous danger, the outcome was ultimately favorable. As for the notion of dancing on the edge of a blade, Chunye remained indifferent. In truth, this hardly constituted madness. As a so-called combat legend and a prominent figure among survivors, he could not fathom being eternally confined within such a small space. A mere iron treasure map could not contain a true dragon. One must admit, this iron treasure map is indeed perilous, Chu Lingxi remarked. Those incessantly splitting yellow hounds are even more dangerous than a Tyrannosaurus rex. However, the rewards are substantial, particularly that Hell Splitter Hound card, which is unimaginably powerful. I wonder if other treasure maps can yield such terrifying beast cards. To be honest, Chunye had always viewed treasure maps as inconsequential, containing little more than a single chest. Within the realm of the map, the most significant reward is the treasure chest, and nothing more. However, to my astonishment, there exist hidden rewards that are remarkably potent. Viewed in this light, the value of the Iron Treasure Chest map far exceeds that of the Iron Treasure Chest itself. Zhang Xiaoquan, behold what I have discovered. Chunye snapped a photograph, the backdrop unmistakably depicting the world of survival. Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern that Chunye had emerged from the Iron Treasure Chest map. Now that he had made his exit, it was only fitting to flaunt his achievement, particularly to ensure that Zhang Xiaoquan took notice. How foolish of him to think he could ensnare me in such a manner. Did he truly believe that Chunye could be trifled with and subdued by mere trivial strategies? What a fade he presents. Upon viewing the photograph, Zhang Xiaoquan's immediate reaction was disbelief. He was wholly skeptical, convinced that Chunye was fabricating the evidence. The image must have been taken prior, as the Hell Splitter dog was indeed formidable. Chunye had fully activated the terrifying attributes of the Splitter dog, rendering escape impossible. Had he not activated it, unaware of the Splitter dog's characteristics, it would merely be an Iron Treasure Chest map, devoid of any horrifying peril. However, once the Splitter dog's horrific attributes were triggered, the level of the Iron Treasure Chest map would surge, potentially reaching that of a Golden Treasure Chest map. It is no exaggeration to say that no one has yet conquered a Golden Treasure Chest map. Zhang Xiaoquan possessed such a map, yet he dared not utilize it recklessly. His prior agreement with Chunye was solely to jointly explore the Bronze Treasure Chest map, as he himself harbored fears of danger, hence enlisting Chunye's assistance. To his astonishment, Chunye had vanquished a beast of the Golden Treasure Chest map level, an incredulous feat that defied belief. Whether you believe it or not is of little consequence, Chunye chuckled, for I shall soon be on your trail. The other party owes quite a number of silver treasure chests, and most importantly, his stunningly beautiful mother. Chunye had no intention of letting her slip away. Can you truly find me? Zhang Xiaoquan scoffed, utterly unperturbed. What does that mean? Have you resolved to play the rogue? The other party's lack of integrity was, in truth, anticipated by Chunye. Every individual has their price. No matter how steadfast their principles, they can be swayed. With so many treasure chests, his vehicle core, and his own mother at stake, his refusal to retract his stance was, to Chunye, utterly absurd. It is not I who is being capricious, but rather your inadequacy. Zhang Xiaoquan declared triumphantly, simply unable to be found. This is truly a reckless game. And if I do find you? Chunye retorted with keen interest. Then that would indeed attest to your capabilities. Zhang Xiaoquan boasted with unwarranted confidence. Despite his bravado, he harbored doubts about Chunye's ability to track him down. If I can find you, Chunye grinned mischievously, I shall take your mother right before your very eyes. How dare you? Such language is utterly vulgar. Zhang Xiaoquan cursed, asserting, if you have the skill to find me, then you truly are impressive. He began to boast audaciously, much to Chunye's surprise. Was this not a blatant invitation to his own demise? Chunye ceased any further trivial conversation and directly inquired of Tang Shuoro. Are you able to pinpoint Zhang Xiaoquan's exact location? It is quite difficult, Tang Shuoro replied, shaking her head. The distance is too great. It exceeds my perceptual range. My abilities are limited to sensing danger and do not extend to identifying specific targets. I cannot locate an individual. It is utterly absurd that we cannot find him. Zhualanlan expressed her frustration. Letting him escape like this is simply outrageous. Rest assured, locating him should prove relatively straightforward, Chen Yi assured. He possessed numerous methods to track down Zhang Xiaoquan, the simplest being to issue a bounty in the group chat. If the reward was sufficiently enticing, individuals would flock to it, and even members from Zhang Xiaoquan's own crew might betray him for the right price. After all, in this world, people are driven by profit. The bustling crowds are all motivated by gain. Without further ado, Chen Yi posted a bounty. A reward of 100 gold coins will be granted to anyone who can provide the exact location of Zhang Xiaoquan. For Chen Yi, who had a substantial reserve of several 100,000 gold coins, this sum was but a trifle. However, for other survivors, it represented a considerable fortune, likely inciting madness among them. Even many of Zhang Xiaoquan's subordinates began to stir, contemplating their own gain. After a short wait, Chen Yi received the precise location of Zhang Xiaoquan. The informant, a stranger who had contacted him previously, provided the information at no charge, not even requiring the promised 100 gold coins. Why are you being so generous to me? Chen Yi could not help but ask the stranger. I am not only providing you the location but can also assist you in dealing with the deceitful Zhang Xiaoquan, the stranger replied earnestly. The motive was simple, to urge Chen Yi to attack Yi swiftly. The stranger harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yi Jie and yearned for Chen Yi to wield him as a weapon against her. Given the circumstances, I see no need to thank you, Chen Yi remarked, feeling it unnecessary. Zhang Xiaoquan, I have pinpointed your location, Chen Yi messaged. It is not too late to honor your commitments. This message served as Chen Yi's final opportunity for him, should Zhang Xiaoquan squander it. He could not fault Chen Yi for his ruthlessness. Brother, stop pretending. I truly do not believe you can find me, Zhang Xiaoquan began to taunt. Chapter 143, The Bride. Luo Zijuan. Zhang Xiaoquan's taunts ignited Chen Yi's ire. He could no longer tolerate such insolence and resolved to confront him decisively. We shall pursue Zhang Xiaoquan, Chen Yi commanded without hesitation. The six-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle roared to life. The automated driving system had already confirmed the location and commenced navigating as if it were a game. The onboard computer not only calculated the distance, but also estimated the time of arrival. In approximately half an hour, they would catch up with Zhang Xiaoquan's convoy. Given Chen Yi's formidable firepower, Zhang Xiaoquan would undoubtedly be no match. The encounter would likely devolve into a one-sided slaughter. Despite Zhang Xiaoquan being considered one of the more powerful survivors in this realm, in the face of Chen Yi's formidable prowess, this young man appeared utterly insignificant. Along the way, Luo Zijuan reached out to Chen Yi, an action that he had anticipated. When a child gets into trouble, a parent cannot simply turn a blind eye. Your son is being so inconsistent, Chen Yi remarked with a hint of displeasure. There's nothing I can do. Inconsistency is indeed unacceptable. Luo Zijuan sent an alluring voice message, acknowledging that one must take responsibility for their mistakes and endure the consequences. It seems I must atone in kind, she mused. Your son is certainly a handful, causing trouble everywhere. Chen Yi sighed, lamenting that ultimately, it was the mother who bore the brunt of the consequences. A fate that seemed to befall those of exceptional beauty. I have long resigned myself to this, Luo Zijuan chuckled. Do you really think this matter will resolve itself after a single night's sleep? Chen Yi was not one to easily relent, nor would he allow his interests to be compromised. While Luo Zijuan was indeed stunning, possessing exceptional skills and talents, the price for a fleeting encounter could scarcely exceed that of a silver treasure chest. It is worth noting that Zhang Xiaoquan owed him 20 of those chests. Am I truly so thoughtless? Luo Zijuan exclaimed in indignation. In your eyes, am I less than an ignorant little girl? Even a naive creature like Zualanlan would never make such outrageous demands, let alone me. What prompted you to contact me so suddenly? Chen Yi inquired with curiosity. At such a pivotal moment, this astute woman must have had an agenda. One only sees the new smiles while the old ones weep. Luo Zijuan replied with a tone of lament. I missed you. Is it not permissible to reach out and hear your voice? Her words, tinged with grievance, evoked a sense of guilt in Chen Yi. We are both cunning as old foxes, Chen Yi chuckled. Let us not delve into tales of the past. He preferred directness. I simply wanted to see you. Luo Zijuan expressed earnestly. Why have we not arranged a meeting until now? We had previously made plans, yet they have remained unfulfilled. Which is why I feel so aggrieved. That does seem to be my oversight. Shall I arrange a meeting with you now? The tension of the journey had been overwhelming, and Chen Yi yearned for some relaxation. Let me think. Luo Zijuan replied playfully. Perhaps if I am pleased, I will agree. Without further ado, Chen Yi promptly utilized the dating card. This time, Luo Zijuan did not refuse. In fact, she eagerly accepted. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they found themselves in the same space. This was a scene meticulously crafted by Chun Yi, reminiscent of a traditional Chinese wedding night. Bright red lanterns hung high, and the burning double candles of dragon and phoenix cast a dim, intimate glow throughout the room. Luo Zijuan, adorned in a stunning red ensemble, sat upon a wooden bed draped in crimson satin, her face partially concealed by a red veil. On the table lay a long jade stick, traditionally used to lift the bride's veil, a significant custom from ancient times. Chun Yi picked up the jade stick, taking his time to admire the alluring figure of the young mother before him, rather than hastily unveiling her. Even clad in a rather loose-fitting traditional bridal gown, she could hardly conceal her stunning figure. The phoenix crown and flowing silk, adorned with golden jewelry, accentuated her alluring physique, adding an air of genteel nobility. For as long as he could remember, Chun Yi's impression of Luo Zijuan could be encapsulated in 2 words: vibrant and lively. Her exuberance had left a lasting impact. It was indeed the first time he had witnessed her exude such opulence, grace, and virtue. However, to assert that she had transformed into a so-called refined lady would be utter nonsense. This astute woman was still aware of the subtleties of meeting her boyfriend. Beneath her elegant bridal gown, Luo Zijuan donned a pair of red-soled patent leather stilettos. The sheer stockings encasing her delicate feet rendered them breathtakingly sensual. Chun Yi lifted her gown with a jade ruler, admiring her flawless, shapely legs, encased in the nude stockings, devoid of any excess flesh, truly a sight to behold. Akin to a work of exquisite art, the allure of beauty is undeniable. In such a splendid moment, a man would naturally wish to indulge in the tactile sensations. Yet, Chun Yi refrained from doing so. Instead, he raised the jade ruler and, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap to her slender calf, leaving an imprint in the shape of the ruler on her porcelain skin. Ouch! Luo Zijuan exclaimed, the pain almost unbearable. Why did you hit me? She retorted, visibly annoyed. Isn't it what you enjoy, me hitting you with force? Chun Yi replied with a mischievous grin. She did indeed relish it, but certainly not in this manner. Are you trying something different today? Though her calf had initially throbbed with pain, it now faded, replaced by an inexplicable exhilaration. You are right. Let us try something different. Chun Yi once again raised the ruler high and brought it down with force. Luo Zijuan emitted a cry. Indeed, it was a cry of anguish, yet not from pain, but rather from an overwhelming surge of affection. It was an unprecedented experience, rich and profound in its intensity. No man had ever bestowed upon Luo Zijuan such a sensation. This moment was unforgettable, drawing her into a spiral of unconventional love. At that instant, she was a bride, a blissful bride, a bride whose very scalp tingled with delight, a bride whose worth surpassed even 1,000 gold pieces or the Jade Emperor himself. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Luo Zijuan could not help but exclaim. Indescribably brilliant. Chun Yi struck her once more, his demeanor stern. He resembled a lofty superior or an overbearing elder brother. Indescribably brilliant. Since it was beyond words, Luo Zijuan opted for a different expression. She resembled a disobedient subordinate or a playful younger sister. The two engaged in a profound and intimate exploration of one of humanity's most essential themes, procreation. Although they ultimately reached no significant conclusions, they found themselves utterly exhausted, having pushed their limits. After all, 10 hours had elapsed. Even the most resilient among them would find it taxing. Chapter 144. I, Chun Yi, am not a freeloader. Are you satisfied now? Chun Yi stretched luxuriously, acknowledging that he was indeed quite fatigued. How admirable is the diligent old ox. I am utterly satisfied. Luo Zijuan pursed her lips, truly content. How splendid it would be if every day could be like this. She let out a sigh. You really are a little glutton. Chun Yi playfully flicked her nose. After feasting all evening, you still wish to indulge for a lifetime? Is she not a little glutton? Let us discuss matters of importance. Chun Yi dressed and inquired, what do you wish to do about your son? Chun Yi was not devoid of compassion, since they had already compensated with flesh. It was only fair to provide an opportunity for negotiation. One thing was unequivocal. This was merely a chance for negotiation. It did not imply that succumbing was necessary after having slept with his mother. Zhang Xiaoquan's audacity and flaunting his arrogance would certainly come at a cost. There was no room for compromise on this matter. His affairs are no concern of mine. Luo Zijuan, unusually detached, appeared indifferent. This left Chun Yi perplexed. Are you suggesting I can dispose of Zhang Xiaoquan at will? You truly do not care? After all, he was her own flesh and blood. The only kin in a world of survival, a part of her very being. If she were to completely disregard him, would that not make her akin to a beast? If he chooses to perish, I cannot dissuade him. Let him be. Luo Zijuan maintained her nonchalant demeanor. Enough with the pretense. Just state your conditions. And I shall consider them, Chen Yi said, somewhat impatiently. In truth, Luo Zijuan had been reluctant to speak and hesitant to plead with Chen Yi. Yet, she could not remain a mere bystander. My son is quite useful, you know. His abilities allow him to obtain treasure maps daily. The higher his level, the more remarkable the treasure maps he acquires. In a sense, he is a cash cow. This was indeed the truth. If Zhang Xiaoquan were to survive, he would continuously yield wealth, which was rather enticing. However, that was where it ended. Despite the numerous advantages, Zhang Xiaoquan's arrogance warranted a lesson. Otherwise, why don't I just follow you? Luo Zijuan suddenly suggested, I could become your queen and lead the harem. There is no harem, nor a queen. Chen Yu corrected her. Only female teammates, all of whom are good friends. We are comrades in arms, and though we are all women, our bond is one of pure friendship, which must not be tarnished. Female teammates are female teammates. Luo Zijuan declared with pride. I have my own assets. I will not come empty-handed. 20 silver treasure chests are the bare minimum. This woman was quite clever. The 20 silver treasure chests were indeed debts owed by her son. She insisted on rephrasing it as her dowry. Not only did she offer herself to Chen Yi, but she also presented him with such a bounty of silver treasure chests. 20 silver treasure chests equated to 2 golden treasure chests, and the potential returns were staggering. It sounded rather appealing. Chen Yi nodded, feeling quite satisfied. Having secured not only your affection but also your dowry, should you not consider sparing your son? Everything in existence bears a price, and Luo Zijuan is no exception. Whether or not you choose to forgive him is your own affair. I shall not intervene. Luo Zijuan candidly shook her head, stating that you have already placed a bounty on Zhang Xiaoquan's position within the group, and now everyone is aware of your intentions toward him. If you were to inexplicably withdraw, how would others perceive you? How would you navigate through this? It would undoubtedly diminish your authority, which would be quite detrimental. Unexpectedly, she considered Chen Yi's perspective with such empathy. Truth be told, Chen Yi was deeply moved. If I must express my thoughts, Luo Zijuan finally remarked, I hope you can spare his life. After all, he is your own son, flesh and blood. It is impossible to lack feelings, and equally impossible to remain indifferent. Everything she is currently doing is, in fact, for the sake of her son's slim chance at survival. Even if I were to agree, Chen Yi replied with a shake of his head, your son is likely to pursue vengeance relentlessly, setting aside the ultimate outcome and any notions of enmity. Simply based on the fact that Chen Yi has wielded influence over him, Zhang Xiaoquan would not easily relent. If he does not resist, Zhang Xiaoquan would find it difficult to coexist. He cannot truly address Chen Yi as father, can he? Such an arrangement would be intolerable for any man. What if he were to become your ally? Luo Zijuan inquired. Becoming Chen Yi's ally seems to be the most favorable solution, a scenario that could yield mutual satisfaction. I am a man of principles. Chen Yi is not someone to be trifled with, and despite his casual demeanor, he has never accepted male allies. Surely you cannot expect me to make my son a eunuch? Such a shocking proposition is something Luo Zijuan would never accept. Nor would she entertain the idea of her son undergoing a gender transformation. Her love for Chen Yi is profound, enduring, and unwavering. Yet she cannot sacrifice her own son to such extremes. That would be utterly unacceptable. We are nearing your son's convoy, Chen Yi reminded her. Should we fail to reach a mutual understanding, then matters will have to proceed according to my terms. I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Luo Zijuan sighed, yet I shall first present you with these 20 silver treasure chests. With that, she retrieved them from her system warehouse. The 20 silver treasure chests were neatly arranged before Chen Yi. Are you serious? Although he knew Luo Zijuan would not deceive him, he was still taken aback. Such a considerable fortune, and she was willing to part with it so readily. That was indeed impressive. How could one possibly deceive in such matters? Luo Zijuan responded, besides, you are my beloved. My affection for you is boundless. How could I ever deceive you? A wise person would not easily resort to lies. And she is indeed a woman of exceptional intelligence. Thus, she would never utter falsehoods. With this understanding, Chen Yi raised his hand, storing all the treasure chests in his system warehouse. He then proceeded to combine them, resulting in 2 golden treasure chests. Golden treasure chests. Let us open them. Chen Yi said with anticipation, eager to discover what treasures might be bestowed upon you. Do not jest. Lu Zijuan cleverly declined. What originally belonged to Chen Yi would be inappropriate for her to take. 2 golden treasure chests, 1 for each. Chen Yi smiled and remarked that it was quite reasonable. Moreover, he had never taken advantage of women without reciprocation. Chen Yi possessed a rather convoluted character. While one might argue he was a freeloader, he frequently sought out loopholes, always yearning for the perks of the system, hoping to reap substantial benefits without cost. Yet, to label him merely as a mooch would be inaccurate. He had always upheld his principle of never exploiting women, a conviction he deemed of utmost importance. Chapter 145, Vehicle Upgrade. Alright. Who knows what treasures might emerge? After pondering for a moment, Lu Zijuan ultimately chose not to undermine Chen Yi's pride. You go ahead and open it, Chen Yi said with a smile. Let us see who reaps the greater rewards from our respective treasure chests. And what if the rewards are substantial? Lu Zijuan replied playfully. What if they're meager? The one with the higher rewards stands above the other. Chen Yi, uninterested in further banter, promptly proposed a straightforward approach. Very well. Lu Zijuan clapped her hands. Elated like a young girl, she had long desired to be on top, having been suppressed for too long, which had been quite a burden. Enough chatter. Let us open the chests. Chen Yi rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating the moment. Opening treasure chests had always been his favorite and brought him immense joy. My reward will undoubtedly be the finest, Lu Zijuan exclaimed as she opened the golden treasure chest, a flash of golden light illuminating the space. Inside lay a yellow card. With delicate fingers, she retrieved the card, and, upon a mere glance, her beautiful face flushed crimson. She hastily concealed it from Chen Yi's view, which only piqued his curiosity further. What does that mean? Chen Yi inquired with a chuckle. What kind of card did you draw? A yellow card. Lu Zijuan retorted with a hint of annoyance. This left Chen Yi utterly baffled. What on earth is a yellow card? I've never heard of such a thing. How can someone as astute as you not grasp it? Lu Zijuan said, exasperated. A yellow card refers to something risky. Risky? Chen Yi understood the concept. Yet he was perplexed by how a card could embody such implications. You must show it to me. All words are futile. I'll understand its effects once I have it in hand. Regardless, I've lost, Lu Zijuan conceded as she handed the card to Chen Yi. Upon receiving it, a torrent of information flooded Chen Yi's mind. Item: Dual Cultivation Upgrade Card Effect Description. Tirelessly tilling the fields brings immense benefits to both the cattle and the land. It enhances the abilities of both parties, increasing experience and allowing for level breakthroughs. The 3 fundamental aspects of human existence are eating, sleeping, and procreation. The diligent efforts of both men and women in procreation, toiling tirelessly for the continuation of human civilization and the longevity of the species, surely deserve recognition and reward. Wow! Chen Yi couldn't help but exclaim. This card is extraordinary. It left him feeling somewhat insecure. What could he possibly uncover that would surpass Lu Zijuan's card? This card was truly the pinnacle. Surely, it could not be that remarkable, could it? Luo Zijuan found it rather unremarkable, after all. Was it not merely a card of vibrant hues? Yet, this card was truly astonishing. Words failed to encapsulate its magnificence, especially for Chen Yi. It was nothing short of perfect. What does Chen Yi possess in abundance, if not female companions? Engaging in dual cultivation with various female partners to elevate his extraordinary abilities, was that not the ultimate thrill? The crux lay not only in enhancing Chen Yi's prowess, but also in augmenting the abilities of his female counterparts, creating a splendid win-win scenario. Qin Shihuang would surely revel in this delightful prospect. Does this imply that I shall emerge victorious? Luo Zijuan felt a spark of interest. Initially resigned to defeat, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Not necessarily, Chen Yi replied with a smile. Perhaps what I unveil will be even more formidable. Such matters are indeed unpredictable. As the saying goes, a miraculous probability. I am certain to triumph over you. Your defeat is inevitable, Luo Zijuan declared with a laugh, determined to soar like an eagle in her quest. Yet, winning was no simple feat. Chen Yi wasted no time and opened his golden treasure chest. A flash of golden light illuminated the space, revealing another card nestled within. To her astonishment, another card emerged. Had he struck a veritable jackpot? This time, the card's hue differed. It was not yellow but rather black, adorned with the fierce visage of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, exuding an aura of dominance and menace. As Chen Yi extracted the card, a cascade of information flooded his mind. Item: Dragon Tamer card description. Upon utilizing this card, you can ensnare a dragon. It shall be utterly loyal, unwaveringly obeying your commands. It appears you have lost, he concluded, the card's content utterly overwhelming, rendering the opponent's dual cultivation card a mere trifle. Commanding a powerful dragon was the ultimate aspiration for any young man, its combat prowess and practicality far surpassing that of Luo Zijuan's card. What card is this? Luo Zijuan inquired with curiosity as she took hold of the imposing black card. Information about it materialized in her mind. After a brief examination, she could only concede. It seems you have one. She sighed in resignation, realizing she could no longer embody the fierce eagle galloping through the skies. Then let us commence, Chen Yi said with a grin. I shall be on top. Though he had grown somewhat weary of being in that position, a true man must assert dominance. And there was no room for debate on that front. Come, beast, feel free to ravage me. Luo Zijuan lay on the bed, a visage of despair upon her face. Clad in a resplendent red bridal gown, she appeared dignified and graceful, yet her words and demeanor were wildly contrasting, creating a striking dichotomy. Enough of this, she finally conceded. Time is of the essence. Chen Yi lifted her gently. You should accompany me. The dating time card was not infinite, and the hour was drawing near. He could now lead Luo Zijuan back to his team. Truth be told, I did not wish to become your teammate, but I have no choice, Luo Zijuan lamented. Who could resist your audacious charm? Thus, she acquiesced. It is indeed perplexing how she revels in her allure while feigning the role of a victim. Chen Yi couldn't help but exclaim, this woman certainly knows how to play the game. As a brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings, Chen Yi carried Luo Zijuan back onto the colossal six-wheeled armored vehicle. Ignoring the astonished gazes of onlookers, he gently kissed her lovely face and settled her onto the sofa. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring a new female teammate, Luo Zijuan. As a bonus, you have received a vehicle upgrade card. The system's cold, mechanical voice chimed in. To his surprise, there was an additional reward. Indeed, recruiting female teammates proved to be the most cost-effective strategy. Would you like to use the vehicle upgrade card? Yes, Chen Yi promptly commanded. Naturally, he would utilize it. What purpose would it serve to save it for another occasion? Congratulations on using the vehicle upgrade card. Your vehicle has been upgraded. Congratulations on obtaining an 8-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle. The system's melodious voice resonated once more. Chen Yi's vehicle had undergone another enhancement. In every dimension, from length and width to height and engine strength, a significant upgrade had been achieved. Was this upgrade merely an addition of 2 wheels? Chen Yi inquired. Ding! The armor has been fortified. The focus of this upgrade is indeed on the enhanced resilience of the armor. System notification. The formidable teeth of the Tyrannosaurus can no longer penetrate your vehicle's armor. Chapter 146. The sisters favor. The system thoughtfully highlighted the crucial aspect of this upgrade, which was precisely what Chen Yi required. Frankly, the previous incident of his vehicle's armor being breached by a Tyrannosaurus was rather alarming. Even if the system hadn't mentioned it, Chen Yi would have deemed it necessary to reinforce the armor. After all, in the age of beasts, surrounded by powerful predators, necessary upgrades were imperative. Otherwise, one risked calamity. And that would be most unpleasant. Mr. Chen. Suddenly, an unfamiliar woman sent a voice message. Can we have a chat? Chen Yi was taken aback. Who was this woman? I am Sister One. You may also call me He, she stated directly, without any pretense of concealing her identity. What is it? Chen Yi furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. I come to share a monumental truth with you, Sister One continued. Though you are a king among your group, a legend, you are not a king of the world, nor a legend in the grander scheme. What do you mean? Chen Yi's frown deepened. My meaning is quite simple. The number of people in your group is too few to represent the entire world, Sister One replied with a smile. Soon, the system will undergo an update, and rankings will be established. The chat groups will also face a merger. You are a perceptive individual. You should understand the rationale behind the merger. The reason is merely that the number of people in the group has dwindled, nothing more. After such an extended period of survival, many have been eliminated. Those who remain are either the CR de la CR or possess extraordinary luck and advantages. Why are you telling me this? This woman was evidently well-intentioned, yet Chen Yi could not fathom why she sought to be amicable with him. They seem to share no prior connection. Because I wish to become your ally, Sister One replied candidly. Chen Yi is formidable, whether in luck or intellect. He stands at the pinnacle. His extraordinary abilities and vehicles make collaboration with him an astute decision. I have now joined another prominent group. the sister candidly admitted, which is also the reason for my anonymity. All along, everyone believed that the sister had departed from the group. In reality, she did not leave. Rather, she ascended to an even more prestigious circle. Since you seek my alliance, may I take this as a sign of your intent? Chinyi inquired with curiosity. In this so-called superior group, you encountered a crisis, perhaps even a grave one. Otherwise, you would not be in need of allies. Even if there was a necessity, it wouldn't be so urgent, nor would you be so eager to curry favor with Chinyi. Thus, he deduced that the current situation must be quite dire. He neither confirmed nor denied this, but calmly replied, there is another possibility. Another possibility? What do you mean? Chinyi asked, intrigued. It's quite simple. I am vigorously expanding, progressing at an astonishing rate, and I require many exceptional individuals. That is why I seek to ally with you. This is certainly one interpretation. However, Chinyi leaned towards the former. There exists an even more absurd possibility, that everything is a fabrication. Disregard her claims of being the sister. The very identity she professes may be entirely false. After all, the so-called version upgrade and group merger may not have transpired at all. Who knows the true intentions of this unfamiliar woman reaching out to him? What if it is all a trap? What do you mean? The sister replied, slightly displeased. Are you suggesting that everything I say holds no value? The value of such claims requires time to ascertain. Chinyi did not harbor excessive doubt. He merely stated calmly that to become his ally, mere words were insufficient. Even if the news were true, the sincerity of the other party was grossly inadequate, appearing to seek an easy gain without genuine commitment. The pursuit of allies was a facade. The true desire was for powerful enforcers. The surface of her words sounded appealing, yet the reality was rather dismal. How intriguing. The sister laughed, seemingly amused by his wit. It appears you are indeed as fascinating as the legends suggest. You are the one seeking an alliance with me. Not the other way around, Chinyi reminded her. This is a straightforward matter. In essence, it is this so-called sister who has a request of Chinyi, while he seeks nothing from her. Even if everything she stated were true, if a version upgrade were to occur, if a merger of chat groups were to take place, Chinyi would still have no need for allies. Armed with his extraordinary abilities, he could survive even the direst of circumstances. While he would not claim to rule, he would certainly thrive. At the very least ensuring his survival unlike many other seekers of life. So, you were seeking tangible benefits then? The sister asked with a smile. This was, in fact, within her expectations. Chinyi is indeed a formidable figure, not someone to be easily dealt with in a few words. She herself harbors no such extravagant expectations, thus, her stipulations are entirely reasonable. In truth, the notion of tangible benefits is of little consequence to her. With an air of indifference, Chinyi remarked. I am indifferent to the entire affair. Of course, one can be indifferent at present, replied Sister E with utmost seriousness. You have yet to enter a broader world of survival, yet to grasp its inherent brutality. While others may be oblivious, she possesses a profound understanding. To her, Chinyi's current environment for survival is akin to paradise, devoid of significant threats, hardly warranting the term cruel. This is precisely why the formidable Sister E yearns for powerful allies. It is not as if she has encountered any catastrophic disaster or terrifying crisis. Rather, in a far more daunting realm of survival, every day is fraught with peril. Without strong allies, meticulous preparation, and a mindset akin to walking on thin ice, even those endowed with great abilities may ultimately meet their demise. Therefore, what tangible benefits can you offer me? This is what truly concerns Chinyi. As for the myriad dangers and difficulties she speaks of, Chinyi harbors no interest whatsoever. Her life's philosophy is one of cheerful acceptance, adapting to the circumstances as they arise. If fate decrees a bullet to pierce her skull, why then should she hide? Embracing destiny is the only recourse. What is it that you desire? Sister E inquired curiously, deliberately withholding her own leverage, adhering to the fundamental rules of negotiation. And what can you provide? Chinyi too refrained from revealing her cards, equally adhering to the tenets of negotiation. How about an ability fruit? Sister E tentatively proposed. A bid that could only be deemed exceedingly low and lacking in sincerity. An ordinary level ability fruit. Chinyi, unfazed, merely smiled and inquired. How could it possibly be of ordinary caliber? Sister E, indeed quite powerful, offered a legendary level ability fruit, specifically the flame ability fruit that she knew Chinyi desperately needed. Chapter 147. The Juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex. I find myself in little need of the flame ability fruit at present, Chinyi admitted. While it is undeniably useful, He truly has no pressing requirement for it. However, such sentiments must not be expressed during negotiations. It is an art to extract greater benefits from the other party. After all, it is Sister E who seeks him out, not the other way around. Understanding this positions Chun-Yi in an advantageous stance. Since you have no interest in the flammability fruit, Sister E continued, how about I offer you something intriguing? What do you mean by something intriguing? Chun-Yi feigned interest. What about a juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex? Sister E proposed. At this, Chun-Yi felt a flicker of excitement. Having recently acquired the dragon taming card, the prospect of taming a Tyrannosaurus Rex was indeed an appealing choice. Not only would it significantly enhance his combat prowess, but it also embodies the ultimate romantic aspiration of manhood. Every boy dreams of having a Tyrannosaurus Rex in his youth. Nonetheless, despite his internal stirrings, Chun-Yi maintained his composure. Instead, he scoffed, saying, what you deem interesting is merely something useless. Brother, do you consider the juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex to be of no value? Sister E chuckled in disbelief. Don't be absurd. It possesses formidable combat prowess. Only when you acquire the Dragon Master card will you comprehend the true allure of the T-Rex. I am indifferent to any Dragon Master card. All I know is that it pertains to the juvenile stage. Chun-Yi pointed out the crux of the matter. The mere act of nurturing such a creature demands an exorbitant cost. The colossal size of the T-Rex dictates its tremendous appetite. From its juvenile phase to adulthood, the amount of meat consumed is indeed staggering. Keep in mind that this is a survival world where even an adult struggles to satiate their hunger. What about a Tyrannosaurus Rex? To put it bluntly, raising a T-Rex in this environment is sheer folly. It transcends the realm of luxury and enters the domain of utter extravagance. The food required for the T-Rex is undoubtedly a luxury for other survivors, yet for you, it should pose no issue. Sister E understood Chun-Yi's capabilities. In truth, every formidable survivor has resolved their food predicament, nearly capable of an infinite supply. If one lacks even this basic strength, Sister E would not have extended her recruitment. I possess the ability to supply food infinitely. But that does not imply I am a fool, Chun-Yi countered. My provisions could be utilized for far greater endeavors than merely raising a colossal beast. Food is a crucial strategic resource, capable of being exchanged for various necessities. Its low price does not equate to a lack of value. Just as grains are inexpensive, air remains free, yet it is essential for all. Without a Dragon Master card, raising a T-Rex could lead to my own demise. Wouldn't that be a losing proposition? Chun-Yi continued to question. This point held merit. Sister E laughed, saying, however, I believe that with your abilities, acquiring a Dragon Master card would not be a daunting task. There are numerous avenues to obtain such a card, purchasing it with gold coins at the supermarket or trading essential supplies in groups. The options are abundant. Yet, that also involves considerable trouble, Chun-Yi replied. You should present me with something I genuinely require. What do you truly need? Sister E inquired with great curiosity. I seek female teammates. Chun-Yi revealed his innermost desire. How about you join my ranks and become my fifth female teammate? Female companions are the cornerstone of Chun-Yi's strategy. Possessing them equates to possessing everything, to holding the world in his grasp. The more female allies, the mightier one becomes. Haha. Sister E laughed heartily. Initially, she sought to recruit Chun-Yi, yet now he wished to claim her as his own. Many men are merely subservient to her. Even Chun-Yi was once her target, intended to be enthralled into becoming another of her powerful subordinates. Yet now, Chun-Yi audaciously sought to enlist someone of her formidable stature as a teammate. This was, of course, utterly unacceptable. Given Sister Yi's status, she was willing to offer more resources and crucial assets. Unwilling to yield to others, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Enough of the idle chatter. Become my ally, and I shall grant you 10,000 gold coins. Ultimately, the lady had no choice but to generously dispense her wealth. Each time assistance is required, an additional 10,000 gold coins will be rendered. All words are mere fabrications. Only money holds true value. With the existence of supermarkets, gold coins have become the unequivocal currency of significance, unlike before when they were utterly worthless. This is indeed a fair bargain. Chun-Yi harbored a considerable interest in gold coins. Thus, he thought, why not acquire gold coins, a juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex, and a legendary flammability fruit? Henceforth, we shall be allies. As the saying goes, children make choices, while adults desire them all. I must admit, you are rather greedy. The lady was not angered. Instead, she smiled and remarked, but I find it appealing. Greedy individuals often provide a sense of security to those in power. For the lust for wealth and pleasure is easily satiated. As long as the price is right, everything is negotiable, simplifying matters considerably. What truly instills fear are those ambitious souls who hold themselves in high regard and cannot be bought. Such individuals are both foolish and perilous. So, shall we consider this a consensus? Chinyi was quite pleased with this outcome. Indeed, we have reached an agreement. We are now allies. The lady wasted no time and promptly initiated the transaction with Chinyi. The legendary ability fruit and gold coins were credited in full. The so-called juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex was merely a card. By employing this functional card, one could summon a fierce juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex. To the untrained eye, this juvenile Tyrannosaurus Rex may seem utterly useless, yet it was precisely what Chinyi yearned for. Upon acquiring the Dragon Master card, his desire reached a fever pitch, and he had already devised plans, eager to hunt a formidable Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although the risks of hunting were exceedingly high, with potential failure looming, the existence of the Dragon Master card ensured he would possess a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Having obtained such treasures, you should now believe in the reality of it all, correct? Who knows? Chinyi remained skeptical. He did not trust the words of others, no matter how grandly they were articulated. Even with tangible goods and benefits presented, he remained unconvinced. Words are always feeble. He placed his faith only in facts. No worries, you shall soon receive a system notification. The lady said no more and abruptly severed the connection. Meanwhile, whether by coincidence or some other reason, the system dispatched a group notification. The game version has been updated, and the leaderboard rankings are now displayed. Chapter 148, Survivors, Welcome to Hell. The rankings are as follows: Vehicle rankings, Survivor strength rankings, Resource rankings, and Comprehensive strength rankings. Only the top 3 will be revealed, and the final brawl mode will commence. Only those who enter the top 3 will receive substantial rewards, while only those in the top 30 will have a chance to survive, to advance to the next grand group and enter the upgraded version of the game. The remaining individuals face a dire fate. In the days to come, an unprecedented chill will envelop the land, accompanied by terrifying blizzards and extreme weather conditions. All ferocious beasts, titanic creatures, and dragons will descend into a state of utter frenzy. Simultaneously, the rewards will double. Survivors, rejoice. This shall be a grand feast, a banquet of death, a frenzied dance of blood dragons. The sudden announcement of the update left all survivors in stunned silence. The once vibrant chat group was abruptly plunged into an eerie stillness. Presently, over 5,000 individuals remain, yet the combined leaderboard accounts for merely a few hundred. This implies that 90% of those present are destined to perish. Although the rewards have significantly increased, the dangers have escalated correspondingly. It is crucial to recognize that mere survival has become exceedingly challenging, let alone facing the beasts as they enter their berserk state. This represents an unequivocal cataclysm, undoubtedly a more severe crisis. Leaderboard announcement: 3rd place in vehicle power rankings, 8-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle belonging to the Chinyi team. Upon hearing this ranking, the group erupted in disbelief. What a jest! Could it be that Chunye's vehicle is not the most formidable? To be placed 3rd is utterly absurd. In the minds of many, Chunye's towering vehicle, akin to a monstrous mobile fortress, is undoubtedly 1st. How could it only rank 3rd? Boss, this ranking is outrageous, protested Zwalanlon, asserting that their 8-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle is undeniably the best. It's simply unfair. Indeed, it is rather unjust. Chulingxi also voiced her skepticism. Beyond mere pride, this ranking holds significant practical implications. The rewards for 1st place and 3rd place are worlds apart. Let us not be hasty, Chinyi remarked, seemingly unperturbed. Perhaps the dogged system has its reasons for this ranking. Such matters are often ambiguous. To Zhang Xiaoquan's surprise, Chinye's vehicle ranked only 3rd. Initially, he had anticipated an uncontested 1st place for Chinyi. Now, it seems he had overestimated. It appears Chinyi may not be as formidable as he once thought. As the saying goes, there are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Though he did not secure 1st place, Zhang Xiaoquan found joy in the revelation. After all, Chunye's failure to achieve 1st is a significant blow to his legendary status, somewhat undermining his mythos. Boss, do you think our vehicle might take 1st place? Inquired a sycophantic subordinate, intentionally provoking a response from Zhang Xiaoquan. Dream on. In dreams, anything is possible, Zhang Xiaoquan retorted with a dismissive glare. Their strongest vehicle pales in comparison to Chunye's, let alone claiming the top spot. If we could secure first place, that would indeed be delightful, mused the subordinate with a sigh. Delightful indeed. Zhang Xiaoquan began to entertain fantasies of possessing a rank 1 super vehicle. Indeed, one could become audacious, utterly unafraid of any retaliation from Chunye. There exists the possibility of launching an offensive, crushing Chunye's formidable 8-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle, thereby obliterating his so-called invincible legend. Yet, Zhang Xiaoquan is acutely aware that this is merely a figment of his imagination. He contemplates who stands at the pinnacle. Zhang Xiaoquan muses that both the first and second positions are allies of ours, robust allies at that. Boss, why do you say that? A subordinate queried, puzzled. We have no acquaintance with the individuals in first and second place. How could they possibly be our allies? He believed Zhang Xiaoquan was lost in a daydream, eyes wide open yet utterly delusional. Foolish lad. Zhang Xiaoquan chastised him with a sharp rap to the head. The rankings are merely the beginning. The ultimate showdown is where the true excitement lies. Imagine, would Chunye, who has always reigned supreme, tolerate having 2 rivals above him? His vehicle is in third place. He will not stand for it. He is bound to strike at the first and second positions. Since they are his adversaries, they naturally become our allies. Even if he resigns himself to third place, do you think the first and second will remain passive? To safeguard their own interests, they too will launch an offensive against the looming threat that is Chunye. Upon hearing this, the subordinate nodded, albeit with a semblance of understanding. Indeed, the fierce struggle among the top 3 is unavoidable. This is precisely the crux of the latest version update, to incite the survivors into a more intense conflict. Battling from dawn until dusk, resulting in an unprecedented 90 elimination rate within a short span. The entire survival realm will transform into a veritable meat grinder, indisputably so. Whether one is a powerful survivor or a pitiful soul on the brink of starvation, all shall be inexorably drawn into this chaotic maelstrom. No one will be spared. And there shall be no innocent bystanders. Vehicle ranking number 2, True Dragon Cannon Car, belonging to the Li Jinlong team. Vehicle ranking number 1, Divine Vehicle, belonging to the Aishin team. The announcement of the rankings plunged the crowd into silence once more. The True Dragon Cannon Car was somewhat comprehensible. Yet what on earth was this so-called divine vehicle? How divine could it possibly be? The term divine even carries a hint of satire, evoking the image of a wooling vehicle, that emblem of ascendant prosperity. Amusingly, as he gazed at the names of the top 2 vehicles, Chunye nearly burst into laughter. It was either a cannon car or a divine vehicle. To secure first place, one must indeed possess some merit. The 3-day contest for the supremacy of vehicles is about to commence, open to all survivors. On the settlement day, any vehicle that ranks within the top 30 will be granted the identity of a survivor, allowing entry into the next game version and merging into the subsequent chat group. A cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed. Thus, it is not imperative to secure a spot in the top 3. Merely achieving a position within the top 30 is entirely satisfactory for participating in the frenzied competition. The system not only disclosed the top 3 vehicles, but also revealed the top 30, signifying that all in this echelon have become targets for the survivors' assaults. All under the collective scrutiny. In the quest for a coveted spot among the top 30, every survivor exhausts their ingenuity and employs every conceivable tactic, be it despicable, virtuous, malevolent, or benevolent. Some resort to underhanded methods, launching a final assault at the last moment, while others prepare for a bold charge. As the system intended, the survivors are plunged into madness. This will be an unprecedented melee, where conflict and bloodshed become the norm and death reigns supreme. This is the essence of true apocalyptic survival. Survivors, welcome to hell. Chapter 149, The Terrifying Snow Tornado Boss. The temperature is dropping. Zhuolanlan observed the onboard thermometer, watching the numbers plummet dramatically. A chilling 40 degrees below zero was already outrageous, yet it continued to descend at a visible rate, heading towards 50 below. At this pace, reaching 60 or even 70 below was merely a matter of time. Fortunately, the 8-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle was remarkably sturdy. Zhuolanlan sighed in relief. Otherwise, such a rapid drop in temperature would be unbearable. It goes without saying that many survivors would likely succumb to the freezing cold. Even at 40 below, 20 to 30 survivors perish daily, let alone now with the temperature doubling. However, the dropping temperature was merely a minor concern. Tang Shuiyo's expression darkened. For the primary threat was the approaching blizzard. The terrifying storm was drawing near, with formidable snow tornadoes obliterating everything in their path. This was the true harbinger of death. Tang Shuiyo sensed numerous red dots with immense destructive power approaching them. Can you feel the blizzard? Chenyi inquired. I can sense it, Tang Shuiyo nodded. There are over a dozen massive snow tornadoes heading our way. Are they fast? Chenyi asked, frowning. In which direction are they coming from? If we know their exact direction, we might escape by retreating in the opposite direction. Although our vehicle is powerful, it is wise to avoid confronting the forces of nature. They're coming from all directions, Tang Shuiyo lamented. There's no escape. We simply cannot evade them. What do we do? Zualanlan asked anxiously. Let's accelerate. Despite the size of this behemoth, it can move quickly. With the legendary fuel's unique properties, we might just escape. We can't run. Chenyi shook his head. Snow tornadoes surround us. How can we flee? What should we do? Are we to just sit and wait for doom? Zualanlan felt utterly helpless. The snow tornadoes wreaked havoc, and the death toll had already soared to 500. Everyone, please take precautions and defend yourselves. An announcement rang out in the group. The system's cold voice was chillingly indifferent, akin to a death sentence's scythe. Typically, each victim's name and cause of death would be reported. Yet, due to the overwhelming speed of demise caused by the powerful snow tornadoes, the sheer number of simultaneous casualties rendered individual notifications impossible. Thus, a statistical report was issued to inform all survivors of the tornado's peril and terrifying destructive force. How could so many have perished? Chu Lingxi frowned, struggling to comprehend the enormity of the tragedy. The natural world can kill with an efficiency far surpassing that of any assassin's blade. In the civilized world, millions perish annually due to natural disasters. Chenyi was not surprised by this. The death toll from tornadoes and snow cyclones reaches several million. As the saying goes, the Great Way is indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. The loss of a few lives hardly matters. Surely our colossal 8-wheeled armored vehicle will not be overturned? Zualanlan expressed her concerns. Although the armored vehicle could withstand the might of a Tyrannosaurus, it seemed feeble when faced with the ferocity of natural storms. The destructive power of a super blizzard likely far exceeds that of a dinosaur. After all, a Tyrannosaurus is flesh and blood. It can be attacked with various weapons and powerful abilities. Yet, against the divine might of a snow cyclone, they are utterly powerless. No matter how formidable their offensive capabilities, they would be of no avail. Our 8-wheeled armored vehicle is exceedingly heavy, Chu Lingxi remarked, which should enable it to withstand the violent snow cyclone. You are indeed correct about one thing. Weight. Chenyi nodded in agreement. When confronting a snow cyclone, weight is indeed of paramount importance. How do people in the civilized world fend off terrifying tornado blizzards? If a motorhome were to encounter a tornado on an open road like they currently find themselves on, the most professional countermeasure would be to drive stakes into the ground. By securing the motorhome with numerous stakes driven into solid rock and road, it would remain anchored and survive the dreadful storm. Can we not also fortify our 8-wheeled armored vehicle in a similar manner? No, Chenyi shook his head. Whether it be stakes or other methods, they are but a drop in the bucket. We require a more powerful solution. Fire the cannons. After careful consideration, Chenyi provided his answer. Continuously fire at the same spot until we create a massive pit. As long as we can blast a deep hole and drive the armored vehicle into it, we can significantly mitigate the damage from the snow cyclone. Coupled with the vehicle's weight and sturdy armor, it should be able to ride out the storm. Fire! Fire! Zualanlan saw a glimmer of hope. In a short while, a deep pit, 10 meters in depth, was created. Drive in, Chenyi commanded. With exceptional driving skills, the vehicle was slowly maneuvered into the pit. Although their 8-wheeled armored vehicle was immense, its height was not 10 meters, rendering it completely concealed within the vast hole. Covering it with soil would be the safest option, Zualanlan suggested. This was indeed a sound idea. Burying it with earth would eliminate any risk. Not only would a powerful armored vehicle be protected, but even an ordinary private car would remain unharmed beneath the soil in the face of a fierce blizzard. There's no time. Chenyi shook his head. While the idea is good, we simply lack the time. Even with excavators and bulldozers, I fear we won't have enough time. What then? Zualanlan lamented. If only we had a fleet of construction vehicles, we would not be in such a predicament. We must stockpile some construction vehicles for future contingencies. This proposal was indeed commendable, and Chenyi silently noted it in his mind. As a premier racing team, it is imperative to possess a diverse array of vehicles. Not only must there be race cars, sports cars, and armored vehicles, but also engineering vehicles, tanks, helicopters, and more. With time running short, can they simply leave their fate to chance? Chu Lingxi glanced at Qinyi. Surely, surrendering to fate was out of the question. Qinyi produced a card emblazoned with a sinister dog-ass head, malevolent and grotesque. We shall use this. The crowd was bewildered, exchanging puzzled glances. Isn't this the card of the Hell Splitter Hound? What purpose could it possibly serve? Qinyi offered no explanation and activated the card. A harmless little yellow dog materialized before them, yapping cheerfully, adorably clumsy. Qinyi opened the card door and unceremoniously kicked the small dog out, exclaiming, "Go." The unfortunate creature was propelled with such force that it struck the rocks with a resounding thud, meeting its demise instantly. The onlookers were astounded, unable to fathom Chun Ye's cruelty. The little dog let out a pitiful yelp as it bled out, only to be replaced by 10 even more formidable hellhounds, barking furiously at the 8-wheeled armored vehicle. Chapter 150, Where Has Mother Gone? Attack! Attack! Qinyi commanded. Indeed, Chu Lingxi was the first to react, launching into a frenzy of slaughter. Left Lan Lan and Tang Shuero quickly grasped the situation, shedding any compassion and joining in the carnage. They understood Chun Yi's intent. It was quite simple, really. Use the multitude of Hell Splitter Hounds as a cover for their advance. The sheer weight of these hellhounds could serve as a protective barrier. After several minutes of relentless killing, the number of Hell Splitter Hounds reached a terrifying magnitude. The entire pit was filled, tightly packed, proving to be more effective than mere earth for protection. Outside, the ferocious snow tornado began its assault. The devastation wrought by the snow tornado was brutal, mercilessly annihilating the Hell Splitter Hounds. Yet, upon their demise, they birthed even larger and more formidable brethren. This cycle of rebirth allowed them to withstand the onslaught of the snow tornado time and again with minimal harm. Inside the vehicle, Qinyi and his companions remained as steadfast as a mountain, utterly oblivious to the raging snow tornado below. Although the Hell Splitter Hounds were frenzied, tearing and snapping, they could not penetrate the recently upgraded ferocity of Chun Yi's armor. Big brother, technically, the Hell Splitter Hounds shouldn't be attacking us, Chu Lingxi remarked, considering they were summoned by Qinyi. This was, after all, a characteristic of the Hell Splitter Hounds. Qinyi offered no further clarification. The Hell Splitter Hounds were truly wild, challenging to control. Whoever struck first became their designated enemy. This could be seen as a limitation imposed by the system. If Chun-Yi could fully command the Hell Splitter Hounds, it would indeed be excessive. Now I understand, Chu Lingxi nodded. Nevertheless, we have achieved our objective. Although we cannot command the Hell Splitter Hounds, we can still utilize their characteristics to our advantage. The terrifying blizzard approached. Zhang Xiaoquan sent a message. I fear your attack on me may be delayed. Even if you have found me now, I fear you cannot arrive in a timely manner. This fellow has begun to flaunt his bravado again. To be frank, the tumultuous weather has indeed hampered Chun Yi's offensive, a circumstance beyond anyone's control. After all, this is a significant system upgrade that no one can dictate. The incessant barking of the dog has lost its charm, hasn't it? Xinyu has no desire to engage with him. Have you noticed something of great importance? Zhang Shaquan remains smug, unperturbed, indicating that he has yet to realize his mother is missing. Given his deep attachment to her, should he discover that Luo Zijuan is gone, he would undoubtedly descend into utter madness. Presently, Luo Zijuan has unequivocally become Chun Yi's ally. She is entirely Chun Yi's female companion, adorning herself in the most luxurious chamber of his formidable 8-wheeled armored vehicle, beautifying herself and selecting elegant garments, awaiting Chun Yi's favor. I too am reluctant to boast. Zhang Xiaoquan proclaimed with pride. Who can blame us for our strength? Our prowess forbids us from being modest. So, have you found a new ally? Chun Yi immediately surmised that the other party's sudden arrogance must stem from a significant enhancement in their strength. Otherwise, no matter how audacious he might be, he would not dare to be so brazen. Clever indeed. Zhang Xiaoquan chuckled. You truly are the legend of this survival world, remarkably astute. Who is your ally? Chun Yi inquired with curiosity. The true dragon cannon vehicle, or perhaps the divine vehicle. Only these two dare to ally with Zhang Xiaoquan to confront you. With your intellect, take a guess as to which one it is? Zhang Xiaoquan feigned ignorance. It matters not which it is. I am determined to vanquish all three of you. Indeed, I must prevail. As all survivors anticipate, Chun Yi is resolute in not settling for third place in the vehicle rankings. He must be first, and can only be first. Not only must he vie for the top position in the vehicle rankings, but in all rankings, he aspires to be number one. There is no room for negotiation. It must be accomplished. How arrogant. How impressive. Zhang Xiaoquan could not restrain his applause, exclaiming, "It's undeniably you. Truly remarkable." Thus, who is your ally? Chen Yi finally asked, seeking to ascertain the identity of his opponent. The true dragon cannon vehicle, Zhang Xiaoquan revealed without further pretense. The name does not seem particularly clever. Chen Yi chuckled. It sounds imposing, yet it carries an undercurrent of vulgarity. Although the name may not be pleasant, its strength is indeed formidable. Zhang Xiaoquan grinned, exuding confidence. If you surrender now, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Have you noticed that your mother is missing? Chen Yi did not engage in further banter, instead delivering a decisive blow. Zhang Xiaoquan was momentarily stunned, taking a while to respond. What did you say? Are you speaking nonsense? Go check if your mother is indeed missing, Chen Yi reiterated. What has happened to my mother? Misfortune does not befall wives, children, or parents. Zhang Xiaoquan seethed. Why do you keep mentioning my mother? His most sensitive spot is indeed his mother, yet Chen Yi relentlessly provokes him, bringing it up at every turn, causing him great discomfort. I cannot be blamed for this. Chen Yi chuckled mischievously, remarking, what can I say? Your mother is quite alluring. Zhang Xiaoquan roared in a fit of rage. I will kill you. I must end your life. Do not be angry, Chen Yi replied earnestly. To be candid, I meant no offense to you or your mother. I merely wished to confirm whether she is still around. How could she possibly be lost? Zhang Xiaoquan retorted furiously. Surely, I am aware of my own mother's whereabouts. Do I need you to remind me? You see, you're getting agitated again, Chen Yi remarked, exasperated. Why not just check for yourself? I am only acting out of goodwill. His intentions were indeed innocent. This sentiment was as clear as day. What do you truly mean? Zhang Xiaoquan sensed an underlying threat. Could it be that his mother was genuinely missing? Why was he vehemently opposing Chen Yi? Ultimately, it was a battle to protect his beloved mother. The thought of being outsmarted by Chen Yi was utterly intolerable. Go take a look, you foolish child, Chen Yi urged. Unwilling to engage further, with a heavy heart, Zhang Xiaoquan approached his mother's room. The door was firmly shut, and he had neglected to check on her for quite some time. Could it be that she was truly gone? Impossible. He slapped himself in a bid to regain composure. This must be a scheme devised by Chen Yi. Despite his doubts, Zhang Xiaoquan timidly knocked on the door. He held immense respect for his mother and would never dare to enter without her permission, even though he possessed a key. After an interminable wait with no response, anxiety gnawed at him. Half an hour later, feeling helpless, he finally used his key to unlock the door. His mother seemed absent. Yet there was a figure on the bed, covered by a blanket. A head of long hair was visible, strikingly similar to his mother's lustrous black locks. Relief washed over him as he realized his mother was not lost. She had merely been asleep. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Xiaoquan felt a weight lift from his heart. He refrained from disturbing her rest, for she was notoriously known for her morning grumpiness. With a smile on his face, he turned to leave but felt an unsettling instinct tugging at him. He approached the bed once more, cautiously sitting beside her and gently stroking her beautiful hair. The more he touched, the more he sensed something was amiss. With a gentle pull, he inadvertently yanked the head off. In shock, Zhang Xiaoquan fell to the ground, nearly losing his composure. He believed he had decapitated his own mother, an absurdity beyond comprehension. Yet upon closer inspection, laughter erupted from him. It was not his mother's head at all, but rather an inflatable doll, a remarkably attractive female figure with an oversized mouth. Though the hair appeared strikingly real, it was undoubtedly not his mother's. Not my mother, not my mother, Zhang Xiaoquan exclaimed joyfully, embracing the inflatable head with exuberance. It is evident that it is certainly not Luo Zijuan, for a mind as astute as my mother's could not be easily ensnared. Alas, just as I was basking in a moment of joy, Zhang Xiaoquan abruptly erupted in a tirade, exclaiming, my mother is gone. Just as Chen Yi had stated, his biological mother had indeed vanished. Where is my mother? Where has she gone? A grand variety show titled, Where Has Mom Gone? Chen Yi, where is my mother? Zhang Xiaoquan, in a fit of rage, bellowed, what have you done with my mother? This is kidnapping, a crime that warrants imprisonment. The man had completely lost his composure, even eliciting laughter from Chen Yi. What crime of kidnapping? What imprisonment? What age are we living in? Chen Yi chuckled. Child, do not be so agitated. Do you not know where your mother has gone? How did you manage to kidnap her? Zhang Xiaoquan, utterly unhinged, demanded, how did you do it? How did you silently take my mother away? It is simply unfathomable. He racked his brain in vain, unable to comprehend how this individual could perform such a miraculous feat without his knowledge. It was beyond absurd. Is there a possibility? Chenyi replied with a smile. Your mother came willingly. You were talking nonsense. Zhang Xiaoquan's fury intensified, for this was a truth he could not bear to accept. If his mother had been abducted, it would merely be the result of Chun Ye's coercion. But if she had acted of her own volition, it was truly revolting. The notion that his own mother could harbor affection for his greatest adversary was appalling. Not only did she like him, but she also eloped with his most formidable foe. What could be more nauseating? If you do not believe me. Chenyi offered no further words, but sent him a photograph of the two entwined in intimacy. The image could only be described as utterly unseemly, descending to the depths of moral depravity. The elderly lady leaned against a wall, sipping porridge, in a display of shamelessness. The most alarming aspect was that she bore no trace of discomfort or anguish. Instead, she appeared to revel in the moment, adorned with a smile that seemed to emanate from her very soul. It was a smile he had never witnessed before, having spent so many years with her. As a self-proclaimed mama's boy, he considered himself well acquainted with her preferences and aversions. Yet, despite his every effort to please her, he had never before seen her so joyfully radiant. It's a forgery. Zhang Xiaoquan regained his composure and retorted loudly. This is undoubtedly fabricated. Your skills are impressive. It is common knowledge that photographs can be manipulated. Hence, this must be false. Look at you, my child, Chenyi replied with a hint of exasperation. It is well known that videos cannot be falsified. Would you care to see the video? In an instant, Zhang Xiaoquan was rendered speechless, utterly silenced. He hesitated to watch the video. What if this scoundrel truly possessed one? What if the content was genuine? He collapsed onto the ground, rendered incapable of uttering a word. Should he watch the video? There was no answer. He pondered for what felt like an eternity without resolution. What was truly happening? After much hesitation, Zhang Xiaoquan finally posed a profound question. Although it was a reality he was loath to accept, his mother had indeed disappeared, and it was imperative to uncover the truth. The situation was quite simple. Chenyi earnestly stated, I have developed feelings for your mother over time. What nonsense about developing feelings over time? How many times have you even met? Zhang Xiaoquan failed to comprehend Chun Ye's implication. The term developing feelings over time implies that the word time is a verb, not a noun. Damn, wait a moment. Zhang Xiaoquan belatedly realized, exclaiming in anger, You, child, let us each have our say. Chenyi replied seriously, You may call me father, and I shall call you brother. Chenyi was quite particular. Given Zhang Xiaoquan's seniority, he ought to be addressed as brother. Shut up. Zhang Xiaoquan barked fiercely. State your terms. What must I do for you to spare my mother? He was willing to pay any price to save her. Child, haven't I already mentioned? Chenyi responded, somewhat exasperated, I did not abduct your mother. She came willingly. Our feelings are mutual, developed over time. How long has it been? Zhang Xiaoquan blurted out. Well, Chenyi scratched his head. I honestly don't know. Who keeps track of time for such matters? In any case, he was indifferent to it. Over time, Zhang Xiaoquan muttered repeatedly. Was his mother now tainted, having been involved with a bitter enemy for so long? Can I offer you all the information on the Jinlong artillery team in exchange for my mother's release? Zhang Xiaoquan inquired. The Jinlong team was his most important trump card. Yet now, for the sake of his mother, he was willing to surrender it. I have stated that your mother is free, Chenyi remarked seriously. And you are free as well. I can assist you in eliminating the Jinlong artillery team. Zhang Xiaoquan continued, his tone nearly pleading. Initially, he had only intended to provide intelligence, but now he was willing to involve himself, becoming Chun Ye's ally. This meant acting as a spy, completely opposing the Jinlong artillery team. If they discovered this, they would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. They would show no mercy. It was a gamble with his life at stake. However, Chun Ye's response plunged him into profound despair. You know, even without your assistance, Chun Yi confidently asserted, the Jinlong artillery team is no match for me. Chun Yi possessed unwavering confidence. Even without a thorough understanding of the Jinlong team or detailed intelligence, he exuded an almost perverse self-assurance. Regardless of the terrifying crises he faced, he firmly believed he would ultimately emerge victorious. Though I do not require your help, Zhang Xiaoquan found himself sinking into the depths of despair. But Chun Yi extended a hand. Since you are so sincere, I shall reluctantly consider cooperating with you. Chapter 152. Brother truly has hundreds of thousands of gold coins in reserve. Chenyi was actually quite accommodating. He was not the type to hold grudges or be unreasonable. Given the sincerity of the other party, it was only fair to offer an opportunity. Tell me about the Jinlong artillery. Chunyi expressed his desire for relevant information. The two key weapons of the Jinlong artillery team were already apparent. Zhang Xiaoquan recounted, the first is naturally the Jinlong, and the second is the artillery. Are you implying that the Jinlong is armed with heavy artillery? Chunyi instantly grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, Zhang Xiaoquan nodded. Controlling the true dragon. I have only heard whispers, but I have witnessed the might of heavy artillery. He continued, explaining the extensive efforts the opposing party had undertaken to showcase their prowess and forge an alliance. What kind of heavy artillery? Chunyi inquired. Is it more formidable than my own tank cannon? To be honest, my vehicle-mounted cannon is already quite fearsome. While I dare not claim it as the best, it certainly stands as a pinnacle of human industrial weaponry, capable of creating a 10-meter-deep crater with a single shot. Zhang Xiaoquan spoke plainly. I have never seen a heavy artillery piece with such tremendous power. Fascinating, Chunyi pondered. The opposing artillery was evidently far superior to his own tank cannon. It is worth noting that previously, while evading a blizzard, his tank cannon had unleashed a barrage for several minutes before creating a 10-meter crater. The disparity was glaringly apparent, especially considering this was merely one of the numerous heavy artillery pieces in their arsenal. Zhang Xiaoquan elaborated, claiming to possess dozens of different types of heavy artillery. Is the quantity truly that vast? Chunyi expressed his astonishment, struggling to believe it. One type of heavy artillery was already quite remarkable. The notion of dozens was almost beyond comprehension. As for how he acquired such formidable artillery, Zhang Xiaoquan shook his head, saying, I cannot say. Do not press me on this. Anticipating Chun Ye's inevitable inquiries, he preemptively set a boundary. And how do you suppose we could defeat him? Chinyu asked with a smile. It seemed utterly implausible that the true dragon artillery convoy could emerge victorious. Even one type of heavy artillery was enough to pose a significant challenge, let alone the multitude they spoke of. Furthermore, the capabilities of the true dragon remained shrouded in mystery, potentially exceeding even that of heavy artillery in strength and terror. I believe the chances of victory are nearly non-existent. Zhang Xiaoquan replied candidly. You might as well surrender and hand over my mother. We could all be quite content. Chinyi retorted incredulously. It seems you two would be the ones celebrating. Should he concede, he feared he would be utterly devoured, with no hope of survival. Perhaps others could find a path to safety, and his female companions might continue to live in comfort. Yet for him, there was only the path of death. For the sake of his safety, they would undoubtedly eliminate him. And how do you plan to ambush me? Chinyi pressed on. Our strategy is straightforward, Zhang Xiaoquan revealed. One front, one covert. The true dragon artillery convoy lies in wait for a surprise attack. The position of my convoy harbors the main force of the true dragon artillery. As long as you engage in an assault, they will strike from behind, launching a devastating barrage from a distance. Aware of Chun Ye's formidable offensive capabilities, they dared not approach, opting instead for a safe and swift resolution through long-range attacks. We could turn this to our advantage, Zhang Xiaoquan suggested. You can continue to feign an assault against me, and then we can unite our forces to counterattack the true dragon artillery convoy. Are you in good spirits? This utterly ludicrous plan elicited a laugh from Chunyi. Their merging would render them mere targets for the formidable true dragon artillery, subjected to a relentless barrage that would leave nothing but scattered bones. Although Chunyi possessed the core attributes of absolute safety within his vehicle, the 8-wheeled behemoth armored vehicle was not invincible. It could be damaged and destroyed. Moreover, the true dragon artillery convoy might harbor other formidable abilities that remained unknown. Such a scheme was unequivocally inadvisable. What do you propose we do? Zhang Xiaoquan inquired anxiously, feeling utterly lost, akin to a child abandoned by his mother. As a man accustomed to reliance, he had drained all his strength and wit. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king, Chunyi remarked with a smile. Can we create an opportunity for me to encounter the other party alone? As long as the two of us are in a secluded space, with my combat prowess, I could easily subdue him and incorporate the entire true dragon artillery convoy without shedding a drop of blood. That's exceedingly difficult, Zhang Xiaoquan countered, doubting the feasibility of the plan. The leader of the true dragon artillery convoy was exceedingly cautious, engaging in collaboration without ever meeting face-to-face, relying solely on online communication. Meeting him as a partner was already a daunting task, let alone with Chunyi, an absolute adversary. Just tell him that I have already been captured, Chun Yi suggested, finding the matter quite straightforward. You won, and you must meet to celebrate your victory, right? When are people at their least vigilant? It is precisely during moments of triumph. Regardless of who they are, once victory is attained, a sense of complacency invariably sets in. That could work, but I fear they might not fall for it, Zhang Xiaoquan said, feeling conflicted. I have my methods to ensure they will be completely deceived. Chen Yi asserted confidently. What methods? Zhang Xiaoquan inquired with curiosity. I possess a reserve of several 100,000 gold coins. Capturing me would equate to seizing such a vast fortune, Chen Yi retorted. Do you think they could remain composed? Absolutely not. They would not remain calm in the slightest. Zhang Xiaoquan responded affirmatively. However, you are fabricating a story. Even the slightest flaw could alert them. If they discerned any hint of deceit, they would become wary and would never fall for the ruse again. Who said I intend to fabricate anything? Chen Yi continued to question. Who informed you that I would resort to deception? Why would I need to deceive? I genuinely possess several 100,000 gold coins. If you are not fabricating, then from where does such a vast wealth originate? Zhang Xiaoquan retorted, quite speechless. Brother, you cannot possibly have that much gold, can you? Before the emergence of supermarkets, Chen Yi had an affinity for collecting gold coins. Yet, no matter how early or how much one collected, amassing hundreds of thousands of gold coins was unequivocally impossible. Why is it impossible? Chen Yi replied directly. I truly possess that amount. Brother, can you refrain from boasting? Zhang Xiaoquan could not help but scoff. I consider myself fortunate with just over 1,000 coins. Hundreds of thousands is an unfathomably enormous figure. Chapter 153. Shun Zi's unfeeling withdrawal? How could I possibly boast about such matters? Chun Yi retorted, for this is the key to our plan's success. So, you truly possess such wealth? Zhang Xiaoquan exclaimed in astonishment. Is it really possible for you to have so many gold coins? That seems rather exaggerated. What tone is that? Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Do you genuinely believe that your mother favors me because of my wealth? The reason I am surrounded by so many beautiful young ladies is entirely due to their infatuation with my looks and my unparalleled physique. Not to mention my exceptionally high emotional intelligence that renders them utterly captivated. If my mother genuinely likes you, Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth. It must be a moment of folly clouded by ignorance. Let us not discuss your mother for the time being. Chen Yi shifted the topic. Let us attend to the matter at hand. Very well, I shall attend to it immediately. Zhang Xiaoquan responded without further ado, yet I cannot guarantee success. The endeavor rests with man, while the outcome lies with heaven. Chen Yi, however, did not impose excessive psychological pressure on him. Just do your utmost. To be honest, Chen Yi was not concerned about this fellow resorting to treachery. He would never dare to do so. The reason is simple. This guy is a mama's boy, and his mother holds immense weight in his heart. To win back his mother's favor, he would not dare act impulsively. By the way, has the Divine Vehicle team reached out to you? Chen Yi inquired. No, Zhang Xiaoquan replied. The Divine Vehicle team, being at the top, remains rather enigmatic. They have neither contacted Zhang Xiaoquan nor Chen Yi. If you seek to obtain their contact information, I could potentially assist you. Zhang Xiaoquan hesitated before speaking. You would help me obtain it? Do you have connections in that regard? This revelation took Chen Yi by surprise. The leader of the True Dragon artillery team possesses his contact information. Zhang Xiaoquan explained, I can request it in the name of a collaboration. That is indeed a commendable idea. Chen Yi nodded in agreement. It is worth a try. The two matters can be pursued simultaneously, without interference, and even enhance the authenticity of our efforts, creating a complementary effect. Take good care of my mother, Zhang Xiaoquan finally said. Rest assured, your mother is quite pleased at the moment, Chen Yi replied. Zhang Xiaoquan bit his lip, his face turning pale with anger, yet he had no words to retort, and could only obediently assist Chen Yi in his endeavors. Boss, the blizzard has passed, Zhualanlan reminded. The snowstorm raged for a full 10 hours. Had it not been for the Hell Splitter hounds continuously dividing, one can only imagine what fate would have befallen them amidst such a terrifying tempest. The duration of the Hell Splitter hound cards has also come to an end, and those ferocious yellow dogs have vanished without a trace. Aside from the biting cold and the various structures and vehicles destroyed along the way, which bear witness to the storm's passage, all else appears tranquil and undisturbed. The colossal 8-wheeled armored vehicle slowly emerged from the deep pit. Despite enduring such a horrifying blizzard, the armor sustained minimal damage, and everyone emerged unscathed. Congratulations, everyone. You have survived the first round of the terrifying blizzard. Under the relentless grip of this frigid temperature, you have persevered. Each of you is a true warrior, a survivor deserving of admiration. Your courage and extraordinary willpower merit recognition. The system's cold voice resonated in the ears of every survivor. All upgradable items have ascended one level, and all resources have doubled. Revel in this jubilation, survivors, for the infinite hell has merely begun. Congratulations on the enhancement of your extraordinary abilities. Congratulations on the upgrade of your vehicle core. Congratulations, for everything in the system warehouse has doubled. A series of gratifying notifications flooded in, leaving even the affluent Chinyi astounded. Goodness, is this system offering a grand opening celebration? It is a downpour of blessings, a substantial lift for all survivors, igniting a flicker of hope amidst their despair. Truth be told, due to the increasingly dire weather, many survivors had succumbed to hopelessness, lying down in resignation, no longer wishing to resist, merely awaiting their demise. Yet, this reward from the system undoubtedly served as a potent stimulus, yanking them back from the precipice of death. How intriguing! Regardless, the arrival of such a terrifying upgrade filled Chunyi with elation. Is that devout little doctor still alive? Chunyi suddenly recalled an old acquaintance. The last time he used a dating card, this acquaintance fervently chanted scriptures, demanding fresh vegetables like radishes and eggplants, though outwardly a pious adherent. The stark contrast was quite remarkable. The more ascetic the demeanor, the more liberated the actions behind closed doors, such has always been the case. Shinzi, are you still alive? Chinyi rarely reached out to her. Under normal circumstances, he would never initiate contact with Shanzi, and even when her peculiar husband reached out to him, he would often disregard it. This time, however, his outreach was indeed rare. There was no choice. So much had transpired in recent days. It was either a significant game update or the emergence of formidable opponents, particularly amidst such catastrophic weather. The extreme scarcity of resources faced by Shinzi and her group made survival quite challenging. Mr. Chun, I am doing well, Shunzi promptly replied. You are a good person. I hope you will not contact me again. Staring at her response, Chinyi found himself momentarily stunned. Goodness, did she just issue him a good person card? He had never pursued this woman. Was it really necessary to send him a good person card right off the bat? He had merely asked out of curiosity, and yet, it was met with such an unexpected retort. It was absurd. Clearly, you have resolved your basic needs. Chinyi inquired with a smile. How is your husband's health? If memory served, her husband suffered from an incurable ailment. His condition has not improved. Shinzi responded after a brief pause, but it has stabilized. He should live out his natural lifespan. What splendid news that was. Chinyi offered his heartfelt congratulations. Shunzi is remarkably astute. Her implication is clear. Chunyi can no longer leverage her husband's ailment as a means of coercion, compelling her to acquiesce to distasteful demands. However, to be candid, Chinyi harbored no such intentions. She was merely inquiring out of curiosity. Chinyi pressed on, asking how they managed to survive in such dire circumstances. Could it be that the couple had encountered fortuitous events? That seemed rather unlikely. This matter has nothing to do with Mr. Chun. It is solely between my husband and me, Shunzi retorted icily. Isn't that rather dull? Chinyi replied, somewhat displeased. What do you call this? Is this not a display of callousness? As a man, he had not yet adopted such an unfeeling demeanor. Yet this woman was the first to exhibit such behavior. During their encounters in the church, in moments of fervor, she had not exuded this chilliness. Under Chenye's relentless questioning, she had once eagerly reciprocated. Now, having been nourished and secured, she swiftly altered her demeanor. Such inconsistency seemed rather inappropriate. Chapter 154. Is Shunzi's husband also putting on a show? Mr. Chun, you aided me immensely during my hardships, for which I am profoundly grateful. Shinzi was not one to repay kindness with ingratitude. Rather, she was exceedingly candid. The reason she had distanced herself from Chanyi was that she felt she ought not to indulge in such reckless behavior any longer. The events shared with Chunyi were memories she found unbearable to confront, a blemish she wished to forget. Thus she resolved to sever ties. Everything that transpired with Chinyi constituted the most regrettable stain on her life, an indelible mark of shame. You have provided me with assistance and resources, and I vow to repay you tenfold, ensuring that you do not suffer any loss in this regard. Shinzi made her promise. It was the only recourse available to her. She firmly resolved never to indulge in frivolous interactions with Chunyi again. A correction was imperative. You seem rather affluent. It appears you have struck it rich? Chunye's curiosity intensified, pondering whether there had indeed been unexpected fortunes. There have been some fortuitous occurrences, Shinzi mused, reflecting on the peculiar twists of life. She had once found herself in utter despair, yet fortune had smiled upon her, transforming her plight into a landscape of joy and beauty. All the tribulations she had faced had vanished, replaced solely by happiness and positivity. The experiences she had endured often felt surreal, as if she were ensnared in a dream. It was simply too wonderful to be true. Well then, I can only wish you happiness, Chinyi replied, choosing not to persist further. Since she was so evidently content, there was little reason for further discourse. Though he yearned for a female companion and aspired to forge a strategic alliance with a beautiful woman, he had yet to devolve into a lecherous pursuit. Ideal partners were rare, yet the world teemed with two-legged beings. Moreover, in this frenetic struggle for survival, a mere cup of cola or a packet of instant noodles could secure the unwavering loyalty of an extraordinary beauty. Thus, it was ill-advised to sacrifice an entire forest for a solitary tree. Moreover, the most pressing matter for Chunyi at the moment is not to recruit female teammates, but rather to eliminate the two troublesome adversaries, Jinlong and Shinche. Returning to his bedroom, Chinyi gazed at the beauty reclining on the bed and inquired with a smile. "What are you up to?" "I am selecting beautiful stockings," replied Luo Zijuan, as she presented an array of black, flesh-toned, and white stockings in various lengths and styles, which greatly pleased Chinyi. Caressing the exquisite fabric of the stockings, Chinyi grinned mischievously and remarked, "I could appreciate any of these lovely legs." With that, his fingertips glided over her impeccably slender calves, devoid of any excess flesh. Her skin, akin to white jade, resembled a work of art and had an exquisite texture that evoked the sensation of silk. "You seem troubled," Luo Zijuan, perceptive as ever, keenly detected Chinye's unusual demeanor. "Why do you say that?" he responded, acknowledging the weight on his mind, while being curious about how she had discerned it. This astute woman, was she somehow privy to his innermost thoughts? "You are quite the beast," Luo Zijuan teased, stifling a laugh. "After all this time, you have merely caressed without any further action." Since their acquaintance, their encounters had always been marked by fiery passion, with Chunyi being as relentless as a cannon, never pausing in his pursuits. Their encounters were typically explosive, like the thunderous clash of steel. However, today was markedly different. Instead of ravaging her as usual, he exhibited a gentler demeanor, which raised suspicions of underlying issues. Without reservation, Chinyi divulged the details regarding the Jinlong convoy to Luo Zijuan, seeking her counsel and insights. After all, the matter concerned her son, and it was only natural for her to be informed. "I believe your plan holds merit," Luo Zijuan stated, furrowing her brow. "Yet there is one crucial aspect to consider. Even if you manage to seize control of the Jinlong convoy's leader, it is unlikely that you would be able to defeat the entire convoy. In fact, you may provoke severe retaliation." This possibility was indeed alarming. Even should the Jinlong convoy lose its leader, there would still be second and third in-command figures ready to rally their forces in vengeance, launching a ferocious assault against Chinyi. Perhaps Chunyi would ultimately emerge victorious in battle. Yet another factor loomed: the Shinche convoy. Currently, they had made no contact and exhibited no hostility. But this did not imply benevolence. They could be lurking like a tiger, waiting for the opportune moment to strike when both sides were weakened. As the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe quarrel, it is the fisherman who benefits. "What is your suggestion?" Chunyi inquired, placing great importance on Luo Zijuan's opinion. For this clever woman possessed strategic and tactical acumen far beyond the ordinary. Why not challenge the Shinche convoy to a duel? Luo Zijuan proposed unexpectedly. This was indeed a commendable option, and Chunyi nodded in agreement. "Strangely enough, it makes sense. If we fear that the Shinche might ambush us from behind, then we shall confront them directly. If they refuse, so be it. If he does not decline the challenge, regardless of the outcome, Chinyi is prepared to accept it. Should he emerge victorious, it would be a cause for celebration. Even in defeat, he could ascertain the true nature of the enigmatic vehicle, thereby alleviating his concerns significantly. Thus, I shall extend an invitation for a duel." With a smile, Chunyi remarked that he was eager to discern the true identity of this individual. Before attending to serious matters, Luo Zijuan, with her captivating gaze, inquired if they might indulge in a moment of pleasure first. It has become a tradition between them to indulge before significant events. However, Chunyi shook his head, stating he must preserve his energy, for he was about to engage in a duel and ought to conserve his stamina. Unlike Tyson, who would indulge in excess before major competitions. He believed it prudent to refrain from unnecessary distractions. My king, please bestow your affections upon me. Luo Zijuan, akin to a siren, provocatively enticed Chunyi. Yet, Chunyi remained resolute, delivering a playful slap upon her shapely backside, admonishing her to behave and not cause disturbances. With that, he departed the bedroom. Chunyi then commenced purchasing duel cards within a chat group. Although he possessed numerous cards, duel cards were conspicuously absent from his collection. While a nearby supermarket offered such items, their prices were exorbitant. Thus, the chat group proved to be the optimal choice. He carelessly posted a price and awaited a seller's response. Shortly thereafter, someone reached out to him, confirming possession of duel cards. Mr. Chun, what do you require duel cards for? The interlocutor was none other than Shun Zi's husband, which took Chunyi by surprise. He had not anticipated this fellow would emerge. Previously, he had been bedridden, begging for a meal, and now he possessed such a rare item as duel cards and sought to negotiate with Chunyi. Chapter 155. Is the second in command of the true dragon canon a woman? What do you care? Just quote a price. Chunyi was disinclined to engage in further banter. Oh, come now. The man chuckled. What kind of relationship do we have? I couldn't possibly accept payment from you. Consider it a gift. I must decline, Chunyi replied. Free offerings are often the most costly. A fair exchange is the hallmark of a wise individual. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot accept your money. The man's stance was resolute. Perhaps you could call me daddy or send me a video of you kneeling in homage. Who knows? I might graciously offer you 5 or 6 duel cards, thus you would come out ahead. Brother, isn't it beneath you to act so ostentatiously with me? Chunyi retorted with a laugh. Although the couple had recently extricated themselves from their predicament, he had no reason to flaunt before Chunyi. He could boast to anyone else, but never to Chunyi, who had once been beseeched to accept his wife as a sacrifice for survival. With such a humiliating history, he had no right to posture in front of Chunyi. What is wrong with showing off? The man replied defiantly. I'll be candid. I intend not only to flaunt, but to make a grand spectacle. I aim to topple the so-called legend of survival in this world, and do so with vigor. This declaration left Chunyi utterly dumbfounded. What an astonishing turn of events. The frail wretch, who once struggled to secure a meal, now audaciously boasts. I am curious. By what right do you exhibit such arrogance? Do you even comprehend the company I now keep? The man retorted haughtily. And what of your companions? Chunyi had no desire to delve into the matter. I am the leader of the True Dragon Artillery Brigade. The man continued to flaunt, declaring that they were now excellent friends, and that the next target for the True Dragon Brigade was none other than him. A comprehensive plan was already in place. There would be no escape for him. He had 2 choices: kneel and surrender, relinquishing everything in submission, or await their merciless obliteration, leaving no room for negotiation. You are so impressive? Chunyi could not help but inquire. Does your wife know? If she were aware of her ailing husband's brazen demeanor, she would surely be taken aback. It has nothing to do with her. The man coldly retorted. She is oblivious to all of this. It is a matter of great importance between men, not for her ears. Indeed, Shinzi remained unaware of these events. Although both were part of the True Dragon Brigade and had found redemption through their encounter, many critical details remained concealed from her, and she had not been involved. Something feels off, exceedingly off. Chunyi pondered. Why would a good-for-nothing like you gain the favor of the leader of the True Dragon Brigade? Even if they had encountered the True Dragon Brigade and resolved their predicament, it did not guarantee that the leader would elevate him, allowing him to partake in such significant affairs. After all, the True Dragon Brigade is composed of numerous individuals, many of whom are intelligent and fiercely loyal, rendering his elevation unnecessary. The reason is simple. I possess exceptional capabilities, my intellect surpassing that of others, and my strategies are impeccably devised. It is only logical that he would favor me. You have offered your wife to the leader of the True Dragon Brigade, Chunyi pointedly asserted. There exists only this possibility, and no other. You underestimate me greatly, do you? Do you think I am such a person? The man retorted angrily. Am I a worthless individual who would sell his own wife? You are mistaken. I am a person of considerable stature, endowed with remarkable ambition, unwavering principles, and relentless perseverance. Enough of your prattle. Chunyi could not help but scold. This is not the first time you have engaged in such actions. While it may be unacceptable to others, for him, it is merely routine. I can swear, I have never offered my wife to any man. The man bellowed. Especially not to the leader of the True Dragon Brigade. Hearing his fervent declarations plunged Yi into self-doubt. Could it be that this fellow truly has not committed such a despicable act? Observing his earnestness, he did not appear to be feigning. Do not think for a moment that I am lying, the man continued. Once the true Dragon Brigade apprehends you, I will personally prove to you that I have not offered my wife to any man. So, does that mean you have offered your wife to a woman? Chen Yi astutely seized the crux of the matter. Since it was not dedicated to a man, it must surely be for a woman. After all, there are only two genders in this world. In an instant, the man fell silent. It was evident that Chen Yi had struck at his vulnerable point, akin to pinning a venomous serpent by its heart. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, "Your time of death has arrived. Spare me the chatter." His inability to retort had thrown him into a state of disarray. Could it be that the leader of the True Dragon Cannon car team was a woman? Chen Yi inquired with curiosity. "He is a man." The man replied candidly. "We are good brothers. He admires my talent and wisdom, while I appreciate his courage and decisiveness." So, does that imply that the second in command of the True Dragon Cannon car is a woman? Chen Yi pondered silently, gleaning numerous critical pieces of information from the man's fragmented words. The second in command of the True Dragon Cannon car team is indeed a woman, and thus, Shenzi had an illicit affair with her, which is why this frail man had gained prominence. The case is solved. Behind every irrational situation lies a reasonable explanation. Chen Yi's deduction was evidently the most logical interpretation. If this were the case, it would certainly be intriguing. Having gathered ample crucial details, Chen Yi deemed it unnecessary to engage in further trivialities with this petty man. "Are you selling your dual card? Name your price." If he uttered another word, Chen Yi would sever the connection without hesitation. He had no intention of squandering time and vitality with someone so insipid. 100 gold coins. The man, realizing the futility of further delay, promptly stated his price. His purpose for this encounter was not only to mock Chen Yi and flaunt his superiority, but also to sell the dual card. Currently, the market for dual cards was heavily skewed in favor of buyers. There were many sellers but few buyers. The rationale was straightforward, due to a sudden deterioration of circumstances. Survival had become a struggle. People were perishing in waves, akin to the harvesting of chives, leaving no time for dueling. Consequently, the price of dual cards had plummeted dramatically, reaching a point where they were available yet unsought. Even at a low price, there were no takers. To put it bluntly, even if given away for free, they would be deemed worthless. "Have you not awakened from your slumber?" Chen Yi retorted with a scoff. "Did you not see my listed price?" Chen Yi's asking price was 10 gold coins, which was already quite high. Chapter 156. The Continuous Overexploitation. This man was undoubtedly still in a stupor. Or perhaps he had been kicked in the head by a donkey. 10 gold coins was already far above the market price. Yet he audaciously demanded 100 coins, an increase of tenfold. This was no longer a negotiation but rather extortion. The critical aspect was that Chen Yi had no leverage to counter his demands. Hence, the only possibility was that this fool's mind was ensnared. "Purchasing my item for 100 gold coins would undoubtedly be a profitable venture," the man chuckled, "and you would reap substantial rewards." "In what manner would it be so profitable? Do enlighten me." Chen Yi initially did not wish to engage in further dialogue, yet the man's absurdity compelled him to converse. Generally, he refrained from chatting with fools, but when faced with such a level of foolishness, he felt it imperative to indulge in conversation. He was eager to witness the extent of this man's foolishness and to unravel the peculiar thought processes that could give rise to such an imbecile. It's quite simple. "You are currently purchasing my dual card at a high price," the man confidently asserted. "When our True Dragon artillery team apprehends you, I might offer you a few flattering words. However, remember, I cannot guarantee anything, merely a few kind words. Perhaps those words could save your life. Or perhaps they may be utterly futile. Nevertheless, I advise you to pay the 100 gold coins. It will afford you a psychological solace, which alone justifies the expense. In that case, I suggest you give the dual card to me for free." Chen Yi retorted with sarcasm, the reason for his audacity being rather straightforward. "What reason?" "Do enlighten me," the man inquired, his tone decidedly hostile, eager to understand the source of Chen Yi's arrogance. "You truly are a fool," Chen Yi bluntly insulted. "Can't you comprehend? When I overturn the True Dragon artillery, I might consider leaving your corpse intact. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in pieces, likely unrecognizable to your parents in the afterlife." Apologies, but Chen Yi harbored a vengeful spirit. This wretched creature dared to mock him, and he felt compelled to eliminate him. The sole consideration was whether to leave the body whole. Perhaps if Chen Yi was in a good mood, he might. So, you genuinely believe yourself invincible? The man, visibly irked, countered, you must not have witnessed the might of our true dragon artillery team. How formidable is it? Shinyi scoffed. If you possess the ability to kill me, do it immediately. That's true skill. Empty threats are meaningless. Words hold no weight. Actions speak louder than words. Do not assume that possessing golden laser eyes and an absolutely secure vehicle core makes you invincible. The man was well-versed in Chun Yi's capabilities. Not due to his intelligence network, but rather because Shin Yi was widely known. People not only understood what Shin Yi was capable of, but also how he acquired those abilities, complete with intricate details. Pray tell, how do you intend to eliminate me? Chun Yi inquired with a smile. Using the colossal cannon of your true dragon artillery? Our true dragon artillery boasts more than just a massive cannon, the man boasted. We also have a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Do you know why we call it the true dragon? He was so engrossed in his own bravado that he inadvertently revealed crucial strategic information about the true dragon team. Thus, your team possesses a multitude of dragon control cards, allowing you to manipulate various dragon species. Shinyi provocatively challenged, stop boasting. I don't believe you. Boasting? The man had completely fallen into the trap, confessing. Let me tell you, our leader consumes a fruit of extraordinary abilities known as the dragon blood fruit. As for the powers and effects of this fruit, I cannot disclose that information. You can investigate if you have the capability, or you can merely guess. Regardless, even if you were to learn the truth, it would not alter the outcome of the battle. He exuded absolute confidence in the true dragon artillery team, unafraid of revealing critical information, entirely open and carefree. This is a form of absolute confidence, which can also be termed absolute foolishness. Only those who are utterly foolish would believe they possess an unequivocal advantage. In truth, regardless of the powers bestowed by any extraordinary fruit, no matter how formidable the strength, there are always inherent weaknesses. Everything exists in a state of dynamic equilibrium. One must maintain a reverence for combat and adversaries. Only in doing so can one prolong their existence. This is precisely why Shin Yi, in the face of his foes, despite wielding immense power and possessing an unassailable core of safety, remains ever cautious, exceedingly cautious. It is only when confronted with non-human entities such as blizzards or regional split hounds, devoid of wisdom, that he reveals a more frenzied aspect of himself. Should the opponent be deemed an enemy, even if it is the foolish man with whom he converses, Shin Yi approaches the situation with utmost seriousness and caution. For even in a lion's pursuit of a rabbit, full strength is employed. Why the silence? Have you come to fear? The man laughed heartily, asserting that there was still time to beg for mercy and urging prompt payment. Your ambitions are so meager, fixating solely on that 100 gold coins. Having acquired the crucial information, Chun Yi had no desire to engage in further discourse, promptly severing the connection. Upon realizing he could no longer reach Shin Yi, the man furiously pounded the vehicle's steering wheel, bang, 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 until his fists bled. Had he known better than to feign bravado, the strain would not have caused such a rupture. He was in dire need of that 100 gold coins. Yet now, not only was he deprived of the 100 coins, but even a single coin eluded him. His demand for gold was substantial. It was an exceedingly scarce commodity for him. The rationale was straightforward. Each day within the True Dragon convoy, a certain amount of gold coins must be paid. The higher the position, the greater the quantity required. Indeed, it was not the convoy that dispensed wages, but rather the personnel who were obligated to pay. It was akin to a job where no salary is dispensed, and one must additionally contribute a specified sum to the employer. Regardless of who it may be, all are treated equally and must pay. Such stringent conditions for a paid position still attract many individuals. The reason is rather simple. The True Dragon Artillery Convoy offers absolute safety. Beyond basic living assurances, there exists an undeniable security. While this may be inconsequential in a civilized world, in a survival realm, the notion of absolute safety is akin to a luxury. By joining the True Dragon Artillery Convoy, one gains not only unparalleled security but also ample supplies of food and fuel. Although the cost in gold coins is steep, it is generally considered a worthwhile investment. As long as one refrains from laziness, frequently wields weapons for hunting, and exerts effort in woodcutting, it is quite feasible to earn sufficient gold coins. After all, the True Dragon Convoy has conducted their calculations. They do not wish to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, but instead aim for sustainable exploitation of resources. Chapter 157. The Love Between the Female Tyrant and Shun Zi. There are always exceptions, and the man is the exception among exceptions. He is indolent, prone to illness, utterly incapable of exertion, and lacks the desire to do so. Despite the ample provisions of medicine and sustenance provided by the True Dragon Cannon Carriage team, he could have easily engaged in various hunting-related activities, such as supplying intelligence to the combatants. With diligent effort, he could have amassed a substantial fortune in gold coins. However, he preferred to indulge in the comforts of his warm vehicle, feasting and drinking, which inevitably led to a collapse of his cash flow. Compounded by his addiction to illicit substances, his reserves of gold coins were completely depleted. Although his wife possessed considerable savings, she could not withstand his extravagant lifestyle for long. To regain his wealth, selling dual cards became a crucial step in his venture into the realm of post-apocalyptic commerce. Yet, the demand for dual cards was alarmingly low, rendering their prices laughably insignificant. He perceived this as a significant business opportunity and thus purchased numerous absolute dual cards at a bargain, intending to sell them for a handsome profit. Unfortunately, he found himself burdened with them, as no customers materialized. The lone customer, Chenyi, was driven away by his pretentious demeanor. It is worth noting that the funds he used to acquire the dual cards were entirely sourced from system loans, accruing substantial daily interest. Failing to generate adequate profits would be tantamount to a slow and certain demise. "Darling, what troubles you?" Upon entering the vehicle, Shenzi was immediately struck by her husband's fury. Assuming his health had deteriorated, she expressed her concern, gently placing her hand on his forehead, fearful he might have a fever. This gesture, however, only served to infuriate him further. He forcefully pushed her away, rebuking, "Have you been enjoying yourself these past days? Frolicking with others? Do you even remember that I am your husband?" His words drained the color from her face, rendering her speechless. She had no desire to entangle herself with the female tyrant of the True Dragon team, yet felt powerless to resist. Initially, it was her husband who had urged her to do so, even pleading on his knees for her to serve that woman. Only by catering to the female tyrant could she secure a position within the True Dragon canon and gain access to greater resources. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, though she later discovered pleasure in the female tyrant's methods and developed a peculiar affection for her. This was never her initial intention. She was not the sort of woman who engaged in debauchery. It was merely the revelation of her unique attributes that captivated her, making her feel truly alive. Now, however, the very architect of her predicament, her husband, had turned against her, displaying a loathsome disdain that she found unbearable. "You needn't feign innocence," he harshly scolded. "You've been reveling in pleasure and joy, and now you pretend to be the victim. Let us be honest. You're merely an unfaithful wretch, masquerading as virtuous. You've already betrayed me, sleeping with men and women alike. It's utterly repugnant." His disgust was not genuinely directed at her, nor was it fueled by a sense of righteousness. Rather, he was suffocated by the crushing weight of system loans, lacking an outlet for his frustrations, and thus resorted to verbal abuse against Shenzi. After all, Shenzi is one of her own. Regardless of the daggers they may thrust at each other, she remains unwaveringly loyal. Such is the paradox of human nature. Individuals often extend courtesy and caution to strangers while displaying unrestrained rudeness and barbarity to their kin. Ultimately, no matter the malevolence one might commit, blood ties remain unbroken. The phrase "blood is thicker than water" seems to effortlessly dissolve all animosity and anguish, a remarkably effective sentiment. Is this truly my desire? Tears streaming down her face, Shenzi pondered. Are not both men and women but mere puppets of your design? This is indeed a reality. She has never taken the initiative. It was I who acted first, yet only due to your ineptitude. The man retorted with indignation. If only you possessed the formidable powers of that female tyrant, decisive in her actions, capable of procuring a myriad of resources, would I resort to such despicable tactics? Moreover, if we entertain a hypothetical scenario, do you not relish this? Do you not find enjoyment in it? Upon hearing these words, Shenzi's lips turned pale. She yearned to counter, yet found herself at a loss for words. For the truth of his statement was undeniable. In fact, she did derive pleasure from it, particularly now, as if she had unlocked the door to a new world, acquiring a fresh and entirely different existence. Cease feigning superiority and engage in something practical, the man insisted. Extend me some gold coins. He was in dire need of them. His verbal assault upon Shenzi was not merely an outlet for his own suffering, but also a means of extreme pressure to extract gold. You have already demanded a considerable sum from me in recent days. I have none left. The woman helplessly spread her hands. She truly possessed not a single coin. Not even a drop. Had she even a solitary gold coin, she would have unhesitatingly surrendered it to the man, but alas, none remained. If you lack, then earn the coins, he barked without reservation, as if gold were easily obtained. Is it not difficult for others to earn gold as well? The wealth derived from that female tyrant is inexhaustible. Although she is not the leader of the true dragon cannon carriage team, she certainly holds the esteemed position of second in command, overseeing the finances of the team. This implies that a substantial influx of gold flows through her hands to be allocated by her. Thus, she is the wealthiest benefactor of the true dragon team, and Shunzi is her closest confidant. Despite the female tyrant's ruthless nature, she remains fiercely loyal in matters of love. Possessing immense power, she could easily indulge with countless women, yet her heart belongs solely to Shunzi. Before knowing Shunzi, she had never engaged with any woman frivolously, and since their acquaintance, she had remained steadfast. In her words, theirs is a love defined by unwavering fidelity. Do not disparage her as merely a tyrant. She is not as bad as you think. Shunzi sighed, likening her to a hedgehog, with many sharp quills adorning her exterior while harboring an exceedingly tender heart within. Others may not comprehend, may be oblivious, yet I understand. I am aware. When I speak a few words in her favor, you become displeased. Is it true that feelings have blossomed between you two? The man seethed with frustration, perceiving himself as a victim of the most incomprehensible betrayal. I have no desire to engage in trivial conversation with you. Before the sun sets, return to me 1,000 gold coins. Should even a single coin be missing, I shall strike you. As she spoke, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Shunzi's face, instantly leaving a vivid red mark on her fair cheek. Shunzi covered her face in disbelief. Who would have thought that as life improved, her husband would become increasingly irritable, devoid of reason, and treating her as though she were less than human? All she yearned for was a simple, joyful romance, free from the entanglements of excessive interests, which she found utterly undesirable. Chapter 158. Zhang Xiaoquan, please spare me your pretenses of purity, the man scolded without reservation. Do you think you are still a high school student? Enough of this novelette. Speak no further. I demand 1,000 gold coins, and if even one is missing, I will take your life. You have an inherent disregard for authority. If I do not strike you, you will never understand who is in charge. Reluctantly, Shunzi acquiesced. I will find a way to procure the gold coins for you. But you must tell me, what do you intend to do with such a vast sum? The man's need for gold had reached an alarming level, repeatedly. Though she initially hesitated to inquire, the situation had escalated beyond reason. She felt compelled to question him, fearing that if this continued, it would lead to dire consequences. She maintained a calm demeanor, even forcing a smile to avoid further provoking him. Yet, the man responded with another brutal strike, one so forceful that it loosened her teeth. Do as I instruct, and if you dare to utter another word, you shall face dire repercussions. Within the true dragon carriage crew, he was a figure no one dared to provoke, yet he felt entitled to dominate Shunzi, even to the point of subjugation. I only wish for you to refrain from reckless behavior and to value the hard-earned life we have. Not long ago, we could not even drink a clean bottle of mineral water. If you fail to cherish our current circumstances, you risk losing everything once more, possibly becoming a mere survivor clinging to life, with even that opportunity slipping away. I am a man with ambitions and plans. You, with your long hair and short sight, need not inquire about my affairs. You cannot comprehend them. You are oblivious to my actions and my needs. Just be a dutiful wife and wholeheartedly support my endeavors. One day I shall soar, and then you will understand my true capabilities. Do not belittle me now or dismiss my seriousness. Do you grasp my meaning? The man was indeed formidable. Shunzi ceased her questioning and departed obediently to seek assistance from her friend. Meanwhile, Shinyu effortlessly acquired a dual card for a mere gold coin. In this market, such items were exceedingly cheap, and demand was virtually non-existent, creating a buyer's market. Having secured the dual card, Shinyu wasted no time in utilizing it. He reached out to Zhang Xiaoquan, knowing that to activate the dual card, he needed the other party's contact information. It was challenging to connect with prominent figures like the God Car. Although the enigmatic figure known as God Car remains active in the group, anonymous and not having transitioned to another larger group like Sister E, Shinyi is unaware of his true identity and lacks his contact information, thus rendering him unable to initiate a duel using a challenge card. I have obtained his contact details. Zhang Xiaoquan provided a favorable outcome, yet I advise against reckless behavior. Why do you say that? Shinyi inquired with a curious smile. Do you believe I cannot contend with the leader of the Godcar team? Honestly, I perceive you as the most formidable individual in our group. I have always had faith in your abilities and am confident you will triumph. Zhang Xiaokuan, however, expressed his resignation, but after learning about the leader of Godcar, I believe he is indeed the strongest, far surpassing you. His lack of notoriety stems from his humility, unlike your ostentatious displays of power. Chunyi, disinterested in such frivolous discourse, demanded, enough with the platitudes, tell me precisely how formidable this Godcar leader is. In a cryptic tone, Zhang Xiaokuan replied, he is a deity, you are no match for him. Have you lost your senses, spouting such nonsense? There are no gods in this world, Chunyi scoffed dismissively. If there were any supernatural beings, they would merely be demons, for they reside in hell. This ravaged world of survival is undoubtedly a hellish realm. It is a testing ground for the grotesqueness of human nature, a playground for demons to observe humanity's inherent ugliness. Share his contact with me. I wish to witness this so-called deity for myself. Rather than fear, Chunyi felt an exhilarating thrill. You truly are a fool, Zhang Xiaokuan lamented. Even knowing the opponent is a master of the rules, you still wish to duel? It is a certain defeat. You are the foolish one, Chunyi retorted unabashedly. There's nothing at stake, no loss of property, no grounds for fear. The challenge card allows both parties to agree on a reward, which could be substantial or minimal, even non-existent. Setting a modest reward is well within Chun Ye's financial means. Even in defeat, there would be no significant loss, and he would gain valuable insights. Chun Yi was genuinely eager to witness the so-called deity, one who could instill such fear in Zhang Xiaokuan. Are you perhaps unaware of critical information, merely swayed by others' exaggerations? While Zhang Xiaokuan appeared naive and easily intimidated, Chunyi hoped to extract useful intelligence from him, preparing for all eventualities. Moreover, Chunyi harbored aspirations of victory. Though he was unperturbed by the prospect of loss, it did not diminish his fervent desire to win. On the contrary, his competitive spirit was robust, underpinned by an unwavering belief in his eventual triumph. It is said, what if I win? I merely acquired a video of the adversary's lethal exploits, along with his contact information, which I shall share with you. Zhang Xiaokuan was merely terrified by the video, nothing more. Zhang Xiaokuan was not a timid individual. However, the content of the video was exceedingly terrifying. It frightened him to the point where he lost all desire to fight. Resembling an ostrich merely wishing to bury his head in the sand, the world seemed too daunting, and he longed to hide in his mother's embrace and weep. The loss of his mother had stripped him of much of his fighting spirit, akin to a eunuch devoid of interest in women. I have already accomplished many tasks for you, Zhang Xiaokuan implored. Please let me see my mother. Look at you, my child, Chunyi replied helplessly. You are free. You can meet and converse freely. There were no restrictions imposed by Chunyi, and the two could engage in any activity, even unlawful ones. We have already had an in-depth conversation, Zhang Xiaokuan revealed to Chunyi without reservation, yet the outcome was disheartening, as she refused to meet him. Although they had communicated thoroughly through contact, Zhang Xiaokuan wished to discuss matters face-to-face in hopes of rekindling his mother's feelings. A personal meeting would significantly enhance his chances of success. Nevertheless, his mother resolutely declined, no matter how earnestly he pleaded. Were it not for his utter desperation, he would never have humbly sought help from Chunyi, hoping she might assist him. Chapter 159, Two Mortar-like Kidneys. By all accounts, I should not assist you, Chunyi stated with utmost seriousness. After all, Zhang Xiaokuan's actions directly infringed upon the core interests of Chunyi, an intolerable offense. What did Zhang Xiaokuan wish to achieve? He aimed to bring his mother back to his convoy, essentially attempting to abduct one of Chun Ye's female teammates. What is a female teammate? They are Chun Ye's invaluable assets, each representing substantial resources and boundless potential. Chun Yi was willing to compromise on many matters. But the issue of his female teammates was non-negotiable. He could not yield or relent on this front. However, considering the filial piety you exhibit, I might be inclined to assist you. Are you serious? Zhang Xiaokuan exclaimed with delight. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Do not be hasty in your thanks. Chunyi interrupted. While your mother is one of my teammates, I hold her in high regard and do not wish to coerce or command her. All I can do is counsel her to meet with you, nothing more, and I cannot guarantee success. This was the extent of Chun Ye's benevolence, the only assistance he could offer. Ultimately, the decision of whether to meet her son rested solely in Luo Zijuan's hands, and Chunyi preferred not to intervene further. Just help me persuade her, Zhang Xiaoquan said, his spirits lifted. She will surely listen to you. Do not speak so lightly. Consider why she may be reluctant to meet you, Qinyi inquired. Do you understand? I do not, Zhang Xiaoquan replied, perplexed. I have done nothing to wrong my mother. Why would she ignore me? He truly could not comprehend. Luo Zijuan was even unwilling to meet him again. Even chatting or calling required his persistent requests. Otherwise, he would have had no opportunity to communicate at all. He simply could not grasp where he had gone awry. Do you know what is going on? Zhang Xiaoquan asked earnestly. If you know, please tell me. If I am indeed at fault, I will certainly amend my ways. I am unsure, Qinyi speculated. But if I had to venture a guess, it might be that you are not obedient. I am the most obedient one, Zhang Xiaoquan disagreed, as he had always heeded his mother's words with utmost respect. I cannot say for certain, Qinyi shook her head. But one thing I am confident about is that when it comes to our relationship, you have certainly not listened to your mother. Given his relationship with Luo Zijuan, she must have instructed her son to maintain a good rapport with Qinyi. In fact, following the previous incident involving the golden laser eye, Luo Zijuan had set a clear directive for her son to foster a harmonious relationship with Qinyi. After all, Luo Zijuan cherished Qinyi deeply and would undoubtedly wish for her son to avoid conflicts with her. Otherwise, she would find herself in an uncomfortable position. However, it was evident that Zhang Xiaoquan had not adhered to this advice. Instead, he frequently clashed with Qinyi, ultimately leading his team into a dire situation. Becoming a thorn in Qinyi's side, an unavoidable presence that needed to be dealt with. He even allied with the Jinlong Cannon team to ruthlessly target Qinyi. Was this obedience? It was a complete disregard for his mother's wishes, a rebellion against the very principles of filial piety. As the saying goes, filial piety requires both respect and compliance, yet Zhang Xiaoquan exhibited only the former without the latter. Reflecting on the events of recent days, he began to grasp the broader picture. Still, he remained obstinate, unwilling to concede. I am not disobedient. I am quite filial. If you maintain such an attitude, I cannot assist you, Qinyi stated, unwilling to engage in further trivial conversation. Wait a moment. Zhang Xiaoquan gritted his teeth and finally confessed, I am not foolish. I have long realized that my mother has feelings for you. That is precisely why I have chosen to oppose you. This was the underlying reason for his repeated provocations against Qinyi. He simply could not accept it. Although Qinyi was indeed formidable, he believed her merits were overstated. His mother should not be so infatuated. She ought to see through Qinyi's facade. Thus, he persistently challenged Qinyi, striving to undermine her reputation and shatter the myth surrounding her. Yet, time and again he failed. Not only failing to diminish her stature, but instead becoming a mere backdrop that highlighted her brilliance. My mother's affection for you is a sign of her being blinded by her emotions. As her son, it is my duty to awaken her to the truth. This could hardly be classified as disobedience. It was an act of care for her well-being. If you perceive it otherwise, I cannot help that. But one thing is clear, we are not some scandalous pair, and your mother is not a woman of loose morals driven solely by carnal desires. She is a person too, deserving of the pursuit of happiness. I must admit, I am somewhat in awe of you, Zhang Xiaoquan remarked. Despite having engaged in such shameless acts, you can still speak so persuasively about morality. I must say, that is quite impressive. Your words suggest that I am the scoundrel. Qinyi retorted, somewhat irked. While Zhang Xiaoquan spoke the truth, Qinyi, in a certain light, could indeed be regarded as a paragon of virtue. And this was beyond dispute. He is not delivering grand principles. Rather, he is inherently a good person. Whether you are a scoundrel or a virtuous individual matters not to me, since I am currently collaborating with you and dedicating myself to your cause. Zhang Xiaoquan spoke earnestly, asserting that you must fulfill the promises you made to me. Qinyi's promise was straightforward, to bring his mother back. He cannot bear to be apart from her. Especially in this frigid and perilous world of survival, their bond must remain unbroken. This fixation is Zhang Xiaoquan's greatest obsession and his fundamental principle. Admittedly, it borders on the pathological, a fixation typical of a mama's boy. What mature son insists on remaining with his mother? Is that appropriate? Luo Zijuan is his mother, not his wife. She is under no obligation to accompany him daily. If he were merely a 3-year-old child, it would be understandable. Yet he is a man in his 30s, on the brink of middle age. Such a person clinging obsessively to his mother does seem rather peculiar and somewhat abnormal. Must you insist on being with your mother? Qinyi inquired with a hint of exasperation. Is it truly that significant? Of course. It is paramount. It is the most crucial matter of my life. Zhang Xiaoquan nearly shouted. My mother and I must remain together, through life and death, never to be separated. Eternally bound together. Brother, you are unwell. Chun Yi finally grasped the situation, understanding why Luo Zijuan chose to distance herself from her son to be with him. Until now, he had confidently believed that Luo Zijuan was merely enamored with his robust physique. Yet, it appears her motivations stemmed from a profound love for her son. As parents, one must consider the long-term well-being of their child. To foster her son's growth and sever the psychological umbilical cord, she opted to leave. By forcibly departing, she aimed to facilitate his maturation, transforming him from a quintessential mama's boy into a genuine man. Otherwise, he would remain perpetually tethered to her, forever an infantile child. Chapter 160. The Rule of the Divine Car Fleet. I am not unwell. Do not label me. Zhang Xiaoquan, like a cat with its tail stepped on, protested vehemently against the notion of his illness, insisting that this is merely a normal mother-son bond. Anyone would feel distressed if their mother were lost, and would go to great lengths to retrieve her. Calm down, Chun Yi said with a reassuring smile. I never accused you of anything. You implied that I have a mental illness. Zhang Xiaoquan retorted angrily. I do not have any absurd Oedipal complex. I simply wish to bring my mother back. No problem. Chun Yi preferred to avoid an argument. It is only natural. However, before we proceed, we must address that so-called true dragon car fleet. Only by dealing with them will your mother have a chance to return. Chun Yi began his benevolent persuasion. Since Zhang Xiaoquan held such affection for his mother, akin to a donkey drawn towards a carrot, Chun Yi decided to leverage this motivation, inspiring him thoroughly to accomplish the task and effectively dismantle the true dragon car fleet. Indeed, we had previously agreed upon this. Zhang Xiaoquan swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. I will assist you in eliminating the true dragon artillery convoy in exchange for the return of my mother. There had indeed been discussions of this nature before, but never as bluntly articulated as he did. It seemed as if his mother were merely a wager, not a living, breathing individual, but rather a mere object. Although Chun Yi engaged in certain perverse behaviors and games with Luo Zijuan, particularly in their intimate moments filled with various humiliations, such interactions were ultimately playful. Chun Yi held a deep respect for Luo Zijuan. In stark contrast, Zhang Xiaoquan professed his love for his mother and claimed he could not bear to be apart from her, yet he treated her as an object, a beloved possession that he could not afford to lose. This, indeed, reflects a profound disrespect towards his mother, which explains Luo Zijuan's decision to escape. To put it plainly, Chun Yi was unwilling to further discuss this matter. He needed to remain composed and focus on dismantling the true dragon artillery convoy first. This young man was currently so agitated that he could not afford to reveal any weakness. I will remain calm, Zhang Xiaoquan declared. For my mother, I shall become exceedingly cautious and astute, and I will undoubtedly assist you in taking down the leader of the true dragon convoy. Do you comprehend the consequences should we fail against the true dragon convoy? Chun Yi abruptly shifted the tone of the conversation. I do not know, Zhang Xiaoquan admitted, momentarily taken aback by the sudden inquiry. Your mother is now my teammate and a steadfast supporter, Chun Yi stated with seriousness. If the true dragon artillery convoy were to topple me, I would perish, and your mother would not escape either. She would either become a plaything for some higher-up within the true dragon convoy or face a death sentence. There is no need for your reminders, Zhang Xiaoquan replied. Fully aware that this was a path of no return, victory was the only option. Good that you understand, Chun Yi continued. So, have you arranged a private meeting with the leader of the true dragon convoy? Of course, it is all arranged, Zhang Xiaoquan boasted confidently. I can dictate any suitable location and time. What do you mean? Are you that impressive? Chun Yi asked, surprised. Indeed, Zhang Xiaoquan nodded. I am that impressive. However, he assumes he is meeting with me, not you. Therefore, once you meet him, you must possess the ability to subdue him immediately, ensuring that no information escapes. Otherwise, our cover will be blown. To Zhang Xiaoquan's credit, he had been quite meticulous in his planning and had not faltered at a critical moment. No problem. Chun Yi replied confidently. Leave everything to me. Zhang Xiaoquan countered. You are this confident? Of course. Chun Yi retorted. Are you aware of the myriad abilities this female tyrant possesses? I do not know, Zhang Xiaoquan genuinely admitted. In the survival world of the road, each individual's powers were their absolute secret. It was only due to Chun Yi's fame and legendary status that his abilities became public knowledge. Others kept their powers tightly guarded, revealing them to no one, not even their closest companions. For once one's abilities are disclosed, It invites relentless pursuit from other gifted individuals. Due to the potential for high-quality supernatural fruits to emerge upon slaying, the higher the level of the supernatural beings, the greater the quantity and quality of the fruits produced. Consequently, weaker supernatural beings seek to ally with others to eliminate their more powerful counterparts. Conversely, the formidable supernatural beings are also inclined to hunt the weaker ones to harvest these fruits. Thus, they become irrevocable adversaries to one another. Should one not thoroughly investigate the capabilities of their opponent before arranging a meeting time and place? Zhang Xiaoquan inquired. You will conduct the investigation, Chen Yi commanded, and I shall also undertake my own. Once we have a clearer understanding of the situation, we can proceed with our next course of action. Intelligence is perpetually the most crucial component of warfare, the linchpin of success. What if neither of us uncovers anything? Zhang Xiaoquan asked, pondering the next steps. Without critical intelligence, they would find themselves at a severe disadvantage during combat. Moreover, this concerns a core figure within the true dragon convoy. Discerning information would be a stroke of luck, while failing to do so would be the norm. Have no fear, Chen Yi replied confidently. We will certainly uncover the necessary details. While Zhang Xiaoquan may falter, Chen Yi possessed unwavering assurance. He had a trump card in his possession, Shen Ziyi. Shen owed Chen Yi a significant favor and currently held a pivotal position within the true dragon convoy. With a bit of maneuvering, it was highly probable that he could obtain vital information. Even if he could not procure a detailed profile of the opponent's abilities, he could ascertain a general understanding. However, the moment was not yet ripe. Chen Yi intended to first confront the divine vehicle, to ascertain the nature of this potential threat and to discern its true essence. Send me the video of the divine vehicle's killings, along with his contact information, Chen Yi concluded. Understood, I will send it immediately, Zhang Xiaoquan replied without hesitation. Soon, Chen Yi was presented with the video. The footage, which was purported to have unnerved Zhang Xiaoquan to the point of losing his fighting spirit, did not showcase much in the way of horror. It merely depicted a man within a mobile home, sipping coffee, indulging in pastries, and basking in the warm, pleasant sunlight. While such a lifestyle was exceedingly extravagant in a world of survival, it was hardly remarkable, certainly not enough to instill fear. The man, though appearing quite handsome, was just an ordinary individual without any extraordinary traits. Chen Yi even felt he lacked any semblance of lethality. He appeared cultured and amiable, more akin to a refined mathematics instructor than a terrifying killer. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly ordinary individual who commanded the most powerful vehicle, the divine chariot. The top ranking of this vehicle was not merely for show. It was backed by formidable strength. Despite his reservations, Chen Yi watched the video with utmost seriousness. After finishing his cup of coffee, the man suddenly stated, Lu Mingming, you will die in 5 minutes. Cause of death, cardiac arrest. After delivering this grim pronouncement, the man resumed enjoying his pastries, a joyful smile adorning his face. Chapter 161, Dream of Illusions. The final chapter. 5 minutes later, a lifeless body was brought in, and a subordinate loudly proclaimed, the traitor Lu Mingming has faced divine retribution, the judgment of the gods. Traitors are destined for divine punishment. Faith in the divine is the sole escape. The man nodded in satisfaction, gesturing dismissively as he continued to savor his dessert. His subordinates knelt on the ground, fervently echoing his words as they carried the body away. In that moment, Chen Yi fully comprehended the extent of his adversary's power. Goodness, this was a perverse ability reminiscent of a death note. As long as one knows another's name, they can invoke their will to eliminate the target in any manner they can conceive. Just as Zhang Xiaoquan had stated, this was indeed a rule-based ability, an overwhelmingly potent force that could not be vanquished. No wonder his subordinates revered him so deeply, and he named his convoy after the divine. Possessing such power truly allows one to attain a godlike status. It instills a sense of dread among all followers, compelling them to kneel and pledge their loyalty. It is well known that in the face of hardship and adversity, faith and religion thrive. Now, as everyone found themselves ensnared in a desperate struggle for survival on the road, facing daily threats of fatality, it is only natural that they yearn for an overwhelmingly powerful entity to believe in, to worship, to pray to, one that can resolve their insurmountable dilemmas and provide psychological solace and the courage to continue living. The man who proclaimed himself a god fulfilled this psychological need. This explains why his convoy ranked first and why his power was unparalleled. However, it is a fact that no gods exist in this world. The truth is quite simple. He merely possesses a certain non-contact killing ability. Chun Ye's golden laser eyes are a contact-based power, formidable yet fraught with limitations. For instance, he cannot affect anyone beyond 100 kilometers. If he cannot hit, he cannot kill. In essence, his killing prowess is entirely contact-based. In contrast, this man's lethal ability requires no contact. He wields a terrifying force rooted in some form of rule power. It appears that Zhang Xiaoquan's fear was not unfounded. Previously, Chen Yi had looked down upon that mama's boy, but he now understood his adversary. The divine convoy was indeed formidable. His concerns were validated. A person with such a terrifying ability, a man who claimed to be a deity, could not possibly be one to shun conflict. His likely aim was to suppress all individuals, including Chun Yi and the true dragon armored vehicle convoy. Only when everyone knelt before him, becoming his followers, would he relent. Chun Yi's anxious heart sank completely. The divine convoy was not merely a predator lying in wait. It was a genuine threat. Those who play with faith and religion are never content to remain subservient. The only way to deal with such beings is through physical annihilation. He must confront him in battle. Chun Yi pondered earnestly, seeking to gain further insight into his rule-based killing ability. Only by understanding more could he uncover his weaknesses and ultimately eliminate him. Relying solely on the video in Zhang Xiaoquan's possession, one could glean but a mere surface understanding. Without indulging in superfluous dialogue, Chun Yi directly extended a challenge to his opponent. He refrained from uttering any unnecessary words, eager to observe the other's reaction. To Chun Yi's surprise, the adversary readily acquiesced. The two swiftly convened at the duel's venue. The opponent, still exuding an air of nonchalance, leisurely sat sipping coffee. "What do you intend to do?" the man inquired with a smile. "Since this is a duel, I must naturally eliminate you." Without further ado, Chun Yi launched into action. A blinding golden light swiftly pierced through the opponent's eyes. Such a character warranted no lengthy discourse. There was no need to entertain his words. Swiftly dispatch him was the only course of action. After a few decisive encounters, he could then engage in rational discourse. Otherwise, the opponent would harbor no sense of reverence. How could one who proclaimed themselves a deity possess any semblance of respect? Congratulations on your victory in the duel. You have vanquished the deity of this world. You have brought an end to the survival realm of the highways, and all survivors shall return to the realm of civilization. The cold, mechanical voice of the system reverberated. What the hell? Chun Yi couldn't help but exclaim, bewildered. What was this all about? While he comprehended the notification of his victory, the notion of ending the survival realm was utterly perplexing. Had he truly concluded the survival world merely by employing the golden laser gaze? There was no explanation forthcoming, nor any response from the system. A flash of white light enveloped them, and everyone returned to the civilized world, as if awakening from a dream. The end of the tale.